Sheep City, the province's top high school. Subai lifted his head from the desk, his gaze dazed. I've transmigrated? He couldn't believe it. He pinched his lean and sharp face, and only when a sharp sting spread through his senses did he slowly come to his realization. This isn't a dream. I've really transmigrated. Originally, he was just an ordinary working-class man, struck down by an overloaded truck on his way home from work. He thought his life was over. But to his surprise, not only did he not die, he transmigrated. After entering the consciousness of this poor chap, he began to learn the basic realities of this new world. The place names, culture, and even general societal structure were similar to his original world. The sole difference? This world had a strange force abilities. The historical knowledge in his mind shocked him. The Mongol Empire's unstoppable westward conquest? It turned out Genghis Khan possessed an S-rank ability called Devouring Wolf Spirit. Columbus's ability to circumnavigate the globe? That was thanks to his mastery of the S-rank ability Bone-Splitting Wind, making him invincible at sea. And not only that, Columbus was supposed to have died at the hands of savages, yet he and the ruler of the seas simply vanished without a trace? These memories made Subai question his sanity. Could it be that this divergence in history was due to the existence of abilities? He took a deep breath, staring calmly at the teacher on the podium, then glanced around at his classmates. It was obvious that none of them were focused on the class. Is it because they're about to awaken their abilities? Subai speculated. After all, once class ended, they would head to the auditorium for the ability awakening ceremony. Everyone, upon turning 18, had a chance to awaken their unique ability. Abilities were divided into 7 ranks, from F to S. The higher the rank, the greater the potential and power. For years, Sheep City hadn't seen a single S-rank ability user. The awakening of abilities was a mix of fortune and misfortune. Some might awaken high-rank abilities, earning them places in prestigious schools, becoming powerful ability users, and bringing glory to their families. Others might awaken low-rank abilities. While they wouldn't become extraordinarily wealthy or famous, they could still perform jobs exclusive to ability users, earning respect nonetheless. However, not everyone could awaken an ability. Only 2 or 3 out of 10 succeeded, with the probability less than 30%. Those who failed to awaken would have no choice but to lead ordinary lives, working mundane jobs, marrying, and raising families until old age. While that didn't sound too bad, who wouldn't wish to become an ability user? Being an ability user meant respect, an opportunity to climb the social ladder, and freedom from financial worries. Even completing a random task would earn enough to sustain a regular person for a month. It was the best chance to change one's destiny, a golden opportunity to rise above. So, who could concentrate on class with the awakening ceremony just around the corner? What rank of ability will I awaken? Subai frowned, anxiety creeping into his heart. He didn't know if he could awaken an ability, let alone what rank it might be. Where's the system? Isn't that the standard setup? Can I at least get some kind of cheat? Instinctively, he examined his body, but found nothing out of the ordinary. His unusual behavior caught the attention of a classmate in the back row. The boy poked Subai with his pen and chuckled, "What's wrong, brother Legs?" Subai's heart stirred, and he shook his head. The boy was his close friend, Lu Yenla, a chubby guy with skin so smooth it made girls jealous. Lu Yenla was the son of Lu, a real estate tycoon in Sheep City, a bona fide rich second generation. But despite his status, Lu Yenla showed no airs of superiority and instead befriended Subai, a penniless student. Subai's family was impoverished, and he was often looked down upon by other students. That was until one day he was cornered in an alley and, pushed to his limits, single-handedly took down over a dozen tall boys. From then on, the disdainful treatment gradually ceased. Daydreaming? Lu Yenla pretended to glare at Subai, ready to stand up and pull down his pants. "Cut it out," Subai said irritably. Lu Yenla chuckled, shrugging. At that moment, a malicious voice came from Subai's left. "You're quite amusing. But after the ability awakening ceremony, I wonder if you'll still be laughing." Subai frowned and turned toward the voice. A tall, handsome student was smirking at him. Chui Mingdue, the son of Chui Qian, one of Sheep City's top 3 tycoons, was Lu Yenla and Subai's nemesis. He'd been at odds with Lu Yenla for years and was perpetually second in the class rankings. The number one spot, of course, belonged to Subai, which fueled Chui Mingue's resentment and led to his constant targeting of Subai. Chui Mingue, stop spouting nonsense. Dogs can't spit out ivory, Lu Yanla retorted before Subai could respond. What a joke. Just a bunch of nobodies. Honestly, my dad recently spent a fortune on a high-grade mental enhancement potion, so my ability awakening is guaranteed. But you, Subai, I bet you can't even afford the cap of a low-grade potion, Chui Mingue sneered smugly. Ability awakening depended heavily on the strength of one's mental power. The stronger the mental power, the higher the chances of awakening. Mental enhancement potions could significantly boost mental power, increasing the likelihood of awakening. Even the cheapest low-grade potions cost millions, a price a poor student like Subai could never afford. The wealthy used potions to increase their awakening success rate, while the poor relied on luck and education, as studying could slightly enhance mental power. This was also a purpose of compulsory education, to boost everyone's mental power before awakening. Even as a perennial runner-up, you can't beat Brother Leg's chances, even with a potion. What are you so smug about? Lu Yanla mocked Chui Mingue's eternal second-place ranking, but Chui seemed unfazed. He stared at Subai and said, wait and see. Lowly people will always remain lowly. You're worlds apart from me. With that, he stopped paying attention to the two and refocused on the lecture. Subai's expression remained neutral. He shook his head, then let out a faint, bitter smile. Don't take it to heart. That guy just looks down on people, Lu Yanla said, noticing something off about Subai and assuming Chui's words had affected him. It's fine. He does have a point, Subai replied with a self-deprecating smile. It was the truth. Raised in an orphanage with no money to his name, how could he compare to the wealthy Chui Mingue? But that was only because he hadn't awakened his ability yet. Once he awakened, everything would change. He was no longer the old Subai. As a transmigrator carrying the soul of a 30-year-old working man in a student's body, how could such petty ridicule cause more than a ripple in his heart? In his previous life, societal hierarchies were rigid and unchanging. As a mere worker, he was perpetually exploited by capital, feeling as though even breathing was a mistake. But now, he finally had the chance to change himself. How could he possibly let it slip away? A resolute expression appeared on Subai's face. The bell marking the end of class rang. Over the broadcast system, a clear female voice announced, all students, please proceed to the auditorium immediately to participate in the awakening ceremony for special abilities. The auditorium was packed with people. Students lined up, one by one, to verify their identities before proceeding to the open-air arena at the center. In the arena, a black device was methodically conducting the tests for ability awakening. Taking into account the potential for special circumstances during the awakening process, the arena had been reinforced with enhanced safety measures. Subai moved along with the queue into the auditorium. With a quick glance, he noticed a sharp-eyed young man standing in the center of the arena, overseeing the awakening ceremony for the students. That's Zhang Long, a senior from Hai University. He's in charge of the awakening ceremony for our area this time, explained Lu Yanla, who was following closely behind Subai, noticing where his attention was directed. Was Zhang Long also from our school back in high school? Subai asked. Of course. He awakened an A-rank fire ability, Crimson Flame Steed, back in high school. Now, his strength is practically unrivaled. Amazing! Subai exclaimed in awe. From what I've heard, Senior Zhang Long's strength ranks among the best even nationwide among university seniors. Even in the prestigious martial arts and science universities, he's considered an exceptional talent, Lu Yanla added with glowing admiration. Subai's eyes flickered with envy as he silently hoped that he, too, could awaken an ability someday, perhaps even an A-rank ability. Number 357, Mental Strength, Moderate, Zhang Long announced expressionlessly. He directed the student to stand before the device, placing their hand on it to initiate the ability awakening process. However, the device remained unresponsive. Number 357, Awakening failed, Zhang Long declared coldly. The student seemed unable to accept the result and immediately fainted. Zhang Long's face remained indifferent, he was long accustomed to such situations. Medical team, quickly assist this student to rest, he instructed. A group of medics in white uniforms promptly arrived to carry the student away. Next, Zhang Long called out. This scene repeated over and over. More and more students failed to awaken abilities, their faces etched with despair. Those still awaiting their turn grew increasingly anxious, and the atmosphere became heavy with tension. On the podium, an elderly man with white hair took a sip of tea. He was the principal of the high school. It seems there's been a significant drop in the number of students awakening abilities this year. Over 300 students have already been tested, and only a dozen or so have succeeded. The highest so far is a B-rank physical ability, resonant sound wave, the principal sighed. Beside him, a middle-aged man in black furrowed his brows, his mood darkening as he watched student after student fail. Isn't the top 10 in the grade still left? Their mental strength is high, and they have a better chance of awakening abilities, with a higher probability of advanced ones too, consoled a balding man wearing thick glasses. Let's hope so. It's truly heartbreaking to see these kids. I wonder if those who fail to awaken abilities can come to terms with an ordinary life, the man in black lamented. But this was reality. The presence or absence of abilities determined whether a student's future would be one of glory or mediocrity. Number 501, Mental Strength, Superior, Zhang Long announced. Number 501, Awaken A-Rank Ice Ability, 0 Field. His voice echoed throughout the auditorium. Wow! Someone awakened an A-Rank ability. Who is it? And it's the Ice Ability, 0 Field. Looks like this year's top student is already decided. Isn't that our school's goddess, Han Ruobing? Goddess, I love you. She looked at me, she definitely looked at me. The auditorium erupted in excitement as everyone discussed Han Ruobing, who had awakened the A-Rank Ice Ability. In the arena, a tall, cold, and elegant girl exuded a bone-chilling aura. The ground within dozens of meters around her was quickly covered in a thick layer of frost. Feeling the icy chill, the crowd below instinctively stepped back. Soon, the phenomenon dissipated, and Han Ruobing walked off the arena expressionlessly. This child is remarkable, the principal said, his face breaking into a pleased smile, the wrinkles bunching up as his eyes gleamed with delight. Principal, this is Han Ruobing, ranked 3rd in her grade. We've always suspected that her awakened ability wouldn't be ordinary, but we didn't expect such an incredible surprise. It looks like the task assigned from above has been more than fulfilled by our school this year, the balding man congratulated the principal with a grin. Ha, excellent. That old grump won't have anything to say this time, will he? Last year, when we failed to meet the quota, he scolded me until I was speechless. This year, I'll make sure to get back at him. The principal laughed heartily, his complexion glowing as his gaze swept over the students still preparing for their awakenings. In the arena. Number 557, Mental Strength, Superior, Zhang Long called out. Senior Zhang, I'm the son of Cui Qian, Cui Minggui. It's been a while. I've heard you've often spoken fondly of my father, Cui Minggui greeted politely. Oh? You're President Cui's son? A trace of emotion flickered in Zhang Long's eyes. Years ago, it was Cui Qian who had funded his tuition. During his senior year of high school. Although he now understood it had been an investment at the time, he still felt gratitude. Very well, go ahead and awaken your ability, Zhang Long's tone softened slightly. Cui Minggui's heart leaped with joy. He turned his head toward the crowd where Su Bai and Lu Yanla stood, his gaze laced with provocation. What's that guy looking at? It's not like he's already awakened an A-rank ability or something. The ceremony's just starting. Lu Yanla muttered, his chubby face twitching in irritation. Calm down. It's almost our turn. Don't let your emotions spiral out of control and ruin your chances, Su Bai teased. Though emotions had little to do with the awakening process, Su Bai's words eased some of Lu Yanla's tension. Fine, since you said so, I'll be merciful, Lu Yanla said, crossing his arms as he fixed his gaze on Cui Minggui in the arena, his expression full of defiance. A-rank lightning ability, Earthquake Thunder. Another A-rank. Zhang Long's announcement caused the crowd, which had just begun to settle, to burst into chaos once more. Is today's ceremony specifically for A-rank ability awakeners or something? A student who had only awakened an E-rank Earth ability grumbled quietly. Another A-rank. And it's the most powerful offensive type within the lightning category. This time, even Lanka University is likely to fight to recruit him, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Damn, Su Bai, this guy awakened an A-rank ability. Did you see that? Am I seeing things? The chubby guy looked incredulous and shook Subai's shoulder vigorously. I saw it. There's nothing wrong with my eyes, Subai sighed, acknowledging that Chui Mingwei indeed had the grounds to say those bold words earlier. An A-rank lightning ability. If given the chance, your ground thunder might even evolve into an S-rank ability, earthly divine. Thunder, Zhang Long remarked from the dojo, watching the lightning flashes emanating from Chui Mingwei with rare admiration. An A-rank ability evolving into an S-rank? That's too difficult. I wouldn't dare to dream of it. Senior Zhang, you're overestimating me, Chui Mingwei bent slightly and smiled politely. Then, he turned around, staring at Subai and Lu Yanla with hostile eyes. He shouted loudly, it's your turn. Chui Mingwei was number 557, while Subai was number 558. Lu Yanla's number was only 20 or so after Subai's. Chui Mingwei's action directed all eyes to Subai, standing off stage. Is this Subai, the perpetual first-place student in academics? I wonder what kind of ability Su Xin will awaken. After all, the second and third place both awaken A-rank abilities. Maybe he won't awaken any ability at all, one of Chui Mingwei's lackeys mocked, his voice not loud but extremely grating. For a brief moment, the surroundings fell silent. A few seconds later, the crowd erupted in heated discussion. No way, someone actually cursed Su Xin? Su Xin has been first in academics for years, his mental power must be strong. How could he not awaken an ability? But thinking about it, it might make sense. After all, Chui Mingwei and Han Ruobing are both rich kids. They must have access to mental power potions, whereas Su Xin's mental power might not be as strong as theirs. And even if his mental power is high, it's not guaranteed that he'll awaken an ability. Someone offered a rational analysis, sounding reasonable. Gradually, the crowd began doubting Subai. Human nature is like that, always following the majority, eager to blend in, blindly going with the flow. Subai remained expressionless as he slowly walked toward the dojo. His 30-year-old, mature mindset as a corporate worker was far stronger than people imagined. To him, the chatter around him was inconsequential, and his heart remained undisturbed. Are you ready? Zhang Long couldn't help but glance at Subai a few more times, impressed by how calm he remained despite the surrounding gossip. I'm ready. Let's begin, Subai replied calmly. Receiving the confirmation, Zhang Long immediately turned around to adjust the machinery. On the podium, an elderly man with white hair watched Chui Mingwei step off the stage and whispered to the middle-aged man in black beside him, that boy is Chui Qian's son, isn't he? He actually awakened an A-rank lightning ability. Over the past few years, Chui Qian has practically monopolized Yangchang. Once his son grows up, Yangchang will essentially be his domain, the balding man sighed, his eyes filled with apprehension. Don't worry. With the principal and the mayor around, Yangchang won't fall under his control, the middle-aged man in black reassured him. Though they were well aware of Chui Qian's ambitions, they couldn't help but admire him. He was truly a dominant force. Starting as an ordinary person, Chui Qian had risen to become Yangcheng's most influential figure within 20 years. Though he himself had not awakened an ability, he had spent the past decade extensively nurturing and investing in talented ability users. Now, those ability users had become part of his power base. However, they were still external forces. With his son now awakening an A-rank ability, it was natural for them to suspect Chui Qian had bigger plans. Is that student the one who always places first in academic exams? The principal's gaze shifted to Subai on the stage, though his expression showed doubt. Yes, principal. That student is Subai, consistently ranking first. I believe he'll awaken a high-rank ability this time as well, the middle-aged man in black responded with a smile. Subai? I don't have high hopes, the white-haired elder stared at Subai for a few seconds before shaking his head. What's the matter, principal? Did you notice something wrong? The middle-aged man in black asked, puzzled. I don't sense any mental power from him, the principal stated bluntly. With his abilities, he could sense the mental power fluctuations of students. While he couldn't determine the strength of their mental power, he could at least confirm its presence. Yet, he had sensed nothing from Subai just now. Generally speaking, the stronger one's mental power before the age of 18, the higher the chance of awakening an ability. This was an ironclad rule. But very rarely, some individuals were born without mental power. Such people had no chance of awakening an ability. He suspected Subai was one of those rare cases. What? The middle-aged man in black was shocked. Who was the principal? He was the head of the province's top high school, an A-rank light ability user, and one of the 3 strongest figures in Yangcheng. His words carried immense weight. Could Subai really be someone without mental power? The middle-aged man in black's face darkened, disappointment written all over it. Just as Subai was about to approach the machine, a cold, mechanical female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected that the host is about to awaken an ability. System activation commencing. Loading progress. System functions fully loading. The system was activated. Subai's eyes lit up, his heartbeat accelerating with excitement. But to the onlookers, he merely looked overly nervous. Look at him, he's definitely just pretending to be calm, Cui Mingue sneered, his disdain for Subai growing. I knew it. How could a transmigrator not have a golden finger? Though late, it finally arrived. Subai breathed a sigh of relief internally. Conducting a comprehensive scan of the host's body. Scan results. Host, Subai. Age, 18. Physical stats, 8. Mental power, none. Wait a second. His mental power was listed as none? A virtual blue screen displayed itself before Subai's eyes. Instinctively, he focused on the mental power section. I have no mental power at all? System, are you sure there's no mistake? Subai panicked. He was well aware that mental power was the foundation for awakening an ability. Without mental power, how could he possibly awaken one? The host is 1 in a million, born without mental power and inherently incapable of awakening an ability. The system's voice boomed like thunder in his ears. Doesn't that mean I'll never awaken an ability? Subai asked anxiously. Rest assured, this system exists to achieve the impossible. The host also possesses a novice gift package. With a bit of luck, there's still a chance to awaken an ability. A bit of luck? I've been unlucky since I was a child, never even winning a single lottery. Subai felt a surge of frustration building within him, as hope seemed to slip away bit by bit. What if I don't draw any superpowers? Subai continued to ask. If that happens, the host will be left to fend for themselves. The system will proceed to find a new host. So if he couldn't draw a superpower from the beginner's gift pack, his life was over? Subai's face turned ashen. Number 558, mental energy does not exist. You don't have mental energy? Zhang Long stared at the instrument, his expression suddenly changing. He double-checked the instrument and shifted his gaze toward the people on the stage, who merely stared silently at Subai. So it is. A middle-aged man in black murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Long's words were heard by the audience. What? Sushin doesn't even have mental energy? Damn, Sushin hit the 1 in 10,000 chance. He's done for. The students whispered among themselves, many of them reveling in his misfortune. Leg brother. Lu Yanla looked up at the indifferent Subai on the stage, her face pale. Having no mental energy meant he could not awaken any superpower. The brilliance of his past achievements would be erased, leaving him to fade away silently. Heh, it seems your leg brother has fallen from the pedestal. Don't worry, you'll be dragged down with him, even if you awaken some superpower today. Cui Mingue sneered coldly, his expression predatory as if he wanted to devour Lu Yanla. Lu Yanla's eyes flashed with a cold light as she stared at Cui Mingue but said nothing. A weakling's glare. Cui Mingue dismissed her reaction with indifference. He turned his focus back to Subai on stage, eager to see how he'd disgrace himself. But Subai paid no attention to the people around him, his focus was entirely on the system's information. System, what's in the beginner's gift pack? Subai asked quietly in his mind. Apologies, the contents of the beginner's gift pack are confidential. Does the host wish to open the pack now? If I open it now, and it contains a superpower, won't it be obvious to everyone that something's off? Subai asked again. If he recklessly opened the gift pack and suddenly gained a superpower before officially awakening, wouldn't that immediately draw suspicion? Host, rest assured. This system prioritizes the host's safety and will never put the host in danger. If you're really looking out for me, system, just give me an A-grade power already, Subai couldn't help but retort. System, open the beginner's gift pack. He uttered the command in his mind. Understood. Opening the beginner's gift pack now. Though the process seemed lengthy, it only took a few seconds in reality. Number 558, do you still wish to attempt awakening a power? Zhang Long initially looked startled but quickly regained his composure. He gazed at Subai with an expression as lifeless as stagnant water. In his eyes, the absence of mental energy was equivalent to a death sentence. Without mental energy, awakening a superpower was impossible. But out of duty, he still asked Subai. Senior Zhang, I want to try awakening a superpower, Subai answered firmly, breaking free from his earlier confusion. All right. Zhang Long sighed and brought out the awakening instrument. This Sushin still thinks he can awaken a superpower without mental energy. Does he think miracles exist? Don't call him Sushin anymore. Just call him Subai now. The sycophants around Chui Mingue laughed mockingly. If he manages to awaken a superpower, I'll change my last name to Su. Chui Mingue chuckled faintly, his voice carrying across the room and drawing laughter from the crowd. Naturally, Subai heard it as well. But at the moment, he had no time to deal with that rich second-generation scion. System, what did I get? Subai placed his hand on the awakening instrument and asked. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the superpower, the Fire of Candle Dragon, Zhu Zhouyin. Zhu Zhouyin, also known as the Candle Dragon, is a divine beast of Zhongshan. It symbolizes day and night, with its breath creating summer and its exhalation bringing winter. The Fire of Candle Dragon. Subai was stunned, then overwhelmed with excitement. As a descendant of Huaxia, who wouldn't know of the Candle Dragon, Zhu Zhouyin? It was a symbol of flame, more so than even the vermilion bird. According to legend, before the universe formed, the Candle Dragon carried a fire essence in its mouth, raising the flame high above the northern celestial gate. The fire illuminated the heavens, the earth, and even the deepest abyss. The Candle Dragon held flames in its mouth, lighting the celestial gate. A glimmer of light flashed in Subai's eyes. System, what rank is the Fire of Candle Dragon? Replying to the host, the Fire of Candle Dragon exceeds the highest known superpower rank in this world, far surpassing the SSS level. Is that so? Subai broke into a wide smile. In that instant, the dark clouds in his mind completely cleared away. System, awaken the superpower, the Fire of Candle Dragon. Understood, host. The moment Subai's hand touched the awakening instrument, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone in the venue held their breath. However, the instrument showed no reaction. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. I told you, someone without mental energy can't awaken a power. Sushin is a thing of the past. What a pity. No matter how good his academics are, without a superpower, he's just a regular person among regular people. The crowd murmured in low voices. Subai. I've always told you, there's a huge gap between us. Below the stage, Chui Mingue's eyes gleamed with delight. He was smug. Finally, Chui Mingue, no longer had to live under Subai's shadow. Years of being second place had left a bitter taste in his mouth, but now, seeing Subai fail, he couldn't be happier. From now on, Subai was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. Sigh. Reality was cruel, leaving no room for luck. Zhang Long glanced at the unresponsive instrument and let out a sigh. Just as he was about to announce the results, a crisp crackling sound reached his ears. Ha! He thought he had misheard and instinctively looked at the instrument. His eyes widened instantly. The awakening instrument began to crack. The fissures spread like vines, swiftly covering the entire device. Not good. A sense of urgency gripped Zhang Long. The instrument was about to explode. He immediately reached out to pull Subai away. But in the next moment, he froze. Red markings appeared on Subai's body, and wisps of red mist began emanating from him, as though he were burning from within. Is this a sign of power awakening? Zhang Long was astonished. Suddenly, an intense wave of heat surged forth, even making him a superpowered individual who had awakened the A-grade fire ability Scarlet Flame Cult feel a sense of dread. In a daze, he saw a crimson dragon appearing behind Subai. The dragon was engulfed in blazing flames, its eyes emanating ancient and overwhelming power. That made him feel utterly insignificant. The dragon held a mysterious flame in its mouth, a flame that seemed capable of burning the entire world. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Long's lips turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt his abilities shaking within him, an oppression and submission stemming from the depths of his very genes. Don't be foolish. This is the A-class fire ability, Crimson Flame Steed. Just as he was rendered immobile, a loud bang echoed as the instrument suddenly exploded. Zhang Long. The principal had already noticed the anomaly when the instrument began to crack. With a cold snort, his abilities surged within him. Yellow light erupted from his body and condensed into a streak, instantly appearing in the center of the dojo. Su Bai. The crowd below finally reacted. Lu Yanla's eyes filled with tension as she stood up, attempting to pull Su Bai away, but she was blocked outside the crowd and could only shout loudly. Restrain it! Yada no Kagami. The principal held 2 yellow magatamas in his hand, which began spinning furiously like a Taiji diagram. Centered on the principal, a transparent barrier spanning hundreds of meters suddenly materialized, solidifying from the void in an instant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The deafening sound of the explosion filled the air, forcing everyone present to cover their ears. The dojo sank. Half a meter instantly, but strangely, while the sound of the explosion was evident, there were no visible traces of destruction. Principal, are you all right? Teachers and officials from the podium rushed over in concern. A middle-aged man dressed in black stood behind the principal, his hands glowing green as he pressed them against the principal's back. I'm not that fragile. The principal's white hair seemed to faintly glow as a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Principal, I. Zhang Long, still in a daze, turned to look at the principal, who had restrained the explosion with the Yada no Kagami. He was about to speak, but was promptly interrupted. Following the principal's gaze, he saw Su Bai standing at the center of the dojo, his eyes closed as he awakened. Recalling the vision that had just appeared behind Su Bai, Zhang Long couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Principal, is he awakening his abilities? It seems so. But wasn't he someone with no mental power? Not sure. Let's observe first. The principal stared at Su Bai, whose body was radiating flames, his heart inexplicably conflicted. At this moment, a voice echoed in Su Bai's mind. System, did you really just blow up the awakening instrument? What am I supposed to do now? Although he was in the midst of awakening, Su Bai could still clearly sense the outside world through the system. All he could do now was smile helplessly. Report to the host, the ability Zhu Jiuyin exceeds the standards of this world's instruments. Therefore, the explosion of the awakening instrument is a normal phenomenon. The host need not feel guilty. The system responded honestly. I don't feel guilty. Su Bai muttered to himself. I'm just heartbroken over the compensation costs. Where am I going to find that kind of money to pay it off? His face darkened, and he nearly considered selling his kidney to repay the debt. System, how long will it take for me to complete the awakening process? Su Bai's mind wandered as he sensed the gazes of the principal, Zhang Long, and others. Report to the host, you are now entering the fusion stage. You need to communicate with Zhu Jiuyin. Communicate? Su Bai chuckled nervously. System, are you saying I need to have a conversation with the ancient chaos-born deity, Zhu Jiuyin? Correct. No, wait, system. Let's talk about this. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful suction suddenly enveloped his mind. Light flashed before his eyes, and then everything spun. His vision darkened, and he passed out. He didn't know how much time had passed when the feeling of unconsciousness began to fade. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar surroundings were gone. Everything was shrouded in white mist, blanketing the sky. Looking ahead, he saw an enormous snow-capped mountain piercing the heavens. Blizzard and frost covered the desolate earth, and the air was filled with a primal and intense aura. Chains of order, ancient and mysterious, coiled around the mountain range. Occasionally, the sky flashed with ancient, indecipherable symbols and words, while radiant glimmers floated in the void like miniature suns suspended in the air. Could this be the legendary Zhong Mountain in the extreme northern region beyond the Northwest Sea? Su Bai was awestruck by the spectacular scenery, rendered speechless by its grandeur. The books say it's deathly cold here, but why don't I feel cold at all? He reached out to catch a falling snowflake, watching as it passed through his palm. He immediately understood. So, it's all an illusion, he mused, puzzled. Before he could think further, the ground suddenly began to quake. Staggering a few steps, he barely managed to stand firm. Looking up, he saw a colossal fire dragon slowly rising from behind Zhong Mountain, entwined in blazing flames. The candle dragon, Zhu Jiuyin. The enormous form of Zhu Jiuyin stretched across the heavens and earth, lifting its head as if locking eyes with Subai. Subai was utterly shaken, the sheer visual impact leaving him speechless. You have inherited the power, but you are still far too weak. Zhu Jiuyin's mountain-sized eyes burned with flames as it gazed at him. Inherit your power? Standing before Zhu Jiuyin's massive body, Subai looked like an ant. Facing the being that covered the sky, his heart filled with confusion. Wasn't this awakening due to the system's gift package? How had it turned into inheriting Zhu Jiuyin's power? Just as he was about to question further, a red light shot out from Zhu Jiuyin's eyes, aiming directly at Subai. The beam of red light was as swift as lightning. Before Subai could react, it struck him squarely between his brows. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll bring me some surprises. Zhu Jiuyin's voice roared like the wrath of a sun god, shaking the heavens and earth. Before Subai could process what had happened, the scene before him quickly faded like a moving lantern. Zhong Mountain and Zhu Jiuyin shattered and disappeared into the void, as if it had all been a fantastical dream. Inherit? Only after everything returned to normal did Subai begin to make sense of it. He touched the center of his forehead, where he could now feel an immense fiery power. Congratulations, host, on earning Zhu Jiuyin's initial recognition. Recognition level, 20%. Obtained Zhu Jiuyin crest. Flame affinity, 100%. Body transformation, 100%. The system's voice echoed in his ears. Curious about his stats, Subai asked, System, pull up my panel. Understood, host. Host, Subai physical constitution, 20 mental power, none. My physical constitution increased by nearly 12 points, but my mental power is still non-existent, he muttered to himself. System, does mental strength have no effect on me? Reply to host, the proficient use of abilities mainly depends on affinity, which is determined by mental strength. Your current affinity with the ability is 100%, so there is no impact for now. System, didn't I just awaken my ability? Why did Zhu Jiuyin say I inherited its power? Apologies, host. This question exceeds the knowledge scope of this system, and I cannot answer it for now. In Subai's mind, his soul form heard the response, and a complex light flickered in his eyes, as though lost in thought. Congratulations to the host, ability awakening complete. The system's prompt broke his train of thought. He blinked, and in a daze, he returned to reality. Without hesitation, he immediately awakened Zhu Jiuyin's power. Zhu Jiuyin, awaken. The emblem on his brow shone brightly, and scorching flames ignited around him. The flames were terrifying enough to melt metal and stone, but at this moment, he only felt warmth. These flames clung to him like children seeking comfort. So this is what 100% fire affinity feels like? Within the flames, he experienced an unprecedented sense of joy. Yet, what others saw was vastly different. Did I see that right? There seems to be a dragon behind Subai. I saw it too. Its presence is terrifying. The crowd stared at Subai, engulfed in flames, utterly stunned. The heat is horrifying. Zhang Long sensed the anomaly Subai had left behind in the arena. Though it lasted only a moment, the temperature far exceeded what he felt when awakening his Scarlet Flame Horse. His Scarlet Flame Horse was an A-grade ability. Then what grade did Subai awaken? S-grade? Zhang Long exchanged glances with the principal, both overwhelmed with emotions. The awakening process lasted for half an incense stick's time before it concluded. The flames around Subai gradually dissipated, and the anomalies faded into transparency. Taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes. The immense energy he had accumulated erupted in an instant, like a bolt of red lightning shooting from his eyes straight into the sky. Instantly, the white clouds above were scattered. This ability is too powerful, and even its residual aura is astounding. The principal and Zhang Long quickly walked up to Subai, filled with curiosity and questions. Student, did you just awaken your ability? You don't have mental strength, how did you awaken an ability? What kind of fire-based ability did you awaken? The teachers, who were originally seated at the platform, rushed onto the arena, bombarding him with questions. Everyone, teachers, as adults, can you act with some decorum? This is far too unruly. The principal's white beard twitched slightly as he shouted at the teachers. The teachers immediately fell silent, lowering their heads without a word. The principal signaled for everyone to step back before addressing Subai. You're Subai, correct? Subai glanced around. Though he understood the origin of his ability, he could only feign ignorance. Yes, principal. How did you awaken your ability? The principal's sharp, hawk-like gaze bore into Subai, creating immense pressure. I don't know either. I just placed my hand on that instrument. Subai replied stiffly, bracing himself. The principal remained silent, locking eyes with Subai as though trying to discern the truth. After a long while, his gaze softened, and he smiled. Who would have thought that after so many years, Young City would produce another S-grade ability user? It's truly something to celebrate. The principal's words spread throughout the venue, leaving everyone in shock. Principal, are you saying he's really an S-grade ability user? Zhang Long asked. That anomaly was definitely S-grade, perhaps even beyond S-grade. You mean, beyond S-grade? Zhang Long drew a sharp breath. Beyond S-grade, what did that signify? While S-grade ability users were rare, the nation still produced one or two every year. A beyond S-grade existence, however, was a rarity that only appeared in the Dragon Country once every several years, or even decades. If memory served, the last person to awaken a beyond S-grade ability was now one of the top powerhouses in the Dragon Country. The crowd couldn't hear the conversation between Zhang Long and the principal. Upon learning that Subai had awakened an S-grade ability, the entire arena erupted. What? Subai actually awakened an S-grade ability? Even the principal only has an A-grade ability. Does this mean Subai will surpass the principal in the future? That's not surprising. S-grade abilities are so rare, only a few appear each year across the entire Dragon Country. The onlookers discussed fervently, their gazes fixed on Subai, filled with admiration, envy, and even jealousy. I knew my bro Su wouldn't awaken a weak ability. Chui Mingue, you were right, there's indeed a big gap between you and my bro Su. Lu Yanla's eyes sparkled with joy. Moments ago, he had worried that Subai might fail, but the situation had completely reversed. So what if he awakened an S-grade ability? I'm confident I'll never lose to him. Chui Mingue clenched his teeth, fists tight, his eyes brimming with jealousy and unwillingness. At the center of the arena, the principal placed a hand on Subai's shoulder. From what I understand, the S-grade ability you awakened isn't listed among known abilities. Would you like to name it yourself? Though rare, it was possible to awaken an unknown ability. The principal's own ability, Brilliant Rainbow, was a name he had chosen himself. Let's call it Zujuian. Subai replied with a smile. Zujuian? Got it. The principal picked up his phone, seemingly busy with something. Once the news of Subai's S-grade ability awakening was confirmed by the principal, it quickly spread through phone calls and messages. Before long, scouts and reporters heard the news, which was then disseminated even faster. In the Dragon Country, at Long University. An elderly man wearing round sunglasses and chewing on a cigarette glanced at a newspaper. I wonder how the student quality at Longqing University is this year. He inhaled deeply, the smoke wafting out through his nose and encircling him. Suddenly, the phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. The old man frowned. After answering the call, the cigarette fell from his mouth. He quickly stood up, shouting loudly. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen hurriedly entered, puzzled. Professor, what's wrong? Why are you so anxious? Book a flight to Yang City immediately. What? Now? Yes, principal. In the Dragon Country, at Wuka University. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Old Lu, it's real, absolutely not a joke. Then what are we waiting for? Get the plane ready, we're heading straight to Yang City. Two elderly men hurried out of the courtyard, leaving their tea untouched. At the same time, similar scenes unfolded at major universities. Countless university officials were now rushing to Yang City at full speed. The auditorium. A truly lucky guy. Chui Mingue's face darkened as he turned to leave the square. Wait a moment, Lu Yanla called out, already noticing Chui Mingue's sour mood. Seeing him about to leave, Lu immediately stopped him. What else do you have to say? Chui Mingyue halted at the sound, turning his head to glare at Lu Yanla with eyes full of fury. However, Lu Yanla didn't rush to respond. Glancing at Su Bai on stage, he shouted loudly, "Who just said that Brother Leg could awaken powers?" It must have been someone surnamed Su. His voice was loud and immediately drew everyone's attention, including the principal and others who all turned their gaze toward him. In an instant, Chui Mingyue became the center of attention. The looks he received now were completely different from the ones during his power awakening. His face flushed hotly under the scrutiny. "Enough, Lu Yanla." Chui Mingyue gritted his teeth. "Chui Mingyue, don't tell me you're planning to back out?" Lu Yanla mocked. "You." Chui Mingyue was livid. As the son of Chui Qian, he had never suffered such humiliation. "Die." A flash of cold light appeared in Chui Mingyue's eyes as a sudden burst of lightning emerged from his hand, hurtling toward Lu Yanla. "Stop this nonsense." On stage, Zhang Long witnessed the scene and immediately prepared to intervene. He moved with incredible speed and was about to reach Lu Yanla in an instant. But suddenly, he felt someone hold him back. "Principal?" Zhang Long turned his head, surprised to see the principal stopping him. "No need to intervene. Someone's quicker than you," the principal said calmly with a smile, his expression composed. Perplexed, Zhang Long glanced toward the crowd and saw Su Bai already dashing off the stage and running toward Lu Yanla. When did he get down there?" "Chui Mingyue, are you insane?" Feeling the surge of electric power, Lu Yanla tensed up entirely. Panic-stricken. He hadn't expected Chui Mingyue to actually attack. He frantically stepped back, trying to dodge the assault. Luckily, these newly awakened power users, including Chui Mingyue, had almost no control over their abilities. The arc of lightning from his hand suddenly veered off course about 2 meters away, shooting straight into the sky. "Missed?" Both Lu Yanla and Chui Mingyue froze for a moment before quickly recovering. "Oomph, you won't be so lucky next time." Chui Mingyue glared at the flustered Lu Yanla, preparing to strike again. "You won't get another chance." A cold voice came from behind. Startled, Chui Mingyue instinctively turned around. Before him, a flaming fist the size of a clenched hand came hurtling into his view. Though it was merely flames, the intense and overwhelming heat made Chui Mingyue's scalp tingle and cold sweat drip down his back. This fiery power was far stronger than the lightning he had just awakened. "I surrender!" Chui Mingyue cried out in panic. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the flaming fist smashed directly into his face. His face collided squarely with Su Bai's fist. A low hum emanated from behind Chui Mingyue as the flames seemed ready to erupt but quickly dissipated. "Don't forget, Su Bai just awakened his powers and can't control them yet," the principal observed with a keen eye, sensing something unusual. The power unleashed by this student, who had only just awakened, was astonishing, far exceeding the norm for newly awakened power users. His expression shifted, becoming serious. As the principal, he could not allow any casualties. Channeling the energy within him, his eyes gleamed with a golden light. With a light tap of his toes, his figure shot forward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stood between the two. He swiftly pulled Chui Mingyue aside to shield him from any follow-up attacks by Su Bai. Afterward, the principal focused his energy into his finger, pressing it against Su Bai's fiery fist. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With just a light touch, it was as though he exerted the strength of 1,000 pounds, forcibly suppressing the raging energy of Su Bai's flame fist. The flames rippled outward like waves but were firmly contained at the principal's fingertip, unable to spread further. The principal raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised. This power wasn't difficult for him to handle, not even enough to shake his defenses. Yet the destructive potential far surpassed that of an average newly awakened power user. He felt that if this punch had landed at full force, even those who had barely sensed their unique apertures would struggle to withstand it. This was terrifying. The cultivation of power users is divided into 2 stages, the initial awakening stage, known as the awakening realm, and the phase of sensing powers and forming unique apertures, known as the aperture realm. Typically, there isn't much disparity in strength among power users in the awakening stage. After all, everyone is just starting out, with limited development and use of their abilities. The most significant differences stem from the varying levels of powers, which determine their strength. Additionally, the stronger the power, the the greater the demands on its user. Thus, abilities in the awakening stage tend to be relatively evenly matched. However, at the second stage, the differences become apparent. Due to varying talents, power users awaken different apertures, leading to significant disparities in strength. Lower-level power users begin to fall behind significantly at this stage. No wonder it's an S-grade power. Just awakening it already enables a full-force strike that could defeat most newly sensed aperture power users. Suppressing his inner excitement, the principal withdrew his hand, clasping them behind his back. He said, "That's enough, Subai. Don't cause any fatalities." Principal, Subai also retracted his fist. He felt as though the principal's finger was like an ocean. No matter how fierce the flames, they couldn't break through. So this is the principal? No wonder he's regarded as one of the three great warriors of Yang City. Subai couldn't help but admire him inwardly. The principal looked at Subai silently for a moment, then smiled faintly. Then, he turned to face Chui Mingue, whose face was bruised and swollen. The smile on the principal's face instantly turned icy. "Chui Mingue, you've got some nerve. How dare you attack a classmate? Take him away and call the police." The principal's tone was cold. "I'd like to see how much the Chui family will have to spend to bail out their son this time." Chui Mingue, already trembling from Subai's imposing presence, went completely limp upon hearing the principal's words, collapsing on the ground. Zhang Long glanced at the utterly deflated Chui Mingue, unsure of what to say. If Chui Mingue hadn't acted, he might have been able to use his father's connections to help smooth things over. But now, there was no hope. "Subai. And that guy surnamed Lu. Why do you have to go against me? Just a useless guy." As Chui Mingue was carried away by several teachers, he glared coldly at Subai and Lu Yanla with eyes brimming with murderous intent. Meanwhile, when Chui Mingue missed Lu Yanla, the latter had already slipped into the crowd. Seeing Chui Mingue being taken away, he finally dared to step out from the crowd. He walked up to Subai and punched him hard. "I want to learn that move you just did," he said enviously. "No problem, I believe you can master it too," Subai replied cheerfully, throwing an arm around Lu Yanla's shoulder. "I'm afraid I won't awaken any abilities. If I don't, will you take care of me?" Lu Yanla asked pitifully. "What do I get out of taking care of you? What do you think of me? Get lost," Subai retorted irritably. "Subai, please come with me to the principal's office," the principal called out before the two could continue their banter. Subai and Lu Yanla exchanged a glance. They both understood the principal's intentions. The fact that Subai had awakened a Super S-class ability but lacked spiritual power puzzled the principal and others. "Awaken well. Message me if anything happens," Subai instructed Lu Yanla before following the principal out of the auditorium. Is this what an S-class ability looks like? It scared Chui Mingue so much he didn't dare fight back. Sushin Asterisk is already beyond our league. Shut up. That makes it sound like before awakening his ability, you were on the same level as him. Hey! Who said that? I did. Got a problem? What level of ability did you awaken to dare look down on me? B level. Got an issue with that? In the principal's office, Subai sat upright, his gaze steady as he fearlessly met the principal's eyes. Is there anything you'd like to say? Perhaps a secret to share, the principal asked while pouring tea and pushing a cup toward him. This is tea brewed with spiritual energy-infused De Hong Pao leaves. It can enhance spiritual power, the principal said with a smile. Although it doesn't have much effect on me, the taste is indeed excellent. Principal, I'm just a student. What secrets could I possibly have? Subai replied innocently, taking a sip of the tea. If there's nothing, then let's leave it at that, the principal said, as if he had expected such a response, smiling faintly. How much do you know about the world of ability users? The principal continued. Not much, honestly, Subai admitted. After all, he had just awakened his abilities and hadn't had a chance to delve into these things. Moreover, he was an orphan with a poor background, unlike Chui Mingue, who had access to the ability users' circles. The principal nodded. Do you still remember the preface on the first page of the textbook? I do. Recite it. Although Subai didn't understand the purpose, he complied. Humanity is in a perilous situation. The sea tribes and beasts from the ocean watch us with hostility, the beasts from the great wilderness stir with restlessness, and mysterious forbidden zones devour human territories like cancerous tumors. Fortunately, human ability users have tirelessly resisted, defending their homes and ensuring the survival and continuation of the human race. They are the heroes of humanity. Subai recited the content word for word. Very good. The principal's eyes glimmered, as though deep in thought. He then asked, "What do you think is the key to the achievements of ability users?" "Their powers and unwavering will," Subai answered, feeling slightly tense under the principal's scrutinizing gaze. "Willpower is important, but what is the source of their strength?" The principal leaned forward slightly. "The development, application, and proficiency of their abilities." "Not bad, but you missed a few aspects, such as spiritual energy, vitality, and mental strength." "I didn't think of everything," Subai quickly apologized. The principal waved dismissively. "You've only just awakened. It's natural not to understand everything yet. Do you know how the levels of ability users are classified?" "Not really." Ability users are divided into 11 realms. The first 3 are the human transformation, the next 3 are the earth transformation, and the last 4 are the heaven transformation and divine transformation. What does transformation mean? The gap in power between these stages is like 2 separate worlds, almost insurmountable. I see. Then what about the remaining 1 realm? No one has ever reached it. Those who achieve the heaven and divine transformations are already exceedingly rare. "What realm are you at, Principal?" Subai asked respectfully. The principal smiled and touched his forehead. "You'll find out in the future. Your first challenge now is to sense the mystic apertures. With your talent, it shouldn't be difficult." "Mystic apertures?" Subai silently called out to the system in his mind. "System, do you know the level of mystic apertures?" Ding. Report to the host. The system cannot interfere. Once the host's strength reaches a certain threshold, this information will be disclosed. For now, the system refuses to answer. Ugh. Subai's face twitched slightly. Seeing his strange expression, the principal asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" "No, Principal." Subai forced an awkward smile. "With your talent, you'll soon reach that realm. Then you'll understand why humanity can hold its ground in this dangerous world," the principal said earnestly. Helpless, Subai could only nod. They continued discussing various general knowledge about ability users, and it was a while before their conversation ended. "Tonight, representatives from all the top universities will come to recruit you. Prepare to choose one," the principal said. "Ha?" Subai was stunned. "What did you expect? There are barely any individuals nationwide who awaken S-class abilities. Off you go now," the principal said, waving him off. Feeling bewildered, Subai left the principal's office. As soon as Subai left, a shadow emerged slowly from the corner of the room. "Did you see anything?" The principal remained seated, his eyes gleaming with sharp yellow light. "No issues. He's a legitimate human. I've investigated his background, he's an orphan, so he qualifies," the shadow replied. "Could I have been wrong? Is he really not from the great wilderness?" the principal muttered to himself. It wasn't surprising, after all, someone like Subai, who awakened an S-class ability without having spiritual power, was exceedingly rare. There were only a handful of such cases in the entire Dragon Country. "Alright, if there's no problem, then don't meddle further. In a few years, this boy will become a significant force for humanity. You may leave now." The shadow nodded and disappeared into the corner. In the hallway, Subai rubbed his head and said, "System, open the panel." Ding. Acknowledged, host. Asterisk note, Sushin is a respectful nickname meaning God Su. Host, Subai Physique, 21 mental power, none current realm, early stage of initial awareness spiritual power strength, mid stage of extraordinary aperture status, 100% fire affinity possessions, candle 9 emblem, initial recognition icon of the candle dragon. So, the fact that my current realm and spiritual power strength don't align means my true strength has already reached the mid-stage of extraordinary aperture? Subai analyzed the data. System, why did my physique suddenly increase to 21? Not much time has passed, he asked, staring at the increment from 20 to 21, his face full of confusion. Report to the host, after awakening candle 9, the flames continuously nourish and enhance your physique. This is a normal phenomenon. I see, Subai suddenly understood. As he walked, he soon left the campus and arrived at the school gate. However, news of Subai's awakening of an S-rank ability had already spread, and the school gate was packed with a dense crowd. What's going on? Why is it so lively at the school gate today? Subai was still unaware of why these people had gathered there, significantly underestimating the impact of awakening an S-rank ability. A mature and alluring woman with a curvaceous figure and wavy hair spotted Subai emerging from the campus. She quickly waved at him. Hey, student. Student. What's the matter? Hello, I'm a reporter from Yangcheng TV. Do you know Subai? Ha? Subai raised an eyebrow, not responding, and awkwardly touched his nose. Seeing the female reporter call out to a student, others also hurried over. Student, help me find Subai. You'll be well rewarded. Student, I'm a reporter from the Imperial Capital TV station. Please tell Subai that we're here to interview him. I'm a reporter from Chang'an TV. If you can find Subai for me, I'll do an exclusive interview with you. What's the use of interviewing an ordinary student? What kind of story would you even tell? What's it to you? It's my business. No one would back down, and the arguments quickly escalated. Soon, the scene turned chaotic. What do you all want with him? Subai, feeling a headache coming on, ignored the others and turned to the female reporter from Yangcheng, who was closest to him. What exactly do you want to do? You don't need to know that. Just bring him out, and maybe I'll consider giving you my contact info, the female reporter said with a flirtatious wink. I don't know you. Goodbye, Subai's face darkened. He said this and hurried back toward the school. Don't leave, student. Remember me, I'm from Chang'an. Stop talking, or I'll beat you up. You're asking for it. Back in the day, I chopped my way from the South Bridge to the North Bridge for 3 days and nights without blinking. If you provoke me, I'll make a move. Aren't your eyes dry? Someone in the crowd suddenly asked. 3 days and nights of chopping, and you're asking if my eyes are dry? Back on campus, Subai walked down the hallway, marveling at the immense influence of S-rank abilities. He couldn't help but wonder what the reaction would be once people realized he had far surpassed the S-rank level. Forget it, better not to stir up trouble. He now understood that all those people outside were there for him. By the time Subai returned to the classroom, the awakening ceremony had already ended. His classmates gathered in groups of 3 or 5, animatedly discussing the events of the awakening. The classroom was unusually lively. Some students frowned in frustration, while others beamed with joy. As soon as Subai entered, the noise in the classroom abruptly ceased, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Every pair of eyes turned to him, filled with admiration and envy. Bro, I'm over here, Lu Yanla, who had just been chatting enthusiastically with others, immediately walked over when he saw Subai and pulled him aside. So, did you awaken your ability? Subai asked jokingly. Although he had just returned, the smile on Lu Yanla's face made the answer almost obvious. Thank goodness, I finally awakened. Although it's just a C-rank Earth ability, at least I'm now an ability user and won't have to be sent off to some remote place for business by my dad, Lu Yanla said proudly, patting his chest and letting out a long sigh of relief. In his family, profit was paramount. If a child lacked competitiveness, they would be sent to one of the family's subsidiary industries, ensuring a stable but uninspiring future. Oh? Sounds like not awakening wouldn't have been so bad, Subai said, a little envious. Even without awakening an ability, one could still live quite comfortably. You don't get it. I may be the only son of President Lu and a descendant of the second wealthiest family in Yangcheng, but that's all superficial. Without backing from the main family, we're nothing. So your dad wanted to send you back to the main family? Subai asked curiously. Exactly. Don't be fooled by my carefree demeanor, the pressure is immense. If I hadn't awakened this time, my dad would have abandoned the business. Here, taken me back to the main family, and arranged a marriage with the daughter of some ordinary family. That would have been the end of my life. How is that the end? You'd still have a beautiful wife and family fortune. I'd have given up struggling long ago. Stop making jokes. At least now that I've awakened, I can control my own life, Lu Yanla retorted, rolling his eyes. But you pulled off something big. I heard you're a mental powerless individual. I thought you had no chance, Lu Yanla said. But you actually awakened an S-rank ability. This is the first time in the history of Long Country. Do you realize? Tell me, are you some kind of monster beyond human comprehension? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. If I were a monster, you'd be the first one I'd eat, Subai replied grumpily. Still, Lu Yanla's words reminded him, this was truly extraordinary. As a mental powerless individual, he had awakened an S-rank ability, a rarity of the highest degree. Even the principal had been shocked, and even Lu Yanla, who knew him best, had jokingly called him a monster. Clearly, he would need to keep the secrets of his system and ability awakening tightly guarded in the future. Enough about that. Now that the awakening ceremonies across Long Country are over, the total number of awakened individuals has been compiled. Do you know how many people in all of Long Country awakened S-rank abilities this year? Lu Yanla continued. I didn't check the news earlier, so I'm not sure. Subai squinted his eyes, showing interest in these top-tier ability users. There are 4 awakened S-class ability users across Longwa. Including you, that makes 5. Lu Yanla exclaimed excitedly, pulling out his phone and opening a live newsfeed before handing it to Subai. Subai took the phone and began scrolling. At the Imperial Capital First High School, a student has awakened the S-class ability Genjin Radiant Dragon, known as one of the strongest offensive abilities in history. At the Imperial Capital First High School, another student has awakened the S-class ability Oracle of Dreams, capable of instantly putting half the students present into a dream state. At Huqing First High School, a student has awakened. At Jinling First High School, a student has awakened. As Subai read through the screen, he couldn't help but feel astonished. The Imperial Capital had produced not 1, but 2 S-class ability users. He continued scrolling until he finally saw his own name. At Yangcheng First High School, a student has awakened the S-class ability Zhu Jiuyin. Lu Yanla leaned in, pointing at the screen. Look, the last one is you. You're famous now. Subai returned the phone to Lu Yanla with a shrug. I don't care about that. You might not care, but I do. My best buddy is one of this year's 5 S-class ability users in Longwa. Just imagine how impressive that sounds. Excitedly, Lu Yanla snatched back his phone but didn't put it away. Instead, he threw his arm around Subai's neck. Come on, genius, let's take some selfies together. Lu Yanla snapped a few photos with Subai, who wore a helpless expression, before finally letting him go. Now that we're on break, what are your plans? The purpose of the awakening ceremony was to distinguish ability users from ordinary people. After the ceremony, awakened students were excused from the cultural exams and given an early break. They would wait until September to undergo assessments. The break was the best time for them to familiarize themselves with and master their newfound abilities. The September assessments would rank ability users based on their proficiency and combat power, determining which martial schools they could enroll in. Unlike failing cultural exams, even the lowest-ranked ability user in the assessments could still find many martial schools willing to accept them. In the worst-case scenario, they could become bodyguards for the wealthy or adventure hunters. Meanwhile, students without awakened abilities had to continue preparing for the June college entrance exams. The 2 groups were completely separated. I'm planning to go back to the main family estate with my dad. There are powerful ability users there who can help me train and improve my skills. I want to aim for a good ranking in September, Lu Yanla said. What about you? You know my family isn't well off. I plan to join an expedition team for the next 3 months to train myself and earn some money for living expenses, Subai answered honestly. An S-class ability user like you, worrying about money? Soon enough, people will be throwing it at you, Lu Yanla teased. It's more reliable to rely on myself, Subai said with a brief nod, not elaborating further. All right, then. See you in 3 months, Lu Yanla said, glancing at his phone. My dad's urging me to leave tonight. So soon? Subai felt a sudden pang of reluctance. Though it was only 3 months, the thought of parting left a bitter taste. Yeah. But before I go, I have to warn you about something. Lu Yanla's expression turned serious, and his eyes filled with concern. What's so important? Subai, sensing the shift in tone, grew serious as well. I know you need to stay here to meet the leaders of those martial schools. But after you've met them, leave Yangcheng as soon as possible. Any dojo will let you register for the assessments. I know my dad. He's very wary of that old fox Cui Qian. If it weren't serious, he wouldn't be this anxious. Now that something's happened, Cui Qian might not dare target me, but you're a different story. You just awakened. An S-class ability, and you could become his future rival. What do you think that cunning old man would do? Lu Yanla's gaze locked onto Su Bai, his tone filled with worry. I understand. Thanks, fatty, Su Bai said, his expression somber. The surrounding noise seemed to fade as he fell into deep thought. After helping Lu Yanla pack his things and watching his figure gradually disappear into the distance, Su Bai couldn't help but feel restless. Before he could dwell on his thoughts for long, he was summoned to the principal's office. The leaders of the martial schools had already arrived, even earlier than the principal had anticipated. After hearing Lu Yanla's warning, Su Bai had already made up his mind to leave Yangcheng. Cui Qian was someone he had heard about since childhood. The man controlled 2/3 of the city's economic lifeline and was a powerful businessman. As a newly awakened ability user, Su Bai was no match for Cui Qian. If Cui Qian decided to act against him, there would be no way to resist. The human heart is truly terrifying. Though others saw him as a genius who had awakened an S-class ability, how many of such individuals truly survived to grow stronger? How many people would protect him? And how many would seek justice for a fallen genius? In the principal's office, 4 or 5 elderly men were seated on the sofa, awaiting their esteemed guests. The principal poured each of them a cup of rare Huaning tea, a brew known to calm the mind and soothe the spirit. It was something that couldn't be purchased on the market. Well, you stingy old man, you're actually willing to serve us Huaning tea. Quite the rare occasion, one of the bald elders joked. Despite being over 50, his eyes brimmed with vitality. He was Yen Wu, also known as Elder Yen, the head of Wuda Martial School, and he clearly had a long-standing relationship with the principal. You old fool, I'm practically bleeding from the heart serving this tea. You'd better appreciate it, the principal retorted, raising an eyebrow as his beard flared like bird wings. What's the big deal? It's just Huaning tea. Come to my place someday, I'll make sure you drink to your heart's content. Wait, this feels strange. Elder Yen paused mid-sentence. After taking a sip of the tea, he suddenly felt a warm current spread through his entire body. This Huaning tea actually works on me? Could it be? His eyes widened in surprise as he adjusted to the warmth within. The others, noticing his odd expression, also took sips and soon felt the same rising warmth. This level of Huaning tea must have cost a fortune. Looks like the old guy really went all out, they all thought to themselves. You think I'd skimp on my old friends? The principal grinned smugly. Skimp on us? You? The leaders exchanged glances, unable to help reminiscing about their days fighting side by side. Don't just sit there reminiscing. You still owe me that holy radiant grass, one of them grumbled. And you, let's not forget back in the day, I still have your nude photos. I take them out to enjoy whenever I get bored, the principal said with a straight face, stroking his chin nostalgically. You old rascal. That was a helpless act when I got lost on the battlefield back then. The man in charge, with a full head of white hair and a scar on his face, appeared kind-hearted despite his tall and burly stature, which made him seem rather simple-minded. So you undressed just because I told you to? I have a black mole on my butt. You forced me to strip to prove my identity back then, and now you're blaming me? Actually, I have a question. He's indeed from your team, but how did he know about the mole in that area? The head of Long University suddenly chimed in, drawing everyone's attention to the old headmaster and Elder Yen. The headmaster chuckled shamelessly, clearly unfazed by the curious stares. Elder Yan's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Enough. I'm not as open as you're imagining. Stop focusing on me, Elder Yen thought helplessly, feeling that the old headmaster had such thick skin that he'd better keep his distance in the future. Alright, let's get down to business. How's the student from your school who awakened an S-rank ability? The headmaster of Long University set his teacup down and asked with a smile. Not bad. Hey, old man, hand him over to our Wuda University for training. With his talent, we guarantee he'll reach the 4th realm within a year, Elder Yen said solemnly, his tone serious as he made the promise. I heard he awakened a fire-based ability. Our Ku University has the largest number of fire ability students and teachers in the nation. We are the best fit for him, the representative from Ku University stated proudly. Our Tian University. Our In University. The representatives from several universities began listing their respective advantages, all eager to recruit Subai. After all, a student who awakened in S-rank ability was a treasure every school would vie for. Such students were almost guaranteed to reach the 3rd or 4th realm and even had a chance to break through to the 5th or 6th. The 7th realm was a far higher level, where talent alone wasn't enough, but no S-rank ability user would remain at the beginner stages. Who wouldn't want to recruit such a genius? None of this is up to me to decide, it depends on the student's own will, the headmaster said with a smile. Seeing his students so highly valued, he felt pleased but knew the final decision lay with Subai. I've already called Subai over. Which martial school he chooses will depend on your capabilities, the headmaster said as he sat back, leisurely stroking the sofa, letting the others argue. Just as the debate grew more heated, a knock came at the door, and the office fell silent in an instant. You old coot, this is going too far, you've set up such a high-level formation that I can't even sense what's outside, someone muttered while adjusting their clothes. The group then sat back in their seats, their faces returning to kindly expressions. Come in, the headmaster called out. Subai pushed the door open and stepped in, only to see a group of elderly men and women sitting there, exuding an air of hidden mastery, their faces benevolent. He felt awkward, thinking to himself how the earlier sounds of heated arguments completely clashed with the serene scene before him. Subai, these are the representatives of the top martial schools in Dragon Country. You've awakened in S-rank ability, and they're all here to recruit you, the headmaster said. Student feels overwhelmed, Subai responded calmly, lowering his head as he surveyed the room. Don't be nervous. Do you currently have a preferred school? Not at the moment, Subai replied. Subai, would you consider coming to Ku University? We possess the nation's unique Yuanlian Spirit Spring, which can help you rapidly enhance your spiritual energy, the elder from Ku University quickly interjected upon hearing Subai had no preference. While it's true we at Wuda don't have the Yuanlian Spirit Spring, we are the only university in Dragon Country with access to the desolate battlefield. Other schools must go through strict approvals from us to use it for combat training. It's an extremely rare opportunity, the Wuda University representative stroked his beard with confidence. Subai, come to Lawon University. You've probably seen in the news that several students here have awakened S-rank abilities. In fact, 2 new S-rank ability freshmen have already committed to joining us. Don't you want to compete with them to see who's stronger? The Lawon University representative dismissed the envious glares of others. Lawon University was the most prestigious school in the nation, unparalleled in reputation and faculty. Besides, with 2 new S-rank students already on board, he didn't believe that a young man like Subai wouldn't feel the urge to compete. Everyone, I haven't yet decided which school to attend. I'd like to wait until the assessments to decide, Subai said somewhat shyly. The room immediately grew lively again, with the elders looking puzzled. One headmaster couldn't help but ask, Subai, with your talent, you don't need to take any assessments. Even if you rank last, schools will still fight to have you with your S-rank ability. Another elder chimed in, for talents like you, the assessments are just a formality. Subai responded firmly, everyone, I have my own plans. To become strong, one must hone oneself through battle. I want to earn my place in my ideal school through my own strength. In truth, Subai had other thoughts. As someone with a system, he'd already consulted it about entering a martial school on his way there. After all, he wasn't an ordinary student but a socially experienced individual. The typical campus life wouldn't offer him much help, he needed real combat and growth opportunities instead. Moreover, as a fire ability user, he had nearly 100% control over flames, meaning he had already mastered the full potential of his ability. This made him theoretically a seasoned expert, even though his spiritual energy hadn't reached the highest level. Compared to newly awakened ability users, his strength was overwhelmingly superior, like a dimensional gap. Most schools only taught students how to master their abilities, the rest was left to the students themselves. Progressing beyond the human realm of cultivation required individual comprehension. By the time he needed guidance, he would already be in the human transformation realm, well beyond the graduation standard of martial schools. In other words, during his time at a martial school, no one could really teach him unless a master took him as a disciple. But with his personality and the aid of the system, how could he possibly accept being under someone else's tutelage? The elders were left speechless by Su Bai's righteous declaration, shaking their heads helplessly. However, some of them couldn't help but admire him, their eyes lighting up with approval. Good, ambitious. Young people should have aspirations, like eagles soaring high into the sky. Despite being turned down, the headmaster wasn't upset. After all, Su Bai's response was more of a temporary deferral than an outright rejection. For now, the headmaster could take the opportunity to extort a few favors from his old rivals to compensate for his lost tea leaves. Seeing Su Bai's decision, the other representatives had no reason to linger and began bidding their farewells. Only the principal and Su Bai remained in the office. The principal waved his hand. Tell me about your plans. Why did you give up this opportunity? You know that being personally invited and being admitted through an exam are treated very differently. I understand, Su Bai replied. Then why? I want to get in based on my own abilities. The principal was silent for a moment, gazing out of the window before speaking slowly. If that's the case, you've rejected invitations from major universities. I can't guarantee your safety anymore. Principal, are you referring to the Chui family? Other than the Chui family, who else do you have any enmity with? That Chui boy is narrow-minded and vengeful, he'll definitely come after you. I advise you to leave Young City as soon as possible. The principal's gaze remained fixed on the view outside, his tone heavy. The Chui boy suffered a significant loss, and news of it must have reached Chui Qian. Although Chui Qian is a petty man, he won't let someone with talent and a grudge against his son remain unharmed. The principal turned his head, his sharp eyes piercing into Su Bai like arrows. Su Bai's heart tightened. Could the principal also be powerless to help him? Although he had already considered leaving after listening to Lu Yanla, he hadn't felt such urgency until now. But now, hearing this from the principal, he finally woke up to reality. This wasn't his previous life. In this world, strength was everything. The laws of his past life only restrained ordinary people, but here, things were far more ruthless. His heart clenched as though cold, invisible eyes were piercing through the building, staring directly at him. I'm the principal, and I have to be responsible for the school. Chui Qian is no ordinary businessman. However, don't worry, he's currently out of town and won't be back for a while. The principal noticed Su Bai's worry and reassured him. Thank you, principal. Su Bai exhaled deeply, his anxiety slightly eased. But a new uneasiness crept in. No. He couldn't leave his life to others or rely on luck. He had already decided he would leave Yang City immediately after returning home. Fortunately, he was an orphan with no family or property in this city. His tuition was entirely covered by his first-place scholarship in cultural studies. Su Bai had no mind to chat further with the principal. With his thoughts weighing heavily on him, he took his leave. Walking through the campus, he ignored the reporters outside. Unlike other ability user students who left through the main gate, Su Bai avoided it. Everyone knew who he was. Disguising himself would be pointless. If recognized, he would be surrounded by reporters, making it hard to escape. In the end, he left the school by climbing over a wall in a secluded corner of the campus. Once outside, his first task was to purchase a train ticket. The fare was expensive, and he could only afford a ticket to a province 2 regions away. In this world, long-distance transportation was particularly costly because high-speed railways and roads passed through areas inhabited by beasts, while humans regularly cleared these regions, and powerful beasts were rare. The beasts reproduced rapidly. As the saying goes, wildfires can't destroy them, they grow back again in the spring breeze. Keeping transportation routes open required periodic clearings of these weaker beasts, consuming significant manpower and resources. This made long-distance travel expensive. Air travel, of course, was outrageously priced. Although there were no beasts in the skies above human cities and territories, that was due to frequent exterminations and the protection of city defense formations. Su Bai purchased a train ticket to Shijiang, planning to depart that very night. What he needed most was to join a hunter team. Upon reaching Shijiang, This would allow him to sustain himself while also investigating his Yi Qiao ability apertures. Yi Qiao were crucial for ability users, they served as the storage for spirit energy. Low-level ability users were most concerned about awakening their abilities and sensing the size of their Yi Qiao. The size and number of Yi Qiao determined an ability user's future potential. During his journey, Su Bai used the information provided by the system and books to learn about the classifications of Yi Qiao. They were divided into Shao Qi Qiao, small pool aperture, Zhongjiang Qiao, middle river aperture, Dekong Qiao, big sky aperture, Yuxing Qiao, moonstar aperture, and the highest level, Yaori Qiao, radiant sun aperture. There were 3 Yi Qiao in total, located in the head, chest, and abdomen. Ordinary people could sense only 1 Yi Qiao. Exceptionally talented individuals could sense 2, while geniuses among geniuses could sense all 3. Su Bai knew that if he had the chance, he must strive to sense the maximum number and highest quality of Yi Qiao. Otherwise, he would fall behind others and be left further and further behind. Even so, Su Bai felt uncertain. After all, his Zhu Jiuyin, Candle Dragon, ability was granted by the system. And he himself lacked spiritual power. In other words, he wasn't qualified to awaken any abilities on his own. This made him question whether he could cultivate something that required innate talent. System, what's the probability of me sensing a high-level Yi Qiao? Su Bai asked in his mind. Host, with your current talent, not to mention sensing high-level Yi Qiao, even sensing a low-level Shao Qi Qiao has a very low probability. But don't worry. The system can help you resolve this issue. Host, would you like to activate the beginner reward mode? Activate it. Su Bai sighed in resignation. This system was even lazier than him. Other than helping him awaken Zhu Jiuyin and access the status panel, it barely did anything. It even had hidden functions it hadn't mentioned before. Understood. Beginner reward mode has been activated. A growth route is now tailored to the host's current situation. It even has this feature? Not bad. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, nodding in satisfaction. Current task, slay 10 jungle rabbits to obtain 1 Shao Qi Qiao fragment. Slay 100 jungle rabbits to earn 1 Zhongjiang Qiao fragment or 10 Shao Qi Qiao fragments. Slay 1000 jungle rabbits to earn 1 Dekong Qiao fragment, or 10 Zhongjiang Qiao fragments, or 100 Shao Qi Qiao fragments. Slay 10,000 jungle rabbits to earn 1 Yuxing Qiao fragment, 10 Dekong Qiao fragments, 100 Zhongjiang Qiao fragments, or 1000 Shao Qi Qiao fragments. Slay 10,000 jungle rabbits for 1 Yuxing Qiao fragment? System, how many fragments are generally needed to successfully sense a Yi Qiao? Host, with just 1 fragment, you'll have a chance to sense a Yi Qiao. However, the more fragments you have, the higher the success rate. The system recommends collecting as many fragments as possible to awaken your Yi Qiao. The system's voice echoed in Su Bai's mind, causing him to frown. It still comes down to talent. It seems like having no talent makes everything an uphill battle, Su Bai said with a bitter smile. But another issue quickly came to his mind. System, what if there aren't enough jungle rabbits? No need to worry, host. Jungle rabbits are merely a unit of measurement. Slaying other beasts will also count toward the tally. Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. According to the system, he didn't necessarily have to kill so many jungle rabbits. Completing the task could be as simple as hunting down a few stronger beasts. However, due to his lack of combat experience, it was more practical to start with weaker beasts to hone his skills. Night had fallen. The stars glittered brilliantly in the cold, crisp air. Su Bai boarded the train. As he gazed at the vast expanse of stars, a shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected that offending Cui Mingue would force him to leave his home. It was most likely because he had already displayed his talent and awakened an S-rank ability. Cui Qian might tolerate a rabbit hopping around in front of his son, but he would never allow a tiger cub, one that might grow into a fierce tiger, to harbor resentment against him. Yanchang, Cui Mingue, I will return one day. The night was cold and damp. The bright moon hung high, occasionally obscured by shadows that soon disappeared. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Su Bai disembarked from the train. Shijiang was located in central Longhua, connecting to the Yangtze River. It was a critical hub for transportation and economy, marked by its prosperity and fortified city defenses. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, the region boasted rolling hills and an abundance of exotic beasts. Among its territories was the Forbidden Zone for humans, Huanglong Forbidden Zone. The Huanglong Forbidden Zone was teeming with exotic beasts, as numerous as fish in a river. Even in its outermost areas, there were powerful beasts nearing the earth-turning realm. Though rare, their presence underscored the terrifying nature of the zone. Legends told of a human powerhouse at the heaven-turning realm who once attempted to breach the zone. Yet, before even reaching its core, they were crushed to death by a massive claw emerging from its depths. Eventually, an unknown human elite intervened, forging a pact with the entities within the zone, thus ending the conflict. From then on, humans refrained from entering the Forbidden Zone, and the beasts within did not invade human cities. The elite's body was torn apart and scattered across the land, their blood nourishing the mountains and rivers, forming what is now the Scarlet Forest. Su Bai's destination was the outskirts of this Scarlet Forest. In Shijiang, the beast zones were divided into the outer ordinary regions and the Scarlet Forest. Beyond them lay the Huanglong Ancient Forest and the core Huanglong Forbidden Zone. Though the Scarlet Forest carried such ominous legends, its proximity to the city ensured that the beast levels were generally controlled, not exceeding the human-turning realm. As such, it became an important area for local hunters and adventurers to hunt beasts and gather materials. The likelihood of Su Bai encountering danger here was low. At worst, he could retreat to the city. After switching trains several times, he finally arrived at the city's edge, where the entrance to the primeval forest stood. Where there are people, there are towns, and here was a medium-sized settlement. This town primarily served the ability users entering or exiting the forest, offering trade and rest services. Such places were typically protected by arrays, making it difficult for ordinary beasts to breach their defenses. Unless a large-scale beast tide occurred, the town's security was assured. After a simple disguise, Su Bai stepped into an imposing building. This was the Hunters Guild, responsible for missions, resources, and intelligence exchanges. Unfamiliar with the area, Su Bai naturally came here to gather information. The reason for his disguise was simple: he was young and alone. Ability users could not awaken their powers until they were 18, and newly awakened users rarely ventured into places like this alone. Newcomers lacked experience, and surviving in the wild was incredibly challenging, let alone entering a dangerous zone. Those with wealth and connections would typically have experienced mentors guiding them to understand their abilities, imparting knowledge, and increasing their chances of sensing higher-level apertures. Ordinary people, on the other hand, had to rely on themselves to practice and utilize their abilities. The most effective method was to join a team of hunters, spending money to hire a few seasoned veterans to accompany them into dangerous areas to fight beasts and enhance their skills through real combat. Thus, young and solitary ability users were extremely rare. Moreover, newly awakened ability users faced another path, honing their abilities in the dueling arenas established by Longhua. However, this option was exceedingly difficult and fraught with high risks. Each year, nearly one-fifth of newly awakened ability users perished within the 3 months leading up to the examination, with an alarmingly high elimination rate. As ability users, they had to contend with both societal hardships and the perils of the wild immediately after awakening, which was one of the reasons their status was higher than ordinary people. The guild hall buzzed with the chatter and laughter of hunters. "I heard your White Wolf squad just took down a platinum wind tiger the other day. Must have been a pretty good haul, huh? Don't even mention it. That beast injured 2 of our members. They'll need at least a week of rest before we can take on another mission. By the time you factor in the costs, we didn't make much of a profit. Did you hear? There've been sightings of a bloodthirsty demon wolf in the Huanglong Ancient Forest. Several hunting teams have already set out to capture it." A middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol, took a swig from his flask and hiccuped. "Old man, you're behind the times. I heard that bloodthirsty demon wolf escaped the hunters and gave them a hard time. No one knows where it's gone now." "Seriously? That's no joke. A bloodthirsty demon wolf is as powerful as a Wanderer Realm ability user. If it shows up near the forest edge, we're in for trouble." For hunters who had just reached the peak of the initial awakening realm or barely entered the aperture realm, a Wanderer Realm bloodthirsty demon wolf was an almost unbeatable foe. Exactly. So, it's best not to stray too far from the guild these days, let alone head into the forest to hunt beasts, one team member sighed. The group of hunters enthusiastically exchanged information. In a corner of the hall, a young man, around 23 or 24, sat at a table, listening intently and occasionally nodding. That man was Subai in disguise. Bloodthirsty demon wolf. Could it really have Wanderer realm strength? Subai murmured to himself. The Wanderer realm was still far beyond his reach. At that level, the apertures within the body burned like blazing furnaces, forming pulse gates. When activated, the combat power and stamina of a Wanderer realm ability user surpassed those in the initial Awakening realm by more than double. With his current strength and the boost from his S-rank ability, he was merely at the second realm, the Aperture realm, capable of sensing apertures. Against a Wanderer realm opponent, he stood no chance. It seems I'll need to be even more cautious, he thought, temporarily shelving his plan to venture into the Scarlet Forest. He decided to delay the trip for now, opting for a more methodical approach. With the system in place, he could achieve his goals even by hunting jungle rabbits. There was no need to endanger himself by challenging formidable foes. Having figured this out, he rose and walked to the front desk of the hall, accepting a low-level mission: collect 100 spirit cores from initial Awakening realm beasts. He abandoned the idea of joining a hunter squad. With the bloodthirsty demon wolf's appearance, hunting teams were taking fewer missions, which didn't align with his plans. Thus, he resolved to act alone. Taking on the task, he frowned slightly. For him, killing 100 early Awakening realm beasts wasn't difficult. Forest rabbits were the lowest level. Beasts in the Awakening realm, even ordinary people could catch them with traps. However, what gave him a headache was that the 100 spirit cores took up too much space. Even with the largest backpack, he would have to make 2 trips to carry them. Low-level ability users couldn't afford storage rings or tools, so they were forced to use the highly inefficient specialized backpacks. There was no way around it. He could only accept it reluctantly. When Subai accepted the task, no one paid attention. After all, people came to the guild hall every day to take on such tasks. Leaving the building, he purchased a specialized backpack and headed toward the forest. A regular forest, by the river. A forest rabbit cautiously looked around. After ensuring it was safe, it slowly approached the tender grass by the riverbank and began to eat. Suddenly, a fireball flew out from behind a large rock by the river, striking the rabbit as it fed. The forest rabbit let out a miserable cry before collapsing, lifeless. Emerging from behind the rock, Subai held a dagger and extracted the spirit core from the dead rabbit. Not bad. With a fire affinity of 100%, controlling my ability becomes so much easier. So far, I've collected over 70 spirit cores. Just a few more hours, and I can finish this task. Earlier, he had returned to the guild and handed in over 50 spirit cores. Since the backpack's capacity was limited, he could only make 2 deliveries. Subai was quite pleased at heart. Improving his fire affinity felt like adding an extra edge. If others started from scratch when controlling abilities, he felt like someone recovering from an injury, progressing rapidly. In just a day or two, he believed that with his proficiency, he could rival ability users in the Awakening Aperture realm, even if his spiritual power hadn't yet reached that level. System, open the panel. Acknowledged, host. Opening panel now. Host, Subai. Age, 18. Physique, 25. Spiritual power, none. Current realm, mid-awakening realm. Spiritual energy intensity, late awakening aperture realm. Status, fire affinity 100%. Possessions, Candle 9 emblem, preliminary recognition of the candle dragon icon. 7 minor pool aperture fragments. Excellent, my physique has improved by 4 points, and my realm has surprisingly advanced to the mid-stage through constant practice. He was very satisfied with his progress, and the advancement in his realm was an unexpected surprise. He speculated that fragments of spiritual energy from when he awakened his ability still lingered within him and were gradually integrating as he continued using his powers. 7 minor pool aperture fragments? Subai calculated in his mind. At this rate, he could reach 10 fragments tonight and perhaps even synthesize a central river aperture fragment. However, to obtain fragments of the Moonstar aperture and the Radiant Sun aperture, he had no idea how long it would take. The efficiency was simply too low. He couldn't keep hunting forest rabbits forever, he needed to challenge stronger beasts. Depending on forest rabbits for progress was far too slow. While he was deep in thought, a rustling sound came from the distant grass, interrupting his train of thought. That doesn't sound like a forest rabbit, he thought to himself. Suddenly, every hair on his body stood on end, and an intense chill spread across him. Swish! Before the sound fully registered, he instinctively dove to the ground. A shadow, like a grass rope, shot out from the bushes like a spring. Fortunately, Subai reacted quickly and dove in time, narrowly avoiding the shadow that grazed past him. Taking a deep breath, he got up and turned to look. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. A green leaf snake! Subai exclaimed. Before him was a half-meter-long snake with a body as wide as 3 fingers and a pale green hue. It slithered toward him menacingly. Its green body resembled a leaf, and when attacking, it coiled and folded itself, springing out at unsuspecting prey like a taut spring. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have been ambushed. The greenleaf snake was typically in the awakening realm but classified as one of the stronger beasts in that category. Its venom was extremely dangerous to other awakening realm beasts, and in some cases, it could even incapacitate those in the awakening aperture realm. This snake is clearly in the awakening realm, perfect for some practice. Subai quickly stood up, focusing all his attention on the advancing greenleaf snake. Channeling his inner ability, a searing flame rose from his palm, quickly spreading to cover his entire hand. Fire, ignite! With a furious shout, a streak of flame shot out from his palm, heading straight for the greenleaf snake. But the snake twisted its body deftly, narrowly dodging the attack. It dodged, Subai murmured. He wasn't surprised that the greenleaf snake avoided his attack. Compared to forest rabbits, the snake was much more agile, a standard attack would rarely hit its mark. He quickly devised a solution in his mind. Stepping back, he created some distance and gathered a ball of flame in his hands. If a direct flame beam could be dodged, then he would opt for an area attack. In his hand, he formed a fireball charged with explosive power. This was the fire of the candle 9, of exceptional quality. Moreover, hidden within the fireball was an intense surge of energy. If he could maintain control, the fireball could become a fiery bomb. However, using this method would consume far more spiritual energy than a regular fireball. Explode! Subai launched the fireball. The greenleaf snake's emerald eyes gleamed as it leapt, preparing to twist and evade once again. Just as the snake was about to repeat its old trick, Subai suddenly detonated the fireball. Boom! With a deafening roar, the fireball exploded. The greenleaf snake, unable to react in time, was scorched black, its body torn into 2 halves. It fell lifelessly to the ground. On the ground, a hand-sized crater remained, smoldering with smoke and embers. This candle 9 fire is truly formidable. Such power, just one explosive fireball easily dealt with a greenleaf snake. That even awakening aperture realm experts would struggle with. Subai observed the aftermath with immense satisfaction. Congratulations to the host for slaying the greenleaf snake. Reward, 1 Central River Aperture Fragment. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. As expected, the rewards for higher-level beasts were far more generous than those for lower-level ones. The reward for 1 greenleaf snake equaled that of 10 forest rabbits. This single moment of harvest was equivalent to half an hour of his prior efforts. Subai sighed in admiration, then used his dagger to pry out the greenleaf snake's spirit core, placing it into his backpack. He also stomped out the remaining embers on the ground. It was getting late, he needed to complete his task quickly. Although 1 greenleaf snake was worth 10 forest rabbits, the task required collecting 100 spirit cores from awakening realm beasts. Quantity mattered, not quality. Furthermore, the forest became far more dangerous at night, and he had no intention of spending the night outdoors. After another 1 or 2 hours, just as the sun was about to set, Subai finally completed his task of collecting 100 spirit cores. Packing the cores into his backpack, he left the forest. Experienced hunters all know that if they can avoid spending the night in the wild, they absolutely should. Even within the guild's protected zones. Safety is not guaranteed. Once, a group of powerful ability users, believing themselves invincible, decided to camp outside the guild's protection. They drank themselves into a stupor. By all accounts, their strength should have been enough to sense their surroundings and wake up if needed, even while drunk. But that night, they didn't wake. They were attacked by a wind devourer wolf king of the sixth realm and a large pack of wind wolves. The next day, when people went to search for them, all that remained were corpses and bloodstains. Of course, this was merely a rumor Subai had overheard in the guild hall, and he didn't take it seriously. Upon returning to the town, he headed back to the Hunters Guild. After handing in 100 spirit cores, he received his reward and rented a small house in the guild's safe zone. Though modest in size, it was sufficient for his needs. Night fell, and the sun dipped below the horizon as the sky darkened. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the calls of wild beasts breaking the silence. In the dark forest, the howls of wolves and roars of creatures echoed intermittently. Subai stood by the window, listening to the sounds and feeling grateful that he wasn't spending the night outside. My strength isn't enough. I need to sense my hidden aperture as soon as possible, he thought. Strength was the foundation of everything. Returning to his bed, he regulated his breathing, calmed his emotions, and sat cross-legged to prepare for his first attempt at sensing his aperture. Following the method taught in class, he cleared his mind and imagined an aperture within his body that could absorb spirit energy from the outside world. He raised his brow slightly. After several attempts, he still failed. The closest he got was a faint tremor in his chest, but it quickly disappeared. Failed to sense the aperture. He wasn't surprised. Subai hadn't used the aperture fragments provided by the system. He wanted to see if he could sense it on his own. However, the difficulty was evidently too great. Keep going, he muttered, unwilling to give up, and repeated his attempts. Outskirts of the Yellow Dragon Ancient Forest. A group of hunters camped around a few large trees to rest. Fatty, don't start a fire. This area hasn't been very safe recently, the leader, a middle-aged man, cautioned a chubby hunter who was about to light one. Boss, we're all seasoned hunters. A little fire won't hurt, right? Fatty replied indignantly, holding his cold, dry ration. Fatty, stop making trouble. Listen to the boss, another brawny man said coldly, gnawing on his dry food. Fine, Fatty gave in reluctantly and began munching on the hard ration. The brawny man turned to the middle-aged leader. Boss, that bloodthirsty demon wolf escaped. What's our next move? Don't worry. It was hit by my ancient patterned gold needle. It's gravely injured and won't get far, the leader replied, his eyes flashing with cold determination, clearly displeased that the wolf had gotten away. Tomorrow morning, we'll search along the forest's edge. It won't escape my grasp, he added confidently. A sharp yellow light appeared in his hand, and the cutting edge of the gold element energy was awe-inspiring. The boss has improved his skills again, the brawny man thought to himself, secretly impressed. For tonight, let's rest. One person will keep watch while the rest sleep on the tree branches, the leader instructed. The next morning, as the sun rose and the sky was painted with golden hues, Subai stepped out of his little house and stretched. Still didn't succeed, huh? He chuckled bitterly, having failed to sense his aperture throughout the night. Forget it. The road ahead is long. Today, I'll continue hunting beasts and try to gather more high-grade aperture fragments. Given his talent, it was impossible for him to succeed with just 1 or 2 fragments. He could only keep accumulating them to increase his chances. He headed to the guild hall, took on several tasks, and even picked up all the missions meant for the beginner realm. The staff members, though surprised, didn't comment. However, the hunters drinking outside the hall eyed him strangely. Kid, you think you can complete that many tasks? One hunter jeered. You've taken all the low-level missions. What are we supposed to do? You'll have to compensate us for our losses, an older hunter chimed in, moving closer, his expression sinister. The group slowly surrounded Subai, seeing that he was alone and assuming he was an easy target. Not interested, Subai said curtly, brushing past them as if they didn't exist. In this dangerous world of abilities, there was no shortage of scoundrels. These veteran hunters were lazy and incompetent, bullying newcomers to survive. Most new hunters, wanting to avoid trouble, wouldn't dare provoke them. But Subai was different. Having scraped by at the bottom of society in his past life, he was no stranger to such tactics. Though a newcomer, he could see through their intentions at a glance. Standing tall, Subai walked straight through the group without looking back and headed toward the ordinary hunting zone outside the town, treating them as if they were invisible. Captain, that kid clearly looks down on us. Should we teach him a lesson? A wiry hunter with monkey-like features asked, his eyes gleaming coldly as he fumed over Subai's indifference. Humph, newbies always think they're invincible. When he gets back, we'll give him a proper lesson. If he still doesn't learn, we won't go easy on him, their leader said, his gaze dark and fixed on Subai's retreating figure. How could they tell Subai was a newcomer? Experienced hunters usually drank a few glasses of Firebird wine, bragged, and familiarized themselves with the guild's unwritten rules. Someone like Subai, who neither drank nor bragged and only focused on taking missions, was either an expert or a rookie. And no expert would bother taking beginner-level missions. Little punk, daring to look down on Grandpa Ku. If you don't hand over half your spoils by this afternoon, I'll change my last name. The leader, Grandpa Ku, muttered as he downed his Firebird wine in one gulp. Then he leaned back, feigning a nap with a smug grin. Compared to exhausting themselves with missions, lounging in the guild while drinking and extorting benefits from rookies was far more enjoyable. Ordinary zone, near the blood-red forest. Subai's expression was serious as he tracked an injured beast. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. I can't go any further. Beyond this point is the blood-red forest, he muttered, frowning as the trail of his prey crossed the boundary. This fanged beast. I've been chasing it for so long. I can't give up so easily. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed and stepped into the blood-red forest. Compared to yesterday, his skills had become much more refined. In just 1 or 2 hours, he had already collected 4 mid-grade aperture fragments. This was largely because he had stopped hunting weaker creatures like jungle rabbits and had started targeting stronger beasts. The fanged beast that had fled into the blood-red forest was his current target. Fanged beasts were at the peak of the beginner realm in terms of combat power. When enraged, even an ordinary beginner-level ability user would have to steer clear. The strength of a tusked beast could hardly be compared to that of countless jungle rabbits. If he could slay this creature, he was bound to obtain a high-level aperture shard. Without hesitation, he charged into the blood-stained forest, vowing not to let this beast escape. Following the traces left by the tusked beast, Subai soon caught up with it. He hid in the grass, observing quietly. His gaze locked on the target, a wild boar the size of a yellow ox resting in front of a small cave. The tusks of this beast were half a meter long, silver and sharp, capable of easily piercing through foes. Yet, there was a bloodied wound less than an inch wide on its back, from which fresh blood streamed continuously. Its legs were covered in scars, and much of its bristles had been singed. All of this was Subai's doing. The tusked beast had formidable defenses. After enduring several of his attacks, it barely managed to escape. Squinting slightly, Subai could clearly see that it was already exhausted, otherwise, it wouldn't have chosen such a secluded spot to recover. I have to finish it off quickly. If the scent of blood spreads, other monsters will surely be drawn here, he muttered. He sniffed lightly. The air was filled with the sweet yet metallic tang of blood, a scent that would be irresistible to the wild creatures. If stronger foes were drawn in, the situation could turn dire. With that thought, Subai stepped out of the grass without hesitation. The tusked beast heard the sound and turned to glare at him. Roar! It let out a wary roar, its gaze colliding with Subai's pitch-black eyes. In an instant, it recognized him, the relentless pursuer who had inflicted its grievous injuries. Grumble! The tusked beast emitted a low growl, as if warning Subai to leave. But Subai paid no heed. After chasing it all the way into this blood-red forest, he had no intention of letting it go. Gripping his dagger tightly, his expression was resolute. The tusked beast had chosen a cave to rest in, and Subai had blocked its escape route. Cornered beasts were always the most dangerous, but Subai was fully focused, ready for its final frenzy. Roar! Roar! The tusked beast anxiously clawed at the earth. Subai stood his ground, calm and composed. It was not his place to be anxious, that was for the wounded beast to worry about. Before long, the tusked beast became increasingly agitated. Finally, it threw back its head and howled, charging at Subai with all its might. Humph, Subai sneered, his dagger glinting with a silvery light in his hand. Taking a deep breath, his body tensed as the beast's ferocious head loomed ever closer. Take this, he muttered, his eyes narrowing coldly. With a burst of strength from his left foot, his body darted to the side like lightning. The dagger in his hand thrust forward, slicing through the tusked beast's bristles in a flash of silver. Clang! Clatter! While successfully evading the charge, he left a shallow white streak on the beast's hide. Though the attack landed, it had little effect on the beast. The blade, scraping against its bristles, sent sparks flying and left Subai's hand trembling from the impact. "The hide is ridiculously tough, sparks just from contact," he muttered, his hand momentarily numb. Compared to the tusked beast, the shallow wound he inflicted was negligible. The beast slammed into a nearby tree with a loud crack, toppling it. Shaking its head, it seemed momentarily dazed but quickly recovered. Roar! Roar! It howled again and charged at Subai like a tank. Fire! Subai waved his hand, summoning flames. The tusked beast, clearly fearing fire, abruptly halted its charge, hesitating to approach. Dust and smoke rose around it. "Scared now?" Subai smirked, though his hands never stopped moving. A fireball shot forth, its speed blinding as it hurtled toward the beast's head. Roar! The beast's furious roar shook the air. Emerging from the smoke, the tusked beast's forehead was bleeding, its skin charred black from the fire. "Such tough defenses," Subai remarked. "If it were a greenleaf snake, that strike would have blown it in half." "One more," he said, conjuring another fireball that he hurled at the beast's wound. The tusked beast's massive size and sluggish movements made it impossible to dodge. Clang! Sparks flew, flames scattered. Struck again, the beast was on the verge of madness, foul saliva dripping incessantly from its maw. The fierce battle raged on. Despite its size, the tusked beast was forced into retreat under Subai's relentless assault. The wound on its forehead grew increasingly severe, while Subai steadily gained the upper hand. The beast attempted several desperate charges to interrupt his attacks, but Subai evaded each one with precision, countering with well-aimed strikes. Its massive size and slow reflexes made it an easy target. Each fireball Subai launched landed squarely on its forehead wound, causing it excruciating pain. Agonizing pain radiated from its head to its brain, driving the beast into a frenzy. After multiple failed charges, it suddenly stopped, stomping the ground furiously as dust filled the air. Roar! 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 The beast's sudden roar froze Subai in place, forcing him to retreat several dozen meters. In that instant, the tusked beast began to transform. Its tusks abruptly shortened as its body swelled. Like a massive boulder, it barreled toward Subai, its speed suddenly skyrocketing. The sheer speed caught Subai off guard, and he narrowly dodged several close calls. It was mad now, its bloodshot eyes fixed on Subai with murderous intent, determined to crush him into pieces. "This speed is terrifying," Subai muttered as he dodged, but a misstep allowed the beast to graze him. "Damn it," he cursed, his feet moving like the wind as he quickly retreated, dispersing the impact force. Still, blood spurted from the corner of his mouth. Thud, thud, thud. The tusked beast, thrilled by its successful attack, snorted in excitement and turned to charge at him again. If it caught him, it would toss him to the ground and trample him to death, an outcome that required no imagination. Perfect opportunity, Subai thought. Instead of following the tusked beast's expectations, he sidestepped its charge at the last moment. At that instant, flames engulfed his arm as he aimed a fierce punch at the beast's body. Just like when he pummeled Shui Minggui, he felt as if a taut string within him had been plucked. A low, resonant hum echoed from his fist. Buzz, buzz. This time, nothing held back the force of his strike. The power in his fist erupted in an instant. The mark on his forehead glowed brilliantly as the energy within him surged into his fist. Heat, searing, blistering heat. The tusked beast instinctively sensed the oncoming inferno. Then, the hum grew louder, and a wave of scorching energy surged into its body, violently erupting on the opposite side. Boom! The tusked beast was sent flying by Subai's punch. Witnessing this, even Subai was stunned. That power, is that really mine? But what followed was a wave of weakness that swiftly engulfed his entire body, making him realize that this kind of attack could not be recklessly used. Is this the feeling of my body growing weaker? My psionic energy cannot yet be absorbed on its own. Using such a technique recklessly consumes too much. Feeling the abnormal state of his body, his face turned pale. Without the perception of an external aperture, psionic energy could not be automatically absorbed from the outside world, it could only accumulate slowly through the body's natural instincts. This was the biggest difference between those with external aperture perception and those without. The former could actively and efficiently absorb psionic energy, while the latter could only passively absorb it, greatly reducing efficiency. For ability users without external aperture perception, their ability to sustain combat was very weak, and they would quickly exhaust their strength. As a result, they would do everything possible to conserve their psionic energy. Subai's ability was so powerful that he could usually defeat opponents in just a few moves, causing him to overlook the limitations of his psionic reserves. Now, after this punch, his psionic reserves were almost depleted. However, this Fang beast wouldn't live much longer either. It was blasted away, crashing into several large trees, causing birds and beasts in the forest to scatter in alarm. Its entire body was charred, with critical areas burned to ash, lying on the grass gasping heavily, blood continuously pouring from its mouth. Its breathing was rapid and labored, and soon it stopped struggling. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Fang beast. Reward, 1 great void fragment. Subai hadn't expected such a generous reward this time, directly obtaining a great void fragment. I need to leave here quickly. He touched his heavy chest, his heart pounding violently. The impact from this Fang beast was strong enough to injure even psionic users with sensory abilities. If he hadn't managed to redirect the force at the last moment, his ribs would likely have been broken. Now, with his psionic energy nearly exhausted, encountering a stronger beast would be disastrous. Subai took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and walked to the Fang beast's corpse to retrieve its psionic core. Just as he was about to leave, a chill suddenly rose from the depths of his heart. He turned sharply, looking back at the dense forest behind him. In the shadows, where sunlight couldn't reach, pairs of glowing green beast eyes were fixed on him. Troubles here. Several pairs of green eyes glimmered with greed and hunger, like eerie green lanterns in the forest's shadows. Blood Fang wolves, Subai murmured to himself. This type of wolf pack was fierce and dangerous. Once they locked onto prey, they would never let go easily. Blood Fang wolves were covered in red fur, with tails marked by black and red patterns, making them top predators in the blood forest. The rustling sound of grass grew louder, and Subai's expression turned grim, his nerves stretched to the limit. As the grass swayed, a few blood Fang wolves slowly emerged. Fortunately, there weren't many of them, only 5 or 6. Moreover, Subai keenly noticed that they all had varying degrees of injuries. These were a group of outcasts, driven out of their pack. Subai instantly understood their origin but remained tense, not relaxing in the slightest. Despite their injuries, such wolf packs were exceptionally ferocious, and there was always a highly intelligent wolf king leading them. This made them extremely difficult to deal with, and most hunters wouldn't dare provoke them lightly. The blood Fang wolves opened their mouths, their sharp teeth glistening with saliva, looking particularly terrifying. Roar! Several wolves stepped back as a blood Fang wolf larger than the others emerged from the rear of the pack. This was their leader, with a deep scar running from its eye to its jaw, evidence of a fierce battle. Subai stared at this wolf, clearly sensing the killing intent and powerful psionic energy emanating from it. The strength of this blood Fang wolf was almost comparable to that of a top-tier psionic user. In the past, Subai might have been able to rely on the powerful attacks of Zhu Jiuyin to contend with it, but now his condition was too poor. Coupled with the surrounding blood Fang wolves eyeing him menacingly, his situation was extremely dangerous. Host detected in danger, psionic energy insufficient. Would you like to activate psionic core absorption mode? Just as Subai was struggling to figure out how to escape, the system in his mind suddenly sounded. He didn't hesitate. Although he knew that psionic cores from beasts couldn't be absorbed by psionic users, he immediately answered, yes. Acknowledged. Currently holding 20 low-level awakening psionic cores, 4 mid-level, and 1 high-level. Converting to psionic energy to replenish hosts' energy. As soon as the words fell, Subai felt his backpack suddenly lighten significantly. A surge of powerful energy flooded into his body like a torrent, bringing a warm and tingling sensation, as if his entire being was brimming with strength. System, this won't harm me, right? Subai felt the changes within him, his exhaustion swept away, his body filled with power. His chest felt unbearably tight, and he almost wanted to let out a loud roar to relieve the overwhelming sensation. Rest assured, host. The systems. Operations will never harm you. Alright, let's see what these useless creatures can do to me. Subai laughed heartily, and a cluster of dazzling, rose-like fiery flames instantly formed in his hand. The flames were beautiful yet dangerous, radiating scorching heat. He stood firmly, energy surging beneath his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade. At this moment, he exuded an aura of immovability. In the face of great danger, as if ready to deliver a heavy blow should the blood wolves dare to approach. Come on. Subai's entire body tensed, his mind highly focused. The blood wolf pack seemed to sense his transformation, exchanged glances, and let out low growls before charging at him in unison. Fire! At the familiar command, the flames in Subai's hand seemed to come alive, transforming into a red fire dragon that spread before the wolf pack, bringing a wave of scorching heat. Awah! The two leading blood wolves, unable to evade in time, were knocked down by the heat wave, their howls echoing through the forest. Not bad, 4 more to go. Subai gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Controlling this foreign power was no easy task for him. The dagger in his hand danced, its cold gleam flashing as Subai seized the opportunity to stab at the back of a blood wolf that had not yet fully recovered. The wolf roared in anger as it regained its senses, quickly retreating to dodge. Its head was like copper, its bones like iron, yet it moved as nimbly as tofu. Subai failed to pierce its body and silently cursed his luck. Just as he prepared to press forward, the sound of wind whistled behind him. Subai instinctively turned, using his dagger to block the incoming claws, while his other hand swiftly formed a fireball. Clang! Clang! The dagger clashed with the wolf's fangs, producing a piercing screech. Subai could even see the bloodstains on those sharp teeth. This beast, it even knows how to ambush. With a flick of his wrist, he launched the fireball. The flames instantly blasted toward the blood wolf leader, sending it flying. The wolf adjusted its posture. Mid-air, landed steadily without a sound, and quickly disappeared into the forest. Close call. If not for Subai's quick reflexes, that strike could have cost him his life. Moreover, had he not rapidly condensed and launched the flames, he would have been defenseless against other blood wolves while his dagger clashed with the fangs. The leader has hidden in the forest? Subai narrowed his eyes. This blood wolf leader was exceptionally cunning. He had to fend off 3 blood wolves while guarding against ambushes, leaving no room for error. Clang! Slash! Subai engaged in fierce combat with the 3 blood wolves, narrowly escaping danger multiple times. Finally, he seized an opportunity, predicting the trajectory of a fireball that struck one of the blood wolves mid-charge. Boom! The wolf let out a miserable cry as it was blasted away by the fireball. But at the moment the fireball was launched, the blood wolf leader charged out from the forest, taking advantage of Subai's unguarded state to swipe its claws at his head. Startled, Subai quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. The wolf's claws tore through his clothing, leaving a deep gash across his chest. He hurriedly stepped back, but as he moved, the wound on his chest tore open again, and fresh blood gushed out once more. He couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The burning pain made his mind exceptionally clear. The leader of the blood wolves had hit him accurately, a trace of mockery flashing in its cold wolf eyes, as if ridiculing his human frailty, before swiftly darting into the forest. This can't go on. Subai scanned his surroundings. After a fierce battle, only 2 relatively healthy blood wolves remained on the opposing side, panting heavily. Host report, the energy of the exotic beast spirit cores is nearly depleted. Only 1 advanced spirit core and 2 intermediate spirit cores remain. Energy is estimated to run out in 4 minutes. I understand. Subai took deep breaths of the dry, cold air. His body was already nearing its limit. But he couldn't afford to let his guard down. After all, the blood wolf leader was still lurking in the forest, watching him and waiting for an opportunity. These 2 blood wolves can still be handled, but the key is that leader. I only have 3 spirit cores left. If the next attack doesn't Once the cores are used up, I'll be in big trouble. Subai was well aware of the consequences. Every second from now on was critical. If he could sense the exotic aperture and actively absorb spiritual energy from nature, his endurance could double, allowing him to sustain fierce attacks. Unfortunately, he hadn't reached that point yet. Bah! He spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. The result of the injury inflicted by the blood wolf leader earlier. His shirt was now in tatters, and his sturdy body was covered in scars left by wolf claws. Life or death depends on what happens next. I have to seize the opportunity. He had to end the fight. Quickly, only 4 minutes remained. After 4 minutes, he would have no chance to turn the tide. Thinking of this, his movements suddenly accelerated. Ignoring the feints of the two blood wolves before him, he launched an all-out attack, as if gambling everything he had. Swish, swish, swish. The dagger sliced through the air like a silver snake, repeatedly blocking the sharp claws of the blood wolves. Time ticked by second, yet he couldn't find an opening. Though tense and anxious, he couldn't afford to relax. Another few dozen seconds passed. Suddenly, amidst the intense clash, his pupils contracted sharply. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the dagger in his hand slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. He staggered backward, his chest heaving violently. The two blood wolves seized the opportunity to tear open bloody wounds on his body, turning him into a bloodied figure in an instant. At the moment the dagger fell, a wolf's howl echoed from the forest. Immediately, the blood wolf leader lunged forward, its abyss-like jaws appearing right in front of Subai. His lips turned pale, and he could almost smell the foul stench from the blood wolf leader's mouth. If nothing unexpected happened, the next moment his head would be bitten off, possibly along with his spine. At this life and death juncture, a fierce glint flashed in Subai's eyes. Now's the time. He had deliberately used his body as bait earlier, exposing a weakness, and the creature had indeed taken the bait. Subai extended his arm, the sharp wolf teeth instantly piercing through it, causing blood to flow incessantly. He gritted his teeth against the pain, his mind growing even clearer. With his other hand, he tightly grasped the fur on the blood wolf leader's neck, preventing it from breaking free. Then, the spiritual energy within his body began to surge violently, like a waterfall cascading down a cliff. System, release all the energy of the spirit core. Host, confirm? Confirm. Hurry, I can't hold on. Subai gritted his teeth and growled. The blood-sown wolf leader sensed danger and struggled desperately, but was firmly held by him. A chillingly dangerous aura emanated from his body, his temperature soared, as if his soul was burning. Crimson mist emerged from his body, resembling the flames of an awakened power. The remaining two blood-sown wolves also sensed the anomaly and charged forward recklessly, biting Subai's legs. Their sharp teeth sank deep into his flesh, the tearing pain spreading throughout his body. Subai's lips trembled, but his gaze remained resolute, a fearless flame burning in his chest. System, quickly release all the spirit core energy. Host, this will severely damage your body and may even be fatal. The system might need to find a new host. Do it. Subai had no time to heed the system's warning. The blood-sown wolf leader was about to break free, and he shouted desperately. Understood. Initiating full release of spirit core energy. As soon as the words fell, a massive energy erupted from his body, roaring like a storm and thunder. Subai's entire body emitted a dazzling red light, his temperature skyrocketed, and the grass beneath his feet silently burned, forming scorched earth. Within a radius of several meters, everything turned to ash. Under the explosive power of Zhu Jiuyin, Subai appeared like a deity amidst flames. The intense heat spread rapidly, consuming everything. The blood-sown wolf leader and the two blood-sown wolves were powerless against the red light, reduced to ashes, leaving not even their spirit cores behind. Congratulations, host, for killing one blood-sown wolf leader and 5 ordinary blood-sown wolves. You have obtained 1 Moonstar Aperture Fragment, 2 Great Sky Aperture Fragments, and 1 Middle River Aperture Fragment. The familiar system voice delivered the rewards, but Subai could no longer hear it. He only felt his entire body burning, his skin torn and flesh exposed. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his brow, and he lost consciousness. Thud! He collapsed onto the scorched earth, completely naked and covered in blood. The forest returned to silence, with only the charred ground and the fallen Subai as reminders of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Thump 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 Subai's heartbeat grew faint, slowing down. His breath weakened, his life force gradually fading. Time ticked by, and he nearly stopped breathing. Buzz. At the moment his heart ceased beating, the flame emblem on his brow suddenly emitted a radiant light, as dazzling as a comet. The flame emblem was beautiful and powerful, exuding an ancient and supreme aura that terrified the beasts within dozens of miles, forcing them to cower on the ground in fear. As the flame emblem transformed, Subai's breathing gradually stabilized. His weakened heart began to beat vigorously again, his wounds slowly healed, and new flesh grew. Thump, thump. After completing this process, the flame emblem dimmed, but its patterns became more intricate, deeply etched into his brow before gradually fading. A newfound power slowly awakened within Subai, hidden yet intense and surging, on the outskirts of the Huanglong ancient forest. A group of people suddenly stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with shock as they looked toward the blood-red forest on the outskirts, their expressions tense and uneasy. "Captain, this aura," the chubby man stammered, his eyes darting nervously. "Captain, can you sense the level of this monster? This aura is making me unsteady," the only woman in the team asked nervously, looking at the young man ahead as if expecting him to speak. This young man was their captain and the strongest person in the team. Cold sweat broke out on the young man's back. As the strongest in the team, he felt the sudden burst of aura most deeply. In the face of that aura, he felt as insignificant as an ant. It was a vast difference in the level of life, a realm he could never reach. What kind of existence is this? The young man's hand trembled involuntarily, the movement hidden under his sleeve, unnoticed by anyone. He took a deep breath and said, "We need to leave here immediately and give up chasing the bloodthirsty demon. Wolf." He might not have realized it himself, but his voice already carried a trace of trembling. "Captain, isn't that a bit much? Although the aura was strong, it has nothing to do with us and won't affect us, right?" the burly man in the team asked doubtfully. His perception wasn't sharp, but the aura just now made him feel short of breath. However, he was unwilling to give up the bloodthirsty demon wolf that was almost within their grasp. "I said leave now, and that means now. Do you know how strong the beast that emitted that aura is?" the young man shouted angrily, his eyes full of fury. "With my strength, if I encounter the beast that emitted that aura, we wouldn't stand a chance. Even though stronger than me, I guess, wouldn't be its match." His face darkened. He had once encountered a similar aura in the Taklamakan desert, during an event when he was part of a massive caravan led by a heaven-transforming level ability user. Deep in the desert, the oppressive feeling emitted during the confrontation between that heaven-transforming ability user and a terrifying beast was something he would never forget. He was certain that this aura was no weaker than that powerful beast. "Captain, are you saying that beast has already reached the heaven-transforming level?" the group exclaimed in shock, their faces turning pale. "Now you understand. Hurry up and pack, we're leaving immediately. I suspect that beast came from the Yellow Dragon Forbidden Zone. We need to report this to the authorities in Xizang as soon as possible." The young man felt uneasy, his gaze fixed on the boundless Yellow Dragon Forbidden Zone, his voice full of fear. At this moment, the long silent Yellow Dragon Forbidden Zone was also stirred by the sudden appearance and rapid dissipation of the aura. A force so overwhelming that it crushed everything, erupted from the deepest part of the Forbidden Zone, sweeping across the entire area like a tide. Whether strong or weak, all the beasts trembled uncontrollably. "What's going on with the boss? He's rarely awakened. The last time was to punish that reckless heaven-transforming human." In a corner of the Forbidden Zone, a shadowy figure muttered in confusion. This creature exuded an astonishing aura, its body surging with blood energy, its massive form as heavy as a small mountain. What do you know? Didn't you feel that aura just now? Another beast scoffed, rolling its eyes at him. This beast had a slender figure, though not as massive. As the mountain-like one, it was visibly no weaker. What's so special about it? Who said I didn't feel that aura? It's just a heaven-transforming level aura. Aren't we heaven-transforming level ourselves? Besides, with the king here, what kind of storm could an outsider at the heaven-transforming level possibly stir? The mountain-like shadow retorted discontentedly, confronting the slender beast head-on. Humph, a creature without dragon bloodline. It's normal that you can't sense the aura hidden within. The slender beast mocked, causing veins to bulge on the mountain shadow's forehead in anger. You worm! What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Humph, Lord Tiger never repeats himself. You. Neither side was willing to back down, and the air was thick with tension. Just as they were about to clash, a commanding and irresistible roar echoed from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Taihu, Xingxi. Taihu and Xingxi's expressions changed drastically, their anger instantly dissipating. In a flash, they appeared in the depths of the Forbidden Zone, kneeling on one knee and respectfully looking ahead. Before them, a colossal figure slowly opened its eyes, its vertical pupils filled with confusion and haze, clearly just awakened. I sensed the aura of a high-ranking dragon bloodline. Though its strength is weak, its level is extremely high. The owner of the vertical pupils had a glint of greed and desire in its eyes. Its dragon bloodline making it highly sensitive to such a powerful aura. Reporting to the master, a powerful aura briefly appeared on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone earlier, with strength at the sky transformation level. We were just about to report this to your majesty. The slender beast reported in a low voice, its attitude respectful. I felt it too. My body conveyed its desire. Your majesty means, the two sky transformation beasts asked. Bring that aura back, and do not make any mistakes. The voice was thunderous, deep, and resonant. I am currently at a critical stage, preparing for nirvana to gain greater benefits in the next upheaval, so I cannot act personally. Although that aura barely reaches the sky transformation level, it is still a high-ranking dragon bloodline. The two of you will act together. The owner of the vertical pupils commanded. Yes, your majesty, the two beasts responded in unison, bowing respectfully. If you fail to bring it back, don't bother returning. As soon as the words fell, the owner of the vertical pupils closed its eyes again, returning to slumber. Taihu, if it weren't for his majesty, I wouldn't want to act with you at all, the slender beast snorted coldly. The feeling is mutual, Taihu replied coldly, turning its head away. Swish, swish. Two streaks of light shot through the void, heading toward the Scarlet Forest, leaving the Forbidden Zone. Not long after, the other beasts in the Forbidden Zone dared to emerge, restoring the usual tranquility. In the Scarlet Forest, Su Bai lay in the center of the scorched earth, his brows furrowed. At this moment, all his injuries had healed, his body crystalline and radiant, as hard as refined steel. The surrounding beasts, frightened by his aura, fled one after another, creating a safe space for him. However, Su Bai had not yet awakened, his brows occasionally tightening and relaxing. In his mind, he returned to the ancient snow-covered sacred mountain Zhongshan. Now, he stood on the icy plain, gazing up at the towering sacred mountain that pierced the clouds. At the mountain's peak, a flame flickered gracefully, as if providing him with warmth, a feeling etched deeply into his soul. He stared intently at the sacred mountain, fixating on the mysterious and enigmatic flame. Suddenly, the flame enlarged before his eyes. In an instant, he found himself standing at the mountain's peak. Strange, he muttered instinctively. Snowflakes danced in the air, and a fierce ice crystal storm raged. Yet, the flame effortlessly dispelled the bone-chilling cold. The flame, like a sun, bloomed alone amidst the snow, becoming the sole existence in the world. Brightness, warmth, vitality, it seems all life originates from it. Strangely, this flame does not burn everything around it, not even melting the snowflakes. Amazing, isn't it? A deep voice sounded beside him. Subai was startled and turned to look. A red-haired middle-aged man was gazing at the flame. The man was tall, with eyes as deep as the universe. Yes, it is, Subai stammered, feeling flustered. This is the fire essence. Back then, it illuminated the heavenly gate and traversed the universe, the middle-aged man said with emotion. Subai was shocked. He hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary flame to be the legendary creation flame that birthed the light of chaos. He stared at the flame, speechless, then turned to the man, a terrifying thought rising in his mind. Are you Zhu Jiuyin, Sr.? He asked cautiously. If there's no one else with this name, then yes, I am, Zhu Jiuyin replied with a hearty laugh. He was right. Subai's pupils dilated in disbelief. This mythical figure was standing right beside him. His mind was filled with countless questions. Do myths truly exist? Panga creating the heavens and earth, Nuwa mending the sky, Ganggang crashing into the mountain, Hongjun, the Tao saints, the 12 ancestral witches, the 3 pure ones, and the 4 sovereigns, are all these legends real? If so, where are they now? Most importantly, why is this parallel world so different from Blue Star? What exactly is that system? These unsolved mysteries were like a fog, tightly enveloping him, leaving him unable to move. Senior, you have many questions, don't you? The middle-aged man turned his head and glanced at Subai, instantly seeing through his thoughts. As expected of you, Senior. I wonder if you could give me the answers? Subai respectfully bowed and saluted. Ha! Ha! Ha ha ha! Zhu Jiuyin burst into laughter, leaving Subai completely baffled. You're still too weak. Grow stronger, and you'll naturally understand in the future, Zhu Jiuyin said with a smile. Am I still too weak? Subai gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. The questions in his heart were ones any Blue Star person would want to know. Now, he finally had the chance, only to be told he was too weak and unqualified to know the answers. Subai wanted to say more, but Zhu Jiuyin clearly had no intention of giving him the opportunity. Splash! The sound of water echoed, and the surrounding scenery receded like a tide, gradually disappearing. Senior Zhu Jiuyin! Subai shouted loudly, but there was no response. Looking around, he found himself alone on the mountaintop. Soon, he felt his eyelids grow heavy, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Then, darkness enveloped his vision. He fell asleep just like that. Congratulations, host, Zhu Jiuyin's recognition has increased. Current recognition level, 35%. Please keep up the effort. Obtained Zhu Jiuyin's recognition emblem bone. Cleansing and marrow refining, aptitude improved. Acquired a wisp of fire essence soul energy, usable for ability enhancement. Flame affinity increased. Current flame affinity, 120%. Obtained Zhu Jiuyin's pressure body refining card, 1/10,000. Using it will enhance physique and vitality, with effects lasting 2 hours. After an unknown amount of time, Subai finally woke up. He opened his eyes and saw a blue sky surrounded by ancient trees, with sunlight streaming through the leaves. As soon as he moved slightly, a sharp pain shot through his head. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath, touching his head. Only after the pain gradually subsided did he begin to observe his surroundings. I'm awake? Subai murmured to himself. He was still immersed in the scenes from his unconscious state, with the words of the red-haired man in his dream echoing in his mind. If Zhu Jiuyin is real, and the fire essence exists, could the mythological stories of the ancient Blue Star also be true? Host, you're awake. The system's voice interrupted his thoughts. System, did anything happen while I was unconscious? Subai asked. Reporting to the host, during your unconscious state, you turned misfortune into fortune and gained the power of the Zhu Jiuyin emblem, along with the following rewards, the system replied honestly, opening Subai's status panel. Subai frowned. It seemed the system knew nothing about what had happened in his mind. Before he could think further, the data on the panel excited him. Flame affinity 35%, marrow cleansing and bone refinement. Fire essence soul energy, and a suppression body refinement card? These rewards targeted various aspects of him, perfectly solving his current problems, like a timely rain. Wait, what about the injuries I just had? Subai instinctively moved his body and was surprised to find no pain at all. He looked at his calf, and the bloody hole from the blood wolf's bite had disappeared. His whole body felt as if it had been soaked in a hot spring, with a warm current surging through him. He vaguely felt that his skin had become whiter and smoother. Did I become more handsome? He quickly touched his lower body, and the familiar feeling made him breathe a sigh of relief. Still 18 centimeters, no shrinkage or shortening, thank goodness. Rest assured, host, you're still a real man, the system teased. Subai raised an eyebrow, thinking, do you even need to say that? 18 centimeters if I'm not a man. Who is? He continued to ask, system, how did my wounds disappear? The Zujuyan emblem helped cleanse your marrow and refine your bones, so your wounds naturally healed on their own. The system displayed the scene from that moment. So it was Zujuyan who saved him. He touched the center of his forehead, feeling deeply moved. Warning, the dangerous aura of a beast is approaching, approximately 300 kilometers away. The system suddenly issued an alert. You can sense something 300 kilometers away? Subai asked. This system can automatically detect any creatures within 300 kilometers that harbor clear hostility toward the host. Subai thought to himself, with this ability, finding enemies in the future would be much easier. The system added, however, it only works when the other party explicitly shows hostility. Alright, though limited, it's much better than nothing. It'll definitely come in handy when being hunted, he said with a smile, standing up. This function was like a radar, providing early warnings. Is there danger approaching me? Is the target me? It seems the aura of Zujuyan has been detected. He wasn't a fool, with the systems displayed information, a little analysis revealed the truth. This place isn't far from the guild area. Luckily, I didn't enter the blood forest. For now, I can only hide in the guild. Every guild had formations to ward off beasts, and being close to the city meant strong individuals could quickly provide support. Powerful beasts rarely dared to intrude unless a beast tide broke out, which would trigger a red alert. He didn't believe two beasts would cause such a commotion, so the guild was his safe haven. He stood up and began gathering his scattered belongings. The scene was almost reduced to ashes by the raging flames, leaving not even a spirit core behind. He quickly headed toward the city and the guild. 10 minutes later, two figures suddenly appeared in the air where Subai had previously stood. It was Taihu and Xingxi. This scorched earth, it seems there was a massive fire here, Taihu said, crouching down and touching the charred ground. The other party might have temporarily broken through to the sky transition realm and failed to control their power, leaving behind this aura, Xingxi analyzed. Who wouldn't guess that? Taihu stood up disdainfully. Stop wasting time. I can still smell the residual aura. Do you want to act alone and get scolded by the king, or come with me? Xingxi shot him a sidelong glance, equally disdainful. Taihu was speechless and could only lower his head. The king's authority and Xingxi's resentment left him with no choice but to endure for now. To be honest, your analysis just now was pretty accurate, Taihu admitted. Xingxi sneered and ignored him. I don't know if the flame aura came from over there, but the king said to bring it back, so we have no choice but to obey. Xingxi flicked his forked tongue, speculating. Taihu's expression grew serious. They hadn't sensed it before, but now that they were on site, both immediately noticed that this aura was very similar to that of the exotic beasts from that place. But the master of that place was not someone they could afford to provoke. It was the largest desert region in the Dragon Kingdom, teeming with powerful exotic beasts. Even the nearby Huanglong Forbidden Zone paled in comparison. Among them, fire-type exotic beasts were the most numerous. Follow the king's orders, Taihu said. Without another word, the two transformed into a white light and a green light, flying forward. At the market stalls outside the guild, Subai walked listlessly through the streets. His clothes completely renewed. Fortunately, this was a gathering place in the wilderness where hunters often came, and all kinds of people could be found. A fair-skinned man like him, half-naked on his upper body, wasn't too unusual. That's right, not unusual, he kept telling himself that. Although he hadn't accomplished anything on this mission and had used up all his spirit cores, the gains were still significant. On the way back, Subai had even asked the system about spirit core absorption. The system explained in great detail that there was no longer any danger. With his current strength, absorbing the energy from spirit cores to replenish himself was no longer risky. After all, this experience had elevated his Candle 19 emblem to a higher level. The impure spiritual energy in those spirit cores could only be refined by the emblem. Ordinary people failed to absorb spirit cores mainly because of the impure spiritual energy. Once it entered their bodies, it could cause anything from chaotic spiritual energy and severe injuries to death from contamination by the impurities. But for Subai, these issues were no longer a concern. He wandered around the nearby stalls and shops, hoping to find something valuable, but the vendors were as shrewd as foxes. There was no helping it. Just as Subai was about to return to his rented small flat, a mocking voice came from behind him. Isn't this the rookie who took on all the initial Awakening Realm missions this morning? What's the matter? It's almost evening, and you're still empty-handed. Are you here to cause trouble on purpose? Subai turned around, his gaze locking onto the source of the voice, a group of hunters who had shown malice toward him earlier that morning. This kid actually dares to provoke these local bullies. That's right, there was a foolish guy who provoked them before, and as a result, he was targeted by them and had to leave in disgrace, looking utterly pathetic. I heard that guy was secretly dealt with by them long ago. The people around saw the hunters calling out to Subai and started discussing, their eyes full of sympathy. Clearly, this group of hunters already had a notorious reputation here. Faced with such a situation, Subai was well prepared. He didn't want to get entangled with this group. Ignoring them, he turned to leave. Stop right there. The short hunter, feeling humiliated by Subai's disregard, roared angrily. What do you want? Subai coldly turned slightly to respond. Young man, don't be so hot-headed. Making more friends won't hurt you. The leader of the hunters slowly stepped forward from behind, a fake smile on his face. Not interested. Subai was well aware of the tricks of these old foxes and naturally wouldn't bother pretending to be polite. Turning his head, he continued walking away. Damn, who is this kid? How dare he disrespect Rotten Life Co like that? Anyone who used to share their prey with Rotten Life Co could temporarily appease them. But this time, this kid is done for. He'll probably be skinned alive. Everyone knows how much he values his pride. The bystanders were shocked, not expecting Subai to dare offend Rotten Life Co like this. Captain, he looks down on us, the short hunter complained angrily to Rotten Life Co, glaring at Subai's retreating figure. Humph, shut up. Rotten Life Co scolded him, his gaze dark and fixed on Subai. Stupid kid, serves him right. If it weren't for the guild's rules against random violence, he would have already made this arrogant rookie pay the price. Let's go. As long as he's still here, he won't escape my grasp. A vicious expression appeared on his face as he waved his hand and led his men away. This kid is done for. Judging by Rotten Life Co's expression, he's definitely made a mortal enemy, an old hunter side. He had been here for years, and his experience told him that offending this group never ended. Well, if it weren't for his brother backing him, how could a mere beginner at the early stage of the Yiqiao realm act so arrogantly? Yeah, when we first arrived, we had to share our earnings with them. Why should he be any different? A few young hunters grumbled. Don't talk nonsense, the old hunter quickly stopped them, not wanting to stir up trouble. This rookie is just too straightforward. Once he leaves the guild's protection for a mission, he's doomed. This has nothing to do with us, so let's not get involved. Come take a look at this bloodclaw beast hide I bought for a hefty price, it's top quality. And my blood spirit grass, which can quickly restore spiritual energy and essential for outings. Now it's only. As Subai and Rotten Life went their separate ways, the crowd shifted their focus to other topics. Before long, the incident was forgotten, and the street returned to its usual bustle. Their lives had to go on, and this little storm was just a bit of excitement in their otherwise mundane days. The unlucky one was that kid. Of course, Subai was completely unaware of Rotten Life's anger. At this moment, he had already returned to his simple little room. Sitting cross-legged, he adjusted his body to its optimal state. If it weren't for the system and the Candle 19 insignia, I'd definitely be done for this time. It seems the hunter's life isn't easy either, he said, rubbing his temples. With a sigh. System, pull up my status panel, he thought silently. System received. Pulling up the panel for the host. Host. Subai age, 18 physique, 40 mental power, none current realm, late awakening spiritual energy intensity, late rare aperture status. Flame affinity 120% candle 19 approval, 35% possessions, candle 19 emblem, activated 20%, candle dragon. Approval icon, a wisp of fire essence soul energy, 1 candle 19 pressure body refinement card. His physique had increased by nearly 15 points, and his realm had advanced by 1 level. Could it be the candle 19 emblem's contribution to cleansing and refining his body? Even stranger, the candle 19 emblem had an activation level, indicating it could still be used for more times? Subai couldn't help but imagine, but quickly stopped himself. Anyway, this harvest is truly great. He glanced at his realm and thought, I'm now in the late awakening stage, I should be able to sense rare apertures. However, with my aptitude, I wonder how much I've improved after the cleansing and refinement. Host, don't worry. After the cleansing and refinement by the candle 19 emblem, your aptitude has reached the top level in this world. So, I can sense 3 rare apertures? Subai raised an eyebrow, half believing. 1 cleansing and refinement, and he transformed from an ordinary person into a top-tier genius? This was too miraculous. That's correct, host. With your current aptitude, the probability of sensing rare apertures is extremely high. The system responded. Really? Then I don't need to keep hunting beasts to collect fragments anymore? Rest assured, fragments were only set to increase your sensing probability due to your previously poor aptitude. You don't have to be so blunt. Subai's face darkened. He closed the panel, touched his chin, and thought for a moment before deciding to start sensing rare apertures. The guild was empty now, and this was the perfect place. He calmed himself, focused inward, imagined rare apertures already existing within him, and began absorbing external spiritual energy. Following his previous method, he started sensing rare apertures. Before long, he felt a warm flow in his mind, chest, and abdomen, accompanied by a slight itching sensation. It's working. Compared to before, when he could only sense a few times in a day, this time it only took a short while for him to feel it. Truly worthy of top-tier genius aptitude. If my first attempt at sensing had been this smooth, I probably would have sensed rare apertures that night. He sighed. The feeling he had struggled so hard to achieve before now came so easily, which was truly exhilarating. He immersed himself fully in sensing, carefully observing himself and introspecting his mind. The scene before him flickered between light and dark, and the introspection felt like walking through a pitch-black alley. What a mysterious place, Subai said. He entered his inner world, where the ground beneath his feet was a mixture of sand and metal. Clearly, this was a strange space. But whether he opened or closed his eyes, this world was shrouded in darkness, like an endless night. This feeling. He instinctively took a step forward, driven by a strong inner pull, as if something ahead was calling to him. Rustle, rustle. The sand and stones underfoot made friction sounds with his steps, both mysterious and wondrous. This world seemed devoid of any life. It was utterly silent, with only him present. He didn't think much, only feeling that some mysterious force was guiding him forward. Rustle, rustle. The endless night was as silent as the sea, covering the entire space like a tide. He began walking incessantly in the darkness, the boundless silence slowly corroding his mind. At first, there was no problem, but as time went on, his thoughts began to blur. He vaguely felt the goal was ahead, or perhaps behind him, and his heart gradually grew numb. Yet he did not stop, moving forward like a puppet, directionless, mechanically stepping ahead. Who am I? Where am I going? It seemed he had forgotten everything, but his steps remained firm, moving forward one step at a time. Time passed slowly. He didn't know how long it had been, maybe 10 minutes, maybe an hour, a day, or even 10 years. In this endless darkness, a solitary figure continued to move forward. He was like a Buddha standing solemnly in a demon's lair, or like a young man traversing a desolate wilderness, his will as steadfast as a mountain. This person was Subai. Though he had grown numb, he still pressed forward resolutely, guided by his inner sense. Time flew by, so long that it seemed even the seas had dried up. This boundless darkness was so prolonged. Time seemed to vanish, losing its meaning, and everything became eternal. This was eternal darkness. Until one day, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. At first, the light was so small. It was almost unnoticeable, but then it rapidly expanded. In an instant, the darkness was completely dispelled. The entire world turned pure white. If what came before was the deepest darkness, then this was the brightest light. Just as before, he continued walking in the light. Just like during the darkness, time here also lost its meaning. He experienced another long and distant era of light. Eternal light enveloped everything, no sound, no movement, only deathly silence and eternity. The only difference was that one was darkness, and the other was light. Suddenly, the light faded. A vast starry sky appeared before him, piercing through the darkness and light. The starry sky seemed to reflect the heavens, mirrored in his hollow, numb eyes. Planets and stars floated within the galaxy, as deep and boundless as an ocean. He stood there like a wooden sculpture or stone statue, motionless and lifeless. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp cracking sound echoed. No one knew how much time had passed. Subai's numb, lifeless eyes suddenly gleamed with light. Crack. The confusion in his eyes shattered in an instant, and consciousness returned to his mind. Subai woke up. He had finally emerged from that state of being lost. Huff, huff. As his consciousness returned, he gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. His clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. A wave of lingering fear swept over him as he recalled the experience. Just now, as if he had endured endless ages, struggling between light and darkness. It was a kind of eternal descent from which there was no escape. If he hadn't managed to break free, he might have been trapped forever, never able to find release. He exhaled deeply, trying to steady his emotions. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Subai finally calmed down. He looked ahead, his gaze sharpening. With just one glance, he was deeply captivated by the immense power of the universe before him. Completely immersed in it. Is this the universe? His eyes widened, and he was so astonished that he couldn't speak. The scene before him was utterly breathtaking. It was like an ant suddenly witnessing the birth of massive planets, countless stars, shimmering in the cosmic void like grains of sand, shaking his very soul. Was the darkness and light I just experienced the process of the universe's birth? Chaos? Subai speculated in his heart. He instinctively walked toward the vast sea of stars, only to find the starry sea before him growing larger in his eyes. System, are you still there? Subai asked tentatively. I am here, host. Can you see the scene before me? What is happening? Apologies, host. This system cannot monitor the process of your sensing the anomaly, so I cannot see the scene before you. Subai's mind raced. The system's response was not surprising. After all, during his previous 2 encounters with Zhu Join, the system was also unable to observe. But what puzzled him more was the scene before him, which was entirely different from what was described in the books. Logically, he shouldn't have experienced that eternal state of silence, as if all things had ceased. That experience was something he absolutely did not want to go through again. The small pool. Aperture, as the name suggests, would manifest as a pool of spiritual energy in the void during sensing. The highest level sun. Aperture, on the other hand, would reveal 1 or 3 dazzling suns. But now, what was this vast and boundless sea of stars before him? Could it be even more advanced than the sun aperture? Subai closed his eyes, stretched out his hand, and began attempting to communicate with this starry sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As he moved, the entire starry sky began to tremble, stars flickering incessantly, orbiting rapidly around the central planet. The starry sky quivered continuously, while Subai's face grew paler, sweat pouring down. Like rain. I can stir it, but it seems I'm still a bit short. His chest felt heavy, his breath was rapid, and his face turned from pale to flushed. He felt as if he were trying to pry a massive stone but lacked the final ounce of strength. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He kept pushing, trying again and again. But he failed every time. No, it's always just a little short. He kept communicating. But he always felt he was missing that one crucial moment. Instead, the stars in the sea of stars, due to his continuous attempts, shone brightly, as if he could easily sense them if he wished. Subai refused to give up. He had a premonition that if he missed this starry sky and turned to sense the stars within it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Splurt, splurt. Cracks began to appear on his body, with fresh blood gushing out from the fissures, creating a shocking scene. This was a sign that his body had reached its limit. He was on the verge of collapse. I'm almost at my limit. He furrowed his brows tightly, clenched his teeth so hard they nearly shattered, his face turning crimson. Exhaustion surged over him, his eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, but he refused to give up. He firmly believed that if he gave up, this opportunity would never come again. Hold on for me. He roared. His eyes unwaveringly determined. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The starry sky continued to tremble, but he was running out of strength. The entire starry sky seemed to be spiraling out of control, and he was getting further and further from success. If nothing unexpected happened, he was about to fail. No. He refused to accept it. Clenching his teeth, he exerted all his strength. But the situation felt like a tug-of-war, all his efforts sinking like stones into the sea, with no progress at all. The starry sky gradually drifted away from him. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. System. System is here, host. Can those alien aperture fragments be used now? Subai asked hoarsely. Yes, host. Then use them all now. He gritted his teeth, his face twitching as he mustered all his strength to maintain the sense of communication. Command received. Using alien aperture fragments as the system's voice fell, he felt a surge of power injected into his nearly collapsing body. Though faint, it was like the critical grain of sand that broke the small gap. The starry sky began to draw closer to him. It works. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and his confidence reignited. This was a battle of endurance, but the scales of victory began to tilt toward Subai. The two forces confronted each other, and the starry sky inched closer bit by bit. Time passed, the starry sky endless and unyielding. He didn't know how long it had. Then when Subai felt his body no longer belonged to him, and his consciousness began to blur. Suddenly, the resistance vanished. Swish. 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 The starry sky spun like a vortex, and the stars scattered like grains of sand in the sea. The entire starry sky split into 3 parts, entering Subai's brow, chest, and abdomen. The vast starlight disappeared, leaving only an endless void. He blinked, and his consciousness returned to his body. Did I succeed? Blinking again, he saw the interior of the small rental house he lived in. Subai looked around and let out a long sigh of relief. The process of sensing the alien apertures this time had been too perilous. He really didn't want to go through it again. After calming himself slightly, he looked inward and saw a starry sky spinning in his brow, chest, and abdomen. This alien aperture is definitely stronger than the sun aperture. Even the sun aperture is just a small part of its vast starry sea. Although this sensing process had cost him a lot of effort, it was not in vain. Subai only felt that his entire body was now brimming with power. Facing the blood wolves, he felt that just a few punches could shatter them completely. With the Zhu Jiuyin technique activated, a single flaming punch could instantly wipe out most of the blood wolves. This power is truly exhilarating. These three alien apertures might as well be called star sea apertures. What excited him even more was that these three apertures absorbed spiritual energy at an incredibly fast rate. Although he hadn't deliberately tested it, even with unconscious absorption, the speed was like devouring voraciously. Clearly, his current unconscious absorption rate of spiritual energy was already comparable to that of an ordinary walker-level individual. What did this mean? In other words, before officially becoming a walker, he basically didn't have to worry about running out of spiritual energy or exhausting his stamina. And this was just the unconscious absorption rate. He was now like a walking firepower station, capable of continuously and indiscriminately releasing fireballs. He couldn't run out, simply couldn't. When resources were scarce, he could strike with precision. When resources were abundant, he could unleash full firepower. More importantly, he was no ordinary ability user. Now that he had awakened Zhu Jiuyin and sensed three star sea apertures, it was simply unprecedented. Cui Minggui, do I now have the qualifications to fight you? Subai muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Congratulations to the host for sensing alien apertures and reaching the alien aperture realm. Sense 3 sun radiances, sense 3 star sea apertures. How is this possible? The system first reported mechanically, but soon there was a hint of surprise in its tone. As if it had noticed something, the system suddenly fell silent. After a long time, it resumed its mechanical voice. Congratulations to the host for reaching the realm of unique apertures, sensing 3 star sea apertures, and reaching the threshold of the ultimate level of unique apertures. Subai raised an eyebrow. He had long noticed the system's unusual behavior, feeling that it was hiding many secrets. However, he didn't ask much. He believed that time would reveal the answers. The system's words provided him with many clues. So this thing is really called the star sea aperture. As for what threshold of the ultimate level means, does it imply that he is already close to the limit of this realm? Although somewhat puzzled, he kept this information in mind. System, open the panel. After sensing the star sea apertures, he couldn't wait to see his current stats. Acknowledged, opening the panel for the host now. Host, Subai, age, 18. Physique, mid-unique aperture mental power, none current realm, early unique aperture spiritual energy intensity, half-step. Walker realm. The rest was the inventory, which Subai didn't pay much attention to. So physique is now represented by realms? He was well aware of the standards for the early unique aperture realm, equivalent to a blood vitality value of 100. Which is also a physique value of 100. Ordinary people only have a value between 1 and 20. Before awakening, Subai's value was 8, considered average, though it couldn't compare to fighters or special forces soldiers. The initial awakening realm ranged from 20 to 60, while the unique aperture realm ranged from 60 to 100. Beyond that, the values were too high for anyone to remember or calculate, so ability users only focused on the blood vitality values of the initial awakening and unique aperture stages. Although his panel wasn't very detailed, the realm-based classification was sufficient for him at the moment. But now, my spiritual energy intensity can already harm someone at the half-step walker realm? Walkers were the minimum threshold for venturing into the wilderness and the great wilds. The wilderness referred to areas near cities inhabited by exotic beasts, while the great wilds were desolate and uninhabited regions, such as the Sahara Desert, the Amazon rainforest, the Bermuda Triangle, and the North and South Poles. Of course, anyone who thought they could casually visit such places at the Walker realm would be laughed at. Let's not dwell on that for now. To become a true walker, one needed to meet one condition: the unique apertures within the body had to function like a furnace, providing abundant spiritual energy and enhancing the power of abilities. The stronger and more numerous the unique apertures, the greater the enhancement. To advance further, one had to connect the unique apertures within the body into meridian gates. The more and stronger the meridian gates, the greater the disparity among ability users starting from the unique aperture realm. Subai thought for a moment and decided to test his current strength in the wilderness, which would help him better control his newfound power. He opened the door, and outside, the starlight shimmered, with a crescent moon hanging in the night sky. It was already late at night. Unknowingly, it's already this late? He remembered that it was still afternoon when he first sensed the unique apertures, but now it was midnight. Shrugging, his stomach began to growl. Although ability users in the unique aperture realm could absorb spiritual energy and go without food or drink for a short time, eating was still important. He went to the guild's night market and had a late-night snack. As a hunter, he carried out tasks during the day and trained and relaxed at night. The entertainment in the guild-covered area was abundant. After eating, he wandered the streets, seeing stalls, auction houses, casinos, and some places only adults could enter. However, it was clear that the hunters here all knew he had provoked rotten life. Ku. Their faces were filled with fear and disdain toward him. No one welcomed him, afraid of causing trouble. Subai was already at the abnormal aperture realm and didn't regard this group of clowns as worth his attention. He hadn't been afraid even before sensing the abnormal aperture, let alone now. He immersed himself in the lively atmosphere of the night market. But it wasn't long before someone deliberately caused trouble. Newbie, Boss Rotten Life Ku invites you for a visit. I advise you to be sensible and not make things difficult for me. A burly man, 2 meters tall, suddenly appeared in front of him, arms crossed, staring at Subai with a cold smirk as if toying with a mouse. This is Chen Xiong from Rotten Life Ku's team. His strength is said to have reached the peak of the early abnormal aperture realm. Born with immense strength, his iron fists have intimidated many mid-abnormal aperture realm ability users. This newbie took on all the initial perception realm tasks in the morning, and in the afternoon, to avoid giving half the rewards to Rotten Life Co., he simply didn't complete any of them. The young are hot-headed. At most, he's at the peak of the initial perception realm. Facing someone as strong as Chen Xiong, he's likely to suffer. The crowd in the night market gathered to watch, rarely seeing such a straightforward newcomer. Subai looked up at Chen Xiong's sneering face, his gaze filled with killing intent. He laughed in anger, a raging fire igniting in his heart. The pain he endured while sensing the abnormal aperture transformed into explosive power at this moment. Want to kill me? Don't take me for an easy target. Subai sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with an unusual light. Ordinary forest area. Tai Hu looked at the bustling night market, his expression hesitant. He had been standing there for a long time, during which several hunters who accidentally entered were silently killed by him, reduced to blood mist with a single palm strike, without making a sound. As a heaven-turn-level powerhouse, near the Huanglong Forbidden Zone, he had no reason to be timid. Are you sure it's here? Yes, that aura disappeared right here, Xingxi replied firmly. This is human territory. Not only are there formations, but disturbing human powerhouses will also bring rapid reinforcements, Tai Hu expressed his concern. Xingxi sighed, the king's orders are paramount. We won't disturb the human territory. As long as I quickly locate the dragon aura and we act together, it will surely be exposed. At that point, if it escapes into the wild, we can capture it. Fine, let's act immediately. Tai Hu had no better solution and could only follow the plan. Remember, retreat immediately after acting. Don't get greedy for a fight, Xingxi reminded. Got it, stop nagging. I'm Tai Hu snorted coldly. As his words fell, the two figures suddenly disappeared from the forest and appeared not far above the night market. There were no heaven-turned level powerhouses stationed in the guild area. Years ago, both sides had signed an agreement, and the Huanglong Forbidden Zone hadn't violated it. Naturally, the human race wouldn't waste heaven-turned level powerhouses here. Moreover, even if the Huanglong Forbidden Zone had intentions, having heaven-turned level powerhouses stationed there would be useless. Thus, Tai Hu and Qing Shi silently appeared in the sky, unnoticed by anyone. Let's begin. All right. As soon as the words fell, a powerful pressure surged like waves, crashing over the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. Swish! Another wave of oppressive momentum, like a mountain, accompanied by surging heat waves, intimidating this area. This is Tai Hu. Attack! A figure in blue and another in white, carrying an invincible aura, light flashing in their hands, unleashed their ultimate techniques, suddenly striking the guild's formation defenses. Buzz! Everyone in the guild instantly felt their hearts tighten. Immediately after, they saw the formation suddenly activate. Automatically, their eyes widening. Exotic beasts invading. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm suddenly sounded, and the entire grand formation spontaneously activated, covering the entire guild area. The hunters in the guild were initially stunned, then quickly panicked. In the top floor office of the tallest building in the guild center, an elder with long eyebrows instantly turned grim, his spiritual energy fluctuating violently, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the air outside. He was the Guardian. Here, at the Earth-turn level, a peak expert in the spirit domain realm. It's actually 2 heaven-turn level experts. His cloudy eyes suddenly became clear, his face darkened. He saw 2 figures standing in the void outside the formation, one in white and one in blue, with an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Feeling the oppressive force from these 2, his face instantly turned pale. Not an opponent at all. The immense threat slowed the circulation of his spiritual energy. The strength of these 2 was too overwhelming. And just a glance from the man in white made his heart race. The formation is under attack, the city's experts should have already received the alarm. I hope the formation can hold out a bit longer. He was anxious inside. This formation was originally designed to defend against Earth-turn level experts. Facing Heaven-turn level ones, it wouldn't last long at all. If the formation broke, with his peak Earth-turn strength, he had no chance against 2 Heaven-turn level experts. Damn it, didn't the Yellow Dragon Forbidden Zone sign an agreement with humans? They haven't invaded human territory for so many years. He gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Why did the Yellow Dragon Forbidden Zone's creatures go back on their word and violate the agreement? His voice penetrated through spiritual energy, spreading across the entire guild area. What? Exotic beasts from the Yellow Dragon Forbidden Zone have invaded. Wasn't there an agreement that had been quiet for years? Terrified voices echoed in the guild. To these novice hunters, the Yellow Dragon Forbidden Zone was a place of instant death. Now, powerful exotic beasts were attacking the town's defensive formation. Who wouldn't be scared? If the formation was destroyed, they couldn't even imagine what would happen next. Countless people looked up at the 2 powerful figures in the sky, their throats dry with tension, swallowing repeatedly. Those hunters who had reached the Earth-turn realm hid behind windows in various rooms, silently observing the situation. If real danger came, they would be the first to flee. They weren't guild leaders and had no obligation to fight alongside the elder with long eyebrows. In moments of danger, they would be the fastest to escape. As the saying goes, don't die for your companions, survival comes first. In one of the guild buildings, Subai followed behind Shin Xiong, the 2 walking one after the other. Smart move. As long as you listen to Boss Ku and apologize to us, we'll write off what happened before. Shen Xiong's mouth carried a fake smile, the hypocrisy on his face making Subai feel disgusted. All right. Subai also forced a fake smile and agreed. Chen Xiong felt Subai was a bit odd but didn't think much of it. A newcomer who had just taken on an initial perception realm task, what kind of trouble could he stir up in front of them? If it weren't for the guild's prohibition against internal killings, he would have sent this newcomer to meet his maker long ago. However, since Subai had stepped onto their turf, the guild's restrictions weren't as strong. Chen Xiong turned his head, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Subai watched Qin Xiang's back, sneering inwardly. Both had their own calculations, but neither spoke. They entered the elevator, and a few minutes later, arrived at the top floor. This building belongs to Boss Ku. His brother is a Wanderer-level expert, and only Wanderer-level individuals can afford property here, Chen Xiong said. Smugly. Subai ignored him. In his eyes, this guy named Chen Xiong was already as good as dead. But Boss Ku's brother. Subai calculated silently as he followed Chen Xiong into the top floor hall. The hall resembled a large plaza, with sofas and other furniture arranged in the center. 4 or 5 hunters and several women serving drinks were sitting there, drinking red Firebird wine. Among them was someone Subai was very familiar with, Rotten Life Ku. He was flanked by women, a lecherous smile plastered across his face. Amidst his vulgar laughter, his hand rudely reached into the clothes of the woman beside him. Humph, humph. Though the women were clearly uncomfortable, they forced smiles and cooperated by letting out coquettish moans. Truly enjoying both sides, Subai thought. His impression of Rotten Life coercening further. Captain, I've brought him, Chen Xiong broke the depraved atmosphere, drawing the hunter's attention away from the women and onto Subai. Well, the little brother is here. What a rare guest, Rotten Life Ku said, withdrawing his hands from the women on either side of him. He stood up, deliberately feigning surprise, and smiled. Has anyone ever told you that your smile is disgusting? Subai retorted coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell silent. Rotten Life Ku's face darkened, but he quickly resumed his lewd smile. Little brother, no need to rush. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. Why not turn hostility into friendship, he said, extending his hand. But Subai completely ignored him. His gaze fixed firmly on Rotten Life Ku. The atmosphere grew awkward. Enough, stop being shameless, a hunter beside Rotten Life Ku, who resembled a monkey, suddenly smashed his wineglass and drew his waist knife. You all leave, Rotten Life Ku waved his hand to stop him, then began ushering the women serving drinks out. The women were eager to escape this place of trouble, hurriedly tidying their clothes and fleeing without even bothering to take their belongings. Soon, only Subai and Rotten Life Ku's group remained in the hall. Do you have someone backing you? Rotten Life Ku sneered. No, it's just me, Subai replied calmly. I've looked into your background. You just arrived not long ago, and you're still a lonely rookie. I just wanted to confirm, to put my mind at ease, Rotten Life Ku said, fiddling with his fingers and speaking in a low voice. Then, he suddenly raised his voice, with no background whatsoever. What gives you the guts to act so arrogant in front of me? Rotten Life Ku roared angrily. The surrounding hunters also stood up, their eyes fixed on Subai. The air instantly grew tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Subai stared at them coldly, saying nothing. He was calculating his next move. Killing them wouldn't be difficult, but the consequences would be troublesome. Doing so would not only provoke the guild but also draw the ire of Rotten Life Ku's Wanderer-level brother. These people had been operating on this turf for years. Disposing of someone was easy for them, and they could do it without leaving any trace for the guild to uncover, but Subai was different. Facing 4 or 5 hunters, he had no way to destroy all the evidence. What was he supposed to do? Burn them all to ashes with flames? The thought startled even himself. He hadn't realized he could be so indifferent to the lives of others. But then again, it didn't matter much, he was never some noble or virtuous figure to begin with. Not going to say anything? Rotten Life Ku raised a brow upon seeing Subai's silence. Don't think the guild's rules can protect you. The formation here doesn't even have a life-saving function. In this place, I could kill you, and no one would ever know. Still, Subai said nothing, continuing to think of a countermeasure. Forget it, reckless young people like you are a waste of words. I'll just kill you and leave your body on a path where hunters often pass by. Let everyone see what happens when someone crosses us. Seeing Subai remain silent, Rotten Life Ku assumed he had been scared stiff and immediately lost interest. He waved his hand, signaling his men, who all drew their weapons and prepared to act. Just then, the situation suddenly changed. Boom! The building shook violently as a powerful aura rapidly approached from afar. Moments later, sharp alarm sirens echoed throughout the guild's territory. Beep, beep, beep. The violent tremors caused everyone to halt their movements. "What's going on?" someone asked nervously. "Captain, it seems like a beast is attacking the formation," a hunter reported. A glint of sharpness flashed in Rotten Life's eyes, and he sneered. "Perfect. We'll use the chaos to finish him off, then blame it on the beast." "Get him," he commanded loudly, and his subordinates immediately closed in on Subai, their eyes fierce and ruthless. "Courting death." Subai snorted coldly. The beast's attack had disrupted the formation, throwing the guild into chaos. This was the perfect opportunity he had been waiting for. What they planned was precisely what he had anticipated. He had never used the Starsea apertures he could sense within himself. Originally, he had intended to test his strength in the Scarlet Forest, but these people insisted on taking his life. In that case, he would use them to test the power of the Starsea apertures. Ha! Instantly, the 3 Starsea apertures within his body activated. In a flash, a blurry vortex appeared beside Subai, sucking in the surrounding spiritual energy like a vacuum cleaner. The power of the Starsea apertures was astonishing. In just moments, the spiritual energy in the area was drained, and it became visibly dimmer. He could feel his body brimming with power. The spiritual energy here is weakening. Rotten Life Ku and Chen Xiong, both at the aperture realm, sensed the anomaly. Something's wrong. He's absorbing the energy too, and the level of his sensed aperture isn't low. Rotten Life Ku's expression darkened. His elder brother was at the Traveler realm and had abundant experience. Even when his brother had sensed the Jiang aperture back then, he hadn't absorbed spiritual energy as wildly as Subai was doing now. Could this newcomer have sensed the Grand Void aperture? He cursed inwardly. This time, they had really hit a steel wall. A newcomer who had sensed the Grand Void aperture was running missions meant for the initial perception realm. Rotten Life could curse Subai 1,000 times over in his heart. Starsea apertures are truly powerful. Subai fully activated them, the apertures within him replenishing his strength like a gushing spring. Seeing Subai's aura grow stronger and stronger, the hunters hesitated, instinctively looking toward their leader, Rotten Life Ku. "What are you looking at? Haven't even fought him yet, and you're already thinking of retreating? He's so young, he can't have been sensing apertures for long. We have 2 aperture realm fighters here, and my brother is at the Traveler realm. What are you afraid of?" Rotten Life Ku roared. His subordinates, though scared, felt he had a point. They steadied their nerves, readying themselves to strike again. "Not a bad plan," Subai sneered. He decided to take the initiative. With a stomp of his foot, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, targeting a hunter at the initial perception realm. The hunter had no time to react before Subai's kick sent him flying. The power of someone at the middle stage of the aperture realm was something an initial perception realm fighter simply couldn't withstand. The man crashed through a wall, raising a cloud of dust. With a groan, blood splattered on the ground, and it was clear he had lost consciousness. The strike was so fast that the others didn't even have time to react. After a long moment, shocked gasps erupted around them. "This guy!" Chen Xiong's eyes widened. Just a few moves had already made him acknowledge Subai's impressive physical abilities. Is his ability strength amplification? Chen Xiong wondered. His own ability allowed him to stack various forces, and combined with his natural brute strength, not even a mid-stage aperture realm fighter could take a full-strength blow from him. Yet this Subai, who looked so lean, could match his power. Attack! A group of hunters immediately activated their various abilities. White, green, and blue spiritual energies swirled around them. One hunter stepped forward, firing a beam of light infused with faint gray spiritual energy toward Subai. Earth-based ability? Petrification? You're too weak. Subai scoffed disdainfully at the slow-moving attack. With graceful movements, he dodged it, a dagger flashing in his hand as he leaped off a wall into the air. Dodge! Get out of the way, someone shouted. The hunters scattered quickly, but Subai had already locked onto the one with the petrification ability. Twisting mid-air, he brought his dagger down heavily on the back of the man's neck. The hunter collapsed limply to the ground. After landing a successful blow, Subai swiftly retreated. Just as he moved, the spot he had been standing was bombarded by several attacks. The unconscious hunter was caught in the crossfire, his body mangled and blood splattering everywhere. Brutal! Subai steadied himself, secretly marveling at the ruthlessness. No! Xiao Shi! A bald hunter screamed in anguish. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Subai with hatred. This is all your fault, the bald hunter roared, raising a longsword and charging at Subai. The blade sparked with flames, the flickering embers of a D-rank fire-based ability. If you want revenge, go after your teammate. Subai said coldly. The Starsea apertures fueled him, and he punched forward, his fist imbued with immense spiritual energy. Crack! The longsword shattered like paper. The force of his punch struck the hunter's chest with crushing power, leaving a deep dent in his torso. So this is the true strength of the aperture realm? Just physical power alone can defeat an initial perception realm. Ability user going all out. Subai blew out the faint embers lingering on his fist. These flames couldn't harm him. His awakening to the candle dragon's essence gave him extraordinary resistance to fire. The only time he had been badly burned was because the flames belonged to the candle dragon itself. Suddenly, the sound of a fist cutting through the air reached his ears. Instinctively, he turned and blocked with both arms. A heavy punch landed on him, its force immense and layered with additional power. Caught off guard, Subai was sent stumbling back dozens of steps. Vice Captain Chen Xiong has joined the fight. Looks like this kid who just entered the aperture realm is still no match for Vice Captain Chen Xiong. The other hunters relaxed slightly, seeing that Chen Xiong, an experienced aperture realm fighter, was stepping in. Kid, your opponent is me. Seems like your ability is strength-based too, huh? Chen Xiong's fists seemed to be coated in a translucent film, and his eyes burned with the desire to fight. You're mistaken, Subai replied calmly, shaking his head. He had been honest from the start. He didn't want to use his ability, he preferred relying on his dagger and physical skills to avoid exposing too much information. Still refusing to tell the truth, are you? Let me see, is your strength greater than mine or vice versa? Chen Xiong roared and charged fiercely at Subai. Subai intended to face him head on, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lan Ninka sneaking toward the door, clearly trying to escape. Their eyes met, and Lan Ninka instantly felt a chill down his spine. Hurriedly shouting, "Stop him! What are you looking at?" Chen Xiong was already close to Subai. Subai's gaze sharpened. He absolutely couldn't let this guy escape. Ignoring any restrictions on his identity, the spiritual energy within his Starsea aperture quickly gathered, and a fiery, blazing fireball instantly formed in his palm. Your ability is fire. Chen Xiong was so shocked he couldn't speak. Subai's strength was so formidable, yet his ability wasn't strength-based. It's time to end this farce. Subai roared furiously, and the fireball in his palm suddenly erupted. Boom! In an instant, scorching flames swept across half the hall. Ah, it's so hot! I'm on fire! Help! The hunters screamed repeatedly, but within seconds, their voices disappeared. The flames devoured their bodies like a ferocious beast. Chen Xiong hurriedly covered his head to protect his vital areas, but it was futile. Subai's Zhouing combined with 3 Starsea apertures was far beyond the power of an ordinary early-stage aperture ability. The flames spread rapidly, turning him into a living fireball. The heat waves rolled, unbearably intense. A powerful blast sent him flying, and after struggling on the ground for a moment, he finally lay motionless. The hall was filled with firelight and wails. Subai's eyes burned with flames, his hair flying in the wind, resembling a war god who controlled all fire. His flames were invincible, incapable of harming himself. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The entire hall seemed submerged in a sea of fire, and his fireballs were like incendiary bombs, incredibly powerful. Hoof! Striding forward, he rushed out of the hall. Without hesitation. After dealing with the hunters, Subai immediately pursued Lan Ninka. All the trouble had been caused by Lan Ninka. If he hadn't tried to escape and had fought to the death, Subai might have respected him a little. But not only did he flee, he also disregarded the lives of his subordinates, utterly despicable. Such a person could not be spared. allowing him to continue. Harming others, Subai would never be at peace. At this moment, Lon Ninka was frantically running through the corridor, his eyes filled with fear. Damn it! Subai! You bastard made me lose big time. When my brother returns, you're dead. He hadn't stayed behind like the other hunters to fight Subai. An Aperture Realm Great Sky Aperture ability user couldn't be dealt with by two people who had only sensed a small pool aperture. Moreover, judging by Subai's aura, he had clearly sensed more than one aperture. In battles between ability users of the same level, having one less aperture or a lower aperture level created a significant disparity in strength. His brother, who had sensed a medium river aperture, could match a mid-stage aperture realm ability user who had sensed a small pool aperture. Subai, having sensed a great sky aperture, was naturally stronger than his brother. So, Chen Xiong and those useless fools were probably doomed. Subai, remember this. When my brother returns, I'll have him break your limbs and feed you to the dogs. Lon Ninka cursed furiously, ranting as he ran. Just as he was frantically cursing, a sudden change occurred. Bang! The building shook, and rubble rained down from the ceiling like raindrops. Suddenly, the top floor of the building was torn open, revealing a sky full of stars. The formation has been broken. Oh no, help! The building's dome was lifted, and the sounds from outside poured in. Lon Ninka finally heard the shouts rising and falling outside. Before he could react, a massive white four-head tiger head emerged from the top-level opening, enormous beyond measure, like a beast devouring stars. What kind of monster is this? His face turned pale, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. His pants were soaked, emitting a foul stench. Not here either. Taihu frowned, extending his head from the top of the building, his expression grim. Qing Snake, have you sensed anything? It stood at the edge of the sky, effortlessly restraining the Tongtian Qing Snake controlled by the long-browed elder. No, I can't sense anything. That guy entered human territory, and there's no trace of him. Give me more time. Qing Snake's face darkened. It had thought breaking the formation would lead to finding the target, but there wasn't even a sound. What are you trying to do? No, you can't harm humans. The long-browed elder trapped within the snake's body bled from the corners of his mouth, his face full of bitterness. The disparity between heaven and earth was too great. The opponent had captured him with a mere gesture. Old man, shut up. Qing. Snake's eyes flashed green, and its body tightened abruptly. The long-browed elder's face changed drastically, blood spurting from his mouth. If it doesn't work, kill him. Qing Snake hissed venomously, its voice ruthless. I can't stay here. I have to leave. I must get out. In the ruins, Lon Ninka trembled, taking unexpectedly, these two powerful beasts dared to attack the guild. Who knows how many lives will be lost this time? He looked at the chaos and ruins around him, pondering silently. He knew very well that these two beasts were targeting him. But he was confident they wouldn't find his trail. After all, the Candle 19 emblem concealed his aura. How could these beasts detect it? However, the guild area was no longer safe. And he had to leave immediately. Although they couldn't find him, these enraged beasts might harm ordinary people. If he remained undiscovered but ended up exposed due to their rampage, it would be too foolish. The longer he stayed, the greater the danger. Without hesitation, he took advantage of the chaos, stealthily leaving the area. Above the sky, Green Snake, have you found him? The human strong ones are coming. Taihu was extremely anxious, beams of white light shooting wildly, destroying the surrounding buildings. The building Subai had just been in was also struck by the dense white light. How powerful is the heaven transformation level? When the building was hit by the white light, there was a muffled sound, and the upper part instantly turned to ashes and dissipated, while the lower structure collapsed with a loud crash. No, I can't sense him. Green Snake's face was grim. Taihu was burning with anger, about to speak, when he suddenly turned to look into the distance, his eyes narrowing sharply. Damn it, the human strong ones are here. Run quickly, their aura is too strong, definitely not an ordinary heaven transformation level. Taihu glanced and immediately shouted in terror. What? It's just a small city guild, how could it attract such a strong one? Green Snake was furious, twisting his snake body violently. Thud! The long-browed elder's chest tightened, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist, instantly fainting and losing consciousness. Green Snake released him, and the long-browed elder fell freely like an object, disappearing into the ruins. Green Snake shrank his body, transforming into human form, preparing to escape with Taihu. However, as they turned into white and green streaks of light, shooting like arrows into the distance, snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky. What's going on? It's snowing? How is this possible? It's only June. The surviving hunters in the ruins saw the falling snowflakes, their eyes filled with confusion. In the dense forest, Subai reached out to catch a pure white snowflake, watching it melt in his palm. Snow in June? Subai felt the extreme cold emanating from the snowflake, a chill that could be fatal. However, the cold didn't harm him, clearly not targeting him. The hunters on the ground were puzzled, but Taihu and Green Snake in the sky panicked. They were just about to escape when they realized the entire area was sealed. Snowflakes filled the sky, the piercing cold driving them to despair. A figure in white slowly stepped through the air. Someone in the sky. It's a human strong one, we're saved. That's great. Senior, please capture these two beasts. An observant hunter recognized the approaching figure in white and shouted excitedly. As the figure in white drew closer, the crowd, despite their injuries, was invigorated. The white-clad figure walked through the snow, each step seeming to press on everyone's hearts. Is this the aura of a true strong one? Subai looked at the figure in white in the sky, unable to help recalling the scene when he first met Zhang Long. Indeed, a true strong one is different, he still had a long way to go. Since you're here, stay. The man in white spoke firmly, leaving no room for argument. Immediately, the surroundings transformed into a world of ice and snow, the cold biting. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were as clear as sapphires. Senior, we mean no harm, Qingxi said with difficulty, biting her lip. Clearly, the oppressive aura of the man in white had already subdued them. Oh? The man in white chuckled lightly, his icy blue eyes gazing down at the people on the ground. They felt their breathing grow heavy, as if burdened by a mountain. Do you think I can't see through you? The man in white raised his head, his gaze cold. An extreme chill emanated from him, making the air bone-chilling. Suddenly, several massive ice spikes formed in the void, shooting straight toward Taihu and Qingxi. Not good. Taihu and Qingxi cried out, exerting all their strength to channel their spiritual energy and deploy various defenses. The ice spikes collided with their defenses, unleashing a powerful shockwave. ZZZZT. The cold intensified, and the ice spikes emitted a chilling aura upon impact, corroding the two and nearly slowing their movements. But soon, light radiated from Taihu and Qingxi, dispersing the cold. The hunters and Subai on the ground also felt a shiver of cold deep in their souls. I remember now. He's the famous Winter King of Modu, Sihan of the Sea family. An experienced ability user recognized him and exclaimed. What? The Winter King? I actually saw the Winter King. Isn't he always in Modu? Why would he come to Shijiang? The hunters began to discuss. In the air, the icy aura grew even stronger. Impressive strength. If I hadn't happened to pass through Shijiang and was still in Huanggang, perhaps no one could suppress you so easily. Unfortunately, you encountered me. The man in white looked at the two who had resisted his attack and spoke with admiration. He pointed a finger, and the world seemed to pause for a moment. Ice condensation. As his voice fell, the cold surged instantly. The piercing cold wind howled, announcing the arrival of a king. Ice and snow in the world condensed into particles, then exploded outward, spreading the chill. Crack, crack. Countless snowflakes landed on Taihu and Qingxi, transforming into ice. The ice spread rapidly, almost freezing them into sculptures. King Seal. Taihu muttered unwillingly. The extreme cold made them feel drowsy. The ice quickly enveloped their entire bodies, freezing them completely. It's over. The man in white said, withdrawing the ice and cold, and the sky returned to its original blue. he was about to store the two ice sculptures into his storage ring when the sculptures suddenly trembled slightly, and a forbidden power erupted. Interesting. The man in white's eyes lit up as he quietly watched the ice sculptures gradually crack. Crack, crack. The ice sculptures shattered, ice fragments scattering. Two weakened figures appeared in the air, their eyes filled with panic. What other counterattack do you have? The man in white stood with his hands behind his back, speaking coldly. The two beasts gasped heavily, their eyes full of fear. They were severely injured. The cold had penetrated deep into their bodies, making their spiritual energy sluggish and difficult to circulate. They exchanged a glance, a hint of determination flashing in their eyes. Run! Sharing the same thought, they used their fastest speed to flee desperately toward the forbidden zone. You won't escape. The man in white shouted. In the void, a giant hand, formed from millennia-old ice, suddenly appeared, reaching for the two. Though the hand moved slowly, it made it nearly impossible for Tai Hu and Qing Shi to evade. The giant hand was about to grab them. At this moment, a glint of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the green snake. Spiritual energy surged, and a greenish-blue tongue formed in the void, directly stretching toward the forest below. Su Bai, who was in the forest, trembled all over. If the tongue was aimed at him, he would have no power to resist. Fortunately, the tongue bypassed him and pointed directly at a location dozens of miles ahead. As the tongue extended, it suddenly controlled a group of hunters whose strength had reached the Earth rotation level. Damn it, the hunters! Captain shouted, the ancient golden patterns of his powers shining brightly, but to no avail. If you dare make another move, I'll kill them, the green snake roared. Upon hearing this, the giant icy hand abruptly stopped. Seizing this moment to breathe, the green snake and the tiger beast immediately stopped hesitating, and the yellow airflow within them began to flicker. Their aura surged instantly. They casually threw down the group of hunters, and two beams of light shot toward the depths of the forest at a speed far exceeding their previous pace. Could this be the protective measures left behind by the Yellow Dragon Forbidden Zone? Someone speculated. Forget it, now's not the time to stir up trouble. His gaze sharpened, but he did not pursue them. The speed of those beams had already reached his level. Watching the two beams head straight for the depths of the Yellow Dragon Forbidden Zone, he sighed helplessly and decided to abandon the chase. Then, he turned to look at the crowd. Afterward, his body transformed into deep blue ice and slowly merged into the sky. The people on the ground hadn't reacted yet. It wasn't until they saw the white-clad Winter King disappear into the air that they snapped out of it. The Winter King drove those two beasts away. No, it was a single strike that made them flee for their lives. Long live the Winter King. I want to become such a powerful figure too. Dream on, don't fool others or yourself. The hunters discussed fervently, but without exception, they were all praising the white-clad figure. Say, what level of strength is the Winter King exactly? Isn't it obvious? The Winter King is a renowned master of supernatural powers, guarding one region. He must be at the heaven rotation level. How strong is the heaven rotation level exactly? Honestly, I don't really know. The surviving supernatural beings joked and laughed. The scythe of death had almost claimed their lives just now, but the Winter King's intervention had saved them, allowing their mood to finally relax. Sigh. I wonder how many supernatural beings died in this disaster. One person sat on the ground, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Isn't that building over there rotten? Life cuz, someone pointed at a distant building, now reduced to half a ruin, and asked in surprise. Oh? With it in such a state, the people inside must have met a bad end. Rotten life. Probably couldn't save his own life either. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Someone gently nudged him with an elbow. The man immediately realized his mistake and laughed awkwardly. I misspoke. The others glanced at him knowingly and said no more. Even if Rotten Lifeka was dead, his brother was still alive. A supernatural being at the Wanderer realm was not someone those at the initial awakening or supernatural aperture levels could afford to provoke. The crowd sighed again about the strength of the white-clad Winter King. After a long time, someone finally remembered, damn, hurry and save the president. They had actually forgotten about the long-browed elder who had fallen into the ruins. Now that you mention it, I almost forgot. Quick, let's go. The elder with long eyebrows is a peak Earth transformation expert. Connecting with him could bring great opportunities, even if the guild leader intervenes. A group of people, ignoring their injuries, hurriedly went to search for him. The remaining ability users began coordinating with the authorities to deal with the destroyed building ruins and prepare for reconstruction. Life must go on. Most of them were earth or wood element ability users, making this work much easier for them. At this moment, Subai stood in the dense forest. Watching the departing figure of the white-clad Winter King, his heart filled with admiration. One strike heavily injured two heaven transformation-level beasts, freezing the skies for hundreds of miles. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. He secretly resolved that one day he would reach such heights himself. But for now, the most important thing is to check if I've left any traces. After all, Rotten Life's brother is at the Wanderer level. Although my current strength can handle him, it's better to be cautious to avoid trouble. He turned and walked toward the building that had turned into ruins. He wanted to confirm if there were any survivors. Although the building had been affected by Taihu's attack, the chances of survival were slim, but he had to ensure everything was foolproof. Entering the ruins, he began erasing any traces he might have left. After some searching, he only found a few patches of blood. Satisfied, he nodded and left silently. Those bloodstains were clearly caused by the shockwaves from the white tiger beast, turning into blood mist. He believed that if he had been present at the time, he would have ended up like that blood mist, dying on the spot. Heaven transformation level beasts are truly terrifying. And the Winter King, with one strike, heavily injured. Two heaven transformation level beasts. Just how strong is he? Now that the danger is temporarily resolved, it's time to start my plan. He quietly returned to his small house and rested for the night. Although he said he rested, he actually only meditated for an hour. The events of last night had completely robbed him of sleep, and the sky was already faintly bright. The next day, a ray of sunlight shone through the window onto his resolute face. Subai exhaled lightly, his eyes gleaming. After meditating, he had become more adept at controlling his abnormal aperture level abilities. I've just entered the abnormal aperture level. Although my use of spiritual energy has already reached the Wanderer level, I still need more practice. Hands-on experience is safer, he thought, slowly pushing open the door and stretching lazily. After a night of chaos, most of the buildings outside had turned into ruins, and countless ability users were busy rebuilding. The army from Huanggang City had also arrived to help. In the guild town, above the skies, two middle-aged men floated in the air, their aura as overwhelming as a volcanic eruption. Clearly, they were powerful ability users from Huanggang, here to inspect the post-battle situation. Subai ignored them and turned to walk into the forest. Why do you think two heaven transformation level powerhouses suddenly attacked a place without even a single heaven transformation level ability user? One of the middle-aged men in the air asked. Slowly, stroking his chin, his sharp eyes like a hawk's. I asked the survivors. They said the beasts seemed to be looking for something, the other replied, his gaze sweeping over the ruins. Deep in thought. For two heaven transformation level beasts to break the agreement and invade human territory, it must be something extraordinary. I understand that. The two exchanged glances, fully aware of the implications. How about? One man made a throat-slitting gesture. Don't even think about it. The Winter King saved the people here yesterday. Do you really want to offend him? The other said with a laugh. True, sigh, what a pity. I think if we can find that thing, it will definitely be of great use to us, he said calmly. All right, put away your thoughts. If the Winter King hadn't appeared, we could have used the beasts to solve the problem, but now it's all too late. The two spoke in low voices, so quiet that only they could hear. The ability users on the ground would never have imagined that the two figures in the sky, chatting and laughing, were deciding their fate. Shortly after, the two transformed into streaks of light and disappeared. Logically speaking, with my current strength of 3-star C apertures combined with the S-level ability Candle 9, my power is definitely not inferior to that of a late-stage Aperture Realm ability user. Flames spread rapidly, and the giant bear in front of Subai collapsed to the ground, its body charred black, emitting a strong burnt smell. This was a mid-stage Aperture Realm rock armor bear, known for its strong defense, which most Aperture Realm ability users wouldn't dare provoke easily. Yet in Subai's hands, it was defeated in just a few moves. The power of 3-star C apertures combined with the S-level ability Candle 9 wasn't simply 1 + 1 is equal to 2, but exponentially increased. He felt that with his current strength, he could defeat his previous self with a single punch. The highest strength of the beasts in the Blood Forest reached the Traveler Realm, but most were either in the Aperture Realm or Half-Step Traveler Realm. As long as he was careful, there wouldn't be any major problems. Subai planned to stay for another month to prepare for the upcoming ability user assessment. However, whether to stay or leave after a month, he hadn't decided yet. I must work harder, my current strength is still far from enough. Last night, he was fortunate enough to witness the fierce battle between two heaven-turning level beasts and the white-clad Winter King. Now, all he wanted was to become stronger. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Subai's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. His life was simple, running back and forth between the small house and the Blood Forest. While selling the corpses or valuable parts of the beasts he collected to shops and guilds to earn enough money for food and clothing. In the Blood Forest, Subai took a deep breath. Feeling his aura flowing continuously, he slowly opened his eyes. System received, host. System online. Open my panel. Received, host. Host, Subai, the interface was familiar. Subai didn't look at himself but directly slid to the section he cared about. Current realm, late-stage Aperture Realm. As expected. So this is the feeling of Aperture as furnace? During his cultivation just now, he felt the 3-star C apertures within him burning like furnaces, nourishing and feeding back into his body. Clearly, he had reached the late-stage Aperture Realm, stepping into the threshold of the Traveler Realm Aperture as furnace. Don't ask why he was cultivating here, simply put, he was no longer afraid of ordinary beasts. Aperture inhaling and exhaling was like a small furnace within his body, even resembling a small sun. No matter the type of ability user, upon reaching this realm, the aperture would burn fiercely like a furnace. Even ice-type ability users would feel this way. With my current strength, I can basically handle half-step Traveler Realm beasts. However, I haven't encountered a true Traveler Realm beast yet. Half-step Traveler Realm meant reaching the stage of Aperture as furnace but not yet truly becoming a traveler. This past month, he had already challenged most of the half-step Walker Realm beasts in the Blood Forest. Now, as soon as the blood aura on him appeared, most beasts would flee in fear. Getting closer to the Walker Realm. After that is the Earth Transformation Realm. According to the principle and the records, the gap between this and the Human Transformation Realm is particularly vast. Even a genius in the Human Transformation Realm would find it very difficult to defeat an Earth Transformation Realm ability user. Subai clearly remembered the principal's words. However, he had some doubts in his heart. Could he narrow this gap? He stood up, preparing to leave the Blood Forest and return to the human territory. At that moment, his eyes narrowed as he sensed a faint aura attracting him. What's going on? There's a beast's aura, but it feels very weak. He stood up, stroking his chin in thought. Driven by curiosity, he walked in the direction of the aura. He wasn't the type to tread cautiously, since he had sensed it and it posed no threat to him. He had to check it out. What if it was an opportunity? Following the aura, he ventured further and further. Soon, he arrived in front of a small hill. The aura is coming from here. Should I go in and take a look? He asked himself. In front of him was a small hill with an obvious cave, but it was pitch black inside with poor lighting. Most people would choose to give up upon seeing this. But Subai was different. He had the fire ability, Candle 9. Flames emerged from his hand, illuminating the path ahead, and he stepped inside. The cave was very quiet. He used the firelight to scan his surroundings. These marks look very fresh. Observing the new soil and white scratches on the walls, he quickly deduced, this cave was recently dug. He speculated, moving more cautiously, suppressing his aura, and sticking close to the wall as he advanced. Stealthily. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, the path suddenly opened up into a large hollow space. Subai's expression turned serious. After some thought, he decided to enter. As he stepped into the hollow, a strong beastly aura surged toward him, fierce and overwhelming. His scalp tingled, and he began to regret his decision. This was clearly a beast he couldn't handle. He immediately realized that this aura was far beyond what he could contend with. Fortunately, the fact that he had made it this far indicated that the ferocious beast was not currently in its lair. He prepared to turn around and leave. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a soft meow made him stop in his tracks. Subai's mind was filled with confusion. Was that a cat's meow, he wondered. He hesitated, confirming that the ferocious beast was not in the lair. Meow, meow, suddenly, he felt something soft brushing against his foot. Using the light from candle 9, he looked down to see a black and white kitten rubbing against his leg. Even stranger, the kitten had a faintly unconscious green snake draped over it. What an adorable kitten! How could it be in a place like this? He crouched down and gently patted the kitten's head. The kitten immediately meowed enthusiastically in response. So well behaved, he remarked sincerely. He reached out, intending to pull the snake off the kitten. The kitten meowed, stepped back, bared its tiny teeth, and let out a loud growl. Is it your friend? Subai raised an eyebrow. The kitten elegantly licked its paw and gave a definitive meow. All right then. After all, this was another world. In his previous world, even tigers and sheep could become friends, so why not a cat and a snake? It seems this little kitten wandered in here by chance. He didn't believe that this adorable little cat had anything to do with the fierce aura in the hollow. Besides, it looked like an ordinary animal, not a mystical beast. He picked up the kitten and left the hollow. After some commotion, he returned to the outside world. From today on, you are my companion, understand, little cat? Subai held the kitten to his chest and gently poked its nose with his finger. Meow, the kitten meowed. From now on, I'll call you Xiaobai, okay, Xiaobai? Meow meow, the kitten meowed happily, seemingly liking the name very much. With this adorable pet, Subai no longer wanted to stay in the blood-colored forest. After lighting a few sticks of incense, he returned to the human territory. Xiaobai, this is the land of humans. They are not like you. The human heart is unpredictable, with one face on the surface and another behind your back. Sometimes, human nature can be truly terrifying. Subai looked at the bustling marketplace that had been restored over the past month and spoke softly. He bought a grilled fish for Xiaobai, then returned to his small house, placed the kitten on the bed, and began cultivating. The spiritual energy within his body surged and roiled. The 3-star sea apertures continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Cultivation had no time limit, closing his eyes meant an entire night had passed. When the sun rose the next day, he finally awakened from his cultivation state. The most important thing now was to break through to the traveler realm and open the Meridian Gate. The Meridian Gate was the key marker of the traveler realm. It connected and converged the mystical apertures within the body, like meridians, allowing spiritual energy to flow freely between the apertures, forming the Meridian Gate. Once the Meridian Gate was formed, the strength of a mystic would increase significantly. Moreover, the more apertures one mastered, the stronger the Meridian Gate would be. This was why mystics who fell behind would be left far behind later on. He took a deep breath, picked up the sleeping Xiaobai beside him, and held it close to his chest. Xiaobai, how did you end up in a place like that? Subai looked at the kitten in his arms, talking to himself with a face full of confusion. Then he sighed and put Xiaobai down. Forget it, Xiaobai can't talk anyway. The kitten couldn't speak, it could only rub its big eyes against Subai's leg, making soft whimpering sounds. But to think there are such powerful mystical beasts in the blood-colored forest, I guess I shouldn't go there again. Besides, after a month of training, I've already mastered my own power, Subai analyzed in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered something and exclaimed, what about that little snake? He realized that the green snake on Xiaobai's body was gone, and he immediately became nervous. He wasn't sure if the green snake was venomous. Seeing it disappear, he couldn't help but worry. But Xiaobai seemed to understand his words and let out a meow, as if calling out. Not long after, a green snake poked its head out from under the bed. Whoa! Subai was startled but quickly calmed down. Since he hadn't been attacked during his night of cultivation, it proved that the snake was safe. These two little guys are really smart, he couldn't help but praise. The set of actions just now was something ordinary animals couldn't do. He tentatively reached out his hand, signaling the green snake to come over. The little snake flicked its tongue and obediently lay on his hand. Feeling the cool scales on his hand, he became even more certain that these two little animals were extraordinary. Could they be mystical beasts? The thought flashed through Subai's mind, and he immediately asked the system. Report to the host, the guess is correct. The system immediately responded, confirming his speculation. No wonder. Subai nodded, realizing he had unintentionally gained two exotic beasts. Perhaps he could train them to help him fight and enhance his strength. Forget it, I'll deal with this after the assessment in September. He suppressed his excitement and looked at Xiaobai, feeling a wave of concern. I wonder if this little cat has parents. In that blood-colored forest, a kitten wouldn't survive on its own. He played with Xiaobai, who was running around on his bed, while the small green snake coiled around his arm. At this moment, the atmosphere was exceptionally warm. Suddenly, a heavy knock on the door broke the tranquility. Subai glanced at the door, stood up, and looked through the peephole to see a hunter. He opened the door. What's the matter? He asked, staring at the hunter, who appeared to be around 40 years old. Our boss would like to see you, the hunter said politely, bowing slightly with a sincere tone. Who is your boss? Kuyu, you know him, right? Our boss is his only relative, the middle-aged hunter explained. Concisely. I don't think I know him. Why is he asking for me? Subai frowned, asking cautiously. He was worried that the matter of killing Rotten Life could have been discovered. That was impossible, all traces of him at the ruins had disappeared. How could Rotten Life's brother know? He thought for a moment and quickly dismissed the idea. If Rotten Life's brother had really discovered that he killed his sibling, he would have come himself, not sent this unfamiliar hunter. Don't worry, we mean no harm. The boss just wants to understand how his brother died, the middle-aged hunter explained, then added, we hunters can't stay in one place for too long. We've been out on missions and only recently returned. We didn't expect to hear about Kuyu's death upon our return. My condolences, Subai offered politely. The boss was very upset upon hearing the news. He wants to meet you to hear about what happened, the middle-aged man said honestly. Are you suspecting me? Subai's face darkened. Although he knew they wouldn't truly suspect him after all, the body had been destroyed by the white tiger. Exotic beast, he still put on an angry facade. You have nothing to worry about. We are reputable hunters and would never do anything to damage our reputation. Besides, with your strength, you couldn't possibly pose a threat to Kuyu and his group, the middle-aged man said with a smile, noticing Subai's wary expression. In his eyes, Kuyu was an exotic ability user at the Awakening Realm, with Chen Xiong, a mid-level powerhouse, by his side. Subai, on the other hand, was just a small fry at the initial awakening stage, not worth considering. The reason we called you is that we heard you followed Chen Xiong to the building that day. System, can you hide my true level? Rest assured, host. Even top-tier ability users won't be able to discern your actual cultivation level. After receiving the affirmative response, Subai breathed a sigh of relief. All right. Since that was the case, and he was certain they couldn't find any evidence, he felt at ease. Before long, the two arrived at a gathering area near the forest. Several tents were set up there, with the largest one clearly belonging to their leader. A few people were gathered around a campfire, roasting the corpse of a bloodthirsty demon wolf over the flames. This bloodthirsty demon wolf is really hard to deal with. Fortunately, when we encountered it, it was already seriously injured, with only 10% of its strength left, a hunter on the left said slowly. But in the end, we still won. A spirit core of the bloodthirsty. Demon Wolf is worth a month's salary for us, another hunter looked at the fire inside. At this moment, a young man with green hair glanced at a spot not far away and suddenly spoke, Uncle He, have you brought the person? Ahead, a middle-aged man and a young man were slowly approaching. These two were clearly the middle-aged hunter from earlier in Subai. Of course, Uncle He replied with a smile. The green-haired young man's gaze shifted from Uncle He to Subai. Don't worry, if I take action, failure is absolutely impossible, Uncle He said. Excitedly, waving to everyone. Meanwhile, Subai was also observing the group of hunters in front of him. System, how strong are these hunters? Replying to host, analyzing enemy data. Analyzing, currently, there are 2 at the early Walker realm, 1 at the mid-Walker realm, and 3 at the peak of the exceptional aperture realm. 3 at the early Walker realm. 1 at the mid-Walker realm? Subai muttered softly as he listened to the system's response. He didn't pay much attention to the remaining peak exceptional aperture realm individuals because he knew that only a few among them had reached the level of exceptional aperture furnace. Clearly, hunters who could advance to the Walker realm were extremely rare. At this age, those who hadn't reached exceptional aperture furnace had almost no chance of advancing to the Walker realm. He had never fought against Walker realm ability users before, so he wasn't sure if he could defeat them. But against those at the peak of the exceptional aperture realm who hadn't reached exceptional aperture furnace, the difference wasn't significant, they were no match for him. As he pondered, the hunters around the fire turned their attention to him and the young man. Boss, is this Subai? Someone asked. That's right, the one who completed all the tasks at the initial awakening realm, the middle-aged man, Uncle He, replied. A gutsy kid, but his strength is still lacking. He needs more practice, the hunters laughed, but their eyes showed some recognition of Subai. As hunters, they constantly faced life and death situations, so they naturally respected those who dared to fight and take risks. I'm just far-sighted, not quick-handed. Please don't laugh at me, Subai responded politely, seeing that their attitude was decent. Then I'll get straight to the point, the green-haired young man said, and the crowd immediately quieted down. You followed Qin Xiong, and in the end, my brother died while you survived. What's going on? His tone was clear and calm, devoid of emotion. The atmosphere instantly became tense. After a while, someone tried to ease the tension. Young man, don't be afraid. Our captain just speaks directly. Yeah, he's actually easy to get along with. Others chimed in. Subai looked at the green-haired young man, took a deep breath, and calmly replied, at that time, I had already left, and everyone saw that he was injured by the aftermath of the beast's attack. I heard you had a conflict with my brother? The green-haired young man added a few pieces of wood to the fire, the flames flickering in his eyes as he asked. Yes. You hated him? Yes. Did you attack my brother? No. The two exchanged words quickly, and Subai responded with composure. Why is Qin Xiong taking you to find my brother? The green-haired young man persisted. You know what your brother did, right? Subai countered. The green-haired young man's pupils contracted slightly. As rotten life Ke's older brother. He naturally knew what his younger brother had done, even condoning him to some extent. They had relied on each other since childhood, losing their parents and living in poverty. It wasn't until they awakened their abilities that their lives improved. He had thought the two brothers would have a bright future, but he hadn't expected to receive such devastating news. The green-haired young man fell silent, slowly chewing on the roasted exotic beast meat. It's normal for me to resent him. You know what he did. Besides, do you think someone at the initial awakening stage like me could possibly kill 2 ability users at the alien aperture stage and an entire team of hunters? Subai questioned. The air fell silent again, with only the sound of chewing piercing the stillness. Alright, boss, you're just acting on impulse. I know you're upset, but don't drag unrelated people into this. Yeah, everyone knows there's no way someone at the initial awakening stage could be a match for Qin Xiong. Even if you don't trust your brother's strength, you can't doubt Qin Xiong's, right? The green-haired young man's teammates tried to console him. Kid, go on. On behalf of everyone, I apologize for the disturbance. A hunter pulled Subai aside and said. Subai raised an eyebrow, surprised at how reasonable. These people were, unlike Rotten Life's group, who were rude and unreasonable. All right, goodbye. He left the gathering place without hesitation. By the campfire, the green-haired young man gnawed on the exotic beast meat while watching Subai's departing figure, his expression complicated. Do you really suspect him? This disaster was so sudden. Who could have expected? 2 exotic beasts at the sky-turning stage to invade the town? Yeah, boss, it was truly an accident. Please accept our condolences. The hunters tried to comfort him. Sigh. The green-haired young man pondered for a long time, a trace of sadness in his eyes, and finally sighed. All the evidence pointed to his brother's death being an accident, unrelated to Subai. Young Z. What's up, boss? A lean hunter stepped out from the crowd, agile and sharp-eyed, clearly a tracking expert. Follow Subai for a few days and see if there's anything unusual about him. All right. The lean hunter nodded and quietly followed Subai's trail. Captain, what are you doing? I have a feeling that Subai is somehow connected to my brother's death. The green-haired young man said seriously. Sigh. Uncle, he sighed, thinking the green-haired young man was just too shaken, and said no more. Back in the small room, Subai sat cross-legged on the bed. This hurdle is over. Clearly, his brother has no evidence and can't act against me, he analyzed internally. But the biggest problem is, I have no proof that I wasn't at the scene, and no one can confirm when I left the building. The only thing working in my favor is that they think I'm just at the initial awakening stage, so I couldn't possibly pose a threat to them. A ball of flame gathered in his hand, radiating intense heat. The power of this flame was enough to shock even an ability user at the half-step walker stage. But as soon as I reveal the strength to contend with someone at the half-step walker stage, my brother will definitely suspect me again. He closed his hand, and the flame instantly disappeared. Damn it. He was holding back a surge of anger. If he were a geo-level ability user, that wretched Kagan wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. His brother wouldn't easily invite him over but would come to him personally, and he wouldn't be forced to confess. Everything was because he was too weak. Thinking of this, he involuntarily closed his eyes and began to train diligently. The star-sea apertures at his brow, chest, and abdomen slowly lit up, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and feeding it back into Subai's body. A faint connection began to link these 3 star-sea apertures. Night fell, and streetlights gradually lit up. Although it lacked the bustling lights of a big city, the area was still lively. Subai is really dedicated, staying in that small room to train all day, young Z said, sitting in his shop and staring at the inconspicuous little house through the glass. It's already so late. He's just a beginner-level ability user. No matter how bold he is, he wouldn't dare venture into the wild at night. I should head back and report to the boss. He stretched lazily, stood up, and left. After all, he had just returned from outside to rest and recover, and now he had to keep an eye on someone. It was a bit exhausting. The boss is really out of options. Just a beginner level rookie like him, who doesn't even seem like the type to cause trouble. How could he possibly be connected to Kuyu's death? He muttered as his figure disappeared into the night. After a while, a small green snake quietly appeared and slipped through the crack of the little house's door. On the bed, Subai opened his eyes, red light flickering, and flames seemed to ignite in his gaze. System, has that person left? Report from the system, after investigation, that person has indeed left. The system replied honestly. It seems that green-haired youth still suspects me. He frowned, his fingers lightly tracing circles on Xiaobai's forehead. This was a habit he had developed over the past 2 days while thinking, and Xiaobai seemed to enjoy the gesture. Trouble is inevitable when you're out and about. He didn't actually want to cause trouble, but that wretched Kagan wanted to kill him. Now, he was also entangled with another hunter team. This hunter team was relatively reasonable to him, especially the middle-aged man. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to turn against these honest hunters. But if that green-haired youth found out he was responsible for his brother's death, conflict would be inevitable. Decades of experience in his past life had made him familiar with such cruel rules. But when it came to taking action himself, he still felt uneasy. The books say killing should be decisive and ruthless, but it's really hard to do in practice. Just thinking about that middle-aged man who spoke up for him, would he really take the opportunity to wipe out the hunters? It was a tough decision. He hadn't become cold-hearted to that extent yet, and he felt conflicted. He had killed Kagan out of necessity. He didn't believe those parasites would let him go, especially after he refused to hand over half of his earnings. Meeting the king of hell is easy, but dealing with little devils is hard. The saying couldn't be more accurate. As he was pondering, the green snake slithered in and crawled toward him. When did this green snake come out? He wondered. Then he noticed the snake was holding something in its mouth. He gestured for the snake to climb onto his arm and gently took the item from its mouth. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a spiritual herb, a spirit awakening flower. This type of herb could stabilize the balance of ability apertures and also nourish them. It was extremely valuable for ability users at the aperture stage, but this kind of spiritual flower usually grows in hidden places, guarded by exotic beasts in the Yiqiao realm, making its price unaffordable for most ability users. This spiritual flower is so useful to me right now, it's like rain in a drought. Is it for me? He stroked the cold, smooth scales of the green snake, speculating. The green snake raised its head, its emerald-like eyes sparkling, and stuck out its tongue, gently nodding. Good girl. Subai looked at the intelligent little snake, then glanced at the little white creature in his arms, feeling more and more that taking them away from that exotic beast's lair back then was the right decision. I forgot to give you a name before, that was my oversight. He played with the green snake's cold body, feeling a warmth in his heart. In both his past and present lives, he had always been alone, never experiencing the warmth of a family. Now, with these two pets, he felt the sweetness of care. This feeling was different from the camaraderie between brothers, it was more like a warm familial bond and a sense of stability. The green snake, seeing that Subai was about to name it, swayed its body like reeds, as if dancing. Subai laughed as well. What should I call you? Medusa? Forget it, my surname is Su. How about Little Mink? No, you're a snake. He dismissed the idea again. I know. Subai thought for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The green snake looked at him expectantly, its gaze full of curiosity. How about I call you Little Green? You're Little Green, and it's Little White. Subai said with a smile. The green snake's eyes immediately dimmed, and it lowered its head, lying on Subai's shoulder, sulking. Subai didn't notice its mood, stroked his chin, and looked smug. I'm truly a genius at naming pets. Little Green. After the farce ended, Subai began absorbing the awakening spiritual flower as usual. In less than a minute, a cool sensation spread from his mouth throughout his body. From his neck to his chest, then to his abdomen, it infused into the 3-star sea apertures within him. But before long, the cool sensation disappeared. Subai only felt that the 3-star sea apertures had become slightly more stable, but there was no significant change. Just a slight enhancement? He sensed the changes within his body and muttered to himself. It seemed that his Yiqiao level was too high, and this awakening spiritual flower, which was considered a treasure by ordinary Yiqiao users, was no longer of much use to him. If that's the case, then something that is a treasure for ordinary ability users of the same level isn't very useful to me. He exited his cultivation state and began to analyze carefully. Now he finally understood one issue with being far stronger than other ability users of the same level, it required more cultivation resources. However, this problem was relatively easy to solve. At most, it would just slow down his cultivation speed. It seemed he needed to find a way to gather more cultivation resources. So, where could he find abundant cultivation resources? After thinking for a long time, he suddenly thought of a place: martial schools. Without a doubt, as basis for training ability users, the major martial schools in Longbo produced countless powerful, top-tier ability users every year and were extremely resource-rich. He had originally planned to take the entrance exam, achieve A good score, and use it to boost his reputation, which could also be considered a way to give back to his alma mater. For him, whether or not he went to a martial school didn't make much of a difference. He preferred to venture out on his own, freely adventuring like the protagonists in the fantasy novels he had read in his past life. But now he understood that to quickly improve his strength, he had to rely on powerful resources. Going it alone simply wasn't feasible. The martial arts school's resource advantage was evident. He had to go there to train. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. This time, not only would he participate in the assessment, but he would also aim for a good ranking, strive to enter a top-tier martial arts school, and secure more resources. That day in the principal's office, the representatives from various schools introduced their abundant training resources, and Subai remembered everything clearly. Half of the time until the September assessment had already passed, leaving only a month and a half. He didn't know whether his training speed was fast or slow, as he had stayed here for the past month without comparing or interacting with other ability users of his age. However, he guessed that while he might not match those top-tier geniuses, his speed wasn't considered slow either. Those top-tier geniuses not only had outstanding talent but also strong backgrounds and resource support. He didn't know how much strength these geniuses could improve within 3 months, but he was certain that ability users without backgrounds like him wouldn't make significant progress. In his memory, the September assessment was the most anticipated and grand event in Long Country. The assessment focused on 3 key aspects: first, the flexible application of abilities; second, the control of spiritual energy in combat; and third, the physical fitness for combat ability. These 3 aspects respectively tested mental strength, spiritual energy intensity, and physical fitness. His fire affinity was as high as 120% in such an assessment. Would this be enough to crush his opponents? He couldn't help but start imagining. In previous assessments, the highest level of strength was the Traveler realm. Although his current strength was at the Awakening realm, he believed the power of his Candle 9 ability was enough to threaten ability users at the Traveler realm. Of course, whether he could defeat them was still uncertain, as he had never truly fought against ability users at the Traveler realm. But at the very least, he had already stepped onto the first rung of the strength ladder. However, Subai clearly hadn't fought far enough. With his awakened S-level ability, he would undoubtedly perform well in this assessment, possibly even becoming a focal point. After all, only a few S-level ability users emerged in the entire Long Country each year. And those ability users who reached the Traveler realm before the assessment were also rare. So, his previous worries were actually somewhat unnecessary. But Subai was still completely unaware of all this. Night fell, and the bright moonlight bathed the earth. The night passed peacefully without incident. Early the next morning, Subai hurried to the Hunter Guild to take on tasks. He planned to take on several tasks over the next few days, earn enough commission, and then handle his upcoming plans. After all, he was now a hunter, and not taking on tasks after being questioned would seem suspicious. He planned to leave during these few days, as his training in the wild had been sufficient. Moreover, the assessment date was drawing closer. However, the threat of rotten life could still linger like a thorn in his heart, making it hard for him to relax. He still chose to take on tasks at the initial Awakening realm, avoiding high-difficulty tasks that didn't match his identity and strength to prevent suspicion. This also brought trouble. The spiritual cores and pelts of initial Awakening realm beasts sold for low prices, requiring him to complete more tasks to earn enough money. Even if he killed high realm beasts in the wild, he didn't dare to sell them casually in the guild area. After taking on tasks, he left the guild and headed toward the forest. Behind him, Yang Z emerged from the corner of a building, squinting as he stared at the departing Subai. I really don't understand what the boss is thinking. It's clearly impossible for it to be him, yet last night he voiced his thoughts and ended up getting scolded harshly by the boss. Why did this task have to fall on me? I really envy others who can drink and have fun, and even visit by Chui Lu at night to enjoy themselves. Yang Zi sighed helplessly, maintaining a distance of several hundred meters as he closely followed Subai. He simply couldn't believe that a peak-level Ichiao cultivator would be discovered by a novice-level individual during surveillance. If it weren't for the fact that Subai had seen him at the settlement and might recognize him, he would have reduced the surveillance distance to within 10 meters long ago. Subai continued his usual routine of hunting exotic beasts, collecting spirit cores and pelts, and then selling them at the guild or to vendors. Yang Z followed him the entire way, feeling extremely bored. This was just the typical daily routine of a novice-level ability user. And he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Even the usually straightforward Yang Z couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Time passed quickly, and as night fell, Subai returned to his small house to cultivate. After a few incense sticks' time, Yang Z left the small house and returned to the settlement. Boss. Yang Z called out to the green-haired young man. By the largest bonfire. This green-haired young man was clearly the brother of Lan Mingku. How was it? Did you notice anything unusual today? The green-haired young man asked, looking up. Boss, I didn't find anything. Subai is clearly just a novice-level cultivator, and his behavior is very normal. There's nothing unusual, Yang Z said honestly, leaning against a tree with a frown. Still nothing? The green-haired young man lowered his head, his expression heavy. Boss, are you overthinking this? That Subai has nothing to do with that matter. He's just a rookie who recently started out. No, I just have this feeling in my gut that Subai is somehow connected to my brother's death, the green-haired young man said firmly. Yang Z sighed and said, Boss, how much longer do I have to keep following him? We only get 1 or 2 weeks of rest. Are you sure you want to spend all this energy on a rookie with no real skills? Yeah, boss. Yang Z has been following him for days now and hasn't found anything. He's just a rookie who couldn't possibly detect Yang Z. Based on this, it's clear that Subai is innocent. Everyone present, including a middle-aged man, tried to persuade him. All right. You don't need to monitor him anymore. Take a good rest. We'll set out in a few days, the green-haired young man finally relented. Subai, does my brother's death really have nothing to do with you? Then why did he activate that jade pendant at the time? He pulled out half of a jade pendant from his pocket and muttered to himself. The flames crackled and sparked, leaping in front of him. The next morning, Subai got up early, practiced the Zhu Join flame for a while, and significantly improved his proficiency. After finishing his practice, he went out. That guy is gone? He felt that the strange gaze that had been watching him was no longer there. System, help me check the surroundings. Has the person monitoring me left? Subai, lacking spiritual power, couldn't use spiritual detection and had to rely on his intuition and the systems. Scan. Report to the host, within a 10-mile radius, the hunter who was previously monitoring you has not been detected. The system's response finally allowed Subai to relax. It seemed that the green-haired young man had given up on monitoring him, at least temporarily dismissing his suspicions. In that case, it's time to leave Shijiang as soon as possible, he thought happily. With this in mind, he went to the Hunters Guild again and took on a few novice-level tasks. This time was different. He brought along Little White and Little Green. Little White lay on his shoulder and head, while Little Green coiled around his arm, looking quite peculiar. However, hunters often kept small pets and exotic beasts as companions, so Subai's appearance didn't attract much attention. Ever since that exotic beast broke into the guild and Rotten Life Could died, the hunters in the guild had been treating him much better. Subai guessed it was mainly because Rotten Life Could brother hadn't made a move against him, indirectly proving he had nothing to do with Rotten Life Could. But Subai knew these people weren't that simple-minded. People are selfish, and even they are no exception. On the surface, they seemed amicable, but he had overheard them secretly discussing the matter multiple times. These hunters were already struggling at the bottom of the hierarchy of ability users, and Subai knew what they were capable of for the sake of profit. If that green-haired young man insisted he was the culprit, even without a bounty on him, ability users at the Exotic Aperture Realm and Initial Awakening Realm would act against him to curry favor with those at the Traveler Realm. After all, a favor from someone at the Traveler realm is valuable, while a rookie at the Initial Awakening realm is insignificant. Everyone understands this logic. Little Wang, how much can these bloodburn beast hides sell for? Subai walked into a 3-story trading shop, where several blue virtual screens hung on the walls. In front of him stood a merchant who looked rather cunning. Oh, isn't this Hunter Su? Here to sell Initial Awakening realm exotic beast hides and spirit cores again? Little Wang greeted him with a smile. Same question as always, how much can these bloodburn beast hides sell for? Subai repeated, opening the screen to check the materials and resources he needed. Little Wang was his regular buyer for exotic beast materials, and most of the resources he hunted were sold through him. Over the past month, the two had become quite familiar. Hunter Su, this batch of hides is roughly this price. Little Wang counted the number of hides, smiled, and slowly quoted a price. Little Wang, are you ripping off a regular customer? I remember the price wasn't this low before. Subai frowned. Hunter Su, don't accuse me wrongly. Would I dare take a cut from you? You're a regular customer, Little Wang patiently explained. Then why is the price so low this time? I don't want it to be either, but isn't it almost September's college entrance exam assessment? Those high school students who awaken their abilities are all out hunting to hone their combat skills. What does that have to do with this? Subai asked, puzzled. A lot. With just over a month left until the assessment, many Initial Awakening realm exotic beast resources are oversupplied. There's too much of this type of resource on the market, so prices naturally drop. There's nothing I can do about it, Little Wang explained eloquently. So that's how it was. Subai nodded, indicating his understanding. It was simply a case of oversupply. It seemed that students who had awakened their abilities were all out training in preparation for the assessment. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall that fat guy Lu Yenla. He wondered how he had been doing over the past month. Subai had tried calling and messaging him, but there was no response. Clearly, Lu Yenla was likely being secretly trained by his elders. Who knows when they would meet again? Putting his thoughts aside, he looked at Little Wang and said, all right, this price is acceptable. Hunter Su, don't be discouraged. Although the price of Initial Awakening realm exotic beast resources has dropped, the resources of exotic Aperture realm and Traveler realm exotic beasts have actually risen. You could try selling these higher-level exotic beast resources, Little Wang said, rubbing his hands with a smile. I've just reached the initial stage of enlightenment. Don't even mention provoking exotic beasts at the Wanderer realm. I can't even handle those at the exotic Aperture realm. Are you trying to get me killed? Subai snorted coldly. No, I misspoke. I always say the wrong things. Wang Shower broke into a sweat as Subai stared at him, quickly patting his own mouth. All right, money for goods. Subai handed the bloodburn beast's fur to Wang Shower, who in turn gave him a bag. For hunters, ordinary cash was of little use. They usually exchanged items of equivalent value, such as spirit energy grass. More valuable than spirit energy grass were spirit sand and spirit crystals, which contained even more spirit energy. Hunter Subai, do you know there's a big event in a few days? Wang Shower put away the fur with a satisfied smile, glanced around, and then whispered to Subai. What event? The auction house is holding an auction. Oh? How come I haven't heard about it? Tell me more. Subai's eyes lit up, immediately intrigued. Hunter Su, you're really out of the loop. You're either out in the wild or holed up in your rental room every day, and you don't interact with other hunters. It's normal for you not to know this kind of news. I'm different, I have all kinds of connections and am very well informed. Nothing escapes me, Wang Shower said proudly. Stop beating around the bush and get to the point. Subai rolled his eyes at him. Seeing Wang Shower take the hint, he directly handed him a stalk of spirit energy grass. You're generous, boss. Wang Shower laughed and began to explain slowly. We have a tradition here. Every year in September, as The assessment period approaches, a large number of rookie hunters, mostly those student newbies, flood into the city to train. At that time, many of their elders and protectors will also come along. So, we specifically hold an auction to facilitate resource circulation and build good relationships with those ability users. That makes sense. Subai nodded, then looked up and asked, so, in a few days, those high school exam candidates will be arriving? Technically, he was also a high school exam candidate, though he had disguised his identity. That's right. The auction starts around that time. You might even find some good stuff there. Wang Xiaoer nodded. Subai suddenly realized, if not for Wang Xiaoer's reminder, he might have left already and missed this opportunity. An auction sounds familiar, Subai muttered to himself. By the way, remember to wear a mask when the time comes. It's a rule of the auction to avoid trouble afterward. Thanks for the reminder, Wang Xiaoer. Subai put the bag into his pocket and turned to leave. No problem, come by any time. Wang Xiaoer waved behind him. Half an incense stick's time later, Wang Xiaoer furtively looked around to ensure no one was watching, then took out his phone and sent the audio recording he had just made. Looks like it really wasn't him. In a certain area of Huanggang, a group of hunters was gearing up. Kayu's older brother sighed, then pulled himself together. Let's move out. This auction will attract many students my age and their elders, but my wallet seems a bit tight. He calculated his small savings inside. Those ability users with their elders surely wouldn't lack money. Even those without elders would pool their resources, and their combined funds wouldn't be small either. System, can you appraise treasures? Subai asked the system in his mind. Host, what bad thing are you planning? Can you or not? Yes, host. Great. Subai's eyes lit up. He hoped this auction would bring him a pleasant surprise. As the day passed, more and more unfamiliar faces appeared in the guild district, each brimming with youthful energy. Usually, these young people were accompanied by one or two middle-aged or elderly individuals. The auction starts tonight. Judging by the scene, it's definitely going to be packed. Sitting at a table inside a glass window, sipping coffee, Subai looked at the bustling crowd inside. These middle-aged and elderly individuals were quite formidable. Just this morning, he had sensed several auras that made him tense. Clearly, these people weren't concealing their psychic energy. The only ones who could make Subai feel pressured were Earth-turn level ability users. This place is truly filled with experts. An Earth-turn level ability user was rare even in the guild district, and even wanderer level ones were uncommon. This was also why Rotten Life Cook could act so arrogantly. His brother owned an entire building. Now, Subai could confirm that tonight there would be no fewer than 10 Earth-turn level ability users present. Night fell, and the stars shone brightly. The radiant moonlight bathed the earth, as if draping the world in a mysterious veil, beautiful and dreamlike. Inside a small house. Xiaobai, Xiaochine, it seems I can't take you with me tonight. He gently pinched Xiaobai's cat ears, and Xiaobai meowed in protest. Xiaobai broke free from his hand. Its big watery eyes staring at Subai, clearly wanting to go along. No, if I take you out, my identity will be exposed. Although he had only taken them out a few times and hadn't attracted much attention, he was still worried someone might recognize them. If he truly managed to acquire a treasure, he knew how to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. He wasn't afraid of other hunters making a move. What he worried about were the elders of those students. If someone attacked him, he would have no choice but to reveal his strength. At that point, when Rotten Life's brother returned, it would undoubtedly lead to more trouble. In fact, Rotten Life's hunter team had hurriedly left a few days ago, not even attending the auction. Whimper, Xiaobai covered its face with its white paws, looking very aggrieved. Xiaoqing also spun in circles in protest. The two little ones looked utterly comical. Ah, Xiaoqing can hide in my clothes, but Xiaobai, you're too big. I can't take you. Subai rubbed them, feeling troubled. If you won't expose my identity, I'll definitely take you. He said sincerely, his eyes full of honesty. Hearing this, Xiaobai suddenly looked up, its black gem-like eyes reflecting Subai's puzzled expression. Seeing Xiaobai like this, his heart tightened. Sure enough, Xiaobai's whole body began to tremble, as if shaking off water droplets after a bath. Strangely, as it shook, its fur color gradually changed. After the shaking stopped, the originally black and white cat had turned into a pure black one. This works too? You have this trick. I was dumbfounded, not expecting Xiaobai to have such a hidden skill. Alright, since you said so, I'll take you. He shrugged, signaling Xiaobai to jump onto his shoulder. Then, Xiao Cheng burrowed into his chest pocket. Meow, meow, meow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He put on the prepared mask and stepped out the door. A night fell, and neon lights flickered. No matter how long he looked, Subai was always moved by the vibrant and lively night market scene. On the street, everyone wore masks. Although not everyone was heading to the auction, it had become a habit. The crowded streets were exceptionally lively, and he instantly recognized dozens of students. Even with masks on, he could still distinguish them as young boys and girls. Carefree, they lingered around nearby restaurants and food stalls, indulging themselves. Truly enviable, he thought, recalling his own experiences. After awakening his abilities, he was forced to leave his hometown. He had narrowly escaped death in the blood-red forest, fought fiercely against a pack of wolves, and almost lost his life. He had also gotten entangled with the troublesome Rotten Life Co., encountered a beast invasion, and was targeted by a Walker-level ability user. To be honest, the experiences were too grueling. But looking on the bright side, at least those experiences had brought him to the peak of the anomaly aperture level, even capable of threatening Walker-level opponents. He observed the surrounding newcomers, most of whom were clearly at the initial awakening stage, with only a few sensing the anomaly aperture. Just as he was sighing, an arrogant voice came from beside him. Hey, you there, I've taken a liking to your black cat. Name your price. Bai turned his head and saw a short, chubby man shouting at him. The man was dressed in a brown suit and wore a black mask. But his aura clearly indicated he was a high-ranking student. Probably a young master from some family, a prodigy at the early stage of anomaly aperture. His eyes gleamed with a mischievous smile as he stared at Subai and the little white cat on his shoulder. I want this cat. Name your price. Before he finished speaking, he reached out to grab the little white cat on Subai's shoulder. Subai's pupils slightly contracted, and his brows furrowed. Not for sale. He directly grabbed the man's wrist. You've got guts. The chubby man shouted angrily. Let go of my young master. Clearly, he hadn't expected anyone to dare refuse him and immediately issued a command. Subai sneered and, relying on his strong physique, tightened his grip on the man's wrist, applying some force. I'm telling you, it hurts, it hurts. The chubby man cried out. In pain. Let go. His face turned pale, and the pain made him wail in agony. Subai coldly responded, try fighting back? The chubby man forced a bitter smile and said, No, it's my fault. Take this. Before finishing his sentence, a sly glint flashed in his eyes, and his left hand gathered dark green sand particles, suddenly striking at Subai's hand. This is what it means to use any means necessary, the chubby man said smugly. But who was Subai? A half-step Walker-level expert who had survived life and death trials. Such petty tricks were nothing to him. He gave a sharp tug, causing the chubby man to lose his balance, and the sand particles in his hand dissipated. Your ability control is too poor. Subai shook his head. Not every ability user had the precise control he did. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh at the scene. That chubby guy is at the anomaly aperture level, but his combat experience is terrible. The guy next to him barely moved his arm and easily countered the attack. He must be a master. Too bad he's wearing a mask, we can't see his face. The hunters discussed among themselves. Subai used the system to conceal his aura and, with the mask covering his face, everyone could only speculate that he was a Walker-level expert. On the ground, the chubby man fell flat on his back and took a long time to recover. Listening to the gossip around him, he blushed with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear into the ground. You! Subai sneered coldly, tightening his grip. Idiot, you fatso, come help me. The fat man sensed danger and hurriedly shouted toward the back. At the entrance of a shop behind them, a bloated man heard the shout, his eyes immediately locking onto Subai. His expression turned serious as he quickly approached. Let go of our young master. A green mist filled his eyes as he launched a mental attack, attempting to control Subai and force him to release his grip. However, when the mental attack entered Subai's mind, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. System notification: host is immune to B-level mental control ability green soul eye due to lack of mental power. Subai heard the system notification and glanced at the bloated man, noticing the green glow in his eyes. Mental attack? Subai muttered softly, his mask adding to his mysterious aura. The bloated man panicked, realizing his mental control was ineffective, and his heart tightened. Subai's attire was plain, his demeanor ordinary, making him appear like a local, average ability user. He had assumed a simple trick would suffice, but unexpectedly, he encountered a tough opponent. System, what's this guy's level? Report to host, Mid-Stage Traveler Realm, B-level ability green soul eye. Mid-Stage Traveler Realm. Subai understood that with the protection of the Traveler Realm, this fat man was not weak. The bloated man felt apprehensive. Mental control was effective even against ability users of the same level, yet it failed this time, leaving him unsure of what to do. Just as he hesitated about whether to act in the guild area, Subai released the fat man's hand. Young master, are you all right? The bloated man hurriedly supported the fat man. Get lost. Don't touch me. The fat man, now free, quickly checked his wrist, which was already bruised. His expression changed, and he began scolding the bloated man. The bloated man lowered his head, enduring the reprimand without daring to retort. Subai found it boring and turned to leave. Wait a minute. The fat man shouted urgently as he saw Subai preparing to leave. What? Haven't had enough of a lesson? Subai turned back, speaking coldly. The strongest among them was only Mid-Stage Traveler Realm. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he wasn't afraid of them acting recklessly in the guild's territory. The fat man, intimidated by Subai's sharp gaze, hid behind the bloated man. Then, he boldly poked his head out. My name is Zhang Qingshu. I'll remember this grudge today. As he spoke, he raised his middle finger. Zhang Qingshu? Isn't he the little cousin of Zhang Mei, lieutenant colonel of the Huanggang military district? Damn, a military second generation, no wonder he's so arrogant. The crowd was shocked upon hearing this. Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Mei? Subai squinted his eyes. As expected, these rich kids had complicated backgrounds. So? Are you scared now? Be smart and apologize quickly. Zhang Qingshu, seeing the astonishment of those around him, became even more confident. Young master, don't say too much. He's a bit tricky. Subai stared at Zhang Qingshu, causing the bloated man to break out in a cold sweat. What? You can't beat him? Zhang Qingshu asked in disbelief, shocked. That guy actually took my attack head-on without even hesitating. His strength must be at least Mid-Stage Traveler Realm. The bloated man answered honestly, yes, that's correct. Zhang Qingshu couldn't help but shout, oh my god. I thought he was just an ordinary student about my age. The fat man smiled bitterly and shook his head, feeling an indescribable bitterness in his heart. Looking at him dressed in this heavy military uniform, he completely resembled a professional hunter. Why would anyone think he was a student here to take the college entrance exam? But soon, the bloated man finally breathed a sigh of relief because he saw Subai turn and leave. Young master, this isn't the military district, and Captain Lu isn't here. You should tone down your arrogance. The bloated man wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and advised. I know about this, you don't Need to interfere, Zhang Qingshu said, staring at Su Bai's back with a face full of unwillingness. You simply don't understand. Seeing Zhang Qingshu's expression, the bloated man sighed. On this trip, they had shaken off Captain Liu, yet Zhang Qingshu had stubbornly forced them to come here. Now, he was the strongest combat force here. Although this was a society governed by law, he had grown up in an era where the law of the jungle prevailed, and he understood the principle of survival of the fittest. If anything happened to the young master, he would be finished. That guy seems to be heading to the auction as well. Perfect, we're going there too. I need to see what he's all about, Zhang Qingshu snorted coldly and dragged the bloated man toward Su Bai. After they left, the bustling street market resumed its noise. No one noticed two masked figures in black hiding in the shadows, watching the scene. Are you sure it's Zhang Qingshu? One of the black-clad figures asked, in a deep, rough voice. Yes, it's him, replied a sharp-voiced woman. What a stroke of luck. That woman Zhang Mei led her troops to annihilate our base, and we barely escaped. We thought revenge was impossible, but now. The rough-voiced, black-clad figure gritted his teeth as he spoke, though he couldn't help but feel apprehensive about Zhang Mei's sword aura, which had instantly killed dozens of their high-ranking members. The fat man is their strongest combatant, with mid-level Walker realm strength. With our abilities, capturing the two of them won't be difficult, the female black-clad figure said. Follow them. The auction was held on the second floor, decorated luxuriously and resplendently. The space was vast. And thanks to Su Bai's experience from his previous life, he didn't make any mistakes. He remained calm and followed the crowd into the auction hall. Choosing a secluded spot, he sat down and pretended to meditate. The stars see aperture within his body silently absorbed spiritual energy. Although he wasn't fully activating it, the spiritual energy fluctuations had already reached the Walker realm, drawing the attention of many. Before long, Zhang Qingshu and the bloated man entered. With sharp eyes, Zhang Qingshu immediately locked onto Su Bai. The bloated man sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations and couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, it's the Walker realm. The spiritual energy fluctuations from his breathing are even stronger than mine. Sit here, so we can keep an eye on him, Zhang Qingshu pointed to a seat a few rows behind Su Bai. Young master, don't go overboard. Don't provoke enemies lightly, the bloated man said worriedly as he sat down. Relax. Once seated, they quieted down, waiting for the auction to begin. As time passed, groups of hunters and other superhumans like Zhang Qingshu gradually entered the auction hall. Finally, the lights suddenly went out, and all the spotlights focused on the center, instantly illuminating it. Su Bai opened his eyes, knowing the auction had officially begun. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our annual August auction. Thank you for your trust and support. A stunningly beautiful woman with a fiery figure slowly walked to the center, gently waving a delicate silk fan in her hand, as if she could steal a man's soul. Her long, wavy hair was elegantly styled, her gaze deep and watery, and her fiery red lips captivating. Dressed in an elegant outfit, her skin was fair and smooth, resembling fine jade. The combination of these styles made her irresistibly charming. It's Lady Chang. Lady Chang is so beautiful. Marry me, marry me. The hunters on site roared, their voices shaking the heavens. The younger hunters stared unblinkingly, drooling, while even the older hunters' eyes lit up. The atmosphere was instantly ignited. What an incredible woman, Su Bai was momentarily entranced but quickly regained his composure, looking at the scene and sighing inwardly. System, can you detect her strength? Su Bai asked the system. The distance was too far for him to sense her strength, so he relied on the system to scan. Report to the host, the opponent's strength is at the late stage of the Wanderer realm. Hiss. Su Bai gasped. He hadn't expected her to be at the late stage of the Wanderer realm, no wonder she could command the scene. My name is Chang Xiaoxiao. I believe the hunters in the guild area are familiar with me. Other guests who want to know more can inquire around, Chang Xiaoxiao said confidently, her smile enchanting. She's so Cool. As soon as she finished speaking, the men in the crowd erupted in cheers again. Alright, next is the first auction. Item, a white steel sword suitable for the awakening realm. Those with lower strength can consider it. The first auction item was presented, a white refined steel longsword with a sharp tip and a ruby embedded in the center. Hunters in the awakening realm and high school examinees began bidding. Subai paid no attention. Equipment for the awakening realm was useless to him. He exhaled lightly, watching the crowd compete. Eventually, the white steel sword was won by a high school examinee in the awakening realm. Several more items suitable for the awakening realm were introduced afterward, but Subai remained unmoved, as did many others. Subai patiently waited for the subsequent items, knowing these were just appetizers and the real treasures were yet to come. Next, we have Crimson Beast Essence Blood for the mid-stage of the Anomalous Aperture realm. Priced at 10 stalks of energy grass. Items for the Anomalous Aperture realm had arrived. Subai fixed his gaze on the transparent glass card on stage, which held a carefully wrapped red glass bottle, calculating in his mind. This item is useful to me. Bid quickly, 15 stalks, he ordered in a low voice. Zhang Qingshu stared intently at the bottle of Crimson Beast Essence Blood, urging the chubby man beside him. Understood, young master, the chubby man nodded and then shouted loudly, 15 stalks of energy grass. Their actions were closely watched by two men in black sitting at the back with grim expressions. Alright, 15 stalks of energy grass. Does anyone else want to bid? Chang Xiaoxiao smiled faintly, calling out to the crowd. 20 stalks of energy grass. Not far to the left of the chubby man, an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles shouted, his face warm with a smile. Beside him, a red-haired little girl nestled in his arms, acting coquettishly. Clearly, the bottle of Crimson Beast Essence Blood was being bought by the old man for his granddaughter. Grandpa. With this, my strength will definitely improve further, the red-haired girl said, her eyes sparkling with determination to obtain the essence blood. Don't worry, Grandpa will make sure to buy it for you. The elderly man laughed heartily, looking dotingly at his granddaughter. This combination must be the Ming elder from the two elders Zhou and Ming. Experienced ability user saw the girl's hair color and immediately speculated. Alright, this distinguished guest has offered 20 stalks of spirit grass. Anyone else bidding? I bid 25 stalks of spirit grass. I bid 30 stalks. This time, I won't let go. The two competed fiercely, and the crowd was stirred up, with bids being shouted one after another. The price has now risen to 40 stalks of spirit grass. Anyone else bidding? If not, it will go to this distinguished guest. Chang Xiaoxiao's gaze turned to the elderly man, full of joy. The fiercer the competition, the better her performance. Who is this old man, daring to compete with me? Acting like that little girl still needs body refinement. Zhang Qingshu had also been bidding, but he hadn't expected the elderly man to call out 40 stalks of spirit grass, already exceeding the normal value of this bottle of essence blood. He could only swallow his anger, gritting his teeth in frustration, his eyes fixed on Ming Elder and the red-haired girl. 3, 2, 1. Scarlet Beast Essence Blood, sold for 40 stalks of spirit grass. Chang Xiaoxiao struck the small hammer 3 times, the sound crisp and clear. Little fatty, thank you. Ming Elder squinted and smiled. With the dust settled, he felt extremely satisfied. That little fatty had been competing with him just now, but fortunately backed down in the end. Although the price was higher than its original value, it was worth the loss for his granddaughter. Old man, you really have money, Zhang Qingshu muttered. I heard that, Ming Elder. Broad-minded, wasn't angry and responded with a smile. You fat idiot, daring to insult my grandpa, be careful you don't have kids in the future. The red-haired girl glared at Zhang Qingshu with hostility, snorting coldly. Zhang Qingshu was speechless. Hearing Ming Elder's words, he obediently shrank his head and stopped talking. Young master, the other party is aground. Rotation level ability user and knows your cousin. You have some connection. Connection? What connection? How come I don't? No? Zhang Qingshu panicked as soon as he heard it was related to his cousin. That woman, what man isn't afraid of her? As her cousin, he was terrified of her. Spending a day with her could give him nightmares all night. You've been fooling around all day, not doing anything serious. How would you know these things? The chubby man said in frustration. He doesn't even know my identity yet. Zhang Qingshu made an excuse and then fell silent. His gaze returned to the stage as another auction item was presented. Next, we have a treasure discovered during our exploration of the Bloody Forest. Its value is immeasurable. Chang Xiaoxiao slowly built up the atmosphere. Madam Chang, stop keeping us in suspense, we're already captivated by you. Someone shouted, causing a burst of laughter. Yes, yes. Just tell us, or I'll consider divorce. Ha ha ha. The hunters joked one after another. In that case, I won't keep you in suspense. Chang Xiaoxiao held a silk fan and gently waved it, the front row below the stage almost catching a whiff of a rich fragrance. This treasure is called 100 Herb Nectar. It can quickly heal wounds and hidden ailments of ability users at the strange aperture level, and also enhance ability control. Although the enhancement isn't significant, it is extremely precious. I don't need to elaborate on its value, do I? Zhang Xiaoxiao introduced a pale green jade bottle on the cart. She opened the bottle, and the clear liquid inside shimmered like agate. As soon as it was opened, a refreshing fragrance filled the air, calming everyone who smelled it. Is this really 100 herb nectar? This trip was worth it. After a few seconds of silence, the crowd erupted. Again. This 100 herb nectar is extremely useful to me. I want it. Who dares to compete with me? A burly man shouted loudly. What are you? I won't hold back. I'm a descendant of the Lu family from West City, Huanggang. I must have this. You better not cause trouble. Who do you think you are? Acting arrogant like the Lu family's young lady at such a young age. People in the crowd began to reveal their identities, threatening each other. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the center of the auction hall. The noise instantly ceased, and everyone turned to look at the source of the aura. It was Zhang Xiaoxiao. She exuded the overwhelming pressure of a late-stage traveler realm. The weaker ability users immediately quieted down, not daring to cause any more trouble. Even the elders were astonished, not expecting such a small auctioneer to possess such high strength. They quickly restrained their younger companions and observed the situation quietly. System, what kind of ability does she have? Do you know? Subai felt the powerful traveler realm pressure but sensed that she was different from other ability users. This Zhang Xiaoxiao was definitely not an ordinary traveler realm. Report to the host, the opponent possesses a B-level ability, Three-Tailed Gentle Fox, but there is an unknown force residing within her. Three-Tailed Gentle Fox? A fox? No wonder she's so charming. But an unknown force within her? This Zhang Xiaoxiao is no simple character. Leaning back in his chair, Subai felt a sense of apprehension toward this woman who shocked him with both her strength and appearance. It seemed he had underestimated other ability users. Hunting weaker exotic beasts within the guild's range had confined him to a small circle, leading to overconfidence. Not everyone was as useless as Rotten Life Ku. He suddenly realized his mistake and put away his disdainful attitude toward others. Still, this 100 herb nectar is useful to me. I should try to get it. Subai stared at the 100 herb nectar on the stage, starting to calculate his moves. This bottle of 100 herb nectar starts at 50 stalks of spirit grass. With each bid increase no less than 10 stalks. Zhang Xiaoxiao released her traveler realm pressure, instantly calming the crowd, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She raised her voice, shouting louder, her voice echoing throughout the auction hall. I bid 55 stalks of spirit grass. As soon as she finished speaking, a hunter immediately countered. Stop joking. 55 stalks? You might as well say 56. I bid 60 stalks of spirit grass. 65 stalks of spirit grass, I'll take it. Most of the hunters present were masters of the exotic aperture realm, and they were extremely eager for this bottle of 100 herb nectar, joining the bidding one after another. Even the older hunters were unwilling to back down, wanting to prepare the necessary resources for advancement for themselves or their juniors. Subai also participated in a few bids but was quickly outbid. He felt a bit anxious, as his maximum budget was only 2 spirit sands, equivalent to 200 stalks of spirit grass. However, the current price was quickly approaching his limit. He was unlike others, without strong backing or long-term savings, his wallet empty, and could only offer this much. When the auction price was nearing 100 stalks of spirit energy grass, he raised his hand without hesitation, his voice low yet full of confidence. 150 stalks of spirit grass. This guy is crazy about auctions. He just added 50 stalks of spirit energy grass in one go, practically emptying my wallet. I can't do it anymore. 150 stalks is beyond my limit, I'm out. Seeing Subai make such a move, many hunters with limited funds withdrew from the scene. Even some wealthy hunters began to hesitate, unsure of how much he could spend, fearing they might get trapped and suffer heavy losses, losing face in the process. Subai's words instantly cooled the atmosphere in the auction hall. Does anyone want to bid 150 stalks of spirit energy grass? This is a bottle of 100 herb dew. Chang Xiaoxiao noticed the low spirits and tried to reignite everyone's interest. Sure enough, someone in the crowd quietly raised the bid. 155 stalks of spirit energy grass. I bid 160 stalks. This time, the bidding was much less enthusiastic, and the atmosphere was no longer lively. 200 stalks of spirit energy grass. Subai spoke again, like a bomb, exploding on the water's surface, creating massive waves. The price has almost doubled. Who is this ability user? So wealthy? Everyone in the room was stunned, their eyes fixed on Subai. Their surprise was understandable. 200 stalks of spirit energy grass were nearly the entire savings of an ability user at the Awakening Realm. Spending all one's assets on a bottle of 100 herb dew was simply not worth it. The market price was at most around 150 stalks. Young master, should we compete with him? The chubby man beside Zhang Qingshu cautiously asked. Compete for what? I'm not an idiot. If we keep bidding, we'll suffer huge losses. Zhang Qingshu rolled his eyes. He had some previous conflict with Subai, but it wasn't irreconcilable. If he were to confront him now, he wouldn't have the confidence to win. But not getting that little black cat is such a pity. I really wanted to take it home and raise it. After Subai called out 200 stalks of spirit energy grass, the scene became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. To intimidate the crowd, he activated 3 of his star sea apertures, absorbing the surrounding spirit energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In Subai's view, this was merely accelerating his own breathing and energy flow, putting on a show. But the others felt the powerful aura he emitted, silencing the entire room. They were convinced this guy was a peak-level Awakening Realm expert. Some Awakening Realm ability users tried to probe his true strength but couldn't sense his level. This could only mean 2 possibilities. 1, he carried a treasure that concealed his aura, hiding his true strength. 2, his strength had already surpassed theirs. The energy fluctuations he had just displayed were clearly at the peak of the Awakening Realm. The answer was obvious. Thinking of this, everyone fell silent. The silence of these ability users made those with weaker strength even more certain of this conclusion. Chang Xiaoxiao also showed a hint of surprise but quickly suppressed her emotions, regaining her composure. However, her charming gaze remained fixed on Subai, causing his face to flush slightly. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask, hiding the redness on his face. Truly borrowing the tiger's might. Subai looked at the expressions of the crowd, touched the little boy on his shoulder, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, others saw his actions as hostile and decided not to compete anymore. Honored guest, please calm down first. Just as the venue quieted down, a voice filled with authority rang out. The auction house's manager stepped forward. He was dressed in a formal blue suit, his expression serious, his eyes deep as ink, exuding a misty aura. "This man is the owner of the auction house, a powerhouse beyond the Wanderer realm," someone in the audience exclaimed, surprised that the auction had alarmed the owner. Understood, Subai immediately restrained his energy fluctuations. After all, the person before him was not only the owner of the auction house but also a powerhouse far beyond the Wanderer realm. When he met the owner's gaze earlier, he almost felt dizzy. Fortunately, the system's voice pulled him back to reality in time. "So this is the strength beyond the Wanderer realm? It seems the gap between the Earth transition and human transition is as vast as heaven and earth." He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. The oppressive aura of the auction house owner was incomparable to the Wanderers. Present. "Honored guests, my apologies, the auction will now continue." The auction house owner bowed deeply to the audience. Without saying much, he scanned the crowd, intimidating those who intended to cause trouble, then turned and disappeared behind the curtain. This auction house owner is truly extraordinary. Even top-tier ability users are treated with such respect. That's his reputation, everyone knows it. Many ability users praised him. Clearly, the owner's bow not only quelled the disturbance but also earned the auction house more goodwill. "Alright, the little incident just now is over," the auction continues. "Does anyone want to bid on this bottle of 100 herb dew?" Zhang Xiaoxiao resumed her usual charming demeanor, quickly stabilizing the venue's order. "No need, no need. Madam Chang, I don't think this item suits me." Other bidders, seeing Subai as a peak Wanderer realm powerhouse, dared not bid anymore. With 3 crisp knocks of the gavel, the 100 herb dew was finally claimed by Subai. He called over the staff, signaled to take the item in advance, paid 200 stalks of energy grass, and quietly left the auction house. He didn't have much money left, so staying there was meaningless. Being able to buy something suitable with what he had was already fortunate, he dared not hope for more. Besides, as a peak Wanderer realm ability user, how could he leave the auction like an ordinary person after it ended? After some thought, he decided to negotiate with the staff during the auction's midway point, retrieve his item early, and leave halfway through. Walking out of the auction house, a cool breeze greeted him, making him feel particularly refreshed. Unknowingly, it was already close to September, and autumn was approaching. He gently stroked Little Bai, who let out a cheerful meow. "System, scan the surroundings for anyone following me." Subai stood at the entrance, not leaving immediately, but remaining cautious. "Report to the host," scanning the surroundings, conducting a full search. Ding, 2 ability users identified as following you. As expected, Subai muttered to himself. He could confirm that one of them was definitely from the auction house, but the other was uncertain. System, analyze their strength. Report to the host, the opponents are at the mid-stage of the Wanderer realm and the peak of the anomalous aperture realm. Even someone at the anomalous aperture realm is tracking him? It seems they have considerable confidence in their concealment abilities. He raised his eyebrows. At the street corner, he frantically circled around, using the crowded night market as cover, and Subai quickly shook off the 2 followers. With the system acting like a radar, what was there to fear? He restored Xiao Bai to its original color. Then changed clothes at the corner of an alley, removed his mask, and took off the disguise he'd been wearing for the past few days. He reverted to being that genius young Esper. "Alright, it's time to leave tomorrow." Confidence gleamed in Su Bai's eyes. This trip to Shijian was finally nearing its end. Before coming here, he hadn't sensed the anomalous aperture, but now he could rival a strong opponent at the half-step Wanderer realm. Moreover, he had 2 companions, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. This journey to Shijian had been quite fruitful. After shedding his disguise, Subai took a different route to ensure no one saw him and discreetly returned to the small house. As usual, he meditated, practiced, and cultivated, while consuming the 100 herb nectar he had just purchased to aid his cultivation. He released Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, sat in the center of the bed, and began cultivating. Within Subai's body, 3-star sea apertures were continuously operating, with streams of nascent spiritual energy gradually emerging and slowly spreading in different directions. They were like vines, madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual energy poured into the anomalous apertures, condensing into mist and attracting each other within his body, like magnets. The 3-star sea apertures began to connect with one another. The fine threads emerging in the anomalous apertures slowly touched and started to communicate with each other. What is this feeling? Subai's body trembled slightly, sensing a special presence. His heart filled with joy, and he calmed himself, following the rhythm within his body to attempt a breakthrough. He introspected, observing the gradual expansion of the starseed apertures, with countless stars shining brightly. He immersed himself in the starlight, feeling the wondrous changes. Planets revolved around stars, galaxies moved along their orbits, displaying ancient and profound symbols. This is? Subai murmured softly. At this moment, he found himself in his sea of consciousness, transformed into a deep blue phantom, wandering through the boundless starry sea. The starry sea was vast, but it was covered by densely packed golden ancient runes. He tried to touch the golden rune wall, but it only stirred layers of tiny ripples. Seeing no effect, he gave up and swam toward the center of the starry sea. The starsea apertures pulsed rhythmically, and Subai's body emitted a faint red glow. Xiao Chang and Xiaobai woke from their dreams, sensing the aura emanating from Subai, and quickly jumped off the bed, crouching nearby to quietly guard him. A trace of human-like brilliance flashed in their eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Soon, they fell back into a drowsy sleep. On the bed, Subai continued to explore this vast starry sky within his sea of consciousness. He didn't know how long he had been wandering when a red glow suddenly appeared before him. He focused his gaze and saw a bright red stone floating in the starry sea. He tried to approach it, but the temperature grew increasingly intense. An unimaginable heat gradually eroded him from the inside out. His chest began to burn, followed by his body, and finally his head, as if he had turned into a man of fire. The sensation was incredibly peculiar. The flames were burning in the starry sky. The scorching heat brought intense pain, the fiery sensation spreading throughout his body. Moments later, he returned to his original state. His body reappeared in its previous. The red stone emitted a fiery aura, and Subai gazed at it from afar, as if it could ignite a sea of flames, drawing one into its depths. I can't approach it yet. Subai's virtual body, formed from the starry sky, showed no expression on his face. Just as he was about to continue searching in the starry sky, his pupils suddenly contracted slightly. In a corner of the starry sky, a golden talisman floated quietly in the void, seemingly containing a power of laws and order. A talisman. Subai's heart stirred as he tried to communicate with it. But he failed. The talisman was incredibly powerful, engraved with complex divine patterns that were profound and awe-inspiring, far beyond his control. Nevertheless, his attempt seemed to trigger a reaction from the talisman, which emitted an even stronger light, its power like divine radiance splitting the heavens and traversing time. Boom! Divine might spread, its brilliance dazzling like a rainbow, as if a blazing sun had risen. Whoosh! The talisman trembled violently, instantly transforming into a divine beam that shot into the depths of the starry sea like an invincible spear. It escaped? Subai froze. When his gaze returned to the original spot, a sorrow that shook the heavens quietly arose, strongly affecting him, making his heart ache as if cut by a knife, and even the starry sky seemed to weep. It was a drop of blood. The blood concealed an endless cold killing intent, yet not a single drop flowed out. The intense aura of death almost caused one's soul to collapse. Fortunately, Subai was in a virtual state at the moment, otherwise, his body would have been corroded into a ghost by this extreme death intent in mere moments. A single drop of blood could make the starry sky tremble. How powerful must such an existence be? Even more shocking was the fact that such a powerful being had been defeated, leaving only a shattered drop of divine blood. In an instant, shock, fear, and trembling filled his entire being. He felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, his whole body chilled. It was an indescribable terror. In this drop of blood, he saw the blood of a peerless powerhouse spilling, disappearing into the starry sky with regret and resentment. After coming to his senses, he didn't even dare to move a step. Why had this drop of blood appeared in his starry sea? Could there be someone else here? This thought made his heart race. Once the suspicion arose, he felt uneasy all over, as if a pair of eyes were secretly watching him. Fortunately, after half an incense stick's time, the energy of his virtual body gradually depleted, and he slowly disappeared from the starry sky. His consciousness returned, and he opened his eyes. He let out a sigh of relief, the sense of security returning to his heart. Buzz! He felt the 3-star sea apertures within his body successfully connect, affecting his entire being. An unprecedented surge of power emerged, vibrating through his body, accompanied by a humming sound. Congratulations, host, for forming the Vein Gate. Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to the Traveler Realm. Congratulations, host, for increasing your flame affinity by 10%. Current flame affinity, 130%. So this is the Vein Gate? He temporarily set aside the heart-pounding scenes he had just witnessed, trying to calm his inner excitement, and spoke softly. It's truly powerful. This Vein Gate was like his meridians, with each aperture continuously circulating and purifying his body. Congratulations, host, for advancing to the Traveler Realm. Physical attributes have greatly improved, and impurities within the body have been cleansed. The system's voice kept echoing in Subai's mind as he carefully listened to the system's report on his various enhancements. After a while, he opened his eyes. System, open my panel. Received. Host. Opening your panel now. Host, Subai, age, 18, physique, mid-stage Walker Realm, mental power, none, current. Realm, early-stage Walker Realm, energy intensity, peak Walker Realm status, flame affinity 130%, possessions, candle. 9 emblem, initial recognition icon of Candle Dragon. My physique has improved to mid-stage Walker Realm, but my energy intensity is still at peak Walker Realm. In other words, I can't directly compete with higher realm ability users? Subai stared at the data on the virtual screen, feeling a bit disappointed. Forget it. Although he hadn't reached the level to contend with higher-tier enemies, he was already quite satisfied with his current strength. The power of the early-stage Walker Realm was enough to threaten those at the peak of the Walker Realm. For other ability users, such strength was simply unimaginable. He gently moved his hand, and a ball of flame immediately danced in his palm, firmly held in his grasp. Although my energy realm hasn't changed, the power of the flame has clearly increased significantly. As the master of the flame, he had the most direct sense of its strength. He casually wielded the flame and found it much more effortless than before. He then deeply activated the pulse gate within his body, and the power unleashed by his abilities far exceeded his expectations. Is this the function of the pulse gate? Could it be that sensing the ability aperture, refining it into a furnace, and forming the pulse gate are all meant to stimulate this kind of power? Half the room was illuminated by the firelight, the walls glowing red, and waves of heat surged. Subai quietly felt this immense power. He could finally conclude. If he were only at the half-step Walker Realm, facing those strong Walker Realm ability users, he would suffer losses most of the time. It was like a teenager and a mature young man each wielding swords in a duel. Although the teenager had a weapon capable of harming the opponent, without forming the pulse gate, his physical qualities and combat power were far inferior to the other. This was because ability users who had formed the pulse gate experienced significant improvements in strength, combat awareness, and all aspects. Previously, Subai hadn't formed the pulse gate and didn't understand the reason behind it. Now, he finally understood. This invisible and intangible enhancement could only be comprehended through personal experience. So, when I dealt with Walker Realm ability users before, I was practically risking my life. He walked to the window and looked at the brightly lit night market outside. In his mind, the vast cosmos in his sea of consciousness appeared. Again, and he recalled that drop of blood, his heart surging with excitement. Seemingly infected, mysterious radiance emanated from his body, ethereal and beautiful. Like a starving man, he yearned to absorb the vitality of the bustling crowd. How? Should he continue on the path of an ability user? Ultimately, he was nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust in the universe, far too confident. He recalled the scene he had seen when sensing the ability aperture. Boundless white and black, like the opening of chaos, this was the origin of heaven and earth. In this infinite universe, how small and powerless humans were. Geniuses are countless, but how many can truly reach the end? It seems like a bright and clear path, but in reality, undercurrents surge. Countless move forward, but who can persist until the end? And at the end, what can remain? Just a wisp of dust in the passage of time. Even the owner of that drop of blood eventually fell. A trace of tremor flickered in his eyes as he fell into deep thought. The world of supernatural powers is cruel and merciless, the prosperity before him is fleeting. Who knows if everything will vanish by tomorrow? No, I won't be like him. I have my own path. As long as I am strong enough, I can keep moving forward. Subai's eyes shone with unwavering determination. He stepped out of the small hut and agilely leapt onto a towering tree in the wilderness. Gazing at the pristine moon, he suddenly felt his mind clear, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Subai felt as though he had grasped something. The moon gradually enlarged in his vision. The moon itself wasn't important, but the thoughts in his mind at this moment deeply moved him. I am who I am, my destiny is decided by me. Others' fates are merely because they weren't strong enough. He murmured softly. Suddenly, dazzling light erupted from his entire body, shooting straight into the sky. His state of mind ascended as a result. It was unclear how much time had passed. In the distance, the sudden sound of a sword's hum echoed, cold and bone-chilling. His heart stirred, and he quickly activated his divine powers. When the light in his eyes faded, he jumped down from the towering tree and silently headed toward the source of the sound. It was in the middle layer of the blood forest. Neither too far nor too close to him. But in this forest, unless the commotion was massive, no one would notice. In the blood forest, two figures, one large and one small, were desperately fleeing. Behind them, two fierce black-clad figures pursued relentlessly. Who are you? Why are you hunting us down? The ones being chased were Zhang Qingshu and a portly man. Their pursuers were the two black-clad individuals who had appeared earlier. Ha! Blame Zhang Mei for making too many enemies. The agile female black-clad figure wielded a long whip that lashed at the portly man like a venomous snake. The whip's tip was adorned with sharp blades, and every strike carried the sound of slicing through the air. Being struck by the whip wouldn't just leave a simple scar. If you dare harm us, my cousin won't let you off. The portly man stumbled as Zhang Qingshu barely steadied himself. The obese man slipped, his pupils suddenly contracting to the size of pinpoints. The two fell heavily to the ground not far away. Dust flew up as the obese man hurriedly climbed to his feet, using one hand to protect the limping Zhang Qingshu behind him. Damn it, is this really the end today? He looked at the two black-clad figures slowly approaching, their weapons emitting a low hum, cold sweat streaming down his face. Stop struggling. This time, we're going to deliver. Your head to that Zhang Mei bitch, the black-clad woman said, her chest heaving but her eyes filled with murderous intent. He. The two continued to approach slowly, locking their sights on the obese man. Today would be their end. Crack! Suddenly, the sharp sound of a breaking tree branch pierced the air. The two black-clad figures' pupils shrank as they coldly demanded, "Who's there? Come out." Misunderstanding, I'm just passing by. Perfect timing, brother. Chen, help me take care of these guys. The obese man saw an opportunity and shouted desperately, as if grabbing onto a lifeline. Another helper? The black-clad woman's face instantly turned cold, her eyes radiating a dangerous chill. Don't listen to his nonsense, I'm just passing by, Subai said, knowing full well the obese man was trying to drag him into the mess. But the black-clad pair ignored his words entirely. Come out. The man's long sword buzzed, seemingly gathering energy, ready to strike at any moment. Sigh. Subai reluctantly stepped out from the woods behind Zhang Qingshu. He hadn't expected to be so unlucky. Initially, upon seeing the chase, he had planned to avoid it, not wanting to get involved. But he had accidentally stepped on a dry branch, making a sound. I didn't see anything, I'll leave right away, okay? Subai said awkwardly with a forced smile. The black-clad pair, seeing someone emerge, were initially cautious. But upon realizing it was a young boy, they finally relaxed. Clearly, their guard had dropped. Hearing Subai's words, the two couldn't help but sneer. Let him leave? Dream on. Running into their operation, this kid still thought he could pretend nothing happened and walk away? Wishful thinking. The obese man, seeing Subai step out, narrowed his eyes slightly. This kid was way too young. He looked like someone preparing for the September exams. It's over, he thought. He had initially assumed the other party was a powerful ability user, at least an experienced hunter. If he could pull them into deal with the black-clad figures, there might be a better chance of winning, and if not, at least the young master could escape. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a teenager. This kid was probably even weaker than Zhang Qingshu. He secretly mobilized all his energy, pushing it to the limit. Such youthful energy, the woman said, licking her lips and narrowing her eyes slightly. I'll play with this man later, she whispered to the man. No problem, let's deal. With Zhang Mei's cousin and that fat guy first, the man nodded. After a brief exchange, the black-clad pair lunged forward again. Kid, you should leave now. They're only focused on us for the moment and won't target you. I was impulsive earlier, the obese man said, feeling the mounting pressure as the black-clad figures closed in, gritting his teeth to persuade Subai. Brother, I called you brother, so what am I supposed to do? Zhang Qingshu finally spoke. Young master, let me go first. You've helped me settle my family, solved my troubles, and given me freedom. Now is the time for me to repay your kindness. The fat man looked calm, but tears glimmered in his eyes. You? Zhang Qingshu listened, feeling helpless. But considering the current situation, he took a deep breath. His gaze shifting from frivolous to resolute. Green particles appeared in his hand, ready for battle. Since it's death either way, even though I'm only at the early stage of the anomaly aperture, don't underestimate me. Young master. No more talking, focus on the fight. The two went all out, staring at the pair of black-clad man and woman. Nearby, Subai listened to the woman's words, feeling a chill down his spine. Do you even know what you're saying? Playing with people? That's twisted. He raised an eyebrow as he overheard the fat man and Zhang Qingshu's conversation. Especially Zhang Qingshu, whose demeanor suddenly changed, surprising him. Having a military background really makes a difference, though arrogant, his attitude was far superior to ordinary ability users. The autumn wind blew, rustling the forest, and leaves fell. A cold glint flashed in the black-clad man's eyes as his longsword swept forward like a meteor. Shield of no thought. The fat man stepped forward to protect Zhang Qingshu, instantly forming a green shield that stood in front of the two. The shield collided with the longsword, sparks flying, and ripples spread across the shield. Take this. Taking advantage of the opponent's sword momentum pausing, the black-clad man hovered for a moment. Zhang Qingshu quickly fired green particles. This was his ability, the A-grade Emerald Spirit. It could transform into virtual green gemstones, capable of both ranged and close combat, and was his source of pride. Good timing, but you're too weak. Suddenly, an explosion sounded behind him. Feeling the killing intent, he immediately formed a green metal shield on his back while diving to the side. The emerald gemstone missed its target, hitting a century-old tree, which collapsed with a loud crash, startling a flock of birds. The power of this strike is enough to threaten an ability user at the late stage of the anomaly aperture. Subai observed and nodded silently. Zhang Qingshu thought he had dodged the woman's attack, but unexpectedly, her whip lashed fiercely at his original position, its blade piercing 3 inches into the ground. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the Woman suddenly appeared behind him, delivering a powerful whip kick. Crack! Boom! Crack crack! The shield shattered under the heavy blow, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. This was pure physical strength unleashed. Young master! The fat man roared in anger. Although the shield blocked the front, the back was completely unprotected, his weak point. He had seen the woman targeting Zhang Qingshu earlier and wanted to intervene but was held back. Watching Zhang Qingshu being kicked away, the fat man's eyes were filled with fury. Dust and smoke filled the air. Amid the flying dirt, blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Qingshu's mouth. He coughed, struggling to stand, feeling intense pain throughout his body. Several of his ribs had been broken by the kick. This physical strength is truly terrifying. If he hadn't activated the shield in time to block most of the impact, that kick would have caused him to spit out more than just blood. It would have been his internal organs. This was the reality of most low-level ability users facing high-level ones. Their abilities couldn't compare, nor could their physical strength. Ordinary low-level ability users were basically left to die. Subai took note of all this. System, how strong are the two opponents exactly? Received, host. Investigating the specific realm information of the enemies. Tao Da, late-stage wanderer, ability, C-grade. Hidden Peak Sword. Tao Air, mid-stage wanderer, ability, D-grade Serpent Shadow Soul. Two ability users at the wanderer realm, one even at the later stage, no wonder they dared to hunt these two down. However, for Subai, as long as the opponent is a wanderer realm ability user, it makes no difference. Although he is at the early stage of the wanderer realm, his true strength has already reached the peak of the wanderer realm. It's normal for a genius to have spiritual energy intensity surpassing their current realm. But for most ability users, it's rare for their spiritual energy intensity, physical strength, and spiritual energy recovery speed to simultaneously exceed their current realm. At most, only one or two aspects might achieve this. The remaining aspects become weaknesses in the eyes of experts. If your spiritual energy is as strong as mine and threatens me, then I'll use physical strength to engage you closely. Physical strength one realm higher can basically crush you instantly. If your spiritual energy and physical strength are as strong as mine but your recovery speed is slow due to a lower level, then I'll drag it out until you run out of energy. But Subai is different. His body, refined by the candle 9 flame, far surpasses others at the same level and can now rival the mid-stage of the Wanderer realm. With 3-star C apertures for absorption, his recovery speed far exceeds others at the same level, comparable to the peak of the Wanderer realm. His ability, the Candle 9 Flame, is far more powerful than flames of the same level and can even threaten the peak of the Wanderer realm. His spiritual energy, physical strength, and recovery ability have no weaknesses. On the surface, he is at the early stage of the Wanderer realm, but his actual strength is genuinely at the peak of the Wanderer realm, with his physical body even reaching the mid-stage level. The physical strength of the Wanderer realm is truly terrifying. Zhang Qingshu groaned, feeling a piercing pain in his bones with every movement. He had only taken one hit from a Wanderer realm kick. When he met the cold gaze of the black-clad woman, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Another kick might just shatter him completely. Damn it! Green soul gaze. The obese man was sweating profusely, unable to break free. From the first exchange, he knew the opponent was very strong, at least at the later stage of the Wanderer realm. Trying to stall the opponent was impossible, or rather, the opponent was simply toying with him, deliberately letting him watch helplessly as the young master was killed. Without hesitation, he unleashed his trump card. His pupils emitted a green beam of light, directly targeting the mind of the black-clad man, Tao Da. This was a mental attack, caught off guard, even a later stage Wanderer realm would be affected. But Tao Da was clearly toying with the obese man, his movements agile and controlled just right, making it difficult for the opponent to break free. He sighed in relief, not expecting the opponent to launch a mental attack. Suddenly, his vision blurred, turning into a green screen, and dizziness struck. I underestimated you. Although Tao Da's vision was temporarily impaired, he remained calm, snorted coldly, and quickly enveloped his surroundings with mental power, instantly neutralizing the mental attack. When his vision cleared, he saw the opponent already rushing to Zhang Qingshu's side. "Stay away from the young master," the obese man shouted, green light flashing in his eyes. Hearing the urgent sound of wind behind her, the black-clad woman immediately abandoned her attack on Zhang Qingshu, swung her whip to the ground, raising dust and debris. Snake-like shadows appeared, and the whip curved into an arc, striking fiercely backward. The blade on the whip gleamed coldly, bringing a chill. Clang! The whip collided with the obese man's shield, the blade was deflected, and the black-clad woman used the force to retreat swiftly. The obese man's eyes glowed green, and after deflecting the shield, he immediately rushed to Zhang Qingshu's side, feeding him a pill. "Young master, are you all right?" he asked anxiously. "Obviously, do I look like I'm all right?" Zhang Qingshu rolled his eyes at him, swallowed the pill, and then took out another, clearly more advanced pill, and consumed it. "Looks like my pill isn't as good as yours. You should keep it for yourself." Zhang Qingshu's lips twitched, gasping in pain, but after swallowing 2 pills, a gentle green light appeared on his body, and his injuries began to heal slowly. "These are qi-regulating pills and essence-replenishing pills." The sharp-eyed Su Bai immediately recognized that Zhang Qingshu had taken qi-regulating pills and essence-replenishing pills, especially the essence-replenishing pill that Su Bai himself had provided, which was of superior quality. Before long, Zhang Qingshu's pale and fatigued complexion gradually recovered, and his breathing became smooth. "Good stuff, so many treasures." 2 figures in black landed, exchanged glances, and a cold smile flashed in their eyes. "Hand over your treasures, and maybe we'll let you go." The female figure in black sneered sinisterly, making the atmosphere in the dense forest even more eerie. "Young master, don't trust them. They just want your belongings. Stop talking, I know. I'll take this pill." "What a pity, I didn't bring any defensive items this time." He took out a slightly inferior essence-replenishing pill from his storage ring and handed it to the bulky man, then took out several pills with different effects and swallowed them all. His heart was bitter. As the cousin of Colonel Zhang from the military district, could he really not even have a piece of defensive equipment? Obviously not, he just found it troublesome. If he could escape this time, he would definitely protect himself like a turtle shell, bringing as many pills and defensive items as possible. Su Bai watched Zhang Qingshu eat pills like they were beans, feeling envious. No wonder he had such a strong background. The price of these pills was astronomical. "Is that so? Then we won't hold back." Tao De and Tao Air snorted coldly, preparing to strike again. The bulky man felt heavy-hearted. Although Zhang Qingshu had given him pills that restored much of his strength, the previous battle, though brief, had been enough to leave them flustered. If the opponents continued to attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, the aura of the Wanderer realm burst forth, pressing down on the 2 so hard they could barely breathe. "Hey, kid, you're quite obedient, not running away. I'll reward you properly later." The woman in black glanced at Su Bai with a provocative tone. Zhang Qingshu and the bulky man finally reacted, thinking to themselves that this young man must have a problem. "After such a long fight, you still didn't run away and are really waiting for the opponent to reward you? This is no joke, can't you see these people are clearly not good?" They all assumed Su Bai had been scared stiff by the aura of the Wanderer realm. But what they didn't expect was that Su Bai spoke up at this moment. "Pervert? Last time I held back and didn't make a move, and now you dare to come again? Do you think you're worthy of playing tricks with me?" Everyone present was stunned, as if their breathing had been choked. The bulky man in Zhang Qingshu couldn't help but chuckle, stealing glances at Su Bai. This kid, could he really have a problem? Even the man in black had a hint of amusement in his eyes, glancing sideways at the woman in black beside him. The woman in black's face instantly darkened upon hearing Su Bai's words, veins bulging. "You rude brat, I changed my mind. I'll kill you first." Before her words finished, the long whip in her hand lashed out like a snake towards Su Bai, stirring up waves of air. "Watch out!" Her serpent shadow whip, fatal to anyone below the anomaly realm upon contact, Not to mention the Traveler Realm's spiritual energy covering the whip, its sheer force alone could turn a person into pulp. No matter how strong Subai was, could he be stronger than Zhang Mei's cousin, Zhang Qingshu? Just as everyone thought Subai was about to become a bloody mess, they saw him shake his arm, moving as fast as lightning, and firmly grab the serpent shadow whip. The whip struggled desperately in his hand, but couldn't budge. Damn it, you're in the Traveler Realm. The crowd's eyes narrowed sharply, shocked. Only another Traveler Realm could block an attack from a Traveler Realm ability user. This young man turned out to be in the Traveler Realm. Subai snorted coldly, yanked his arm forcefully, and before the black-clad woman could react, she was pulled forward, and the whip instantly slipped from her hand, falling to the ground. His movements were as fluid as flowing water, showcasing Subai's extraordinary strength. The black-clad woman stepped back in surprise. This kid was unexpectedly powerful. Time seemed to freeze, and the surroundings became eerily silent, as if lifeless. After a long moment, the black-clad man stepped forward, cautiously staring at Subai, and said, "That was all a misunderstanding earlier. I apologize on behalf of my sister. Don't interfere, we're just here for revenge. Once it's done, all the benefits will go to you." The black-clad man's sharp gaze immediately recognized the complexity of Subai's earlier move. To firmly catch his sister's whip, this young man's strength was at least at the peak of the mid-Traveler Realm. With a mindset of avoiding trouble, he spoke up. Of course, this was just a temporary measure to appease this variable. Once those two were dealt with, if Subai was still around, he would definitely take action. There could be no witnesses to today's events. Oh? All the benefits will go to me? Subai smiled meaningfully, his attitude causing the black-clad man to frown and feel uneasy. Sir, could you lend us a hand and help us reach the guild area? We will reward you handsomely afterward. Don't believe a word they say, the bloated man interjected hastily. He couldn't understand how someone so young could be a Traveler Realm ability user. He only knew that this person was their only chance to escape. If I was willing to help, combined with the young master's elixirs, their chances of successfully reaching the guild area were high. However, he was also worried, as he had been the one to drag Subai into this mess earlier. Listening to Subai and the black-clad man's conversation, he grew increasingly anxious. A handsome reward? Specifically, how? Subai glanced at the bloated man and asked. The bloated man was speechless, turning to Zhang Qingshu for help. Zhang Qingshu was dumbfounded, not expecting a peer to be in the Traveler Realm. Seeing the bloated man look at him, Zhang Qingshu immediately said, "I'm the cousin of Zhang Mei, a lieutenant colonel in the Huanggang military district. Elixirs, defensive equipment, weapons, cultivation resources, whatever you want, I can provide." "You're just a lieutenant colonel's cousin, how impressive can you be?" Subai smiled skeptically. Zhang Qingshu and Subai stared at each other for a moment. Realizing Subai wasn't convinced, Zhang Qingshu gritted his teeth and said, "My grandfather is a major general in the Shijiang military district." Major general in the Shijiang military district? Subai's eyes widened, his eyebrows raised in surprise. He hadn't expected the other party to have such a strong background, being the grandson of a major general. "Young master, you shouldn't reveal that," the bloated man hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "On the brink of death, what secrets are worth keeping?" Zhang Qingshu retorted, standing up and saying, "Senior, as long as you help us escape, the reward will absolutely satisfy you." His gaze was resolute, completely different from the frivolous disciple he had been before. Subai pondered, lost in thought. The two men in black were utterly shocked, their resolve firm. They absolutely could not let Subai escape. Killing the cousin of Lieutenant Colonel Zhang was barely tolerable, but daring to harm a relative of the Major General? That was unforgivable. Seeing Subai's hesitation, the two exchanged a glance and immediately made their move. Hidden blade. The male figure in black thrust his long sword, gleaming coldly, straight at Subai like a dagger. The female figure in black was not idle either. Several shadowy snake figures lunged from behind her, aiming directly at Subai. "Master, watch out. They're attacking," the portly man urgently warned. But Subai had already sensed it. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he quickly retreated dozens of steps, simultaneously, conjuring a fireball in front of him. The hidden blade sword charged straight for his chest. Humph! Subai snorted coldly. The fireball exploded, a wave of heat surging outward, and red flames instantly engulfed the surrounding area for several meters. This fire! The male figure in black, confident in his late-stage traveler realm strength and wielding the hidden blade sword, had thought he could easily cut through the fireball. However, the energy within the flames shocked him. Feeling the intense heat, he immediately abandoned his attack, slashing his sword through the air to dissipate the impact. Activating his spiritual energy, he retreated dozens of meters in an instant. The female figure in black, following closely behind, was not so fortunate. Subai had already moved from his original position. She had intended to seize the opportunity to pick up her long whip, confident in the male figure's abilities, and had not paid attention to the battle above her. Suddenly, a burst of firelight flashed, and a wave of heat surged toward her. The fire of Zhu Jiuyin, unleashed by Subai, and infused with his spiritual energy, was astonishingly powerful. Just as she reacted and looked up, she saw the red and yellow flames rapidly approaching. She quickly raised her hands to shield herself, but the flames still struck her fiercely, sending her flying. The male figure in black landed steadily, his expression serious. Seeing the female figure in black being flung toward him, he quickly reached out to catch her. At this moment, her mask had been burned away, and her clothes were tattered and scorched. Her chest heaved visibly, her curves distinct. The charred clothing revealed large patches of exposed skin, fair, smooth, and faintly outlining an alluring figure. Not bad at all, Subai teased with a smirk. Then, turning to the two who were still stunned by the fireball's power, he said coldly, "Remember what you said." Zhang Qingshu was the first to snap out of it, nodding repeatedly. Seeing Zhang Qingshu's response, Subai turned back, his gaze sharp as he stared at the two figures in black not far away. "Little sister, how are you?" the male figure in black asked. Urgently, supporting the female figure, his tone full of concern. "To block the damage, I used up a third of my spiritual energy. That fireball was too powerful, make sure not to get hit by it. I doubt they can unleash many more," the female figure in black replied. She had used her shadow serpent skill to block most of the flame attack, but at the cost of significant spiritual energy. Seeing that she was unharmed, the male figure in black breathed a sigh of relief and nodded firmly. "This kid is no simple opponent. Be careful," he said, his long sword once again glowing with spiritual energy. "Understood," the female figure in black replied, gripping her long whip, her gaze cold and venomous like a dangerous snake. "Young master, leave now while you can. We'll hold them off here. Hurry back to the guild district and call for reinforcements," a burly man said to Zhang Qingshu, then stepped forward to stand beside Subai. Zhang Qingshu didn't hesitate and immediately ran toward the guild area. "Don't think about escaping," the black-clad woman roared, her whip lashing out fiercely as her body shot forward, directly pursuing Zhang Qingshu. Catching Zhang Qingshu would not only prevent his escape but also force him to be cautious. Hearing the roar and the sound of the wind, Zhang Qingshu's scalp tingled as he desperately accelerated. The black-clad woman's speed far surpassed Zhang Qingshu's. In the blink of an eye, her jade-like hand was only a few meters away from Zhang Qingshu's shoulder. But just as she was about to grab him, she suddenly sensed a dangerous surge behind her. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes as she decisively turned around, delivering a fierce kick with her whip-like leg. As she turned, she saw the burly man had already arrived behind her. Green energy swirled around the man's hand, bursting with power. Bang! Her foot collided with the man's fist, producing a loud explosion. Immediately, the two engaged in intense hand-to-hand combat, exchanging dozens of blows within mere seconds. After the final clash, both retreated in tacit agreement. "Your opponent is me," the burly man landed steadily, the ground beneath his feet sinking into a pit. He stared at the black-clad woman, his tone resolute. "Troublesome guy," the black-clad woman also landed, her gaze sweeping toward the distant forest where Zhang Qingshu had already disappeared. Gritting her teeth, she shifted her focus to the burly man. She concentrated fully, snake-like shadows appearing on her body. Their tongues flicking out as if alive, ready to strike at any moment. She and the man were both at the mid-stage of the traveler realm, and she would not underestimate him. Meanwhile, Subai faced off against the black-clad man. Do you really want to oppose us? You can still change your mind, the black-clad man said calmly. Oh? Why do you think that? Subai asked with a smile. I'm at the late stage of the traveler realm, while you're only at the mid-stage. Besides, I can sense you have a large void aperture. You're no match for me. Large void aperture? Subai raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had encountered someone with a large void aperture. Apart from Zhang Qingshu, though he wasn't sure of the level of Zhang Qingshu's apertures, the fact that Zhang Qingshu could withstand the black-clad woman's attacks indicated that the level and number of apertures were undoubtedly high. What, are you regretting your decision now? I don't know how you reached the traveler realm, but you should know that even among those of the same realm, the difference in abilities can be staggering. There's still time. As long as... The black-clad man's eyes revealed pride. He wasn't lacking in talent, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to target Zhang Qingshu. At most, he would have fled and returned later for revenge. Before he could finish speaking, Subai interrupted him. Did you misunderstand something? Subai said. The black-clad man squinted and asked, what is it? I never said I was at the mid-stage of the traveler realm, Subai replied. With a calm smile, his voice low yet thunderous, shaking the man's heart. After speaking, Subai's pupils contracted, his energy surged, and he stomped his left foot. Flames shot skyward as he charged directly at the black-clad man. What? You're... The man's face turned pale with panic, feeling completely out of control. Before he could react, the flames were already upon him. He hurriedly activated the energy within his body, and his hidden edge sword erupted. With sword light, stabbing into the ground as he gripped the hilt tightly and twisted with all his might. The blade hummed, and a transparent sword shadow appeared, gradually enlarging to form a barrier in front of him. The flames surged like a ferocious flood, crashing against the transparent sword shadow with deafening roars. The man felt his chest tighten, as if a massive stone was pressing down on his shoulders. Crack, crack. As the flames surged, the sword shadow began to distort and fade, eventually shattering completely. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints, his face full of shock. His defense had been broken by Subai's fiery tongue attack. It was known that this layer of defense was difficult to break even for late-stage wanderer realm experts. This was precisely the foundation of his arrogance. Having witnessed the power of Subai's flames before, he had prepared himself. Yet, when Subai struck, his defense was utterly shattered. The man pressed his right foot to the ground, barely managing to stand upright. You're actually a late-stage Wanderer realm ability user, he roared. A top-tier expert of the late-stage Wanderer realm, defeated by a young man in just a few moves, what kind of monster was this? Could he be the offspring of those top-tier ability users out for training? How is this possible? At the moment the man in black spoke. The chubby man and the woman in black collided briefly before separating, both showing expressions of shock in their eyes. They had never expected that By a young man who seemed about the same age as Zhang Qingshu had already reached the late-stage Wanderer realm. What did this mean? Even they themselves, in their 20s or even 30s, were only at the mid-stage Wanderer realm. And Subai had completely overturned their understanding. This kid might be comparable to the offspring of those king-level ability users or those who have awakened S-level abilities, the chubby man thought, growing more and more astonished. You're right, but no reward this time. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The chubby man had never imagined that Subai was actually a late-stage Wanderer realm ability user, a whole minor realm higher than him. Who could believe this? His eyes immediately flashed with wild joy. Now that their strengths were evenly matched, not to mention stalling for time, he even felt a bit tempted to directly take Subai down. Don't celebrate too soon, the woman in black said coldly, her moves growing increasingly fierce. Although Subai's strength exceeded her expectations, she had great confidence in her brother's abilities. Her brother was a top-tier expert of the late-stage Wanderer realm. How could he lose to a young man? If he did, it would be utterly humiliating. She had only one thought in her mind: quickly take down this chubby man and go support Tauta. But if Tauta knew her thoughts, he would probably smile bitterly. The autumn wind howled, shadows of trees swayed, and the man in black gripped his hidden-edged sword tightly, his wrist trembling uncontrollably from the earlier fiery surge. Subai strode forward, his hair dancing in the surrounding heat waves, the flame emblem on his brow glowing bright red. Who exactly are you? The man in black gritted his teeth, the pressure from Subai making him break out in a cold sweat. Just a nobody, Subai replied indifferently. Since he had made his move, he had no intention of hesitating. Flames spread once more, heat waves rolled, and towering flames swept toward the man in black. The fire was so intense that the man in black felt unbearable heat all over his body even before coming into contact with it. Hidden Edge has a blade. He swung his sword, creating a flourish of sword flowers, several white sword beams shooting out. But when they hit the flames, it was like stones sinking into the sea, with no effect at all. How can these flames be so strong? He gritted his teeth, furious, and hurriedly dodged. The flames engulfed the spot where he had been standing, turning all the weeds on the ground to ashes, even blackening the soil. Faced with Subai's flames, he was completely unable to confront them head-on. For a moment, he resembled a fleeing mouse, constantly dodging the flames back and forth. Subai raised an eyebrow slightly and withdrew the flames. With a cold snort, the flames transformed into fine threads, emanating from his body and wrapping around his fists. Perhaps I can test my physical strength. His physical strength was at the mid-stage of the Traveler realm, naturally inferior to the man in black. But with a rare opponent, he wanted to fully experience his physical power. Converging his spiritual energy within, he abandoned the use of spiritual energy for direct confrontation, instead wrapping flames around his fists, forming a blazing fire punch. The man in black had just recovered from Subai's offensive. Seeing his actions, his pupils contracted, unable to comprehend, and he immediately became alert. Swoosh! Subai stomped the ground, his entire body shooting out like a cannonball, delivering a punch toward the man in black. The man in black sidestepped while swinging his sword to counterattack, but his figure kept retreating. Boom, boom, boom. The fire punch collided with the hidden-edge sword, producing muffled sounds. Both retreated several steps. The man in black had intended to withdraw, but ended up retreating as much as Subai. It was evident that in the previous clash, the man in black had the upper hand. Both were well aware of this as they stood facing each other. Could it be that this kid's spiritual energy is almost depleted? The man in black felt the power and secretly rejoiced. Subai's attacks were unexpectedly powerful, with astonishing explosiveness, but they relied heavily on a large consumption of spiritual energy. After several attacks, he was nearly drained of spiritual energy. Even for him, exhaustion was inevitable, let alone a young man. No wonder, turns out he was just a paper tiger. His gaze toward Subai gradually became playful. Subai ignored him, focusing on the feedback from his previous punch. Right now, relying solely on physical strength. I'm still slightly inferior to someone at the late stage of the Traveler realm, he analyzed. I wonder if combining supernatural abilities with physical strength, along with the fire of Zhujiuyin, would greatly enhance the power? He instinctively let the flames on his fists burn more fiercely. Clenching both fists tightly, it was as if he held a blazing inferno, exuding an overwhelming aura. You almost scared me. The man in black ignored the flames and spoke slowly. I can only say you're too young and inexperienced, recklessly wasting spiritual energy. Now you're out of spiritual energy, aren't you? He said confidently. Subai looked puzzled. What nonsense was this guy spouting? He calmed his mind and threw a punch, accompanied by blazing flames that danced lively like a child playing with fire. Out of spiritual energy, relying only on your physical body. Your physical strength was weaker than mine earlier, so this battle is over. The man in black's eyes were filled with pride. Subai's earlier attacks had shocked him, but now everything was over. No matter how talented someone was, without practical combat experience, they were useless. The hidden-edge sword hummed, its transparent sword shadow enveloping his hands. He suddenly grabbed Subai's fist. The flames roared, erupting in his palm, but the sword shadow blocked the fire. The impact of the flames tried to blast him away, but he gripped the fist tightly, using the force to propel both himself and Subai backward. What? Is what he said true? The plump man watched the scene, and the hope that had risen within him instantly plummeted. Tao De was right. Reflecting calmly, he also realized that every strike from Subai was astonishingly powerful. If it were him, he too would be exhausted from the depletion of spiritual energy. After all, youthful arrogance, wasting too much spiritual energy just to show off. The situation has already turned unfavorable, and he might even lose his life. The bloated man didn't even notice himself as he let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, the woman in black beside him saw this and felt secretly pleased. She had thought this young man was quite formidable, but it turned out he still couldn't compare to her brother. The man in black tightly gripped Subai's fist, and the two landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. I gave you a chance before, but you didn't seize it. Now it's too late, the man in black said urgently, already imagining the fear and pleading on Subai's face, his heart filled with anticipation. But what happened next completely defied his expectations. Subai's expression remained calm and composed, showing no trace of panic, even though the man in black had grabbed his fist. The ability of Zhu Jiuyin enhances physical strength, barely enough to contend with the late stage of the traveler realm, Subai said, staring at the man in black, making him feel uneasy. You took my punch head-on, but didn't you get injured? Subai asked in confusion, not understanding the man's intentions. So what? I've got you now. Your spiritual energy is insufficient, while mine is abundant. As long as I channel my spiritual energy into the hidden edge sword, your life is in my hands, the man in black said confidently. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly injured by Subai's earlier attack. But he didn't care about his injuries, staring at Subai with confidence. Convinced that Subai had no way out, yet still acting indifferent. So that's what you think, Subai nodded, acknowledging the man's thoughts. Then, go to the man in black roared angrily, feeling that Subai was not taking him seriously, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt his palm grow scorching hot, as if he were holding fire. Explosive flame, Subai murmured the incantation softly, channeling spiritual energy into his fist, causing the flames to surge instantly. He controlled the explosion of the flames, concentrating them on his fist, and then released them forcefully. Boom! 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 The previously smug man in black was blasted away, his black clothes burned to ashes, revealing his solid, bronze-colored muscles. His palm emitted the aroma of roasted meat, and he instantly fell unconscious, motionless. With one strike of explosive flame, Subai had defeated Tao De, the man in black. Sorry, I'm not lacking in spiritual energy, I'm a walking human artillery, Subai said with a faint smile. Since he had already demonstrated his physical strength, this farce should come to an end. Otherwise, this man in black would come up with more tricks. The sound of the explosion spread, drawing the attention of the two nearby, who turned to look in this direction, stunned. Brother! The woman in black saw Tao De lying not far away, smoke rising from his body, and hurriedly ran over to help him up. As soon as she touched him, she felt a wave of heat. Tao De was already unconscious. The bloated man also withdrew from the fight and slowly walked over to Subai. He was panting heavily, his shoulder bleeding, and his face bore several red marks left by whiplashes, clearly having suffered quite a bit. The woman in black wasn't in much better shape either, her face pale, hair disheveled, and blood at the corner of her mouth. Both were covered in wounds. Sir, your strength is truly remarkable. I really didn't see it clearly before. I apologize for disturbing you earlier and hope you can forgive me, the bloated man said, respectfully offering Subai the pills and medicinal herbs he carried. His eyes flickered with admiration. Just the late-stage traveler realm strength of Subai was enough to earn his respect. If it weren't for Subai's good temper, his earlier underhanded tactics would have already gotten him killed. He dared not confuse compensation with an apology. Subai said little, waved his hand, and stored those items into his storage ring. Seeing Subai accept them, the bloated man finally felt relieved. "Sir, I'll handle this woman," he offered. Proactively. After the earlier battle, he knew the opponent was evenly matched with him. Although he was injured, the other party wasn't in much better shape. "Kill if you want, the victor reigns supreme, we accept it," the female in black bit her red lips, her eyes full of resentment. Sigh. Looking at this seemingly fragile woman, who would have thought she was a mid-stage practitioner of the traveler realm? Subai didn't soften his heart. He knew that if he didn't have this strength, he would have died at their hands today, without even a chance to reason. If he were the one lying on the ground, would others show mercy? Subai sighed lightly. On the path of practitioners, there is no room for mercy, only the pursuit of vengeance and justice, leaving no regrets. The path he chose, he must persist in walking. Flames ignited in his eyes, spiritual energy infused, and blazing fire surged. He prepared to give the opponent a painless death. The flames roared like wild horses, seemingly ready to burn everything to ashes. At this moment, a deep voice came from afar. "Stop, leave them alive." The voice carried an inexplicable aura, causing Subai's spiritual energy to stagnate instantly. He looked toward the source of the voice and saw a dark-skinned Lu Guo, a captain of the Huanggang military district and also young Master Shang's personal bodyguard. As a soldier, Lu Guo naturally adhered to strict discipline and didn't mind the earlier unpleasantness. He immediately straightened his posture. Beyond the traveler realm? An ability user far surpassing the traveler realm. No wonder, just a brief encounter earlier had made him feel immensely oppressed. Subai looked up at the dark-skinned young man in front of him, who appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. At that age, reaching such a realm was almost unattainable for ordinary people. After all, once an ability user's realm surpassed the initial awakening, it became exceedingly difficult to break through further through effort alone. Each realm transition required specific conditions to be met, such as sensing the unique aperture, refining the aperture like a furnace, opening the pulse gate, and so on. Each condition required not only accumulation but also talent. This is why one often sees ability users in their 40s or 50s still stuck in the initial awakening realm, while others in their late teens have already reached the aperture realm. Talent is talent, without it, one can only rely on fortuitous encounters, money to buy medicine, or connections to find high-level ability users for guidance. Those without any of these conditions can only remain stagnant. This is the harsh reality of this world. He was sent by my grandfather as my bodyguard. He possesses a sea-level ability, Desert Horned Shark. In the military, few of his peers can rival him. Zhang Qingshu lightly nudged Lu Guo beside him with his elbow and then spoke to Subai. Zhang Qingshu was very interested in Subai, as they were of similar age, both 18. Having awakened his ability less than 3 months ago, Zhang Qingshu had just reached the aperture realm, while Subai was already in the late stage of the traveler realm. The gap was glaringly obvious. "Sorry, I got a bit carried away earlier." Lu Guo calmed down and bowed deeply to Subai, completely disregarding his rank as a captain. Subai was surprised. He hadn't expected this dark-skinned man to apologize to him. Seeing Lu Guo's resolute gaze and recalling his identity as a soldier, Subai thought for a few seconds and felt at ease. "Should I call you Senior?" Zhang Qingshu seemed to want to build rapport with Subai and asked with a smile. His round face and smile made him appear very approachable. But Subai would never underestimate him. The combat aura he displayed earlier was not something an ordinary person could possess. Judging by appearances alone would surely lead to misjudgment. "We're peers, calling me senior feels odd. My surname is Bai, just call me Bai Shu." Bai Shu was a homophonic reversal of Subai's name, easy to remember and comforting. Bai Shu? That's quite a unique name. "Then I'll call you Brother Bai." "Sure." Hearing Subai's agreement, Zhang Qingshu happily rubbed his hands together. After a brief chat, the group tidied up the traces at the scene and returned to the guild area. On the way back, Subai learned that Zhang Qingshu had returned so quickly because he had encountered Lu Gui on the road. Upon learning that Subai was temporarily staying in a small house, Zhang Qingshu enthusiastically invited him to a hall specifically designed for hosting guests. In the hall, the group sat on sofas and wooden chairs. Just as I thought, those people were remnants of last week's aberrants, Lu Gui said as he downed the tea on the table in one gulp and sat upright. Brother Lu Gui, are you sure there were only those two people? No one else slipped through? Zhang Qingshu asked worriedly. I'm not entirely sure, so before the ability user assessment in September, you can't stray too far from me. And definitely don't do what you did this time, sneaking off with Zhu Dian and almost losing your life. Lu Gui spoke while glancing at Subai. If Subai hadn't stepped in to help, Zhang Qingshu would have been in danger long ago. He silently thanked Subai in his heart. Subai didn't notice Lu Gui's gaze. At this moment, he was sitting on the soft sofa, listening to their conversation. He finally understood the ins and outs of the situation. Those two were anomalies. Anomalies are beings with special abilities but lack a sense of belonging, opposing humanity and order. Such anomalies often gather together, occupy a territory, or secretly expand their influence within society. They make no distinction between humans and those with abilities, sometimes even attacking both sides, bringing immense suffering to the local area. Some anomalies have dark hearts, some identify with the great wilderness, and some belong to alien beasts. In short, they are no longer human. They consider humans as trash. In the eyes of humans, they are like heretics, and once discovered, they are hunted for life. Coincidentally, a group of anomalies had been dominating a certain area in Xizang, and Zhang Mei led a team to eliminate them, but a few managed to escape. Those two fled to Huanggang, where they accidentally heard about Zhang Qingshu and harbored resentment, planning revenge. Those two are anomalies? When I confronted them, I didn't notice anything special. How do you distinguish anomalies? Subai asked in confusion. You've only awakened for less than 3 months, it's normal not to understand. Honestly, it's very hard to distinguish. If it were easy, anomalies would have been eradicated long ago, Lu Gui sighed and replied. Anomalies still look human on the surface, but inside, they are entirely different beings. You can think of them as two different species. Two species? Subai carefully pondered this statement. Zhang Qingshu also listened patiently. Lu Gui stared at the ceiling and continued, there are many reasons for the formation of anomalies. The most common is being parasitized by alien beasts. The great wilderness has a wide variety of alien beasts, some of which slowly distort the host's consciousness. A trace of dread flashed in his eyes. Years of military experience had brought him into contact with such anomalies and parasitic alien beasts multiple times. Can they be saved? No. Consciousness that has been distorted is very hard to save and can even infect others, causing greater losses. It's not worth it. The second type is being eroded by powerful alien beasts, planting the seed of alien beasts in their hearts, or submitting to alien beasts in exchange for power. The third type is the hardest to detect, which is an inherently dark heart, born with hostility toward all life. Lu Gui explained slowly. So that's how it is. Subai's face showed no expression, but his heart was already in turmoil. It turned out that danger didn't only exist in the wild and wilderness, even in cities, the human world was full of crises. Not only did he have to face fierce competition among those with abilities, but also the covert lurking of various anomalies. Subai suddenly recalled what the principal had said at the time, and the preface of the first page of that book appeared in his mind, feeling particularly heavy. Is this the story of human heroes? Subai thought silently. Those two people probably belong to the third type of anomalies, Lu Gui said with a serious expression, clearly filled with caution toward such anomalies. Thank you for telling me, Subai cupped his hands in gratitude toward Lu Gui. You're welcome. You'll understand it yourself in time, Lu Gui returned a military salute, his gaze firm. Zhang Qingshu picked up a glass of juice and curiously asked, Brother Bai, which family's disciple are you? As soon as he said this, Lu Guo and Zhu Yan also stared at Subai, their eyes full of curiosity. An 18-year-old late-stage traveler with supernatural abilities who trained him. They all speculated in their hearts, could he be a disciple of a king-level expert? A few months ago, the Winter King of the Magic City appeared in Huanggang and defeated 2 Heaven-Turn-level beasts with a single strike. Could this young man be connected to the Winter King? The possibility was very high. The three of them were filled with thoughts. Subai was already prepared. He smiled faintly, a smile that seemed both mysterious and confident. My master instructed me not to reveal his name until I achieve something. A trace of cunning flashed in Subai's eyes, clearly adept at using borrowed prestige to appear impressive. While the few exchanged glances, unable to suppress a gasp. Indeed, with astonishing talent and a background that couldn't be disclosed, everything pointed to the Winter King. But they still wanted to probe further. Zhu Yan glanced at Zhang Qingshu and whispered, "In this encounter, I can only reach mid-stage traveler level, and I can't guarantee the young master's safety. My talent is poor, in this lifetime, I can only advance one more level at most. I really don't know how strong Heaven-Turn level experts are. The next higher level is Earth-Turn, which ordinary people can hardly reach." "What are you complaining about?" Lu Guai asked, puzzled. Xu Yan ignored him and continued, "I've heard there are king-level experts whose power is terrifying. I've never seen one to this day. Yeah, I wonder just how powerful those experts are." Zhang Qingshu followed the topic. Subai looked at them, fully aware of their thoughts. His face remained calm, but he showed a hint of longing, his gaze somewhat distant, as if reminiscing about the past. King-level experts, when still, the world is silent, when moving, the world changes color. They are far beyond ordinary people. The only one I've ever seen is the Winter King. Halfway through his words, Subai's expression changed, and he abruptly stopped speaking. "I wonder, Brother Zhang, about my reward." Subai smiled awkwardly, rubbing his hands, and changed the subject. To others, this action seemed like a panicked attempt to shift the topic after revealing too much. When the three heard the words Winter King, they all felt relieved. Yes. This young man was indeed connected to the Winter King. It seemed they needed to interact with him more. Except for the straightforward Lu Guo, who was surprised, the other two had this thought. Especially Zhang Qingshu, who was thrilled this time, he might truly have found a powerful backer. "Qingshu, did you promise this young man a reward?" Lu Guo asked. After all, from their meeting until now, he hadn't heard anything about it. "Yes, I promised," Zhang Qingshu snapped. Back to reality and carefully chose his words. "I wonder what resources or items Brother Bai needs as compensation. What I have with me is all in the military district and can't be retrieved for now. Brother Bai, could you wait until my training ends and I return to the military district? It would only take 2 or 3 days at most." He cautiously observed Subai's reaction. What he said was true. Before the supernatural ability assessment in September, some trained until the assessment began, while others finished early. The timing was flexible. His eyes were bright, and his face was full of sincerity. At this moment, he showed no trace of the arrogant demeanor he had displayed on the street earlier. Subai pondered, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. "You're also participating in the supernatural ability assessment, right? Since the destination is the same, after you give me the reward, come with me. I can help you skip the preliminary test directly." Seeing Subai hesitate, Zhang Qingshu quickly added, "All right." Subai thought for a long time and finally agreed. "Sigh, it seems there's no way to escape this path again." He smiled bitterly, but he was quite satisfied with the reward and the condition of skipping the initial test. "By the way, with your level, are you willing to participate in the supervision of the Huanggang trial?" "Huanggang trial? Supervision?" "Yes. Huanggang holds a trial every year to prepare for the September assessment. The trial location is the Scarlet Forest. We rookies lack experience, and not everyone has elders accompanying them. With so many rookies, accidents are inevitable. The guild has arranged supervisors, and although casualties still occur, they can be greatly reduced," Zhu Yan explained. What are the benefits? Subai was intrigued, as he had nothing to do these days. Upon completion, those at the Yiqiao level will receive 50 stalks of spirit energy grass, early stage walkers will get 50 grams of spirit sand, mid-stage walkers will receive 3 spirit crystals, and peak stage walkers will be given 5 spirit crystals, Zhu Yan said honestly. Not bad. How do I participate? Subai asked. Since Brother Bai is interested, I'll give you this identification item. My strength is limited, so I won't be going, Zhu Yan said, taking out a palm-sized white chip with a large number 21 written on it and handing it to Subai. Subai guessed it was a serial number and accepted the identification item. Thank you. Everyone laughed, the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant, and they began chatting about cultivation. When the moon rose to midnight, Subai cupped his hands in farewell. Just as he stepped out the door, Lu Guo chased after him and called out to him. He pulled a bottle of pills and a token from his pocket and tossed them directly into Subai's arms. This is? Subai took the items and examined them carefully. This is a bottle of meridian activation pills, which can help walkers open their meridian gates and enhance their cultivation effects. And this token is a family token from the Huanggang Military District. With it, you can come to the Huanggang Military District to find me in the future. Since I grew up as an orphan, this token doesn't mean much to me. Xing Shu is like a younger brother to me, and this time you helped protect him, so I'm giving the token to you, Lu Guo said gratefully. Subai shook his head, a smile on his lips. This guy was quite interesting. He didn't say much, stored the meridian activation pills and the token in his storage bracelet, and turned to leave. The sun was shining brightly, but as autumn approached, the weather was particularly cool. In the sky, the cries of the sky-pattern white eagle echoed, drifting into the forest and stirring up a rustling sound. When Subai woke from his meditation and cultivation, it was almost time for the trial to begin. Xiaobai, Xiaochang, shall we go see what these rookie ability users are like? Subai gently stroked Xiaobai on his shoulder and patted Xiaochang on his arm, smiling faintly. Although Zhang Qingshu's level was low, his combat ability weak, and his ability control poor, that was only in comparison to Subai. If Subai had been at the early stage of the Yiqiao level back then, by his standards, he could only have defeated 3 people like Zhang Qingshu. He wondered what the other ability users would be like. The day after the auction ended, the official trial began. At that time, countless rookie ability users would rush into the wilderness. As supervisors, there were more than a dozen people at the walker level secretly guarding them. And Subai, at the late stage of the walker level, was perfectly reasonable to supervise these rookies as a peer of their age. Ordinary forest, the boundary between the guild area and the forest. Nearly 1,000 novice ability users gathered here, quietly waiting for time to pass. I must personally take down an elite blood wolf to prove that I am truly the #1 genius of Feng County. A bald teenager, sturdy in build and holding a wolf-tooth staff, said confidently with his head held high. Wake up, you're just at the peak of the initial awakening realm. If you encounter an elite blood wolf at the mid-stage of the special aperture realm, you'll only end up as their dinner, someone mocked. This time, I want to prove that I'm not a flower in a greenhouse. Sister, once I pass the assessment, I promise to give you a good life. I'm doomed. I really regret not working harder earlier. Now my father forced me to join this training, and I'm only at the mid-stage of the initial awakening realm. A group of teenagers encouraged each other. Some had determined gazes, some looked indifferent, while others had eyes sparkling with light. There were also girls whose hearts were in turmoil, regretting their laziness and carefree attitudes. Everyone had their own story in their hearts. Zhang Qingshu, how about we compete to see who performs best in this training? A soft yet provocative voice spoke. The crowd automatically parted, and a delicate-looking teenager holding a paper fan walked toward the dazed Zhang Qingshu with a smile. Isn't that Colonel Chang's younger brother? Chang Ji? I heard Colonel Chang once pursued Colonel Zhang, but Zhang Qingshu ruined it. Since then, the two have targeted Zhang Qingshu in every way. Not sure if it's true. The surrounding teenagers whispered among themselves. Most of them had no background and had just embarked on the path of ability users. They were both in awe and fear of those with power, not daring to provoke them easily. Naturally, teenagers with backgrounds became the focus. Chang Ji. If you have a problem, go see a doctor. Don't act crazy here. Your brother, apart from my sister, can't find another woman to talk to? With your sarcastic attitude, even Gaguzi would come to you for advice. Zhang Qingshu snapped out of his daze, hearing that familiar yet annoying voice. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he directly retorted. He had never lost a verbal battle. That irritating guy always hovered around him, playing sarcastic tricks. Zhang Qingshu had already held back several times from taking action. You dare insult my brother? Do you believe I'll call him to deal with you? Chang Ji stammered, his face alternating between pale and red, finally squeezing out the sentence after a long time. What is it? Is your face a monkey's butt, or is there a butt perched on your shoulder? Zhang Qingshu laughed as he countered, immediately gaining the upper hand. Stop showing off with words. Tell me, do you dare to compete? If not, then every time we meet, you should obediently call me Dad. How about that? A slender, bony hand pressed down on Chang Ji, whose face was constantly changing as if he were acting. Chang Ji turned his head and, upon seeing that face, his tense body instantly relaxed and he called out, Brother Han. Zhang Qingshu followed Chang Ji's gaze and saw a slim, white-haired, extraordinarily handsome teenager also looking at him. Who are you? Chang Ji's backup? Zhang Qingshu tried to sense the other's aura but couldn't detect anything. Either the other had used a treasure to conceal their aura, or their strength far surpassed his. This is my sworn elder brother, Han Lingtian, Brother Han, Chang Ji said proudly, his expression full of confidence. Zhang Qingshu's eyes narrowed slightly, understanding Chang Ji's personality. Someone who could earn such respect from him was definitely no ordinary person. He and Chang Ji were evenly matched in strength, both at the early stage of the special aperture realm. The sudden appearance of the white-haired youth made him wary. What's wrong, are you scared? Han Lingtian's eyes sparkled with defiance, his smile full of disdain. Chang Ji regained his usual gentle yet refined demeanor. Who's scared of who? When you lose, don't regret it. If you regret it, you'll have to wash your hair upside down. Although Zhang Qingshu had worries on his mind, he was still a young man and couldn't swallow his pride. He pointed at Chang Ji and said, Hey, not just me, it's us. Chang Ji waved his fan, smiling broadly. You? Zhang Qingshu froze, gritting his teeth. No backing out. The white-haired youth also sneered, then turned and left. With Chang Ji. Zhang Qingshu stood there, his face dark. I heard Zhang Qingshu argued with Chang Ji and ended up losing the upper hand? Obviously got tricked. How can one person compete against two? The surrounding youths exchanged complex glances, secretly observing Zhang Qingshu. None of them dared provoke him, so they could only gossip in private. Bastard, Zhang Qingshu cursed under his breath. He was restricted in his current state, and now he had to compete alone against two opponents. It was a joke. The results of the training would be determined by the number of spirit cores of exotic beasts collected in the forest. Competing alone against two opponents who were no weaker than him left him bitter and speechless. Brother Shu, what should we do? Several impoverished youths following Zhang Qingshu, helping him clear the way, asked worriedly. They had no money or influence, their talent and strength were lacking, and aside from hunting jungle rabbits, they couldn't manage much else. They did all this solely for the reward. Now, seeing the possibility of offending Chang Ji, they were terrified. Don't panic, I'm here. Zhang Qingshu sighed and reassured them, easing their anxiety slightly. Compared to Brother Bai, these guys are nothing. Looking at these timid youths, who were at most in the late stage of initial awakening, Zhang Qingshu shook his head and sighed. But he also understood that these people had no background, came from poor families, had mediocre talent, and had long been struggling at the bottom. How could they not be timid? The wager between Zhang Qingshu and Chang Ji was not uncommon among these passionate young people. They were always comparing, betting, and competing. creating a lively atmosphere. Just as the tension reached its peak, a deep voice rang out, silencing the commotion. All supervisors, please step forward. In an open space surrounded by a group of young people, an elder with long eyebrows and a bandaged neck suddenly spoke. This man was the guild leader who had just fought the Green Snake, a peak spirit domain level ability user of the Earth rotation rank. As the long-browed elder spoke, dozens of masked youths and elders stepped forward from behind the novice ability users, standing before the crowd. A cool breeze swept through, and the supervisors simultaneously released powerful spirit energy waves, silencing everyone below. These are top-tier supervisors at the spirit aperture level. A few talented youths sensed the aura emanating from the supervisors and deduced their level. They couldn't discern anything beyond that. Spirit aperture level, and even walker level, these are my goals. The youths below looked at the masked supervisors, their faces filled with admiration, longing, and envy. Compared to the spirit aperture level aura, the powerful presence of the few walker level and even peak walker level supervisors was even more overwhelming. These big shots were the true powerhouses. It wasn't surprising they envied them. Advancing in ability user levels was extremely difficult. Even a genius who has awakened an S-level ability can only rely on their innate advantage to barely reach the starting point of the Earth transformation level if they slack off even slightly. This is considered just entering the fourth realm. Compared to those who can only remain in the initial awakening stage their entire lives, or even fail to sense their ability apertures, this is already a tremendous leap. For most people, the Traveler realm is their ultimate goal. So, seeing so many ability users at the Traveler realm in its peak, who wouldn't be shocked? Among these supervisors, the 21st masked young man was currently exuding the aura of the peak of the ability aperture realm. System, help me check the realm of that long-browed old man, Subai whispered to the system. That's right, he was Subai, currently communicating with the system. Report to the host. The opponent's realm is the peak of the spirit domain realm, ability level B, and the ability is flow interception. Flow interception? Subai was stunned. The opponent's strength is not much different from the host's. In battle, they can reduce half of the opponent's energy absorption, the amount reduced depending on half of your current absorption rate. This kind of ability exists? Subai was a bit dumbfounded. Fortunately, it doesn't completely interrupt the opponent's energy absorption, otherwise, in battles of the same level, his proud rapid absorption ability would be rendered useless. Host, rest assured. Once you reach the spirit domain realm, the opponent won't be a match for you. The system explained. Subai nodded, understanding. The reduction applies to half of his own absorption rate, not the opponent's. For example, if his absorption rate is 100 and the opponent's is 10, after using the ability, the opponent's absorption decreases by 5, but his own absorption rate would only drop to a maximum of 95. Supervisors, please enter the designated areas and begin your surveillance, the long-browed elder said, stroking his long brows. Subai snapped out of his thoughts and ran into the forest along with the other supervisors. The area he was responsible for was naturally marked on his identification device. Which one is brother? By Zhang Qingshu muttered softly as he watched dozens of figures rushing into the forest. Luckily, Zhu Yan told me which area brother Bai is responsible for. If I encounter danger, I just need to run to that area, and brother Bai will definitely step in to save me, he thought excitedly. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the long-browed elder loudly announced, time's up, everyone begin. The training had started. The crowd below erupted in excitement. The young boys and girls surged into the forest like a tide. Before long, the field was empty, with everyone having entered the forest. President, the ordinary forest has already been inspected. There are no high realm beasts, so you can rest assured, a young man in a suit reported to the long-browed elder. I understand. For the September assessment, I wonder how many ability users from Huanggang can make it into the national top 100,000, the long-browed elder frowned. To get into a prestigious martial arts school, being in the national top 100,000 was the minimum requirement. Those young boys and Girls who couldn't even sense their ability apertures had already been eliminated. The forest echoed with the roars of beasts and the sounds of battle, rising and falling unpredictably. In a short time, several people had already been devoured by beasts. These individuals didn't die because they encountered unbeatable beasts but because of carelessness and underestimating their enemies. Supervisors generally wouldn't intervene easily, only when newcomers faced enemies they couldn't resist would they be forced to step in. Of course, the overseers could step in at any time if they wanted, but most of them weren't that kind-hearted. Unless arrangements had been made in advance by their elders, asking the overseers to help within their jurisdiction, they usually wouldn't intervene. These brutal scenes quickly sobered up the young participants, making them more cautious. Of course, some were so frightened that they fled on the spot, dashing straight out of the forest. "This is way too amateurish," Subai remarked, leaning against the branch of an ancient tree, legs crossed, eating a fruit he had just picked from the forest while watching the newcomers in his area. "You should have anticipated that in advance. Besides, you have swamp abilities. You should have restrained your opponent. Damn it, why are you throwing mud at the tree trunk?" Subai spat out the fruit pit, sighing in exasperation. Not far away, a battle between a group of girls and a strange beast left him stunned. He had initially thought these ability users would at least reach the barely passable level of someone like Zhang Qingshu. But to his surprise, they were making mistake after mistake, a complete mess that left him speechless. However, after observing for a while, he understood why. He noticed that these girls were dressed in tattered clothes full of patches, and their hands were rough and calloused. These children all came from impoverished families. Even if they had awakened abilities, unless they were geniuses, their lives were still fraught with hardship. Without turning these abilities into real strength, everything was just empty talk. He sighed. However, as time went on, their movements became increasingly skilled, clearly showing constant improvement. Seeing this, Subai couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for them. After all, he had been through the same situation: poverty, no background, and weak strength. Subai was engrossed in watching, but soon, his eyebrows twitched, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The big guy is here. As long as everyone works together, this stage can still be won. What's your plan of action? Just as Subai finished speaking, a low hissing sound suddenly came from not far from the group of girls, accompanied by a pungent, bloody smell in the air. "Everyone, be careful. A powerful beast is coming." A girl who was clearly the leader shouted in panic upon hearing the sound. She had a delicate and pretty appearance. Dressed in simple plain clothes, with her jet black hair casually pinned up with a wooden hairpin. Despite her simple attire, she exuded a natural and fresh charm, standing out among the group of girls. You're experienced and knowledgeable. Do you know what kind of beast that is?" Several nervous girls gathered around her, their voices trembling. Their strength was weak, and they lacked experience. They had already been thrown into disarray dealing with a single bloodwood lizard earlier. Now, before they could recover, they were facing another beast. "I guess it's a 9-spotted scaled python, but I'm not entirely sure," he said, frowning slightly as she sniffed the pungent, bloody scent in the air. A 9-spotted scaled python at the peak of the initial awakening stage, one girl stammered, trembling. She had heard of this cold-blooded snake species and was particularly terrified. "Should we run? I heard the 9-spotted scaled python is strong and well defended, but it's not that fast. We could just retreat and avoid provoking it," a red-haired girl suggested, trying to analyze the situation. Their group's strength was mostly in the mid to late initial awakening stage, with only at the peak of initial awakening. They weren't even in the same league as the python. They had already been thrown into chaos dealing with a mid-stage bloodwood lizard earlier, let alone this more dangerous 9-spotted scaled python. They all realized that their lack of combat experience made their strength seem like a joke. The others nodded in agreement. But shook her head in opposition. "What's wrong, Sister E?" everyone asked anxiously. Bit her lip, gathered her thoughts, and said, "We might already be targeted. The book says that when the 9-spotted scale python smells that pungent scent, it marks the prey's scent and tracks it relentlessly until it catches it. It won't give up easily unless we return to the guild area, but doing so would render our training meaningless. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale as they began to imagine the terrifying scenario of being targeted by a giant python. What should we do then? They looked to E as their pillar of support, eagerly seeking her advice. There's no other way. We have to face it head-on, show it we're not easy prey, and see if we can scare it off. E sighed helplessly. Facing a 9-spotted scale python at the peak of its initial awakening, she felt uncertain, but it seemed to be the only option. Despite their fear, everyone mustered their courage, spread out, and kept their eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. E and her group do have some spirit, Subai remarked, standing atop a tall tree with a blade of grass in his mouth, quietly listening to their conversation. As a Walker-level ability user, those at the initial awakening level couldn't even see him. But what a pity. She's only at the peak of initial awakening, her talent is average, and her sense of ability is weak. He analyzed silently, suddenly frowning and covering his nose with his hand. The figure of the 9-spotted scale python gradually emerged. The snake was over 4 meters long, with a thick body covered in glossy black scales, clearly arranged with 9 large white spots. The 9-spotted scale python. Its cold snake eyes glinted with a chilling light as it flicked its tongue and swiftly slithered toward E and her group. E's gaze sharpened. Though her palms were sweating, she immediately gave the order, attack it together. As soon as she spoke, green spiritual light gathered in her hands, exploding like glass on the 9-spotted scale python and scattering into a rain of light, but the giant python remained unscathed. Gritting her teeth, vines quickly sprouted beside her, attempting to bind the snake's body. After she finished, the others finally reacted, launching their ability attacks one after another. However, their movements were clearly clumsy and much slower, taking several seconds or even over 10 seconds to activate their abilities. Bai, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed their lack of proficiency. Multicolored lights flashed everywhere as spiritual energy and abilities bombarded the 9-spotted scale python like a storm. Dust flew, and the stones on the ground were blasted apart. Did we kill it? A girl asked, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Don't waste spiritual energy, E warned, staring at the smoke-filled ground where the giant python was almost invisible, urgently reminding everyone. She repeated it twice before the group stopped attacking, their eyes fixed on the area of impact, trying to confirm the snake's condition. As the dust gradually settled, a large pit appeared on the ground, revealing the yellow-black forest soil. It's gone, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Had they been attacking empty air all along? The group exchanged glances, speechless. At the critical moment, E's words brought everyone back to their senses. The 9-spotted scale python has disappeared. Everyone, gather and stay alert. She called for the group to form a small circle. But it was clearly too late. Suddenly, the sound of rustling echoed through the forest, accompanied by the rhythmic scraping of scales against tree branches. In an instant, the 9-spotted scale python burst out from the grass, its massive jaws wide open, revealing sharp teeth and emitting a foul stench as it lunged straight at its target. It launched an attack. E's face turned pale, she hadn't expected to become the target. Standing at the front of the group, near the forest's undergrowth. The rhythmic sound of friction had been right beside her, yet she hadn't noticed. In a daze, the 9-spotted scaled python opened its mouth almost 180 degrees wide, growing larger and larger in her view. Oh no! Her heart tightened as she hurriedly mobilized the spiritual energy and abilities within her. A faint green glow flickered around her, and the vines on the ground began to stir, desperately growing outward. But clearly, there wasn't enough time. E! Watch out! The people around her shouted in panic. At this critical moment, a slender figure, surrounded by blazing flames, suddenly appeared in front of E. In an instant, a lean figure stood firmly between her and the giant python. Get back! Subai commanded coldly, his left foot kicking fiercely at the 9-spotted scaled python's massive mouth. The kick carried a sharp sound of breaking wind, its momentum imposing, striking directly at the python's face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Subai, relying on the powerful physical strength of his wanderer-level body, exerted force with his leg and sent the python flying. "It's the overseer," someone shouted excitedly. "Overseer?" E stared curiously at the slender figure before her, whose back seemed to burn with sparks, and exclaimed in surprise. They hadn't expected this overseer to step in and save them. After all, their strength was comparable to that of the nine-spotted scaled python. Even if injured, they would have to bear the consequences themselves. "Is this guy your relative, Xiao Chang?" Subai teased, glancing at the small snake on his clothes. As soon as he spoke, a small, emerald-green snakehead peeked out from the folds of his clothing, its eyes gleaming like jade. Xiao Qing's eyes revealed a proud expression, its body trembling slightly as if to say it had no relatives. Those emerald-green eyes were full of protest. "Ha ha ha." Subai reached out to gently stroke Xiao Qing, his movements naturally turned away from the crowd, drawing no attention. Meow. Suddenly, a small lump swelled on Subai's left arm, moving and shifting. Then, a cute little cat head popped out from his collar. "Ah! Help!" Xiao Bai's sudden appearance startled Yi, making her face pale as she quickly stepped back, almost falling. "Xiao Bai." Subai reached out and grabbed it, pinching its soft pink nose. "Don't run around, stay obediently on my chest." Xiao Bai showed a pitiful expression, its bright cat eyes glistening with tears, its human-like expression making people want to dote on it. Always acting. Subai's mouth twitched as he prepared to flick Xiao Bai's head to teach it a lesson. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai let out a meow and jumped onto Yi. Yi was dumbfounded, fumbling to catch Xiao Bai. "What an adorable little cat," a few girls behind couldn't help but praise, drawn to Xiao Bai's cuteness. Yi, on the other hand, stared blankly at the little cat in her arms, completely unsure of what to do. Hiss! 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 Suddenly, a loud noise tore through the air. Before anyone could react, someone widened their eyes and shouted in alarm, "Watch out!" Following their gaze, everyone saw the nine-spotted scaled python's pupils turn black and red, its muscles tensed, and it lunged fiercely at Subai. "Overseer, watch out!" The crowd finally reacted, shouting in unison. They had no idea what kind of power the overseer before them possessed, but seeing him standing with his back to the nine-spotted scale python, completely unguarded, their hearts tightened with unease. Just as everyone thought Subai was about to be bitten, the corners of his mouth under the mask curved upward slightly, revealing a confident smile. "Don't worry, this little nine-spotted scale python is nothing," he said. Before his words had even fully settled, the nine-spotted scale python leapt into the air, its sharp teeth bared, its massive jaws aimed at Subai's back. Suddenly, a faint humming sound came from behind Subai. In the next instant, a flash of fire erupted like lightning, and a wave of scorching heat spread outward like sound waves, instantly engulfing the nine-spotted scale python. The flames, a manifestation of the Traveler Realm's power, exploded with intense force. The nine-spotted scale python, now sparking and crackling, was blown back by the searing wave of fire. Its body shattered inch by inch, and it died on the spot. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. Such a formidable nine-spotted scale python was taken down so effortlessly? The girls exchanged glances, their eyes full of awe and shock. To defeat a peak-level nine-spotted scale python with such ease, this kind of power was undoubtedly at the level of an extraordinary realm, or perhaps even the Traveler Realm. The scene fell silent. Everyone was so overwhelmed by Subai's strength that they couldn't utter a word. After a long while, Yi was the first to recover. She cleared her throat softly and said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving us. I have nothing to repay you with." As soon as she said it, she realized that they had nothing of value to offer in return, and her face flushed with embarrassment. The other girls also grew nervous, clenching their fists, unsure of what to do. "It was just a small effort, no need to dwell on it," Subai replied with a smile, finding their innocence rather amusing. Unfortunately, their potential was limited, and their future paths as ability users were destined to be short-lived. The only one with a glimmer of hope was this delicate girl named Yi. "Senior, are you the overseer of this area?" Yi asked hesitantly, her voice tinged with nervousness. She had never encountered an ability user of such a high realm before. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized how foolish her question was and her cheeks turned red. Yes, Subai nodded. He turned to glance at the 9-spotted scale python that had been reduced to charred remains and casually dusted off his hands. Channeling his internal energy, he began to suppress his aura, preparing to leave. Xiaobai, let's go, he called out. A lazy meow came in response as Xiaobai leapt back onto Subai. But whether it was intentional or not, Xiaobai's soft, tiny paw managed to tug down Subai's mask as it jumped. The mask slipped off, revealing Subai's true face. In the eyes of everyone present, the masked senior suddenly revealed the face of a young boy. His features carried a hint of youthful innocence, yet his sharp, sculpted brows and star-like eyes radiated an intensity that made him appear as if carved from stone. His gaze sparkled with confidence, exuding the vigor and spirit of a young prodigy. At that moment, the aura he unintentionally emitted was like that of a top-tier, peerless young genius. Say, senior? The girls stared at him, too shocked to speak. They had assumed that someone as powerful as this must be middle-aged or older, but to their amazement, he was just a youth. This wasn't a senior at all, this was someone their own age. A peer who had already reached the traveler realm as an ability user. Their world seemed to turn upside down in that instant. EE was equally stunned, her gaze transfixed on Subai, her eyes dazed and unfocused. You mischievous little one. Subai sighed with a wry smile as he picked up the mask. Then, he put on the mask, casually pinched Xiaobai's neck, and prepared to leave. After Subai put on the mask, EE finally came to her senses. She felt the confidence and extraordinary aura emanating from Subai, then looked at her own simple, patched cloth garment, feeling a bit embarrassed, lowering her head and hiding in her clothes. Hearing the sound of Subai preparing to leave, her heart suddenly trembled, and she quickly raised her head, only to see Subai's figure gradually fading into the distance. She hurriedly called out, Senior, what's your name? My surname is Su. In the distance, Subai turned his back to her, waved his hand, and then his figure flickered, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Senior, my name is Louis E. Louis E gazed in the direction where Subai had disappeared, softly murmuring. Her bright, star-like eyes sparkled, as if hiding some secret in her heart at that moment. But had Subai really left? What a joke, he was the overseer of this area, how could he leave so easily? With a flicker of his figure, he disappeared from the original spot in just a few steps, reappearing seconds later atop an ancient tree knot far away. This girl feels a bit off, Subai muttered under his breath, his sharp gaze fixed on the girl standing quietly among the bushes. However, he was well aware that he wouldn't have any interactions with these people in the future. Thinking of this, he didn't dwell on it further. Leaning against the aged tree trunk, he began patrolling the area he was responsible for. But the awkward thing was, as someone born without mental power, he couldn't use it to investigate. All reconnaissance had to rely on the system, which was quite frustrating for him. System, keep the detection function active and notify me of any movement, Subai said. Report to the host, activating the detection function will continuously consume the host's energy. Confirm? Isn't detection supposed to use mental power? Why? Is it consuming my energy? Subai was puzzled. This should have been a matter of mental power, why was it using his energy? Host, this system directly converts your energy into mental power for detection, with no additional cost. The system replied. Subai raised an eyebrow. So you're saying I can use mental power? No, Subai was speechless. This system handles detection but requires converting your energy into mental power for use. Subai finally understood. So basically, I provide the energy, and you use the mental power? Host is so smart. Fine, system. Activate detection mode. Subai reluctantly agreed. Understood, host. As soon as the system finished speaking, Subai felt his energy surge like a tide, flowing to his brain, bringing a refreshing and clear sensation that made him sigh in relief. On the ground, the group of girls lingered for a while before leaving, heading toward another area that was not under Subai's jurisdiction. Subai didn't pay it much mind, they were just passing through, and he could only wish them luck. After all, the path of those with abilities was not an easy one. After dealing with He grabbed Xiaobai with one hand and started tickling it, making it whimper and beg for mercy. Such a troublemaker. Only when Xiaobai looked utterly helpless did Subai stop, placing it inside his clothes against his chest. Many people come here to train, but the forest is vast. In half a day, apart from that group of girls, there were very few youths in Subai's area. Subai didn't feel much about it, having some peace and quiet suited him just fine. The training would last for several days, and whether it was day or night, they had to stay in the forest. This time was different, as the ordinary forest had been harvested, significantly reducing the dangers at night. Unlike when he first started, spending the night in the forest back then was practically a death sentence. Moreover, at that time, he was only at the early stage of the Yi Qiao realm, all alone, which was incomparable to now. Occasionally, the sounds of battles echoed through the forest, but they had nothing to do with him over the years. During this half-day, the person who left the deepest impression on him was a boy dressed in black. This boy was extremely skilled in using shadow power, and with just early-stage Yi Qiao strength, he managed to drive a late-stage Yi Qiao giant demon gorilla into a panicked retreat. Clearly, he was a genius, though his realm had yet to break through to the late stage of Yi Qiao. Subai noticed that most of these talented youths were concentrated in the early and middle stages of Yi Qiao. As for novices at the higher level of the Xingzhi realm, he hadn't seen any. The late stage of Yi Qiao seemed like a threshold that was difficult to cross in a short time. Bored, he stayed in his area, practicing breathing techniques and meditating. During this half-day, he also learned how to use the system's detection function. The advantage was that he no longer needed to divide his attention to guard his surroundings, he could leave the detection to the system. As the sky darkened, the fiery red sunset sank below the horizon, and the sky gradually dimmed. Birds and beasts in the forest began to stir, with bird calls, tiger roars, and wolf howls echoing one after another, filling the air with a sense of danger. In one corner of the forest, a group of people gathered around a campfire, roasting the meat of a beast they had hunted that day. "Brother Qingshu, is it safe to have a fire in the forest at night? Won't it give away our location?" a boy asked worriedly. "Relax, this isn't the center of the blood forest, just the outskirts. There aren't that many powerful beasts here. Besides, there are supervisors secretly protecting us," Zhang Qingshu said as he picked up a sizzling, fragrant rabbit leg and began eating. The others swallowed their saliva and quickly grabbed the roasted meat, eating with relish. The aroma spread, creating a warm and tempting atmosphere. The legs of these jungle rabbits are the most delicious and easiest to catch. Other animals, like snakes, tigers, and wild boars, are stronger, harder to catch, and don't taste as good as jungle rabbits, Zhang Qingshu said, his mouth glistening with oil as he ate contentedly. "What about the bet with Chang Ji? Brother Qingshu, how do you plan to handle it? We've been idle all day, and we only have a few dozen spirit cores from the Shuju realm. I'm afraid we can't compete with them," another boy at the mid-stage of Yi Qiao asked. Zhang Qingshu waved his hand. "Who said I'm going to bet with them? All's fair in war, did anyone see me agree to it?" Everyone looked at each other, surprised by Zhang Qingshu's response. "Don't worry, I'm just joking. I know of a secret place, a remote corner of the ordinary forest, where there are many 9-striped scaled pythons. There's also the only peak Yi Qiao realm beast in the ordinary forest there. If we can take it down, we'll get the peak Yi Qiao realm spirit core, and I'll definitely win then," Zhang Qingshu said confidently, explaining his plan in detail. "But, Brother Qingshu, aren't you forgetting something?" "What?" "With the strength of a peak anomalous aperture, can we handle it?" someone asked anxiously. "Don't worry. My cousin told me that this beast is seriously injured and recovering. Its strength is estimated to be only at the early or mid-stage of anomalous aperture. When the time comes, you just need to cooperate." "All right," everyone nodded in agreement. The firewood crackled in the bonfire, and the firelight illuminated everyone's faces. A glimmer of determination shone in Zhang Qingshu's eyes. He could have chosen not to participate in this trial. With his strength, combat skills, and experience, he was already considered top tier among his peers. Of course, he wouldn't dare compare himself to someone as monstrous as Brother Bai. But the reason he decided to join was because his cousin had brought him news about the severely injured White Star baboon. He had to hunt it down to change his family's perception of him. This way, when he entered the martial academy, he could gain more support. Moreover, this wager provided the perfect opportunity to solve two problems at once. Chang. Gee, you didn't see this coming, did you? A confident smile appeared on his lips. Befriending a genius like Brother Bai, who was suspected to be a disciple of a king-level master, defeating Chang Ji in the wager, and slaying the peak anomalous aperture White Star baboon, this series of actions would surely make him stand out in his family. Just as he was lost in his pleasant thoughts, a cold voice suddenly interrupted. Who would have thought you'd provide such valuable information? Hearing the voice, Zhang Qingshu looked toward the dark forest. Several agile figures emerged slowly. Leading them was none other than Chang Ji, with a sly grin and a paper fan in hand. Thanks to you. You've been a great help. I must properly thank you, Chang Ji said with a mock bow, smiling. Chang Ji, you've been following me? Zhang Qingshu's face darkened. He hadn't expected the other party to tail him all day without him noticing. Pure coincidence, you know how it is, Chang Ji replied smugly, shaking his paper fan, his eyes gleaming with malice. You bastard, let's go. Zhang Qingshu's face turned black with anger. Realizing that his earlier words had surely been overheard, he turned decisively to leave. Wait a moment. Chang Ji raised his left hand, using the paper fan to block Zhang Qingshu in his group's path. What do you want now? Zhang Qingshu shouted angrily. You. No, we can't let you get the White Star baboon's spirit core, Chang Ji said in a calm tone, devoid of any killing intent, appearing like a refined scholar at first glance. Are you planning to kill me? Zhang Qingshu frowned. Green spiritual energy surging within him as he prepared to counter any move Chang Ji might make. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. The oppressive aura made the novice youths in the group struggle to breathe, their faces turning red. I wouldn't dare. You're Colonel Zhang's cousin, how could I possibly lay a hand on you? Chang Ji's words allowed Zhang Qingshu's companions to breathe a slight sigh of relief. But his next words immediately put them back on edge. However, not killing you doesn't mean I won't act. What if I break your legs, force you to flee in disgrace, and make you miss the September assessment? Wouldn't that be even crueler? Chang Ji said nonchalantly. Zhang Qingshu's eyes narrowed sharply, almost to the size of pinpoints. Chang Ji's words struck him like a thunderclap, leaving his scalp tingling. Without hesitation, he unleashed the spiritual energy within him. The green pine needle-like light transformed into three beams, shooting straight at Chang Ji. Chang Ji sneered, his psychic energy quickly activating. Although it couldn't match Zhang Qingshu's speed, it was enough to block the attack. A layer of white mist rose, enveloping him. The three beams of light entered the mist, their color instantly dimming and dissolving into green liquid. Clearly, Zhang Qingshu's attack was easily neutralized by Chang Ji. Damn it, it's that book aura again. Zhang Qingshu's expression shifted unpredictably. This strange book aura made him particularly wary. Chang Ji's ability was the sea-level 100 books recitation, and the book aura surrounding him was troublesome, even countering Zhang Qingshu's ability. Moreover, this person was insidious and ruthless, yet he possessed such an ability. Although Zhang Qingshu knew this had nothing to do with personal character, he couldn't help but curse the heavens for being unfair. Today, you won't escape, Chang Ji coldly declared. In an instant, several dark shadows rushed out from behind him, surrounding the area and leaving Zhang Qingshu no chance to escape, while simultaneously launching an attack on him and his group. Everyone, scatter and retreat. Zhang Qingshu gritted his teeth and shouted. Brother Qingshu, go quickly. We've already taken the money, but now we can't drag you down. We'll hold them off, the impoverished youths shouted. Though inexperienced, their hearts were filled with righteousness, valuing their promise. If you dare to kill the innocent, I'll tell my sister about your murderous ways. Zhang. Qingshu glared sharply at Chang Ji, shouting angrily. I have no interest in them, just a bunch of lowly trash. Chang Ji didn't even regard the youths, his eyes full of disdain as he noticed their washed-out clothes. Zhang. Qingshu sighed inwardly, green light flashing in his eyes. A ghostly aura erupted, revealing the strength of the early stage of the abnormal aperture realm. He launched a fierce attack on the approaching enemies. Several of the surrounding youths were intimidated by Zhang Qingshu's ferocious offensive, their psychic energy momentarily stalling. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Qingshu unleashed a surge of green psychic light like a tidal wave, forcibly breaking through the encirclement. He darted into the forest, stepping on thick ancient trees to make his escape. A bunch of trash. Chang Ji's face darkened. Despite having over a dozen people surrounding him, they had let Zhang Qingshu escape. His subordinates hung their heads in shame, knowing they too came from impoverished backgrounds and lacked Zhang Qingshu's experience. Chase him. Chang Ji's eyes flickered with determination, vowing not to rest until Zhang Qingshu was captured. Several people stood up, only to be blocked by the impoverished youths. Do you really think I won't kill you? Chang Ji's veins bulged, his refined demeanor vanishing. A fierce wind rose around him, pressing down on everyone and making it hard to breathe. Yet the group of youths remained silent, firmly standing in their way. Ignorant, weak, and yet so bold. From behind Chang Ji, Han Lingyun stepped forward, his face full of impatience. Chang Ji, you're too soft. Han Lingtian spoke, his clothes fluttering on their own, white hair dancing in the air. A chill instantly enveloped the surroundings, the bone-piercing cold making everyone present shiver. The novice youths fainted instantly under the oppressive cold. Brother Han's Frost Night Ice is truly formidable. Your strength is astonishing, Chang Ji suppressed his inner surprise and praised. Just a B-level ability, nothing compared to that person, Han Lingtian said dismissively, shaking his head. You mean that person in Dagwang? Chang Ji cautiously inquired. Han Lingtian clearly didn't want to elaborate, cutting him off. Don't ask too much. Hurry and catch that man. If he spreads the word about not obtaining the White Star Baboon's spirit core, it could cause trouble for us. Understood. But what about these people? Chang Ji pointed to the fallen youths on the ground, looking slightly troubled. Don't worry, I didn't kill them, just taught them a lesson. Leave one person here to contact the supervisor, and take the rest away. Han Lingtian didn't even glance at the boy on the ground, stepping past them without hesitation. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he stomped his foot and immediately chased after Zhang Qingshu. Leave one to guard, the rest follow him, Chang Ji heard Han Lingtian's command. And quickly assigned personnel, leaving one person to stand guard while the others rushed into the forest in pursuit. In the forest under the night sky, a chase ensued, accompanied by occasional roars and flashes of light, drawing the attention of many young boys and girls. The usually quiet forest suddenly became lively with activity. Who are these people? It's so late, and instead of recovering their spiritual energy, they're still fighting fiercely, a young girl in the forest remarked in surprise. Is this a battle at the Yi Qiao level? Incredible! In the depths of the dense forest, a group of youths marveled at the powerful aura of the combatants. The overwhelming spiritual energy filled them with awe, making them hesitant to challenge recklessly. However, some boys and girls had determined gazes and rising fighting spirits, clearly eager to seize the opportunity to test their skills. At this moment, Zhang Qingshu and his group appeared, drawing the attention of both Chuju level and Yi Qiao level ability users. Roar! The mountains and forests trembled, pines and cypresses swayed, and a foul wind arose. A series of roars and tiger growls echoed as a massive tiger, several meters long, was startled by the battle. Its eyes radiated a tangible killing intent as it suddenly charged out of the forest, heading straight for the battlefield. This ferocious tiger, with strength roughly at the mid-Yi Qiao level, exuded a bloodthirsty aura that sent chills down the spine. Its sharp fangs were bared, adding to its menacing presence. It was a beast driven by an intense desire to kill. Don't cause trouble here. A cold shout rang out as a tall figure leaped from the ground, landing atop an ancient tree. A faint yellow spiritual energy emanated from his body. Raising both hands, he unleashed a dazzling yellow light, and spiritual energy surged into him like a flood. The ground trembled as over a dozen massive boulders erupted from the cracks in the earth, hurtling toward the ferocious tiger with immense force. Although the tiger dodged a few of the boulders, it was still struck by the dense barrage. Letting out a miserable cry, it retreated into the forest and disappeared. The falling boulders kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring the sky and sun, and it took a long time for the scene to settle. The supervisor had intervened. Countless boys and girls beneath the trees witnessed this brief battle, their eyes filled with amazement. Someone who could easily subdue a mid-Qiao level beast was undoubtedly as strong as a late Qiao level expert. Who else but a supervisor could reach such a level? Subsequently, several early Qiao level beasts went berserk but were subdued one by the supervisors in various areas. After this commotion, the other disturbed beasts also quieted down, leaving only the youths discussing fervently. In the ancient wolfwood forest, several figures darted swiftly through the trees. A gray energy wave shot toward Zhang Qingshu, who agilely dodged it, letting it crash into an ancient tree behind him. The tree trunk shattered, and its roots were torn apart. Zhang Qingshu fought while retreating, but his opponent pursued relentlessly, clinging to him like a shadow. Another wave of multicolored spiritual energy surged toward him. In midair, he twisted his body, stepping on a tree trunk for leverage and evading with agility. How much longer? Do you think you can run? Surrender now, and I might let you suffer less. Behind him, Han Lingtian and the others approached with cold sneers. Get lost. Zhang Qingshu's face was grave as he shouted, simultaneously shooting a green needle-like beam behind him. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Han Lingtian's expression darkened as he condensed an ice sphere in his hand, colliding it with the green needle beam, causing an explosion. The frost and ice power within him quickly circulated, instantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and channeling it into his unique apertures. As the spiritual energy flowed, the cold intensified, and his speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, the distance between him and Zhang Qingshu significantly shortened. 3 moonstar apertures? Zhang Qingshu's eyes flickered as his spiritual energy surged. He raised his hand, took a few pills from his storage ring, and swallowed them, rapidly increasing his speed to widen the gap again. Even he could only sense 2 moonstar apertures, yet he hadn't expected Cheng Ji's ally to have an even stronger talent. At this moment, the two were evenly matched in speed. The one thing I don't lack is pills. Let's see how long you can keep up. Zhang Qingshu shouted. Han Lingtian didn't respond. The green and blue figures tangled in the dense forest, with over a dozen others following closely behind. The pitch-black night was continuously illuminated by these flashes of light. These young people are so full of energy, fighting even in the middle of the night, a supervisor standing at the edge of his designated area remarked, gazing at the starry sky with a sigh. After all, geniuses who reach the unique aperture realm just over a month after awakening are different from those novices in the initial awakening realm. In the unique aperture realm, they can recover spiritual energy on their own without waiting too long, so naturally, it's easier for them to keep fighting. Another supervisor nodded in agreement as the two conversed. The night gradually faded, and the horizon began to brighten. This chase continued until dawn without stopping, leaving only Zhang Qingshu, Han Lingtian, and Cheng Ji. The others, unable to sense their unique apertures and having exhausted their spiritual energy, had no choice but to give up the pursuit. However, the situation for the 3 remaining was not optimistic either. After such a prolonged chase, although they avoided using high-consumption attack techniques and mainly relied on spiritual energy to nourish their bodies and sustain movement, the balance between energy consumption and recovery had already tipped. They could only barely replenish themselves with pills, spiritual herbs, and spiritual liquids. How long are you planning to keep chasing me? Zhang Qingshu's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. The intense, all-night battle had left him utterly exhausted, his mind dazed, and his head throbbing with sharp pain from time to time. Take this. Suddenly, Han Lingtian, his face pale, revealed a sinister smile. His body trembled, and a several-foot-long ice spike condensed in his hand, which he swiftly hurled toward Zhang Qingshu. The ice spike tore through the air with a piercing sound, glinting like a beam of light under the sunlight. Zhang Qingshu's heart tightened. He hadn't expected Han Lingtian to still have enough spiritual energy to launch an attack. But he was already utterly drained, his spirit flagging, struggling even to control his movement speed, let alone evade the attack. In desperation, he could only raise his hand and use his remaining spiritual energy to form a faint green shield. The ice spike closed in instantly, its chilling aura bone-piercing. Crack! Crack! The shield shattered instantly. Zhang Qingshu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flung like a cannonball into the distant forest. He's been hit by my ice spike. The flow of spiritual energy in his body has slowed, and with his energy already depleted, there's no way he can escape our grasp. Han Lingtian said confidently, quickly pursuing with Chang Ji. Hurry, after him. Zhang Qingshu tumbled into the forest, crashing into several ancient, gnarled trees before collapsing onto a patch of grass, gasping for breath. Struggling to his feet, a sharp pain shot through his throat, and he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes red. At that moment, he felt a chilling cold throughout his body, and a strange force made it exceptionally difficult for his spiritual energy to circulate. Damn it, this hurts like hell. His entire body ached, and even the slightest movement sent needle-like pain through his limbs. He was clearly gravely injured. The body that had just knocked over those ancient trees was now almost immobile. Fortunately, he had already reached the Yi Chao stage, and his body, strengthened by spiritual energy, was resilient. If he had been an ability user at the Ju stage, his bones would have shattered upon hitting the first tree, and he would have been done for. This is clearly an attempt to kill me. Zhang Qingshu frowned. Compared to Chang Ji, the white-haired Han Lingtian was evidently more insidious and ruthless. After being struck by that ice shard, the flow of spiritual energy within him had slowed, making it nearly impossible to mobilize. Falling from such a height at such speed, his life hung by a thread. A wave of dizziness and vertigo hit him, and he felt as if the world was spinning. This was the side effect of overusing spiritual energy and overdrawing through medication. He gritted his teeth and endured the discomfort, when suddenly, the sound of 2 gusts of wind whistled toward him. In the blink of an eye, Chang Ji and Han Lingtian appeared before him, cold smirks on their faces. There was no wind in the air, but spiritual energy surged around them, their reserves steadily recovering. Why aren't you running anymore? Chang Ji sneered, clearly pleased to see Zhang Qingshu trapped. You'll regret this. Zhang Qingshu's face was pale, his breath weak, but he clenched his teeth and forced himself to stand upright. Enough, stop wasting time. We've been chasing him all night. Finish him off quickly, then let's go find that white star baboon. Once we get it, this trial will be complete, Han Lingtian said condescendingly. Fine, I'll break his legs first and make Zhang Mei lose face, Chang Ji said as he slowly approached. Tell me, Zhang Mei's genius cousin, crippled and humiliated during the trial, doesn't that prove he's just a paper tiger? If her cousin is unreliable, then only my brother can be trusted. Chang Ji laughed heartily, his paper fan covered in spiritual energy, as hard as steel. He swung the fan with great force, slashing down heavily. Zhang Qingshu's pupils contracted as he saw the paper fan grow larger before his eyes. Suddenly, a figure moved as fast as lightning, like a thunderbolt, blocking the fan with a hand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed all around, even carrying far into the distance. Who are you? Chang Ji's attack was stopped, and he couldn't help but ask. His pupils narrowed slightly, feeling as if the opponent's hands were made of iron, the recoil from the fan making his palms go numb. Brother by Zhang Qingshu, seeing the familiar figure before him, was overjoyed. He finally realized he had escaped into Su Bai's protected territory. Su Bai frowned slightly, his sharp gaze making Chang Ji feel as if he were being scrutinized like a worthless pauper, leaving him deeply uncomfortable. At this moment, Su Bai's left hand was holding the paper fan, while his right hand held a tree branch with a roasted sweet potato hanging from it. He wasn't wearing a mask, or rather, he had already stored it in his storage ring while eating. Cheng Ji looked at Subai's youthful face and sneered, "Friend, don't meddle in others' business. Leave now, and we can let you go. This is our matter. I hope you don't bring trouble upon yourself." Behind him, Han Lingtian saw this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. His unique aperture continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish himself. Clearly, they had already regarded Subai as an opponent in the trial. "Zhang Qingshu, what happened?" Subai ignored Cheng Ji and instead turned to ask Zhang Qingshu. "They wanted to break my legs. Fortunately, my strength was decent, so I managed to escape. They've been chasing me for an entire day," Zhang Qingshu said. Through gritted teeth, his body slightly moving as sharp pain radiated from his wound. "This is indeed a bit excessive." "It's just a trial," Subai nodded, roughly understanding the situation. He took out dozens of spiritual energy herbs from his storage ring and handed them to Zhang Qingshu to consume. All of this unfolded under the watchful eyes of Cheng Ji and Han Lingtian. Another guy who doesn't know his limits. Cheng Ji's eyes were filled with contempt, his anger boiling. Seeing Subai turn his head away, he couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. "What a rookie, leaving such a big opening. In the wild, I could kill you with one strike," Cheng Ji thought to himself. A glint flashed in Han Lingtian's eyes, and he immediately took action. In his view, with such an obvious opening, one strike would render the opponent incapable of resisting. Although his earlier attack was blocked by Cheng Ji, that was purely accidental luck, coupled with Cheng Ji's current poor condition. Even if the opponent was formidable, he believed he could easily defeat him. After all, he was the top genius of the Han family. Cold air spread, and a frosty chill quickly descended, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. He skillfully controlled his abilities and launched an attack in an instant. Sharp ice spikes formed, glinting with a cold light, and shot straight toward Subai's neck. But Subai still didn't turn his head, continuing to talk with Zhang Qingshu. "Brother Bai, watch out." Zhang Qingshu's pupils dilated as he shouted in panic, disregarding his injuries. The ice spike, 10 inches long and made entirely of solid ice, carried a chilling aura that slowed spiritual energy. The bone-piercing cold quickly enveloped Subai. "It's done." Cheng Ji and Han Lingtian's eyes lit up with excitement as they saw the ice spike mere inches from Subai's neck. Certain that this was a fatal blow, the ice spike shot forward, just an inch from his skin. The hand holding the paper fan suddenly moved as fast as lightning, attempting to crush the ice spike in an instant. Han Lingtian saw this and his eyes were full of amusement. His ice spikes were not something that could be easily destroyed by anyone. Cheng Ji smiled as well. He was well aware of Han Lingtian's terrifying strength. This guy was too arrogant, he was doomed. Once Han Lingtian was dealt with, he would break Zhang Qingshu's legs and seize the spiritual core of the 100-star baboon. Then, he would surpass Zhang Qingshu and become a true genius. His elder brother would also gain the favor of Major Zhang Mei, with the support of 2 majors and the future colonel position. Undoubtedly between them, who could possibly rival him? Cheng Ji couldn't help but start fantasizing about his glorious future. But then, Subai's actions snapped him back to reality. Subai firmly grasped the incoming ice spike. The strength in his arm was as solid as molten iron, rendering the ice spike immobile. Crack, crack. Subai suddenly shook his hand, and the ice spike shattered instantly, turning into countless shards of ice scattering in the air. "So much killing intent? You actually crushed my ice spike." Han Lingtian's face was filled with shock, completely unprepared for someone to so effortlessly destroy his ice spike. "Retreat." Cheng Ji was also taken aback, quickly retreating dozens of steps, carefully staring at the seemingly lazy young man in front of him. "Is this so strange?" Subai replied irritably, turning back coldly and clapping his hands, the ice shards in his hands immediately scattering. "Are you sure you want to go against us? My brother is a lieutenant colonel in the military district." Cheng Ji hesitated, tentatively threatening Subai. "Wasn't it you who made the first move?" A glint of cold light flashed in Subai's eyes as he sneered. "Stop wasting words with him. I don't believe we can't handle him. Han Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly and shouted coldly. After speaking, a chilling aura spread from him, clearly indicating he had begun to activate his spiritual energy. Subai let out a light humph, raising his eyebrows. Han Lingtian's decisive action earned his admiration. As Han Lingtian began his attack, Subai naturally couldn't stand idly by. Although the opponent was a mid-level expert in the Yi Chao realm, which was already considered impressive in others' eyes, after all, Zhang Qingshu and the others were only at the early stage of the Yi Chao realm in Subai's eyes, as a powerful practitioner. In the Xingzhe realm, a mid-level Yi Chao expert was nothing more than a minor soldier. Since that was the case, he decided to teach them a good lesson, while also repaying Zhang Qingshu for helping him avoid the preliminary test earlier. With this thought, Subai's spiritual energy rapidly circulated within him, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual aura, forming a strong gust of wind. He suppressed his own strength, adjusting to the late stage of the Yi Chao realm. Otherwise, if he revealed the aura of the Xingzhe realm, Han Lingtian wouldn't dare to confront him head-on. No matter who you are, you can't beat me. Ice roar! Han Lingtian roared, his eyes turning icy blue, and a massive ice crystal larger than a human head formed above him, exuding a biting chill. Countless ice shards shot towards Subai like a tide, densely packed, appearing like a blue wave from afar. Not bad, much stronger than that chubby Zhang Qingshu, Subai evaluated inwardly. This Han Lingtian was clearly a talented genius. It was no coincidence he had chased Zhang Qingshu into such a sorry state. Subai stared at the dense ice crystals without any panic. He tossed the roasted sweet potato in his hand to Zhang Qingshu, letting him catch it. Then, his black hair fluttered as the Zhu Juyin fire within him erupted, surging toward the ice crystals like a storm. In an instant, all the ice crystals melted into droplets of water, falling like a light rain. Fire-type ability? Han Lingtian's pupils contracted slightly in surprise. To easily melt his ice crystals, this flame was no ordinary fire. So what? My ice isn't just ordinary ice. Subai didn't want to say more. He exerted force with his legs, causing a small pit to appear on the ground. In the blink of an eye, his figure flashed and he was already in front of Han Lingtian. Take my grand slam. Subai swung. A punch, flames burning, the scorching heat making it hard for Han Lingtian to breathe. Immediately, a heavy thud sounded as a massive red fist struck Han Lingtian's face with immense force. Blood splattered from beneath Han Lingtian's nose, blooming beautifully like fireworks. With a loud crash, Han Lingtian, like a kite with a broken string, his hair disheveled, was sent flying. In fact, even Subai himself didn't know that his physical strength, even when restrained, was truly at the mid-stage of the Traveler realm. Han Lingtian was only at the different aperture realm and couldn't possibly withstand it. However, holding back was the right choice, otherwise, this punch would have directly taken Han Lingtian's life. Even so, Han Lingtian still fainted mid-air. This. Changji's legs were trembling, and he stuttered as he spoke. He couldn't discern Subai's true strength at all and now only felt that the person before him was simply a monster. One punch, and Han Lingtian was sent flying. His whole body shook, his mind went blank, and he couldn't comprehend how Subai could be so powerful. Are you going to find your friend yourself, or should I help you send him over? Subai yawned lazily and asked Changji. I'll go. Changji realized the other party didn't intend to deal with him, and quickly nodded like a bobblehead, scurrying off in the direction Han Lingtian had flown, running as if he wished he had one less leg to carry. Watching Changji leave, Subai turned around, took back the roasted sweet potato from Zhang Qingshu's hand, and began eating it in big bites. You really are a mess, Subai teased. No choice, I'm too weak, not as strong as you, brother. Bye. Zhang Qingshu, exhausted, relaxed his body as the crisis was resolved and collapsed to the ground. However, his eyes were still full of shock. Although he had long known Subai was strong and could easily handle Changji and Han Lingtian, seeing Subai's clean and decisive punch still startled him. Recover quickly, I'll keep watch for you, Subai said nonchalantly. Zhang Qingshu's injuries were apparent to him. This chubby guy could endure a lot, but compared to the burning pain within Subai's body, these injuries were nothing. Zhang Qingshu didn't waste words, sat cross-legged, and began to heal his wounds, focusing his consciousness inward. Under the starry sky, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed, and the shadow of a black dragon loomed. Zhang Qingshu's recovery lasted until nightfall before he slowly opened his eyes, which gleamed with light. At this moment, his body was filled with spiritual energy, constantly absorbing and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Most of his injuries had healed, leaving only a few stubborn wounds that would take time to mend. His body was almost fully recovered. "Thank you, Brother Bai. If it weren't for your help, I'd probably have had my legs broken by Chang Ji and the others. If that had happened, I wouldn't even think about participating in the September assessment, let alone the competitions afterward." Zhang Qingshu struggled to stand up. Although most of his injuries had healed, he still needed time to recuperate. Why did they do this? Subai asked curiously while tending the fire for warmth. After all, this was just a minor trial. It was understandable to resort to killing during the September assessment and competitions, but for such a small test, it was baffling that someone would go to such extremes. This is a complicated matter, an old grudge that's been festering for a long time, and it's hard to explain in a short time. But I can confirm that my different aperture peak spirit core is most likely gone, all because of my loose tongue. Different aperture peak spirit core? With your current strength, even at your peak, you wouldn't be able to defeat a different aperture peak level beast, right? Subai asked curiously, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. My sister told me about it. She said this trial could help me secure victory. In an ordinary forest, there is a severely injured white star baboon with only mid-level strength in the anomaly aperture stage. I might have a chance to deal with it, Zhang Qingshu sighed and replied. Why the long face? Does this affect you a lot? Of course. If I can get that spirit core, my status in the family will greatly improve, and the resources will follow suit. I see. If you get the spirit core, my reward will surely be more generous, right? Subai smiled slyly. Ha? In theory, yes, Zhang Qingshu was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Then it's simple. I'll help you. But Brother Bai, aren't you responsible for monitoring this area? How? Can you leave? Zhang Qingshu asked in confusion. True, Subai nodded, realizing he hadn't considered that. Now it seemed he really couldn't leave. He had ideas but no way to act on them. Seeing him deep in thought, Zhang Qingshu sighed, what will come, there's no need to force it. Brother Bai, let it go. Let them deal with that injured white star baboon. That place is full of 9-spotted scaled pythons, they might suffer losses themselves. As he said this, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Though he hid it well, the sharp-eyed Subai still noticed. Alright, Subai glanced at Zhang Qingshu, about to say he really couldn't manage it, but suddenly his eyes lit up. What did you just say? Zhang Qingshu was puzzled and answered honestly, fate. No, the next sentence, Subai interrupted him. White. The one after that. The more Zhang Qingshu thought, the more confused he became. After carefully recalling, he said, that place is full of 9-spotted scaled pythons, they might. Stop, that's it, Subai said softly, his eyes gleaming. 9-spotted scaled pythons? What a coincidence. However, the matter still needed confirmation. Do you know exactly where that white star baboon is? Subai asked. Why? Are you suddenly asking this? My sister said it's in a remote corner of the ordinary forest, where 9-spotted scaled pythons often appear. Zhang Qingshu answered slowly but stopped halfway. You mean? His eyes widened in disbelief. Whether it is or not, we'll know if we check, Subai stood up and smiled. But it's nighttime now, and visibility is poor. If we disturb that white star baboon, wouldn't it be too dangerous? Zhang Qingshu, both excited and worried, whispered. Don't worry, I'll go alone. You stay here, Subai waved his hand nonchalantly. Zhang Qingshu was momentarily stunned, then remembered that Subai was a late-stage expert in the traveler realm. Facing the white star baboon should be no problem for him. His round face couldn't help but break into a smile as he cupped his hands. "Brother Bai, you've helped me so much, I really feel bad." "It's nothing. Just give me a bigger reward later," Subai replied, then asked, "If this place really is the beast's hiding spot, do you want to go yourself or let me retrieve the spirit core for you? I'm not the type to take shortcuts, but my injuries haven't healed yet, and I can't handle more trouble for now. Brother Bai, please help me. I, Zhang Qingshu, will be forever grateful." Zhang Qingshu hesitated for a moment but eventually spoke. Subai didn't say much. It was clear that Zhang Qingshu was in poor condition, having just reached the Yiqiao realm and his body was weak. Facing the peak Yiqiao realm White Star Baboon, even though it was injured, he was no match for it. Subai's spiritual energy flowed through his body. And with a sudden burst, he shot out like a spring, swiftly traversing the treetops and disappearing into the forest in an instant. Zhang Qingshu smacked his lips. Subai's speed was more than twice as fast as Zhu Yan's, even faster than any late-stage traveler he had ever seen. The faster the speed, the higher the requirements for reaction and skill. A slight mistake could lead to crashing into obstacles. This required rich experience and skilled techniques. Although Subai was young, his talent was extremely high, otherwise, how could he have been chosen as a disciple of the king? He was proficient in all aspects, completely unlike his peers, a truly extraordinary existence. Zhang Qingshu sighed, his expression suddenly turning a bit awkward. Did what I said earlier make Brother Bai look down on me, so he didn't respond? He scratched his head, thinking more and more that it might be the case. Probably. With Brother Bai's talent, his personality must be very confident. If he encountered such a situation, he probably wouldn't even bother recovering, but would directly take his broken body to fight the White Star Baboon, battling for days and nights, bathing in beast blood, tempering his will between life and death. Sigh, I'm still far behind. Zhang Qingshu sighed again, picked up a skewer of meat from the fire, and began eating. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'll eat first and then talk. If Subai knew Zhang Qingshu's thoughts, he would probably burst out laughing. He himself would choose to retreat quickly without even looking back. Why not recover if you can? Why fight head on if you can't win? Is there nothing better to do? It's not like he's cornered and has to fight to the death. Subai advanced rapidly through the forest, heading toward the place where the group of girls had been. They had only lingered there briefly before being targeted by a 9-spotted scale python. Subai sensed the area slightly and found that there were particularly many 9-spotted scale pythons there, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, it was a remote area where people rarely ventured, at most encountering them occasionally. Since the area was sparsely populated, Subai didn't pay much attention and steadily guarded the central region. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Gazing at the towering ancient trees, he carefully sensed and indeed detected a faint aura of a beast, likely at the late stage of the Yiqiao realm. Without careful observation, it would be impossible to notice. Looks like I'll have to keep the system's detection function on all the time in the future, or I might miss opportunities without even knowing it. Subai stroked his chin and jumped down. The nearby 9-spotted scale pythons heard the commotion, hissing and flicking their tongues as they stared at him. Most of them were hidden in the trees or on the ground, and their numbers were considerable. Such a number of 9-spotted scale pythons might pose some difficulty for Yiqiao realm ability users, but for him, it was nothing at all. He released the aura of a traveler from his body, his pulse gate slightly fluctuating. The snakes crawling toward him immediately quieted down, even opening a path for him. However, this aura seemed to have also startled the White Star Baboon hidden inside. Subai sensed the beast's scent growing stronger. Hey, come out. There's still time to surrender, Subai called out with a smile. Then, he gathered a large fireball in his hand and hurled it fiercely toward a small hill not far away. The aura on that hill was the strongest, clearly the hiding place of the White Star Baboon. A thunderous roar echoed as a white beastly figure burst out of the hill. Roar! Sorry to disturb your rest. The White Star Baboon roared furiously, white mist emanating from its body, exuding extreme anger. A long scab scar stretched across its chest, seemingly caused by a slash from a blade or sharp weapon. Subai raised an eyebrow slightly. Although the ferocious aura of the White Star Baboon had suddenly surged, he could still detect a trace of exhaustion hidden within it. Clearly, this White Star Baboon was injured and unable to exert its full strength. The White Star Baboon charged at Subai in a rage, completely ignoring the disparity in their strength, its mind clouded by anger. Its fist, as large as a sandbag, came crashing down with a powerful sonic boom. Subai sidestepped and leapt away, dodging the attack. The beast's fist struck the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and causing a tremor. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Subai's mouth. After evading the blow, he quickly charged toward the White Star Baboon. Even at its peak, this White Star Baboon was only at the pinnacle of the exotic aperture realm, far from being a match for Subai. Now, with its severe injuries, it stood no chance against him. Previously, Subai had been worried that this exotic beast might flee upon sensing his strength, which would have been troublesome. But now, the White Star Baboon was determined to fight to the death, which suited Subai perfectly. There was no need for further words. With Subai's strength, a few punches were enough to pin the enraged White Star Baboon to the ground. Then, with a flash of his figure, he appeared behind the White Star Baboon and delivered a fiery palm strike to its spine, killing it instantly. Using a small knife, he extracted its spirit core and casually stored the White Star Baboon's corpse into his storage ring. Although the ring's space was limited, it was more than enough to hold the corpse of a White Star Baboon along with some miscellaneous items. As for why he kept the White Star Baboon's corpse? Of course, it was for food. An exotic beast at the exotic aperture realm contained far more essence than an ordinary jungle rabbit. However, how did such a weak White Star Baboon manage to evade my detection earlier? Subai was puzzled, pondering the question. Could there be another reason? He decided to investigate the hill where the White Star Baboon had been hiding. When he reached the hill, which resembled a small flat house, he found nothing unusual apart from the strong scent of the beast. He conducted a thorough search but still found nothing. Could I be overthinking this? Subai scratched his head. He muttered to himself, reality isn't like a novel where you stumble upon treasures just by walking around and defeating monsters. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. Wait, I forgot I have a system. Narrowing his eyes, he called out, "System, scan this hill and the surrounding area thoroughly to see if there's anything special." Ding! The system responded and began scanning. Understood, host. Beginning investigation, after a moment. Ding! Item detected. There really was a treasure? Subai asked excitedly, "System, what did you find?" The system buzzed, and Subai sensed that something was hidden beneath the hill. This feels like a shared item? Subai speculated. Item detected, hidden divine pearl. Would you like to retrieve it? Hidden divine pearl? System, what is this? Subai asked in confusion. The hidden divine pearl is a treasure of heaven and earth, capable of concealing one's aura and hiding oneself and valuables. The stronger the spiritual energy, the stronger the concealment ability. It can also be used to forge weapons and armor, truly extraordinary. Is it really that amazing? Yes, host. Then is this hidden divine pearl a top-grade item? Reporting to host, it is not. Well, I thought it was top-grade based on what you said. Subai smiled helplessly. System, pick up the hidden divine pearl. Although it wasn't top-grade, it was still a significant gain for him. Received, host. As soon as the words fell, a dark blue, crystalline pearl appeared in Subai's hand, about the size of a thumb, exuding a mysterious aura, faintly shimmering like starlight. After obtaining the hidden divine pearl, Subai felt a cool sensation in his hand. When he activated his spiritual energy, he seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, becoming completely invisible. However, he also felt his spiritual energy draining into a bottomless pit, vanishing without a trace. Is this merging with the environment? Previously, the concealment could only fool ordinary walkers. Now, it might even deceive higher-level ability users. Subai speculated after carefully sensing it. Host, after acquiring the hidden divine pearl, your concealment ability has surpassed the walker level. Surpassed the walker level? Subai was shocked. With his current strength, without the hidden divine pearl, he wouldn't even notice if a strong individual above the walker level was tracking him. Thanks to the system's detection, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died if he encountered a master. But what does defective mean? Subai looked at the information interface of the hidden divine pearl, puzzled. Hidden divine pearl, defective/incomplete, ability, primarily used to conceal aura, hide oneself and valuables, and can also be used to forge weapons and armor. Limitation, effective only below the heaven transformation level. System cannot provide an answer. Alright. Subai had already expected this from the system and didn't ask further. He stored the hidden divine pearl in his storage bracelet, tidied up the scene, and prepared to leave. Swish, swish, swish. Subai moved swiftly, like a fish darting through the forest. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he returned to the campfire. Brother Bai, how did it go? Zhang Qingshu asked, his mouth full of steaming, fragrant meat, speaking indistinctly. Here, take this. Subai didn't say much, directly taking out a spirit core from his storage bracelet and tossing it to Zhang Qingshu. A white spirit core drew a bright arc in the air. Zhang Qingshu quickly caught it, hurriedly swallowed the meat in his mouth, wiped his mouth with his hand, and repeatedly confirmed the spirit core was genuine before letting out a sigh of relief. Brother Bai, this trial of mine is over. Once the training period ends, we can return to the Huanggang military district and participate in the assessment together. Zhang Qingshu relaxed, his tone light. Subai nodded, then took out the corpse of a white star baboon from his storage bracelet. The tank-like, sturdy corpse suddenly fell to the ground with a loud thud. Zhang Qingshu jumped in surprise and quickly stood up. Brother Bai, what is this? He asked, full of confusion. White star baboon. Subai replied expressionlessly. I know, but what is this for? Hungry, let's eat. With that, Subai unbuttoned the front of his shirt. Zhang Qingshu's face changed, and he hurriedly stepped back, clutching his chest. Brother Bai, do you have this kind of hobby? What hobby? Subai asked in confusion as he loosened his collar. The long-suppressed little Bai and little Qing immediately darted out. Never mind, I was overthinking. Brother Bai. You've opened a zoo here. Zhang Qingshu broke into a cold sweat upon seeing Subai's actions and nervously changed the subject. Oh. Subai ignored him, took out a small knife, and began cutting off pieces of the white star baboon's limbs, skinning them before roasting them over the fire. Little Bai meowed excitedly, running around, little Qing curled up near the fire to warm itself, seemingly dozing off. This cat is really beautiful. Zhang Qingshu's eyes lit up as he looked at the black and white little Bai. He added, I once saw a pure black kitten similar to this one, but unfortunately, the owner wouldn't sell it, so I had to give up. Wouldn't sell? Actually, you couldn't beat them and got thrashed. Instead. Subai chuckled inwardly but didn't expose him, saying, cats are all pretty much the same, nothing special. True. Zhang Qingshu nodded, his eyes full of affection. Brother Bai, is this cat for sale? He asked tentatively. Not for sale, Subai replied firmly. What a pity. Since Brother Bai wouldn't sell, he could only give up. He sighed and reached out to pet little Bai. Unexpectedly, little Bai's expression changed, letting out an angry meow and a low growl, its fur bristling. Swish. Little Bai swiped a paw at him. Zhang Qingshu quickly withdrew his hand to dodge. Why is this cat so hostile to me? Zhang Qingshu was puzzled and awkwardly pulled his hand back. Maybe Little Bai just doesn't like you, Subai explained with a smile. Little Bai, nice name. Meow. Zhang Qingshu's comment almost made Little Bai bristle again, but Subai stopped it in time. As the meat chunks slowly roasted, their aroma spread everywhere. It was the essence of the abilities from the White Star Baboon's unique realm, making both men and beasts ravenous. They all began eating. The fire burned until midnight, its flickering light resembling stars. The next morning, the blazing sun rose from the horizon, illuminating the sky. Light once again bathed the earth, and the forest regained its vitality. Subai leaned against an old tree, a blade of foxtail grass in his mouth, admiring the sunrise. At dawn, Zhang Qingshui handing over the white square's number 21 identity chip and receiving his work allocation, he left the guild area and headed to the location agreed upon with Zhang Qingshu. After taking several buses, he arrived in Huanggang. This was his first time seriously observing Huanggang. Previously, he had only caught fleeting glimpses through the bus window before living the life of a hunter in the wilderness outside Huanggang. Huanggang is a place in Xizang province that cannot be overlooked, with decent culture and economy. Although not as prosperous as Yanchang, it is filled with towering buildings and virtual screens everywhere. Walking down the street, Subai sensed several powerful and hidden presences, even stronger than himself. He entered a cafe and ordered a cup of coffee. Gazing at the clean floor-to-ceiling windows, he carefully absorbed the cultural atmosphere that surrounded him. Compared to the brutal competition in the wild, the city made him feel more at ease, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. Although human hearts are unpredictable and can be even more dangerous than obvious alien beasts, where in the world is there not an undercurrent? On the streets, there were office workers in suits, charming urban women, imposing ability users, obese tycoons, all kinds of people mingling in the crowd. He sipped his coffee, enjoying this brief moment of tranquility. Suddenly, he felt the spiritual energy within him surge violently. With a crack, his meridians resonated, and the flow of spiritual energy became faster and stronger. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes, and, without hesitation, he took out the vital meridian pill given by Captain Luguo and swallowed it in one gulp, closing his eyes to begin absorbing and refining it. As the pill's energy infused his body, Subai's meridian gates pulsated more intensely, and the three special apertures frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a powerful airflow that converged throughout his body. With another muffled pop, the spiritual energy storm surged through his meridians, stabilizing the rhythm of his meridian gates and broadening the flow of spiritual energy within him. Did I just break through? Subai felt the sudden increase in his internal energy and chuckled softly. Unexpectedly, in such a peculiar state, he had managed to break through. It seemed that relaxing appropriately could indeed be beneficial. System, open the panel, Subai silently commanded in his mind. Acknowledged, host opening panel for host, Subai age 18 physique, mid-stage traveler realm mental power, none current realm, mid-stage. Traveler realm spiritual energy strength, peak traveler realm, 30 out of 100 status, flame affinity 130% possessions, candle 9 emblem, initial recognition icon of candle dragon. Sure enough, he had already broken through to the mid-stage traveler realm. His meridian gates had become more stable, his spiritual energy surged powerfully, and his entire being was brimming with strength. However, what did the peak traveler realm, 30 out of 100, mean behind the spiritual energy strength system? Subai wondered, unable to resist asking. Host, this represents the percentage of strength required to reach the ultimate realm. Ultimate realm? These two familiar words echoed in his mind again, and he quickly asked, System, what do you mean by the ultimate realm of the special aperture stage that you mentioned earlier? Why did I skip directly to the traveler realm? Host, you had already reached the threshold of the ultimate realm in the special aperture stage, but since you directly skipped that stage, it was not displayed. Then, which is better, directly skipping the ultimate realm or stepping into it? Subai asked. Host, you must be joking. Across the entire starry sky, even fools know the latter is better. Starry sky? What is the starry sky? Subai frowned, but as expected, the system crashed again after letting something slip. Forget it, system, tell me what the ultimate realm of the Wanderer stage is. Beep, beep, beep. System responding. Each stage contains an ultimate realm. Except for geniuses among geniuses, ancient prodigies, peerless divine children, or heirs of imperial bloodlines, ordinary people cannot possibly reach it. The ultimate realm of the Wanderer stage is divided into two levels, Extreme Wanderer and Celestial Wanderer. So, the Wanderer stage actually has three levels, Wanderer, Extreme Wanderer, and Celestial Wanderer, and the latter two levels are very difficult for ordinary people to achieve? Correct. Extreme Wanderers are the top experts of the Wanderer stage, capable of easily defeating peak-level Wanderer stage powerhouses. Celestial Wanderers are the pinnacle among Extreme Wanderers, able to easily defeat them. That powerful? So, am I currently working towards becoming an Extreme Wanderer? Yes, host. You just entered the Mid-Wanderer stage and are already close to invincible, naturally progressing towards the ranks of Extreme Wanderers. Impressive. Can Extreme Wanderers defeat ability users beyond the Wanderer stage? Theoretically, it is possible, host. Really? They can actually leap across the gap between human transformation and Earth transformation. Subai nodded. The ultimate realm could surpass the level gap between human transformation and Earth transformation, indicating that Extreme Wanderers were already invincible within the Wanderer stage. Then, how strong would Celestial Wanderers, who were Extreme Wanderers, be? Suppressing his thoughts, Subai closed his eyes and sensed the changes in his body. He looked inward and quickly discovered that his spiritual energy had become more condensed. Even more astonishing, a layer of spiritual energy mist had appeared on his unique aperture. Anyway, it's definitely developing in a good direction. Subai secretly rejoiced. Just as he was about to leave for the agreed location, the commotion in the distance caught his attention. Outside the window, a beautiful woman in a sky blue dress suddenly appeared. Her features were exquisite, her demeanor elegant, and her beauty was like blooming peach blossoms, momentarily stunning Subai, a young man with little experience. But soon, Subai regained his composure, a trace of vigilance flashing in his eyes. This woman is not simple. To be honest, her beauty was indeed hard to look away from. The woman's face showed a hint of impatience and anxiety as she gently tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her fair and slender neck. Then, she looked around as if searching for something. Subai also kept his eyes on her, and suddenly their gazes met. A glimmer of light flashed in the woman's eyes, and she walked straight into the cafe, heading towards Subai. Is someone following me? Subai wondered, expressionless, unsure of her intentions. As she approached, he confirmed her target was indeed him. Hello, may I ask? Subai began, but before he could finish, the woman had already reached his side. Then, as if they were old friends, she sat directly next to him and wrapped her soft arm around his. Subai was dumbfounded. This kind of thing had never happened to him before. He tried to stay calm, but inside, he was panicking. Help me out, handsome. The woman's red lips parted slightly, carrying a faint fragrance, revealing her white teeth. Cough, cough, cough. Subai felt the softness on his arm, accompanied by a slight pressure, and awkwardly coughed. Internally, he chanted, "Don't press too hard." Who could handle this? But he still pretended to be calm on the surface. No problem, no problem. Then don't speak, let me do the talking. The woman smiled like a crescent moon, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. Subai raised his eyebrows slightly. What was going on with this plot? Having lived through 2 lifetimes, his analytical skills were not lacking. Could it be that a rich young master will show up later, and I'll have to act as a shield? Thinking of this, he felt a bit annoyed and suddenly found the woman less attractive, more like trouble. Forget it, helping others is still a good deed. He tried to get up, but the woman held him tightly, her embrace even firmer. Her soft body pressed his arm down securely, leaving him no choice but to give up. Of course, this was definitely not because it felt good. He nodded to himself in silent consolation. The woman seemed to realize the action was somewhat ambiguous, her cheeks flushed red like a ripe peach, but she showed no intention of letting go. Anyone with sharp eyes could tell she wasn't casually holding onto him, this was clearly intentional. The atmosphere became subtle. At this moment, a tall and burly man walked in. He was dressed in a white suit, wearing a luxury watch, exuding an extraordinary aura that immediately revealed his unusual status. Soon after, several others followed him in, clearly his subordinates. "Nya Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" The man's sharp gaze, as sharp as a knife, instantly locked onto Nya Xiaoyu's position. What enraged him was that she was leaning against a man beside her, even holding his arm. Let go of her. His roar attracted the attention of others in the cafe, and everyone turned to look. Isn't that Su Qingguang from the Su family? Why is he here? A perceptive customer recognized him and said, in surprise, Su Qingguang? I heard he's about to take the assessment in a few days and might skip the preliminary test. Whether he skips it or not is uncertain. The spots are limited unless he gets recommendations from 2 lieutenant colonels. Don't you know about the Su family's relationship with Colonel Chang? Plus, Colonel Chang has a good impression of Colonel Zhang. Su Qingguang's spot is basically secured. Someone confidently explained. But, is this woman Nie Xiaoyu? Isn't she Nie Xiaoyu from the Nie family? Isn't she Su Qingguang's fiancée? Why? Is she so close to another man? Someone suddenly realized the complexity of their relationships and was shocked. This topic immediately sparked heated discussion in the cafe. Su Qingguang? Su Bai also heard the chatter, his eyebrows slightly raised. It seemed he had indeed become a shield. He glanced at Nie Xiaoyu, who was holding his arm, only to see her looking at him innocently, her eyes sparkling. What bad luck! He muttered helplessly, but then some interesting news reached his ears. Skipping the preliminary test, limited spots, needing lieutenant colonel. Recommendations, could it be that Zhang Qingshu, that chubby guy, is setting me up? He thought to himself. Shut up! Su Qingguang listened to the chatter, his face darkened, veins bulging, and he shouted angrily. Immediately, the scene quieted down, and no one dared to speak further after. No one wanted to offend Su Qingguang. Still fuming, he turned his gaze to Su Bai. Su Bai was dressed in shabby clothes, wearing cheap shoes. With no trace of nobility, he looked like an ordinary person. Su Qingguang immediately assumed Su Bai was a shield Nie Xiaoyu had found, but his anger only grew. Nie Xiaoyu was the fiancée arranged between the 2 families, and he had long regarded this beauty as his treasure, and now, seeing an ordinary man being so close to Nie Xiaoyu, how could he not be angry? He stared at Nie Xiaoyu, his gaze falling on her exposed fair skin. Then at her tender arms, a surge of heat rising in his heart. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of temptation was hidden beneath that skirt? This damn woman, sooner or later I'll crush her under my feet and destroy that pure facade of hers. He licked his lips and turned to his subordinates beside him, issuing an order. Break his arms and legs, cripple him for me. With Su Qingguang's furious shout, several of his subordinates immediately charged at Su Bai. A sharp glint flashed in Su Bai's eyes as he noticed these people were all newly initiated ability users. Su Qingguang, do you dare make a move? Nie Xiaoyu stared coldly at him, her voice icy. Young master. The subordinates stopped immediately upon hearing Nie Xiaoyu's words, showing hesitant expressions. They dared not disobey her orders, as she was the princess of the Nie family and the fiancée of the young master. Nie Xiaoyu, I truly have feelings for you. Why won't you accept me? Su Qingguang asked urgently. I've already said. I have nothing to do with you. I don't like you. The engagement was my parents' decision, not my choice. Nie Xiaoyu replied mercilessly, her gaze full of disgust. Have you forgotten the happy times we had as children? Su Qingguang refused to give up and continued. I only ever saw you as a brother, don't misunderstand. Nie Xiaoyu snorted coldly, turning her head away, ignoring him. Xiaoyu. Su Qingguang's face darkened. His gaze fixed on her. You useless trash, stay away from Xiaoyu. He clenched his fists, veins bulging, and shouted at Su Bai, who was sitting with Nie Xiaoyu. Su Bai frowned. Even mud retains some heat, how could he endure this? He couldn't help but sneer. He had wanted to fight back ever since Su Qingguang's subordinates were about to make a move, but the conversation between Nie Xiaoyu and Su Qingguang had held him back. Now, after being humiliated by Su Qingguang multiple times, he certainly wouldn't pretend not to notice. He suddenly pulled Nie Xiaoyu's hand away from his arm, and before anyone could react, he directly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her forcefully in front of him. Nie Xiaoyu's body swayed, letting out a startled scream, quickly grabbing onto Su Bai to steady herself. Once she steadied herself, she looked up at Su Bai's strikingly handsome face froze. This was her first time being so close to a strange man. Feeling Su Bai's body heat, her cheeks flushed red, like a ripe apple. What are you doing? She asked softly. Trust me, Su Bai replied confidently, a glint in his eyes. The scene instantly fell silent, everyone gasping in shock. In Su Qingguan's eyes, Su Bai was holding Nie Xiaoyu's waist, while Nie Xiaoyu's hands rested on Su Bai's chest, her face shy like a young girl. Aha! Su Qingguan's eyes turned red as he roared, Trash, I'll kill you. Furious, his spiritual energy surged within him, his left hand covered in faint red energy, as he lunged at Su Bai's neck. Ah! Nie Xiaoyu turned her head and saw this, her face changing drastically as she shouted, Sir, watch out. That hand, imbued with spiritual energy, had fingers bent, knuckles protruding, its power astonishing. Su Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This psionic energy has clearly just advanced to the transcendent aperture realm not long ago, its foundation unstable and aura weak. Whether it's the current Su Bai or the one who had just stepped into Shijiang to fight the Blood Wolf, either could easily deal with this guy. Is this it? Su Bai's voice was low, filled with disdain. Is this it? And you still dare to act arrogant? Go to hell! Su Qingguan roared, convinced that Su Bai would eventually be defeated by him. Scram! Su Bai's pupils instantly turned red, and the psionic energy within him surged like a tide. A ring of red flames quietly ignited around him, spreading waves of scorching heat. Yet, this intense flame only made Nie Xiaoyu feel warm rather than burned. Boom! The heat wave blocked the claw-like hand, stopping it mid-air. How is this possible? Su Qingguan's pupils shrank in terror. His attack was effortlessly blocked by a so-called waste? Before he could react, another wave of heat suddenly struck him, his expression changed. And he was violently sent flying. Su Qingguan crashed heavily into a pile of chairs. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was utterly shocked, not only by Su Bai's strength but also by his audacity to directly attack Su Qingguan. Nie Xiaoyu's mouth hung open in disbelief. Although she disliked Su Qingguan, she knew he wasn't weak. After all, reaching the transcendent aperture realm before the assessment was considered genius level. She never expected that this casually acquainted person in front of her, without throwing a punch or kick, could send Su Qingguan flying with just a wave of heat. How strong was he really? At this moment, Su Bai revealed his true self. He was also 18 years old. About the same age as Su Qingguan, with eyes burning with fiery confidence and passion. No wonder Nie Xiaoyu was so astonished. Young master! After a long while, Su Qingguan's subordinates finally snapped out of it and hurriedly ran over to help him up. This kid looks about the same age as Su Qingguan, yet his strength is this formidable. Whose child is he? A beautiful woman asked curiously. Su Qingguan's aura earlier should have been at the transcendent aperture realm. For this young man to defeat him so easily, he's no ordinary person, an elderly man with eye. Monocle replied. Not sure, but judging by his attire, he doesn't seem to come from a wealthy family. He might have gotten himself into trouble. A middle-aged man in a suit analyzed. Daring to lay hands on Su Qingguan, the Su family won't let him off. Everyone concluded that this young man was doomed. The scene became chaotic with endless discussions. You should leave quickly, Nie Xiaoyu said worriedly to Su Bai. Why should I leave? Su Bai smiled faintly and asked in return. Su Bai immediately released his hand from Nie Xiaoyu's waist. Nie Xiaoyu felt a tickle at her waist, and when she saw Su Bai let go, she recalled the earlier scene, her face turning red again. But she quickly calmed down and said worriedly, the Su family has a lot of influence here. Without a background or backing, if you offend them, you won't even have a chance to escape. She voiced her concerns. How much influence do they have? Su Bai's eyes were as deep as ink. Aside from Colonel Zhang and Colonel Cheng's people, no one dares to provoke them, Nie Xiaoyu said, resting her chin on her hand as if recalling. Can Zhang Qingshu afford to provoke them? Who? Zhang Qingshu, that fat slob? Yes, Subai replied. If he were by my side, this annoying and hypocritical guy wouldn't dare bother me. Nya Xiaoyu muttered. The two chatted back and forth. At this moment, Su Qingguang, who had been helped up from the ground, saw this scene and furiously shouted, "Get them!" But Miss Nya, slap, his subordinate hesitated with his head down, only to be slapped hard by Su Qingguang. I said, "Get them!" Yes. The remaining men dared not say more, drawing their controlled blades. Energy surged within them, colorful spiritual power enveloping the blades as they prepared to approach Subai step by step. Subai observed everything, not missing a single detail. Just as he was about to make a move, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the cafe. I want to see who dares touch Brother Bai. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively turned toward the direction of the voice. A slightly chubby young man wearing a light blue short-sleeved shirt swaggered in. His face was full of smugness, and his wobbly gait made him look particularly frivolous. Who is this? Someone in the crowd whispered. Brother Qingshu. Nya Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately called out. Little sister Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Is that Su scoundrel bullying you? Again? Zhang Qingshu strode over, sat down in front of Subai, and asked. Of course. This guy is so annoying. I've already said I don't like him. But he keeps pestering me, following me everywhere I go. Nya Xiaoyu complained with a face full of grievance. Don't be afraid. With me here. That Su scoundrel won't dare do anything to you. A toad trying to eat swan meat, humph. Zhang Qingshu snorted coldly, then turned his gaze to Su Bai, his face brimming with joy. Brother Bai, long time no see. I've missed you so much. Indeed, we meet again. Su Bai responded with a smile, as if recalling the embarrassing scene of being chased by Xiaobai that night. That Su guy, it seems no one dares mess with him. Zhang Qingshu chuckled bitterly. He's the only direct descendant of the Su family and a close ally of Changji. I can curse him and talk back, but I really can't touch him. As the two conversed, Nya Xiaoyu looked surprised. You know each other? Of course. My success is all thanks to Brother Bai. Zhang Qingshu said sincerely, making Nya Xiaoyu even more curious about Su Bai. Although this exchange lasted a while, to others, it seemed to pass in mere seconds. Zhang Qingshu. Why are you blocking me? Not far away, Su Qingguang saw Zhang Qingshu chatting enthusiastically with Su Bai and the others, while he himself was treated like a transparent figure, ignored. He suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth as he asked. Brother Bai is my friend. You want to touch him? Zhang Qingshu didn't even turn his head, coldly retorting with a sneer. You? Su Qingguang squinted his eyes, surprised that this ordinary-looking guy was actually Zhang Qingshu's friend. Damn it! I don't want to see you. Leave. Zhang Qingshu said coldly. Why? Su Qingguang stared at Zhang Qingshu, but Zhang Qingshu didn't even glance at him, clearly unwilling to engage, making him feel like a joke. Fine, fine, fine. Su Qingguang's face darkened, repeating fine several times. Zhang Qingshu, enjoy your last moments of arrogance. He took a deep breath, smirking inwardly, but for now, he dared not act recklessly in front of Zhang Qingshu and could only endure. After some thought, he snorted coldly, let's go. Take care. Zhang Qingshu replied. Su Qingguang froze for a moment, clenched his fists, and left the cafe with his men, quick to come, quick to go. Zhang Qingshu truly lives up to being Colonel Zhang's cousin. He actually managed to drive Su Qingguang away in disgrace, someone remarked. But this young man is quite lucky to know someone like Zhang Qingshu. If only I had a friend like him, a burly man said enviously. Keep dreaming, another burly man beside him laughed, patting his shoulder mockingly. The scene was filled with chatter again, but Zhang Qingshu paid no attention, his focus entirely on Su Bai. Brother Bai, did that scare you? He asked. Politely with a smile. Not at all. A weak rookie ability user isn't worth my attention, Su Bai replied honestly, sipping his coffee. True, Zhang Qingshu chuckled. It would be strange for the son of a king-level powerhouse to be hurt by someone as powerless as Su Qingguang. Nya Xiaoyu widened. Her watery eyes, listening to their conversation, and muttered, "Brother Qingshu, what level is this handsome guy's strength? Tell me, Zhang." Qingshu and Subai exchanged glances and laughed heartily. Zhang Qingshu said, "You'll have to ask Brother Bai about that." Feeling uncomfortable. Under Nie Xiaoyu's gaze, Subai waved his hand and said, "Just a beginner-level wanderer ability user." Wanderer level? Nie Xiaoyu exclaimed, her face full of shock. She herself had only just entered the awakening realm, sensing 3 major void apertures, similar to Su Chengguang. Who would have thought that Subai, who looked about the same age, was already a late-stage wanderer-level expert? Why is this guy so strong? Zhang Qingshu felt a sense of pride as he watched Nie Xiaoyu's astonished expression. "See, this is the power of my connections. If you knew Brother I was actually a late-stage wanderer-level expert, you'd be even more shocked." Subai couldn't help but laugh. Nie Xiaoyu's expression was simply too amusing. Brother Bai, although that Su scoundrel fled in disgrace, he still has many spies watching. Since we've already met, why don't you move in with me? I have spare rooms at my place, Zhang Qingshu suggested, smiling happily. Sure, Subai raised an eyebrow, indifferent. But I live in the military district. Are you sure that's okay? Don't worry, the military district has apartments specifically built for families. So it doesn't involve military secrets, Zhang Qingshu explained confidently. Ha? You two are going to live together? Nie Xiaoyu's expression turned complicated. These two really had a close bond. It's settled then, Brother Bai. Let's go. My car is right outside, Zhang Qingshu invited. Very thoughtful, Subai said with a smile, shaking his head as he stood up. Let's go, Xiaoyu. Come back with me. Otherwise, if that Su scoundrel sees you alone, he'll come bother you again. Alright, I was planning to go shopping though, Nie Xiaoyu muttered but didn't refuse. The 3 of them left the cafe, got into the car, and headed straight for the suburban military district. Is this guy really that close to Zhang Qingshu? After the trio left, the remaining people began speaking boldly, their voices louder. Looks like Su Chengguang's spot for the initial trial isn't guaranteed, someone sneered. Why? Look at this guy, he's much stronger than Su Chengguang and has such a good relationship with Zhang Qingshu. Could he help him compete for the spot? Makes sense. Once the car hit the highway, other vehicles quickly made way. The car sped along smoothly, staying firmly in its lane, and Subai felt particularly comfortable sitting inside. Little handsome guy, how did you meet? Brother Qingshu? Nie Xiaoyu, sitting in the front passenger seat with her seatbelt fastened, turned around and asked curiously. Subai smiled politely and began recounting how they met, though he omitted some details and downplayed his own abilities. Zhang Qingshu listened and nodded in understanding. The 2 of them took turns speaking, and before long, the story was finished. No wonder Brother Qingshu has been so valued by their family recently. It turns out it's because of that White Star Baboon Spirit Core, Nie Xiaoyu suddenly realized, nodding repeatedly. Brother Zhang, tell me about the initial test situation. After finishing the previous topic, Subai leaned back in his seat, gazing at the busy traffic outside the window. Well, Zhang Qingshu's face darkened, looking troubled. Brother Bai, I'm not lying to you. I only found out after returning. This year, the assessment is being closely monitored from above, and the number of spots has been significantly reduced. Now we only have the right to recommend, not the right to directly grant spots. As expected. Subai's heart sank, knowing it wouldn't be that simple. He frowned, looking displeased. So, does that mean I can't get that spot? Not exactly, Zhang Qingshu replied, sweating profusely. He could sense Su Bai's dissatisfaction and quickly explained, previously, all 5 people would qualify for exemption from the initial test. Now, it's 5 people competing for 3 spots. These competitors are all descendants of major families, and their abilities are at the ECHL level. So, what you're saying is, I have to compete with 5 ECHL level experts for these 3 spots? That's essentially correct, Zhang Qingshu answered awkwardly. Ha? Brother Qingshu, are you talking about the exemption spots for the initial test? Nia Xiaoyu interjected after listening. Yes. I had agreed with Brother Bai to secure him a spot, but unfortunately, the policy from above suddenly changed. Zhang Qingshu's face turned red. Worried that Su Bai might hold a grudge against him and that their relationship would sour. It's fine. These things are subject to last-minute changes. It's normal that you didn't know, Su Bai said, his expression returning to calm. He wasn't that petty. Although the rules had changed, he still had the recommendation right and was confident he could secure the spot. After all, those Yiqiao level ability users were like playing a game to him. They hadn't even reached the higher Yiqiao Rulu level, let alone formed a men. As a traveler, how could he possibly lose to those rich young masters and heiresses? Brother Bai, your magnanimity truly leaves me grateful. Perhaps the best decision I've ever made in this life was befriending you, Zhang Qingshu said, feeling relieved and full of gratitude for Su Bai's tolerance. Nia Xiaoyu lowered her head, her face showing hesitation. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Zhang Qingshu asked with a smile. I heard that someone from the Cheng family has also come. They're said to be quite strong, and even Chang Ji treats them with great respect, Nia Xiaoyu said after some thought, her lips curling into a slight, charming smile. Someone else came? Do they have white hair? Zhang Qingshu turned to look at Su Bai, exchanging glances. Before asking. Brother Qingshu, how did you know? Have you met that person? Nia Xiaoyu asked in surprise. I've met him, yes. That person was the one who attacked me alongside Cheng Ji before, Zhang Qingshu said, his eyes sharp and his cold smile unwavering. I still remember the scar he left me back then. He touched his shoulder as he spoke. Is it that guy who looks very arrogant? Su Bai recalled, indeed he had taught a lesson to a white-haired man. However, he had sent him flying with just one punch, leaving no deep impression. Yes, but Brother Bai, with your strength, handling them is no problem. Zhang Qingshu, being the one involved, knew how strong Su Bai was and wasn't worried. The group then started chatting about the customs and culture of Huanggang, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. After the conversation, Zhang Qingshu focused on driving, while Su Bai and Nia Xiaoyu pretended to nap. No one knew how much time had passed, approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, when Zhang Qingshu suddenly called out, "We're here." Su Bai opened his eyes and looked out the car window, seeing a dense military camp with soldiers patrolling in neat formations outside. He opened the car door and immediately felt a solemn and tense atmosphere. This was the aura of the military district. Su Bai sincerely admired it. Only soldiers like these could protect humanity, allowing them to survive in a perilous world and even secure a place for themselves. This is the City Guard Army, Zhang Qingshu introduced, pointing at the patrolling soldiers. They are responsible for the safety of the city's outskirts, while the inner army handles the security within the city. They are always on standby because crises can occur at any time, so they must remain highly vigilant, Zhang Qingshu remarked, his eyes full of respect for the soldiers. Stop, who are you? As the three of them stepped forward, several soldiers approached, their sharp gazes exuding a chilling aura. 3 at the early stage of the Yiqiao realm, 1 at the mid-stage of the Yiqiao realm. Su Bai sensed their strength and immediately took out a token, holding it in his hand to avoid misunderstandings. However, it was clear that with Zhang Qingshu present, the token was ignored. He shrugged and put it back into his storage ring. You don't even recognize me? Zhang Qingshu stepped forward confidently. Young Master Qingshu? Yes. Apologies, please come forward for identity verification. Young Master Qingshu, the leading soldier saluted and then stood upright, speaking in a steady voice. Zhang Qingshu turned his head. Brother Bai, don't mind this, it's just a security check. It's fine, it's normal for soldiers to be meticulous. Su Bai waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. The leading soldier then took out a round white metal sphere, gently released it, and the sphere floated in mid-air, appearing very peculiar. The metal sphere emitted a faint hum and shot out several blue beams to scan Zhang Qingshu, followed by a mechanical voice, verification successful, identity, Zhang Qingshu. Then, 2 laser beams were directed at Su Bai and Nia Xiaoyu. Subai was about to dodge when Zhang Qingshu reassured him, "Brother Bai, don't move. It's a scanner, containing the identity records of military district soldiers and their families, used for verification." Hearing this, Subai relaxed. After Nie Xiaoyu got out of the car, she took out her phone, looking around as if there was no signal. The two laser beams scanned them. Identity verification successful, Nie Xiaoyu. Identity verification failed, identity verification failed, identity verification failed. The sound of 3 consecutive failures rang out. The scanner failed to verify Subai's identity, immediately turning red and sounding an alarm. The soldiers instantly heightened their vigilance, staring at Subai, some raising their weapons. Subai felt a chill run through his body, sensing powerful weapons locked onto him. If hit, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" The leading soldier's face turned cold as he questioned loudly. Wait, he's my friend." Zhang Qingshu, having anticipated this, quickly explained. Hearing this, the soldiers put down their weapons. And Subai also felt the deadly lock-on disappear, letting out a sigh of relief. This military district was indeed extraordinary, those powerful weapons would be difficult to resist even for abilities users stronger than him. A few soldiers stepped forward and searched Subai thoroughly. They found 2 protrusions on his chest, and the atmosphere grew tense again. "Don't be nervous, it's Xiaobai and Xiao Chang," Subai quickly called. Out Xiaobai and Xiao Chang. A cat and a snake steadily landed on his shoulders. "I said earlier, where did that little cat and snake go?" Turns out they were hidden here. Zhang Qingshu stepped forward, smiling as he reached out to pet Xiaobai. The cat immediately bristled, letting out a hiss and preparing to scratch. Zhang Qingshu quickly withdrew his hand, paused for a moment, and ultimately gave up. "All right, go on in." After a round of questioning and inspection, Subai finally entered the military district smoothly. "Brother Bai, don't mind the hassle, these are necessary procedures." Zhang Qingshu led Subai to what was clearly the residential area and then into a luxuriously decorated villa. "With such strict inspections, what are you afraid of?" Subai asked curiously. "Afraid of anomalies." Subai nodded and didn't say much more. Zhang Qingshu arranged a room for Subai and let him rest first. "Brother Bai, this is your room. If you need anything, feel free to call me. I'll go get the documents and prepare a temporary identity file for you." "All right." Subai nodded, released Xiaobai and Xiao Chang, and began to admire the view outside the window. Zhang Qingshu closed the door and walked downstairs. Currently, only he and his sister lived in this villa, making the atmosphere quite desolate. "Is everything done?" "Done. Wait. Let's not talk about my business with Brother Bai for now. Nie Xiaoyu, why are you here? Again?" Zhang Qingshu looked at Nie Xiaoyu, who was lying on the sofa in the first-floor living room playing on her phone, and said helplessly, "What? I can't come in?" "No." "Fine, you fatso. I'll go tell Sister May you're bullying me. Didn't you just call me Brother Qingshu?" "That was then, this is now. Don't mistake a moment for eternity." "Oh, now that Su Qingguan's threat is gone, you're starting to act arrogant? You're really letting loose, huh?" Zhang Qingshu was speechless. "What does it have to do with you? Give me that handsome guy's contact information," Nie Xiaoyu demanded. Zhang Qingshu's expression turned strange. He suddenly understood why Nie Xiaoyu had seemed so frail and delicate earlier, like a weak young girl. "Brother Bai, do you think she'd be interested in you?" Zhang Qingshu said honestly. "Are you giving it or not? If not, I won't leave." Subai smiled and urged him. Zhang Qingshu had no choice but to give Nie Xiaoyu Subai's contact information. She took her phone and left happily. "Brother Bai, I hope you won't blame me." Nie Xiaoyu turned back and smiled. Zhang Qingshu watched her cheerful demeanor and couldn't help but mutter to himself, feeling quite troubled. He sighed and walked out the door. After all, gathering documents and preparing identity files wasn't something that could be done in a few minutes. The villa suddenly became quiet, with only the distant sounds of soldiers training. Subai exhaled softly, releasing a breath of stale air, and opened his deep, pitch-black eyes, which gleamed with sharp light. He looked up, and the sky had already turned dark. As soon as I lost focus during cultivation, so much time had already passed outside, he murmured softly. However, my strength has improved significantly. He summoned the system, opened the panel, and his gaze locked onto the percentage. Data. The virtual screen clearly displayed his psionic strength, peak of Wanderer Realm, 35/100. The percentage had increased by 5 points, bringing him closer to the threshold of the extreme Wanderer Realm. Subai exited his meditative state, glanced around, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Nearby, Xiaobai lay on his back, drooling and sleeping soundly. Xiaoqing was coiled around Xiaobai, sleeping peacefully. These two little ones, Subai shook his head with a smile, a cat and a snake, lazy as can be. He carefully got up, afraid of waking them. Opening the door, he stepped out. Inside the villa, crystal lights sparkled, and sandalwood, calming wood, along with many other exotic woods he couldn't name, were used for decoration and construction. Subai couldn't help but click his tongue. He hadn't paid attention when he came with Zhang Qingshu, but now, upon closer inspection, this villa was unbelievably luxurious. The spacious hall on the first floor was twice the size of the one modified by that reckless coup before, filled with furniture and decorations, with a dedicated training area in the corner, making the space far from empty. He went downstairs and saw the training equipment, with sweat marks still fresh. Was this used by that fat Zhang Qingshu? Subai scratched his head, thinking of Zhang Qingshu's physique, and couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't dwell on it further. Since no one was downstairs, Zhang Qingshu clearly hadn't returned yet. He could only go back to his room to continue cultivating. As he was heading upstairs, he faintly heard the sound of flowing water. The sound of water was continuous, accompanied by the sound of droplets hitting the ground. Could it be that the faucet was left on? Subai froze, pondered for a moment, and walked toward the direction of the sound. Zhang Qingshu is so careless. He stopped in front of a door, slightly ajar, with the sound of water clearly audible. It was undoubtedly the bathroom, with the faucet left running, just as he had guessed. However, he was a bit puzzled. Why was the bathroom located so discreetly? Forget it, maybe it's just a personal preference. Without thinking much, he pushed the door open and entered. As he looked up, he was stunned by the scene before him, his body trembling as he stood frozen. In front of him was a woman draped in a pink bath towel, her long black hair entwined in white foam, resembling a celestial being. Her figure was fiery, her curves perfect, and the bath towel tightly wrapped around her, accentuating an ultimate feminine allure that nearly took Subai's breath away. Her skin was smooth like jade, her alluring cleavage seemed to draw one's soul. Her fair and delicate arms extended downward, and her long, slender, and well-proportioned legs were free of any excess flesh. Although the pink bath towel covered the key areas, it made her appear even more captivating. This stunning sight left Subai dumbfounded, completely unsure of how to react. The woman stood by the faucet in front of the mirror, quietly waiting for the foam to soak into her hair. Hearing the door open, she instinctively turned her head. Qingshu, why are you? Her beautiful eyes lifted, carrying the sharpness unique to a soldier, along with a hint of feminine tenderness. Suddenly, she saw Subai standing at the door. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze, the atmosphere tense to the point of suffocation. Pervert, the woman roared angrily. In the silent night, with the full moon hanging high and stars scattered across the sky, a furious shout suddenly pierced through the night. Immediately following, a powerful psionic aura erupted. Boom! A streak of white sword light tore through the sky, dazzling and blinding, sweeping across the surroundings. Accompanied by a thunderous boom, a corner of the villa collapsed with a roar, leaving a massive hole. The sword light scattered in all directions, and a figure was sent hurtling backward by the shockwave. The man's face was pale as he barely managed to steady himself. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his chest, forcing a mouthful of blood to spurt out, the crimson droplets scattering in the air. Damn it! This woman's strength is terrifying. Could she be an ability user beyond the Traveler realm? Bitterness filled his heart as he desperately circulated the spiritual energy within his body, trying to calm the chaotic flow. Flames surged, dissipating the sword energy. This man was none other than Subai. I didn't mean it, you have to believe me. Subai quickly defended himself. Blood dripped incessantly from his nose, though it was unclear whether it was a result of the sword light or some other cause. Take your excuses to the grave, the woman coldly retorted. Moments later, she had changed her clothes and appeared on the rooftop in an instant, staring icily at Subai suspended in the air. Her gaze was as frigid as frost. She was wearing a set of cartoon pajamas adorned with ocean-themed baby designs. Though her attire seemed casual and lazy, her eyes radiated killing intent, making the scene bizarrely chilling. The woman extended her hand into the void, and the sound of a sword's resonance echoed continuously. A white light broke through the wall and materialized in her grasp. She took a bold step, leaping swiftly into the sky to hover above Subai. With a cold shout, the white light in her hand gleamed brightly. She raised her sword and struck downward with immense force. Swish! The shadow of the sword sliced through the dark space, tracing an arc as it sped down at terrifying speed. The light sword flashed, so fast that Subai couldn't even react. In the blink of an eye, the sharp sword's shadow was already upon him. In Subai's eyes, the murderous sword shadow reflected vividly, his pupils shrinking to the size of needlepoints. Too fast. He gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to release the flames within his body. Blazing fire surged and swiftly condensed into a fiery sea, engulfing him entirely to form a protective shield. Bang! The sword's shadow tore through the sea of fire like a raging storm, shattering his defenses instantly. Subai only had enough time to curse, "Damn it," before the sword's shadow struck him forcefully, sending him hurtling toward the ground. Like a meteor, he crashed heavily, raising a cloud of dust as the ground split open beneath him. I didn't mean it. Subai groaned as he fell into a massive crater several meters wide. Dust billowed, and sand particles filled the air like a storm. Wobbling, he struggled to climb out. As soon as he moved, searing pain shot through his body, causing him to suck in a sharp breath. The impact had been unimaginably powerful. Had it not been for his physical body having reached the mid-stage of the Traveler realm, his bones would likely have been shattered into pieces. I really wasn't trying to look. This is all a misunderstanding. Please calm down. Subai clutched his knees, shouting with all his might. Shut up, a delicate yet furious voice echoed, followed by the sound of wind howling. Through the swirling dust, a brilliant white sword light sliced through the haze, cutting through the night, aimed directly at Subai's face. The sword light carried a fierce energy that made his entire body tingle. Subai hastily activated the spiritual energy within him to defend himself. Flames ignited on his body, his pupils glimmering with a crimson hue. He unleashed the flames of the Zhu Jiuyin, and the fire's power surged dramatically. Its heat became intense enough to melt metal and pierce through stone. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The flames roared, emitting sharp hisses. For the first time, Subai fully unleashed his power. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes seemed to house a coiling fire dragon. His battle intent surged like a roaring river. At this moment, he looked like a fierce beast amidst the flames, capable of burning everything to ash. Explosive flame! Subai shouted, gathering a scorching stream of fire in his hands that enveloped his entire body. The fire quickly transformed into a several-meter-long fire dragon, roaring ferociously as it charged straight at the sword light. Boom! The sword light collided with the fire dragon, producing a deafening explosion. The two forces briefly stalemated, neither gaining the upper hand. A mere wanderer-level kid can unleash such a powerful attack? The woman frowned. She could feel the intense heat of the flames, strong enough to potentially harm even those more powerful than the wanderer level, and couldn't help but be surprised. What a lecher, yet he has such strength, she snorted coldly. Unfortunately, your power is too weak to pose any threat to me. As soon as she finished speaking, she began to get serious. Several snow-white virtual sword shadows appeared behind her, trembling slightly, before slowly moving in front of her. One by one, they merged with the white sword light, shining brilliantly. The virtual sword shadows continued to stack, and Subai felt the pressure increase sharply, his chest so heavy he could barely breathe. When the final sword shadow fused with the white light, the sword's momentum surged skyward. Wave stacking, the woman shouted coldly, gripping the sword hilt tightly and thrusting it forward. Slash! The sword's edge, as sharp as a blade cutting through silence, pierced through Subai's flames directly. The sword's momentum was incredibly sharp, instantly shattering his counterattack. The fire dragon collapsed in an instant, and the flames around Subai were scattered by the wind, leaving him completely powerless. The strike hit its mark, and his face turned pale as the taste of blood filled his mouth. The gap is too wide, he thought bitterly, swallowing the blood rising in his throat. The opponent was like a sharp blade, capable of cutting through any attack with a single strike. Since awakening his Candle Dragon ability, Subai had never encountered such a formidable opponent or suffered such a crushing defeat. Not only was her spiritual energy overwhelming, but she also exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression. Her sword's momentum was so sharp that he had no chance to fight back. As Subai stood dazed, the woman suddenly flashed in front of him, her speed as fast as lightning. She withdrew the sword light, seemingly unwilling to kill him, or perhaps finding the sword unsatisfying. Instead, she swung her fist at him. Before Subai could react, he saw the pink fist growing larger and larger in his vision, like a magnifying glass. Damn it, this scene feels way too familiar. He muttered to himself. Smack! The fist landed squarely on his face, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. Blood splattered, blooming like flowers in the air. The woman was clearly not satisfied yet. She quickly caught up and delivered a kick to Subai. Compared to the sword light, her punches and kicks were less powerful, and she controlled her strength, so Subai didn't lose consciousness. Instead, the more she hit him, the clearer his mind became. Two streaks of light traced erratic arcs in the air as he was treated like a sandbag, subjected to her punches and kicks. God damn it! Subai couldn't help but feel like crying. The humiliating scene from earlier flashed before his eyes again, only to be followed by a thorough beating from the person involved. His opponent was too strong, he couldn't speak, couldn't fight back, and was utterly miserable. In the distance, many people watched this farcical scene, clicking their tongues in amazement. They had witnessed everything from start to finish and couldn't help but admire the guy being beaten. This guy's got guts, daring to peek at Lieutenant Colonel Zhang while she was bathing. It was bathing, right? One officer remarked. Judging by the insignia on his shoulder, he was a lieutenant. It can't be fake. That guy admitted it himself earlier. He said it wasn't intentional, that it was a misunderstanding. But it must have been peeping, another officer said with a laugh, even starting to analyze the situation. The woman wielding the white sword light was Zhang Qingshu's cousin, Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Mei of the Huanggang Military District. As for Subai, who was being beaten like a ball on a spring mattress, he clearly couldn't hear any of this. Not far from the villa area, in a military camp, a group of soldiers had just finished training and were sitting on the ground resting, witnessing this aerial spectacle. How bold! Last time, Lieutenant Colonel Chang tried to hold Lieutenant Colonel Zhang's hand and got rebuffed so harshly that his face turned as black as coal. And now, it's even more outrageous, someone actually dared to peek at her while she was bathing. Disgusting! A handsome soldier with a dark complexion exclaimed in disgust. The soldiers nearby nodded in agreement, then glanced at the man and found him somewhat familiar. Isn't this the guy who got beaten up last time? For peeking at female soldiers bathing? Don't talk nonsense. Being a soldier isn't easy, and I'm not that kind of person. The man hurriedly defended himself. But you really look like him. Let me check. Another soldier said, reaching for his phone. Stop spouting nonsense. The dark-faced soldier awkwardly interrupted, and before anyone could react, he dashed into the crowd and quickly disappeared. On the ground, people gathered to watch the commotion, while in the air, Subai was being relentlessly beaten by the woman called Lieutenant Colonel Zhang. After being beaten for a long time, Subai felt dizzy and disoriented, and suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears. Sis, stop. He's my friend. Through the haze, Subai looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhang Qingshu hurriedly running over from not far away. This is Zhang Qingshu's sister, Zhang Mei. The thought flashed through Subai's mind before he passed out. Noon, villa area, Zhang Qingshu's home. Cough, cough, cough. With a series of urgent coughs, Subai's consciousness gradually returned. He opened his eyes, his expression regaining clarity. Did I pass out? Subai propped himself up and looked around, discovering he was lying on a soft velvet bed. Vaguely, he felt the bed seemed to be absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and slowly transferring it to him. Though the energy wasn't much, it was indeed present. This bed is no ordinary thing, Subai speculated inwardly. He gently moved his wrist and stretched lazily. System, are you there? He asked. Ding, host, the system is online. How's my body? Remembering what happened before he fainted, Subai couldn't help but ask. Ding, host's recovery ability is remarkable. Your body is now fully healed, at 100%. The system's mechanical voice made him breathe a sigh of relief. But as he took a closer look at his surroundings, his face suddenly turned pale. Pink, plush toys. Where was he? In some woman's room? Thinking of that overwhelmingly strong woman, Subai immediately recalled her. Could it be I'm in her room? Subai raised an eyebrow, the thought flashing through his mind. He prepared to get up and leave quickly. Judging by their previous confrontation, he stood no chance against her. That woman's strength was absurdly powerful. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by a knock. 2 men and a woman walked in. The 2 men, one middle-aged and one young, were slightly stocky and chubby. The middle-aged man wore a white coat, clearly a doctor. The only woman was tall, with a fiery figure and alluring curves that caught the eye. Her gaze carried the sharpness of a soldier. It was none other than Zhang Qingshu and his cousin Zhang Mei. Brother Bai, you're awake? Zhang Qingshu entered the room, his face full of joy and excitement as he asked. Just woke up not long ago, Subai replied with a bitter smile. Dr. Chen, please check Brother Bai's condition. Zhang Qingshu quickly instructed the middle-aged doctor beside him to start the examination. After taking Subai's pulse, the doctor lowered his head and focused on sensing Subai's physical condition. It was a long while before he spoke. The recovery speed is astonishing, almost as if he hadn't been injured at all. His mental state is excellent too, truly unbelievable. He glanced at Subai, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Last night, he had just examined the unconscious Subai. Although the injuries weren't severe, it wasn't something an ordinary person could recover from within half a day. Yet now, in just half a day, he was almost fully recovered. This kid's recovery ability is impressive. He's nearly healed after just one night. Zhang Mei, who was beside Zhang Qingshu, remarked coldly and expressionlessly. If there's anything in the future, feel free to contact me. After confirming there were no issues, the doctor finished his examination, cupped his hands in farewell, and prepared to leave. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Zhang Qingshu also cupped his hands in return, sending him off. The 2 left the room, leaving only Subai and Zhang Mei inside. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Subai felt the pressure. Little pervert, lying in my room, are you enjoying yourself? Zhang Mei raised her eyes and spoke leisurely. Subai shrank his neck, bitterly smiling inside but still answered frankly, I'll leave right away. No need to rush. I allow you to lie here. Otherwise, even if Qingshu were bold, he wouldn't dare carry you to my bed. Zhang Mei waved her hand, seemingly indifferent about the matter. Just as Subai breathed a sigh of relief, a sharp glint flashed in Zhang Mei's eyes, her gaze like a blade piercing straight at Subai. With your late-stage Walker realm strength, even though I didn't go all out, you managed to hold out for several rounds. You've truly impressed me, Zhang Mei said calmly, but her words made Subai sweat. Basic skills, Subai replied awkwardly with a forced smile, spreading his hands. From what I know, among the publicly known awakened ability users online, there hasn't been anyone at the late-stage Walker realm level in the first year of university, and I haven't seen your name either, Zhang Mei said as she found a chair to sit down, boldly blocking Subai's view. My strength is still lacking, Subai replied evasively. With late-stage Walker realm strength, if you don't count, then there aren't many people in the entire Dragon Country who can, Zhang Mei said with a playful smile in her eyes. I heard from Qingshu that your strength is extraordinary, almost one of the best among your peers. I didn't believe it at first, since he hasn't interacted with many geniuses. Almost? Subai chewed on the word repeatedly. Dragon Country is full of talent, countless geniuses. Don't just look at the obvious ones on the surface, there are hidden true powerhouses behind the scenes. Their identities and information are confidential and won't appear on the annual September assessment lists, Zhang Mei explained. I see, Subai nodded, realizing he had been thinking too simply before. Don't feel discouraged. At least in the public assessments, there are very few who can match you, Zhang Mei said, seeing Subai deep in thought. She shook her head and smiled, understanding that young people are easily affected by setbacks. Subai wasn't bothered by the setback, he was more shocked. Can you elaborate? Subai asked. After all, he had spent the past month training, barely touching his phone, and knew nothing about the news online. Subai asked, and after a brief pause, she began to speak. The twin sons of Imperial City First High School, both have awakened obsidian apertures. Coupled with the support of family resources, they have now reached the late stage of the Wanderer realm. It's said they are preparing to break through to an even higher realm. Are they the ones who awakened the S-level abilities Gungjin, Radiant Dragon and Dream Oracle? Subai immediately recalled the news Lu Yanla had shown him earlier. That's right, all of them are S-level ability geniuses. Although there are a few other S-level talents, they are relatively low-key and rarely appear in the public eye, so these two are more famous. Zhang Mei pondered for a moment, her beautiful face showing a hint of confidence, but Subai didn't dare to think too much. Her earlier phrase, your mother, was said with such force that it made him a little afraid. By the way, she suddenly remembered something, her eyes lighting up, there's another one, someone who recently became explosively popular. Explosively popular? Subai asked curiously. Yes, it said he has strong backing, and his ability evolved directly from A-level to S-level, truly one in a million. What ability? Subai grew more interested. Ability evolution was something one might not encounter even once in a lifetime. It seems Earthquake Thunder evolved into Earth Deity Thunder. Zhang Mei said slowly. As soon as she finished speaking, Subai's gaze instantly turned cold. Chui Mingue. Boom. Zhang Mei's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in his ears. He looked up, his eyes turning icy, his voice hoarse. That person is called Chui Mingue? Zhang Mei was slightly stunned, noticing Subai's sudden change in demeanor and expression. She asked in confusion, that's right, do you know him? Feeling Zhang Mei's suspicious gaze, Subai snapped back to reality, quickly adjusted his state, and collected his thoughts before replying, no, I don't know him. But I've heard of his reputation. I see. Zhang Mei nodded, the corners of her mouth slightly curved, as a gentle breeze brushed through her hair. His Earth Deity Thunder ability is one of the strongest attacks. It said he once summoned deafening thunder from a clear sky, like a yellow waterfall, instantly destroying 5 opponents of the same level. What's Chui Mingue's current strength? Subai asked casually. Probably mid-stage Wanderer realm, but I'm not entirely sure. Mid-stage Wanderer realm. A glint flashed in Subai's eyes. With his current strength, he was already close to stepping into the extreme Wanderer realm. He didn't know if the twin sons of the capital had reached this level, nor did he know if he could defeat them. But Chui Mingue, only at mid-stage Wanderer realm, he didn't believe the other could beat him. Chui Mingue had the S-level ability Earth Deity Thunder, but his Candle 9 was not something ordinary S-level abilities could compare to. Thinking of the 3 years of bullying in his previous life, even though he was first in cultural studies, he could only barely avoid direct harm. He was an orphan, good grades but no background, completely unable to resist. The other's superior attitude left him powerless to fight back, and the killing intent during awakening forced him to flee to Shijiang. Maybe you've always seen me as bottom-tier trash. Even if I awakened an S-level ability, I'm just a slightly talented little ant. I wasn't strong enough before, but now, Chui Mingue, if this little ant in your eyes, defeat you, how would you feel? He silently recited in his heart, his gaze firm as ink. Thinking of this, his mindset suddenly steadied, and his spiritual energy seemed to become more concentrated. Zhang Mei noticed the subtle changes in Subai, feeling that he seemed different yet unchanged, her eyes filled with curiosity. Just as Zhang Mei was about to speak, Zhang Qingshu pushed the door open and entered. Brother Bai, take a look at these things. He held a silver white Card in his hand, emitting a crystalline blue glow. What is this? Subai looked up at Zhang Qingshu and asked in confusion. Zhang Qingshu handed the card to him, then began to operate it, sliding his fingers over several glowing points on the card. He then took out a round chip from his pocket and placed it on the card. With a ding sound, electronic patterns cracked open on the card, transforming into a hollow cube. Lasers shot out from all four sides, and a light blue screen was projected from within. The card. This is the reward I promised you, brother Bai. You can choose 2 items from it, Zhang Qingshu said with a smile, then politely stepped aside and sat down. With Zhang Mei. This type of screen couldn't be seen from behind, so Zhang Qingshu had no idea what Subai would choose. Looks like you're really going all out this time. Zhang Mei raised an eyebrow, nudging Zhang Qingshu with her elbow, teasing him like a big sister. Sis, be careful. Are you trying to ruin my image as a man? Zhang Qingshu clutched his waist, pretending to be in pain as he complained. Well, it's because you're only at the Yiqiao realm. Too weak. Zhang Mei rolled her eyes at him, glanced at her manicured nails, and continued, you still haven't answered me. This is what I should give, and being able to know brother Bai is absolutely worth it. Zhang Qingshu shook his head, feeling both fear and helplessness toward his cousin. He really couldn't imagine who could handle her in the future, of course, excluding those guys from the Cheng family. Meanwhile, Subai paid no attention to their banter, his eyes fixed on the various items displayed on the screen, astonished. You acid fruit, wheeling grass, Tianxianzi, fire cloud flower, chasing moonstar, so many rare medicinal herbs? Subai was amazed, he couldn't even dream of owning these treasures. No wonder he was the grandson of a major general. After marveling at them, he continued flipping through the virtual screen, looking at the pills. Huiling pill, Zhuling pill, Zhangling pill, Yixin pill, Dihun Xiaoyuan pill, they're all here. Is this what it means to have connections? Subai smiled bitterly, then continued browsing through other items, becoming more and more shocked as he looked. Brother Bai, are you having trouble deciding? Zhang Qingshu asked with a smile, noticing his contemplative expression. Yes, I'm trying to figure out what to choose. Subai looked up, smiling bitterly and helplessly. Which card did you use for him? Zhang Mei asked Zhang Qingshu quietly, feeling curious. I combined the first and second cards. Aren't you afraid your grandfather will scold you? Those are resources at the Earth rotation level, Zhang Mei said in disbelief, surprised that Zhang Qingshu was willing to pay such a high price. But thinking of the terrifying combat power the other party displayed last night, she felt relieved. To reach the late stage of the Traveler realm at this age and even exchange a few moves with her, this guy was definitely a genius. Too bad he's a lecher. Zhang Qingshu said nothing, while Subai continued focusing on his selection. Suddenly, a ding sound rang out, and the system's electronic voice directly entered Subai's mind. Detected mysterious fragment, recommending host to choose. The unexpected system voice made Subai freeze for a moment. Mysterious fragment? He instinctively looked at the option in the lower left corner of the light screen. It was a black, flat fragment without any detailed information. With only a few words below it, extraterrestrial meteorite residue. System, are you sure you want me to choose this? Subai was somewhat doubtful. This fragment looked very ordinary. Extraterrestrial meteorite residue, wasn't it just useless waste? Moreover, even if it were good meteorite material, it would have already been used to create various items. What use could the leftover scraps have? Host, please trust the system. After hearing this, Subai stopped asking questions, thinking that this fragment might not be so simple. System, help me check what items in here are most suitable for me. I remember you said you'd help me plan my path, right? Subai continued to ask. Host has a good memory. Beginning search for suitable items now. Searching, ding, search complete. Would you like to view the results? The system's voice came in quick succession. Subai remained expressionless, silently confirming in his mind. Soon, the system transmitted the relevant information into his mind, detailing the items currently most suitable for him from the card. The fragment was a mandatory choice, so he could only pick one item from the rest. Red dragon grass, capable of adjusting fire energy within the body, enhancing flame power, and adding a trace of fire dragon aura. Not bad, quite suitable for me, but it's so rare that obtaining it won't be easy. Flame finger? Seems like a skill-based attack method, but it doesn't seem very helpful to me. Subai continued to browse and quickly stopped in front of a light screen. Azure Tsong Mace. He clicked to view it. It was a weapon shaped like a long sword, with a square cross-section, slender but without sharp edges. Featuring a blunt blade. The front was pointed, the back thicker, and the blade was engraved with mysterious patterns. Subai's eyes lit up. It was actually a one-handed weapon. As for what this weapon was, he naturally understood. It was a mace, primarily used for smashing and chopping, an excellent close combat weapon with significant armor-piercing effects. It perfectly compensated for his weakness in physical strength compared to spiritual energy and his insufficient close combat attack power. He had long noticed that while his spiritual energy was powerful, when facing experts like Zhang Mei, who were strong and at a high level, his flame's close-range burst was too slow, and its spread was not fast enough. If Zhang Mei transformed into a sky full of giant swords and stabbed at him, he would hardly be able to counterattack. Therefore, he needed a close combat weapon to make up for his shortcomings. This Azure Tsong Mace was now the most suitable choice for him. I've made my choice. Subai looked up and called out to Zhang Qingshu. Zhang Qingshu stood up, took the card, looked at the virtual screen, and hesitated before saying, "Brother Bai, I can understand why you chose the Azure Tsong Mace, but are you sure you want to use such a valuable opportunity to exchange for this extraterrestrial meteorite fragment?" Subai smiled slightly, said nothing more, and nodded. "Are you really not going to change your mind? It's just a fragment." Zhang Qingshu confirmed repeatedly. "This is it. I think this material is quite special." Subai spoke honestly. "Alright, I'll prepare to retrieve the items now." Zhang Qingshu thought Subai had deliberately chosen something of little value to avoid taking advantage of him, and his tone was full of gratitude. After all, although the fragment was named extraterrestrial meteorite, it was just waste, leftover scraps from others. If it were precious material, it would have been used up long ago. This fragment wasn't something Callie originally carried, it was a piece of metal he stumbled upon in the wilderness while traveling with his family. That metal was later forged into a gauntlet, and the fragment was leftover scrap from the cutting process, which he had kept but never used. Unexpectedly, Subai asked for it. "By the way, where are Xiaobai and Xiao Cheng?" Subai suddenly remembered and asked. "Don't worry, they're staying in your old room. Food and everything have been prepared. Just this morning, I sent over 2 plates of meat. They're still sleeping," Zhang Qingshu said with a smile. As a top-tier cat lover, how could he forget about Xiaobai? Naturally, Xiao Qing was also taken care of. "Thank you," Subai sighed in relief. He had only been unconscious for one night, so Xiao Cheng and Xiaobai were naturally fine. "Have you recovered now?" Zhang Mei, sitting nearby with her legs crossed, coldly interjected. "Pretty much," Subai said, patting himself and feeling much better. "Then get out of my room." "What?" Bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Subai and Zhang Qingshu outside. "My sister is just like that." "You'll get used to it," Zhang Qingshu said with an awkward smile. "It's fine, I understand." Subai replied, equally awkward. Faced with this strong-willed female lieutenant colonel, he had no way to respond. The two went downstairs to the hall. Subai glanced at the exercise equipment not far away, recalling the scene from yesterday, and his face turned red. "Brother Bai, why is your face red?" Zhang Qingshu asked curiously, staring at him. "Ahem, I haven't fully recovered yet," Subai coughed quickly to cover his embarrassment. Zhang Qingshu nodded. He was well aware of his cousin's strength. So Subai recovering quickly was normal. After all, it had only been one night, and his energy flow hadn't fully stabilized. After chatting for a while, Zhang Qingshu left, and Subai returned to his room. "You two little ones," Subai said, looking at Xiaobai and Xiao Cheng, who were still sound asleep on the bedside, their positions unchanged. "Such little pigs." He chuckled, lying down to continue his cultivation. Zhang Mei hadn't expected that her words not only failed to discourage Subai but instead ignited his fighting spirit, becoming a new source of motivation for him to move forward. Time flew by, and soon, the September assessment was approaching. Over the past few days, Zhang Qingshu had handed over the fragment in the Qingtsong mace to Subai, along with nearly 500 grams of spirit sand and 2 spirit crystals. Including what he already had, Subai now possessed 550 grams of spirit sand and 2 spirit crystals. 100 spirit energy herbs were equivalent to 1 gram of spirit sand. And 100 grams of spirit sand could be exchanged for 1 spirit crystal. His total assets were now worth about 8 spirit crystals. Following the system's instructions, Subai used the breath of Zhu Joyin to burn and melt the fragment, revealing a multicolored crystal the size of a fingernail. The system couldn't detect any information about it, leaving only a series of question marks. Knowing this item was extraordinary, he stored it in his storage bracelet. The Qingtsong mace felt incredibly natural in his hands, as if it was made for him. After a few days of practice, he had already become proficient with it. However, what gave him a headache was Nya Stao Yu. He suspected Zhang Qingshu had given her his phone number and identity. After adding him as a friend, she messaged him every day. If he didn't reply, she would spam him incessantly, driving him crazy. In his room, spiritual energy circulated rapidly, forming a vortex that continuously poured into Subai's body. A mysterious force surged within him, pushing against some kind of restraint, like a torrent crashing against rocks, repeatedly washing over it. He was expressionless, the candle 9 emblem on his brow flickering with a faint red glow, but without the overwhelming dragon aura from before. Inside his body, spiritual energy flowed through his limbs, bones, and meridians, continuously nourishing and condensing his physique. The 3-star sea apertures were like bottomless black holes, devouring surrounding spiritual energy, yet simultaneously resembling furnaces at the dawn of creation, refining everything. The starlight within the star sea apertures shimmered, with many large stars and streams of light pulsating, as if creating a world. The star sea apertures at his brow, chest, and abdomen emitted lines of spiritual energy, their patterns resembling sacred and distant pathways, exuding an ancient majesty like a god-king towering over the heavens and earth. A small flame figure, condensed from spiritual energy, appeared in his mind, mirroring his movements and posture exactly, though he couldn't comprehend its nature. The flame figure was bound by 2 pure energy chains, one locked in his mind and the other nailed to his heart. The figure struggled desperately, but to no avail. Is this the shackle of the extreme realm? Subai closed his eyes tightly, his brows furrowed. But soon, the shackle pressing on his heart began to weaken, the energy flow gradually ceased, and finally dissipated. Crack! A muffled sound echoed from within his body as the shackle was broken open, shattering into fragments. A surge of powerful energy rushed to the top of his head, followed by incredible changes in his body. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the extreme realm and successfully advancing to the extreme walker realm. Current progress, extreme. Walker 115 out of 100, Skywalker 115/200. He had finally reached the extreme walker realm. Even when facing realms higher than walker, he now had the strength to fight. The power is truly overwhelming. He felt an infinite force surging within him. Of course, he knew the sensation brought by this power was somewhat illusory, but he was still astonished. The improvement in strength within the same realm was immense. Previously, his true strength was at mid-walker level, almost invincible within the walker realm. Now, though still at mid-walker level, he could easily crush those who were nearly invincible walkers. In other words, if he fought his former self now, it would be as effortless as crushing an ordinary walker. Indeed, this is the extreme walker. After slightly adapting to the power within him, he exited his cultivation state. Just as he opened his eyes, which glowed with fiery divine light, a knock came from the door. Brother Bai, the competition for the exemption slots in the preliminary test has begun. Got it. Give me a moment. Subai stood up, familiarly placing Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing into his arms, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I understand. On the military district's training ground, many officers had gathered. Nearby were several middle-aged men and women dressed in luxurious brocade garments. Representatives from various prominent families, who had come specifically to watch the competition for the exemption slots. Outside the training ground, numerous soldiers sat quietly, waiting for the match to begin, the atmosphere tense yet lively. I wonder which young master or miss will win those exemption slots today. A soldier, sitting on the ground, stroked his chin, asking curiously, "Did you see the young man following Colonel Chang?" His friend pointed to a black-haired youth standing behind an officer, holding a paper fan. "I saw him. What's the matter?" he asked. "You just arrived, so you might not know. That's Colonel Chang's younger brother, Chang Ji. I heard he's already reached the Yiqiao realm, with boundless potential," a friend said enviously. Yiqiao realm? The listener was momentarily stunned. He was nearly 30 and had only just entered the late stage of Yiqiao. Thinking back to when he was about Chang Ji's age, he had only reached the mid-stage of Chuju. What about the others? A nearby soldier interjected, handing a bottle of water to the friend, who clearly enjoyed the attention and quickly replied, "The 5 young talents on the field are all descendants of prominent families in Huanggang. From left to right, they are Lu Lulu from the Lu family, Su Qingwang from the Su family, Nye Xiaoyu and Nye Yuer from the Nye family, and Yen Yang from the Yen family." "What about the people brought by Colonel Chang and Colonel Zhang?" "You mean Zhang Qingshu and Chang Ji? They both have pre-assigned spots." "So, 5 people competing for 3 spots?" "Not necessarily." "I see," a voice suddenly chimed in, sounding understanding. The soldier who had asked turned around to see 2 young men slowly walking toward the center of the field. "That's Zhang Qingshu." The surrounding soldiers froze, staring as they passed. "Brother Bai, aside from those 5, there's also a white-haired ice-type ability user. I don't know the details, but it's clearly the one who was chasing me earlier. You'll know when he appears," Zhang Qingshu explained to Su Bai beside him. "Understood." Su Bai observed the people on the field, his mind stirring. As he realized they were all at the early to mid-stage of Yiqiao. The 2 walked to the center of the field, immediately drawing everyone's attention. "Is this the person recommended by Colonel Zhang? It seems giving that recommendation spot to your cousin was a huge mistake," a middle-aged man said with a smile to Zhang Mei beside him. He instantly noticed Su Bai's simple attire and unfamiliar face, clearly not a genius. He was the Lu family's team leader, collaborating with the Su family, both part of Colonel Chang's faction, so he naturally wasn't afraid of Zhang Mei. "Indeed, I think this time our Han Lingyun might dominate the competition," the Su family's team leader said confidently. Who was Han Lingyun? A member of the Han family, though from a collateral branch, his strength surpassed even Su Qingwang, the Su family's heir. In this battle for spots, he didn't believe anyone could stop Han Lingyun. "Don't say that. Colonel Zhang might have her own plans. Speaking like this isn't good, it could hurt harmony," a military officer interrupted the Su family's team leader, his gaze burning as he looked at Zhang Mei. "It's fine. I trust you. No need." Zhang Mei's face darkened, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze. She gritted her teeth, completely unwilling to engage with Chung Duran. "It's okay. If you don't want to use this recommendation ticket, that's fine." "Mine is yours," Chang Duran said gently, his tone considerate. A trace of coldness flashed in Zhang Mei's eyes. If they weren't colleagues, she would have acted long ago. "Watch your words." Zhang Mei glared at him angrily, her voice cold. "All right, but I'm serious," Chang Duran replied with a smile. Zhang Mei snorted coldly, ignoring him, and turned her attention to the field. "Sis." Zhang Qingshu approached, with Su Bai following closely behind. Zhang Mei, still angry, ignored them. Little handsome guy." In the Nye family camp, Nye Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she saw Su Bai. She waved frantically, trying to catch his attention. Hearing the call, Su Bai sighed helplessly, greeted her briefly, and then ignored her. "Who is this person? You're actually so familiar with Nye Xiaoyu?" Yen Yang from the Yen family smiled, watching the commotion with great curiosity. He glanced at Su Qingguang from the Su family, whose face was ashen, eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent, as if he wanted to tear Subai to pieces. Hey, isn't that B*TCH your fiancé? What, got cheated on? Nya Yuer from the Nya family mocked. She was Nya Xiaoyu's younger sister, but her talent and looks couldn't compare to her sister's, which made her extremely jealous. Secretly, she had colluded with Su Qingguang. Get lost. Su Qingguang was burning with rage, already deciding in his heart that when he got on stage later, he would teach the man who dared to touch his fiancée a harsh lesson, making him regret being alive. He didn't feel his previous defeat was unjust. If the opponent hadn't counterattacked while he was unprepared, he would never have lost. Subai looked up at Su Qingguang's venomous gaze, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A mere small fry at the level of the chi aperture realm was nothing in his eyes. At this moment, Chang Ji among the officers also curiously looked toward the direction where Nya Xiaoyu was shouting, wanting to see who was bold enough to provoke Su Qingguang. Who is this? He inadvertently glanced at Subai, feeling a sense of familiarity. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt as if struck by lightning, his whole body trembling. What's wrong, Chang Ji? Cheng Duran beside him noticed his strange expression and asked with concern. Nothing, Chang Ji replied perfunctorily, though he himself couldn't quite explain what he was feeling inside. Don't worry, the friend you befriended, Han Ling Tian, will not only qualify for the competition today but will definitely take first place. You've done well. Cheng Duran thought his brother was worried about Han Ling Tian and comforted him. This event not only gave him face but also demonstrated to the major families that he was more capable than Zhang Mei, and it even allowed him to establish ties with the Han family, a win on all fronts. Let's hope so. Cheng Ji said softly, his face pale, as his mind involuntarily recalled the scene of that man punching Han Ling Tian away. Why hasn't Han Ling Tian arrived yet? Cheng Duran asked. He said he'd come when it's his turn to go on stage. As expected of the pride of the Han family, he has his own temperament. Cheng Duran nodded, not angry but rather finding it quite normal. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, all the participants had arrived. Would all the prodigies please come forward to draw lots? Cheng Duran took a box from a soldier and placed it on the central platform. The participants stepped forward one by one to draw their tags. Han Lingtian's lot was clearly drawn by Chang Ji himself. During the draw, he didn't even dare to glance at Subai, and Subai didn't bother to pay him any attention either. Number 2. Subai unfolded his tag and clearly saw the large 2 written on it, announcing it aloud. He looked up and saw Su Qingguang staring at him smugly, a sinister smile on his face. I'm number 2 as well. Subai raised an eyebrow, finding it rather amusing. Although in his eyes, these people fighting was like children playing, no challenge at all, he thought it might be a good opportunity to teach a few arrogant individuals a lesson. Over the past few days, he'd heard plenty of stories from Zhang Qingshu about Su Qingguang bullying others, and he had long been itching to act. Later, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Faced with Su Qingguang's smug, sinister smile, Subai couldn't help but feel delighted inside. Before long, the crowd dispersed, leaving only the 2 who had drawn the number 1 lot standing on the field. This guy is so foolish, he has no idea about the opponent's background and still dares to provoke him. Chang Ji, standing beside Cheng Duran, muttered as he watched Su Qingguang's series of arrogant actions, his eyelids twitching. In his opinion, Su Qingguang had no qualifications to compete for the spot. Wasn't this a joke? Even Han Lingtian, brother Han, a mid-level expert in the Yi Qiao realm, had been sent flying with a single punch. How could this weakling, whose aura was feeble and strength inferior to his own, possibly defeat Subai? He couldn't step in now, nor did he know if Su Qingguang would believe him. Sighing, he simply gave up on this meaningless matter. He had already foreseen Su Qingguang's miserable defeat. I stepped back to the edge of the field. The ones who had drawn number 1 were Nya Yuer from the Nya family and Lu Lulu from the Lu family. Both were newly advanced Yi Qiao realm ability users. One wielded a sea-level ability to control whirlwinds, while the other fought using a sea-level Baishu Qin that attacked with sound. 2-1. Expert like him, this kind of battle was hardly worth watching. However, he noticed that the use of the Baishuchin was quite ingenious, attacking enemies with sound, bearing a certain resemblance to Cheng Ji's book Aura ability. Unfortunately, Lulu clearly hadn't mastered this ability yet, her attacks were weak, and she was at a disadvantage throughout. What a peculiar ability. If her realm were higher, perhaps it could unleash its true power, Subai murmured softly. After all, there was a master in the Dragon Kingdom who used the ancient Long Qin with extraordinary skill. As he pondered, a crisp voice accompanied by a waft of fragrance came from behind him. Hey, handsome, long time no see. Subai turned his head, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. The beautiful woman before him, with her graceful figure and translucent, radiant skin, could only be Nye Xiaoyu. It's only been a few days, Subai scratched his head. Don't be so unromantic. A day apart feels like a year. By that count, it's been years since we last met. Wouldn't you call that a long-awaited reunion? Nye Xiaoyu pouted, her sweet smile revealing 2 dimples as she counted on her fingers. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Subai was at a loss for words to refute her logic. I guess, it counts, he stammered, his face showing a hint of awkwardness. Whether in his past life or now, he always felt a bit flustered when faced with such a pure and beautiful woman showing interest in him. Since it's a long-awaited reunion, how about we celebrate? Want to grab a meal together later? Nye Xiaoyu's innocent eyes sparkled as she spoke, her words flowing like a practiced routine. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Nye, but I have something to do today, so I can't go. All right then. Nye Xiaoyu looked a bit disappointed, her gem-like eyes blinking, making her appear especially endearing. Subai took a deep breath and turned away, avoiding her gaze. If he kept looking, he feared he might agree in a moment of weakness. As he turned, he muttered to himself, feeling a bit frustrated at his lack of self-control and limited experience. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. It seemed he needed more practice. How to practice? He thought that looking at more beautiful women might be a good way. Subai thoughtfully gave himself an excuse. If others knew what he was thinking right now, their jaws would surely drop. A genius at the Wanderer level, handsome in appearance, yet thinking about such things. The battle on the field grew increasingly intense, with waves of psychic energy surging continuously. Occasionally, wind blades and musical notes materialized, but Zhang Mei and Cheng Duran neutralized them one by one, ensuring the spectators outside the field were unaffected. Nye Yuer's offensive is fierce, exceptionally aggressive. Lulu doesn't seem like she can hold on much longer. A senior from the Nye family squinted slightly, analyzing the current situation. As soon as these words were spoken, the others nodded in agreement. They were all leaders of various prominent families, strong and experienced, naturally able to discern the situation clearly. Soon, the situation on the field shifted dramatically, and the outcome became immediately apparent. Lulu was surrounded by several whirlwinds, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her aura visibly weakened, completely unable to hold on. In contrast, Nye Yuer, though somewhat disheveled, still had a resolute gaze. Lulu's psychic energy was exhausted, and she immediately declared her surrender. Thanks for letting me win, Nye Yuer said coldly. If it weren't for the restrictions, she would have already used the whirlwind to scar this little beauty's face. I lost. Lulu ignored her words, her face full of helplessness as she turned and left. It's okay, this is also a growth experience for you. That's right, Lulu. The leader of the Lu family comforted her, and others chimed in as well. Encouraged by everyone, Lulu's expression gradually recovered, no longer dwelling on her defeat. The first match, Nye Yuer wins. Next match, those drawn as number 2, please step forward. On one side of the field, a soldier announced loudly with a megaphone. It's my turn. Hearing this, Subai waved his hand and walked leisurely to the center of the field. Opposite him, Su Qingguang also approached with a malicious grin. I remember telling you not to get close to Nye Xiaoyu. Subai and Su Qingguang stood a few meters apart. Su Qingguang's face turned cold, his gaze sweeping over Subai from top to bottom, the disdain and oppressive aura suffocating. Do you really remember, or is your memory bad? Su-bai responded with a contemptuous lift of his head. He was right, Su Qingguang had at most shouted let her go, but had never explicitly said don't touch Nie Xiaoyu. Just wait, don't get too arrogant. Su Qingguang's eyes were icy, exuding a murderous intent. His identity and pride would never allow Su-bai to have any connection with his woman, Nie Xiaoyu. I'd like to see how long you can keep being arrogant. Su-bai shrugged, looking completely indifferent. Begin! Su Qingguang suddenly burst forth, charging at Su-bai like a ferocious beast. Just wait, I'll make you kneel and beg me. Su Qingguang's eyes gleamed sharply, his body infused with power from his unique abilities. In an instant, the psychic energy within him surged dramatically, his aura soaring to the skies. This time, he intended to completely suppress Su-bai with overwhelming force. Not only to vent his inner rage but also to show Nie Xiaoyu that the only one truly worthy of her was him, while Su-bai was nothing but trash. Battle. Lust. A faint red mist erupted from his body, greatly enhancing his strength. He extended one hand, his fingers transforming into claw-like hooks, carrying an electrifying momentum as the AI. He didn't pay much attention to Su Qingguang's movements because, in his eyes, this move was simply too slow. As someone of the Traveler realm, his neural reaction speed was already so fast that it was unbelievable to those at the Anomaly realm. Trash! Su Qingguang sneered inwardly when he saw Su-bai remain motionless, as if petrified with fear. Nie Xiaoyu, did you see that? This guy is so useless. Only I am your best choice. Offstage, the leaders of the various families watching this scene all shook their heads and sighed, believing that Su-bai had already been scared stiff. Such poor judgment. No wonder Zhang Qingshu brought this so-called genius here. Who would have thought it would end so quickly? A middle-aged man from the Lu family on Cheng Duran's side mocked. It seems this battle is already decided. Su Qingguang is sure to win. Admit it, just admit it. The Su family leader was full of joy, smiling and thanking those around him. Zhang Qingshu's face was dark as he stood behind Zhang Mei, sensing her displeasure as well. Truly underestimated him, Zhang Qingshu sneered inwardly, waiting for the other side to be humiliated. Although he wasn't sure what was going on with Brother Bai, if Su Qingguang could defeat Su-bai, then the sun might as well rise from the west. Just as everyone thought it was all over, Su-bai's body trembled slightly, and he stepped to the left. Swish! Su Qingguang's claw passed right through Su-bai's neck, leaving only the sound of slicing air. How is this possible? He actually dodged it? Su Qingguang's eyes narrowed, too shocked to speak. The audience, who had already concluded the match was over, froze in place. Then, their expressions turned awkward, their faces flushing red like ripe apples, stomping their feet in frustration. Such bad luck, the Su family leader muttered, the most embarrassed of all. Just moments ago, he had been celebrating, but now his face turned ashen. He spoke coldly, and the others nodded in agreement. This kid is just lucky. Pure dumb luck. The crowd was full of disdain, curling their lips. On the stage, Su Qingguang's face was livid. Failing to take Su-bai down in one strike was a humiliation for him. This trash really has some luck, he cursed inwardly, attributing Su-bai's evasion to sheer luck. He refused to believe that someone he deemed a frightened, slow-witted fool could genuinely dodge his attack. It could only mean he had stumbled upon good fortune. With this thought, his gaze grew even more vicious. Shoo! A sharp, grating sound suddenly rang out. Su Qingguang, using his momentum, stepped past Su-bai, planted his foot firmly, and stabilized his stance. Then, he turned and dove downward. His internal energy surged rapidly, and his hands swiftly unleashed multiple shallow red phantom claws, raining down like a storm and sealing off all of Su-bai's escape routes. This time, you won't be so lucky. Su Qingguang sneered wickedly, as if he could already see Su-bai struck by the claws, coughing up blood, and collapsing. It's over, the Lu family leader offstage stroked his beard and declared. Su Qingguang's move is impressive. It's the Su family's signature technique, fractal, right? A middle-aged man remarked. That's right. Back then, Su Chengguang only took a few weeks to master. This move, the Su family members said proudly, their faces beaming with smiles. Fractal was an exclusive technique of the Su family. Once mastered, it could instantly elevate the speed of an attack by a small realm, unleashing multiple strikes that seemed to split apart like clones. The boy narrowly escaped by luck just now. This time, let's see how he gets away. Luck? Su Bai murmured softly. His eyes reflected the increasingly dense pale red hooks. It looks like a lot, but at high speed, the gaps are actually quite large. He immediately spotted the flaw. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a spark flashed in his eyes. Just a little trick. Whoosh! A gust of wind sounded as Su Bai made his move. This time, he displayed the speed of the late stage of the Yi Chao realm. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, he weaved through the pale red hooks like a ghost, dodging one attack after another. Then, he suddenly appeared in front of Su Chengguang. Su Chengguang's eyes seemed to see Su Bai teleport, shrinking to pinpoints in fear. How is this possible? He froze in terror. This is the speed of the late stage of the Yi Chao realm. Most of the people below the stage, with their not-so-low cultivation levels, clearly saw how Su Bai dodged the attacks and suddenly appeared in front of Su Chengguang. This kid's physical abilities have already reached the late stage of the Yi Chao realm. The Su family leader's face turned as dark as it could get. While other abilities users of the same realm were not uncommon, this one was clearly on another level. Without further thought, he quickly shouted to Su Chengguang, "Chengguang, create distance. Don't let him get close, wear him down with spiritual energy. Yes, don't let him approach, exhaust him with spiritual energy." Su Chengguang snapped back to his senses and stumbled backward. But would Su Bai let him have his way? He sneered coldly, too late. Immediately, the spiritual energy within him surged rapidly, concentrating all his power into his fists. Calculating Su Chengguang's resilience, he threw a fierce punch directly at his face. The force of the punch was immense, creating rolling waves of air. A trace of fear flashed in Su Chengguang's eyes. Smack! A loud crash echoed as everyone saw Su Chengguang being sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He landed just at the edge of the field, half-kneeling, unconscious. A burst of bright red blood bloomed in the air. The atmosphere instantly fell into a deathly silence. This time, it's your turn to kneel. Su Bai shook his head helplessly. Who on earth is this young man? The crowd finally reacted, their eyes wide with shock and curiosity. They weren't blind, perhaps they hadn't understood before, but now the gap was so obvious that anyone could see it. This guy was definitely not ordinary. At this moment, no matter which side they were on, the same thought surfaced in everyone's mind. Suddenly, an angry shout came from below the stage. How dare you! As soon as the words fell, a sharp wave of spiritual energy surged, the killing intent as cold as ice blades. The Su family leader made his move. A pale red blade shot out instantly, carrying immense and strange power. This force made the Yi Chao realm abilities users present feel despair, while the Xingzhi realm abilities users turned pale, powerless to resist its sharpness. This man was an abilities user beyond the Xingzhi realm. The crowd was shocked, not just by his strength but also by his audacity to strike. The attack was as fast as lightning. However, just as the blade was about to reach Su Bai, the edge seemed poised to sever his head directly. Stop! Zhang Mei's face changed, realizing what was happening. She rushed towards Su Bai in a panic. She hadn't expected the Su family leader to be so ruthless as to strike directly. Her movements were a few beats slower, and it wasn't until the blade light was about to reach Su Bai that she hurriedly blocked it. Damn old man! Zhang Mei cursed inwardly. If Su Bai got hurt, she would feel she had let Qing Shu down. As for whether Su Bai could withstand the attack, she hadn't even considered it. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth. Even at the peak of the Traveler realm, facing suppression from the earth-turning level, one was merely a minor figure. Previously, Su Bai was only in the late Traveler realm, and without her exerting full effort, he had fainted after being hit twice. Let alone this sudden strike filled with killing intent. Warning! Someone is attacking the host. The system's cold voice rang out. But Subai didn't need the reminder, his back had already gone cold as he sensed the killing intent. From the Su family leader. Damn old man. Subai gritted his teeth. In this competition among peers, he hadn't expected the old man to dare to go all out against him. Feeling the force, he quickly activated his internal spiritual energy for defense. Perhaps because he had reached the extreme limit of the Traveler realm, his activation speed was no slower than the opponent's, and he was ready before the blade light arrived. Strangely, he felt he could block this attack. It was odd, compared to Zhang Mei's earlier attack, this old man's strike seemed to lack something. But he had no time to think further, the attack was imminent, and he had to defend immediately. Just as he was preparing to take the blow head-on, a cold snort pierced through the void. Su family, that's enough. A deep purple phantom suddenly appeared in front of Su Bai, and the surrounding area instantly transformed into purple-blue mountain ranges. The figure in the phantom lightly flicked a finger, and the sharp blade light instantly dissipated into the air like snow meeting fire. Zhang Mei froze at the sight, suspended in midair, at a loss for what to do. Colonel Jiang. As the phantom gradually became clearer, Zhang Mei, Cheng Duran, and the leaders of various families exchanged glances, then exclaimed in unison with surprise. In Huanggang, who didn't know Jiang Pengfei? He was a colonel, the ruler of a prefecture-level city, and the true leader of the Huanggang military district. Colonel? Subai looked at the increasingly distinct purple figure in front of him, filled with curiosity. A spiritual domain-level ability user. The system's information on Zhang Pengfei made him somewhat nervous. After all, this was his first time being so close to a spiritual domain-level powerhouse. Young man, are you all right? The phantom solidified into a middle-aged man with purple hair cascading like a waterfall, sharp vertical pupils, and an aura as steady as a mountain. I'm fine, perfectly healthy, Subai replied nervously. Brushing it off. Good strength, rich experience, great potential for the future. Zhang Pengfei laughed heartily, his face kind. He had sensed Subai's spiritual energy fluctuations earlier, which were at the Traveler realm, and it had slightly surprised him. My strength is limited, I dare not accept such praise from a senior, Subai responded with a polite bow, humble yet respectful. I wonder which major force nurtured him. Zhang Pengfei thought to himself but quickly dismissed the idea, turning his attention to the crowd below, clearly with matters to address. Kid, we'll talk later. For now, I need to deal with the situation at hand. Zhang Pengfei sneered, his expression instantly turning icy as his gaze swept over the crowd. At that moment, Zhang Qingshu and Nie Xiaoyu snapped out of their daze and hurriedly shouted, watch out. But as their eyes shifted, they realized everything was already over, and they fell silent. This also reflects just how astonishing Subai's speed is, far surpassing his peers. Colonel, I was wrong. Zhang Pengfei's icy gaze was as sharp as a cold blade piercing to the bone, making everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. The leader of the Su family team had weak knees and a face pale as paper. He hadn't expected that targeting Subai would alarm the most mysterious leader of the Huanggang military district, and he deeply regretted it. Not to mention disrupting the competition and attempting to harm others. You violated military discipline and treated military regulations as a joke. Just for this alone, I could execute you on the spot. Zhang Pengfei's tone was cold and devoid of emotion. Colonel, I was wrong, I won't dare again in the future, please spare my life. The Su family team leader trembled at the mention of execution, his lips quivering as he quickly begged for mercy. The others below the stage were as silent as frightened chicks, not daring to make a sound. Colonel, isn't this a bit excessive? After all, it's the Su family's reputation. Cheng Duran gritted his teeth and stepped forward, trying to plead for the Su family team leader. Yes, I'm from the Su family, the Su family team leader clung to this lifeline, his eyes flashing with a desperate desire to survive, and quickly added. Duran, shut up. Do you think you're innocent? Zhang Pengfei glared fiercely at Cheng Duran, his tone full of anger. Cheng Duran broke out in a cold sweat, swallowed hard, and began to hesitate, wondering if pleading was appropriate. Take him away, send him to the military court, and execute him according to the charges. Zhang Pengfei waved his hand, and several soldiers in the crowd immediately rushed forward to drag him away. No, I won't go. He wasn't just a member of the Su family, he was also a junior officer. Going to the military court, under Longwa's laws, he was undoubtedly doomed. But no one paid him any attention. The soldiers ignored his cries and forcibly dragged him away. Such an intimidating presence. Su Bai glanced around, and no one dared to meet Jiang Pengfei's gaze. Everyone kept their heads down and remained silent. Jiang Mei, Chang Duran. After a moment of silence, Jiang Pengfei suddenly spoke. Present, the two answered simultaneously. You two have been in the pseudo-force realm for so long, yet you have made no progress in understanding force. What realm are you at now? Still haven't reached the true force realm. The two stammered in response. Hearing this, Jiang Pengfei frowned deeply and then said, Still in the pseudo-force realm? Do you not want to go to the desolate war zone? The desolate war zone. It's already open? Cheng Duran's eyes slightly narrowed upon hearing this, and he immediately spoke excitedly, while a ripple of emotion also flashed in Jiang Mei's eyes. All of this was because of the desolate war zone. They're going to the desolate war zone? The faces of experienced members from the major families present changed. Regarding this desolate war zone, everyone felt both envy and fear. But with Jiang Pengfei present, no one dared to say much and could only exchange whispers. As Jiang Pengfei's words fell, Su Bai was completely confused. True force, pseudo-force? What is this? Su Bai was baffled, muttering to himself. It wasn't until Zhang Qingshu explained through sound transmission that Su Bai understood. It turned out that above the traveler realm, the Earth rotation level is divided into 3 stages: pseudo-force realm, true force realm, and spirit domain realm. Spirit domain realm aside for now. Those who have just entered the pseudo-force realm can only grasp pseudo-force. Pseudo-force is a special power generated by the rhythmic movement of the body's pulse gates, which can be used in actual combat. The reason why pseudo-force is called pseudo is because it cannot be released at will. It is more like a stored power that accumulates through the rhythmic movement of the pulse gate and then erupts. This pseudo-force, apart from its initial release, becomes weaker with subsequent uses and requires further accumulation. It is a burst of mental and spiritual energy, hence the name pseudo-force. True force, on the other hand, integrates this power into oneself, turning it into instinct, as natural as drinking water or eating food. Force is divided into 4 stages. To truly be called force, one must at least reach the 2nd stage, which is true force. Upon eruption, every punch, kick, blade, or sword strike is a full-force explosion, immensely powerful and vastly different from pseudo-force. The pseudo-force realm has 10 levels, each level further divided into 10 refinements. Only after perfecting the 10 levels can one achieve true force, commonly referred to as 100 refinements to force. The true force realm is much simpler. Once entered, there are no thresholds. With time, spiritual energy strengthens naturally, allowing entry into the spiritual domain realm. Therefore, within the earth turn level, the most challenging is the 100 refinement stage of pseudo-force. Due to its complexity, the pseudo-force realm is considered a major hurdle for those with special abilities. I see, Su Bai nodded, surprised by the intricacies involved. It seemed his path was still long. No wonder everyone says the gap between heaven, earth, and man is vast. Just between the human turn and earth turn levels, there are so many nuances. Su Bai now understood why the disparity between the 10 levels and the 100 refinements to force was so significant. No wonder the person who acted earlier was far weaker than Jiang Mei. It all made sense now. What about the desolate war zone? Su Bai transmitted his question to Zhang Qingshu, who replied that the desolate war zone was a battlefield for honing skills, but beyond that, Zhang Qingshu was unsure. Su Bai pondered for a long time, falling into silence. Why else would I come looking for you? Jiang Pengfei glared angrily, snorting repeatedly. The two exchanged glances, speechless. Jiang Pengfei coughed lightly and said, The desolate war zone will open in at most 3 months. Without true force realm strength, entering is just throwing your life away. Do you understand? We understand, Jiang Mei and Cheng Duran replied. How far have you progressed in the pseudo-force realm? Zhang Pengfei asked, his purple-blue eyes fixed on the two. 9 levels, 5 refinements. 8 levels, 9 refinements. The former was Zhang Mei, the latter Cheng Duran. With 3 months and my special training, you should be able to meet the standard. Zhang Pengfei squinted slightly, revealing his plan. Special training? Cheng Duran looked at Zhang Pengfei's thoughtful expression, sensing trouble, and Zhang Mei felt the same. Alright, I'll give you a few days to handle your affairs, then come find me, Zhang Pengfei said firmly, leaving no room for argument. Zhang Mei and Cheng Duran sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. After understanding the situation, Zhang Pengfei turned to Su Bai, his gaze full of admiration. A transmission reached Su Bai's ears. Kid, your strength is impressive, but don't get cocky. If I were you, no matter how difficult, I would make sure to rank in the top 10 of Dragon Nation's September assessment. Su Bai almost lost his balance upon hearing this. Top 10 in Dragon Nation? Su Bai looked up, about to ask why, but Zhang Pengfei had already disappeared. Zhang Pengfei was gone, and the atmosphere instantly relaxed. Colonel Jiang has left. So this is the pressure of Colonel Jiang? I could barely breathe just now. Soldiers and members of various families sighed in amazement. Quiet. The competition continues. Zhang Mei took the lead in restoring order on the scene. This was just a minor episode, the competition had to go on. On the stage, Su Bai slowly stepped down. He had already won, and the next contestant, number 3, was about to take the stage. However, Zhang Pengfei's words still echoed in his mind. No matter how hard it is, you must make it into the top 10 of Long Nation. He muttered to himself. The strength he had just revealed was almost at the late stage of the Traveler realm, but Zhang Pengfei's goal of the top 10 meant there were even stronger opponents. So, who were those geniuses at the late stage of the Traveler realm? Who would occupy the remaining spots? Why was there such an emphasis on the top 10 of Long Nation? Could it be that there were special privileges for making it into the top 10? Although Su Bai didn't understand, he felt there must be something extraordinary behind it. Just as he was lost in thought and about to let it go, Zhang Qingshu walked over. Brother Bai, you really scared me. Just now. That old guy suddenly made a move, and I didn't even have time to react, Zhang Qingshu said with lingering fear. If it weren't for Zhang Daxia stepping in, Su Bai might have already been injured or even killed. It's no big deal. Even if Senior Zhang hadn't intervened, that man wouldn't have been able to kill me, Su Bai said calmly. He was an extreme traveler, a top expert in the Traveler realm, not someone who could be easily defeated. Moreover, the strike just now was at most a casual move, hastily executed, and naturally not as powerful as a full-force attack. That's true. That old guy is only at the mid-stage of the pseudo-force realm, roughly at the 4 heavens level. As Senior's disciple, Brother Bai must have protective treasures, Zhang Qingshu thought for a moment and felt Su Bai's words made sense, nodding in agreement. As for the Senior, he referred to Si Han, who was at the king level. 4 heavens? A sharp glint flashed in Su Bai's eyes, and his gaze became resolute. So, the first 3 levels of the pseudo-force realm were divided into early, mid, and late stages, and the full level was ascending to the first heaven? It seemed that, with his current strength as an extreme traveler, he could already withstand a strike from a 4-heaven pseudo-force realm ability user. He wondered if the combat power of a sky traveler could match that of a pseudo-force realm ability user. The competition continued. Su Qingguan, who had been beaten like a dead dog, was dragged off the stage by the Su family. However, since both the team leader and Su Qingguan had been disgraced, they had no face to stay any longer. Among the remaining Su family members, only a middle-aged man of higher seniority bid farewell to Zhang Mei and the others before leading the Su family away in a hurry. Su Bai found an open space and sat cross-legged. The competition was not over yet. In the first round, 7 people would eliminate 3, and the second round would determine the top 3. The 7 contestants drew lots to decide the order of appearance, numbered 1 to 4. Excluding 6 participants, 1 would have a bye, and that lucky number 4 was Han Ling Tian. In other words, no matter who won next, the second round would have 4 people competing for 3 spots. As for the rules of the second round, Zhang Ning Qingshu had already told him, a 4-person melee, eliminating one. Su Bai thought to himself that someone would definitely try to manipulate the outcome. In a melee between 2 factions, it was clear that the goal was to force one side to take a stand or disrupt alliances between them. Unfortunately, he had just eliminated Su Chengguang, disrupting some people's plans. Not bad luck, he thought. The one who drew number 3 was a thin, somewhat gloomy man, and he was overjoyed because his opponent wasn't strong. His opponent was none other than Nie Xiaoyu. Su Bai sized up the gloomy man and found that his strength was roughly at the early stage of the Yiqiao realm, similar to Su Chengguang. His aura was still unstable, likely due to a recent breakthrough, and he hadn't fully mastered it yet. As for Nie Xiaoyu, Su Bai was quite curious. From his perception, Nie Xiaoyu's strength was only at the peak of the Chuju realm, the lowest among the group. He was intrigued as to how this young girl planned to deal with an ability user from the Yiqiao realm. After all, the biggest difference between the Chuju realm and the Yiqiao realm was endurance. Unless Nie Xiaoyu could strike quickly, accurately, and decisively to secure victory in one blow, it would be impossible. If it were him, he wouldn't worry at all. Once he activated Zhou, the powerful spiritual energy would directly blast the opponent into submission, sending them flying and ending the fight. What's wrong? Worried about Xiaoyu? Zhang Qingshu leaned over with a mischievous smile. Su Bai looked at him, suppressing the urge to slap him. The more he looked at Zhang Qingshu, the more he resembled Lu Yanla, not in appearance, but in that infuriatingly annoying aura that made people want to punch him. Could he be related to Lu Yanla? Su Bai chuckled inwardly, shaking off the thought, then countered, I just think that a Chuju realm fighting a Yiqiao realm means Nie Xiaoyu is very likely to lose. Aren't you worried? Zhang Qingshu nodded, his smile relaxed. Don't worry, you're underestimating Xiaoyu. What do you mean? Does she have something special? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Zhang Qingshu glanced around sneakily, then leaned close to Su Bai's ear and whispered, she has a special constitution, but it's sealed by herself. Special constitution? Su Bai was puzzled, his eyes full of curiosity, waiting for a detailed explanation. I don't fully understand either, but I heard that when Xiaoyu was born, there was an anomaly, and even top experts from the authorities were drawn to her. Born with an anomaly? Impressive. To be noticed at birth, she was certainly no ordinary person. Don't be fooled by how ordinary she seems now. The year she was born, even the mayor of Huanggang City was shocked by her talent. Then why? Su Bai cautiously asked. You're wondering why Su Chengguang is still pestering her, right? Zhang Qingshu curled his lips. Because her special constitution hasn't fully awakened yet, and only a few people know about it. Otherwise, would Su Chengguang dare to act so arrogantly? Xiaoyu can temporarily use a bit of her power, but only for a short time. Afterward, she'll be unconscious for several days. No wonder. How do you know all this? Su Bai nodded, looking at Nie Xiaoyu, who was about to take the stage. Still finding it hard to believe. Brother Bai, don't forget my identity. Xiaoyu and I have been friends since childhood, so of course I know her secrets. Zhang Qingshu smiled proudly. It seemed that one was a young master honed through hardship, while the other was a naturally gifted genius yet to be unlocked. Su Bai smiled faintly. Though it sounded a bit exaggerated, it was still believable. Begin! The referee's voice rang out, and the two on stage immediately sprang into action. Su Bai and Zhang Qingshu stopped talking, their eyes fixed on the stage. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Nie Xiaoyu to reveal her unique abilities. She was forced into a corner, seemingly about to be trapped. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed from the center of her brow, so bright it was blinding. Buzz, a faint hum sounded as the light rapidly spread. The white light flickered like a small sun, making it impossible for anyone to keep their eyes open. Even Su Bai squinted from the glare. The stage was enveloped in white light, resembling a celestial realm, beautiful like a dream. All of this was the sacred aura released by Nie Xiaoyu. The white light came quickly and disappeared just as fast. A few seconds later, the glow gradually shrank, its brightness dimmed, and finally vanished. Subai looked back at the arena and saw Nie Xiaoyu standing, pale and trembling slightly, while her opponent was already lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Nie Xiaoyu won. The crowd was incredulous, but given Subai's earlier display of late-stage Yi Qiao realm speed and Zhang Pengfei's appearance, they weren't too surprised by Nie Xiaoyu's sudden burst of power. After all, everyone has their secrets. People from both sides stepped forward to help their own off the field. Nie Xiaoyu staggered a few steps, barely steadying her breath, and was then supported as she left the scene. She's probably being taken to rest, Subai thought as he watched Nie Xiaoyu gradually disappear into the crowd. However, judging by Nie Xiaoyu's current state, she definitely wouldn't make it through the second round. What a lively scene. I heard the second round is a melee, and I, Han Lingtian, won't hold back. At that moment, a slender, white-haired, handsome young man slowly emerged from the crowd. Han Lingtian? Regardless of which side they were on, upon seeing this white-haired youth with cascading locks, even those unfamiliar with him could guess his name. Brother Han. In the audience, Chengji's face lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling as he hurriedly waved to signal him. Han Lingtian glanced around, his face full of confidence and arrogance. Early stage Yi Qiao realm, mid stage Yi Qiao realm. Humph, they're no match for me. He scanned the youths present and nodded in satisfaction. Unfortunately, Subai was currently bowing his head, communicating with the system, and with his aura concealed by it, Han Lingtian didn't notice him even though he was sitting right next to Zhang Qingshu. After confirming Changji's location, Han Lingtian walked over to him unhurriedly. The Han family truly produces heroes. Cheng Duran looked at Han Lingtian's sharp, blade-like eyes, exuding confidence, and couldn't help but praise him. My elder brother asked me to send his regards to you, Han Lingtian said with a slight smile, cupping his hands toward Cheng Duran. Ha ha ha. Cheng Duran squinted his eyes. Looks like that guy Han Kuei hasn't forgotten me. How could my elder brother forget? He even said that the great wilderness journey was unforgettable for him, Han Lingtian responded casually. The great wilderness. Cheng Duran couldn't help but reminisce about his youth upon hearing this, feeling a surge of emotions. Alright, take a break for now. The second round starts in an hour. Seeing you here puts me at ease. I believe no one can defeat you. Yes. Han Lingtian's eyes gleamed sharply. Earlier, he had scanned a few people, all of whom were weaklings, not worth his attention. His current strength had already reached the late stage of the Yi Qiao realm. All of this progress was thanks to the stimulation from the battle in the Blood Forest. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Han Lingtian's eyes. From childhood to now, he had never been beaten so badly. That strike completely crushed him. Several ribs were broken, and if not for his quick recovery, he wouldn't have been able to come here after just a few days of rest. However, this failure had its benefits. Because of it, he trained desperately and was already close to a breakthrough. A few days ago, he finally advanced to the late stage of the Yi Qiao realm. Afterward, he carefully analyzed the reasons for his failure. The conclusion was that his opponent was actually a physical strength-based ability user, with fire-based abilities serving as support. As long as he doesn't compete with him in physical strength, he might not necessarily lose. He had truly been blinded before. Now, his strength has greatly improved, and he is confident that if he encounters that person again, he can suppress him. Brother Bai, that's right, this is the white-haired youth who teamed up with Cheng Ji in the Bloody Forest to deal with me back. Then, Zhang Qingshu stared angrily in Cheng Ji's direction and said to Subai, if it hadn't been for Brother Bai's help that time, he might have had his leg broken, left in disgrace, and embarrassed his cousin. I see him. It's that little Iceman. Subai looked up, and Han Lingtian's white hair was particularly striking. He recognized him at a glance. Late stage of the Yi Qiao realm, I didn't expect him to improve so much in such a short time. As an extreme practitioner, Subai quickly discerned Han Lingtian's realm and only raised his eyebrows slightly. But in his eyes, the early, middle, and late stages of the Yi Qiao realm didn't make much difference. Then, he lowered his head to pull weeds and opened the interface to check his attributes. Brother Han, you need to be careful. On Cheng Duran's side, Chang Ji stepped forward, his face full of unease. Oh? Chang Ji, you're underestimating me. These people, I can take them all down by myself. Han Lingtian smirked, completely indifferent. Among that group is the guy who gave us trouble before. Chang Ji gritted his teeth and pointed in Su Bai's direction. The Nye family was divided into two factions, and clearly, he and this noblewoman belonged to different camps. Is this the family's decision? He suppressed his anger and calmly said, Nye Yor is no worse than Nye Xiao. You. Why can't she become the heir? The noblewoman sneered. The Nye family members below were already on edge, and the atmosphere on stage was unbearably tense. Do you remember me? Han Lingtian sneered coldly, his gaze icy. I remember, you're that little iceman. Su Bai shrugged indifferently, a teasing smile on his face, which made Nye Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Her laughter was crisp like silver bells. Good. Han Lingtian's face darkened, and he said no more, quietly waiting for the match to begin. Handsome guy, in my current state, I might not secure a spot. But I have a grudge against Nye Yor. I can help stall her. You might not know, this chaotic battle doesn't end with just one person withdrawing. The top three must be decided in the end. If I step down, you'll definitely face a two-person siege. Nye Xiaoyu put away her smile, her expression worried, and secretly transmitted her voice to Su Bai. Although she said she would stall, she herself wasn't confident. After all, she had just rested for an hour and was already exhausted, on the verge of fainting at any moment. Su Bai rubbed his nose and laughed heartily. Don't worry, you just need to stand still, leave the rest to me. Su Bai's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable firmness. This guy, who does he think he is? He actually dares to boast about taking on two opponents. Someone below was shocked, and the reason was simple. Su Bai's words were simply too arrogant. Not to mention that Nye Yor, with her not-so-weak strength in the Yiqiao realm, had her whirling gale wind, which could effectively control the battlefield. Even Han Lingtian, he was a genius of the Han family. How could this guy dare to be so brazen? Apart from Zhang Qingshu and Zhang Mei, who knew Su Bai's strength, everyone else was filled with doubt about this arrogant young man. Cheng Duran frowned, naturally disdainful, but still put on a regretful expression and said, Qingshu, this young man you brought is truly surprising. You're still young, don't be deceived. The world today isn't that simple. Although Su Bai had just defeated Su Chongguang with lightning speed, showcasing the speed of a late-stage Yiqiao realm, having speed and having true late-stage Yiqiao realm combat power were two different things. Moreover, Nye Yor's whirling gale wind and Han Ling Tian's Frost Night Ice were both powerful control abilities, particularly effective against opponents who relied solely on speed. Cheng Duran, you really know how to be surprised. Zhang Qingshu didn't respond directly, but inwardly sneered. He understood Cheng Duran's meaning but didn't want to say more. At this moment, any argument was useless. Only letting him witness Brother Bai's heaven-defying strength could shut him up and make him retract his condescending attitude. Though there was some commotion below, it quickly calmed down. Everyone's gaze toward Su Bai became meaningful, as if they were all anticipating him to prove his earlier boast with strength. I am Han Lingtian, and I don't fight nameless people. Since you're so arrogant, tell me your name. Han Lingtian, hearing Su Bai's boast, grew colder, the ground faintly covered in frost, even causing Nye Yor beside him to retreat a few steps in fear. Don't be ridiculous, my surname is Bai, and my name is Shu. Su Bai laughed. Seeing Han Lingtian's pretentious demeanor, he couldn't bear to interrupt. Even he himself didn't know if he could maintain this ease in the next moment. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the shadows of the trees swayed. Begin. With the command, Han Lingtian immediately launched his attack. Nye family member, stay here. This battle is mine. Han Lingtian's eyes were filled with icy coldness as he spoke unceremoniously to Nye Yor. Before Nye Yor could react, he had already charged toward Su Bai. This time, you will lose to me. Han Lingtian stomped fiercely, creating a gust of wind. His eyes glimmered with deep blue light, mysterious and unfathomable. The energy within his body surged, and his frost ice ability began to display its power. Bone-chilling cold spread, making even Nyeuer feel as if she were standing on a glacier. You probably didn't expect that I've already reached the late stage of the abnormal aperture realm in the past few days. You're no match for me now. Han Lingtian unleashed his full power, his white hair flying, resembling a deity controlling ice. Ice shards. With a cold shout, he suddenly halted his movement, and several ice shards instantly condensed before shooting out from in front of him. These ice shards were sharper and more powerful than those he had previously used against Zheng Qingshu. Damn! Ice shards! Below the stage, Zheng Qingshu's face turned ashen. How could he forget this familiar scene? Back on the stage, the ice shards tore through the air, carrying a bone-chilling cold as they rushed toward Subai. I'll block it. Nie Xiaoyu stepped forward, preparing to block the ice shards and activate her energy. But before she could act, Subai grabbed her shoulder. Subai's warm hand rested on her shoulder, and Nie Xiaoyu's face flushed red. Subai turned slightly to look ahead, his face radiating a confident smile. Forgot my realm? Step back, I'll handle this. Facing the approaching ice shards, Subai remained calm. Fire, rise! Subai let out a cold snort, and within a few meters around him, rolling heat waves suddenly erupted. Of course, the heat waves bypassed Nie Xiaoyu. As an extreme practitioner, he could manage such details. The fire surged, flames erupted from his body, crackling and displaying extraordinary vitality. Go! With a wave of his right hand, a tongue of fire quickly formed, sweeping toward the ice shards in the air with a devouring momentum. Hiss! The tongue of fire instantly engulfed the ice shards. As the ice met the flames, strange cracking sounds emerged from within the fire, white mist rose, and the ice shard attack completely dissipated. In an instant, the stage presented a stark contrast. On one side was bone-chilling ice, frost and snow dancing, on the other side were rolling heat waves, flames surging. Not using your physical strength? Han Lingtian sneered. He hadn't placed much hope in the ice shard attack just now. If a single ice shard could defeat Subai, this battle would be far too dull. The two unleashed their auras, staring at each other, the tension palpable. Nyeuer and Nie Xiaoyu automatically retreated to the edge of the stage, away from the center of the battle, quietly waiting for the outcome. That guy is actually a fire-type ability user? When he fought Su Qingguang earlier, wasn't it with speed? I thought he was a speed-type ability user. As Subai released his flames, the audience below the stage was shocked and couldn't believe it. Feeling the aura of the flames, it seemed no weaker than Han Lingtian's frost ice. Cheng Duran narrowed his eyes slightly. He had misjudged this person. With his realm, he could naturally see the power of Subai's flames, which now were absolutely on par with Han Lingtian's frost ice. Coupled with his previously astonishing speed, this young man had exceptional talent and was far from being an unknown figure. The corner of his eye glanced at Zheng Qingshu, who was sitting on the grass not far away, and he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. That feeling was like being played by someone. If it weren't for the fact that Zheng Qingshu was Zheng Mei's cousin, he would have sent him out on a field patrol long ago. Crack, crack. Flames collided with frost, and whiteness slowly rose, making the scene blurry and indistinct. Then I'll play with you properly. Subai grinned, flames slowly igniting in his ink-black eyes. In such an atmosphere, Subai's interest was gradually piqued. This Han Lingtian was the perfect opportunity for him to warm up. Flames burned everywhere, heat waves rolled. Subai slowly walked forward, leaving fiery red shadows on the ground behind him. I know you're strong, but this time, I won't let you get close. Han Lingtian stared sharply at the approaching Subai, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Although he was confident he could defeat Subai, he couldn't afford to be careless at this moment. Is that so? Subai twisted his neck and responded indifferently. Just wait and see. Han Lingtian raised his hand, and an extreme chill swept forth instantly. Subai's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand, spewing flames that formed an indestructible wall of fire, blocking the piercing cold. Stop testing me, or you won't have another chance. After blocking the attack, Subai said coldly. Humph. Han Lingtian's face darkened, and he no longer held back. Blue light flickered in his eyes, his spiritual energy circulating rapidly within him, and the unique aperture in his body burned fiercely like a furnace. No need for more words. He casually formed an ice shard and shot it at Subai to harass him. Then, with a wave of his hand, cold air spread out, and the ground instantly crystallized into transparent ice. The ice crystals spread rapidly like vines towards Subai's feet. As long as he could control Subai, his ice power would continuously strengthen, extending the control time. By then, Subai would be like fish on a chopping board, at his mercy, and everything would be over. Han Lingtian felt a surge of joy in his heart. The ice crystals continued to spread, emitting crisp sounds, piercing through the heat waves around Subai and slowly infiltrating. Can it actually penetrate the flames? Subai raised an eyebrow, unable to resist glancing at Han Lingtian a few more times. His flames weren't particularly strong, nor had he deliberately defended. Yet Han Lingtian managed to break through the heat waves, which was quite rare. Moreover, the ice crystals spread at an extremely fast pace, coupled with the ice shards. Cover. If others weren't careful, they might be controlled and taken down in an instant. But who was Subai? Not to mention that the ice shards couldn't penetrate his fire curtain, even the ice crystals. If he were controlled, he could easily break free or intensify the flames to melt the ice crystals. In other words, he had countless ways to render Han Lingtian's offensive useless. But he didn't act immediately, wanting to see what other tricks Han Lingtian had. Injecting energy into his feet, he stomped hard, and his figure flashed, dodging the spreading ice crystals. I knew you'd dodge. Han Lingtian saw this and felt smug. Swish! Just as Subai landed, he heard a strange sound. Looking up, he saw frost and snow already gathered in the original spot. The frost and snow condensed into hard ice shards, falling like bullets from the sky. In an instant, Subai was engulfed by the ice shards. Crack, crack. The ice shards continuously shattered, scattering countless ice fragments that turned into cold mist, covering the entire field. Brother Bai. Zhang Qingshu shouted anxiously. This is bad. Someone whispered, it seems that Han Lingtian from the Han family has a greater chance of winning. Another person added, with such a fierce attack, even if Subai is powerful, it will be hard for him to hold on. Handsome guy. Nie Xiaoyu's heart was full of worry as the icy mist obscured Subai's figure. Stop shouting, it's so annoying, Nie Yuer sneered, though she secretly felt pleased. Nie Yuer, you. Nie Xiaoyu frowned in anger, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Why do you care so much about him? Nie Yuer smirked coldly. Maybe he was already destroyed by that strike. Seeing Nie Xiaoyu rendered speechless, her smugness grew. You're just spouting nonsense, Nie Xiaoyu retorted icily. Meyer announced the end of the match. Han Lingtian is first, and the two from the Nie family are second and third, Cheng Duran said with a satisfied smile from the sidelines. Although there had been some minor twists, the outcome was still within his control. He was about to instruct Zhang Mei to announce the conclusion. I'll say it again, don't call me Meyer. The match isn't over yet. Zhang Mei frowned, her fair hands clenched tightly, her voice as cold as ice. The match is already. Cheng Duran hadn't finished speaking when suddenly, a burst of flame ignited fiercely within the white icy mist, its light as red as blood. Zzzzz. You were too careless. The intense flames quickly melted the surrounding icy mist, and Subai's lean figure gradually emerged, stunning everyone present. That's great. Nie Xiaoyu cheered, her face lighting up with a smile. In stark contrast to Nie Yuer's darkened expression. I knew Brother Bai would be fine. Zhang Qingshu exclaimed excitedly, pounding the ground with both hands, drawing everyone's attention. Do you have any other tricks? As the icy mist dissipated, Subai stepped forward, his eyes glinting coldly, flames dancing around him like fiery spirits. Everywhere he stood, except directly beneath his feet, was left in ruins. You are strong, Han Lingtian said calmly, his white hair flowing as snow swirled around him. But I am stronger. His tone was filled with confidence and a chilling killing intent. And why do you say that? Subai took a step forward, melting the frost in half the space, restoring the area to a fiery red. I didn't want to use this move. Han Lingtian's sharp gaze radiated blue light. But for you to witness it, you could consider yourself fortunate. His words left everyone present puzzled. Subai raised an eyebrow slightly, not reacting immediately, wanting to see what Han Lingtian was planning. Could it be that he's about to use the Han family's ultimate technique? Someone knowledgeable among the family members in the audience suddenly speculated. Is it the enhancement brought by the Han family's inherited bloodline? Another person exclaimed in surprise. Every great family with generational inheritance possessed something special that could steadily enhance their strength. Some had artifacts, some had combat techniques, and others had unique powers within their bloodline. These were the key to keeping the family united and preventing division. The Han family's inheritance was a special ability within their bloodline. However, very few people truly knew what it was. You should feel honored. Han Lingtian's expression turned serious as his blood surged, suddenly activating the Han family's bloodline power. The surrounding spiritual energy swept through like a storm, crashing like waves against the shore, madly surging into his body. At this moment, even the people off the field could feel a powerful force accumulating within Han Lingtian. Han Lingtian stood tall under the sky, surrounded by rumbling sounds. He shouted in a low voice. Frost Spear! A dazzling blue light burst forth from his mouth. As expected, the Han family's bloodline talent is formidable. They can store ice power within their bodies and use it for counterattacks at critical moments. I've heard that every awakened ability in the Han family is related to ice. It seems true, otherwise, their inheritance wouldn't be the ability to store ice power. The crowd analyzed seriously, their respect for the Han family growing. Han Lingtian coldly shouted, Your name is Bai Shu, right? This move is the Han family's exclusive technique. How will you block it? His white hair fluttered, his eyes flashing with electricity, carrying a crazed, killing intent. This frost spear was formed from months of accumulated ice power, transformed into a short spear. Originally intended for self-defense during assessments or against strong enemies, it unexpectedly came in handy now. To condense another frost spear would take several more months. You'll die a worthy death. Han Lingtian was brimming with confidence, believing in the power of the frost spear. This ice power was strong enough to attack across levels. Currently, he was at the late stage of the Yi Chao realm, and the destructive power of this frost spear could harm an ability user who had just entered the Xingzhi realm. As for Su Bai, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to have reached the Xingzhi realm, so he absolutely couldn't withstand this strike. Truly worthy of being from a great family, Su Bai marveled. He couldn't imagine the shock if every awakened ability user in the Han family possessed this capability. It was like everyone had a life-saving card, and one that was permanently effective. The frost spear was exceptionally sharp, exuding a chilling aura. It even faintly carried destructive power capable of harming Xingzhi realm ability users. Seeing this, Su Bai no longer concealed his strength. He instantly elevated his flame aura to match the intensity of the frost spear. He was curious to see which was stronger at equal strength, the fire of Zhu Juyin or Han Lingtian's frost night ice. Blazing flames soared into the sky, burning everything around. The firelight reflected in his pitch-black eyes. The flames illuminated his face, making the lips of the onlookers dry, as if facing an uncontrollable volcanic eruption. The oppressive feeling from this ice spear is terrifying. Not only that, this young man's flames are astonishing. I feel like I'm standing in front of a volcano that could erupt at any moment. The soldiers stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. A middle-aged man stroked his beard in a daze, even unconsciously pulling out a few strands. This didn't look like a duel between two Yi Chao realm ability users, it was more like a battle between Xingzhi realm masters. Cheng Shu, who exactly is this friend of yours? Cheng Duran finally grew tense, frowning as he looked at Zheng Qingshu, who was sitting on the grass. This level of combat power, capable of contending with Han Lingtian's Han family talent, was definitely not ordinary. Fire element? Could he be from the Zhu family of Jinling? He began frantically recalling the prominent families in Longguo known for their fire attributes. Colonel Chang, sorry, I don't know either, Zhang Qingshu replied tactfully, with a hint of pride, declining Cheng Duran's inquiry. Cheng Duran's expression darkened, unable to ask further, and could only turn his gaze back to the battlefield. Go, Frost Spear. The cold aura in front of Han Lingtian had fully condensed. With a sharp shout, the Frost Spear transformed into a streak of light and shot out instantly. Whoosh! The sonic boom followed immediately. The Frost Spear shot out like lightning, its power unmatched, vowing to pierce through Subai. Earth Fire Blaze! Subai also shouted coldly. Instantly, flames around him transformed into countless ring-shaped fire circles, surrounding him layer by layer. Following that, a wave of flames surged like ocean waves, forcefully crashing forward. This wave of fire also rolled towards Han Lingtian. It was a move he had recently mastered, imitating Zhang Mei's stacked wave skill after being beaten by her. This guy. On the field, Zhang Mei's face turned frosty, full of surprise. She immediately recognized that this fiery wave carried the essence of her stacked waves. Although not perfect, it indeed grasped the core of her technique. If Subai could continuously release multiple fiery waves and stack them, the power would be absolutely astonishing. What kind of friends has Zhang Qingshu made? It seems I underestimated him before. Zhang Mei felt a bit regretful for harshly teaching Subai a lesson back then. Just once, and he could comprehend the essence of her stacked waves and use it. His talent was extremely rare. Of course, Subai was unaware of all this. He simply thought he was imitating Zhang Mei's move. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! The fiery waves in Frost Spear collided fiercely, producing deafening explosions. The point of impact erupted with a powerful airwave, rippling outward like waves. Whoosh! The airwave roared, making it almost impossible for people to stand steadily. As if they were in the center of a typhoon. The crowd below scrambled in chaos, with only Cheng Duran, Zhang Mei, and a few others managing to maintain their footing. This is already pure Walker-level combat power. Cheng Duran stood against the wind, his eyes gleaming, his expression complex. The airwave rippled outward, dispersing the white mist. The immense energy released by the collision of their attacks left everyone present in shock. Who won in the end? Who will be the last one standing? Whether soldiers or members of various families, everyone was filled with questions. They all wanted to know who would win this duel. As the white mist cleared, the scene on the field became visible. Two figures, one on the left and one on the right, stood firmly. Neither of them fell? Someone stared blankly, stunned. Could it be a draw? The Lu family leader asked softly, his face showing little expression. No, the match is over. Zhang Mei stepped forward, her tone calm. As if to confirm Zhang Mei's words, a few seconds later, one figure staggered and fell heavily onto the field. The one who fell is Han Lingtian. Someone stared at the white-haired figure, confirming without a doubt that Han Lingtian had already fainted on the ground. Han Lingtian lost. The Han family actually lost. Members of various families looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Tap, tap, tap. A steady sound of footsteps echoed as someone leisurely walked to the center of the field. Subai's eyes were as dark as ink, but brimming with confidence, his aura powerful, making people feel an involuntary sense of pressure. Nyayuer, right? Do you want to continue? Subai spoke, his gaze sharp as a blade. His previous easy defeat of Han Lingtian made Nyayuer tremble slightly at this moment, her eyes full of fear. I. Nyayuer was flustered, stammering, unable to form a complete sentence. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit her, her eyelids flipped, and she fainted directly. Bang! The scene froze, leaving only Subai and Nye Xiaoyu standing. Am I that scary? Subai innocently scratched his head, then gave a thumbs up to Nye Xiaoyu. In the corner. The champion is out, first place goes to Bai Shu, second place to Nye Xiaoyu. Zhang Mei revealed a satisfied smile, her eyes full of admiration for Subai. Although she had faced Subai before and already knew how strong he was, seeing him easily defeat Han Lingtian still made her uncontrollably happy. Cheng Duran's face, on the other hand, was frighteningly gloomy, showing no trace of joy. Seeing Subai win, a heavy shadow flashed in his eyes. Cheng Ji's expression was even worse, pale and bloodless from start to finish. In his heart, Subai was nothing short of a terrifying demon. Heroes emerge young. Cheng Duran sneered sarcastically, said no more, and turned to leave. Chang Ji and his officers followed closely behind. Nighttime, inside Zhang Mei's villa. I knew it, that brat Han Lingtian was bound to lose. Zhang Qingshu said cheerfully, sitting on the sofa in the living room. Just a normal performance. Subai took a sip of plain water, gently stroking the seemingly sleeping Xiao Bai on his lap. Do you know about the bloodline abilities of those major families? Subai's eyes sparkled as he asked. I know a little. Are you curious about a specific family's abilities or their inherited treasures? Zhang Qingshu leaned in, listening attentively. What exactly are bloodline abilities? Subai asked. Oh, so that's what you want to know. Zhang Qingshu slapped his thigh, looking as if he suddenly understood. Can you explain in detail? Subai continued to ask. Seeing his confidence. No problem. Zhang Qingshu patted his chest. You know about heaven-tier ability users, right? They're third-generation descendants or close relatives. Can inherit part of their abilities, which counts as an extension of the power. Does it stop after 3 generations? Subai asked. Technically, yes. Zhang Qingshu nodded. So, in those major families, as long as someone has special abilities, there must have been a heaven-tier ability user within 3 generations. I see. Subai nodded, indicating he understood. By the way, Brother Bai, take these resources. Zhang Qingshu patted his head and took out a storage ring, handing it to Subai. Bai accepted the ring, feeling that its space was enormous, several times larger than his previous storage bracelet. Inside were dozens of spirit crystals, a considerable amount. What is this? Subai asked. The value of these dozens of spirit crystals already exceeded all his savings. This is the reward for first place. It was originally meant for Han Lingtian, as a favor. I didn't expect you to take first place, Brother Bai. Zhang Qingshu laughed slyly. Subai also smiled, said no more. And directly put on the ring. Previously, he had been using a low-end storage bracelet obtained from Rotten Life Co., with a pitifully small capacity. Switching to this was practically an upgrade. Brother Bai, you don't need to participate in the preliminary test now. Do you have any plans next? Zhang Qingshu touched his face, asking. With a hint of cunning. No specific plans. Is there something you need? Subai slightly dodged, fearing the other might suddenly throw a heavy punch. Brother Bai, do you know where the second phase of the assessment will be held? Where? Subai was momentarily stunned, as he hadn't really thought about this question. He had been busy with the preliminary test, and the subsequent assessments hadn't been arranged yet. I haven't decided yet, Subai thought for a moment and answered honestly. The assessments in Longboy are held every September and divided into 3 stages, the preliminary test, the mid-stage competition, and the finals. The assessments are conducted through electronic data entry, unlike cultural exams held in various locations, and are ranked nationwide based on strength. The first stage scores participants on 3 aspects: ability control, physical fitness, and spiritual energy intensity, eliminating over 80% of ability users. Most of those eliminated are ability users at the initial awakening stage, who typically can only enter non-key universities. Of course, there are also strong ability users at the initial awakening stage who can challenge higher stage ability users and successfully advance. Thus, the exemption from the preliminary test is extremely valuable. Those who obtain exemption skip a large number of competitors, showcasing extraordinary strength or coming from influential families. The second and third stages are combat competitions. The second stage eliminates 99% of the remaining participants, leaving only top-tier talents for the third stage. Participants in the second stage enter key universities, while the third stage serves as the threshold for Longwa's most elite universities. If dissatisfied with their stage, ability users can challenge and continuously improve. There have been cases of ordinary ability users fighting their way from the second stage to the finals, entering elite universities. There's still a few days before the official start of the first stage's open selection. This period is for registration. Brother Bai, why don't you join me in the second stage mid-competition? Zhang Qingshu suggested. After all, the preliminary test can be registered for anywhere, but the mid-stage competition and finals must be attended at designated locations. The mid-stage competition is held in provincial capital cities, while the finals are arranged in the capital. How far is that place from here? Will we make it in time? Subai frowned, looking a bit worried. Don't worry, there's enough time. My sister has been busy handling some matters, training, and participating in missions in the desolate war zone, so I finally have a chance to relax. Zhang Qingshu waved his hand, indicating no problem. Just the two of us going? Subai asked. No, 3, including Nie Xiaoyu, Zhang. Qingshu replied. Wasn't she unconscious due to awakening from that special constitution? Subai asked in confusion. She said she wants to go too and mentioned that she only needs a day or two of rest, so it's not a big issue. Zhang Qingshu shrugged helplessly. Alright, then where are we going? Subai asked. Jinling. Layer upon layer of rocks, dense ancient forests. Mighty beasts as strong as mountains roared, their voices shaking the entire forest. Strange creatures twisted and crawled on the ground, leaving behind trails of white bones. A celestial leopard tore through hundreds of miles of mountains, only to be swallowed by the gaping mouth of a massive abyss descending from the sky. Thousands of bloodthirsty demon bats perched on ancient trees, only to be devoured by a giant snake engulfed in divine flames. This is a world of survival of the fittest, where only the strongest can endure. Deep underground in this primitive world, nearly 10,000 meters below the surface, suspended high-speed trains raced continuously beneath lies an enormous space, vast enough to accommodate a city, with no end in sight, stretching in all directions. Aircraft patrol the underground dome, and mysterious patterns glow faintly. Towering divine pillars support this massive underground expanse. Countless luminous spirit beads scatter across the sky, while invisible fluorescent particles float in the air, illuminating the entire underground space, ensuring ample light and clear visibility. This is a tunnel running through the entire Dragon Nation. However, rather than calling it a tunnel, it resembles an underground world that obscures the sky. The Dragon Nation has hundreds of such underground passages, connecting various major cities. Steel dragons traverse the tunnels ceaselessly. Subai gazed at the receding underground cityscape and stretched lazily. What an incredible feat of engineering! I wonder how much manpower it took to build such a colossal underground city, he marveled. This immense underground city, interconnected and spanning the entire Dragon Nation, could be considered a second world on par with the surface territory of the Dragon Nation. I heard this project was initiated due to the chaos during the Great Wilderness period, Zhang Qingshu said, sitting in his high-speed rail seat while eating. The Great Wilderness. Chaos? Subai looked up, thoughtful, recalling the stories he had read in books. It said the chaos in the Great Wilderness was caused by an extremely powerful entity emerging from the depths of a forbidden zone, with unparalleled strength, almost invincible. It was bloodthirsty, wantonly slaughtering the exotic beasts of the Great Wilderness, forcing many terrifying beings to flee their homes and even invade human territories, causing devastating losses, Nie Xiaoyu said, pouting angrily. Even worse, the sea regions took advantage of the chaos to invade, leading to centuries of turmoil and war. Although it was eventually quelled, countless lives were lost, and nearly half the cities were destroyed. From then on, the authorities began constructing another Dragon Nation underground to guard against future upheavals, Nie Xiaoyu concluded, smiling as she added, that's the origin of the underground Dragon Nation. Subai nodded, accepted the drink handed over by the attendant, thanked them repeatedly, and sat down to continue listening to Nie Xiaoyu. Ugh, no signal. Nie Xiaoyu suddenly removed her headphones, frowning. What's wrong? Zhang Qingshu and Su Bai exchanged glances and asked. The music froze, no signal, Nie Xiaoyu said, checking her phone. Maybe we passed through some forbidden zone, and the signal got blocked, Zhang Qingshu speculated. Subai also took out his phone, which showed no signal at all, leaving him puzzled. How could an underground city be built beneath a forbidden zone? Wouldn't it be discovered? Who said the underground city is directly under a forbidden zone? Maybe the forbidden zone is above us, Zhang Qingshu explained. A newly formed forbidden zone, or perhaps a moving one? Subai's mind flashed with this thought. He immediately called out to the system. System, can you detect the surface now? Report to the host, the current location is too far from the surface, the system cannot detect it. Subai understood, after all, they were deep underground, far from the surface, so it was normal for the system to be unable to assist. Never mind then. Just as Subai was about to give up, the system suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Warning! Warning! Unknown creatures detected within a 20-mile radius of the host. It is advised that the host immediately hide. Warning! Warning! Unidentified creature has appeared within 20 miles of the host. The system repeatedly issued warnings. Suddenly, the blood-red word warning appeared in the lower left corner of Subai's vision. The two characters were as red as blood, exuding a dangerous aura. This was the first time Subai had seen such a warning since obtaining the system. He trembled slightly, and the psionic energy within him began to fluctuate chaotically. Splash! He instinctively threw the drink in his hand, which happened to spill onto Zhang Qingshu's face. Nie Xiaoyu froze for a moment, a faint smile of amusement appearing on her face. At this moment, Subai was fully focused on the system warning, his face turning pale. Hide in place? Not even a chance to escape? He swallowed hard, his expression grave. System, what exactly is that? Unidentified creature, he asked seriously. Report to the host, unknown. Suggestion, hide in place. The target is only 15 miles away from the host. Zhang Qingshu wiped the drink off his face with a helpless expression and said, Brother Bai, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I accidentally spilled it, Subai explained. Reluctantly. He looked out at the pitch-black underground world outside the window, a sense of indescribable oppression surging in his heart. Instinctively, the aura of his wanderer-level cultivation erupted, and his psionic energy circulated rapidly, attempting to resist the heavy pressure. What is this guy doing? The surrounding passengers turned to look at Subai, seemingly curious about the commotion. Among them were several Earth-turn-level ability users. Brother Bai, why does your face look so pale? Zhang Qingshu asked with concern. Yeah, you seem really off. Nie Xiaoyu quickly chimed in, her gem-like clear eyes fixed on the tense Subai, filled with confusion. Subai furrowed his brows tightly, cold sweat streaming down, ignoring the voices of the two. A powerful life force is rapidly approaching, cannot resist. The target is 13 miles away from the host. 5 miles, 3 miles, the system kept issuing warnings, and Subai's expression grew increasingly grim. 3 miles, that's just 1,500 meters, practically face-to-face, he muttered to himself, his mind in chaos. If not for the mental fortitude gained from his wanderer-level breakthrough, he would have collapsed to the ground by now. Zhang Qingshu and Nie Xiaoyu were still full of confusion, clearly unaware of the entity's presence that only the system could detect. Subai gritted his teeth, blood almost seeping from the corner of his mouth, when the system suddenly sounded again. The target is 5 miles away from the host, 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles, the entity had left. It wasn't coming for him. The system's continuous updates finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. After a minute, the system returned to normal, and the warning ceased, indicating the enemy had moved far away. Only then did Subai realize his back was drenched in sweat. Brother Bai? Zhang Qingshu waved his hand anxiously in front of him. What is it? Subai snapped back to reality and quickly asked. This. Zhang Qingshu and Nie Xiaoyu exchanged glances, their faces showing difficulty in expressing themselves. Sorry, I got carsick, Subai forced a smile, brushing it off. After experiencing that life-and-death ordeal, anyone would feel unsettled. Both of them understood that he was evading the question, but it was hard to press further, so they had to change the topic and continue talking. Phew! Subai felt a heavy weight in his heart as he gazed out the window, his eyes reflecting the dark scenery outside the tunnel. It was a deep, silent underground world, lonely and oppressive. What kind of creature was the one the system warned about? Just now. Even the system had issued an unprecedented red alert. Previously, those two heaven-turn level beasts only triggered mild warnings, but now, the alarm was like doomsday, with two bright red warning words appearing at the corner of the system's interface. Could this be a creature even higher than the heaven-turn level? A king ceiling level, or something even more powerful? Subai couldn't help but speculate. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Subai's emotions gradually calmed, and his complexion returned to normal. Qingshu, our underground dragon kingdom is built 20 kilometers deep underground. What if we encounter subterranean beasts? Subai leaned against the window and asked softly. After all, if a powerful beast were to destroy the Earth's crust, the 20 kilometers of thick strata collapsing would leave almost no one alive. Perhaps those heaven-turn level and above beasts could handle it, but for him and other Earth-turn level ability users, the risk was too great. Beasts? Zhang Qingshu was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "Brother Bai, are you worried that there might be beasts here?" Subai nodded, his expression serious. "Brother Bai, you don't need to worry too much," Zhang Qingshu chuckled. "Our underground city is built to mimic an ant nest, with countless threads connecting the cities. The route we're on now is one of those lines." Subai remained silent, and Zhang Qingshu paused before continuing. "Every area is protected by powerful formations, and the underground city is virtually indestructible. The routes also have strict defenses. There are patrol teams on the surface, and the underground patrol teams are even stricter, responsible for ensuring safety everywhere. The electronic communication system receives information and arranges trains to run along safe high-speed rail routes, ensuring smooth transportation. So, ordinary passengers would never encounter beasts on the train, with the dual protection of formations and patrol teams," Zhang Qingshu explained confidently. "Not even a single exception?" Subai asked. "None." "I see." After receiving a definitive answer, Subai fell into deep thought. He became even more wary of the mysterious creature the system had warned about earlier. He even started to fear using this kind of underground transportation. Surface trains might be slower, but at least they were safe. That mysterious creature had managed to break through the dual defenses of formations and patrol teams, its power terrifying beyond Subai's imagination. Perhaps such creatures weren't isolated cases but could be scattered throughout the underground. This thought made his heart tighten. "Forget it, this isn't something I can deal with right now." He sighed and decided not to dwell on it further. After this thrilling episode, Subai felt exhausted and soon fell into a deep sleep. The other passengers, as the carriage quieted down, also began to doze off. Deep underground, only the rumbling of the steel dragon echoed. The great star collapses, the sun and moon wail. A figure fled through the starry sky, its body cracked and collapsing, with drifting blood mist radiating a crimson glow. The blood mist carried an overwhelming power, enough to crush an entire galaxy. Such a powerful being was actually fleeing. In desperation, blood rained scattering across the starry sky, shocking to behold. Chasing closely behind, another figure struck, its presence dominating heaven and earth, shattering space inch by inch, as the heavens wept and order and laws were reforged. Another unimaginable existence. In his hand, he conjured a pitch-black halberd. Blood energy swirling, its murderous aura intimidating the world, and he hurled it fiercely toward the fleeing figure ahead. As the demonic halberd swung out, the heavens and earth changed color, bloodlight surged skyward, resembling a slaughtering Buddha statue that instilled fear, like a demonic lord towering over the mortal realm. The strike pierced through time and space, instantly catching up to the divine figure ahead, seemingly about to pin it to the void. At the critical moment, the starry sky trembled violently. Brother Bai, we've arrived at our destination." Subai suddenly woke up, realizing it was just a dream. "Have we arrived in Jinling?" he asked. "Almost. We're now in the underground city beneath Jinling. Nie Xiaoyu squeezed past Zhang Qingshu, nearly causing him to fall, and said smugly. Su Bai nodded, packed his luggage, and the three of them walked out of the station together, heading into the city entrance along the glowing fluorescent pathway. Radiant lights and neon colors rose continuously. The sky was filled with fluorescent particles, draping the underground city in a dreamy veil, like a fairyland. This was a magnificent city, bright as day despite being deep underground. The ancient capital of 6 dynasties. Su Bai murmured softly. Let's go, let's find a hotel to stay in first. It'll be tomorrow afternoon before we can get to the surface, Zhang Qingshu remarked and quickly suggested. The three entered the city and found a relatively luxurious hotel. A room for 3, Zhang Qingshu had just spoken when Nie Xiaoyu punched him in the stomach, causing him to crouch down in pain. 2 rooms, please, Nie Xiaoyu said. Smugly. 2 rooms? You're making us 2 grown men share a room? Zhang Qingshu finally recovered, looking helpless. Dream on. I'll share with Brother Bai, and you can sleep alone. Nie Xiaoyu grinned like a crescent moon. You're overthinking it. You might be willing, but Brother Bai might not be, Zhang Qingshu retorted. Shut up. You fatso. Call me Brother Qingshu. Dream on. The two bickered back and forth, so much so that Su Bai in the middle covered his ears. Seriously, Su Bai shook his head with a wry smile. He then stopped them and said to the receptionist, 3 rooms, please. He had too many secrets and couldn't afford to share a room with anyone. All right, I'll arrange that for you immediately, the receptionist responded politely, her face slightly flushed, as Su Bai was quite handsome. Ah, why? Nie Xiaoyu pouted in disappointment. After booking the rooms, the 3 carried their luggage and completed the check-in process. Su Bai entered his room, exhaled deeply, and was about to start cultivating. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Su Bai paused for a moment, then got up to open it. Standing outside was Zhang Qingshu, wearing a mischievous grin. Zhang Qingshu, what do you want? Su Bai immediately sensed he was up to no good from his expression. How about we go relax? Ha? Big health care. Zhang Qingshu raised his eyebrows, revealing a meaningful expression that only men would understand. Question mark. Su Bai was stunned and immediately refused. Come on, Brother Bai, listen to me. Actually, what we wash is not our feet, but the fatigue of walking on the road of life. What they press are not acupoints, but the edges of our personalities that life has worn smooth. Think about it, when the lights come on and she ties up her hair in that moment, love or not doesn't matter anymore. Perhaps, in this noisy world, we can leave her a little bit of comfort. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Zhang Qingshu clutched his nose, crying out in pain. Inside the room, Su Bai was speechless, his mind filled with black lines. It's just foot washing, who makes it so elaborate? I was almost convinced. Su Bai covered his face, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This little chubby Zhang Qingshu was simply outrageous. It seemed that without his cousin around, he had completely let himself go. Exhaling lightly, Su Bai calmed himself down and lay on the soft, white velvet bed that felt like feathers, as if wrapped in warm water, instantly dissipating all his fatigue. This bed was made from the fur of the rare beast, the snow swan, incredibly precious and impossible to buy. Its effects were immediate. As soon as Su Bai lay down, a wave of exhaustion surged over him like the tide. But suddenly, he remembered something and took out 2 oval objects resembling transparent crystal balls from his pocket. Inside the crystals, 2 creatures were clearly visible, a snake and a cat, their breaths calm, eyes closed, lifelike as wax figures. But these were not sculptures, they were real, living beings. They were obviously Xiao Bai and Xiao Chang. Now, they seemed to be in a deep sleep, their bodies surrounded by a protective crystal shell. How strange, Su Bai muttered to himself. The abnormality of Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing had started the night he and Zhang Qingshu decided to go to Jinling. At first, he thought they were just tired, but now it seemed the reason was not so simple. Thinking back, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing had been noticeably less active recently. They used to move around constantly, but now they were almost motionless. System, do you know what's wrong with Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing? Subai stroked his chin and placed the two crystal balls on the bedside table. He had no clues and couldn't help but worry. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing had already become his family. Host, would you like me to scan them for you? The system's cold voice sounded, and Subai, long accustomed to it, nodded lightly. Starting scan, ding. Scan complete. How is it? Are they sick? Subai's eyes revealed his anxiety as he asked urgently. Host, the creatures inside the crystals show no signs of illness. On the contrary, their bodies are filled with powerful energy. Powerful energy? Subai looked at the cat and snake inside the crystals with confusion and couldn't help but tap on the crystal. Ding ding. Ding. The crystal was very hard, yet surprisingly light in weight. Then what's wrong with Xiaobai and Xiaoqing? Subai scratched his head, not understanding medical principles. Host, there is a 99% chance that the creatures inside the crystals are undergoing evolutionary transformation. The system answered truthfully. Evolution? Subai murmured, could Xiaobai and Xiaoqing be divine beasts? Aren't they ordinary creatures? How could they evolve? Host, based on the situation, they possess the bloodline of high-level exotic beasts. They are not ordinary creatures but exotic beasts. Exotic beasts? Xiaobai and the others won't fail in their evolution, will they? Please rest assured, host. The scan results show that their bodies contain immense energy. The probability of failure is 0, they are guaranteed to evolve in a positive direction. The system's analysis finally allowed Subai to breathe a sigh of relief. How long will their evolution take? He continued to ask. In his previous world, the evolution of divine beasts and magical beasts was extremely difficult. If it took hundreds of years, that would be too tragic. The system is unclear. Well, Subai sighed, then pulled himself together. It seemed that he couldn't get too close to Xiaobai and Xiaoqing for the time being. He exhaled a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began circulating his true energy to cultivate. The vastness of the heavens and earth made strength the most important thing. Without strength, everything was empty. It was like the mysterious creature he sensed in the subway earlier, which reminded him of the fear and helplessness he felt the first time he entered the Scarlet Forest. The difference was that back then, he hadn't even sensed his exotic apertures. Now, he was an extreme traveler who had reached the pinnacle. Yet, the sense of powerlessness still lingered. The three-star sea apertures absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, surging like tidal waves. Compared to the Scarlet Forest, the concentration of spiritual energy here was several times higher. No wonder this is the ancient capital of 6 dynasties. The spiritual energy is so dense, those with abilities living here must progress much faster than others. Red mist swirled within his body, the power of the candle 9 yin's flames continuously purifying, surging, and being controlled. Time flew by, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, he had further consolidated his strength. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. Buzz. In the silent room, apart from Subai's steady breathing, a faint vibration came from his pocket, pulling him out of his cultivation. Who sent me a message? He calmed his breathing and muttered to himself as the red mist gradually dissipated. Subai reached out and took out his phone. His eyes immediately lit up with joy. Finally. It's over. What a nightmare. In the message list, a new message flashed, and the nickname at the top of the chat box clearly read Good Buddy. It was a message from Lu Yenla. It seemed his special training had ended, and he was back. Subai laughed heartily and immediately replied, "What's up?" "Special training over," he teased. A few seconds later, Lu Yenla's message popped up. Damn, it was so tough. I almost couldn't hold on. Those bastards. If I didn't want freedom, I would have given up long ago. Lu Yenla vented like a flood. Then why didn't you give up? Shut up. Lu Yenla replied irritably, then asked, how have you been lately? Very happy, 10 times. Happier than you. Subai recalled the experiences of the past month and smiled faintly. I'm not happy. 10 times 0 is still 0. What a talent. The two Chatted enthusiastically, messages popping up continuously. By the way, where are you now? After joking around, Lu Yinla put away his humor and asked seriously. Jinling, but underground, Su Bai answered honestly. You're in Jinling too? Lu Yinla sent a message along with a panda emoji that read, Are you kidding me? You too? Didn't you go back to your family? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit puzzled. Could it be your family is also in Jinling? Lu Yinla didn't reply immediately but sent a string of messages after a while. I originally wanted to approach you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was indifference and alienation. I won't pretend anymore, I'll be honest. Yes, you're right about everything you said. Seeing this message, Su Bai could almost hear his mischievous yet helpless tone. When shall we meet? Su Bai typed quickly and clicked send. Unlike the tunnels where steel dragons roamed, there were no signal dead zones here. On the contrary, as the underground of an ancient capital, the network was exceptionally smooth. On the day of the preliminary test, we'll meet in front of the Jinling City Government Building, which happens to be the test site. All right. After replying, Su Bai saw Lu Yinla go offline and put away his phone. Now it's 8 o'clock, just the right time to go out for a walk. At this moment, he was in an exceptionally good mood. Looking out the window, the bustling cyber city shone like a luminous pearl underground, radiating a soft yet dazzling glow. He got up, took a few steps out of the room, activated the hidden spirit orb, and his figure vanished at the street corner. He hadn't properly explored this underground city of Jinling yet. Fluorescent lights flickered, and the city was ablaze with brilliance. The underground city was vibrant and colorful. Outside, towering buildings, winding iron tracks occasionally saw trains forged from steel speeding by. Rows of screens displayed news and advertisements, while the lights of buildings and streets intertwined into dazzling bands of light. Virtual humanoid projections danced gracefully in the air, their songs melodious, petals drifting with the wind. Light and shadow traversed the city, with blue and red light patterns radiating outward from the center, flowing endlessly. This was the underground city of night. A world completely different from the surface. Some people had long abandoned life on the surface, choosing to reside here permanently. Arrays, rare treasures, and extraordinary abilities, these supernatural forces enabled the creation of this city that shouldn't have existed. In the city center, on a fluorescent lit street, crowds surged. Yet the street was almost empty. Brother, what's going on? Why is it so lively today? A burly red-haired man asked curiously. He had lived in the underground city for a long time, and although it was always bustling, such a grand scene was unprecedented. Haven't you heard? Today, Jiang Shui, the daughter of Jinling Underground City's lord, achieved excellent results in the annual assessment. She's out inspecting the city, offering blessings and bringing good fortune, said a thin man with black-framed glasses excitedly. She's the #1 beauty in the city. His eyes were full of admiration and love, as if he were gazing at his idol. The red-haired man stood in shock, unable to believe he would see Jiang Shui, the top beauty of Jinling Underground City, today. His legs almost gave way. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded across the city, as people of all ages hoped to catch a glimpse of Jiang Shui's beauty. The streets grew increasingly crowded, even requiring the deployment of Black Rock level patrol teams to maintain order. The city's patrol teams were divided into Black Rock, Silver, and Crimson Gold levels, with higher levels indicating greater strength. Patrols outside the city generally only required Silver and Crimson Gold personnel. Silver-level patrol teams could easily handle Pseudoforce realm ability users, while Crimson Gold level teams could contend with True Force or even half-step Spirit domain experts. The patrol teams inside the city were vastly different from those outside. As one primarily maintained order while the other focused on city defense, even the Black Rock level patrol team wouldn't dare to easily defy them, as the Lord of Jinling Underground City is a powerhouse beyond the Spirit domain. Not to mention, the patrol team is officially dispatched, so no matter how strong they are, they must act according to the rules. The #1 beauty of Jinling Underground City? Su Bai mingled in the crowd, listening to the discussions around him, and muttered softly. Judging by the situation, the beauty named Zhang Shui might be his competitor. As he was pondering, a large hand suddenly reached out from behind him. Su Bai frowned slightly, let out a cold snort, and moved as fast as lightning, turning around to grab the hand. Although his hand was smaller than the other person's, his strong physique, like forged steel, firmly gripped the hand. The man hadn't expected Su Bai to react so quickly. He had assumed the other was merely an ability user at the Yiqiao level. What surprised him even more was Su Bai's powerful physical strength, which rendered him, a late-stage Yiqiao physical specialist, completely immobile. What are you doing? Su Bai's gaze was icy, exuding the unique oppressive aura of the Xingzhe level, directed solely at the man. I just heard you mention Zhang Shui, the beauty, and wanted to make friends with you. The man stammered. After meeting Su Bai's eyes, he felt a chill down his spine and broke out in a cold sweat. No need, thanks. Su Bai's gaze was sharp as a blade, scanning him briefly. Seeing no malicious intent, he released his grip and turned to walk toward another part of the crowd. After Su Bai left, the man let out a long sigh and wiped his sweat. Is this guy really at the Yiqiao level? Why do I feel more intimidated facing him than when facing someone at the Xingzhe level? He shook his head, his wrist pale and aching from the grip. Still, I managed to gain something. He patted his chest and smiled, saying, this time, I got another one. As he spoke, he instinctively reached for his waist, only to find nothing there. Ha! Wait, where's the storage pouch I stole? Hold on. My storage pouch is gone. Stunned for a moment, his face alternated between pale and green, looking as if he'd swallowed a bitter melon. Damn it, trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice instead. That pouch contained treasures I've accumulated over the years. He wailed inwardly, about to curse, but turned his head to glance around cautiously, afraid of being overheard. His eyes darted around, and seeing that Su Bai was nowhere in sight, he couldn't help but curse loudly. After venting, he resigned himself with a sigh and left. Elsewhere, Su Bai tossed the storage pouch in his hand. Ordinary people didn't have storage rings, at most, they used storage bracelets, but most relied on storage pouches. Given their affordability, storage pouches were the best choice despite the limited space of storage bracelets. Su Bai himself had prepared several storage pouches. This storage pouch doesn't have anything valuable. The pouch was small, with only 1 or 2 cubic meters of space. Su Bai examined the contents, which included some spirit grass, daily necessities, and a few ordinary coins. But Su Bai wasn't surprised. After all, a seemingly not-so-wealthy Yiqiao level ability user wouldn't have anything too good in their storage pouch. However, what shocked him was that nearly a quarter of the small space was filled with colorful fabrics. Judging by their appearance, these were clearly women's intimate clothing. What a peculiar hobby. Su Bai's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. He put the storage pouch away as the noise ahead grew louder. She's here, she's here. Zhang Shui, the beauty, has arrived. Miss Jiang, I love you. The crowd surged like boiling water, excitedly moving in all directions. In the distance, several massive floating airships slowly approached, gleaming with golden light and dazzling with bright lanterns. This setup really has a bit of a retro vibe, Su Bai thought to himself, his gaze fixed on the few people standing on the foremost airship. Just how powerful is this Zhang Shui beauty? In the brightly lit city skyscrapers, neon lights shimmered like a floating water surface. Several giant airships hovered in the air, moving slowly as if sailing on a river. On the deck of the most luxurious airship, a few people stood. At the forefront were a man and a woman. The woman exuded extraordinary grace, her willow-like eyebrows as if painted, dressed in white, resembling a celestial being from the heavens. A gentle breeze revealed her elegant figure faintly, making it hard to look away. Her hands were fair and delicate, her neck long and graceful like a lotus on a snowy mountain, her skin crystal clear and radiant. A beauty almost beyond belief. Yet, her eyes still carried a hint of innocence. It wasn't hard to imagine how stunning she would be when her demeanor fully matured. She was the daughter of the underground city lord of Jinling and was widely recognized as the city's #1 beauty, Zhang Shui. Beside her stood a man of remarkable bearing, his face showing arrogance as he looked down at the crowded masses below. His purple-green eyes revealed disdain. "Schwer, I really don't understand why we need to care about these ordinary people," he said haughtily to Jiang Shui. As the adopted son of Jinling City Lord, he considered himself superior. "Jiang Fan, don't say such things. The great ancestor once said, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Never underestimate ordinary people." Jiang Shui frowned slightly, giving Jiang Fan a stern look to remind him. "Got it," Jiang Fan replied, though inwardly he muttered, didn't the great ancestor also rely on immense power to stabilize the situation? He turned his head, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Sigh. Jiang Shui sighed as she looked at Jiang Fan's defiant expression. This younger brother had decent talent and good looks, making him a promising individual, but he was stubborn and arrogant, looking down on others. If he didn't change, he would bring trouble to the Jiang family sooner or later. However, the most important thing now is the assessment. It's said that the rewards for the top 10 this year will be particularly generous. I must strive for it. Jiang Shui's eyes sparkled with determination. Her cultivation level was not yet at the peak. According to her plan, she needed to gain the support of most people in the city to maximize the power of her family's inherited treasures. And to gain support, the items in her storage ring were particularly crucial. She revealed a gentle yet elegant smile, gazing at the dense crowd below her. Spiritual energy surged within her, radiating a dazzling light, making her appear even more holy. "Jiang Shui, the beauty. You are kinder than a celestial maiden from the heavens." Cheers erupted like waves from the crowd. Subai leaned against the side, staring at the radiant Jiang Shui, flames igniting in his eyes. "This woman is really popular," he muttered to himself. "And her talent is impressive. She's already an early-stage traveler-level ability user." Subai had investigated Jiang Shui's information, but he still didn't know what ability she possessed. On the airship, Jiang Shui scanned the crowd below, her brows furrowing slightly as she sensed something, her gaze locking onto a specific spot in the crowd. Did she notice? Subai raised an eyebrow, showing no fear and no intention to avoid, his gaze meeting Jiang Shui's directly. The two locked eyes. "This guy, I can't see through him?" Jiang Shui stared at Subai in the crowd, utterly surprised. Subai wasn't disguising himself, and even if he were, she could use her clan's secret technique to determine his bone age. This person was clearly her age, yet she couldn't discern his cultivation level. Whether it was due to concealed treasures or other reasons, it all indicated that he was no ordinary person. "These past days, I've been able to recognize all the geniuses arriving in the underground city, so why is there no information about him in my mind?" Jiang Shui pondered silently, but her eyes remained fixed on Subai, smiling without speaking. "It seems this place is truly full of hidden talents." Just as Jiang Shui was about to take action, Jiang Fan spoke up. "Sister Shui, why are you staring at that person for so long?" Standing beside Jiang Shui, he had noticed her gaze lingering in one direction for quite a while. Following her line of sight, he saw a handsome young man also staring at Jiang Shui, and his face immediately darkened. However, he maintained his composure and asked calmly, "It's nothing." Jiang Shui withdrew her gaze and looked ahead. "Speed up the boat. Let's finish patrolling the city quickly and return to the city center to start the blessing ceremony." "Understood, Sister Shui." Jiang Fan didn't press further, though his eyes carried a cold glint. On the surface, he appeared calm as he turned and entered the boat, followed by several old servants. "Did you see that reckless guy just now?" Jiang Fan's face darkened as he left Jiang Shui, his tone icy. "We saw him, young master," one of the old servants replied with his head lowered. "Find some people and get rid of him. But, if he has connections." The old servants exchanged hesitant glances. "Are you all out of your minds? Which young person with connections in Jinling Underground City hasn't been approved by the city lord's mansion? How could I not know?" Jiang Fan snorted coldly, reprimanding them. The two old servants dared not argue, and quickly nodded. "Remember, don't meddle in things you shouldn't." Zhang Fan sneered, his twisted heart filled with extreme possessiveness. He already loathed the young man who had exchanged glances with Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui, I won't allow anyone to covet you. Whether it's Jinling Underground City or you yourself, everything belongs to me. On the street below the city, Jiang Shui withdrew her gaze, and Su Bai also ended the stare-off. He might not have realized that with just one glance, he had earned Zhang Fan's enmity. With my current strength as an extreme walker, I can handle most dangers. But my body has become a weakness. Watching the boat accelerate overhead and fly into the distance, Su Bai decided not to concern himself further and turned to leave. I remember the system gave me a Zhu Juin body refining card. Looks like it's time to use it. Su Bai found a restaurant and filled his stomach. He sent messages to Zhang Qingshu and Nie Xiaoyu, bringing back a few meals as they had requested, and returned to the hotel. While eating, he noticed his appetite had grown astonishingly large. He could eat enough for 10 people before feeling full. However, he didn't dwell on it, as he was an extreme walker and possessed Zhu Juin, making his body extraordinary. In Zhang Qingshu's room, the three of them finished dinner and chatted for a while. An hour had passed by the time they noticed. Seeing it was getting late, Su Bai prepared to return to his room to cultivate. At this hour, do people in this city not sleep? Su Bai walked to the window. The streets were still crowded and bustling with activity. The situation is different these days. Besides, there's no concept of day and night in the dungeon. Zhang Qingshu said casually while gnawing on a chicken leg. Truly worthy of being the city of night, Su Bai remarked with a sigh. Don't worry, it's the same in the dungeons of any major city, Zhang Qingshu replied. At that moment, Su Bai's eyes suddenly narrowed. He abruptly felt a surge of powerful energy rising rapidly. What's going on? Su Bai's expression changed as he blurted out. He sensed a strong aura and immediately looked out the window. In the city center, a blue pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Zhang Qingshu and Nie Xiaoyu also sensed the aura, but their faces remained calm, as if they had expected it. Brother Bai, don't worry. This is a unique blessing that appears in the Jinling dungeon every few years. Looks like we're in luck this time. Zhang Qingshu said nonchalantly, wiping his greasy lips with a napkin. That's right, Brother Bai Shu. This is the blessing of the guardian beast of the Jinling dungeon. We're really fortunate this time, Nie Xiaoyu said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Blessing? Su Bai repeated. He had indeed heard rumors about blessings on the streets, but he didn't know the specifics. That's right. It's a fortune brought by the guardian beast of the Jinling dungeon every few years. It significantly enhances the abilities of those with special powers, Nie Xiaoyu explained, adding, you'll feel its effects soon enough. But being able to witness this scene in person is quite rare. As she spoke, she pulled Zhang Qingshu and Su Bai toward the balcony. The balcony faced the street, offering a wide view, perfect for observing the extraordinary sight. Despite some buildings obstructing the view, Su Bai could still see the strange glow surrounding the blue pillar of light. The pillar was dazzling, like a column supporting the heavens, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. He was certain that even a spirit domain level ability user couldn't emit such a powerful aura. The only possibility was a heaven-turning level ability user. A heaven-turning level guardian beast? Su Bai's eyes reflected the blue light in the city center as he muttered under his breath. As he was deep in thought, a massive blue phantom suddenly appeared beneath the light pillar in the city center. The phantom was hazy and dreamlike, its body as enormous as a mountain, capable of covering several skyscrapers with a single movement. What kind of monster is this? Its body is so huge. Su Bai exclaimed in shock. He had never seen such a colossal beast before, let alone one living in a dungeon thousands of meters underground, right in the city center. Fortunately, it was just a phantom, otherwise, a single movement could destroy several buildings. From a distance, the golden, glittering, and brightly lit skyscrapers looked like toy models. The phantom resembled a sea creature, with fins and a deep blue body embedded with shimmering ocean gemstones. Its long whiskers floated like jellyfish tentacles in the water. It swam slowly upward along the light pillar, as if the air had turned into water, ascending gently with no visible end in sight. At this moment, the entire city seemed to freeze. Everyone who witnessed this scene held their breath. Su Bai and the others were also dumbfounded. After a long while, Zhang Qingshu reacted, amazing. Truly worthy of being the guardian beast of Nanjing, the provincial capital. Qingshu, do you know what kind of monster that is? Su Bai asked, staring at the blue phantom swimming in the air. Of course, that's a beast from the deep sea, the king of ichthyosaurs, the ichthyosaur king. Zhang Qingshu, also stunned by the sight, spoke with reverence. The ichthyosaur king? The word king alone indicated that this creature was far from ordinary, definitely beyond the spiritual domain. How could such a powerful monster willingly become the guardian beast of Jinling's underground city? And aren't ichthyosaurs deep-sea creatures? Su Bai was extremely puzzled. A beast, theoretically only capable of living in the deep sea, had appeared tens of thousands of meters underground. This was simply unbelievable. I really don't know the origin and details of the ichthyosaur king are beyond the knowledge of people like us. Zhang Qingshu scratched his head and replied. Even with your status, you don't know? Su Bai asked. No. This is an internal secret of Jinling. My grandfather might not even know. Even if he does, given my low level, he wouldn't tell me, Zhang Qingshu admitted honestly. Indeed, beings with the title king were completely inaccessible to low-level ability users. Su Bai nodded lightly. System, is this ichthyosaur king the same mysterious and powerful creature we encountered in the underground tunnel before? He asked the system in his mind. Comparing data mismatch. Comparison failed. Report to host, confirmed that the two are not the same creature. Wrong guess? Su Bai frowned. It seemed the mysterious monster encountered earlier was not this ichthyosaur king. Whether on the surface, in the sky, in the ocean, or underground, danger lurked everywhere. He took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. One day, he would become strong enough to fear no threat in this world. He silently vowed to himself. Whether in Huangdong, on the way to Jinling, or even now, he felt he was too weak. This world was full of powerful beings, unknowns, and mysteries. The weak would never have a chance to survive. The phantom of the ichthyosaur king slowly ascended along the blue light column, gradually swimming higher into the sky. At a certain height, it stopped ascending and hovered in the air. Swish! Suddenly, its body emitted dazzling blue starlight, specks of brilliance shining brightly. At this moment, it seemed to transform into a starry sky. Even tens of thousands of meters underground, it reflected patches of starlight. So beautiful. Su Bai and Zhang Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It's coming. Nya. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, shimmering with excitement. Women's sensitivity to beauty was often sharper than men's, and she was deeply captivated by the spectacular scene. The ichthyosaur king hovered high in the air, its phantom flickering with specks of starlight. The entire city's residents were mesmerized by this magnificent sight. No matter how many times the long-term residents had seen it, they were always left speechless by the scene. Woo woo woo. The sound, resembling a baby's cry yet sharp like a whistle, suddenly emanated from the phantom of the ichthyosaur king, instantly filling the entire underground city. The sound rippled like water waves, resonating in everyone's hearts, smooth as silk gently brushing past, making one feel as if they were immersed in a deep blue ocean. It was an ethereal sound, difficult to describe with words, usually only heard in the deepest parts of the sea, yet now it had appeared in the Jinling underground city. As the sound faded, the phantom of the fish dragon king rolled in the air, then suddenly dove toward the ground. What is it trying to do? Su Bai squinted slightly, observing the series of movements of the fish dragon king. Could it be trying to crash into the ground? He speculated internally. Such a powerful beast, could it really pose no danger? To be honest, every move of the massive fish dragon king in the sky made Su Bai extremely tense. He was not accustomed to the feeling of being protected by a beast that could crush him with one hand. In his view, power had to be in his own hands to feel secure. Don't worry, the fish dragon king has been guarding the Jinling underground city for hundreds of years and has never harmed anyone, Besides, beasts of this level have intelligence that is no less than humans, perhaps even higher, and would never break the rules, Zheng Qingshu quickly reassured Su Bai upon noticing his anxiety. Exactly, and guardian beasts aren't exclusive to the Jinling underground city. Throughout human history, they have been an indispensable presence. Nie Xiaoyu leaned against the railing, resting her cheek on her hand, muttering as she explained. Hearing this, Su Bai's tense mood finally began to relax. However, his gaze remained fixed on the phantom of the fish dragon king diving from high above. Brother Bai, just keep watching. What comes next will be a breathtakingly beautiful sight, Zhang Qingshu said leisurely, having somehow procured a reclining chair, sitting down and gently rocking it with a relaxed expression. As the three conversed, the crowd in the city was also buzzing with discussion. Wait, the guardian beast seems to be diving down. Shouldn't we be dodging? A newly arrived ability user asked nervously, his face pale. Although the starry sky scene earlier had captivated him, now that his life was at stake, how could he not be anxious? As soon as he spoke, several old residents nearby showed disdainful expressions. A tall, fiery, and wild beauty blurted out, "Where did this country bumpkin come from, daring to speak like that about our guardian deity?" That's right, the guardian deity would never harm us. An outsider who hasn't even witnessed the blessing. Just shut up. Her words immediately drew more long-term residents, who had experienced and accepted the blessing, to join in criticizing the doubting newcomer. Seeing the crowd's rising anger, the man could only lower his head in silence, his face flushed with embarrassment. While the crowd below the city was in heated discussion. Atop the high-rise in the city center, Jiang Shui and Zhang Fan stood side by side. Looking at this phantom, the fish dragon king's power remains formidable. Jiang Fan said with a glint of envy in his eyes. If he possessed such power, the entire Jinling underground city would be his. He felt that such immense power was wasted on the fish dragon king. If it were him, he would never be content with guarding just one corner of the world. Jiang Fan, don't just look at the surface. Jiang Shui frowned, her eyes reflecting a blue light, filled with worry. Although the fish dragon king still appears strong now, its lifespan is nearing its end. If unable to advance within a few years, the prosperity of Jinling underground city will be gone forever. The fish dragon king's lifespan is nearing its end? Jiang Fan was stunned. This kind of news was beyond his reach, only the heir, Jiang Shui, had access to it. Once this news leaks, it will only cause panic and affect the city's prosperity. After all, Jinling underground city ranks first thanks to the protection and blessings of the fish dragon king. After speaking, Jiang Shui silently cursed herself for letting it slip. She immediately became serious and solemnly instructed, "Make sure this doesn't spread." "Don't worry, Sister Shui, I understand such matters." Jiang Fan smiled lightly, the gleam in his eyes revealing that he already had plans in mind. It seems the opportunity has arrived, even heaven is helping him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Woo woo woo. In the sky, the phantom of the fish dragon king dived rapidly. Its massive body, like a falling meteor, covered a quarter of the city's sky. The light it emitted not only failed to darken the city but instead made the night even brighter. Like a meteor crashing down, the fish dragon king's phantom was about to touch the ground in the blink of an eye. Is it going to collide? Su Bai was almost blinded by the pure blue light. He had to admit, the scene was breathtakingly beautiful. But unexpectedly, when the fish dragon king's phantom touched the ground, there was no anticipated loud noise. Instead, a crisp sound of glass shattering spread throughout the city. The sound wasn't loud but carried far, evoking the tranquility of the deep sea. Crack! The crisp sound echoed in everyone's hearts. People looked up and saw the fish dragon king's phantom shatter instantly upon contact with the ground. The fish dragon king's phantom just shattered like that? A newly arrived ability user stared wide-eyed, stammering. The next moment, he closed his mouth. The fragments suddenly transformed into countless dazzling blue starlights, resembling high-purity blue diamonds, scattering everywhere. Like waves of blue light, they surged from the city center in all directions. In an The entire city witnessed countless blue streams of light streaking across the night sky. This light was brighter than fluorite, more radiant than luminous pearls. Blooming like a dream. Subai couldn't help but think of the phrase, when a whale dies, it nourishes countless lives in the deep sea. But before him was a fish dragon. Not a whale. Swish. 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 Soon, those streams of light began searching for targets, like optical cables, blue lines covering the entire city. One by one, streams of light entered the bodies of the city's inhabitants. Several blue streams of light flew directly toward Subai and his group. Subai's eyes tightened, preparing to dodge, but Zhang Qingshu stopped him. Don't be afraid, these are harmless to people. They are the essence extracted from the fish dragon king's spiritual blessings. Beneficial to those with abilities. Subai had no choice but to stop and quietly watch the streams of light approach them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several blue streams of light, like meteors, struck Subai and the others directly. The blue light points collided with them, transforming into crystalline energy powder that slowly dissipated into the air. There was no pain or impact. Subai only felt a cool sensation at the point of contact, which quickly spread throughout his body. Subai's eyes lit up slightly, revealing a look of surprise. He felt an unusual change within his body. What shocked him was that the circulation speed of the spiritual energy in his body had increased several times compared to before. He estimated that the effect of 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 5 days previously. It must be noted that he was an extreme walker, a top-tier existence among the walker realm, and the circulation speed of spiritual energy in his body was already much faster than that of ordinary walkers. Generally, treasures and elixirs had little effect on him. The same resources might be like a surging river for other walkers, but for him, they were merely a trickling stream. After all, he had already reached the limit of an extreme walker in the mid-walker stage, with combat power comparable to a half-step pseudo-force ability user, so ordinary resources had limited impact on him. But now, the circulation speed of spiritual energy in his body had increased nearly 5-fold. How could he not be shocked? The circulation speed of spiritual energy in my body has increased by at least 10-fold. If this state can be maintained, I could break through to the mid-stage of the ability aperture realm in just a few days. Zhang Qingshu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed. Does this acceleration have a time limit? Subai asked. Of course, this accelerated state can only last for about 2 days. Nie Xiaoyu's spiritual energy circulation speed had also increased more than 10-fold, making 1 day of cultivation equivalent to over 10 days normally. Her complexion was rosy, and she was in a great mood. Subai nodded, finally understanding. If this acceleration were permanent, the consequences would be unimaginable. This blessing was effective for everyone in the city, and even his spiritual energy circulation speed as an extreme walker had been greatly enhanced, not to mention those ability users in the initial awakening and ability aperture realms. If it were permanent, the entire underground city would have long become a gathering place for top-tier ability users. If this were in Yang City, such treatment would be unthinkable, Subai muttered to himself. He still remembered that before he awakened his abilities, there was no such good fortune in Yang City. In fact, ordinary people could never enjoy such benefits. Yang City also had an underground city, but Subai had never been there and could hardly find any information about it. Those who could enter the underground city were either ability users, permanent residents, or wealthy and powerful individuals. As a child from an orphanage, he had no access to any channels to learn about the underground city. Now that he was an ability user in the Walker realm, his perspective was entirely different. This was the world of ability users, completely distinct from the world of ordinary people. The Dragonfish King's blessing truly lives up to its name, Zhang Qingshu couldn't help but praise, very satisfied with the spiritual energy acceleration effect. Did you come to Jinling partly for this blessing? Subai asked. I just felt there might be a chance to encounter it, but I didn't expect to actually catch it, Zhang Qingshu replied with a smile as he stood up. Alright, I'm off to cultivate. It's getting late. Good night. The three of them cleaned up the kitchen waste and returned to their respective rooms. At midnight, the neon lights scattered, and the blue beams gradually dimmed, disappearing into the night sky. It seemed that everyone who received the blessing was seizing the time to cultivate, and the originally bustling sleepless city suddenly became quiet. Only the patrol teams continued to guard the city's safety along the streets and tunnels. Qingshu said the departure time is tomorrow afternoon, so counting tonight, I have about 1 day left to cultivate. On the bed, Subai sat cross-legged, with the 3-star C apertures in his body rapidly operating, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The blessing of the Fish Dragon King greatly enhanced the flow of spiritual energy, and he could clearly feel his strength and cultivation improving rapidly. System, use the candle 9-ing pressure body refining card now, Subai said to the system. Are you sure, host? Using the candle 9-ing pressure body refining card will cause a significant commotion. The system's voice echoed in his mind, reminding Subai. He immediately thought of the mysterious creature he had encountered in the tunnel earlier and dismissed the idea of using the pressure card for body refining. Then next time. Subai sighed lightly. It seemed that the shortcomings of his physical body would have to be addressed later. Currently, his physical strength was indeed somewhat lacking, but only in comparison to his other aspects. For other Walker-level ability users, his physical fitness was already at a monstrous level. I am now in a peculiar state, the extreme walker. If analyzed carefully, my realm is mid-walker, with speed and physical strength equivalent to late walker. My spiritual energy utilization has reached peak walker, and my combat power far surpasses ordinary walkers, reaching the extreme level, Subai analyzed himself. If others heard this, they would surely be shocked. Even what he considered a shortcoming, his physical fitness, exceeded the level he should have reached. In other aspects, he had leaped an entire major tier. This was the reason he could rival ability users of a higher realm than himself. I wonder if Senior Candle 9 will appear again when I advance to the Pseudo-Force realm. The doubt lingered in his heart, but he did not voice it. If given the chance, even if rejected, he would want to express the questions in his heart. Within his body, as Subai meditated calmly, the ancient furnace-like apertures resembled 3 giant cauldrons suppressing the heavens, exerting pressure in all directions, manifesting within him. Red mist began to envelop his entire body. And the candle 9 emblem on his forehead simultaneously lit up with a bright red glow, radiating a mysterious brilliance. At this moment, he seemed to transform into an ancient deity controlling flames and creating the heavens and earth. As he immersed himself fully in cultivation, 2 strands of visible red mist, carrying a trace of Candle 9's divine might, naturally flowed into the 2 crystal-clear spheres on the bed. Gradually, the heartbeat sounds within the 2 spheres grew louder and louder. In the city center, Jiang Shui and Jiang Fan were aboard a pleasure boat, leaving the area. The blessing has been delivered, now it depends on how much this family artifact enhances me, Jiang Shui said. In the luxurious suite inside the boat, she leaned against the window, gazing at the neon-lit nightscape of the underground city, feeling a bit nervous. If luck was on her side, she might directly break through to the peak of the Walker realm. At worst, she could reach the mid to late stage of the Walker realm. Of course, this wasn't because the blessing power, which had gathered the support of the entire city, couldn't elevate her by several minor realms. If she removed the restrictions, she could even leap to half-step pseudoforce or even the true pseudoforce realm in one go. But doing so would sever her future path. Rushing for quick success would instead ruin her chances of continuing on the path of an ability user. Achieving mid to late Walker realm strength should be enough to secure a spot in the top 10. Jiang Shui toyed with the priceless green mist glass teacup in her hand, while her other hand placed a dull, translucent jade pendant engraved with a swimming fish pattern on the table. Her fingers, white as jade, rhythmically tapped the tabletop. If it were before, with her mid to late stage Wanderer realm strength, she could easily secure a spot in the top 5, if not the top 3. But now, the situation was different. This year, Long was seen to place special emphasis on this assessment. Something major must have happened, even she, the future heir of the Jinling underground city, was unaware of it. Not to mention those individuals who awaken S-level abilities this year. Even the monsters nurtured by various families and forces within Longwa had emerged one after another. With her mid-stage Wanderer realm strength, she might struggle to even qualify. Those monsters can be set aside for now. After all, they are disciples and heirs cultivated by others. My only focus now is on those who awaken S-level abilities, and that one person who advanced from A-level to S-level. Gemini Sons, Earth Thunder, and that mysterious figure who hasn't appeared yet, rumored to have awakened a new S-level ability called Candle 9. Fragmented stars scattered like dust, light points drifting like falling snowflakes. This was a silent space, Subai's sea of consciousness. Empty and void, there was only his soul's shadow, red in color, sitting cross-legged in the void, calmly cultivating. The soul and mental power are closely related but not the same. A person can lack mental power but cannot exist without a soul. Some ability users specialize in soul-related powers, excelling in both offense and defense, making them extremely difficult to deal with. However, such ability users are exceedingly rare, and their cultivation is far more challenging than that of ordinary ability users. At this moment, Subai was at a critical juncture. Within his strong body, his ability apertures function like furnaces, continuously providing him with energy while refining and purifying the spiritual energy absorbed from his surroundings, converting it into his own energy. The spiritual energy absorbed by his star sea apertures was of exceptionally high quality, and his body surface emitted a faint red glow. The threshold to becoming a sky wanderer was drawing closer and closer. Suddenly, the absorption speed of the 3 star sea apertures slowed down, becoming steady, and the red glow on his body surface gradually faded. The red mist surrounding the 2 crystalline spheres slowly flowed back into Subai's body. Subai opened his jet-black eyes, his spirit refreshed and in excellent condition. If I had a few more days, I estimate I could directly advance to the late stage of the Wanderer realm. By then, my combat power would increase significantly, and I might even have a chance to touch the threshold of the Sky Wanderer realm. He could feel that he was not far from the late stage of the Wanderer realm. It was worth noting that he had only recently advanced to the mid-stage of the Wanderer realm. The 3 star sea apertures allowed his cultivation speed to be several times faster than that of ordinary people, an incredible difference, and now it had multiplied even further, making advancement inevitable. I really wonder if, once I reach the late stage of the Wanderer realm, I can contend with those pseudo-force realm experts who have comprehended the power of force. Subai picked up his phone, which was charging by the bedside, and glanced at the time. It's already noon on the second day? He checked his messages and found that Zhang Qingshu and Nie Xiaoyu had both sent him messages at midnight, informing him to gather in the lobby downstairs after waking up. After a quick wash, he dressed, placed the 2 crystalline spheres containing Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing into his storage ring, and prepared to leave the room. These 2 crystal balls seemed to have changed a bit. Subai wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt the 2 translucent spheres looked different from yesterday. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Unable to discern any specific changes, he set them aside. When he arrived at the hotel lobby, Nie Xiaoyu and Zhang Qingshu were already waiting there. You're up pretty early, Subai clapped his hands and said. Brother Bai, you're so strong and still train so diligently. How are we little rookies in the Qi realm supposed to survive? Zhang Qingshu said with a bitter smile. You think everyone is like you? Yesterday, you even tried to drag me to a massage parlor, Nie Xiaoyu said with a smile on her face, exuding a youthful fragrance. Her bright eyes now showed a look of disdain as she stared at Zhang Qingshu. Hee, Xiaoyu, how did you know about that? Zhang Qingshu's face turned red as he exclaimed, then quickly turned to Subai. Brother Bai, that's not very loyal of you. Subai curled his lips. I didn't say anything. Don't blame me. Don't try to deny it. It wasn't Brother Bai who told me. That day, you forgot to close your door, and your voice was so loud the whole floor heard it. Don't you feel embarrassed? Nie Xiaoyu pulled out her phone and opened a video. A familiar voice played, it's not just a foot massage. Before the video could finish, Zhang Qingshu hurriedly begged for mercy. Xiaoyu, I was wrong, please don't play it. No wonder everyone gave him strange looks when he left his room at noon today. So this was the reason. This is your leverage now. If you don't behave, I'll send it to Sister Zhang Mei, Nie Xiaoyu said smugly, holding her head high as she skipped toward the door. Zhang Qingshu looked helplessly at Su Bai, his face full of bitterness. But in this situation, Su Bai could only sigh at how much of a character Zhang Qingshu was. Trying to go to a massage parlor but ending up with the whole floor knowing about it. The two exchanged a smile and followed Nie Xiaoyu out the door. After all, they still needed to eat. Now I have something on brother Qingshu. When the time comes, I'll have him help me get closer to Bai Shu. And then, my relationship with the handsome guy will also get closer. Nie Xiaoyu was overjoyed in her heart. Bang! Just as she was skipping along, head held high in smugness with her eyes closed, about to step out the door, she suddenly felt a strong aura ahead, carrying a hint of coldness. She instinctively realized she had bumped into someone. Ah! Losing her balance, she cried out in panic but quickly steadied herself without falling. Sorry, she turned her head, intending to apologize. No need to worry. Miss. Are you hurt? Honestly, you're truly beautiful, said a tall, imposing young man in front of her, patting his chest as a peculiar glint flashed in his eyes. Ha? No, I'm fine. What do you want? Nie Xiaoyu took a step back, warily eyeing the man in the black suit, sensing something was off. Apologies for being abrupt. My name is Lu Xiaoyu, a direct descendant of the Yangjia Lu family, Lu Xiaoyu said with a gentlemanly bow. Yangjia Lu family? Nie Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows slightly. As a girl well-versed in the online world, she knew the Yangjia Lu family was several times more powerful than the Nie family. In fact, she felt the Nie family was nothing compared to them. It seems the young lady knows of our family. May I ask which prominent family in the Dragon Kingdom you hail from? Lu Xiaoyu smiled confidently. Assuming she was unlikely to be from a major family but still treating her with caution, after all, the identity of being a direct descendant of the Yangjia Lu family was already enough to surprise the other party in his eyes. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't know what business young Master Lu has with me? Nie Xiaoyu's eyes carried a hint of vigilance, but she let out a light hum to boost her courage and replied. Miss, don't overthink. I just want to invite you to a meal. Lu Xiaoyu stared at the petite Nie Xiaoyu in front of him, his eyes flashing with a glimmer of light. No need, I've already found a place to eat. Nie Xiaoyu took another step back, rejecting Lu Xiaoyu's invitation. Are you sure you want to refuse? Lu Xiaoyu smiled, thinking to himself that she had no background and might be easier to manipulate. He had seen many beautiful women, but this kind of innocent yet slightly aloof demeanor was a first for him. If he could get her, how satisfying that would be. I'm sure. Just as Lu Xiaoyu revealed a malicious smile and prepared for his next move, Su Bai and Zhang Qingshu walked out from the hall behind Nie Xiaoyu, shielding her. Who are you? Lu Xiaoyu's gaze turned cold, his face darkening like frozen ice. He could tolerate women, but when it came to men, he had no patience. Outside, anyone who dared to confront him without being of the same level would end up in trouble. Zhang Qingshu. Bai Shu. Never heard of you. Are you trying to block my way? Lu Xiaoyu snorted coldly, his face full of arrogance. We're Xiaoyu's friends. Where's the obstruction? Besides, what are you planning to do to Xiaoyu? Zhang Qingshu, though short and stout, spoke with neither humility nor arrogance. As the grandson of a major general, he showed no concern for Lu Xiaoyu's increasingly cold expression. So, you're her friends. Lu Xiaoyu put away his dissatisfaction, his brows relaxing as he said, then may I invite this beautiful lady to lunch? Of course, you can. Join as well. Fatty, that guy is from the Yangjia Lu family. Nie Xiaoyu hid behind Su Bai and Zhang Qingshu, poking her head out cautiously, her eyes full of vigilance. Yangjia Lu family? Zhang Qingshu's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing the name. The Yangjia Lu family was a major force that couldn't be underestimated in the entire Dragon Nation, akin to the Zhu family of Jinling. Although he wasn't afraid, there was no need to escalate the situation. Su Bai, unlike Zhang Qingshu, didn't overthink. He used his senses to probe the other party's strength. Half-step traveler realm. Is it that family of ability users, the Lu family specializing in awakening shadow abilities? Yongjiao Lu family, I've heard of them too. In the family, almost all descendants who awaken abilities are related to shadows, similar to the Han family of Han Lingtian. Such families are highly influential across the Dragon Nation. No need, we already have plans. Zhang Qingshu coldly refused, his gaze meeting Lu Xiaoyu's. Is that so? What a pity. Lu Xiaoyu's lips curled into a smile, his eyes narrowing slightly, flashing with a hint of brilliance. Zhang Qingshu. I remember. Now, you're the grandson of that major general. His gaze shifted slightly, as if recalling something. Then, his attitude changed from casual to contemptuous, a shadow of amusement flickering in his eyes. What do you want? Zhang Qingshu wasn't surprised to be recognized. People at this level usually had a good grasp of the descendants of various forces. Early stage of the anomaly realm? Looks like you really live up to the rumors, disgracing your grandfather. Lu Xiaoyu sneered after assessing Zhang Qingshu's level. What do you mean? Zhang Qingshu's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched tightly. This matter was almost an open secret in the circles of large families. It felt as if he had returned to that unforgettable past. Am I not clear enough? You, this useless waste, awakened an A-grade emerald spirit, what a waste. Not just you, your father is even worse, he didn't awaken any abilities, not even worth mentioning. Lu Xiaoyu didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood those few words. You're courting death. Zhang Qingshu's pupils suddenly dilated, his face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth. Lu Xiaoyu insulted him, and he did not refute. After all, he had awakened the same ability as his grandfather, but his talent was poor, and his cultivation had been stagnant despite consuming the family's spiritual treasures. Meanwhile, others had rapidly advanced using the same treasures, leaving him far behind. Now, he was only at the early stage of the Ichao realm, regarded as a failure by his clan. Although his level was higher than ordinary peers, within the family, he was truly considered trash. But he would never allow anyone to insult his father. His father had even worse talent, unable to awaken any abilities, and could only serve as his grandfather's guard. But he was not someone to be trampled on. The fury instantly ignited all his patience, and he only wanted to teach this guy who insulted his father a harsh lesson. As soon as he spoke, emerald green light spots suddenly appeared on Zhang Qingshu's body, shining with an unusual brilliance. Spiritual energy surged, and the Ichao realm's ability to absorb and release spiritual power brought a gentle breeze. With a crackling sound, the emerald green light spots rapidly converged under his mental guidance, instantly forming a green beam as thick as a finger, darting toward Lu Xiaoyu like a snake. Want to fight? Lu Xiaoyu sneered disdainfully, shaking his head. You, a little waste at the early stage of the Ichao realm, dare to challenge me, someone at the half-step walker level? He stepped forward, and the powerful aura of the half-step walker level immediately pressed down on Zhang Qingshu and Xiaoyu, making it almost impossible for them to breathe, as if a giant stone was crushing their chests. He raised his hand and made a gesture, and a dark haze condensed in his palm, deep and pitch black. His eyes were full of confidence as he lightly grasped the incoming green beam, instantly dissipating its momentum. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Zhang Qingshu's attack was forcibly crushed by Lu Xiaoyu, turning into tiny light spots that slipped from his dark palm. See that? This emerald spirit can both attack and defend, and that's all it can do? Lu Xiaoyu lightly brushed away the shattered light in his hand, looking down at the furious yet powerless Zhang Qingshu. You're not an only child, are you? I heard you couldn't stay in the main family and were exiled to a small military district? He muttered in a low voice, makes sense. With your strength, you really disgrace your grandfather. You! Zhang Qingshu's veins bulged, but he was powerless to fight back. After all, he was only at the early stage of the Ichao realm, and against Lu Xiaoyu, who was at the half-step walker level, he was no match. Hit a sore spot, huh? Feeling weak now, aren't you? Ha ha ha. But judging by your expression, you're not happy? Then let me show you the gap between us. Lu Xiaoyu sneered coldly. He was a genius, the center of attention, how could he be compared to someone like Zhang Qingshu? His grandfather was strict and impartial in the military, mercilessly executing many members of the Lu family in Yangjia. The Yangjia Lu family hated him to the bone. Today, running into his grandson was the perfect opportunity to vent his anger. The dark shadow spread from beneath Lu Xiaoyu's feet, like vines in the darkness, or a giant serpent winding through the shadows, forming an oval area 1 meter wide, with countless black tendrils extending outward. Shadow bind. The black tendrils instantly blocked Zhang Qingshu's escape route, attacking from all directions. The dense shadows reflected in Zhang Qingshu's eyes. Damn it! He cursed his own weakness. If he weren't at the early stage of the Yi Qiao realm, how could he endure such humiliation? Lu Xiaoyu wasn't wrong, but Zhang Qingshu hadn't revealed any of this to Su Bai. He wanted to bury all his grievances deep in his heart. During the trial with the White Star Baboon, he only wanted to use it as a chance to make his family re-evaluate him. He recalled his grandfather's warm gaze and the ridicule of his clan members. One move is all I need to defeat you, Lu Xiaoyu said coldly. In his eyes, as soon as he made a move, this chubby boy would undoubtedly lose, with no chance of turning the tables. The gap in strength was just that obvious. What a strange ability. It's even more peculiar than that guy's book aura earlier. Su Bai stood beside Zhang Qingshu, observing the scene before him, unable to suppress his curiosity. This person from the Yangjia Lu clan was actually using an ability related to shadows. Not only could he manipulate shadows, but he could also extend tendrils like vines from beneath his feet, making it nearly impossible to defend against. At the same level, anyone unaware of his ability would likely suffer a significant loss. However, Su Bai's gaze shifted slightly. Seeing Zhang Qingshu's face full of resentment yet helplessness, he understood that this time, Zhang Qingshu wouldn't be able to escape. The spiritual energy within Su Bai began to circulate, and a fiery power slowly ignited. After all, they were friends, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Moreover, looking at the arrogant expression of the person in front of him, Su Bai felt particularly annoyed. To be honest, how many arrogant scions from prominent families had he encountered by now? Sometimes, he really wondered if all the children from these powerful families in major forces had this kind of attitude. Su Bai's doubts weren't unfounded. After all, in this world where strength reigned supreme, those with backgrounds enjoyed privileges wherever they went. Putting aside these unrealistic thoughts, he simply spoke up, "Did you forget that I'm still here?" With that, he stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Zhang Qingshu. Confidence sparkled in his eyes like brilliant flames. He was ready to act. This kind of ability was something he had never encountered before. You think you can stop me?" Lu Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, but soon his face showed disdain. In his eyes, Su Bai wasn't worth taking seriously. After all, birds of a feather flock together. How could someone associating with Zhang Qingshu possibly be a skilled fighter? You two, just surrender obediently. As for this lady, she can join me for lunch, Lu Xiaoyu said with a sneer, noticing that his shadow tendrils were now only a few centimeters away from Su Bai and Zhang Qingshu. Sorry, but she won't be having lunch with you, Su Bai said, rubbing his nose. Facing the dense tendrils, flames gradually ignited around him. Flames, come forth. Su Bai's voice was calm, devoid of anger or any emotional fluctuation. Just as Lu Xiaoyu thought, Su Bai had no interest in this so-called genius of the Lu clan dressed in a black suit. To him, someone who couldn't even be considered a true powerhouse wasn't worth his attention. Unknowingly, his perspective had already elevated. Apart from the geniuses of top-tier forces and the true heirs of prominent families, there were almost no peers he took seriously. Perhaps there were some exceptions, but definitely not this self-important guy in front of him. A burst of flame suddenly erupted from within him. Su Bai slightly curved his palm, and the flame was drawn into his hand like a vortex. Then, he slowly pushed forward, and the flame spread gently across his palm like ripples. The flame gradually surged toward the dense, vine-like black tentacles, radiating intense heat. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black tentacles, as thick as wrists, recoiled instantly as if struck by lightning. The moment they touched the flame, trembling violently. But the flame did not stop there. The fiery waves quickly pursued the retreating tentacles, entwining and burning them, producing crackling sounds. In the end, the tentacles slowly disintegrated in the flames, turning into nothingness. This battle was a contest of spiritual energy and a test of control over supernatural abilities. Clearly, Su Bai, an almost invincible figure in the Walker realm, completely suppressed Lu Xiaoyu, a descendant of the Lu family, with his mastery, technique, and the intensity of his abilities. He had lost completely and undeniably. As the black tentacles were entirely consumed by the flames, Lu Xiaoyu felt a dull pain in his chest, and a faint metallic taste lingered in his mouth. He was injured, not severely, but the tentacles had carried away part of his energy, and now that they were entirely destroyed, he was naturally affected. Who exactly are you? Lu Xiaoyu's face changed drastically, turning pale. Combined with his ashen expression, he looked particularly flustered. He was both shocked and furious, blurting out his question. He hadn't expected this person in front of him to neutralize his attack so effortlessly, and it seemed as though it hadn't even taken much effort. I told you, my name is Bai Shu, Su Bai said. Indifferently, his tone cold, showing no surprise at his victory. Don't lie to me. How could someone from the Bai family of Jiangqing possibly appear here? Lu Xiaoyu's expression grew serious, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Who told you I'm from the Bai family of Jiangqing? Su Bai retorted coldly, devoid of emotion. Fire. Yes, fire. Are you from the Zhu family of Jilin? I heard the third young master of the Zhu family has also been in the underground city recently. What's your relationship with him? Lu Xiaoyu took a cautious step back, his face tense, staring intently at the slender young man who had just effortlessly dismantled his attack. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. It seemed that with the assessment approaching, the underground city was indeed teeming with young nobles from influential backgrounds. I don't know him. Now, do you still want to invite us to dinner? I don't mind, he said with a smile, retracting the flames. The fierce fiery aura instantly dissipated, as if nothing had happened. You? Lu Xiaoyu's face turned livid. Knowing that this supernatural being in front of him was stronger than himself, how could he still dare to invite him to dinner? Let alone make a move against that pure-looking girl. Damn it, how could someone as powerful as this appear by Zhang Qingshu's side? He was one of the heirs within his family, a rare talent in the outside world. Yet, that move just now only the top 5 experts in his family could have countered it so easily. Sending such a genius to interact with Zhang Qingshu. Was this a subtle indication that the Xu family of Jilin supported the faction of Zhang Qingshu's grandfather? His gaze was complex, fixed intently on Su Bai, wary of his next move. But he was overthinking it. Su Bai had no intention of striking again. If he truly wanted to act, there would be no need for a second move. The two stood in a standoff, neither speaking. Su Bai remained calm, while Lu Xiaoyu was flustered and panicked. The conflict wasn't particularly long, but it wasn't short either. Nearby, a few people had already started to notice. Inside the hall, staff members were hurrying over. Gentlemen, fighting is prohibited in the hotel. An elderly man with silver hair, dressed in a red embroidered robe, stepped forward, followed by several male and female attendants. It was clear he was the manager of the hotel. What if a fight does break out? Su Bai didn't look at the silver-haired man, his gaze still fixed on Lu Xiaoyu as he spoke indifferently. Is this guy crazy? How can he say something like that? Wow, is someone really daring enough to fight here? The onlookers were astonished. The peace and prosperity of this city were due to strict regulations on those with special abilities. If such individuals were allowed to fight freely in restaurants or on the streets, the city would have descended into chaos long ago. Of course, as long as the situation wasn't too severe, most conflicts were resolved with compensation unless the other party had a powerful background or extraordinary strength. Those with such advantages could act freely anywhere unless explicitly prohibited by the authorities. However, this hotel was one of the 3 major establishments in Jinling. underground city, with its land owned jointly by the government and the city lord. And yet, someone dared to cause trouble here? Hearing the murmurs around him, the silver-haired man was momentarily stunned before his gaze sharpened. Sir, if you insist on fighting here, I'll have to call the patrol team to escort you out. Brother. Don't act impulsively. I know you mean well, but don't provoke the hotel management, Zhang Qingshu said, his expression slightly more relaxed after seeing Su Bai easily fend off his opponent. He quickly tried to dissuade him. Let it go. He's already been taught a lesson, Nie Xiaoyu muttered, trying to persuade him. Su Bai didn't respond, silently contemplating. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes flickered. Seeing the hotel manager step in to stop them, his sullen expression gradually calmed. Noticing that Su Bai seemed to be considering, Lu Xiaoyu refrained from making another move. In a softened tone, he said, next time, if there's another chance. With that, he turned and left the hotel without looking back. He abandoned his reserved room, clearly planning to spend a hefty sum to return to the surface early. Staying here, if the other party truly wanted to act, the regulations might not always intervene. In time. He didn't think the other party would kill him, but he didn't want to risk being beaten to a pulp either. Being defeated by someone from the Zhu family would affect his standing within his own family. Moreover, he needed to report the situation to his elders immediately. After all, his earlier decision had been irrational. Choosing the wrong side could be a significant blow to the future of a major family. Watching Lu Xiaoyu leave in a hurry, Zhang Qingshu and Nie Xiaoyu both breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't imagine how disastrous the consequences would have been if a fight had broken out on the spot. I was just asking casually, Su Bai shrugged nonchalantly. Why are you all so nervous? You scared me to death. I thought you were going to go head-to-head with the hotel staff, Zhang Qingshu said, shaking his head and exhaling deeply. However, Bai Shu was Si Han's disciple. If his identity were revealed, he might indeed be able to stand against the city lord's administration of the guest-welcoming hotel. After all, rules are meant to constrain ordinary people. If you are stronger than the rulemakers or have a background that makes others wary, the rules will make way for you. I'm not stupid, Su Bai shrugged helplessly. Zhang Qingshu adjusted his clothes, walked up to the silver-haired elder, and said with a smile, sorry, senior. The silver-haired elder glanced at Su Bai, saw that he had no intention of making a move, and nodded, no causing trouble in the hotel. There won't be a next time. If it happens again, you'll have to find somewhere else to stay. Understood, senior, Zhang Qingshu replied. The silver-haired elder had a stern expression and handled matters impartially, even though he knew Zhang Qingshu's identity was not simple. After the silver-haired elder and the staff walked away, Nie Xiaoyu quietly leaned over and muttered fearfully, that person just now was really scary. His gaze was like a wolf staring at a lamb. Exactly, and you are the lamb. I haven't met Lu Xiaoyu, but I've heard he's indulgent and likes women. He probably has his eyes on your beauty, Zhang Qingshu said confidently, hands on his hips, not angry at all, and managing his emotions well. Aren't you also indulgent and fond of women? Nie Xiaoyu asked. Zhang Qingshu chuckled, his face slightly flushed, I'm just charming. How could you see me like that? Ugh, same thing, Nie Xiaoyu pouted and shook her head. By the way, was what that person said earlier true? She recalled what had been said and curiously asked Zhang Qingshu. Su Bai also looked over. Although he was curious about what Lu Xiaoyu had said, Zhang Qingshu hadn't mentioned it, and he guessed it involved some unspeakable secret, so he didn't ask. Zhang Qingshu's body trembled slightly upon hearing this, as if struck by some memory. He stood still, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. Forget it, I won't ask, Nie Xiaoyu said hurriedly, waving her hands in panic when she saw his reaction. It's fine. If you want to hear, I can tell you. It's a long story, though. Let's eat first, I know a good barbecue place, Zhang Qingshu sighed, seemingly not intending to hide anything. The three left the hotel and followed Zhang Qingshu to a barbecue stall. They ordered drinks, sat down, and quietly waited for the skewers to be served. You must be curious why my grandfather, a major general in the Xinjiang military district, would have me here in Huanggang, relying on my cousin Zhang Mei. Zhang Qingshu said, holding a bottle of emerald green beer, which he drank in one gulp before exhaling. Honestly, I am a bit puzzled, Subai said. He didn't drink beer. As a native of Yangchang, he preferred herbal tea. With no other options, he ordered a box of chrysanthemum tea. He had long found it strange. The Xinjiang military district was a major region, and a major general was the highest-ranking officer with significant power. Zhang Qingshu, as the grandson of a major general, was stationed in the small Huanggang military district, relying on his cousin. With no position of his own, it was highly unreasonable. Even with a true power-level bodyguard for protection, it still seemed odd. In the Huanggang military district, colonels were at the spirit domain level, so a major general should be a heaven transformation level ability user, possibly even stronger. Logically, the grandson of a major general should have a stronger bodyguard, someone at the peak of true power or even at the spirit domain level. Which wouldn't be surprising. If he had been transferred to a remote small military district, having such a bodyguard would make sense. Before awakening, the family would use precious medicinal herbs and spiritual materials to nurture us, enhancing our mental strength to make it easier for us to awaken our abilities, Zhang Qingshu said. Slowly, his gaze fixed on the distance as if reminiscing. Subai took a sip of tea, marveling at how wealthy people had such abundant resources. For ordinary people like them, the only way to enhance mental strength was through studying. There were no other options. Wealthy people could even buy mental potions, like Cui Mingue. However, Cui Mingue had already awakened, and his father was no ordinary person, so much so that even the principal feared him. There was undoubtedly strong support behind him. But I had almost no talent. Whether it was priceless elixirs, rare spiritual materials, or divine liquid found in the wilderness, none of it worked for me. My mental strength didn't increase at all. The only progress I made was through diligently studying cultural subjects to improve it. I was like a stubborn stone wasting resources, showing no change whatsoever. Subai widened his eyes slightly. This was the first time he had heard of such a situation. Brother Bai, the card I showed you, lots of resources. Right? Subai nodded. That card not only contained abundant resources but also many rare items. When he first saw it, he almost couldn't recognize them. All core family members have such cards, but my grandfather specifically gave me two and secretly added many precious resources to them. Zhang Qingshu's eyes were filled with gratitude and nostalgia. Sorry, I digressed. Let me continue. He cleared his throat, organized his thoughts, and began to explain in detail to Subai and Niexiaoyu. This matter had been bottled up inside him for a long time, and now he was finally letting it out. So, the family treated me as a failure, and everyone mocked me. The only warmth I felt came from the comfort of my father and grandfather. But I was unwilling to accept this. I didn't want to live an ordinary and unremarkable life. So, I studied desperately, just to enhance my mental strength a little and strive to awaken my abilities. Zhang Qingshu's eyes sparkled, sometimes filled with determination, sometimes gentle. Subai and Niexiaoyu exchanged a glance, tacitly refraining from interrupting, quietly listening to his story. Zhang Qingshu hiccuped from the alcohol, then took another swig before continuing. Fortunately, I did awaken my abilities, and they turned out to be the same as my grandfather's emerald light spirit. That day, the whole family looked at me with surprise and awe. My grandfather, for the first time, invited many people to celebrate my awakening. But it seemed like fate was playing a joke on me. I did awaken, but my cultivation speed was absurdly slow. Compared to my peers in the family, even with heavenly treasures, my progress was only a fraction of theirs. Of course, the special blessing from the Dragonfish King was an exception, but even with it, my cultivation speed over the past few days barely reached the average level of my peers. As a result, my realm fell further and further behind. Because of that grand celebration, I became the laughingstock of the entire family, even causing My grandfather to lose face. Now, I've only just reached the early stage completion of the awakening aperture realm. While others in the family are already nearing the threshold of the wanderer realm, completely leaving me behind. Zhang Qingshu smiled bitterly, the pain of his ups and downs making him feel both distressed and helpless. Su Bai listened, feeling Zhang Qingshu's hardships, and didn't interrupt, silently sipping his drink. Even Nye Xiaoyu, whose eyes usually sparkled, was affected, her expression somewhat gloomy as she quietly drank her cola. The atmosphere fell into silence. Enough talking, come on, let's eat some skewers. Not sure how much time had passed. The waiter came over with plates of steaming, cumin-covered skewers, placing them on the table and instantly breaking the silence. Zhang Qingshu picked up a skewer and took a big bite. Su Bai also grabbed one, but his mind kept replaying Zhang Qingshu's words, secretly thinking, why does this experience feel so familiar? He recalled that in his previous life, he was also a fan of novels and began to suspect that this Zhang Qingshu in front of him might have some kind of special constitution that hadn't awakened yet. He couldn't deny that this possibility did exist. Qingshu, have you ever had someone check you out? Maybe you have some special talent or constitution that hasn't awakened yet. Su Bai put down his teacup and asked. I've thought about it too, but back then my grandfather invited quite a few top experts to help check, and they didn't find anything unusual. It just seems like I lack talent, Zhang Qingshu sighed. After finishing the skewers, the disappointment and sadness in his eyes faded. And he immediately returned to his usual carefree demeanor, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for pretty girls. Is that really the case? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, immediately connecting with the system in his mind. System, are you there? Yes, host. The system's electronic voice sounded in his mind, clear and firm. Could Zhang Qingshu have a special constitution that hasn't awakened? He silently asked. Information on the target is unknown. Would you like to activate scan mode? Activate. Understood. Activating scan mode. Please make physical contact with the scan target. Physical contact? Su Bai muttered softly. Although he found it strange, he didn't ask further. Qingshu, let me check your pulse. Looking at the chubby guy in front of him who was glancing around, Su Bai casually found an excuse. You know how to diagnose illnesses? I'm not even sick, Zhang Qingshu was stunned for a moment, and Xiaoyu also looked confused. But he still instinctively extended his hand, letting Su Bai place his hand on his wrist. With your situation, maybe I can help, Su Bai smiled faintly, but his thoughts were entirely focused on his conversation with the system. Fine, maybe you really can find something, the chubby guy shook his head with a smile, not opposing the idea. However, he didn't feel much about it. After all, Su Bai was exceptionally talented, having reached the late stage of the traveler realm at such a young age, surpassing most geniuses. As a disciple of the king-level Sihan, his background was also solid. But he still hadn't broken through to the earth transformation realm. It was worth noting that when those experts were invited to check his condition back then, it was all through personal connections, and even his grandfather had a hard time arranging it. Let alone someone like Su Bai, an 18-year-old young man. Contact successful. Scanning in progress. As soon as Su Bai placed his hand on Zhang Qingshu's wrist, the system notified him that the scan had begun, making him marvel at the system's capabilities. But it also annoyed him a bit, as the system often acted like squeezing toothpaste, many functions weren't proactively revealed, and even during the advancement process, the system hadn't been much help. He wondered if it was his own incompetence or if the system was just too lazy. Without dwelling on it, a few seconds later, the system sent a notification. Special constitution detected, Xian Yuan spirit body, awakening level 52%, not awakened. Xian Yuan spirit body? Su Bai's eyes lit up, and his heart trembled. What's wrong, brother Bai? Zhang Qingshu noticed Su Bai's strong reaction and asked in confusion. But seeing him deep in thought, he sensibly kept quiet, not wanting to disturb him. Could it be that I've really discovered something? Zhang Qingshu thought to himself, but quickly dismissed the idea, thinking he was overthinking. Subai continued communicating with the system. System, what? Is the Xianyuan spiritual body? The Xianyuan spiritual body is a special constitution. Its possessor has abundant vitality, an endless flow of energy, a strong affinity with nature, and astonishing combat power. However, before awakening, it requires the absorption of rare treasures to activate, otherwise, it hinders cultivation and makes breakthroughs difficult. So that's how it is. No wonder Zhang Qingshu's cultivation was so slow, it was because his Xianyuan spiritual body hadn't awakened, suppressing his progress and leaving him stuck at the early stage of the Yi Chao realm. Then what is my constitution, system? Mortal body. Forget it, no point arguing with the system. Subai's mouth twitched as he pretended not to hear the system's evaluation. System, can you help him awaken? Are you underestimating this system? Well then, the system suddenly seemed more human-like. Subai gave a helpless smile. This is a piece of cake for this system. Then what does he need to do to awaken? Ding, preparing an awakening plan for the host. Plan 1, Plan 2, Plan 3, a flood of plans instantly filled his mind, the sheer amount of information leaving Subai a bit dazed. Not bad, there are plenty of methods. But system, can you provide something more reliable? The 78th plan actually involves bathing in the essence blood of a void black dragon. Are you serious? Subai stared at the plans, feeling like they were pure nonsense. Even if they were real, could they even be achieved? The system was silent for a moment, seemingly stuck, before responding again. Adjusting plans for the host. Adjustment complete. The overwhelming number of plans was instantly reduced by 99%, leaving only a few that seemed feasible. Now that's more like it. The previous ones were just ridiculous. Subai nodded in satisfaction, picking out the most reliable plan and committing it to memory. After finishing this, he returned his attention to reality. Well, Brother Bai, did you figure out my problem? Zhang Qingshu asked with a smile, his tone teasing, clearly not expecting much. I did, Subai replied calmly. I knew it, wait, what did you say? You figured it out? Zhang Qingshu blurted out instinctively, but quickly realized something was off. He stood up in shock, the wine bottle in his hand slipping and shattering on the ground with a crisp sound. Yes, I figured it out. Subai continued to smile faintly as he looked at the chubby young man in front of him, whose face was full of disbelief. You're not lying to me? I'm not. Zhang Qingshu took a sharp breath, calming his excitement slightly. He stared straight at Subai, making Subai feel a chill down his spine. There are quite a few steps and materials involved. There's no paper or pen here, so I'll send you the solution later via message, Subai said, picking up a skewer sizzling with oil and taking a bite. The taste was excellent. Zhang Qingshu was about to say something when his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Suppressing his excitement, he answered the call. Subai and Xiaoyu naturally stayed silent, quietly eating their skewers. After Zhang Qingshu hung up, his expression had returned to calm. I just received news, our flight back to the surface is scheduled for 5 p.m. today. Also, if Brother Bai can really help me solve the problem, then my life, Zhang Qingshu, will be yours from now on. During the call, he calmly thought about it, feeling that the possibility of solving the issue was slim, but at least there was hope. He had to try. If it could be resolved, all his shame could be washed away. Even if it didn't work out, it didn't matter, things had already come to this point. The three of them finished the skewers on the table and ordered another serving. After eating, Nia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qingshu returned to the hotel, saying they needed to tidy up. Subai stayed in the restaurant and ordered another serving of skewers. He had no choice, his appetite was astonishing, and this amount was far from enough. It wasn't until a pile of bamboo skewers in front of him formed a small mountain 2 fingers high that he finally felt full. This young man has such a big stomach. His appetite is equivalent to several people. The diners at the nearby Tables were stunned, clearly shocked by Subai's eating capacity. Subai's expression remained calm, completely ignoring the gazes of others, as if he hadn't noticed them. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly felt a sharp, bone-chilling sensation at the back of his head. What happened? Subai's dark eyes instantly became sharp, his expression serious. He sensed a foreboding feeling, a faint sting at the back of his head. The higher one's level, the stronger. This kind of premonition. Some top-tier experts could even sense danger in traps from thousands of miles away. Although Subai hadn't reached that level yet, this sting made him alert. He quickly looked toward the barbecue restaurant's entrance, which led to the bustling street outside. No abnormalities? Subai narrowed his eyes, calculating in his mind. Just as he was about to activate the system to investigate, a petite girl slowly walked into the barbecue restaurant. The girl had a bare face, still a high school student who hadn't awakened any abilities, carrying a particularly pure aura, like a pristine snowflake. She held a flower basket in her hand, filled with brightly colored, fragrant flowers, and skipped into the restaurant. Xiaoxia, here again? The barbecue restaurant owner, a burly man with a beard-covered face, lit up when he saw Xiaoxia enter. Yes, uncle. Where's Auntie? I didn't see her today. Xiaoxia's voice was soft, carrying a hint of fragility. Your aunt went shopping. Are you still selling flowers? The man asked with a smile, his eyes full of concern. Yes, uncle. Recently, many outsiders have come to the city, and more people are buying flowers. If I can sell this many flowers every day, I'll soon have enough for my tuition. Xiaoxia smiled brightly, like a crescent moon in the night sky, her dimples deep and incredibly adorable. Haha, that's great news. Xiaoxia, you're awakening your abilities next year. Are you confident? The man liked this sensible child. He knew Xiaoxia's life was tough. She lived with her blind mother, relying on government subsidies every month. She not only had to attend school but also take care of her mother and pay off the debts left by her gambler father. If she were an orphan, the owner would have wanted to treat her as his own child. Of course, I'm confident. Uncle. I've always been the top student in my class. Once I awaken my abilities, I'll earn lots of money and let my mom live a good life. Xiaoxia playfully made a funny face. Standing nearby, Subai listened and felt somewhat moved in his heart. Although he wasn't as miserable as Xiaoxia, he was still bearing the pressure alone. Without the system's help, it was hard to imagine what his future would be like. Now, he was in the Jinling underground city and had reached the Wanderer realm. Hope this child has a bright future. Subai silently blessed the petite girl in front of him. Brother, would you like to buy a beautiful bouquet for your sister? As he was lost in thought, the girl had already approached him, her voice soft. Her eyes were clear and transparent, like shining gems. No, thank you, Subai. Smiled faintly, habitually declining. After all, he was still a novice, didn't even have a girlfriend. Why buy flowers? The little girl asked other people in the shop and sold a few bouquets before skipping away. Watching her adorable figure from behind, Subai suddenly smiled. Helping her wouldn't be a bad idea. Just as he was about to call out to the girl, that familiar chill pierced his body like a sharp blade. Subai's eyes narrowed sharply, his body trembling slightly. In the next moment, he noticed a powerful aura shooting toward him like lightning from the street not far away. Its speed was astonishing, leaving a trail of afterimages that ordinary people couldn't possibly see clearly. At this moment, the girl happened to turn around and stand at the shop's entrance, blocking Subai. Brother, do you want to buy flowers? The girl beamed brightly, like a blooming blue lotus. But her smile suddenly froze, and a bloody hole appeared on her forehead. Get out of the way! Subai roared, his spiritual energy erupting as flames surged. Instantly, he dashed forward, his momentum reaching its peak. He was about to counterattack but was stunned by the sight of the bloody hole on the girl's forehead. Warm blood splattered onto his face, like red petals blooming in the air, glimmering with an eerie light. No! The white light pierced through the girl's forehead like lightning, heading straight for Subai. His aura surged, flames ignited, and intense heat was released in an instant. This was the fire of Zhu Jiuyin, fused with the powerful spiritual energy of a wanderer, as if it could burn everything. Clang! Subai's fist erupted with flames, forcibly blocking the white light. Mysterious forces collided, and the shockwave shattered the windows of the barbecue shop. He hurriedly stepped forward to support the girl. Her face still carried a radiant smile, but her eyes had lost all signs of life. Damn it! Subai's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with murderous intent, veins bulging. He hadn't expected someone to disregard innocent lives just to kill him. The pain in his heart was unbearable, and he blamed himself deeply. A young life had vanished just like that, and he hadn't been able to save her. Who is it? I will kill you. Subai's killing intent surged. It was the first time he had felt such intense murderous rage. The hopeful girl before him had died just like that, and his body trembled uncontrollably. System. Locate the attacker. Received, target locked, initiating navigation. Subai's gaze turned icy, exuding a chilling aura. He gently laid the girl down and disappeared in an instant. Although everything seemed slow, it all happened in a flash. In the blink of an eye, a white light streaked by, the surroundings began to tremble, and glass shattered instantly. Shortly after, a man vanished suddenly. The others, realizing what had happened, immediately checked themselves for injuries just as the diners hadn't yet realized they were injured and breathed a sigh of relief. They suddenly heard the barbecue shop owner's piercing cry. Xiao Xia! The burly man trembled as he walked to Xiao Xia's corpse, his hands and feet shaking uncontrollably, his eyes already hollow and lifeless. In a secluded corner of the street. Is the mission complete? A tall, thin man dressed in black and wearing a clown mask asked his short, stout companion. Don't worry, my silver flying sword is forged from the True Force realm's wolf fangs. Anyone below the Pseudo-Force realm who touches it is bound to die. Its power is immense, its speed astonishing. Dealing with an ordinary assessment student is a piece of cake, the stout man said disdainfully. This was his confidence. Once the silver flying sword was unleashed, any enemy would fall. What a pity. I wonder how this guy offended the city lord's mansion, ending up dead so easily, the tall man lamented. The city lord's mansion, while appearing to protect the city, secretly handed matters they couldn't directly intervene in to their assassination organization. He was just unlucky, crossing paths with someone he shouldn't have, the stout man replied. By the way, have you heard if anyone has completed that big bounty in the south over the past month or two? The tall man suddenly remembered and asked. You mean that bounty? That's right. Not yet. Those people have searched the entire city but haven't found the target. I guess the person has already fled elsewhere, the stout man nodded. This assassination bounty was no simple task. The target was a newly awakened rookie, yet the reward was unusually high, so it was understandable that finding them was difficult. Splurt. Suddenly, the stout man's face turned pale, his eyes widened in terror. He felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His face turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot. And he shouted in shock. What happened? The tall man frowned, looking at his injured companion nervously. My silver flying sword, shattered. The stout man's face turned from pale to red, blood rushing to his cheeks. As he spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Shock, anger, and fear intertwined. He knew this mission was likely to fail, and his life was now in grave danger. His heart was filled with oppressive unease. My silver flying sword. He was so heartbroken he was almost in tears. He never expected his invincible silver flying sword to shatter. This sword had not only been infused with his mental energy but was also meticulously nurtured with spiritual power daily. Already in perfect harmony with his mind. Now that the sword was broken, he was injured too, and it would take at least half a month to recover. The tall man's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints, utterly shocked. As the stout man's partner, he was well aware of the sword's power and durability. If a pseudoforce realm ability user were hit by it, they would be severely injured at best, and dead at worst. Those below the pseudoforce realm had no chance of escape. And now the sword had shattered? There must be a master involved. The stout man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flickering with fear. There must be a strong figure by that person's side, otherwise, my sword wouldn't have shattered. Does that mean the mission failed? The tall man's face darkened, his expression heavy. Not sure yet, but that master will definitely come for us. We can't stay here, let's go quickly. The short, stout man forced himself to suppress the turbulent blood energy within his body. Channeling his spiritual power, a flash of white energy appeared as he prepared to escape. The tall, thin man didn't hesitate either. As a member of an assassination organization, he understood the gravity of the situation. If they were caught, their lives were forfeit. Horns sprouted from his face, tearing through his mask as an explosive force surged out of him, readying him to flee at once. Who dares to try and kill me? Suddenly, a cold and menacing voice echoed in their ears. Who? The two assassins felt a chill down their spines, their hair standing on end as they shouted in unison. Tell me, and I'll let you die a little easier. From the corner of the alley, a lean figure slowly emerged. His gaze was icy, his presence oppressive, like a starving tiger that had finally spotted its prey. Flames burned fiercely on his body, and a mysterious sigil at the center of his brow glowed with red and yellow light, as if the god of fire himself had descended upon the world. This was Subai's first time unleashing his full power since stepping into the extreme boundary of the Walker realm. His aura was overwhelming, his killing intent palpable. Even mid-level pseudo-realm ability users would need to tread carefully in his presence, not daring to underestimate him for a second. You're still alive. The short, stout man sneered through gritted teeth. Seeing that the powerful figure didn't immediately attack, the two men remained vigilant. Their spiritual power surged, muscles tensed, but they temporarily halted their escape. Their eyes darted around, scanning the surroundings. The moment they sensed a second presence, they would flee without hesitation. Was it you who made the move? Subai's expression remained cold and indifferent as he asked, his tone sharp and icy. He resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. So what if it was us? You're really lucky to have someone powerful protecting you, otherwise, you'd already be dead. The short, stout man sneered disdainfully, his teeth clenched. The damage to his silver flying sword had been a huge loss for him. Who's pulling the strings? Who wants me dead? Who's trying to kill me? Subai narrowed his eyes, resembling a predator poised to strike. The flames on his body grew fiercer by the second. You don't deserve to know. Don't think that just because you've got a pseudo-realm backer, you can roar at me. Bring out the strong man behind you. There's no one else here but me. I'll ask one last time, who wants me dead? Subai repeated, his killing intent surging. He had no patience to waste words with these two. This guy is strange, the tall, thin man murmured to the short, stout man. The strong man behind him hasn't shown up yet. Let's capture him first to force their hand. A glimmer of light flashed in the stout man's eyes as he replied, even though he hasn't used any system to conceal his power, the hidden deity pearl is shielding him, so we can't gauge his true strength. Judging by his age, though, there's no way he's a match for us. The two of them were both half-step pseudo-realm experts. With the silver flying sword in hand, they even dared to intercept true pseudo-realm ability users. Attack! Without hesitation, the two assassins exchanged a glance, each reading the ruthless determination in the other's eyes. In the next instant, the wind howled as they launched their assault together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In mere moments, the sound of the wind roared as the two lunged at Subai at astonishing speed. Their spiritual power surged within them like a raging torrent, their momentum unstoppable, as they swore to subdue him in the first strike. Both of them were half-step pseudo-realm experts, their speed extraordinary. Combined with their sudden attack, not even ordinary Walker realm ability users, let alone those in the late Walker stage, could clearly see their movements. But who was Subai? An extreme Walker, the king of the Walker realm. His eyes flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his original spot. The flames burning on his body left a winding streak of red light across his pupils. Clang! At the moment Subai disappeared, two figures suddenly appeared where he had been standing. A sharp silver-white blade stabbed into the ground paved with fluorescent stones, creating a small pit about an inch deep. Simultaneously, a row of white, bone-like spikes rose from the ground, forming a trap to kill. Clearly, the silver-white blade was the handiwork of the short, stout man, while the hard bone spikes emerging from the ground were the work of the tall, thin man. This kid actually reacted so quickly? The tall, thin man frowned. Their speed just now was such that anyone below the walker realm wouldn't have been able to react at all. Even a walker would only catch a fleeting shadow. The gap in realms was that significant. Once the speed levels were not on the same tier, no technique would be effective. Therefore, their original plan was to strike with overwhelming force, incapacitating and controlling the opponent before he could react. This way, any tricks he might have would be rendered useless. But now, they had missed their target. They had underestimated their opponent, not expecting his speed to have already reached the walker realm. This thought simultaneously surfaced in both their minds. At this moment, Subai had already leapt onto the top of the alley wall, coldly watching the two who had missed their attack. The opponent is at the half-step pseudoforce realm, far stronger than an ordinary walker. My current physical strength has only reached late stage walker. I can't confront them head-on. I should have used the Candle 9 in body strengthening card earlier. Subai felt a bit regretful. If his physical strength were greater, he could have directly fought them head-on, landing blow after blow. The system had already informed him of the two men's realms, but judging by their aura, he could guess it as well. Something's not right. Since they're at the half-step pseudoforce realm, the weapon that just attacked me must be extraordinary, with a destructive power reaching the pseudoforce realm level. Judging by the short, stout man's pained expression, it's obvious. His eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the situation just now. Then why was I able to easily shatter that thing by covering my fist with spiritual energy? He knew very well that wrapping his fist in spiritual energy could enhance his physical strength. He had tested this back in Huanggang. But his physical strength was only at late-stage walker, even with slight enhancement. It shouldn't have been possible to easily tear apart the equipment of a pseudoforce realm ability user. There must be a secret here that I haven't discovered. He was certain that his strike had been fueled by anger, but it couldn't have had the effect of a humanoid weapon. If emotions could influence combat power, then every ability user would be shouting for boosts during battle. He thought for a few seconds but couldn't figure it out. Finally, he set aside the thought, I'll deal with the opponents in front of me first, then think about it later. With this in mind, his gaze grew sharper, and a faint killing intent began to spread. The opponent might use force. I haven't encountered this kind of power before, so I need to be cautious. Although his killing intent surged, and the murderous aura in his eyes almost solidified, his mind remained clear. The opponents were at the half-step pseudoforce realm and were very likely to have mastered force, while he had yet to come into contact with this power and dared not be careless. After all, he had underestimated the walker realm before forming his pulse gate, but once the pulse gate was formed, he truly understood the immense amplification of that power. It was something that those without a pulse gate could hardly comprehend, just as he had been back then. My physical body isn't strong enough yet, but I can use weapons for defense. However, if the opponents decide to retreat, I won't be able to stop them. The weapon Subai referred to was the Qingsong mace given to him by Zhang Qingshu. This mace is of extremely high quality, forged from copper from Kangwen Mountain, and engraved with various formation runes he couldn't understand. He had tested it in the villa, using all his strength, but couldn't damage it in the slightest. Later, with Zhang Qingshu's reminder, he learned that this was a weapon of the earth rotation level, capable of even resisting attacks from true force realm ability users. For him, it was undoubtedly a powerful weapon. But the problem was speed. His physical body couldn't withstand it, though he could defend with the Qingsong mace, but his speed was insufficient. Although Jujuin could restrict the opponent's speed and attacks, if the opponent fled, he couldn't intercept them. Again. The short, stout man drew a slender silver blade, turned to stare at Subai, his gaze firm, and his energy surged outward. The blade emitted a piercing screech, its cold light chilling. Bamboo pole, don't use thrusts. The opponent's speed isn't slow. Your sluggish thrusting technique can even be dodged by a novice in the strange aperture realm. Use your bone blade. All right. The short, stout man gave the order, clearly unwilling to delay, as there might be other strong opponents behind them. Their first ambush was a gamble on whether they could quickly subdue Subai. In an instant, the two figures trembled slightly, turning into afterimages and disappearing. Subai's eyes narrowed, flames erupted from within him, surging like red fire snakes, spreading wildly in all directions. The opponents charged at full speed. Although he could see their movements clearly, his body couldn't react in time, so he instinctively released flames to block the attack. The flames crackled, forming a rippling ring of fire around Subai, several meters wide, with fiery red light rolling continuously. The two suddenly stopped in front of the flames, as if breaking abruptly. The power of these flames actually makes me feel danger. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with tension and confusion. I misjudged. Their speed hasn't completely surpassed the traveler realm. That short, stout man is even slightly slower than me. Subai used the flames to block the two, keenly noticing the difference in their speeds. This gave him an opportunity, and an idea emerged in his mind. I must strike first and target the tall, thin man. It's best to directly restrict him. To completely deal with the two, he had to take down the tall, thin one first. And the best way to restrict him was to injure him first. With this thought, he bent his right finger and pressed down sharply. The surrounding flames instantly dissipated. At the same time, a long, greenish-blue weapon suddenly appeared in his hand. This was the Ching Song mace. Courting death. The two were contemplating their next move when they unexpectedly saw Subai easily withdraw the ring of flames, which immediately made them feel a sense of disdain. A weapon? But in the face of realm suppression, these are useless. The short, stout man's eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he stepped forward. The slender silver blade stabbing fiercely at Subai's body. The blade hummed, its attack so fierce it seemed to tear through the air. Subai remained calm, spinning the Ching Song mace. The greenish-blue patterns glimmered in the air, his wrist tightened, and he suddenly swung upward. The iron rod-like Ching Song mace, under Subai's swing, carried immense force, roaring loudly. Its destructive power undeniable. Clang! The slender silver blade and Ching Song mace collided violently, sparks flying. Subai felt a jolt in his palm, a numb sensation, as immense force pressed down instantly, forcing him to exert more strength to resist. After the clash, both immediately retreated simultaneously. Subai jumped down from the top of the wall, retreating several steps on the ground to dissipate the force. The short, stout man landed lightly and stood firmly after a single step back. The difference between them immediately apparent. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have the physical strength of the traveler realm, the stout man said, flicking his blade. The dark energy from their earlier collision was released, causing cracks to spread across the ground. Subai's eyes darkened, he had been at a disadvantage in their earlier exchange. Although the Azure Song mace could block the opponent's attacks, the recoil was too much for him to bear. If this continued for thousands of repetitions, his body would undoubtedly collapse first. Can you handle him? The tall, thin man asked seriously, keeping a close watch on their surroundings. Give me 2 minutes, the stout man spat, pressing his front foot down as the ground cracked beneath him. He charged at Subai again. The silver-white thin blade attacked from the left. Subai instinctively raised the Azure Song mace to block, its hum resonating as it was about to clash with the blade. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared in the stout man's eyes, and he abruptly let go, throwing the silver-white blade away. Clang! The thin blade was struck by the Azure Tsang mace and flew off in another direction. Did he give up? Subai wondered as he watched the scene unfold. He was about to swing the Azure Tsang mace at the stout man. The Azure Tsang mace swung with immense force. Subai believed that even a pseudo-force realm ability user, unless they specialized in physical training, would be injured upon contact. He appeared in front of the stout man in an instant, the Azure Tsang mace slashing down with the momentum of a mountain-splitting axe. But then he noticed the stout man's slightly narrowed eyes, flashing with a strange white light, and frowned. Something's wrong. He instinctively felt a chill at his back, his spine tingling. His pupils contracted as he forcibly stopped the swing of the mace. Dodging midair with a quick maneuver, the Azure Tsang mace traced an arc, dissipating the force, and he reappeared in another position. At the moment Subai dodged, a blinding white light swept past like lightning, piercing through the stout man's forehead. Yet, the stout man's figure slowly dissipated. Was it a deception? Before he could think further, a sudden explosion sounded behind him. He sidestepped to evade, quickly creating distance, and upon closer inspection, it was the stout man again. Isn't his speed slower than mine? How did he appear behind me without a sound? Subai frowned. In just a few seconds, he had narrowly escaped 2 fatal attacks, his mood heavy. It's not that his speed is faster, but that he predicted where I would dodge. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Subai quickly understood. The silver-white blade wasn't a direct attack but came from a specific angle, forcing a normal person to dodge in the opposite direction. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Fortunately, he had been cautious, otherwise, he would have fallen for the trap. As expected, these assassins were extraordinary, far stronger than ordinary ability users of the same realm. If it were a regular pseudo-force realm ability user, Subai would have already dealt with them. Now, he was struggling and even showing signs of being at a disadvantage. You figured it out? The stout man noticed Subai's complex expression, and the white light in his eyes flashed again. The silver-white blade abruptly changed direction in midair, slicing toward Subai with a sharp wind-breaking sound. The candle 9 emblem on Subai's forehead lit up brightly, flames enveloping his body. The fire seemed like his guardian spirit, sensing the surroundings and helping him detect danger. He struck the thin blade away again, sparks flying as the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. After the blade was deflected, the Azure Tsang mace reversed direction, swinging toward the rear left. This was not a random strike, as the Azure Tsang mace swung, a surge of spiritual energy attacked but dissipated instantly. Swish! A hollow sound echoed, followed by a sharp screech. Impossible, you cracked it on your second try. Subai said nothing more, preparing to attack again, but suddenly noticed a figure appearing to his rear left. He quickly retreated dozens of meters, clearly wary of Subai. It seems I really can't let you live. The short, stout man's face darkened. After several exchanges, he had gauged Subai's general strength. Subai was merely a small fry at the traveler level, yet he had caused him so much trouble. Are you done? Do you need me to step in? At the other end of the alley, a tall, thin man, seeing the standoff between the stout man and Subai, grew impatient and urged him. Shut up, give me 2 minutes, the stout man roared back, his face flushed, clearly embarrassed. Then hurry up. The tall, thin man narrowed his eyes but said no more. The stout man refocused on Subai, his eyes flashing white. Spiritual energy surging, murderous intent palpable. Swish, swish, swish. The silver-white thin blades once again turned at high speed, like meteors streaking across the sky, exuding a fierce killing intent. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as Subai deflected the flying blades again and again, but the slender blades, seemingly unscathed, kept coming. Undeterred by the collisions, the flying blades, dense and rapid, formed a white halo with terrifying destructive power, weaving countless white blade lines around Subai. Subai defended desperately but couldn't block all the attacks. In an instant, his body was slashed with numerous wounds, blood seeping out continuously, even staining his hair with droplets of blood. Just a few More seconds, sever his limbs, the stout man urged anxiously. No, this onslaught is relentless. Subai was overwhelmed by the all-encompassing attack. By now, his clothes were in tatters, and the scene was horrifying. Are these flying blades? Or mental control? He defended in brief confusion, then suddenly let out an angry roar as flames erupted once more, his killing intent spreading. He knew there had to be a way to counter this, but there was no time to think. The image of that girl's smile suddenly flashed in his mind, and each time he thought of it, his heart ached. If he couldn't block it, then he wouldn't. Blazing flame. Since he couldn't crack it in a short time, he decided to meet force with force. His flames erupted fully, exuding a menacing aura. This was because he had unleashed the power of the candle dragon flame, and his combat strength during a full release far exceeded the traveler level. If not for his other limitations, with his strength, he could have fought evenly with a half-step pseudo-domain ability user at the mid-traveler stage. But the reality was, facing two half-step pseudo-domain ability users, his physical attributes were inferior, and his strength and speed were suppressed. Now he felt like a glass cannon. If he didn't go all out, he would be utterly crushed. The earlier exchanges had already proven this. He was completely suppressed. With a low growl, Subai's flames erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely like a man of fire. The candle dragon flame was incomparably scorching, like molten lava from the depths of the earth, tempered over countless years. The flames carried a deep crimson glow of searing heat. The fire crackled, as if alive, greedily devouring the surrounding space. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted, shockwaves rolling as the flames rapidly spread from Subai's body. Boom! A burst of explosive light flashed, so dazzling that everyone could barely keep their eyes open. The shockwave scattered the airtight barrage of fine blade attacks, violently sending the short, stout man flying and pinning him against the wall. His offensive was completely dismantled. Not only that, his mental energy suffered a devastating blow. Already gravely injured from the destruction of his weapon during the ambush, he now found his mental strength critically impaired, leaving him utterly incapable of holding on. More blood gushed from his mouth, thick and crimson, dripping onto the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, his breathing weak, and his psychic energy nearly impossible to muster. Bamboo pole, go, the stout man roared, spitting blood as he shouted. You little punk, die. The tall, thin man's face twisted in rage as he saw the situation. He decided to hold nothing back and aimed to kill Subai outright. The fiery explosion from earlier had left him astonished. He knew full well that if he had taken that attack, he would have been injured too. Moreover, such a powerful move couldn't be used repeatedly. Now was the moment Subai was at his weakest, the perfect time to end him. The muscles on his face swelled, his arms distorted, and his fingers transformed into sharp bone spikes, resembling the claws of a feral beast, terrifying and menacing. Beast transformation? Is his ability some sort of bestial morph? Subai thought to himself. Though he had used the fiery burst technique, which consumed a significant amount of energy, the restorative power of the 3-star seas within him rendered that consumption negligible. The tall, thin man assumed this was his chance. Against others, he might have been right, but against Subai? Others had misjudged him before, and those people were already dead. Good. I've been waiting for you to come at me, Subai muttered, gripping the azure song mace tightly. His eyes were filled with vigilance and caution. Once they engaged, he knew he had to deal a critical blow immediately. If the opponent found the fight too troublesome, his speed would allow him to escape effortlessly. The tall, thin man, now in his beast form, charged ferociously, his sharp claws slashing downward with lethal force. Subai dodged desperately, but his chest was still grazed, leaving a bloody gash. With that single strike, the ground cracked, fractures spreading outward. What terrifying destructive power, Subai thought, though he remained calm. With the azure song mace in hand, he could still block the man's attacks. After evading the initial strike, Subai retaliated. The two clashed fiercely, the metallic clang of their collisions echoed repeatedly as they exchanged blows dozens of times in the blink of an eye. Seizing a moment when the tall, thin man exposed a flaw in his attack, a sharp glint flashed in Subai's eyes. He swung the Azure Song mace heavily at the man's leg. Crack! The sheer hardness of the Azure Song mace, capable of being wielded by a true Momentum Realm ability user, demonstrated its formidable strength. The instant it made contact, the sound of bone breaking rang out. The tall, thin man's face turned purple, his lips pale, and his expression filled with shock. Damn it! How does he have a weapon capable of injuring someone near the pseudo-momentum realm? Even with his body at the half-step pseudo-momentum level, under the spiritual energy-infused strike of Subai's Azure Song mace, his flesh seemed as fragile as paper, and his bones snapped instantly. Noticing the peculiar light in Subai's gaze, a sense of unease crept into the tall man's heart. I don't want to fight anymore. Instinctively, he sought to flee. But his severely injured leg severely hindered his speed, making escape impossible. I surrender. Subai ignored him entirely, continuing to strike down with relentless force. The Azure Song mace swung with thunderous momentum. As the tall man's movements slowed, he exposed more openings, which Subai exploited with additional fiery attacks. Under the dual assault of fire and mace, the tall, thin man quickly reached his limit. What are you all standing there for? I can't hold on any longer. Sweat poured down his face, his mask long gone, revealing a delicate, middle-aged countenance. In a brief moment of respite, he turned back to call for help from the stout man, only to find that the man had already vanished without a trace. You bastard! He froze. Then roared angrily. The short, fat man had fled, leaving him to fight alone. Hiss! Before he could turn around, a scorching flame suddenly surged forward, waves of heat. Rolling, flames soaring into the sky. The intense heat of the fire caused his hair to ignite, and the flames were so close that his cheeks turned bright red, resembling flowing blood. I can tell you everything I know. The tall, thin man's hair stood on end, feeling the extraordinary power of the flames, his heart filled with fear. But before he could finish speaking, boundless tongues of fire licked his face, and in the blink of an eye, a red glow enveloped him. The flames consumed him entirely. Crackle, crackle. After the fire dissipated, only ashes scattered in the air remained. Subai now wielded the candle 19 flames, capable of easily incinerating all ordinary ability. Users below the 4th level of Pseudo-Realm. You know, I can ask the one who ran away. Subai took out a clean set of clothes from his storage ring, changed into them, and slowly walked over to pick up a storage ring lying on the ground. Unfortunately, the tall, thin man was already dead, and his storage ring couldn't be opened. The creation of storage rings involves spatial theory. Once the owner dies, the contents inside vanish along with the spatial flow. Do you think you can escape? Subai tossed the storage ring into the trash can, gazing into the distance and murmuring softly. He flicked his fingers lightly, and flames instantly rose, burning away the bloodstains. On the ground. I'll see who's trying to kill me. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he disappeared from the spot. In the alley, a weak figure darted rapidly, the air buzzing with a sound so fast it was almost breaking the sound barrier. Though not completely breaking through, it was close. Layers of white mist streaked through the air. Mysterious and unpredictable. The one fleeing was the short, fat man. His speed was astonishing, but even for someone like him, a half-step pseudo-realm ability user, he couldn't sustain it for long. If he continued like this, his body would tear apart, and his brain would overload. Before long, he began to feel a faint pain throughout his body, as if cramping, his blood boiling like scalding water coursing through his veins, making his entire body burn. He knew that if he didn't stop, he would suffer injuries from overexertion, possibly leaving irreparable damage. But he didn't dare stop, his heart shrouded however, in some underground areas, due to tectonic movements, vast spaces of voids and collapses have formed, giving rise to various exotic beasts and peculiar ecosystems, as well as natural danger zones filled with traps. Sending patrol teams for regular cleanup is too costly. Formations can isolate these risks and ensure the city's safety. Therefore, almost no one inspects those collapsed pits. After all, outside the city, where there are no formations or protective pillars, the ground shifts constantly, and the number of collapsed pits is as countless as the stars in the sky. These collapse zones far from the city, some without even underground passages, are places ordinary people wouldn't venture into, nor would patrol teams specifically guard them. As a result, they have become hideouts for fugitives. No, I can't stop for too long. The short, stout man's face turned red as he desperately tried to recover his strength. But within minutes, he stood up again, his energy surging, and resumed his frantic sprint. Although his body was nearing its limit, he dared not stop. Soon, with the sound of rushing wind, a thin man engulfed in flames suddenly appeared on the rooftop. He hasn't gone far. Subai sensed the lingering aura, his gaze sharp. He frowned, his mood serious, and pursued in the direction of the escape. The earlier burst of flames had been too dazzling, already alerting the city patrol teams. During the chase, Subai saw at least dozens of patrol team ability users heading toward the location of their previous battle. Fortunately, he had the concealment pearl, otherwise, the series of flame explosions along the way would have long exposed his movements. He thought he had caught up with the short, stout man, but that wasn't the case. Running so fast, overloading yourself, huh? I wonder how much longer you can hold out. He sneered, his voice echoing around. The wind howled, mixed with eerie sounds blowing through the underground voids, and the air currents stirred by the stout man's sprint. Swish, swish, swish. He left the city's formation range, paused briefly to confirm the direction, and dashed toward a distant dark area. That was the entrance to the underground open space, with winding and twisting passages. If he hadn't explored it for a long time and familiarized himself with the route, he wouldn't dare to run there. Almost there. Once I get there, I can shake him off. The stout man grew excited, speeding up even more, like a silver-white streak of light. The massive rocks he passed shattered into powder, scattering in all directions. Before long, Subai's figure followed closely behind. He's not running into the city because he doesn't want me to know who his employer is. Now he's trying to escape to the unknown area outside the city. What makes him think he can evade my pursuit? Subai pondered, flames rising in his eyes, resembling a powerful and ruthless war god, overlooking sin from above. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Subai raised an eyebrow, softly uttering a surprised him, clearly taken aback. Someone powerful is secretly observing me? Subai stood outside the formation, gazing toward the city. Using the system's perception, he felt a pair of sharp eyes fixed on him. Is it that man's accomplice? He wondered. If it were an accomplice, then the one who should be fleeing now would be them. No, that's not right. He immediately dismissed the thought, the likelihood was very low. If it were the stout man's accomplice, he wouldn't be standing here now. Moreover, the strong individual indicated by the system notification wouldn't need to lure him out of the city. Could it be the patrol team outside Jinling Underground City, or someone from the city lord's mansion? Only two possibilities remained, and Subai considered the first one more likely. Just now, he was brimming with killing intent, his spiritual power erupting as he sped out of the city. There must be someone capable of seeing through the hidden spirit pearl watching him from the shadows. He didn't overthink it, since it wasn't directed at him, he wouldn't provoke trouble. After cupping his hands in a polite gesture toward the sky, he stomped the ground fiercely, causing black cracks to spread instantly beneath his feet. This was the fastest speed he could currently achieve without harming himself. He had to catch up to that short, stout man as quickly as possible. Though he was confident the man wouldn't escape, he still needed to act fast to avoid any unexpected complications from delays. If his senses were accurate, he was already very close to his target. This was a winding and twisting underground crevice. Some parts were so narrow that only one person could pass through, while others were as vast as a barren wasteland, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people standing side by side. The stout man's body was surging with chaotic spiritual energy, his pathways tightly connected, pushing both his consumption and utilization of power to their limits. From his mouth and nose, he exhaled a mysterious blood-colored mist. Although he was nearing his breaking point, the immense strength granted by his half-step false momentum realm still gave him a significant boost, allowing him to sprint through this narrow and twisting underground space at incredible speeds. Boulders and clumps of sand exploded and shattered as he passed, scattering dust in all directions. The area was pitch black. Even if there were faint points of light in the distance, they would be imperceptible to ordinary people. The only sources of illumination were faintly glowing strange minerals and fruits, though these light sources could also conceal hidden dangers. In such an environment, the stout man moved at a blinding speed, leaving behind one after another streaking afterimage without a single misstep. When he collided with a rock wall, the physical advantages granted by the traveler realm immediately became evident. With sharp eyesight, the ability to hold his breath and focus his mind, and the capacity to sustain himself without food while nourishing his spirit, these abilities had significantly enhanced starting from the traveler realm. These were precisely the advantages that made this realm the minimum threshold for surviving in the great wilderness, which was also how the title traveler came to be. After a long while, the stout man finally could not hold on any longer and slammed into a rock. The rock shattered, sending sand and dirt flying. Using his elbow to prop himself up, he leaned against the wall, struggling to calm the surging energy and blood within him. Such extreme overexertion, if not promptly tended to, could result in lifelong damage. Damn it! I've run so far this time, I should have shaken him off by now, the stout man muttered, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His face was flushed red, his body feverish, and blood mist sprayed from his pores as his skin began to crack. He retrieved several jade bottles from his storage ring, gulping down their contents until his condition gradually stabilized. This time, I really took a huge loss. That city lord's manner, that steward Huang, damn them both. I should have just stayed honest and taken on other tasks. How did it end up like this? His eyes gleamed faintly in the darkness, able to discern the path ahead through the thin blood-colored mist. I wonder if that stick is dead or not. Hopefully, he's dead. That way, it'll be easier to cover up my escape. The stout man calculated silently. The assassination organization he belonged to was always ruthless and unforgiving. Its reputation forged through countless bloody operations that struck terror into everyone's hearts. The organization wouldn't kill him for abandoning his teammates and fleeing, but they would never let him off for failing the mission, especially for being defeated by an ability user at the Traveler realm, tarnishing the organization's reputation. In their eyes, a half-step false momentum realm ability user being easily countered by an enemy at the Traveler realm was utterly disgraceful. If the organization found out, he wouldn't live to see the next sunrise. Damn it, once this chase is over, I need to check if Bamboo Pole is still alive. If he is, I'll change my name and identity, making the organization think I'm dead. If he's dead, even better, I can report that a powerful ally helped. The short, stout man let out a long breath. Who would have thought that taking on a small task to curry favor with the city lord's mansion would lead to this predicament? As for that fire-playing guy, the organization will never let him off for failing the mission. The assassination organization typically launched 3 attempts on a failed target, each one more intense than the last. Only if the target survived all 3 would the mission be called off. But in his eyes, that fire-playing guy, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, followed by a hint of apprehension. I'll wait another half hour. If there's no movement, I'll head back the way I came. The paths here were numerous and complex, with 3-dimensional, winding passageways. If the enemy pursued, the chances of running into them were very low. He held his breath, suppressed his aura, and focused on recovering his strength, stabilizing the turbulent energy within his body. City Lord's Mansion, Steward Huang, was it them who sent you to kill me? Suddenly, in the deathly darkness, a cold voice slowly echoed. Who? The short, stout man's pupils contracted sharply, his hair standing on end as a chill shot straight to his head. The fiery energy in his body was instantly suppressed, and he felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, leaving him cold all over. The next moment, when he looked toward the source of the voice, his face turned deathly pale, because he saw a familiar face. Let's talk this out. I had no choice, the short, stout man quickly stood up, his eyes filled with retreat as he tried to steady Subai with words while searching for an escape route. But the wall he was leaning against offered no way out, and both the passage he came from and the deeper path were blocked by Subai. In his current state, he had no chance of resisting. Any ability user at the Walker level could easily kill him. Why did they send you to kill me? Subai asked coldly, his tone brimming with killing intent. I'll tell you, but can you spare me? The short, stout man's eyes darted around as he hastily begged for mercy. You are in no position to make demands. I already know who sent you, and I don't care about the reason. Subai sneered, stepping forward to finish him off. Wait. I'll tell you, just spare my life. The short, stout man saw Subai blocking both passages, his heart sinking in despair. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent, his back turned cold. Speak, and I'll consider sparing you. Subai stopped in his tracks, flames flickering in his eyes as he coldly stared at the short, stout man, as if looking at a corpse, sending chills down his spine. It was Steward Huang who ordered our assassination organization to kill you. I don't know the exact reason, but he's one of the people under Jiang Fan, the young master of the city lord's mansion. Most assassination orders come directly from Jiang Fan himself. The short, stout man spoke while carefully observing Subai's expression, his internal energy rapidly circulating, muscles tensed. Jiang Fan? Subai narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering. He was certain he had never had any conflict with Jiang Fan, the young master of the city lord's mansion. Nor had he even met him. City lord's mansion, Jiang Fan. He instinctively recalled the events of last night. At that time, he had been locking eyes with the most beautiful woman in Jinling underground city, and there seemed to be a young man nearby. Could that man have been Jiang Fan? The pupils suddenly dilated, memories surged like a tide, and the gaze turned even colder. Just because of one glance, you want to kill me? The flames within burned fiercely, radiating light strong enough to illuminate the small collapsed ground beneath. This is all arranged by the city lord's mansion. I'm just a messenger. Look, both of us are already seriously injured, but you're fine. This matter? The short, fat man cautiously asked. Do you know that killing me will implicate innocent people? Subai coldly snapped back to reality, his face devoid of any expression. Is that so? Just ordinary people, like ants. A trace of disdain flashed in the short, fat man's eyes. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he was instantly suppressed by Subai's fierce gaze and quickly changed his tone. I can compensate with money. I'm a half-step pseudo-power ability user. I have money, I can. Before he could finish, his head was suddenly severed, hair fluttering, and blood spurted from his neck. Thud. His body collapsed limply to the ground. That man deserved to die. And you deserve to die too. The short, fat man's body was still twitching, as if unwilling to give up the last hope of life. His hand was raised high, seemingly trying to grasp something. Subai coldly watched the scene, summoning a ball of flame with a wave of his hand, instantly reducing the short, fat man's corpse and the blood on the ground to ashes. After finishing, he immediately crouched down, restraining his aura. His spiritual energy fluctuated, and his blood surged. After half a moment, his emotions gradually calmed, and the restless feeling within him subsided. At this point, the bloodlust in his eyes also faded, and the killing intent dissipated. Subai stood up, staring expressionlessly at the few drops of blood on his body. He said nothing, falling into silence. These two assassins had done nothing wrong. They were merely completing their task. Subai's actions against them were not wrong either. Even without the sacrifice of the little girl, he would have acted. This was not a matter of morality but a conflict of interests. They wanted to kill him, and he had to protect himself. It was simply a matter of differing stances. No one knew if these two had families or if anyone would grieve for them, but Subai didn't think much about it. The strong survive. He only sought to remain true to his conscience. This world was cruel, and he didn't know when he himself might die. He stood for a while, calming down. Flames rose again in his hand, illuminating the surroundings. The Firelight allowed him to clearly see the environment, and he began to carefully observe the area. Where exactly is this place? That man fled here, so he must have been confident he could evade me. Subai walked within the small hollow, less than a few dozen meters in size, using the firelight to examine his surroundings. This was his first time in such a place. While chasing the short, fat man earlier, he hadn't paid much attention to the environment. Now that the matter was resolved, he had time to take a closer look. There are actually plants underground. He noticed faintly deep green or dark purple stems and filaments in the corners. He reached out and crushed one. And sap oozed out. The smell wasn't unpleasant, even carrying a faint plant fragrance. It was hard to imagine that plants could grow in a place this deep underground, tens of thousands of meters below the surface, without sunlight. It defied logic, but Subai accepted the fact. After all, deep-sea dragonfish had been discovered in the underground city of Jinling. This plant was peculiar, its sap carrying an inexplicable scent. Subai didn't think much of it and directly burned the branch in his hand with flames. To his knowledge, this plant hadn't appeared in any books, and its purpose was unknown. Fearing potential danger, burning it was the safest option. This is normal, the world is vast, and there are many things humans simply don't understand. The wilderness and the sea are examples. Humans have explored less than 1% of them. Forget it, let's leave first. Subai circled around the small hollow but found nothing, so he decided to leave. He retraced his steps along the path he came from. While tracking, he had deliberately left marks to ensure he could smoothly return to the Jinling underground city. But soon, his expression changed. He was lost. What's going on? I can't find my way back? He looked at a scratch mark ahead with a complex expression. In front of the scratch mark was an impassable stone wall. Did the strata collapse? Am I blocked in? He pondered, uncertain, but had no other choice and decided to try brute force. With his strength at the traveler level, he easily punched a hole with a radius of 20 centimeters in the stone wall. But as he looked at the hole, he frowned again. The soil inside the hole was different from the outside, as if it were deeper layered soil. This isn't just a simple dirt wall, this place has fundamentally changed. Subai contemplated and quickly formed a hypothesis, though he wasn't sure. It seemed like the strata had shifted, but he hadn't felt any tremors. This was strange, as if some force was controlling everything. Could this be the reason for that person's confidence? He was certain I would get lost. Subai, meticulous in thought, had anticipated potential issues and deliberately left marks, but he hadn't expected the place to be so bizarre and still ended up lost. After a few seconds of silence, he touched the stone wall, thinking about something. Then, he took out his phone, intending to contact Zhang Qingshu and the others. The phone displayed no signal. As expected, no signal. He had anticipated this, there was definitely no signal in this underground area, but he still wanted to try. Am I really trapped? With a grim expression, Subai put away his phone and began rechecking the path he had taken. He could only hope he had taken a wrong turn or deviated from the route, causing him to get lost. But he was disappointed. After a while, he returned to the stone wall, his gaze serious. He was certain he was trapped. He had walked the previous path several times and found no missed forks. The possibility of taking the wrong path was gone. He stared at the scratch marks, seeing the last one disappear at the edge of the dirt wall. He was debating whether to dig forward along this path or return to the hollow and explore deeper from the entrance. These two thoughts alternated in his mind, making it difficult to decide what to do next. After all, he couldn't even figure out what had caused his current predicament. System, activate. Navigation. Suddenly, he remembered the system and immediately spoke. Received, host. Please provide the destination. The system's cold electronic voice gave Subai a bit of comfort, and he said, destination, Jinling Underground City. He hoped the system could help him find his way back. But soon, the system reported a navigation failure. And Subai's heart sank. Is it because the distance is too far? Or is there a powerful force blocking it? Or perhaps the influence of the underground magnetic field? Seeing that the system was of no help, Subai gave up, relying on it, and began seriously analyzing the situation in front of him. If I keep digging along this stone wall, maybe I can break through and find the way back. But he immediately dismissed this thought. If it really was straight a movement, digging down wouldn't help. Then should I continue deeper along that void? He wondered. In his heart, would this lead him deeper and deeper, to the Earth's core, or to hell? Without thinking much, he adjusted his breathing, activated his psychic energy, focused his vision, and walked toward the void. He chose the second path, as there were unknown plants there. Even if he failed, at least he wouldn't be alone. Along the way, only the flames in Subai's hand burned brightly, illuminating the surrounding darkness, a darkness so thick that even his hands were invisible. Subai's footsteps echoed rhythmically in the narrow crevice. Meanwhile, in the Jinling underground city, a rumor was rapidly spreading. The city patrol had found the scene of the incident and determined that a fight had just occurred between psychics, a private dispute involving 3 individuals. Such incidents were actually quite common. Conflicts and disputes among psychics happen from time to time. Even if caught by the patrol, at most, they would be fined, nothing serious. This is just an internal fight among psychics, the patrol concluded and prepared to wrap up. But unexpectedly, less than half an hour later, young Master Jiang Fan from the city lord's mansion suddenly announced to everyone in the city, "What? It's actually an aberrant? An aberrant has infiltrated the Jinling underground city? And these aberrants are hiding so deeply, how can our safety be guaranteed?" Jiang Fan's words immediately caused an uproar in the city, with everyone discussing and feeling deeply worried. Jiang Fan, being from the city lord's mansion, likely represented the official stance of the mansion. Currently, the city lord was in seclusion, aiming for a higher realm to achieve the title of king, and his only daughter, Jiang Shui, was also in seclusion preparing for an assessment. Apart from Jiang Fan, no one from the city lord's mansion had made a public appearance, and the elders and officials managing city affairs remained silent, seemingly endorsing Jiang Fan's statement. Following Jiang Fan's declaration, the patrol resumed their investigation. Using surveillance and interviews, they finally identified an aberrant. Half an hour later, traced to the guest hotel, along with information about his identity and close associates. Impossible. This is slander. How could Brother Bai possibly be an anomaly? Zhang Qingshu shouted angrily. The patrol team had approached him and Nie Xiaoyu, informing them of the news. Both of them were instantly furious. The information came from the city lord's mansion. It's unlikely to be a mistake, one of the patrol members said. Though the two harbored doubts, they didn't reveal any additional information about Bai Shu. The patrol team left empty-handed. Fatty, why would the city lord's mansion label Bai Shu an anomaly? Nie Xiaoyu asked, her face full of confusion and worry in her eyes. I don't know, but I've known Brother Bai for so long. I'm certain he's definitely not an anomaly, Zhang Qingshu said, sitting on a chair in the hotel room, staring at the blank chat interface on his phone. He was anxious as well. I've told Brother Bai about the situation, but he hasn't replied. Either there's no signal, or he's too busy to respond right now, he explained to Nie Xiaoyu as he put down his phone. According to the patrol team, Brother Bai has likely left the city, though they don't know where he went. Nie Xiaoyu relayed the information she had gathered to Zhang Qingshu. She, too, didn't believe the patrol team's claims. Left the city. Could it be that Brother Bai ran to those desolate, collapsed regions? Zhang Qingshu murmured softly. If he were in such a place, it would make sense that there was no signal. Those areas were too remote, too mysterious, with limited human understanding and scarce information. After all, those regions were 10,000 meters underground. It was impossible for humans to fully excavate them, nor did they have the resources to explore every layer of the earth. Let's hope Brother Bai is safe, Zhang Qingshu sighed helplessly. Shortly after the patrol team accessed Bai Shu's hotel records, the city lord's mansion swiftly issued a wanted notice, accusing Bai Shu of being an anomaly. The speed of it was shocking. However, less than the time it takes to finish a cup of tea after the warrant was issued, a deep and powerful voice echoed throughout the city, resonating like a great bell ringing through the streets and alleys. These two fled Jinling underground city because of internal strife. They are not anomalies, I witnessed it with my own eyes. This statement quickly spread across the city, directly contradicting the city lord's mansion's claims. That's the only star-level patrol officer in Jinling underground city. He's usually mysterious and guards the city's safety. I can't believe he spoke up today. A star-level patrol officer is equivalent to a guardian envoy. If even the guardian envoy is speaking out, then whose words are true, the city lord's mansion or his? The city erupted in discussion. Two highly esteemed figures had made completely conflicting statements, leaving everyone unsure of who to trust. In the end, the city lord's mansion revoked the wanted notice against Bai Shu, leaving the public astonished yet perplexed. The entire ordeal came and went quickly, like a fleeting drama, inexplicable and absurd. However, those with sharp minds sensed something was amiss, though they couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. In the courtyards of prominent families in Jinling underground city, some elderly individuals lay on loungers, their cloudy eyes glimmering faintly with insight. They saw through the shadowy undercurrents behind this farce. It's coming, it's coming. The situation in Jinling underground city seems about to change drastically. 1. Elder sighed. He had lived through many upheavals in the city and was acutely sensitive to such eerie atmospheres. Deep underground, in a natural tunnel 10,000 meters away from Jinling underground city, a ball of flame slowly moved through the pitch-black passage, its light emanating from the feet of a thin young man. He was Subai, trapped beneath the collapsed hollow. It's been more than a day, and I still haven't found an exit. I feel like I'm descending deeper and deeper, Subai frowned. The surrounding air was becoming increasingly thin, and the pressure was mounting. Even for an ability user of his level, a walker, it was becoming strenuous. He was certain that if an ordinary person were here without spiritual energy or array protection, their chest would be crushed within seconds, sending them to their death. This confirmed that he was delving deeper into the underground abyss. There was no turning back now. Hours ago, that strange transformation had occurred again, completely sealing off the path he had previously taken. Now, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and press forward. The most worrying thing now isn't the lack of oxygen or the pressure, it's whether this unexplored place hides any formidable life forms, he murmured, vaguely recalling the unknown creature he had encountered while riding that steel behemoth. That was the first time the system had issued a red alert. It had been terrifying. No matter how dangerous it is, in the end, I can only rely on my own strength, he resolved, continuing to walk in the endless darkness for a long time. At every fork, whether leading upward or downward, he carefully analyzed and observed. But no matter which path he took, the pressure around him grew stronger, as if it sought to crush him. Finally, he reached a boundary and stopped. The reason was simple, his body was nearing its limit. If I want to find an exit, I have to keep moving forward. Staying here is a dead end, he muttered through gritted teeth. His body felt like it was on the verge of splitting apart, his blood circulation clogged, his energy unable to flow freely, and a suffocating sensation overtaking him. Yet, a determined fire burned in his eyes. Just as well. I've been holding onto the Zhu Juin body refinement card for too long. Subai took a deep breath. He had never found the right opportunity to use this experience card, mainly because he worried it might cause a commotion and attract attention. During his transformation in the Blood Forest, his leaked aura had drawn 2 heaven shift level beasts. Now, I'm 10,000 meters, maybe even deeper, underground. It should be fine, right, he thought, though there was still a trace of nervousness in his heart. He feared causing trouble, just like before. After all, Zhu Juin's aura was far too unique. In Chinese mythology, it was a top-tier primordial deity, almost akin to a creator god. He knew that if a beast or unknown creature obtained even a sliver of Zhu Juin's power, it would undergo an unprecedented transformation. The allure of such power to those beings could only be imagined. Moreover, he had yet to fully master Zhu Juin's abilities, having only grasped about 25 to 35% of its potential. But even so, he had already transformed from an ordinary person who struggled to awaken abilities into a top-tier genius capable of rivaling pseudo-domain-level opponents. If he could gain Zhu Juin's full recognition, he couldn't even fathom how powerful he would become. Despite his concerns, he had no choice. He feared that using the Zhu Jiuyin body refinement card in such a place might bring trouble. But without it, he couldn't advance further and would remain trapped here. My luck can't be that bad, he silently encouraged himself. Finally, Su Bai summoned the system, preparing to use the Zhu Jiuyin body tempering card. He found a comfortable corner, sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and allowed the energy within his body to ripple as he tried to reach his optimal state. The time it took to brew a cup of tea passed quickly. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his eyes flashing with a cold, crackling light. A virtual blue screen, visible only to him, suddenly appeared before his eyes, his attribute panel. Nowadays, he rarely focused on the specific numbers, relying more on intuition to gauge his strength. He quickly skimmed through the attribute panel and opened the inventory. Inside, a crimson card floated, radiating a scorching fiery aura. The card exuded an overwhelming might, awe-inspiring to behold. He had once considered placing personal items into the system's spatial inventory to avoid storing them in his storage ring. However, after repeated attempts, he discovered that the system's inventory only accepted items generated by the system, forcing him to abandon the idea. System, use the Zhu Jiuyin pressure body tempering card. Staring at the card shrouded in red mist, Su Bai felt a wave of searing heat surge within him. At a mere glance, his entire body grew unbearably hot, as if being scrutinized by the gaze of a primordial deity, his muscles involuntarily tensing. Understood. Activating Zhu Jiuyin body tempering card. As soon as the system's voice faded, a strange sensation struck him like a bolt of lightning, enveloping his entire body. Flames, the sun, fire essence, fire, a series of unfamiliar images flashed through his mind, disappearing in an instant. Zzzzz, his body emitted faint crackling sounds. The sensation of being burned by fire returned once again, and Su Bai clenched his teeth, enduring the pain without a moment's respite. He knew the Zhu Jiuyin body tempering card was altering him. Zhu Jiuyin was a deity, and even if the card carried only a fraction of its might, it was beyond what an ordinary person could bear. Wisps of crimson mist began materializing in the air, coiling around his body. This mist was unlike the red aura that had emanated during his past training sessions, it was the flame unleashed by the Zhu Jiuyin body tempering card, the ultimate manifestation of fire. Its temperature was so extreme that the flames themselves couldn't sustain their form, existing only as mist. Should anyone below the true force realm come into contact with this flame, they would be instantly reduced to ash, vanishing without a trace. Even with Su Bai's unparalleled fire-type abilities and his immense resistance to flames, he could barely shield his body from being incinerated. Within mere seconds of the crimson mist's appearance, the soil beneath him had already transformed into molten lava, as if he were standing at the mouth of a volcano. The surrounding stone walls, subjected to the intense heat, turned into crystalline gemstones and rare minerals. While these gemstones would undoubtedly be valuable to ordinary people, they were useless to ability users. Even the finest diamonds could only serve as rudimentary materials for weapons at the spiritual aperture realm, incapable of withstanding the attacks and erosion of spiritual energy, fragile as glass in the eyes of ability users. This really is the Zhu Jiuyin body tempering card. Su Bai's brows furrowed, his face pale. The pain was something no ordinary person could withstand. Were it not for his elevated mental state, he wouldn't have been able to persevere. His muscles withered, and his bones emitted creaking sounds. Yet, relying on his steadfast willpower and fire resistance, he barely managed to hold on. And this was merely the first minute. It hurts like hell, but I can endure it. Su Bai was drenched in cold sweat, though the droplets evaporated as soon as they formed. His clothes were instantly reduced to ashes in the mist. Strangely, his hair danced wildly in the absence of wind, glowing with a reddish-yellow hue, untouched by the flames. The hair on the rest of his body, however, had long since vanished. His skin now gleamed smooth and metallic, as though sculpted from iron, impeccably clean and devoid of even a speck of ash. Have I turned into a white tiger? No, more like a white dragon. Su Bai closed his eyes, sensing the changes in his body. He realized that his entire body was now hairless, causing his brow to twitch involuntarily. Fortunately, his head of hair remained intact, sparing him from complete baldness. Before he could dwell further, an overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted, surging toward him like a tidal wave. The imposing force was vast and boundless, as if it could crush the heavens and earth. This pressure made him feel as though countless mountains were weighing him down, rendering him immobile. His entire body trembled with an icy chill, as if he were being watched by an ancient feral beast, so oppressive that even breathing became a struggle. Is this the pressure of Zhu Juyin? It's terrifying enough to suffocate. For the first time, Subai personally experienced the might of Zhu Juyin's pressure. Previously, he had only vaguely sensed it, but this time, it was directly aimed at him. The sensation left him utterly helpless, his mind consumed by the thought of surrender. The gap in their levels of existence was akin to a dragon gazing down at an ant, an insurmountable divide. No, I must snap out of it. Subai suddenly came to his senses and bit down on his tongue, causing blood to gush out. Unlike the burning pain, this sharp sting cleared his mind, momentarily dispelling the fear induced by the overwhelming pressure. A wave of lingering dread swept over him. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been ensnared by the pressure forever, reduced to a puppet devoid of consciousness, a walking corpse. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, the crimson mist surrounding him suddenly began to change. The transformation was so rapid that it was visible to the naked eye. The power of the flames intensified in an instant, and the crimson mist enveloping his body thickened to the point of resembling water vapor, almost ready to drip. The mist was now so dense that it completely shrouded his form, akin to the thick fog in a mountain forest at dawn, except its color was a vivid red. Veins bulged on Subai's forehead as the excruciating pain nearly pushed him to his limit. It was a torment unlike anything he had ever endured. Drip, drip. Droplets of crimson liquid began falling from the mist, striking the ground and leaving thumb-sized craters. Even the molten lava on the ground recoiled from their impact. Clearly, even lava feared this crimson liquid. Of course, there was no water in the flames. To be precise, these crimson droplets were the essence condensed from ultimate flames, the pinnacle expression of fire's power. One could only imagine the consequences if such a droplet were to fall on a person. They would be instantly reduced to ashes. This is all because of Zhu Juyin's pressure. Subai growled through gritted teeth, his scalp tingling, though his mind remained clear as he scrambled to devise a solution. It was precisely due to Zhu Juyin's pressure that the power of the crimson mist had suddenly surged to an entirely new level. The mist churned and boiled, seemingly responding to the source of its existence. Zhu Juyin's pressure was bolstering it. Meanwhile, Subai, silently enduring it, was in utter agony. He felt his blood gradually draining, his body stiffening as though turning to charcoal. On the verge of disintegration and scattering into ash. Even with his formidable fire resistance, he found it nearly impossible to withstand. Without surprise, in the span of a single incense stick's burning time, his entire body would turn to ashes and completely disappear. Indeed, I was too reckless. Subai bit the tip of his tongue, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His face twitched as he fought to remain conscious through the excruciating pain. Theus expected, within the span of a single incense stick, his entire being would turn to ashes, disappearing completely. Indeed, I was still too reckless, Subai muttered, biting his tongue. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted, as he endured the excruciating pain to stay conscious. His physical strength had already reached the mid-stage of the traveler realm, and he had thought it sufficient to withstand the torment of Zhu Juyin's overwhelming pressure. Yet, even after lasting this long, his body was still failing. But why had the system given him this trial card just as he'd entered the anomalous aperture realm? Was the system trying to harm him? Impossible. Subai shut his eyes and shook his head. By now, his body was cracking apart, enduring an inhuman level of searing agony. There must be something I overlooked, he thought, clinging to his composure despite the pain, his mind racing. The power of these flames, let alone a traveler, even the physical body of someone in the true form realm couldn't withstand it. The key lay in the fact that the trial card had been granted when he first entered the anomalous aperture realm. The system wouldn't assign an impossible task. Therefore, the answer had to be a negation of his current assumptions. He delved deep into his thoughts, ignoring the flames and the encroaching red mist, recalling all his past experiences. Crackle! Crackle! The flames continued to mercilessly scorch Subai's body. At this moment, he resembled a piece of refined iron being forged in an ancient furnace, continuously being reforged. But the problem was that this piece of iron was nearing its limit, its structure beginning to crumble. Without external intervention, it was clear to anyone that this iron would eventually be reduced to charcoal fragments. Hiss, hiss, crack. The sound was like a kettle pushed to its breaking point. With a dull thud, Subai's body split open. His flesh shattered like dried twigs, revealing glowing red bones beneath. Even the bones emitted a sizzling sound, wrapped in a deep crimson radiance. Subai's face turned pale, and he could barely maintain his meditative posture. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds came from his mouth, his teeth were shattering from the pressure. I must find a way, or I'll surely die here. Subai roared internally, his thoughts frantic. Why could I hold on at first, but the moment Zhu Juin's pressure descended, its power became almost unstoppable. He spat out the broken fragments of his teeth and continued to think. Despite his efforts, he was nearing his breaking point. Pressure, pressure. Why am I trying to overcome Zhu Juin's pressure? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, a potential breakthrough. He began consciously channeling his spiritual energy, guiding it toward the direction his intuition pointed. It works! Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt the pain slightly diminish, the flames seeming to weaken. This is the right path. Subai thought excitedly. But before his excitement could last, the sound of cracking bones erupted throughout his body, causing his expression to change drastically. His body had reached its limit, it could no longer hold. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed relentlessly, and his skeletal structure shattered piece by piece, scattering bone fragments everywhere in a horrifying scene. Ah! The pain surged into his mind like needles piercing his brain, as though his head was being torn apart. Faster, faster. Subai gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as his mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. Despite his previous advances in mental fortitude, this level of pain was nearly unbearable. And yet, he persisted, repeatedly simulating and experimenting with methods. However, time was clearly running out. This direction is correct, but I don't have time to make any more mistakes. No, I don't have time for further attempts. Clenching his teeth, he endured his body's disintegration while pondering furiously. Shoo! A sound unlike any before emanated from within him. Subai froze, his heart sinking as if crushed by a massive stone. It's over. He opened his eyes abruptly, despair flooding his gaze. Starting from his lower body, his form began turning to ash, the remnants scattering into the flames. Am I going to die? By now, Subai could no longer feel pain. He stared blankly ahead, paralyzed. Was it all ending just like this? Zhu Juin, the trial, the dungeon, the extreme traveler, everything he'd been through, was it all about to vanish? Images from his memories flashed through his mind like a carousel, swift and fleeting. The recent, the distant, there was the mischievous Lu Yanla, and himself, once attentively listening in class. Scene after scene, like slides, played rapidly before his eyes. At a certain moment, his gaze froze. A pure smile, crescent-shaped like the moon, appeared in his vision, a girl in white. By Bing. This was his deepest memory, from the closed-off days of the orphanage. He knew he was about to die, about to vanish from this world. I haven't avenged you yet, haven't found the culprit. He murmured softly. With a sigh, he could see no hope for survival and could only silently accept his fate. I'm going to die. His mind was flooded with hazy thoughts. But just as he finished speaking, something unexpected occurred. Ah! A hoarse, resigned voice echoed in his mind. It was faint, yet resonated like a bell, shaking his soul. You haven't reached the limits of the anomalous aperture realm, boy. You're too impatient. This voice, is it Senior Zhu Juin? Subai faintly heard a sigh. At first, he thought it was a hallucination and muttered to himself. But then, another sentence followed, clear and undeniable. Fine, let me lend you a hand. Zhu Juin's voice rang out once more, confirming to Subai that this was no illusion. His eyes widened, and the head that had been on the verge of collapse from the pain suddenly regained clarity. The limits of the anomalous aperture realm? Subai pondered Zhu Juin's words silently. Indeed, he had not reached the pinnacle of the anomalous aperture realm. To think, this had become the key to his failure this time. After all, his cultivation had progressed too quickly. The moment he felt a chance to advance, he'd broken through. Without hesitation. As a result, he had failed to settle within the anomalous aperture realm, never reaching its limits. The system had mentioned the extreme anomalous aperture before, but he'd long forgotten it. He had been too hasty, lacking proper guidance. With only the occasional prompts from the system, his path of cultivation had been left flawed, with a fatal gap. Kid, you're lucky. Your realm isn't too high yet, so I can still help you reconstruct the layers of the anomalous aperture realm. If you'd reached the heaven transformation level, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Zhu Zhouyin's voice carried a sigh, tinged with regret at Subai's impatience but also relief that there was still a chance to change things. As soon as the words fell, the emblem of the candle 9, symbolizing the ultimate flame, on Subai's brow suddenly emitted a dazzling light, shining like the sun and shocking the soul. The crimson emblem radiated divine brilliance, its radiant light swiftly spreading and surging into Subai's body. This mysterious energy seemed to resist the extreme scorching flames. Subai felt the burning sensation gradually fade, and the pain slowly subsided. Over time, the excruciating pain that felt as if his eyes were splitting began to ease, replaced by a warm current, enveloping his entire body, as if he was soaking in warm water, so comfortable that he almost let out a sigh of relief. Out of curiosity, he looked down, and his pupils suddenly dilated. The body that had been disintegrating into ashes actually stopped vanishing and began to repair itself. His lower body and legs seemed to rewind through time, slowly regenerating. Even more miraculous, his body became crystalline, glowing with a vivid red hue, with every pore opening up and greedily absorbing the radiant light. A faint, strange fragrance lingered in the air. At the same time, his body continuously expelled black, viscous impurities, emitting a foul stench that was quickly incinerated by the surrounding flames. Is this expelling impurities from my body? He had not expected his body to harbor so much filth. Indeed, his physique was undergoing strengthening and transformation. Witnessing these peculiar changes, Subai realized that his body was experiencing a miraculous evolution. After today, his physical strength would reach a level even he could hardly imagine. This is amazing, truly remarkable. Subai knew that all of this was thanks to the brilliant light. This transformation left him in awe. This power was enigmatic and profound, yet undeniably beneficial to him. Candle 9 Senior, we meet again. As his body gradually recovered and his thoughts returned, he silently called out in his heart, filled with reverence. Your aperture realm has developed a flaw, a breach that will ruin your future. Candle 9's voice echoed again, carrying the weight of countless years and an unyielding authority, like an emperor issuing a decree. Ruin my future? Subai questioned. Then to what extent must I reach? Boy, before the sky transition, every level of the aperture realm must be pushed to its limit. Every level must reach its limit? Subai fell silent, understanding that he could only do his utmost. Only by achieving the pinnacle at each stage before the sky transition can you ascend the path of kings and seal the heavens. Candle 9 revealed a crucial piece of information. The path of kings? The next level beyond the spirit domain? Or was it related to the sky transition? Subai's mind echoed with these words, each one was profoundly significant, and he had to remember them. Reaching the limit in one stage is easy. The world has countless geniuses who, with deep understanding and sufficient talent, can achieve that. But to reach the limit at every stage requires not only talent but also an indomitable will. So that's how it is. Subai accepted this reasoning, knowing that geniuses stronger than himself surely existed. Kid, let me give you a hand. Candle 9's voice was powerful and resonant, like the strike of an iron hammer, brimming with grandeur. As the words fell, the Candle 9 emblem once again emitted a golden light, shooting straight from Subai's head into the clouds like a pillar of light. Then, at a point an inch above his head, the light split into 3 beams. With a humming sound slicing through the air, the 3 beams swiftly merged into Subai's body, flowing directly into 3 star sea apertures. Subai could clearly feel this strange phenomenon, clicking his tongue in astonishment. The scene reminded him of the ancient myth of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown. Of course, if seen in reverse, it was somewhat similar to that concept. The current situation has already gone beyond my control. Logically, this senior Candle 9 shouldn't harm me, so thinking too much is useless. This was what he thought to himself. But just now, Subai recalled that fleeting moment when he instinctively altered his state to break through his predicament, frowning deeply. He felt that if he could unravel the mystery within, his power would surely soar again. Now that Senior Candle 9 seems to be helping me repair the flaw in my E-aperture realm, this is my chance to try again. With a shift in his thoughts, Subai decisively took action without further hesitation. Because he had a lingering question regarding the flames that intensified along with Candle 9's oppressive aura. At this moment, Subai blocked out all distractions around him and fell into deep contemplation. As the flowing light injected into the 3-star C apertures, subtle changes were taking place within his body. No one noticed that, in the darkness of a rocky crevice not far away, a tiny pebble gently shifted and rolled into the bottomless abyss. The crevice resembled an endless chasm, deep and obscure. The faint sound of the pebble colliding echoed through the natural passageway, so quiet that no one could hear it. Faintly, the sound of footsteps emerged. In the underground space, silence reigned. A bare figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by blazing flames. The flames encircled his body, as if forging an extraordinary divine weapon, sharp and imposing, already awe-inspiring before fully taking shape. This person was Subai. Candle 9's flames were relentlessly remolding his body. His flesh was evolving, becoming stronger. This was a complete transformation, a qualitative leap. However, even more mysterious changes were occurring within his body, in the 3-star C apertures. The 3-star C apertures within him emitted dazzling light, shimmering with enigmatic energy. The miraculous power continuously nourished them, filling Subai with an unprecedented sensation, as though spiritual energy was about to explode within him. In his memory, this feeling was unparalleled. After all, who could experience something as surreal as apertures feeling like they were about to burst from fullness? Yet, Subai chose to trust Candle 9. Though uncomfortable, he refrained from voicing any complaints. The mysterious energy continued to surge into his apertures, like rivers streaming into the sea, unstoppable. Will my body explode? Subai worried silently. The overwhelming fullness clogged the 3 points in his body, making him extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, an anomaly occurred within the apertures. When the fullness reached its peak, a powerful suction force suddenly arose inside the apertures. Like a starving person ravenously devouring spiritual energy, they greedily absorbed it all. What is going on? Subai furrowed his brows, filled with confusion. He had no idea what was happening. This is normal. Candle 9's resounding voice echoed in his mind, soothing his tension. Senior, do you know why this is happening? Subai couldn't help but ask. Zhu Jiuyin's response had piqued his curiosity. A barren birthplace naturally results in incomplete unique apertures. Incomplete unique apertures? Senior, what do you mean by barren birthplace? Subai grew even more puzzled and immediately followed up with another question. However, Zhu Jiuyin did not answer. Subai's soul floated mid-air, his expression complicated, his brows tightly furrowed. Are my unique apertures incomplete? He wondered. Could it be because I haven't reached the highest level of the unique aperture realm? No, that's impossible. As soon as this thought arose, he immediately dismissed it. Barren birthplace, does that refer to Huangyang? Or Blue Planet? From the scattered clues and the occasional information revealed by the system, Subai vaguely pieced together an astonishing secret. Clearly, under this vast starry sky, life was not exclusive to the Blue Planet. But this isn't something I can dwell on now. Subai set aside his thoughts and let out a light sigh. On the Blue Planet alone, countless secrets awaited his exploration, let alone the boundless cosmos. Thud. 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 The sound from within his body pulled him back to reality. My unique apertures are undergoing some change I don't understand. He observed his body and noticed that the suction within his unique apertures was gradually weakening, as if the spiritual energy had been completely absorbed. Incredible! Such a massive amount of spiritual energy has actually been absorbed. Then where is all this spiritual energy now? Subai looked at the 3-star C apertures within him, puzzled. After absorbing the spiritual energy, they continued to greedily draw from the energy flowing in through his forehead, as if they could never be sated. On the surface, everything seemed normal, as though no changes had occurred. But Subai's sharp eyes detected a difference. A certain starry area within one of his unique apertures faintly shimmered with golden patterns. He could feel that this golden patterned area, in terms of stability, strength, and control, far exceeded the starry areas without golden patterns. Is this what a complete unique aperture looks like? Subai murmured to himself but couldn't be sure. Instinctively, he called out a few times for Zhu Join, but there was no response. Obviously, Zhu Join had said nothing more beyond his earlier words. I still have time, I need to observe this more. Subai's soul narrowed its eyes, deciding to wait patiently. The familiar sensation of fullness came over him again, identical to before. With the repeated cycles of this sensation and state, the golden patterns within the unique aperture became increasingly prominent. Subai grew more and more certain of his hypothesis. So, next, I just need to wait for all 3 Starcy apertures to turn into golden patterns? Time ticked by, though he wasn't sure how many hours had passed. Watching the Starcy apertures gradually become covered with golden patterns, Subai felt an indescribable sensation slowly fade away. It was a feeling of completeness, a sign of perfect alignment in his cultivation realm. At the same time, fire burned across his body. Subai's physical form became crystalline and translucent as the transformation neared its conclusion. Deep underground, in a bottomless crevice, a grain of fine sand fell and landed lightly on soft, bluish-purple soil. This was an endless rift spanning tens of thousands of meters, silent, its darkness swallowing all sight. The interplay of cold and geothermal heat formed an eternal melody here. Plop! The grain of sand made a sound as it hit the ground. In an instant, the space within the abyssal crevice seemed to pause for a moment, becoming even more silent. Then, a sharp, piercing screech tore through the void. Immediately after, it was as if some mechanism had been triggered. A cascade of similar screeches responded, like stones dropped onto a calm water surface, spreading ripples rapidly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, countless screeches echoed through the abyssal crevice, sinister and terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. In the corners of the rift, faintly glowing plants grew. Under their dim light, countless blackish-green figures could be seen darting back and forth, emitting an ear-piercing tat-tat sound that set one's teeth on edge. Merely witnessing such a scene would make one's entire body tremble, and their heart quiver, as though they had glimpsed the most horrifying demons of hell. And in the deepest part of the abyss, an immensely powerful presence opened its scarlet, malevolent eyes. Suddenly, the piercing screeches within the abyssal crevice came to an abrupt halt. All the blackish-green figures trembled in terror, falling silent as though they had heard the most dreadful news imaginable. Through the earth veins and plants, tracing the bottom of the abyss carefully, one could see that this entity's limbs were tightly bound by shackles made of mysterious materials. However, the dark red glow on the shackles was gradually fading, while the aura of the entity continued to suppress the surrounding unknown forces. Clearly, it was firmly imprisoned. Almost. Its voice was hoarse and icy, filled with murderous intent. Blood dragon scorching gold cannot imprison an emperor. Huff! In the endless darkness of the underground depths, a lean young man sat cross-legged, his upper body bare, exhaling deeply. He was shrouded in a mist of flame that radiated intense heat. This flame was slowly being absorbed into his body, bit by bit, devoured and fused. The forging of my physical body is complete. Subai opened his eyes, and within them burned a crimson flame, flashing with the sharpness of an arrow and the might of lightning. At this moment, his momentum and state had returned to their peak. His body was crystalline and flawless, devoid of any impurities. Spiritual energy flowed more swiftly within him, and his integration with the surrounding environment had significantly improved. Even more astonishing was the faint, pleasant fragrance that emanated from his body. Could this be the legendary saintly body? Subai glanced at his skin, as delicate and fair as a newborn's, and couldn't help but smile. He was certain that his physical constitution had improved dramatically. Now, even without Zhu Join's fire, the enhancement in his physical speed and strength alone was enough to easily deal with the 2 half-step pseudo-realm assassins from before. Conservatively speaking, his physical qualities now rivaled those of pseudo-realm experts who specialized in cultivating bodily strength. As for how many tiers into the pseudo-realm he had reached, that would require combat to determine. What was once his weakness, his physical body, had now become his greatest weapon. He even vaguely felt that the power of his physical body might surpass that of Zhu Juin's flames. Although these advancements are already satisfying, what surprises me the most is the transformation of the unique apertures within me. This training session had originally been an unexpected gain, but with the assistance of Zhu Juin, it had completely eliminated the hidden flaws in his unique aperture realm, elevating them to a state of perfection. At the same time, he successfully stepped into the late stage of the Walker realm. Thinking of this, he introspected himself. His soul transformed into a tiny figure, appearing within the mysterious aperture. Without hesitation, he focused all his attention and began observing intently. At first glance, he was stunned. The boundless starry sky from before, with stars scattered across the void and no other light source, had now transformed into a resplendent golden mural of starlight. The mural was covered with mysterious patterns, emanating a sacred glow, appearing incredibly extraordinary. So this is the ultimate manifestation of the mysterious aperture realm. Compared to before, he felt his ability to refine and absorb spiritual energy within the aperture had more than doubled. He even thought that if he had possessed such a golden mysterious aperture back then, he might have been able to contend with the Walker realm, forcibly compensating for the shortcomings of his vain gait. When he finished digesting these changes, he suddenly realized something and immediately called out in his heart, "Senior Candle 9-een? Senior Candle 9-een, can you hear me?" Subai called out a few times, but Candle 9-een did not respond. After a long silence, he finally confirmed that Senior Candle 9-een had disappeared. With a faint sigh of regret, Subai stood up. If not for the help of Senior Candle 9-een, he would have long perished in the flames, his body reduced to a pile of ashes. "The oppressive feeling has lessened significantly," Subai remarked as he changed into a new set of clothes, sensing the faint pressure in the air. Compared to before, when it felt like carrying a 1,000-pound weight, he now felt much lighter. He knew this wasn't because the underground pressure had decreased but because he had become stronger, more capable of handling the stress and easily enduring such an environment. Casually running his hand along his smooth skin, he was surprised by its silky texture. "It seems I'm truly bare now," he chuckled bitterly. Fortunately, the mark of Candle 9-een remained at the center of his forehead, and his hair hadn't been burned away by the flames, only the rest of his body was completely hairless. Feeling the coolness of his lower body, he found it a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps this is the price of becoming stronger. Stronger, yet completely bald, he mused. But Subai quickly accepted reality, as there was no time to dwell on such trivial matters. With his enhanced physical attributes and increased resistance to pressure, he could continue venturing deeper underground to explore the unknown. With this thought, his expression turned serious once more. If he couldn't find a way out, when the pressure reached its limit, he might end up trapped and perish here. Feeling heavy-hearted, he gripped the torch in his hand tightly. The flames burned with a fiery red glow, intertwined with strange golden threads, illuminating the path ahead as he moved forward slowly. He walked like this for days. During this time, his phone ran out of battery completely. Subai remembered the last time he checked it, it was around 2:30 p.m. Without a way to track time, in this pitch-black, lightless environment tens of thousands of meters underground, he had lost track of how many days had passed. Maybe 1 or 2 days, or perhaps a week. The path ahead alternated between spacious and narrow areas. The spacious sections were as vast as plazas, while the narrow ones barely allowed him to pass through. In this extreme, oppressive, and confined space, the deeper he ventured, the narrower the passage became. It was like a trap slowly sealing him in, a situation that would drive an ordinary person to collapse in no time. Only Subai, with his elevated state of mind, maintained a stoic expression as he pressed onward. As time passed, he grew numb. Still, compared to the confusion he felt when perceiving the starry sea within the aperture, this environment at least did not leave him lost or disoriented. Whoosh! The flames flared up, tongues of fire swelling as they illuminated more details ahead. A skeleton resembling a human appeared in front of him. It was like a mummified corpse, with half of its body embedded in a crack in the stone wall, seemingly stuck there. The sight was eerie and terrifying to the extreme. If it were anyone else, encountering such a scene in this silent and oppressive environment, they would probably go insane from fear. But Subai merely raised an eyebrow slightly, showing no panic. After all, this was the 6th dried-up corpse he had come across during this time. The first time he encountered one, he had been somewhat shocked, but now his heart was as calm as still water. It seems I've entered some kind of burial zone. Who knows how many dried-up corpses I've encountered? Cases like Subai's were not uncommon. Every year, tens of thousands of people would lose their way underground and end up trapped to death. When special environmental conditions arose, the bodies would be preserved, gradually becoming part of the subterranean landscape. As the Earth's layers shifted, they would lie dormant in the depths of the endless land. Of course, some people met their end in dangerous places on the surface, and through geological changes, were eventually buried thousands of meters underground, becoming part of the earth walls. Without hesitation, Subai approached and began to carefully examine the dried-up corpse. The skeletal structure is crystalline and translucent, faintly glowing with a white light. He discovered an object resembling a key at the center of the corpse's hand bones. Judging by its design, this must be something from 1,000 years ago. Subai had excelled in history during high school, consistently ranking among the top, which made it easy for him to deduce the item's age. The history of this world was largely similar to that of Blue Star, with the addition of some elements of supernatural abilities. The difference was that the timeline here spanned much longer, 10 or even 100 times longer than that of Blue Star. For example, something like Magellan's voyages could take several centuries here. Part of the reason was the delays caused by dangerous terrains and exotic beasts, as well as the fact that the world's map was far larger than Blue Star's. Thus, to this day, no one could accurately pinpoint the origin of the earliest civilizations. But Subai could understand this. After all, an ordinary awakened individual who had just reached the initial awakening realm could live for about 100 years under normal circumstances. As someone in the Walker realm, his lifespan was roughly between 150 to 200 years. If history were much shorter, wouldn't those heaven-turning experts have all left indelible marks on the historical record? A skeleton that still glows after 1,000 years, this person must have been at least at the spirit domain realm during their lifetime. Subai observed under the firelight, narrowing his eyes slightly. But even a spirit domain expert ended up trapped and dead here? No, something's off. Subai's gaze swept over the corpse partially buried in the soil, finally stopping at its neck. At the connection between the skull and torso, there was a clear break. The bones were shattered into several segments, with black cracks and bone fragments clinging to it like a spider's web. The wound was ghastly, and the method of attack was brutally cruel. Judging by the appearance, this person had their throat crushed with a single strike. A master of at least spirit domain realm, yet they couldn't even resist and were killed with one blow? Subai's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze complex. You must be kidding. He felt his speculation was far too shocking, nearly scaring himself. Could it be an ability user of the heaven-turning level? His gaze wavered. It was hard to imagine that such a spiritual realm master, someone even he would revere, had been killed as effortlessly as slaughtering a chicken. What intrigued him even more was, what kind of terrifying opponent had this powerful figure encountered back then? Forget it. 1,000 years have passed. It's all in the past, Subai thought to himself, as if trying to console himself. The long and tormenting entrapment underground, unable to find a way out, had strained his nerves. Especially in this desolate underworld, any hint of danger was magnified. He had to remain vigilant. However, a millennium had passed. Even if there were dangers, they shouldn't pose a threat to him anymore. What puzzled him was whether this mummified corpse had been killed underground, or if it had been slain on the surface and then thrown here, eventually ending up in this spot due to geological shifts. After sighing and pondering for a moment, he prepared to bypass the corpse and continue forward. Suddenly, Subai gasped softly in surprise and halted his steps. Is that a jade bottle? A flicker of firelight flashed in Subai's eyes, his pupils gleaming with a peculiar luster as he revealed a look of doubt. He lowered his gaze and saw something faintly glowing within the ribcage of the corpse's chest cavity. The light was so faint that it was almost obscured by the shimmering white of the bones themselves. Could this jade bottle have been preserved for 1,000 years? Might it contain some kind of treasure? Subai exhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. He clasped his hands together and bowed solemnly toward the mummified remains. Senior, please forgive me. I, too, am trapped here and must seize every chance to survive. Apologies for the disturbance. After waiting a few seconds, he decisively extended his hand into the glowing chest cavity of the skeleton. With his fingers slightly curved, he used his spiritual energy to gently draw it in. The faintly glowing jade bottle flew into his palm. This is definitely no ordinary object if it's preserved in a jade bottle like this. He had come across countless bones and remains before, but rarely found anything intact. Most disintegrated into dust upon contact. After all, the power of time was formidable. Time could sever the legacies of countless heroes. Yet, under the erosion of 1,000 years, only the treasures on this nameless master remained perfectly preserved. Should I open it to take a look? Holding the jade bottle and feeling its warm, jade-like texture, Subai hesitated. System, analyze this. What is it? Ding. System received the request. Analyzing. Mysterious jade bottle. Mysterious jade bottle? Subai chuckled bitterly. Forget it. He decided to put it away for now, not in a hurry to open it. Bowing once more, he bypassed the corpse and continued on. This was not the time to dwell on such things. If he couldn't find an exit, he would eventually become a part of this underground world. Time passed, how long, he could no longer tell. Subai was still searching for a path. Occasionally, the underground crevices ahead became narrower and narrower, so cramped that he wondered if he'd hit a dead end. But fortunately, using his spiritual energy and physical strength to carve a way forward, the path would soon open up again. Mechanical and numb, desolate and dark, these were Subai's feelings at the moment. This torment kept honing his willpower. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The flickering flames illuminated a peculiar plant growing in a crevice. Subai gently pinched its stem and felt his spiritual energy become just a bit more refined. Earth Spirit Mossflower grows below 10,000 meters underground in moist, cool environments. Has a 30% chance of enhancing the purity of a user's spiritual energy. Never thought I'd find something like this, Subai murmured to himself. Too bad there's only one here, not a cluster. This little bit of refinement is almost negligible. He burned the plant's remnants with his fire and pressed on. Flames surrounded him as he steadily walked forward. How much longer must I keep moving forward? Am I really going to die trapped here? Subai frowned deeply. Without any points of reference, he had lost track of how long he had been here. Thankfully, his spiritual energy and the faint traces of oxygen kept him alive. The dry rations in his storage ring barely staved off his hunger. Even for an ability user in the Walker realm, let alone someone in the Pseudo-True-Force realm, sustenance was still necessary. Only those in the spiritual domain realm could entirely detach from the need for food and air, surviving purely on spiritual energy and special energies. That said, even they could eat and drink if they wished, it just wasn't essential for survival. As for Subai, he hadn't yet reached that stage. He still needed food and oxygen. However, he wasn't overly concerned. The vines and plants he had encountered along the way indicated the presence of oxygen, though thin, it was enough to sustain him. His biggest fear was not finding an exit and dying trapped in this endless labyrinth. The constant circling and lack of progress aggravated his frustrations. But fate seemed to favor Subai. Just as he was deep in self-doubt, he discovered a new clue ahead. So much oxygen. The flames burned intensely, and the flickering firelight was reflected in Subai's dark eyes. You might wonder how flames could burn in such a low oxygen environment. That was because the fire was fueled by spiritual energy, which created the flame. Feeling the oxygen concentration increasing as he moved forward, Subai quickened his pace. Clang! Boom! The striking force of someone at the pinnacle of the Walker realm was astonishing. Even with controlled strength, it could flatten a small hill. Yet here, his blows landed on the densely compacted soil, raising no more than a fist-sized bulge. Subai continued striking, carving an ever longer path forward. Earth and sand scattered, only to be turned into translucent crystals by the flames he generated. Persistence paid off. Before long, there was finally a change ahead. With another fiery punch, he broke through the wall of soil, creating a hole several meters in diameter. Subai stared at the opening with bewilderment. To create a hole this large indicated that the space beyond must be hollow. Is it an exit or a cave formed by a collapse? His entire body tensed as he carefully suppressed his aura and cautiously stepped into the opening. Inside, it was pitch black, utterly void of light. What's going on? Subai was stunned. Given his physical attributes, even ability users in the Pseudo-True-Force realm couldn't match his visual acuity. Yet now, in this darkness, he couldn't see a thing. Without hesitation, he activated his spiritual energy and infused it into his eyes. Instantly, his black pupils became as deep as the stars, and spiritual energy spread throughout his gaze. His sight became razor-sharp, like flying blades capable of piercing through the darkness ahead. In his original world, this ability alone would have earned him the title of Thousand Mile Eye. Finally, he could see what lay within. This is. When Subai infused his psychic energy into his eyes, the dark space before him instantly became clear, leaving him utterly shocked. This was an endless expanse, a vast and boundless area without any visible end. Not far away, plants were surprisingly growing. Some resembled short shrubs, while others towered like pine trees, and even some spread out wide like flat platforms, connecting together to form a dense forest. Could this be the underground ecosystem mentioned in the books? Subai muttered in amazement to himself. He rubbed his eyes, almost believing he had returned to the surface. Apart from the peculiar types of plants, everything else was almost identical to a forest at night. This was a sight he had never seen before, and even those who lived in the underground cities had rarely encountered such a phenomenon, as they had never ventured outside their cities. In this ancient forest, there were trees over 500 years old, and even one that might have a history of thousands of years. Unlike plants on the surface, the roots and leaves of these trees displayed visible flowing textures, as if their outer layers had been peeled away, an astonishingly peculiar sight. An underground ecological world, truly an unknown domain. Subai murmured softly, narrowing his eyes. Sparse sounds of insects chirping came from the bushes ahead, and the breath of life surged forth. This ecosystem is unique. I wonder if there's any danger. Subai remained highly alert. Although the surroundings were tranquil, he refrained from recklessly entering this seemingly vibrant underground forest. Instead, he passed through a broken opening and skirted along the forest's edge. He knew that the underground world was rife with dangers, and venturing in without understanding the situation would be too risky. This could be a trap or a perilous area, calm on the surface, yet potentially hiding deadly threats beneath. He adhered to this principle always, never taking unnecessary risks. In fact, during his cultivation at the hotel, he had researched rumors about the underground world online. One story, in particular, had left a deep impression on him. It was said that an ability user, searching for rare medicinal herbs underground, once stumbled upon a vast and boundless underground ecological world, spanning an area comparable to an entire province. There were sky-reaching subterranean giants, lava dragons soaring and roaring, and all sorts of bizarre plants and creatures. This ability user, a king who had undergone 9 evolutions, possessed immense strength, capable of toppling mountains with a thought and overturning seas with a single palm. He had risen to the pinnacle from a low-rank ability user, thanks to his D-level ability, Purple Heartbloom, ultimately achieving the status of a king. Yet, in the end, he did not fall to a giant's fist, nor was he incinerated by a dragon's flames, nor defeated by another king. Instead, he was buried in an unremarkable patch of grass underground. His blood and psychic energy were drained, and even the bones that bore the will of a king turned to dust. The story seemed fantastical, and Subai was half skeptical, but he kept it in mind nonetheless. No matter what, avoiding it is the best strategy, he silently decided. Fortunately, while the forest was vast, the open areas around it were even more expansive. The forest occupied only a small portion of the area, and Subai just happened to pass by it. Before long, he had distanced himself from the forest. The vista ahead opened up into what resembled desert plains. Gradually, chaotic noises reached his ears, the rustling of leaves, the dripping of water, and the faint growls of unknown creatures. As expected, there's something off about that forest. Subai's eyes flickered with psychic energy. He saw a group of creatures resembling horses walking ahead. I almost went in there, that would have been far too dangerous. His expression turned serious. Although the forest appeared brimming with life, it gave off an unsettling aura, making one feel uneasy. At this moment, he realized the forest was missing one crucial element: biological activity. Though there were insect sounds, there was no rustling of plants in the wind. It was as if all the plants there were lifeless, devoid of vitality. Having figured this out, Subai exhaled deeply. The underground was fraught with traps. If he had ventured into that forest, who could say whether he would have come out alive? He was just an ordinary wanderer. Even as a psychic ability user in the spirit domain realm, he held little advantage in such a place. Psychic energy fluctuating around him, he quickly activated his hidden god pearl to conceal his aura and traces. He then quietly approached the horse-like creatures. This was the first type of creature he had encountered underground. Their aura was gentle and posed little danger, potentially helpful for understanding the environment here. Still, he remained cautious, keeping the hidden god pearl active at all times. Xiao xiao. The creatures let out low whinnies. They huddled together, some warily scanning their surroundings, while others guarded the rear, occasionally letting out cries. Ordinary creatures, no psychic energy fluctuations, not exotic beasts, Subai whispered in analysis. He followed quietly behind the group, concealing himself. Upon observation, he confirmed that these creatures were just ordinary animals, not exotic beasts. To think there are still ordinary animals in this place. Judging by their size, each one is as large as an elephant, he thought. The fact that they weren't exotic beasts yet were so massive indicated a highly complex ecosystem capable of sustaining such enormous creatures. Xiao xiao. At the front, a creature that appeared to be the leader let out a loud neigh, drawing Subai's attention. It suddenly reared up on its hind legs, standing upright, then stomped down forcefully on the ground. Boom! The greenish-black soil beneath its feet split instantly, dust flying into the air. When the smoke cleared, a massive pit several meters deep was revealed. Inside the pit, countless translucent, jade-like worms squirmed and wriggled. Xiao xiao. The horse-like creatures swarmed forward, leaping into the pit to devour the worms. Clearly, this was their food source. Incredible! Their physical strength is astonishing. Subai's eyes gleamed with surprise. When he stomped on the same greenish-black soil with all his might, he could only create a pit about a meter deep. There was no way he could cause such a dramatic impact as these creatures had. Relying purely on physical strength, they've reached the true force realm, he estimated. However, it seems like these creatures are heading somewhere. After waiting in place for a while, the herd finished their meal and began moving toward a distant location, clearly with a purpose. Should I follow them? Subai's gaze flickered as he contemplated, ultimately gritting his teeth and deciding to follow. The creatures hadn't noticed him, and they seemed docile in temperament. With their large numbers, even if there was danger, he could escape immediately. Moreover, he wanted to take this opportunity to explore the area. Xiao xiao, the sound of the horses' cries echoed across the underground desert, long and far-reaching. On the endless plains, treading upon the greenish-black soil, Subai followed the herd of horse-like beasts, advancing slowly. This place was entirely different from the surface world. It was pitch black, like falling into an abyss where even reaching out, you couldn't see your own hand. Only Subai, with his vision greatly enhanced by psionic energy, could walk freely in this almost lightless underground world. Strangely, the herd of horse-like beasts not far away seemed completely unaffected by the darkness. Living in such perpetual shadow, they appeared to disregard the darkness entirely. The herd moved at a steady pace, but their speed was equivalent to the full sprint of an awakened psionic being. In the initial awakening realm. For Subai, keeping up was no issue. However, these ordinary beasts had no psionic energy, yet their speed rivaled that of awakened beings. This could only mean that the immense pressure underground had honed their physical bodies to an astonishing degree. The sound of grass crunching underfoot reached his ears as patches of greenery began to grow on the barren wasteland. Unlike the plants in forests, these were clearly ordinary wild grasses, devoid of any danger. Subai followed the herd, leaving behind the desolate desert. These plants, he murmured, rubbing the root of a weed he had just plucked, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. With his keen observation, he noticed that these wild grasses resembled subterranean moss-like plants. Some had even developed hard shells, their surfaces shrouded in a faint white mist. The herd passed through this area and continued forward. Along the way, signs of life became increasingly evident, and various creatures began to appear in his vision. Occasionally, black shadows streaked across the sky. Their sharp fangs and translucent purple wings allowed Subai to identify them as some unknown species of bat-like creatures. At some point, life seemed to erupt from all directions, and the number of beasts suddenly surged. There were long-nosed birds soaring through the air, as well as palm-sized gelatinous creatures wriggling on the ground, resembling a grand migration of animals. The cacophony of cries and roars from the various creatures left Subai slightly dazed. It had been a long time since he had heard such a symphony of sounds. Trapped underground, the only noises he had grown accustomed to were the constant ringing in his ears and the groaning of shifting earth and stone. He extended his psionic sense slightly and discovered that all these creatures were ordinary animals, there wasn't a single mutated beast among them. How strange. Not a single mutated beast, Subai remarked. Ordinary animals, aside from those humans bred for experiments, could only be found in zoos. In the wild, even the weakest of mutated beasts could easily kill animals several times their size. Yet here, every creature without exception was an ordinary species. If their physical bodies weren't so robust as to compensate for the lack of psionic energy, even a single greenleaf snake slipping in could probably wipe out all of these beasts. But that was merely a thought. If a greenleaf snake were really to appear, the high pressure of this environment would cause it to explode instantly. The underground creatures were diverse in form, and even with Subai's top-tier academic knowledge, he could hardly name more than a few of these bizarre beasts. However, they all shared one common trait: they were all moving relentlessly toward the same direction. Where are they all heading? Subai's curiosity was piqued. His sixth sense told him that this destination was by no means ordinary, and it might even hold the key to his escape. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar of a beast interrupted his thoughts. Subai froze. The horse-like herd all flinched, stopping immediately. They knelt on their front limbs, trembling and lowering their heads. Even the lead beast dropped to its knees, remaining silent. The younglings in the herd hid beneath their companions, not daring to show their faces. The other creatures in the vicinity also knelt on their front limbs, trembling with their heads lowered. The area fell utterly silent, not a single sound of a roar or cry to be heard. In mere seconds, the cacophony of birds and beasts vanished, leaving an eerie and unsettling silence. What kind of beast could this be to command such respect? Subai scratched his chin, sensing an overwhelming vitality emanating from the left side of the herd. The source was only a few kilometers away, yet its presence was utterly intimidating, with winds howling in its wake. The sound of its breathing was steady and powerful, like the rumbling of mountains or the continuous drumming of war drums. Subai felt his chest tighten under the oppressive force, and he instinctively circulated his psionic energy to ease the pressure slightly. From several kilometers away, Subai finally caught sight of the source of the roar. In the distance, a colossal beast lumbered forward. Its entire body was covered in azure fur with yellow patterns coiling like clouds. 3 sharp, deep brown horns jutted from its head, as sharp as blades, seeming as though they could pierce both sky and earth, like thunder crashing down from the heavens. So majestic. It's like a beast king. Subai felt a jolt in his heart, a faint sharpness flashing through his gaze. As the beast king advanced, every creature below trembled, not daring to meet its gaze. Its vitality was as overwhelming as the roar of a dragon. The term immediately surfaced in Subai's mind. This beast king exhibited no psionic fluctuations, relying solely on its physical might, yet its presence alone posed an immense threat to him. Without a doubt, if this beast king came into contact with him, Subai's body would be crushed like tofu. A strong being entirely focused on physical cultivation? Even the transcendent grade mutated beasts I've encountered before don't have such imposing dignity, Subai muttered. After a quick comparison, Subai understood that this beast king was absolutely beyond his current ability to handle. As the beast king approached, some of the creatures were already so terrified that they lost control of their bowels, leaving puddles of filth on the ground. At the same time, the oppressive force grew even stronger. From a kilometer away, the beast king, though appearing to stroll leisurely, actually broke the sound barrier within seconds. It swiftly passed through row after row of beasts, charging ahead. Whoosh! The beast king's figure vanished in an instant, followed by an ear-splitting sonic boom, as if the air itself had been torn apart. Hiding among the herd, Subai gripped his concealment pearl tightly, his gaze fixated on the distant black speck the size of a grain of rice that was the beast king. He furrowed his brows slightly. I shouldn't have been noticed, right? After all, it's not a mutated beast, he thought to himself, a trace of worry creeping into his heart. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the beast king had paused slightly as it passed by the herd where Subai was hiding. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Forget it, I'm probably overthinking it, Subai shook his head, comforting himself with a faint smile. Where are all these herds heading? The mournful calls of long-nosed beasts echoed across the desolate plains, making the already barren land feel even more forlorn. But at this moment, the plains were no longer calm. The sound of footsteps and roaring grew louder and louder, shaking the very earth and sky. Subai couldn't help but wonder, would such massive vibrations cause this vast expanse of land to collapse? He continued to follow the horse herd, blending in among the dense mass of beasts. These tightly packed herds were composed entirely of ordinary creatures, devoid of any psionic fluctuations, ensuring that none of them noticed Subai's disguise. However, Subai dared not act recklessly, especially avoiding getting too close to the leaders of the beast hordes. These creatures exuded immense vitality and a formidable presence. If they sensed anything unusual, the consequences could be dire. The powerful beast kings that appeared earlier continued to emerge, with 2 or 3 more showing up. Some unfurled massive wings, their purple feathers sharp as blades slicing through the sky. Others were colossal in size, their heavy steps resembling the rumble of collapsing mountains. Still others emitted a floral fragrance, their bodies surrounded by crimson mist, resembling floating cotton-like plants moving gently. These formidable creatures weighed heavily on Subai's nerves. If he were to assess their strength, these few were undoubtedly on par with the imposing beast king he had encountered before. Fortunately, he hadn't acted rashly upon discovering that most of the beings here were ordinary creatures. Otherwise, the outcome could have been disastrous. What reassured him slightly was the clear hierarchical gap between these beast kings and the ordinary herds. The beast kings moved alone, carefully avoiding the other groups. Subai's position within the beast horde was of medium rank. Apart from occasionally stepping aside to let other groups pass, he moved boldly within the horde, staying in the middle ranks. In other words, he was right at the heart of the herd. Time passed slowly as Subai waited patiently. Swish, swish, swish. The various herds trampled over the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The vegetation and terrain here were peculiar. Despite the abundance of weeds, the soil was loose, causing dust to rise in waves. The mighty beast tide advanced collectively toward a single destination. It resembled a grand wave of beasts but occurred deep underground, a mysterious phenomenon that surface dwellers with supernatural abilities had never witnessed. Without any sense of time, Subai had no idea how long had passed, an hour, perhaps half a day. The horde traversed one strange area after another without encountering any danger. At the far horizon, a black dot gradually came into Subai's view. We've arrived. Subai's eyes lit up in excitement after such a long and monotonous journey. He fixed his gaze on the black, which grew larger and clearer in his sight until it finally revealed its full form. It was a city. Are there really people living here? Subai exclaimed in astonishment. As he stared at the ever-clearer silhouette of the city, its distinctly human architectural style sparked a flurry of thoughts in his mind. Maybe the people here know a way to return to the surface. But if there really are people here, will they be friend or foe? He muttered to himself. As the city came into view, more questions flooded his thoughts. Could this be a beast tide attacking the city? Subai's heart tightened. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Near the city, he saw several dark figures standing silently, none other than the beast kings he had previously encountered. These mighty beast kings stood apart in a tacit arrangement, gazing intently at the ancient city as if deep in thought. The city's features became clearer, revealing more details to Subai. The city walls were dark green, riddled with massive cracks visible at a glance. He could almost feel the intense destructive force that had left its mark. The heavily damaged walls seemed on the verge of collapse. Their faded yellow patterns had lost their luster, silently speaking of the passage of time and the ravages of the years. One corner of the wall had even crumbled entirely, exposing the even more dilapidated and decayed structures within. An overwhelming sense of antiquity, decay, and death permeated the air. Subai was at a loss for words. This city was in such a state of ruin, exuding an aura of lifelessness. Could this be a ghost town? He speculated. Just as he was about to approach and possibly explore, the procession ahead abruptly came to a halt. Roar! A robust beast within the horde let out an intimidating roar, silencing the weaker creatures. The entire beast tide came to a standstill, all turning their heads to gaze at the decrepit city. Clearly, this was the destination. Unlike the beast kings at the forefront, the horde stopped a kilometer away from the city. 100 meters behind the beast kings stood dozens of powerful beast leaders, while several hundred meters further back stretched the massive horde. Subai remained in the horde's center. What are they planning? This city is already in ruins, Subai pondered, puzzled. The walls had crumbled, the buildings inside were on the verge of collapse, and the city had long lost its defensive function. It couldn't possibly stop the horde. Driven by curiosity, he refrained from advancing further and instead stayed in place to observe. The horde stood motionless, all raising their heads to gaze at the decaying city. The noise within the horde grew incessant, a cacophony of sounds filling the air. Suddenly, near the city, several beast kings tilted their heads back and let out resounding roars. Their deafening cries shook the heavens and the earth, their oppressive might cascading like a falling galaxy, even causing Subai to feel stifled. At the sound of the beast king's roars, the horde instantly fell silent. An eerie stillness enveloped the space, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. This was the command of the beast kings, their dominance suppressing the weak. The horde dared not defy them. Whoosh! Time passed slowly, yet Subai's eyes grew brighter. He felt a strange energy gradually welling up within him. Though he couldn't decipher its nature, a warm current surged through his body. Another moment passed, and Subai distinctly sensed his spiritual energy recovering. The ambient spiritual energy in the air began to churn wildly. Suddenly, a loud boom shattered the tranquility as an immense surge of energy erupted. From within the city, a radiant beam of light, as dazzling as the sun, shot upward. The holy and immense brilliance swiftly illuminated the surroundings. The light resembled divine flames, akin to the legendary golden crow, piercing through the darkness and dispelling the boundless gloom. Roar! At that moment, be it the blood-boiling beast kings or the ordinary beasts, all let out deafening roars. Could this be the sun? The radiant white light instantly lit up the land shrouded in darkness, piercing through the shadows and bringing hope and warmth. Though blinding, the light was not discomforting. Instead, it infused Subai with a sense of warmth, instantly washing away the heaviness and gloom in his heart, leaving him feeling extraordinarily light. How can the sun rise in the city's center? Subai paused, his brows furrowing slightly. Ripples of emotion stirred within him as he realized he couldn't recall how many days he had spent underground without seeing sunlight. He couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, his desire to enter the ruined city grew stronger. Without further hesitation, he lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, swiftly maneuvering through wave after wave of beasts toward the city. He concealed his presence well, ensuring he wouldn't be exposed entirely. The horde was densely packed, and the paths were narrow. Even so, it wasn't long before he navigated through the dense beast tide and arrived several hundred meters from the city. Here stood the leaders of the mighty beast groups. They were brimming with vitality, their bodies robust and powerful. Subai halted his steps, standing still. It wasn't that he didn't want to move closer, but the beast kings ahead were far too formidable, so much so that even he couldn't help but feel a pang of nervousness. He wasn't sure if these beast kings could detect him, and he wasn't willing to gamble his life on it. Creatures of this caliber could easily crush him with nothing but their physical might. He stood there, hesitating whether to proceed. He wanted to enter the city but was held back by fear. Several beast kings stood not far from the city, appearing to act as its guardians. They raised their heads, gazing at the radiant sun. Their multicolored beastly eyes filled with reverence. Clearly, this ancient city held an incredibly high status in their hearts. Anyone who dared to approach the city under their watchful eyes would likely be torn to pieces in an instant. After half an hour, Subai couldn't resist the urge to take another step forward. But just as he moved a few steps, a wave of coldness washed over him. His hair stood on end, and his heart clenched. Subai sucked in a breath of cold air. A foreboding sensation surged within him. If he went any further, he would definitely be discovered. These beast kings were too powerful. Their blood energy as vast as mountains, their imposing aura spreading across the surroundings. Even without spiritual energy, they could sense his presence purely by instinct. He hastily retreated, returning to the location of the lead beast among the herd. Only then did that unsettling feeling slowly fade away. I absolutely cannot force my way through. Subai made up his mind. Not only was this place densely packed with beasts, but it also had powerful beast kings. If he were discovered, death would be inevitable. Then I'll just wait until they leave, he muttered, his patience unwavering. After all, in a place like this, searching for a way to survive underground required immense endurance. Without it, one would have already collapsed. He quietly approached a lead beast covered in scale-like armor and stood beside it. This lead beast's territory was several times larger than the Others, and unlike the foul stench emanating from the others, it exuded a refreshing plant-like fragrance that made Subai feel more at ease. At the forefront of the city, the Beast King's pupils shimmered with an overwhelming sense of authority as they all fixed their gaze on the dazzling sun. The light won't last much longer. It's growing shorter and shorter, the sharp voice of a bird-like Beast King echoed, its sound rippling through the air. We need to prepare early. The light will extinguish eventually, perhaps very soon, or maybe next time, it said. It's not that dire yet. We still have options, a cyan blue Beast King with golden cloud patterns and piercing eyes spoke. Despite its immense strength, there was a hint of helplessness in its tone as it faced the current situation. Move away? This vast world is full of obstacles. Where else can we go? If we leave, what will happen to the tribes we leave behind? A Beast King with a voice as deep and resonant as rolling boulders rumbled. As long as we're alive, won't these creatures be reborn again? Scoffed a Beast King shrouded in red mist, its form resembling a cotton-like plant. Its voice was cold and laced with mockery. Enough, Hong Yi. Things aren't as bad as they seem. It's just a guess. It's possible the light won't extinguish until after we're long gone, the cyan blue Beast King interrupted, steering the conversation away. It continued, I suggest we find a solution. We could destroy this city or lead our tribe elsewhere. No. The sacred city is our foundation, the ancient laws cannot be changed. Besides, if we leave, where can we possibly go? The cyan blue Beast King and the plant Beast King argued, each standing firm in their beliefs. Are you just going to sit back and do nothing? The plant Beast King responded coldly, its tone dripping with derision. Even so, the rules of our ancestors cannot be altered, the cyan blue Beast King declared resolutely. To it, rules were rules. However, it also sought to reassure the other Beast Kings, expressing its belief that things might not be as hopeless as they seemed. Even so, the other Beast Kings weren't easily convinced. The plant Beast King and the bird-like Beast King exchanged a meaningful glance. I need to plan an escape route in advance, the plant Beast King said with an icy smile, its voice like that of a soft-spoken but sinister man. What are you planning? The cyan blue Beast King furrowed its brows, its golden pupils revealing impatience and wariness. Yet, hesitantly, it said, if there's an issue, we can discuss it. There's no need to discuss anything. Would you agree if I suggested we extract the life essence of these creatures as a reserve energy source to find a way out? The plant Beast King sneered, its branches and leaves trembling with cold laughter. Dare you? The cyan blue Beast King's pupils turned vertical, and a tide of killing intent surged forth, causing frost to form in the air. The plant Beast King's words had enraged the rule-abiding, tribe-protecting cyan blue Beast King. Are you joking? The rock-like Beast King widened its eyes in disbelief at what it had just heard. Why wouldn't I dare? I have my own plans. Don't forget, our strengths are equal. I'm not inferior to you. That dumb stone listens to you, but that doesn't mean I will, the plant Beast King snapped back, sensing the intense killing intent emanating from the cyan blue Beast King. It immediately widened the distance between them, standing at the edge of the sky. Its vast body, with countless tendrils, hovered in the air, ever vigilant against danger. Sigh, a deep sigh echoed. Apologies. Just as the plant Beast King shifted, the bird-like Beast King hesitated for a moment but ultimately shook its head. Spreading its purple wings, it flew into the sky and stood beside the plant Beast King. Sister, you, the rock-like Beast King exclaimed in shock, utterly incredulous at the bird-like Beast King's decision. If you won't make a move, neither will I, the bird-like Beast King declared firmly, its voice ringing with determination. Fine, very well. The cyan blue Beast King, seeing this scene, was so enraged that it laughed, repeating the word fine several times. If you defeat me, I won't interfere. But if you lose, you'll have to follow my orders, the cyan blue Beast King said slowly, its golden pupils radiating like piercing lanterns that seemed to penetrate the void. In an instant, its aura erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. The surging blood energy roared like tidal waves, reducing the ground stones to dust under its formless power. Ha ha, you said it. A flicker of wariness flashed in the plant Beast King's eyes, but upon hearing those words, it suppressed its agitation, its gaze turning icy. Swish. Boom. Boom. In a split second, the cyan blue Beast King transformed into a streak of blue lightning, charging toward the plant Beast King in the sky at an astonishing speed. Seeing this speed, the plant beast king's expression changed drastically. Energy surged within its body as it immediately whipped its vines to counter the attack. Boom! The clash of two energy waves caused the sky to crack and tremble, with everything around them reduced to fragments. Powerful shockwaves rippled outward like circular waves. In that instant, the fierce battle between the two top-tier beast kings erupted in full force. The invisible shockwave instantly swept across a radius of several kilometers, unleashing violent winds and torrential rain, pulverizing everything within 100 meters into dust. This was a battle at the Beast King level, where even the residual shockwaves could instantly kill an extraordinary being at the aperture level. They're fighting. Subai's face changed dramatically. He felt the overwhelming, violent aura and the suffocating pressure. Retreating hurriedly by several hundred meters. Even so, he was still affected by the shockwave, his chest feeling heavy, as though struck by an invisible, immense force. However, it was precisely this distance that allowed him to avoid the most intense area of the battle. He only felt his blood surging and his breath labored, but he suffered no actual injuries. The beasts ahead, however, suffered heavy casualties. The shockwave came too suddenly, and these beasts, lacking spiritual energy and sharp senses, were unable to react in time and bore the brunt of the powerful shockwave. Immediately, the beasts closest to the source coughed blood, their vitality waning, clearly sustaining internal injuries. The aftermath of a Beast King level battle was terrifyingly destructive. Even the leading beasts, which Subai had considered a threat, sustained severe injuries. As for the ordinary beasts, their plight was far worse. Many were sent flying by the shockwave, some of the weaker ones left with broken limbs and bleeding bodies. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Had Subai not reacted quickly, he, too, might have suffered internal injuries, ending up in the same condition as those leading beasts. A Beast King level battle was far beyond what he could intervene in. He wasn't even qualified to spectate. Damn it, these Beast Kings are tearing each other apart, dragging the innocent beasts into their conflict and nearly dragging me down with them. I frowned, standing atop a massive ancient tree in the distance. His eyes gleamed with a peculiar light as he stared at the two dazzling streaks of brilliance ahead. The city's sunlight was bright, allowing him to see further and observe the Beast King level skirmish with more clarity. Nonetheless, he could only make out two radiant streaks colliding in the sky. Each collision sent out invisible ripples that shook the space and whipped up howling winds. It was the Plant Beast King and the Cyan Blue Beast King, both having taken on humanoid forms, locked in fierce combat in midair. The ferocity of their fight made it impossible for Subai to get closer. Even the shockwaves alone could shatter his bones. I wonder how long they'll fight. At this rate, I can't approach at all, let alone enter that ancient city. The two Beast Kings were battling before the city, blocking his path. For now, he could only wait patiently and look for an opportunity. He had a vague feeling that he must enter the city before sunset, or he might miss something crucial. Although nothing appeared obvious to the naked eye, Subai could sense that during the past half-day, the sun had shifted slightly. Boom! The Cyan Blue Beast King gathered crystal-like light fragments at its throat, then unleashed a blue beam of light interwoven with silver lightning. The beam tore through the sky, surging forward swiftly. High above, the Plant Beast King had transformed into a somber, long-haired man. Red mist churned in his eyes as he fired a blazing light beam to meet the blue attack head-on. The resulting explosion of light was not as dazzling as the sun, yet it illuminated a vast stretch of underground space. What are you doing? Your shockwaves are completely unrestrained. The Cyan Blue Beast King had now taken the form of a tall, imposing middle-aged man with flowing cyan hair. His aura was overwhelming as he frowned at the sight of the beasts suffering from the collateral damage. His voice was deep and commanding. Every revolution comes with sacrifices. You've cultivated to this level, don't you understand that? The Plant Beast King smirked mockingly, his voice icy. His words made the Cyan Blue Beast King's expression grow darker, his sharp eyes flashing with ferocity. This could have been avoided. You're going too far. The last trace of hesitation in the Cyan Blue Beast King's eyes vanished, replaced by resolve. As long as we exist, life forms of this level will continue to emerge. You're too soft. If you'd agreed earlier, we might still have time to complete the plan. The plant beast king's green hair swayed in the wind, his eyes gleaming coldly, freezing the very air around him. The sun won't necessarily extinguish. You're acting too rashly. The cyan blue beast king growled, a hint of reluctance in his tone. He truly did not want to see his adversary take this path of no return. Stop fooling yourself. As a beast king, do you think I can't sense these subtle changes? Your hesitation is like slowly boiling a frog. Let me be the villain who opens a new path for the living beings of this world. The plant beast king's face turned icy. He clenched his fists, and suddenly, red light burst forth from him. A drop of fresh blood flew from the center of his forehead and merged into his body. His aura surged dramatically, his power skyrocketing. Crimson runes spread across his face as a vast, overwhelming presence swept across heaven and earth. That presence surged like an unstoppable tide, as though declaring its dominion over all creation. You? The cyan blue beast king's expression darkened, his shock evident. His sharp beastly eyes were filled with disbelief. You've stepped into the path of kings? Beyond the realm of sovereignty lay the heavenly transformation stage. The heavenly transformation was a broad domain, further divided into substages. Half-step king, king, path of kings, and crown king. 9 transformations marked the limit. After undergoing 9 transformations and forging the will of the king, one could formally become a king and take the first step into this realm. Upon reaching the peak, when the will of the king transformed again into the will of the path, one could step into the path of kings. Only by mastering the forces of heaven and earth could one ascend to become a crown king. However, most kings were stuck at the stage of transforming their will of the king, unable to progress further. Yet here stood the plant beast king, whose will had already transformed by 8 or 9 parts. With immense strength, he had forced his way past that bottleneck and entered the path of kings. This guy actually kept silent and broke through to the path of kings. The stone beast king exclaimed in astonishment. Among the 4 beast kings, all were at the king stage, but none had expected someone to have already crossed into the path. The difference between the king stage and the path of kings was monumental, despite the seemingly minor distinction in terminology. The path of kings represented carving out a supreme path of one's own through sheer willpower. If kings commanded heaven and earth to revere and submit, establishing a dominion within the natural order, then the path of kings was about mastering the very essence of heaven and earth, creating one's domain with a mere thought. Within that domain, everything followed the will of its creator. I knew I couldn't defeat you at the king stage. For years, I've been searching for the road to the path of kings. Luckily, though I've only just stepped into it, this is already more than enough. You. No need for words. Let our strength decide. The plant beast king stepped forward, each stride tearing the fabric of space. With every step, his aura grew more imposing. Songling domain. As soon as the plant beast king finished speaking, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. A dense forest materialized in the void, exuding an ancient and eerie aura that surged forth. Among the trees, rows of coffins could be vaguely seen, sending chills down the spine. The phantom gradually solidified, becoming reality and blanketing the land, as though forcibly inserted, yet seamlessly fitting into the space. This is my domain. You cannot win. The plant beast king stood proudly within it, every movement controlling the environment around him. So, this is a domain? In the distance, Subai watched intently, marveling at the wonder of this power. He was now on the verge of reaching the pseudo-force realm. A significant advancement from the alternate aperture realm he had been in when he first encountered Sihan. He was no longer the ignorant novice he once was. He could sense the overwhelming power of the long-haired beast king, who seemed to merge with heaven and earth. Every gesture carried the majesty of dominion over all things. The immense aura enveloped the sky, forcing all the beasts on the ground to prostrate themselves, too terrified to move even when affected by the residual pressure. Under the way of kings, all living beings are insignificant. With a domain, I stand invincible. The plant beast king waved his hand, releasing an overwhelming force. Space warped under the pressure, instilling an uncontrollable fear in the hearts of all present. He looked down upon the earth, like a dragon overlooking ants. You're right. Beneath the way of kings, all are insignificant weaklings. A blue-green beast king slowly ascended into the sky, rising to the same height as the Plant Beast King. Their gazes locked, blue lightning flickering in his eyes. But I, too, have a domain. His voice was steady and powerful, not loud but striking like a heavy hammer against the Plant Beast King's heart, stirring a tempest within. What? The Plant Beast King had no time to react before the Blue-Green Beast King took a step in midair. Instantly, the space froze, and all sound vanished into a deathly silence. Then, a deafening roar erupted, echoing through every soul. It was as if all creatures saw silver lightning tearing through the gray-black clouds, the might of thunder filling the heavens with boundless power. Thunder Domain. The Blue-Green Beast King spoke coldly. These 4 words hammered into the world like nails. Suddenly, an endless sea of lightning appeared behind him, where electric arcs crackled and burst. The lightning danced like dragons through the dark clouds, commanding a presence that seemed to tear the void apart. You've also entered the King's realm. The Plant Beast King's eyes filled with shock. The Blue-Green Beast King before him had, like him, stepped into the King's domain. However, from his aura alone, it was clear that this Beast King, who had achieved the realm through sheer strength, was far superior to him. This power of the domain stirred fear deep within the Plant Beast King's heart. If you stop now, there's still time to turn back, the Blue-Green Beast King said, standing proudly in the sky with a slight hesitation in his voice. Don't joke with me. My plan is flawless. Everything depends on strength. The Plant Beast King's gaze grew dark. Though he dreaded the Blue-Green Beast King's domain, he quickly sneered and steeled his resolve, launching a sudden attack. Then I'll deal with you first. The Blue-Green Beast King sighed, shaking his head. Both shared the same goal, to survive, but their methods were entirely different, clashing irreparably due to their contrasting personalities. Their discord had reached a breaking point, the conflict unavoidable. The power of thunder surged within him, roaring like a tempest. His thunder domain reflected reality, occupying the sky to the left, while the Plant Beast King's forest domain filled the right. The 2 domains clashed, eroding each other, engaged in a relentless struggle. Silver lightning glimmered, accompanied by muffled thunderous rumbles, standing in opposition to the Plant Beast King's domain. Outside the battlefield, Subai was awestruck. The scene before him was magnificent. On one side, black fog intertwined with lightning, with thunder raining down like a storm; on the other, an eerie forest with trembling coffins, as though something inside was about to awaken. This is the power of King's Realm experts. The sight was far more shocking than the battle in the Blood Forest. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of these domains, Subai felt utterly insignificant. These might be among the strongest beings he had ever encountered, yet even they paled in comparison to the pinnacle, Sihan, who had reached the sealed King realm. Only now did Subai comprehend why Sihan's mere reputation commanded such awe and reverence. If King's Realm experts were already this formidable, how terrifying must someone in the sealed King realm be? It seemed that when Sihan had shattered the offensive of 2 transcendent beasts and then retreated, it was likely due to a fear of certain entities within the Forbidden Zone. While Subai was lost in thought, the 2 King's Realm experts began to move. With each clash, the heavens seemed to tear apart, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The 2 exchanged hundreds of blows in mere moments, their strikes filled with unparalleled intensity. The clash of their domains sent shockwaves rippling through space. I can't see a thing, Subai muttered, rubbing his sore eyes. All he could discern were spatial rifts and the resounding impact of the shockwaves. How terrifying! This was beyond the realm of ordinary beings, entirely in a league of its own. Take the fight higher. Fine. Their voices echoed through the air as the battle suddenly shifted skyward. As though fearing harm to the creatures on the ground, the 2 beast kings tacitly ascended to higher altitudes. The subterranean world was vast, with no visible end to the sky, otherwise, it wouldn't have accommodated their colossal battle. A perfect chance. Subai's eyes lit up. With the 2 strongest beast kings now engaged in the skies and the other 2 also distracted by the fight, the path to the city ahead was wide open. He glanced at the sun within the city and noticed it had shifted direction. Looking down at the ancient heavenly tree below him, its branches and leaves were spread wide, frantically absorbing sunlight. Clearly, this sun wouldn't appear every day, and Subai sensed that the next occurrence might be too far off for him to wait. I have to take this chance. Determination flashed in Subai's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he made up his mind. If he waited for the 2 beast kings to descend, Who knew how long he'd have to bide his time? Battles between King's Realm experts were unpredictable. Hesitation would cost him this golden opportunity. With that thought, Subai took a deep breath and began stealthily moving toward the distant city. Above the skies, the two King's Realm Beast Kings fought fiercely. Space tore apart and light flashed brilliantly. Only those standing just below could see the high-level battle clearly. All other creatures could barely withstand the aftershocks. That old guy is no match for Big Brother. The Rock Beast King stared intently at the battlefield above, his gaze unwavering. The Thunder domain of the Elder Brother has been perfected, but that old fellow's Azure Spirit domain is clearly still one step away. Moreover, he is inherently restrained by the Elder Brother, and defeat is inevitable. This matter has nothing to do with me. As long as you don't interfere, it's fine. The Violet-Winged Beast King, also known as the Bird-Shaped Beast King, completely ignored the Stone Beast King, speaking in a solemn tone. At this moment, nothing could shake its resolve. Do you agree with his view? Are you really willing to see so many lives below being used as stepping stones? The Stone Beast King gritted his teeth and angrily questioned. His body began to radiate a dreamy white glow, though his strength was undeniable. I'm not sure. The Violet-Winged Beast King shook its head and continued, but I know that Qingxiao's approach is too conventional. Perhaps Hongye can carve out an entirely new path. So you're betting on him? The Stone Beast King sighed. He didn't understand such complexities but had no choice but to follow the Elder Brother. Yes, the Violet-Winged Beast King answered firmly. Even if I don't go up to help, that old fellow can't escape defeat. Then I don't care. I believe Hongye wouldn't make a move unless he had a trump card. The Violet-Winged Beast King stood as steadfast as a rock, waves of violet energy radiating from it, and every feather brimming with violent power. Big sister, you. The Stone Beast King hadn't finished his sentence when he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness, causing him to smack his lips involuntarily. Sis, sometimes I really think you're even more stubborn than I am, harder to persuade than the Elder Brother. The Stone Beast King looked at the sharp gaze of the Violet-Winged Beast King, swallowed hard, and helplessly shook his head. Don't worry, the Violet-Winged Beast King softly said, retracting the cold aura. She looked up toward the fierce battle between the two powerful beings, uncertain in her heart. Perhaps she truly had made the wrong decision. Outside the city, in the area affected by the aftermath of the battle. As the two Beast Kings clashed, about 400 to 500 meters from the city, a figure was stealthily advancing, holding an invisibility pearl in his hand, his aura perfectly concealed. This person was Subai. Logically speaking, the invisibility pearl could only hide the aura of those below the heavenly transformation level. Whether it was effective against Beast Kings above this level but without spiritual energy, he wasn't sure. However, this was a rare opportunity, and he decided to gamble. As the distance to the city grew shorter, Subai's heartbeat quickened. Facing two Beast King-level powerhouses, he had no ability to resist and could only bet that their focus remained on the battle in the sky. Additionally, since they lacked spiritual energy, their sensory abilities were limited, making it unlikely for them to notice him for now. Boom! Crash! As he got closer, the sounds of the battle became increasingly clear. A growing sense of unease gnawed at him, a natural reaction for a low-level ability user in the presence of top-tier powerhouses. Sneaking under the noses of these two Beast Kings would make anyone nervous. Rustle, rustle. The swirling gale from the battle's aftermath caused the surrounding vegetation to sway, producing rustling sounds that conveniently masked Subai's footsteps. Ordinary plants would have long been pulverized by such shockwaves, but the shrubs near the city emitted a faint yellow glow. At first, Subai thought it was just light reflecting off them. Now, he realized they were extraordinary. 200 meters left. As Subai crept closer, the full view of the city unfolded before him. The air was thick with a musty, ancient smell. It was hard to imagine that such a massive city could, like an old piece of clothing left in a closet, exude the stench of time and decay. But within these last 200 meters, Subai stopped in his tracks. A strong sense of foreboding made his scalp tingle. Sure enough, even without spiritual energy, powerhouses of this level are not to be trifled with. His gaze was complicated. He knew that taking another step forward would likely result in being discovered by the two beasts. kings observing the battle from low altitude. If discovered, he would face a lethal strike he had no chance of evading. 200 meters felt like an unbridgeable chasm, separating him from the city. Should I keep waiting for a better opportunity? Subai wrestled with the decision in his mind. He was directly beneath the battle above. If he stayed too long, the two beast kings might descend, making the situation extremely dangerous. The key issue was that he couldn't predict the speed of the beast kings. If he let his guard down, they could suddenly appear beside him, dragging him into a deadly fight. Even if he wasn't noticed, the sheer force of the aftermath could destroy him. As he hesitated, a piercing howl echoed from the sky, its momentum shaking the heavens. Qingxiao, do you really think you're guaranteed to win? The voice of the plant beast king, Hongye, rang out. In the sea of thunder high above, the azure lightning beast king, Qingxiao, surrounded by silver-blue lightning, frowned deeply. What other tricks do you have? Bring them on, Qingxiao's deep voice rumbled, mingling with the crackling of lightning. Within the thunder domain, the lightning seemed to cheer and dance. Poof! Hongye's face was pale, but a trace of blood-colored vitality emerged, along with blood at the corner of its mouth. Clearly, in its clash against Qingxiao, it was at a severe disadvantage. Even its azure spirit domain had been shattered by Qingxiao's thunder domain, leaving it heavily injured. While it managed to reform the azure spirit domain, the damage from Qingxiao's domain power was too severe. Countless threads of lightning continued to surge into its body, impossible to dispel in a short time, hindering its ability to fight at full strength. Indeed, this battle was already lost. I didn't want to resort to such a desperate measure, but you've left me no choice. With blood staining the corner of its mouth, Hongye's eyes flared with a formless power that erupted in an instant, far stronger than before. You're going all out. Qingxiao's expression darkened. It hadn't expected Hongye to possess such resolve. Is this guy insane? He's using one of his bloodline's 3 life or death counterattack chances for an internal fight? In the low skies, sensing the aura, the Stone Beast King exclaimed in shock. His eyes flickered, and he made a swift decision. Regardless of the violet-winged Beast King's interference, he immediately transformed into the form of a burly man, turning into a yellow meteor shooting toward the skies. Don't let him get away. The violet-winged Beast King's eyes sharpened as she transformed into a graceful woman clad in purple, her chest prominent and her legs long and elegant. With a cold snort, she turned into a streak of violet light, chasing after the Stone Beast King. Seeing this scene from the ground, Subai's heart surged with excitement. This is my chance, now. Immediately, the spiritual energy within Subai surged, and he dashed toward the city. In the heavens, the yellow beam of light shot rapidly toward the midst of the battle. Standing in midair, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. Old man, are you insane? Faint yellow light flickered in the Stone Beast King's eyes, revealing his inner shock and unease. His concern wasn't for Qingxiao but for the safety of the old fellow, Hongye. For powerhouses of their level, fighting like this, risking everything, was akin to gambling their very lives. As a king, the path of cultivation is extraordinarily arduous. They all value their lives immensely and would not take risks lightly. Yet, Hongye fought with all his might for his belief. Although his purpose was just to use these living beings as a price was something the Stone Beast King could not accept. After all, these beings had also grown in this environment, and it was this very environment that had shaped them into Beast Kings. His heart was a turmoil of emotions, and the Stone Beast King felt deeply distressed. This has nothing to do with you. Leave this place. Blades and swords are merciless, this is a battle between Qingxiao and me. The Plant Beast King stood high in the sky, his gaze overlooking the Stone Beast King. Between his brows, a faint red glow flickered, emitting powerful waves of energy. You step back first. I'll handle this. From the thunderous sea beside him, Qingxiao stood, wrapped in silver-white lightning, his feet treading upon the domain of thunder, commanding it like an invincible thunder god general. Big brother. I said, step back. Qingxiao coldly commanded, transforming into a figure with flowing long hair, his entire body radiating an undeniable surge of power. With a roar, Qingxiao's dominance caused hesitation to flicker in the eyes of the Stone Beast King. He shook his head slightly and sighed repeatedly. Whoosh! As the 3 Beast Kings conversed, the Purple Feather Beast King also arrived. Behind her, a pair of deep purple wings shimmered with a metallic sheen, their feathers sharp enough to pierce through the void. She halted behind the plant beast king, observing their exchange with cold indifference. "You two, step back." Without turning his head, the plant beast king spoke faintly to the purple feather beast king, his long hair flowing, his face void of expression. "Are you ordering me?" The purple feather beast king's gaze sharpened, her brows furrowing, her voice heavy. "Step back," the plant beast king replied calmly before turning his attention back to Qing Xiao. With a cold snort, the purple feather beast king said no more, descending slowly. "Elder sister, are you really going to watch them tear each other apart?" The stone beast king descended alongside her, transmitting his voice softly. "Fool, this isn't like before. They each have their own purposes, you're too naive." Though the purple feather beast king was unwilling to witness such conflict, the current situation had already taken root, leaving her no retreat. Regardless of who emerged victorious, the outcome would reshape the future structure, bringing a new order to the beings of this land. Whether this new order would be for better or worse, no one could say for certain. However, before the stone beast king could say more, a purple light flashed through the purple feather beast king's eyes. Her figure elongated, wings flapping resolutely as she soared into the sky. "Who's there?" A sharp, high-pitched roar erupted with such force that it shook the heavens and the earth. Su Bai, who had been nearing the city, was startled. His body jolted as if struck by lightning. "Damn it, I've been discovered." This realization flashed through his mind instantly. He was less than half a meter away from the city, yet at the final moment, he had been detected. Su Bai's face turned pale, his heart racing wildly. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged toward him like a flood, enveloping him like a tidal wave. His chest tightened sharply, and he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, the droplets striking the yellow protective barrier of the city, causing faint ripples. In that moment, his stealth was forcibly disrupted, and the fluctuations within his body were exposed, detected by all the surrounding powerhouses. The scent of blood spread rapidly. Not only the beast kings but other beasts as well had noticed him. Damn it! Su Bai's energy waned rapidly. Though the purple feather beast king's oppressive aura had only been briefly unleashed, it had nearly devastated him. If she were to strike directly, his death would be inevitable. Truly worthy of the title Beast King, he cursed internally. Before he could think further, the surrounding beasts, enraged by the unusual scent of blood, began roaring one after another. Apart. From the four beast kings, all the other beasts glared at Su Bai, their eyes glowing blood-red, furious at his exposed presence. To them, the city was sacred and inviolable. Anyone who approached it must pay the price, especially an intruder like him. Murderous intent filled the air, cold and chilling to the bone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind howled, cutting through the air with increasing pressure. Su Bai did not dare to look back, but he knew it was the pressure brought by the purple feather beast king. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his full speed. His blood surged, his energy fluctuations reaching their peak, far surpassing his usual limits in both speed and reflex. But such an outburst came at a heavy cost. The sudden exertion further injured his already suppressed body. He felt like a broken puppet, his entire frame falling apart. If not treated promptly, his life would be in grave danger. Even with treatment, lingering injuries seemed inevitable. Nonetheless, he was only one step away from the city. As long as he entered, he could shake off the purple feather beast king and escape with his life. Just then, a slender, snow-white finger suddenly flashed past the corner of his vision, carrying a strong suction force as it swiftly reached for him. "Don't think you can escape, you disgusting creature." A cold, clear voice rang out like the plucking of a harp string, melodious and pleasant. Yet to him, it was like a whisper from hell, sending shivers down his spine. This was a life-or-death moment, where every second counted. This brief instant would determine Su Bai's fate, whether he would be caught by the purple feather beast king or step into the city's domain first. Time seemed to slow as Su Bai could even see the energy radiating from the jade-like hand and the reflection of the purple feather beast king's noble yet enchanting visage in the fragments of the purple barrier. "I've made it." Suddenly, joy surged in Su Bai's heart. If nothing went wrong, the next second would see him entering the city. But in the blink of an eye, the situation took a dramatic turn. Smack! A hard sensation struck his hand, and he froze. He had been stopped. In that instant, the smooth jade hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder, suppressing the spiritual energy surging within him. He could no longer feel any energy fluctuations. Terror filled Subai's face as his body stiffened like rusted gears, unable to move. He could only turn his head mechanically to look. Soul Eater clan, don't wander around in the rift. Come to your great aunts. The purple feather beast king's voice was icy, her murderous intent so cold it seemed to freeze the earth. But suddenly, her gaze lifted, and her dazzling purple crystal-like eyes widened. You're human? Her hand paused, loosening involuntarily. In that moment, a yellow pentagram appeared beneath Subai's feet, transforming into a beam of light that erupted with intense force. Whoosh! The beam shot skyward, drawing the attention of the two beast kings in the heavens. But when they turned to look, the spot where the beam had dissipated was already empty. Where's Purple G? She's gone? The stone beast king was stunned, his gaze falling upon the empty space before him, full of confusion. Ha! Has the city changed? Xing Xiao and Hong Yi simultaneously noticed the changes in their surroundings, yet the battle in their hands did not cease. The rumbling roars continued as red mist intertwined with lightning, and the two were locked in an intense stalemate. With the enhancement of his racial talent, Hong Ye's aura was now almost on par with Qing Zhao's. His fully formed Sangling spirit domain exuded a mysterious power, even slightly resisting Qing Zhao's thunder domain invasion, no longer as suppressed as before. Did you not see it? The powerful force that just erupted from the holy city proves that the sun is still stable. It's not like you said, about to set so soon, Qing Xiao said, his left hand gripping a silver-white arc of thunder tightly while his right hand unleashed blade after blade of lightning, tearing apart Hong Ye's red mist bit by bit with devastating force. What's wrong? Are you not fighting anymore after seeing this? Or are you scared? Hong Yi sneered coldly. He had paid a tremendous price to reach this moment, even wasting one of his 3 uses of his unique racial talent. His eyes were bloodshot, and the power surging within him was as overwhelming as a mountain torrent. The aura of a king-level powerhouse was enough to shake mountains, alter terrains, and oppress the earth. Do you not care that ZG has gone missing? Qing Xiao frowned, his gaze sharp. Who do you think could possibly deal with her? Hong Yi scoffed. Or are you trying to suggest that some inexplicable soul devourers have appeared again? I never said that. Qing Xiao took a deep breath. By now, they had exhausted nearly all their methods. To determine the victor, they could only trade injuries for injuries. A single misstep might lead to someone dying on the spot. Maybe that's exactly his plan, Qing Xiao said, raising his eyes to look at the high-spirited Hong Yi, his hair wildly dancing in the air, before glancing at the holy city. That strange aura just now, was it the same as the one that mixed into the beast horde earlier? Qing Xiao recalled the faint anomaly he sensed while rushing to the holy city, which was now identical to what he had felt earlier. At the time, he thought he had been mistaken, but now it seemed someone really had infiltrated. Was it a human? Qing Xiao murmured to himself. Among the beast kings, he was the one who had lived the longest, but his understanding of humans came solely from the ancient texts discarded by cities. Humans, he hadn't seen one in over 1,000 years. Dong, dong, dong. A deep, resonant sound of drums and bells echoed, reverberating through the center of the desolate and ancient city. The sound carried a heavy sense of desolation, as if time itself had frozen. A trembling figure stirred slightly, their eyes slowly opening. The scene before them came into view, and a wave of exhaustion and dizziness overwhelmed them. Yet, Subai instinctively fought to stay conscious. Regaining a fragment of clarity, he recalled the last image before he blacked out and suddenly widened his eyes, a surge of immense power erupting from within him. That beast king. His voice was wary as he scanned his surroundings. Only after confirming that no one was nearby did he relax slightly. I'm still alive? Subai muttered to himself, puzzled. In the final moments before his consciousness faded, the only thing he remembered was the dazzling pentagram array beneath his feet. Could it have transported him into the city? He pondered, suspecting it might be related to the blood he had coughed up. Coming back to his senses, Subai looked around. At this moment, he was soaking in a pool of pale blue hot spring water, its surface shrouded in mist, with faintly visible steps leading upward. Where is this place? Only now did Subai notice that the injuries within his body were rapidly healing. Spiritual energy continuously flowed into him, warm and soothing, like basking in sunlight. Bang! A muffled sound echoed from within him, and the illusory shackles binding him suddenly shattered. His aura transformed instantly, becoming sharp and confident, brimming with dominance that gradually coalesced into form. My shackles! If a king-level powerhouse were present, they would be utterly shocked by the current Subai. This was clearly the nascent emergence of kingly presence, a necessary trait for one to become a true king. The path to kingship required 9 transformative evolutions to fully manifest this aura. Without it, one could never ascend to the rank of king. Typically, this presence only began to appear in the spirit domain stage. Yet Subai, who was merely at the traveler stage, at best the true might stage, was already showing its embryonic form. If he fully developed this kingly aura, he would undoubtedly be a peerless anomaly. But Subai was oblivious to all this. At the moment, he was immersed in the joy of breaking through to the limits of the Skywalker stage, carefully experiencing the transformation. The shackles within me have been broken, Subai murmured. The release of these bindings had multiplied his aura several times over. However, at the same time, he felt an invisible suppression, as though he had already reached his limit. Skywalker. After this unexpected event, he had finally stepped into the peak realm of a Skywalker. Thinking back, Subai realized he hadn't truly comprehended the Skywalker breakthrough before. Now, effortlessly breaking past his shackles, he knew it wasn't just the help of this hot spring but also thanks to his flawless unique aperture. That said, this spring water was no ordinary liquid. Subai scooped a handful of the water gently. The sound it made was crisp, its fragrance was rich, and it was enveloped in a faint, luminous mist. The spiritual energy contained within was incredibly dense, far surpassing the norm. This was pure liquid formed entirely from essence, far more potent than any ordinary spirit water. Where exactly have I ended up? Subai marveled inwardly. The spring water was like a fusion of spiritual energy, divine elixirs, and precious herbs, a priceless treasure. Well, no matter. Since I've woken up, it means this place is safe. Let's restore my state to its peak first, Subai murmured softly. He felt the changes within his body, his pulse gate was throbbing incessantly. After enduring prolonged pressure underground and the beast king's oppressive might, his body had been tempered like steel under constant hammering. Now, with the sudden relaxation and the surge of potent energy, the strength he had long accumulated began to erupt. If nothing unexpected happened, he would soon achieve a breakthrough. In a distant corner of the city, a graceful figure appeared on the desolate street, surrounded by an aura of deathly stillness. She had violet eyes, a tall and alluring figure, and exuded an overwhelming, awe-inspiring power. Clearly, this was none other than ZG, the Violet Feather Beast King who had been transported into the city alongside Subai. Though her aura was intimidating and her blood energy surged ferociously, there was an underlying sense of weakness about her. Damn it, what is this place? Is this the interior of the holy city? ZG's mind was full of questions. Just now, she tried to forcibly break out of the city but failed completely. That gauzy light screen was impenetrable, and all her attacks were ineffective. Moreover, to avoid triggering potential dangers, she refrained from acting recklessly. Walking along the cobblestone-paved street, her brows furrowed tightly as she remained vigilant of her surroundings. There's an invisible suppression in this city, ZG said grimly. The moment she tried to act, she sensed something unusual, a mysterious force was suppressing her cultivation and strength. At most, she could now exert only a tenth of her usual power, and even her physical strength had waned. In terms of power, she was now akin to someone at the half-step true momentum realm. This place is truly strange, it can suppress my powers. Even if Qing Shao were here, he'd barely be able to exhibit the strength of the true momentum realm, she estimated inwardly. But her violet eyes still held a trace of doubt. That person isn't from the soul-eating tribe but a human? This realization shocked her greatly. Like Qing Shao and other beast kings, her understanding of humans came solely from ancient texts. The last time they had seen a living human was 1,000 years ago. To now encounter a living human being, it was no wonder she was so astonished. No need to rush. Once I capture that person, I'll be able to find out how to leave this place, as well as uncover the secrets of this holy city, she thought to herself, curious about why humans would appear here. She had already captured that human but ultimately released him at the last moment. Though slightly regretful, she quickly adjusted her mindset and continued forward. She believed that even if she couldn't find an exit, she would eventually encounter other humans trapped in the holy city. At the deepest part of the holy city's center, spring water surged and boiled, and the blue liquid essence was being absorbed rapidly by Subai. His momentum grew ever stronger, like the rising sun brimming with vitality. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as Subai's body trembled violently, mysterious blood-red patterns quickly spreading across his skin. The absorption rate of the spring water's essence instantaneously soared to an astonishing level. The pale blue spiritual energy of the spring water diminished visibly, and the water level gradually lowered. Whew! After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Subai exhaled softly. The spiritual aura that once pervaded the spring water had vanished, leaving it crystal clear and devoid of any spiritual energy. Zhang. Subai opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning and piercing into the distance. It was a sign of being filled with energy, indicating he had fully recovered to his peak state. I've absorbed all the essence of this spring water? Subai stood up, glancing at the now clear spring water. The water level had significantly dropped. Fiery patterns surfaced on his face, and his skin was so smooth it could make women envious, emanating immense power. A nameless flame ignited, burning away his clothes and revealing his well-built physique. Mystical energy surged in his eyes, and behind him, flames coalesced into a fire dragon that swiftly merged into his body, further amplifying his aura. Flames blazed in his hands, and under the augmentation of the mysterious power, their might increased nearly tenfold, carrying an extraordinary resilience and destructive force. This is truly an unexpected blessing. I've finally comprehended momentum, Subai exclaimed. The essence of the spring water was too abundant for him to absorb entirely on his own. If he had attempted to absorb it all, his body might have exploded on the spot. Thus, he decided to allocate the majority of the essence to cultivating momentum. Though it appeared wasteful, the results were excellent. After expending nearly 90% of the essence, Subai successfully grasped the concept of momentum. The remaining 10% of the essence was partially absorbed by himself and partially taken in by the soul-perfect star-sea aperture within him. Ordinary ability users typically comprehend momentum through willpower, weapons, combat experience, and the assistance of exotic beasts. Examples include blade momentum, sword momentum, fierce momentum, and so on. Experts delve deeper into these foundations to derive even more powerful momentum. For instance, the slashing momentum of the blade, the sharp momentum of the sword, the extreme cold momentum of ice, the battle momentum, the unyielding momentum, the wild-killing momentum of the tiger, the explosive momentum of the bear, the stealth-kill momentum of the snake. But I, relying on the divinity and strength of the candle dragon, have comprehended a unique and unparalleled momentum. Every ability user who comprehends momentum has their own distinctive form, but throughout history, most forms of momentum have been grasped before. After all, even geniuses are but one among countless others in the vast river of time. When comprehending momentum, one's mind often receives a faint impression of its name and details, as if preordained by the heavens. Yet, in Subai's case, no such information surfaced in his mind, suggesting that he was the first to ever comprehend this particular momentum. This wasn't surprising, given that he used the candle dragon as a template to mimic its momentum and oppressive aura, something ordinary individuals would have no chance to achieve. Perhaps I should call it candle dragon momentum? Subai murmured softly, his eyes brimming with ecstasy. He couldn't yet determine the level of the momentum he had comprehended. He felt an extraordinary sensation, as if every movement could channel immense power, making it feel like this energy was an extension of his body. Whether raising his hand or taking a step, he could unleash his unique divine force. He hadn't forgotten the distinction between false momentum and true momentum. False momentum involved a gradual mastery process, requiring it to fully integrate into one's body until it became as natural as breathing, a habit and instinct. So, was he still in the false momentum realm, or had he already broken through to the true momentum realm? Subai was deeply curious. Or perhaps he had skipped the entire refining process of the false momentum realm? After all, while false momentum could indeed be used, it functioned more like stored energy and couldn't be reliably wielded every time. But judging by his current performance, he already resembled a true momentum realm expert. Host, you're mistaken. You're still in the false momentum realm and haven't reached the true momentum realm yet. The system suddenly interrupted his thoughts, snapping him out of his reverie. He froze for a moment, then chuckled awkwardly. It seemed he had been overly optimistic. No matter how rapidly one advanced, it was impossible to leap such a massive threshold all at once. His current capabilities indeed belonged to the false momentum realm. It was his rapid progress that had made him feel as though he had already become a true expert. With this realization, Subai couldn't help but activate the Candle Dragon momentum once more. At its invocation, a powerful and intangible aura surged forth, causing ripples to form on the water's surface, creating an unsettling stillness. Momentum can not only enhance attacks but also attach to the body itself. When that ethereal fire dragon merged into his body, he suddenly understood. Lost in thought, he began to ponder deeply. But the system responded in time, resolving his doubts. It turned out that those who comprehend aura typically go through 4 stages. The first stage is the pseudo-aura, which cannot be freely released and has limited power. The second stage involves the body spontaneously generating aura, which exerts suppression and interference during movement, but it cannot yet be transmitted to weapons or armor. In the third stage, the aura can be transmitted to weapons, imbuing every strike with surging power. At this stage, different individuals develop vastly distinct styles. Some wield blades like raging flames, some unleash sword strikes like thunder, some punches carry vibrations, and some palms emit poisonous gases. Finally, the fourth stage allows the aura to be projected outward, suppressing everyone around while integrating into one's techniques and body, unleashing power several times greater than usual. This is also the initial form of a domain, which is why the realm after the true aura stage is called the domain realm. Currently, he was at the second stage of aura, still far from fully developing its power. However, in the end, breaking through to the domain realm required more than just the embryonic form of a domain. To continue advancing in the domain realm, one must comprehend the will of the king to fully construct a complete domain. At that time, Zhang Mei had reached the third stage of aura, leaving me completely powerless. The memory of being mercilessly beaten by Zhang Mei was still vivid, an experience he could never forget. She was like an incomparably sharp sword, capable of slicing through any technique. No matter what ability Subai used, she could easily cut through it, unstoppable. The waves of her attacks were not as powerful as his own techniques, but they neutralized his moves effortlessly, leaving him at a complete loss on how to counterattack. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. So that mysterious power was aura? Subai raised an eyebrow slightly. At the time, he was only at the traveler realm. How could she wield such a force to suppress him? Thankfully, Zhang Mei harbored no intent to kill back then, or he would have been dead. Wait, I remember Zhang Qingshu's cousin was only at the pseudo-aura stage. How could she have reached the third stage of aura? Subai froze for a moment and immediately questioned the system. With a ding, the system responded, "Host, please note that the two are not directly related. The 4 stages of aura span across both the pseudo-aura and true aura realms. The distinction lies in whether one can effortlessly and habitually wield aura." I see. So, in extremely rare cases, even a pseudo-aura practitioner can reach the 4th stage of aura? Subai asked. Correct, the system's cold voice replied. Subai's lips curled into a slight smile. He hadn't expected the relationship between these realms to be so complex. He could now imagine a seemingly ordinary first-tier pseudo-aura user being pursued by someone in the true aura realm, only to activate the 4th stage of aura in a critical moment and hold their ground. Host, rest assured. Apart from a few special cases, the stages of aura typically align with one's realm, so there's no need to worry, the system added, seemingly aware of Subai's concerns. As they conversed, the clear spring water rippled gently, and streams of energy began to flow into the depths of the spring. Swish, swish. After the exchange concluded, Subai adjusted his breathing for a few minutes and stepped out of the spring. The sound of water splashing was crisp and pleasant. He twisted his neck, his gaze sharp once more. Where exactly is this place? Retrieving a set of lightweight outdoor combat gear from his storage ring, Subai quickly scanned his surroundings. Finally, his eyes landed on a dark passageway leading upward. Inside the passage, rows of green stone steps vanished into the darkness. Is this a basement? But it makes sense. Such a precious thing must be hidden away. The energy in the spring water hadn't only enhanced his abilities but also allowed him to freely wield aura. If it were him, he wouldn't let others discover such a treasure easily either. With a gentle flick, he released a wave of spiritual energy, using the system's conversion function to extend his mental senses for a brief reconnaissance. Then, he stepped into the passageway, ascending the greenstone steps. He believed that even if there were traps, they would be difficult to trigger from inside heading outward. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed through the dim passage as Subai maintained his composure, steadily climbing upward. The scene reminded him of his recent experience being trapped underground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The design of the passage was clearly meticulous. A few seconds later, candles on both sides suddenly lit up. Warm hues of red and yellow light illuminated the darkness. The candle designs were unfamiliar to him, but they were undoubtedly ancient. What surprised him even more was the fuel used to ignite them. It was a unique substance called meteor bug fluid. Meteor bugs were said to be alien creatures brought to Blue Star by meteors. They lived in colonies, favored darkness, and emitted a strange luminescence akin to fireflies. Their bodies stored golden fluid, about half their size, which they could eject in emergencies. Combining it with their mouthparts generated high temperatures and flashes, used to evade predators and hunt prey. Now extinct in the market, meteor bugs might only exist deep in the wilderness, and even fewer of their fluids remained. This fluid was worth a fortune, as it released a special fragrance when burned. The aroma not only calmed the mind but also stabilized spiritual energy, helping ability users enhance their comprehension temporarily. Yet this long, dark corridor was lined with nearly 1,000 lamps burning meteor bug fluid. How extravagant! Subai withdrew his gaze and continued upward. Could it be that, in ancient times, meteor bug fluid was inexpensive? Or perhaps whoever designed this was no ordinary person. That seemed to be the only explanation. After all, how could an ordinary person obtain such a unique spring? He wondered how much spirit sand and spirit crystals he could trade for if he sold it to other ability users. With such unrealistic thoughts, Subai reached the end of the passageway. However, a massive stone door blocked his path. Raising his head, Subai saw that the stone door was ancient and weathered, as though it might crumble into dust at any moment. He stepped forward slowly and placed his hand lightly on the door. The surface was rough, yet it carried a unique jade-like texture, surprising him. The moment he touched it, a faint coolness spread through him, calming his heart. This is something extraordinary, the thought flashed through his mind. Clearly, the material of this stone door was no ordinary substance. It could even bring peace to one's mind. Although such material wasn't particularly rare, using it to construct such a large door was impressive. Without overthinking, Subai took a deep breath and exerted force, pushing the door open. The stone door was exceptionally heavy, far more difficult to move than an ordinary one. Fortunately, Subai's body had been tempered by the fire of Zujuyan, granting him strength far surpassing that of other ability users of the same level, even stronger than those a level higher in terms of physical resilience. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to push this door open. Even so, Subai used nearly half his strength to finally push it open. Boom! The stone door, long neglected, emitted a grating rumble as dust cascaded down. Subai waved his hand to disperse the dust, and the scene before him gradually became clear. Outside the door, the candlelight was denser than before, flickering faintly. The fuel it used was far more precious than ordinary meteoric insect oil. And the scattered points of light appeared extraordinarily dazzling. He lifted his gaze and saw rows of candles lining the path, guiding him forward. At the end of the path of candlelight was a staircase leading upwards. At the top of the staircase stood a throne, silently towering. But on the throne sat a crystalline skeleton, its head slightly tilted upward as if gazing at the sky, its body reclined against the throne, as if it had just been resting moments ago. This place is at least 1,000 years old, yet this skeleton still gleams, even emanating a mysterious radiance. Its owner must have been incredibly powerful in life, possibly a king of their world. Even from a distance, Subai could feel the overwhelming aura emanating from the skeleton, an aura of absolute dominance etched deeply into its very bones. Even after a millennium of death, the oppressive presence remained impossible to ignore. He speculated that the owner of the throne had reached heights on the path of kingship that others could scarcely imagine, which was why their skeleton retained such a commanding aura. Subai carefully surveyed his surroundings and, after confirming there was no danger, began to approach the throne slowly. Although he felt a sense of resistance in his heart, he had no other path forward and could only take the risk of advancing. After all, there was no exit other than the way ahead. He knew that even the slightest remnant of will from such a being could instantly claim his life, so he proceeded with extreme caution. Surprisingly, Subai encountered no traps or mechanisms along the way, which caught him off guard. But his cautious approach meant that the few hundred meters to the throne took him nearly an hour to traverse. Tap, tap, tap. His footsteps were steady and resolute. When he stepped onto the final stair, the full view of the throne came into sight. Ancient and solemn, it exuded an aura that instinctively made him want to kneel. However, in the next instant, the Zujuyan emblem on his brow erupted with a golden radiance. Flames roared, and a dragon's roar echoed in his mind, snapping him back to clarity. Subai abruptly stepped back, his eyes filled with shock and suspicion. Just now, in that fleeting moment, he had almost been crushed under the will emanating from the skeleton, completely losing the ability to resist. Glancing around at the cracked, webbed surface of the stairs beneath him, his heart tightened. If not for the Zujuyan's dragon roar waking him, he might have already been reduced to ashes under that force. What a terrifying existence. Dead for so long, yet still so powerful. Could any ability user truly reach such a level? Though he had encountered many formidable foes, none of the top-tier powerhouses had confronted him directly, leaving him without a full grasp of their true strength. Even the few royal beast kings he had observed from afar lacked the palpable oppression of this skeleton. Adjusting his internal energy fluctuations and breathing, Subai took another step forward. At this point, only the sound of his footsteps echoed around him, the surroundings were utterly silent. Nothing happened. Subai exhaled in relief. It seemed that not every step posed a threat. He proceeded a few more paces. Without incident. Everything appeared calm, and the will emanating from the skeleton no longer seemed to threaten him. He relaxed and gradually approached the throne. Looking up, even though it was merely a skeleton, Subai could imagine the immense power its owner commanded in life. Whoosh! He took a step forward. At that very moment, the situation changed drastically. A chilling killing intent surged forth like a flood, crashing toward him in a massive wave. Damn! Subai's pupils shrank sharply. The icy killing intent was so piercing it numbed his body, slowing the circulation of his internal energy. Though he tried to mobilize his power, there was no response, as if his voice had sunk into the abyss without an echo. Just as Subai was waiting for the power of Zujuyan to erupt again, the killing intent abruptly dissipated. It came swiftly and vanished just as quickly, fading silently into the void. The killing intent is gone? Subai froze, a hint of confusion in his heart. But soon, he understood, was this the killing intent unleashed by this skeleton's owner at the moment of their death? A trace of admiration flickered in his eyes as he spoke. He couldn't help but feel respect for the crystalline skeleton before him. Even such an intense explosion of killing intent at the moment of death had not harmed him. One's willpower and presence determined everything. This indicated that the owner of the skeleton had undoubtedly been a righteous and honorable figure among humanity in life. I wonder why this senior ended up dying here like this. Subai murmured, his expression complicated. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. To the strong among humanity, Subai held deep reverence. Just as he had learned in school, countless human pioneers sacrificed everything for their people, even their lives. Whether the senior before him had done so in life was uncertain, but it did not diminish his respect for someone who had reached such heights of power. At the very moment he performed this gesture of respect, in the unseen space ahead of the throne, a faint, blurred consciousness turned slowly towards Subai from beside the skeleton. The shadowy figure's hollow eyes fixed on Subai and suddenly froze, as if its body had been encased in ice. But not long after, the shadow began to emit ripples, growing increasingly intense. Then, at the bottom of those hollow eye sockets, a glimmer of vitality flickered. As the ripples spread, the gaze gradually became clearer. Junior Subai pays his respects to the senior, Subai said, standing a short distance from the throne and bowing deeply toward the skeleton. In his heart, he silently apologized for the disturbance before stepping forward toward the throne. A thought crossed his mind, perhaps the secret to escaping this abandoned city, or even the underground realm entirely, lay hidden within the skeleton near the throne. Without dwelling further, having experienced the earlier episodes, Subai was convinced that this senior had not placed any traps. His pace quickened slightly. With his current strength, Subai could not discern the traces of the shadow lingering near the throne. As he drew closer to the throne, his vision suddenly flickered. A faint, pale blue barrier shimmered into existence with a speed that almost caught him off guard. He focused his gaze, only to see darkness. Yet within that darkness, there was a faint, icy gleam. Subai frowned in confusion. The eerie scene made him instinctively take a step back. But it was this very step that allowed him to see the scene before him clearly. His entire body felt as if struck by lightning, sending chills down his spine. The sight before him was horrifying. Just a step away in the air, a pale blue human head suddenly materialized, floating and staring directly at him. The head's hair cascaded down like a waterfall, but where eyeballs should have been on either side of the high-nose bridge, there were only two dark holes, glowing with an eerie black light. Black blood streamed from the hollow eye sockets, as if freshly spilled, still gleaming with a viscous luster. The darkness from earlier, it turned out to be these eyeless sockets. It was hard to fathom that he had been face to face with it at such close range. A ghost? Could such things actually exist? Subai thought to himself. But in the next second, he calmed down. As a master wielding supernatural powers, he wouldn't fear such ghostly entities. In the past, perhaps he might have been afraid. But now, with his immense strength, if anyone should be afraid, it would be the other party. After all, fear stems from a lack of firepower. Having figured this out, his fear dissipated in an instant. Though the process seemed slow, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The moment he clearly saw it, Subai swiftly pushed his bodily functions and aura to their peak. His left hand instantly ignited. A fierce flame, candle 9 yin's fire, a blaze of mingled yellow and red, the temperature soaring to an astonishing level. But just as he was about to unleash the fire, the floating head began to merge into the void, emitting sudden ripples. A human, the head unexpectedly spoke. It's not a ghost, it's soul energy, Subai murmured in surprise. Yet before he could dwell on the thought, a sharp pain struck his mind. A golden halo briefly appeared at his brow but faded away quickly. His instinctive soul energy tried to shield his brain, but it collapsed within seconds. Simultaneously, blood spurted from his nostrils. Even the instinctual soul defense being breached brought harm to Subai. Detected host soul energy to be excessively weak. Initiating brain protection. The system's cold voice sounded, accompanied by a cooling sensation that alleviated the pain in Subai's head. But then, that raspy, ancient voice echoed in his mind again, causing another surge of excruciating pain in his head. Damn it, without the system's protection, I can't even withstand hearing a single sentence? Subai gritted his teeth, desperately trying to stabilize his emotions. But he misunderstood, the other party, while powerful, wasn't so strong that a mere sentence would overwhelm him. The reason for the pain was that the other party's method of speaking involved an attack on his soul energy, essentially a unique form of soul assault. Unexpected, after so many years, another human descendant appears, the aged voice paused, and Subai endured the pain as it resumed speaking. Senior, who might you be? Subai asked, resigned. He knew the other party likely meant no harm, but the impact of the voice was severe. His head felt as if it were being torn apart. Fortunately, after years of training and with the system's protection, he could barely endure it. This one is the Lord of Ninming City, the head murmured after a brief pause, its hoarse voice breaking the silence. Senior, if I may ask, what state are you in now? Subai lifted his eyes to the head, which flickered between ethereal and solid, floating mechanically in the air, and clasped his hands in respect as he spoke. State? The head's presence seemed to freeze, falling into a deathly silence as if it had perished. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. Just as Subai was about to ask again, the head resumed speaking, its lips parting and closing as the raspy voice emerged. What you see is a fragment of my soul, one might say, the last trace I left in this world. May I be so bold as to ask, Senior, who harmed you? Why did you perish here? Subai maintained his respectful demeanor as he inquired. Blood nest, the head muttered softly. Blood nest? What is that? Subai furrowed his brows, blurting out the question, his eyes filled with confusion. All things in the world have a bloody origin, full of slaughter. When we encounter it, we must destroy it. After finishing, the head fell silent, as if recovering its energy or perhaps having expended too much in one breath. Subai relentlessly questioned the system within his mind, but the system's responses were all the same, unknown. Several seconds passed in quiet. Subai gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering, and suddenly he spoke. Senior, do you know how to leave this place? As soon as the words left his mouth, the head began to ripple again. This time, the ripples lasted much longer than before. The head's jaw slightly opened, its lips moved, and the voice came through. Yes. Beneath my remains lies the key to the formation that will allow you to leave. But you must retrieve it from my remains. With your current strength, if you can withstand the impact of my voice, you should barely manage to endure the suppression of my remains aura. After saying this, the head seemed to regain some vitality. Those pitch-black, hollow eyes fixated on Subai. A key? Subai raised his brow slightly, glancing toward the throne. Sure enough, on the chest of the skeletal remains on the throne dangled an object made of white jade, shaped unmistakably like a key. Clearly, this was the key the head referred to. Senior, are you asking me to retrieve that key? Subai asked. Exactly. It is also the activation token for the city's formation. I am already dead, and my residual soul is about to dissipate. Rather than let this city remain forever in silence, I'd rather entrust it to you. Perhaps you can restore its glory. That way, I can consider this a wish fulfilled. The head sighed, its voice tinged with sorrow and regret, yet carrying a rare sense of responsibility and purpose. However, Subai was unmoved by the head's tone. Coldly staring at it, he said, I refuse. Why? The head asked in confusion. Subai did not answer, merely locking his gaze on the floating head, his eyes glinting with sharp intensity. What do you think? Subai countered. Time seemed to freeze. The two stared at each other, neither speaking. Ha. Finally, it was the floating head that broke the oppressive silence, letting out a sinister chuckle. So, you've discovered my secret, the head said slowly, its voice growing sharper. How did you see through me? The head's mechanical movements gradually ceased, and its tone took on a hint of humanity, laced with a peculiar emotion. Before you try deceiving someone, at least fix your appearance first, don't you think? Subai's lips curved into a smile, his gaze sharp, fearlessly fixed on the floating head. Oh, is that so? Actually, I find this appearance rather familiar. The suspended head slowly tilted to a fixed angle, its translucent form constantly shifting, rolling, and surging like mud. Is that all? Doesn't seem like you're that resolute, Subai remarked. Exposed, the head ceased pretending and revealed a sinister, cold grin as its form contorted endlessly. Its jaw slightly unhinged, releasing a thick, brownish blood, while a foul black liquid oozed from its hollow eye sockets. Its hair moved on its own, writhing like grotesque venomous snakes, a visage straight out of a nightmare. The head was right. Compared to its current appearance, its previous form seemed almost kind and approachable. Your killing intent hasn't wavered an inch from the start. Subai took a few steps back as flames ignited around him, layered in 3 protective layers, ready for any sudden danger. Let's not forget, he possessed soul power. Ever since his arrival, the system's alarm had been blaring non-stop. How could he not remain vigilant? The system acted like a radar, particularly sensitive to those harboring murderous intent toward him. Killing intent? The head paused, its dark, hollow eye sockets boring into Subai with an intrigued expression. My killing intent was hidden so deeply, yet you, a mere ant, could sense it? Seems you harbor more secrets than you let on. You flatter me, Subai replied confidently, standing tall. I value talent. Help me retrieve that item, and I might overlook your impertinence, the head sneered. A wave of oppressive pressure surged forth, creating invisible ripples in the surrounding air. Though not as overwhelming as the great beast kings outside, it was more than enough to tear Subai apart effortlessly. I refuse, Subai said firmly, narrowing his eyes slightly against the air currents but standing steady, as immovable as a boulder. Oh? The head looked at him in surprise. I'm curious, what gives you such confidence? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? With your strength, I could crush you with a single hand, it said slowly. But Subai stepped forward, reclaiming his position face to face with the head, right at the golden steps before the throne. As I thought, Subai murmured, halting as he observed the head's increasingly malevolent expression and aura of killing intent. He grew even more certain of his theory. I initially only suspected. That oppressive force earlier, it was meant to frighten me, to make me submit, and then offer me hope so I'd serve you, Subai said, his eyes gleaming as he unraveled his thoughts. But your aura didn't make me retreat even a step. How is that possible? As he spoke, the head's expression darkened further, resembling rotting soil. From its mouth came venomous, guttural grumbles. So, you don't want me straying too far, do you? In other words, you're like a bound spirit, unable to move far from a certain place? And that range, I wager, is right here. The moment the words left his lips, Subai strode forward confidently, standing exactly where he had confronted the head before. His eyes locked onto the hollow, black, blood-oozing sockets. The two stared at each other, time passing silently. As time ticked by, Subai's theory solidified. Damn it! Damn all of you, the spectral head suddenly snarled, its mouth splitting open as it surged skyward. Black mist poured from its jaws, revealing rows of writhing, razor-sharp teeth. A beam of pitch-black energy shot out of its throat, hurtling directly toward Subai. Boom! The gale roared, shaking the void with its force. The black energy carried devastating power, enough to obliterate Subai even if he were a level or two stronger. Yet Subai remained motionless, his eyes closed as if oblivious to the threat. Just as the energy was about to strike him, a protective shield materialized, standing between him and the attack. The black beam hissed and sizzled as if doused by fire before vanishing into nothingness. Only the residual gusts brushed against Subai's face. Ah! Subai exhaled softly, his black hair flowing in the wind like that of an otherworldly immortal. Without a glance, it was clear the attack had failed. Arg! I'll kill you! The spectral head, shrouded in black mist, furiously circled the throne at high speed before halting midair, glaring at Subai with gritted teeth, as if swearing to remember him. Your attacks only work within this range. Beyond it, they're useless. That's why you wanted me close, Subai stated calmly. To hide this truth, you deliberately tried to scare me when I was just one step away, making me think this area was unsafe. Even if I saw through your facade, you could still use that to threaten me. Subai crossed his arms as he analyzed the situation in meticulous detail, further stunning the head. You didn't attack the moment I entered your range because you lacked the strength to stop me at that time, Subai continued, his eyes gleaming confidently. He seemed to have pieced together nearly everything. So what? If you don't follow my plan, you'll be trapped here forever. The spectral head growled hoarsely, its tone filled with reluctant fury. You just said the key is the way out. Subai raised his hand, pointing to the white jade object on the throne, motioning for the spirit to take notice. And you're not afraid I'll deceive you? The best lies are always a mix of truth and falsehood, aren't they? Subai replied confidently. Based on the spirit's current reaction, he was certain the claim was true. Kick. With me here, you'll never get close. The head abruptly ceased its resentful murmurs, its mouth curving into a chilling grin as it let out a triumphant howl. That's quite the predicament. Then I'll just wait for you to dissipate, Subai said casually, without a hint of worry. Those words caused the head to erupt in a storm of rage, its aura flaring violently. How do you know that? It demanded in disbelief, astonished that Subai had even deduced this. Previously, there had been clues, but this revelation completely blindsided it. Unable to comprehend, it could only roar in fury. You said it yourself. Spirits like you, born from the ruins of ancient cities, haven't interacted much with people, have you? Subai shrugged, utterly nonchalant. You. Exposed, the spectral head's expression turned ashen. It let out a feral roar, rocketing into the sky and unleashing beams of black energy, shimmering with mysterious power. But these attacks only appeared from afar before vanishing without a trace. Subai remained expressionless, unfazed in the slightest. After all, he had already seen through his opponent. The menacing shadowy head before him, though putting on a show of intimidation, was ultimately futile and not worth fearing. Dark blood seeped from the sockets of the shadowy head, its face twisted in a ghastly grimace, its aura chaotic, filled with hatred and rage as it let out furious shouts. Subai's guess was correct, this was merely a wisp of malevolent energy left behind on the skeletal remains, which had undergone some strange transformation to take conscious form. It survived on the fragmented soul energy left by the skeleton after death, but this energy would inevitably dissipate unless it found a new body. In its wait for an opportunity, it had no choice but to slumber. If not for Subai's bloodline activating the host's memories, it would never have awakened. But now, it was akin to an hourglass counting down, its time was running out. If it couldn't find a body, it would eventually vanish. It had initially planned to use the weak human before it to seize the key on the throne, then occupy the skeletal body to achieve possession and extend its existence. Yet now, being seen through by a mere weakling left it filled with bitter unwillingness. I'm not reconciled. I haven't even tasted the power of a true strong one. As Subai had predicted, with time, the shadowy head grew increasingly translucent, its aura weakening, its form trembling in the air, struggling to maintain itself. No! No, it bellowed. It seemed to sense something, thrashing about in panic, its movements growing more frantic. But it was all in vain. With a resounding explosion, the shadowy head shattered, scattering into countless black light particles that disappeared into the void. Subai watched the dissipating shadow coldly and sneered, a malevolent spirit born by accident dares to masquerade as a strong one? He mobilized the energy within him, and the aura of the candle dragon, Zhu Jiuyin, emerged. A spectral dragon claw materialized on his left shoulder, vividly lifelike. Dragon transformation. Subai murmured. The dragon claw enveloped his right hand, covered in a thin, translucent reddish membrane resembling dragon scales. This fiery dragon claw was a power he could summon with all his might, up to 3 claws at once, covering both feet and one hand. Dragon transformation was an ability he had comprehended from the candle dragon. If he could summon all the dragon claws, he would resemble a juvenile flood dragon, with unimaginable physical strength and speed. Why a juvenile flood dragon and not a mature dragon? Because his current body couldn't endure the power of a full dragon form. Forget a true dragon, even a hybrid pseudo-dragon form would be too much for his present state. Even so, this power was already immense. A typical ability user capable of summoning one fiery dragon claw could rival those specializing in physical strength. 2 claws could easily suppress most physical specialists, while 3 could contend with individuals possessing special bloodlines or offspring of powerful beasts, standing invincible against them. 4 claws would utterly crush such adversaries. As for Subai, his physical body was naturally formidable, and with the augmentation of dragon transformation, the effect far exceeded a mere addition of power. To be honest, if he wasn't trapped underground, he would have long since explored the limits of his physical capabilities and sought out formidable beasts to test himself against. Just to be safe, I'll wait a little longer. Standing before the steps, Subai activated dragon transformation and remained on high alert. He raised his energy to its peak, not daring to relax in the slightest. Though the shadowy head was gone, he still didn't move forward. Despite appearing confident, sweat had already soaked his back. After all, who could truly remain unaffected in the face of an enemy far stronger and harboring killing intent, while maintaining an air of indifference? That creature, its mind just wasn't sharp enough, Subai muttered softly to himself. In the outside world, an ability user of such strength, unless they relied on an abundance of rare resources, was never anything but cunning and experienced. How could they so easily reveal the truth with a few words? Perhaps weaklings thought that strong individuals didn't employ complex schemes because, to the strong, resolving problems with sheer power was simpler and more direct. The path of ability users was never an easy one. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Subai, ensuring there were no anomalies, finally stepped onto the jade steps leading to the throne. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, and a powerful suction force emanated from his palm, instantly pulling the white jade key embedded in the skeleton's chest into his grasp. I wonder how this white jade key works. Could it help me escape my current predicament? Subai murmured as he felt the smooth, cool texture of the key, his mind racing through countless possibilities. According to what the shadowy head had said, this key was the means to leave, or rather, it was the core of this ancient city. With it in hand, he held control over the entire city. But the question remained, how was he to activate this key? He wouldn't dare touch that skeleton. After all, it was the corpse of the Lord of Jiuming City, and just the thought of it suggested complexity. If the Lord had left behind some ultimate trap, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Could this key require human blood to recognize its master? With that thought, Subai retrieved a sharp blade from his storage ring and slashed his palm. Blood gushed out, quickly soaking the white jade key. Drip! Drip! Drops of blood fell onto the steps, as vivid as blooming peonies, exuding a crystalline luster. Suddenly, the white jade key gave a faint tremble. Though subtle, Subai noticed it clearly. It works, he thought with joy, applying more pressure. As his blood continued to seep into the key, its surface began to undergo a peculiar transformation. The energy emanating from the white jade key grew increasingly potent until, suddenly, it erupted in a blinding white light, enveloping Subai in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast, white void. He looked around and saw the scene beneath his feet gradually becoming clear. It was a bustling city, teeming with life. Even though Subai knew nothing of this era, he could feel the vibrancy and prosperity of the place. What's going on? Is this a scene from the past? Judging from the clothing of the people in the city, it was evident that this image belonged to an ancient age. Subai's consciousness floated in the void, gazing down at the thriving human city, a strange sense of tranquility washing over him. What is the owner of this body trying to show me with these old events, he wondered, though his thoughts were soon interrupted by a startling realization. Above the bustling city, a sudden anomaly occurred. Crack! A spatial rift tore open abruptly, and endless black mist spewed forth, rapidly corroding the surrounding void. The black mist spread, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded like an ocean. A swirl of black light instantaneously enveloped the area, obscuring all light as it rotated counterclockwise, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. The people in the city quickly sensed the anomaly, panic spreading like wildfire, their fear uncontrollable. However, it wasn't long before several powerful figures shot up into the sky from the city, their energy bursting forth like meteors piercing the darkness, charging directly toward the black mist. From afar, those figures resembled the brightest stars in the night sky. These were undoubtedly experts of the celestial transition level. Suspended midair, Subai watched the scene unfold like an observer, his expression calm. His eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected that back then, a single city could harbor so many celestial transition level powerhouses. Nowadays, finding even one such expert in a city would be a rarity. Take Huanggang, where he had stayed previously, the strongest ability user there was only at the spirit domain level. More intriguingly, judging from the situation, these celestial transition experts were evidently not the peak combat strength of this city. This left him curious, what exactly was the black mist that it required so many high-level powerhouses to join forces against it? What happened next, however, utterly shocked Subai, shattering all his assumptions. High above the city, the celestial transition experts positioned themselves, seemingly discussing a strategy before launching a coordinated long-range attack. Their power was earth-shattering, as if capable of overturning seas and skies. For a moment, radiance illuminated the heavens, shockwaves rippling outward, making it seem as if the entire world revolved around these towering figures, akin to war deities. Seeing this, the city's residents erupted in cheers, their excitement spreading rapidly. Yet, what followed next was an astonishing turn of events. A deafening roar echoed in all directions. The combined attack of the celestial transition experts landed on the black mist. But as the radiance faded, the black mist remained, shrouding the city unchanged. If anything, it had grown even denser. The experts exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with uncertainty, unsure of their next move. Boom! Perhaps their attack had provoked the black mist. A piercing whistle resounded, and an icy killing intent burst forth from within. Space seemed to freeze momentarily, the sound of the void fracturing echoing through the air. Crack! 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 A series of muffled explosions erupted in the sky. In an instant, the celestial transition experts were reduced to blood mist, detonating violently. Blood rained down, and the heavens seemed to mourn. Their mighty powers were reclaimed by the earth, their once indomitable wills vanishing without a trace. This. Subai's pupils constricted sharply in disbelief. These ability users, whom he had once regarded as unimaginably powerful and scarce even within a city, were now effortlessly obliterated by the force before him. Though merely a spectator, he could still feel the terrifying might and malevolence of the black mist. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to grasp the reason behind this city's eventual demise. Beneath the black mist's suffocating shroud, the city's inhabitants appeared frozen in time, their silence absolute. They were petrified by the harsh reality before them, their hearts consumed by fear and despair. Just as Subai thought it was all over, a powerful spiritual presence began to rise. A spectral figure emerged, its every step causing the void to tremble. "Finally, you've come." The spectral figure sighed, its tone a mixture of helplessness and reverence. It was the Lord of Ninming City. His true form remained hidden within the city's core formation, while his spiritual projection roamed the city, addressing its crises. So the great Lord of Ninming City cowers within the formation's heart, too afraid to emerge, a massive face emerged from the black mist, grotesque and terrifying. Its sinister laughter reverberated throughout the city. "If I hand over what you desire, will you spare the innocent citizens?" The spiritual projection looked up, his face ashen, his voice heavy. "Ha, that's impossible. Blame yourself for obtaining what was never meant to be yours." The face sneered, its expression cold and murderous. "In that case, though I cannot defeat you, I will ensure you pay a price, even with my life." The spiritual projection drew a deep breath, his eyes resolute and blazing like the sun. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." The face's smile grew even more sinister. "What do you mean?" the Lord of Ninming City asked, his jaw clenched tightly. "You'll find out soon enough. Emperor, make your move." The face's wicked grin suddenly turned reverent, its voice low and deferential. The pupils of the city lord contracted sharply, his face turning deathly pale. "What?" A presence that even he feared, addressed as emperor, there was no doubt it represented an unparalleled power standing at the pinnacle of existence. "Not even fit to be called emperor, yet you should feel honored that I've chosen to act." Behind the face, arcs of lightning crackled, thunder rumbled, and a pair of malevolent eyes, as vast as full moons, flickered in and out of sight. Then, a beam of blood-red light descended from the heavens. Slash! The overwhelming force shattered the heavens and rent the void asunder. The blood-red light shot down like a meteor, moving so fast that even the Lord of Ninming City couldn't discern its approach, only its trailing brilliance was visible. The radiant, enigmatic formation protecting the city's core shattered instantly, breaking apart like countless bubbles into specks of light. The blood-red beam struck with devastating precision, like a lethal blood blade descending from above, pinning itself into a specific point at the city's core. It all happened in an instant. Ugh! The spiritual projection froze momentarily, his consciousness wavering, his gaze hollowing. In the end, my greed has doomed the innocent people of this city." He turned, forcing a bitter smile. For someone of his caliber, his perception was razor-sharp. In that moment, he could already feel the life force of his true body rapidly dissipating. Without even the chance to resist, he had been annihilated in one strike by the blood-red light. This artifact could even compel an emperor to intervene. It seems the rumors are true. His spiritual projection grew fainter and fainter. Glancing back at the hopeful faces of the city's people, he helplessly shook his head before fading into nothingness. "So this is the truth of this city?" Subai murmured to himself. He was certain now that the black mist and the face behind it, with its crescent moon eyes, possessed power that defied comprehension. The spiritual projection clearly belonged to the Lord of Ninming City. Yet, a figure who could command multiple celestial transition-level experts had been utterly powerless, killed in an instant. The disparity between them was self-evident. This level of power was far beyond anything Subai could currently grasp. He felt as though his journey into the underground world had turned him into a mere speck of life, constantly peeking at beasts far mightier than himself. Beast kings, spectral soul demons, the Lord of Ninming City, the Black Mist, the Crescent Moon Eyes, these entities were all towering figures he could only look up to. However, this didn't dishearten him. He believed that, given time, he too would ascend to such heights. As Subai was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a chill sweep over him. He murmured in confusion, sensing an odd feeling of being watched. His brows furrowed slightly. Instinctively, he turned sharply toward the source of his unease and saw the vague gaze of the Xianyu eyes behind the black mist's face directed at him. Those colossal eyes, as vast as mountain peaks, shimmered faintly with a mysterious light. It felt as though They could pierce through this memory projection, directly seeing Subai, who was observing the scene, sending a wave of cold dread through him. "You've got to be kidding me!" Subai's heart sank. His face was filled with shock as he screamed internally. The years separating him from that era were countless, and this was merely a memory projection. Yet, could it be that the Xianyuais had somehow detected his presence? He swallowed hard, feeling a trace of panic. Such a powerful being could easily be considered an overlord of their realm, able to upend the heavens and the earth with a single thought. To Subai's relief, the Xianyuais showed no reaction to his presence. Their emotionless gaze betrayed no joy, anger, sorrow, or delight. They merely swept their gaze over him indifferently before retracting their focus. Phew! Subai finally exhaled deeply when the Xianyuais withdrew. This allowed him to feel slightly at ease, as the eyes merely glanced briefly and then returned their attention to the city. It seemed it was just his imagination. The Xianyuais hadn't discovered him after all. Subai sighed in relief, feeling immensely fortunate. He hadn't realized that his back had already been drenched in cold sweat during that brief moment. Swish, swish, swish. The black mist's face grinned wickedly as the figure of the Lord of Jiuming City grew more and more transparent. Billowing black mist surged through the void, sweeping toward the city. Weak humans, become sustenance for blood and perish in death. The black mist's face spoke icily, looking down at the fleeing citizens of the city with a gaze full of indifference, as though they were nothing more than livestock awaiting slaughter. Without the protection of powerful ability users, the black mist rapidly spread, engulfing the entire city in an instant. Initially, the city echoed with a few blood-curdling screams, but within seconds, the sounds abruptly ceased, leaving behind an eerie silence. The once bustling city was emptied in mere moments, leaving behind no trace of life. Neither survivors nor bodies remained, only the corpse of the Lord of Jiuming City, brimming with the will of a king. "Damn it, you bastard!" Subai witnessed such a scene for the first time. His eyes reddened, and an intense killing intent surged within him. The tragic death of an innocent young girl earlier had already enraged him, let alone the massacre of tens of thousands in the city. Huff, huff, huff. Realizing his emotions were spiraling out of control, Subai quickly attempted to regulate himself and regain composure. "What exactly is this black mist entity?" he muttered to himself as his thoughts wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, the scene before him underwent a drastic change, rapidly dissolving into nothingness. As the image of the city faded away, the space turned into a vast expanse of emptiness. Then, the figure of a tall middle-aged man gradually emerged. He was clad in a silver-white battle robe, exuding an imposing air. He stood proudly in the heavens, a dazzling white light emanating from the center of his brows. He looked like a celestial war god commanding legions. His gaze was sharp as a blade, radiating an overwhelming dominance that inspired awe at first sight. "Time has passed. I wonder what era this is now. Youth, the fact that you can see my projection means you've witnessed the destruction of this city." The middle-aged man spoke with an air of grandeur, his towering figure imposing even in silence. Yet, within his bright eyes lay a deep pain and regret, mixed with an overwhelming exhaustion. Subai raised an eyebrow slightly, a flash of astonishment flickering in his gaze. The man before him was clearly the true lord of Jiuming City. The aura of righteousness he exuded was unmistakable, something that could not be imitated. "Senior, I have a question." Subai began to speak but was promptly interrupted by the middle-aged man. "I know you have many questions, but I am merely a residual projection. I can only tell you what I left behind." The middle-aged man turned to look behind him, and only then did Subai notice that this was indeed a remnant projection. He fell silent, focusing entirely on the man's words. "I don't know how many years have passed since this projection last appeared." The middle-aged man sighed, repeating himself softly. "Let's cut to the chase. The fact that you've entered this city means you are a descendant of the human race. After all, even though the core of Jiuming City's formation was annihilated in a single blow, the residual power alone is not something someone of my level could easily bypass. Unless your strength has already surpassed mine." His voice carried slowly, tinged with a hint of pride, which quickly gave way to deep regret. The destruction of the ancient city, the void left behind, it was all because of him. Though Subai hadn't experienced such anguish personally, he could feel a fragment of the Lord of Jiuming City's pain. Do you know why such a being would personally destroy us? The middle-aged man's tone turned grave, his sharp gaze making the atmosphere even more intense. Hearing his words, Subai once again thought of the Xianyu eyes that had sent chills down his spine. That was a true powerhouse. Even a fleeting glance had left Subai feeling utterly exposed, as though resistance was futile. He didn't respond but waited quietly for the middle-aged man to continue. To be honest, I have only myself to blame for my greed. The middle-aged man raised his head, gazing at the sky as he reminisced about the past. Have you ever heard of heavenly techniques from beyond? Heavenly techniques from beyond. These 4 words sent shockwaves through Subai's heart. Strictly speaking, his unique abilities, Ju Join, Dragon Transformation, the Perfect Apertures, and the Star Sea Apertures, could all be considered heavenly techniques from beyond. After all, these were extraordinary abilities that did not exist among the people of this realm. Of course, all of this was thanks to the system. Before Subai could dwell further on these thoughts, the middle-aged man's voice rang out again. Whether you've heard of them or not, the root of all of this lies in a single technique from beyond the heavens. It's a technique that trains both the body and the art of killing. Although I couldn't fully comprehend it, I could tell it was no ordinary technique. I stumbled upon this technique by chance in some ruins back then. I was always just one step away from unraveling its secrets. However, the knowledge of this technique somehow got leaked, and it was even exaggerated to be one of the most supreme techniques from beyond the heavens. I had always thought the so-called heavenly techniques from beyond were mere rumors, at most, an exceptionally challenging technique left behind by some predecessor until an emperor-level figure came to challenge me. The middle-aged man sighed deeply, filled with remorse. If he could do it all over again, he would rather have never obtained this celestial technique. That way, calamity would not have befall him, and the innocent humans in the city would not have suffered such misfortune. Simply put, his strength was unworthy of such a thing. Celestial technique? Subai pondered for a moment and asked the system, is the celestial technique mentioned by the Lord of Jiuming City really that rare? Report to the host, celestial techniques refer to techniques originating from beyond the heavens. As for their rarity and strength, that cannot be determined. Subai listened and felt speechless. All right, he said, a bit disappointed. He felt that the system's answer was no answer at all. But it was understandable, so he didn't dwell on it. This pearl is covered in dust. Such a technique should not be buried with me in this desolate underground. Today, I shall give it to you. After all, keeping such a treasure with someone like me, who is on the brink of death, is a waste, the middle-aged man said solemnly. His bearing as a formidable figure and his respect for the human race's predecessors stirred a sense of admiration in Subai. However, there is no free lunch in this world. I need you to do something for me. A price to pay? Subai's eyes gleamed. Compared to a windfall falling from the sky, this mutually beneficial exchange made him feel more at ease. Swish! The man swung his sleeve, and a phantom-like white jade item appeared in his palm. Subai recognized it immediately. It was his white jade key. This object is the core of the city. Its owner can freely enter and exit the city, command all of its natural resources, and control its formation. A raise. I hope you will become the next lord of Jiuming City. One day, bring glory back to Jiuming City. This is my final request, as a sinner. The lord of Jiuming City? Subai was somewhat puzzled. But in the face of such a request, he had no reason to refuse. The celestial technique alone, coupled with the authority to control the city, was enough to entice him. Moreover, given the man's noble identity, Subai dared not offend him. The middle-aged man looked sincere, his eyes shimmering with a faint light. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a hum resounded from somewhere within the blank space. A golden light flashed, the earth quaked, and a golden slip of paper floated into Subai's hand. Heavenly Dragon Combat Technique. The moment he touched it, the information from the golden slip surged into Subai's mind, forming 5 bold characters that shook his very soul. The aura of the wilderness and the ferocity of slaughter filled Subai's nerves in an instant. The overwhelming pressure of a dragon was immense, but it was subdued by the Zhu Jiuyin power within his body. There was no need for further explanation. This technique was extraordinary. Its domineering name alone combat the heavenly dragon was enough to leave a lasting impression. Looking at the technique, Subai felt a faint sense of familiarity. However, he did not dwell on it and carefully stored it away. This technique is called the Heavenly Dragon Combat Technique. Now you should understand. This technique has 2 volumes. This is the first volume. The other volume is hidden within the natural space of the city, concealed by the forces of heaven and earth. Even that existence could not find it. Once you have the ability to fully activate this formation, you will uncover it. By then, your strength might surpass mine and become even greater. That day may mark the beginning of Jiuming City's resurgence. Regardless of whether you succeed in mastering it, never let anyone know you are using the Heavenly Dragon Combat Technique. I don't know what era this is now, but that existence might still be alive. If he hasn't gained what he sought, his rage will be immeasurable. With your current strength, encountering him would mean certain death. Be cautious. The warning rang out, urging Subai to be extremely vigilant. After saying this, the middle-aged man's figure began to fade, as if he were about to vanish from this world. My power is almost exhausted. Young one, farewell. He said softly, gazing into the distance. Senior, I haven't even asked for your name. Subai blurted out, then awkwardly fell silent as he realized he was speaking to a mere image. To his surprise, within the gradually disappearing figure, a trace of clarity emerged in the man's melancholic eyes. I don't know what era this is now, so my name is meaningless. Let it fade into history. Just remember, I was once the lord of Jiuming City. As his final words fell, the middle-aged man's figure disintegrated into specks of light and completely vanished. Subai stared at the fading figure of the lord of Jiuming City, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. He said nothing, merely watched in silence as this elder of the human race departed. Time flowed slowly. The blank space around him began to crack and shatter, the sound of collapse echoing continuously. With a muffled boom, the space dissolved into nothingness. As the void faded, Subai's consciousness returned to his body. Regaining control of his physical form, familiar surroundings reappeared before his eyes. Subai couldn't help but sigh, a trace of melancholy in his expression. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing to calm his mind, and began to process the images and information he had just received. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Subai furrowed his brows before suddenly opening his eyes. A sharp gleam flashed within them. This Heavenly Dragon Combat Technique truly lives up to what the Lord of Jiuming City described, a formidable technique that integrates body refinement and offensive power. Although he said it is difficult to master, with the Zhu Jiuyin aura within me, even though Zhu Jiuyin is the progenitor of the dragon race, this technique might be something I can still achieve. Clutching the golden slip in his hand, Subai's mind surged with the vast information it contained, bringing a hint of joy to his heart. However, this matter would have to wait until he overcame his current obstacles and returned to the surface before he could fully devote himself to it. After dealing with these thoughts, he stored the golden slip in his storage ring and lifted the white jade key in his hand. The white jade key, stained with Subai's blood, emitted a faint, ethereal glow, shimmering like a dream. The Lord of Jiuming City said this is the core of Jiuming City. After refining it, I can control the entire city and at least move freely in and out. But how exactly do I activate this white jade key? Earlier, he had accidentally activated and refined the key with his blood, triggering the residual image, but he still didn't know how to truly control it. In the next moment, his doubts were resolved. The white jade key radiated an intense white light, as if acknowledging Subai. A massive influx of information surged into his mind. He guessed that this likely included a portion of the Lord of Jiuming City's essence. Subai immediately sat down cross-legged and began refining the white jade key while absorbing the immense usage instructions. During the refining process, he gained knowledge of the city's general layout, the location of the formation core, and the positions of various defensive structures. He had also learned how to use the formation to teleport out, but the destination was a place called Wang Jieplain. Subai knew this was a name from the old era, but exactly where he would be teleported to remained unknown to him. After one incense stick of time had passed, Subai successfully refined the key and absorbed a wealth of information. He patted his pants and slowly stood up. Forget it, I'll deal with this when I truly need to leave. For now, I should first check how many formations are left in this city and whether The teleportation arrays are still functional. If the teleportation arrays were unusable, he would be completely trapped underground. Additionally, he wanted to visit the resource storage area of Nanning City. Although most of the resources had likely lost their efficacy after such a long span of time, it was still the reserve of an entire city, surely housing some treasures. Even if only a small portion of the resources was still usable, it would be enough to sustain his cultivation for the next few realms, sparing him the trouble of hunting for resources. Thinking of this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Subai's eyes, and he eagerly moved toward the throne. He noticed a small hole in the forehead of the skeletal remains on the throne. Recalling the blood-red light from the image earlier, he guessed it was a lethal strike from the Xianyuai. A deadly blow, a true one-hit kill. Without dwelling on it further, Subai turned and left. Out of respect for this human predecessor, he bowed deeply once more before he left, then proceeded through the dark passage behind the throne. The tunnel was the same as before, the path lit up continuously as he moved, illuminating his way forward. Before long, he reached the exit. Inserting the white jade key in his hand into an ancient stone door before him, the door rumbled open, sending dust flying. It seems the information within the white jade key was correct. The place just now was a hidden passage of the City Lord's mansion, with the spirit pool hidden inside. And this here is the City Lord's mansion itself. In front of him stood a magnificent palace. Although it had aged with time, its grandeur was still evident. The thick layers of dust covering the structures and the claw-like cracks on the floor tiles clearly showed that powerful energies had once erupted here. Some areas had collapsed, with lamps and ceilings falling apart, making it resemble ruins. Subai navigated through the collapsed partitions and debris, arriving at a separate area. According to the information from the white jade key, this was most likely the resource storage pavilion of the City Lord's mansion, consisting of 3 levels, with resources becoming more precious with each level. As the new City Lord of Nanning City, surely he had the authority to access these resources, right? Subai touched his nose, laughing awkwardly. Following the instructions from the key, he manipulated it and successfully opened the storage pavilion. A wave of ancient, rotting air swept over him. Holding his breath, Subai waited for the dust to settle before steadily stepping into the first level of the storage pavilion. The first level was filled with countless wooden boxes and display stands, all of which contained various cultivation resources. But soon, as Subai eagerly opened box after box, disappointment struck. Most of the items had either lost their spiritual energy or turned to dust. Even weapons, pills, and spirit energy crystals that had retained their form were so fragile they shattered at the slightest touch. What a pity, Subai sighed. He knew it was common for resources to lose their efficacy over time, but he hadn't expected the first level to be entirely useless. What's strange, though, is why even the spirit energy crystals have lost their power, he muttered in confusion. These resources, unlike weapons, pills, or herbs, weren't supposed to weaken with time. Adjusting his mindset, he prepared to unlock the second level. The resources on the first level were primarily used by low-level ability users. Given how long they had been stored, their complete failure was understandable. But the second level was different. This time, he might score a significant haul. Following the white jade key's guidance, Subai stood on the first level of the storage pavilion and easily opened the door to the second level. Before him appeared a glowing circle about 3 meters wide, emanating a faint blue light and inscribed with mysterious patterns. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. According to the key's information, there were no traps or dangers here. But as soon as his foot touched the floor tiles, a sharp whistling sound accompanied by a fierce gust of wind rushed toward him. Not good. His pupils contracted, his face changed drastically, and he quickly mobilized his spiritual energy, but it was too late to react. In a split-second decision, Subai abandoned the activation of his spiritual energy and directly triggered his dragon transformation. His right hand morphed into an illusory red dragon claw, shielding his head tightly. Whoosh! 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 Several black shadows swept toward him like lightning, accompanied by deafening sonic booms. Bang! Subai was blasted away like a cannonball, slamming into the stone wall and raising a thick cloud of dust. Pain surged through his entire body instantly, but Subai's physical strength was formidable. Though he grimaced in pain, he wasn't seriously injured. Luckily, I used the dragon transformation to block it, and it just happened to hit the right side. Hurts like hell, though, he thought with relief. This power is at least equivalent to the full-force strike of someone at the half-step false realm. As Subai assessed the strength of the attack, the dust cloud was suddenly torn apart. Several large holes appeared, and black shadows emerged once again, lunging toward him. Damn it, here they come again. Subai smiled bitterly to himself. He had just been confident that the storage pavilion was absolutely safe, only to be beaten to a pulp moments later. Truly embarrassing. He quickly got to his feet, releasing a burst of energy from his legs. With a step on the ground, the floor tiles cracked. Instantly, he leapt sideways, evading the incoming attack. As the dust finally cleared, he saw what had attacked him. It was an enormous spirit herb, its roots densely entangled, numbering in the thousands, twisting like giant snakes and radiating a brilliant energy glow. Its surface was covered in a peculiar, crystalline soil, exuding a wild and mysterious aura. The herb's flesh was plump, a pale red in color, emanating a surging vitality. Its long, narrow leaves were a vibrant orange red, giving off a refreshing fragrance. Like a masterpiece of art, it was undoubtedly no ordinary plant but a rare treasure. The black shadows that had attacked him earlier were its robust roots. Dragon heart blood ginseng? Subai exclaimed in shock. This was an extremely rare spirit herb imbued with the aura of dragon blood. It only grew in soil soaked with the blood of beasts possessing dragon bloodlines, and the concentration of that blood had to be extraordinarily high. Beasts with such bloodlines were never weak, at least at the true realm level. Due to its rarity, dragon heart blood ginseng was nearly impossible to find, even for ability users at the true realm. Its effects were incredibly potent. Consuming it could awaken a trace of dragon energy within the body, providing short-term resistance against techniques imbued with the will of exotic beasts or aiding in refining pills containing beastly blood energy. Normally, a dragon heart blood ginseng was only as thick as a finger and about 2 fingers long. But the plant before him was half a meter tall, with thousands of roots. Subai had never heard of such a massive dragon heart blood ginseng before. He was utterly puzzled. This shouldn't just be called Dragon Heart Blood Ginseng but should rather be named Dragon Heart Blood King Ginseng. Spirit Energy Crystal, Spirit Energy, you have spirit energy within you. The mental voice of the Dragon Heart Blood King Ginseng transmitted intermittently. Absorbing Subai, following his previous routine, stood on the first floor of the storage pavilion and activated the white jade key to open the entrance to the second floor. Before him appeared a 3-meter-wide circle of light radiating a faint blue glow, with mysterious patterns etched into it. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. According to the information provided by the white jade key, there were no traps or dangers inside the storage pavilion. Just as he stepped into the circle of light, Subai suddenly heard a sharp, piercing howl accompanied by a fierce wind rushing toward him. Not good. His pupils contracted, his expression changed drastically, and his spirit energy erupted in an instant, but it was too late to react. In a flash, he made a decision. He abandoned the idea of channeling spirit energy and instead triggered his dragon transformation. Zheng! A phantom red flame dragon claw immediately emerged on his right hand, shielding his head. Swish! 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 Several black shadows streaked like lightning, accompanied by sonic booms, charging straight at Subai. Boom! He was struck like a cannonball, smashing into the stone wall nearby, raising a thick cloud of dust. The searing pain swept through his entire body in an instant, but fortunately, his physique was strong. He was merely in pain all over but without serious injuries. Good thing I used the dragon transformation to block it. It hit just on the right side, hurts like hell. Subai gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. His battle instincts told him his earlier reaction was correct. This power, it's roughly equivalent to a full-force strike from someone at the half-step pseudo-realm level, he assessed mentally. Before he could think further, the dust was torn open by several large gaps as black shadows burst through the smoke, charging directly at him again. Damn it, here they come again. Seeing that he wasn't injured, he wasn't as tense anymore. It was a bit awkward. He had just confidently claimed that the storage pavilion was completely safe, yet he was sent flying the moment he entered. Quickly regaining his composure, he planted his foot firmly, shattering the floor tile beneath him, and sidestepped out of the way of the attack. As the dust cleared, he finally got a clear look at the enemy that had attacked him. It was a massive plant with thousands of roots, each winding and coiling like giant serpents, radiating intense energy light. Its surface was covered in crystal-like, dazzling magical soil, exuding a wild and untamed aura. The plant's flesh was plump and faintly red, pulsating with vitality. Its leaves were slender, vibrant orange-red, emitting a refreshing fragrance. It resembled a perfect work of art, not something ordinary but an extremely rare treasure of nature. The black shadows that had attacked him earlier were, in fact, its thickest roots. Dragon heart blood ginseng? Subai exclaimed in shock. This rare spiritual herb carried the blood energy of dragons and only grew in soil soaked with the blood of beasts imbued with dragon blood. Moreover, the concentration of dragon blood had to reach a certain level before it could nurture such a plant. A beast with dragon blood in its veins would naturally be quite powerful, at least at the true realm level. Through a series of fortuitous events, the dragon heart blood ginseng could grow, making it extremely precious. Even for true realm supernatural beings, obtaining one was no easy feat. More importantly, consuming dragon heart blood ginseng could activate subtle dragon energy within the body, providing significant aid in resisting techniques infused with beastly will or refining medicinal pills containing beast blood energy. Typically, dragon heart blood ginseng was only as thick as a finger and about 2 fingers in length. However, the one before him was as tall as half a meter, with thousands of roots. He had never heard of such a thing. When did dragon heart blood ginseng become this massive? Subai was filled with doubt. Rather, this shouldn't be called dragon heart blood ginseng, it should be called dragon heart blood king ginseng. Spirit energy crystal, spirit energy, you have spirit energy. I'll drain you. The dragon heart blood king ginseng transmitted mental waves, and Subai vaguely understood its intent. He sighed softly. Could it be that the residual spiritual resources on the first floor of the storage pavilion had all been absorbed by this dragon heart blood king ginseng? Raising an eyebrow, he scanned his surroundings and immediately confirmed his suspicion. Thousands upon thousands of roots were entwined and covering the treasure chests and boxes here, evidently extracting the spirit energy and resource energy from within. This also explained its massive growth. Absorbing so many resources, ordinary weeds could turn into spiritual herbs under such conditions. Did this dragon heart blood king ginseng drain all the resources in the storage pavilion? Subai muttered helplessly, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Now he was left with nothing. This was no exaggeration, this dragon heart blood king ginseng must have been alive here for countless years. The amount of resources required to evolve into a king ginseng would be astronomical. Moreover, based on the mental power it had transmitted earlier, it clearly had no intention of entering dormancy to conserve energy. Damn it, you lousy herb. Give me back my resources. How am I supposed to cultivate without them? Subai bared his teeth, glaring angrily at the dragon heart blood king ginseng, full of hostility. The resources he had painstakingly accumulated for cultivation had been devoured by a single dragon heart blood ginseng? How was he supposed to rebuild Nine Bright City now? Without resources, the difficulty would double. Yet the dragon heart blood king ginseng ignored him entirely, repeating the same phrase over and over. Its roots wriggled in the air like giant serpents, once again lashing toward Subai. Judging by its movements, it was clear it intended to bind Subai and then drain the spirit energy from his body, reducing him to a useless husk. It has a bit of intelligence, but it's extremely limited, even dumber than that soul-possessing evil spirit I encountered earlier. The evil spirit he had confronted before might not have been particularly smart, but at least it could barely communicate. But this dragon heart blood king ginseng was like a newborn baby, acting purely on instinct and impossible to communicate with. Moreover, Subai could sense that its strength wasn't particularly formidable. Its energy fluctuations barely reached the initial stage of pseudo-realm supernatural beings. Forget it. Since you've drained my resources, consider it compensation. Subai huffed angrily, his figure flickering as he easily dodged the whipping roots of the dragon heart blood king ginseng. This dragon heart blood king ginseng before him was at best at the level of a pseudo-realm second stage. To him, it was far from being a strong opponent. After his recent advancements, his current strength was at the mid-tier of the pseudo-realm, somewhere between the third and sixth stages. Almost no one at that level could rival him. Even those at the peak of the sixth stage of the pseudo-realm would struggle to be a match for him. This underground journey had allowed him to leap from the pinnacle of the Traveler realm to the first stage of the Pseudo realm in one go. Although the progress had been rapid, it was worth noting that he had been cultivating under the high-pressure environment of the underground, coupled with the oppressive aura of the Candle Dragon. It was like being a spring compressed to its limit, ready to explode at any moment. Additionally, under the oppression of numerous beast kings, he had honed his ability to suppress fluctuations and control his spirit energy, keeping his mind in a state of constant tension. In a moment of relaxation, he was severely injured by a light strike from the purple feather beast king. It was only through the restorative energies of the Ninming City Spirit Pool that he managed to regain his strength, break through, and ascend to the Skywalker realm. Coupled with the abundant spiritual energy provided by the Spirit Pool, he was granted the opportunity to comprehend the Candle Dragon momentum of Zhu Jiuyin, leading to a one-time breakthrough into the first tier of the pseudo-momentum realm. Truly, this was a perfect convergence. Of timing, environment, and opportunity, every factor was indispensable. Because of this, he was able to leap from the Walker realm to the pseudo-momentum realm in a short period. It must be emphasized that the pseudo-momentum realm is not an ordinary level. It represents an Earth-turn-level existence, and those without extraordinary talent may never grasp the power of momentum in their lifetime. Reaching the pseudo-momentum realm already qualifies one as a formidable figure. Previously, Subai, when in the initial perception realm, could almost crush all other awakened ones in the differentiated apertures realm. Upon entering the differentiated apertures realm and later the Walker realm, he was nearly invincible among his peers. However, even at the pinnacle of the Walker realm, he could only contend with some exceptionally strong half-step pseudo-momentum awakened ones. After all, he wasn't omnipotent, there were always areas where he was inferior to his opponents, such as speed or physical durability, forcing him to tread carefully. Even an extreme walker could at best match low-tier pseudo-momentum awakened ones. The initial perception and differentiated apertures realms are the levels most awakened ones can achieve. Reaching the Walker realm signifies the capability to venture into the great wilderness, no longer confined to the areas surrounding cities. In most cities, walkers are already the leaders of hunter squads and are considered vital forces within the community. After all, the Walker realm is the final threshold of the human turn level, a point where many find themselves perpetually stuck. The pseudo-momentum realm, on the other hand, is an Earth turn level. In small cities, such beings are the pinnacle of combat power, while in larger cities or military districts, they can secure prominent positions. For an awakened one like Subai, who has reached the pinnacle of the Walker realm, advancing to the Earth turn level is exponentially more difficult, like scaling the heavens. Without this fortuitous opportunity, he might have been stuck at this stage for several years. However, having successfully advanced, his combat power now far exceeds that of ordinary awakened ones. Though he has only reached the first tier of the pseudo-momentum realm, with his perfect differentiated apertures, the fire of Zhu Jiuyin, his second stage momentum, and his physical and dragon transformation capabilities, his strength is such that he can easily contend with high-tier pseudo-momentum awakened ones. He estimates that only mid-level 6th tier pseudo-momentum awakened ones, who have reached the 5 refinement stage, could pose a real threat to him. This is astonishing, a newly advanced first-tier pseudo-momentum awakened one, who hasn't even reached the 1 refinement stage, capable of challenging mid-level 6th tier opponents equivalent to 65 refinements. This is truly unheard of. Thus, dealing with a second-tier pseudo-momentum dragon heart-blood ginseng was an effortless task for him. Kill. 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 The mental energy fluctuations of the dragon heart-blood ginseng were brimming with murderous intent, distorted to the point that even Subai was slightly taken aback. Swish. Subai sidestepped, evading the lightning-fast roots with ease, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He was utterly calm. Even without relying on the enhancements brought by Zhu Jiuyin's fire, his combat power alone, derived from his perfect differentiated apertures, was enough to easily suppress this dragon heart-blood ginseng. Take this punch. Subai moved like a gust of wind, instantly appearing before the dragon heart-blood ginseng. Without utilizing the strength of his physical body, he threw a simple punch directly at his opponent. Hiss. What seemed like a casual punch from him carried immense power. In an instant, the dragon heart-blood ginseng felt the presence of death. The energy within Its body churned violently like boiling water, producing a hissing sound. Simultaneously, a force of momentum surged out wildly in an attempt to block the attack. Noticing this momentum, the dragon heart-blood ginseng's mental fluctuations revealed a hint of joy. A plant, able to comprehend momentum and even utilize it. What a pity it's only at the first stage of momentum. Against someone like me, who has also comprehended momentum, it's of little use. The first stage of momentum typically cannot be wielded at will, it only manifests under intense focus or extreme pressure. Earlier, he had only sensed that his opponent's threat level surpassed that of a walker, estimating it to be at the second tier of the pseudo-momentum realm. But he hadn't expected that it had actually grasped momentum. After all, medicinal plants lacked sentience and couldn't even communicate. Still, this realization only caused a slight ripple in his thoughts. For human-turn awakened ones, momentum is an absolutely oppressive force, but for someone of his caliber, the candle dragon momentum was overwhelmingly superior. The momentum of the dragon heart-blood ginseng seemed to carry its will ferocious and greedy. Accompanying its attacks was a clinging, sticky sensation that was hard to shake off. A dragon heart-blood ginseng capable of comprehending such a nauseating momentum, Subai snorted coldly, activating the candle dragon momentum within him. Waves of fiery momentum surged forth, as if capable of incinerating all in its path, forcefully clashing with the dragon heart-blood ginseng's momentum. Upon contact, the opposing momentum was instantly shattered. As its momentum disintegrated, the dragon heart-blood ginseng was sent flying, crashing heavily against a wall. Though Subai had been the attacker moments ago, his focus now shifted. At the moment the dragon heart-blood ginseng was struck, a streak of red light shot out, dazzling and radiant. Subai's sharp eyes caught this anomaly, and he immediately concentrated his attention on it. It was a strange crimson pearl, emanating a gentle aura with a faint trace of dragon bloodline. Previously concealed beneath the dragon heart-blood ginseng, Subai had not noticed its existence. This is Nirvana? Subai instantly recognized the pearl as the core essence of the dragon heart-blood ginseng. It appeared the plant had been preparing for a nirvana transformation, turning into this pearl. Judging by its aura, however, it had not yet fully matured. The dragon heart-blood ginseng was already a spiritual medicine, and upon advancing, it could potentially transform into a precious treasure. Such an elixir would be coveted even by earth-turn-level awakened ones. If this pearl had already become a treasure, Subai would have stood no chance against it. He surmised that the dragon heart-blood ginseng he had sent flying, which had just gained sentience, was likely only a branch or offspring of the main plant. His fortune was extraordinary, arriving at such a critical moment. Had he come earlier or later, he might not have survived. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a wave of gratitude. Glancing around nervously like a thief, he swiftly picked up the pearl and stored it in his spatial ring before the dragon heart-blood ginseng could react. Jackpot! Boom! With a single strike, Subai withdrew his hand, careful not to damage the spiritual medicine. The dragon heart-blood ginseng. Before him had lost all ability to resist, its aura weakened as it collapsed into the pile of treasure chests on the high platform. Subai clenched his palm, generating a suction force that drew the half-meter-long dragon heart-blood ginseng into his hand. He swiftly erased its sentience before placing it into his spatial ring. The sentience of such spiritual medicines was inherently a flawed feature. Unless it became a higher-grade treasure, the presence or absence of sentience wouldn't impact its medicinal efficacy. So, Subai decisively erased the twisted, malevolent sentience of the herb. Once the sentience dispersed, the murderous aura and greed vanished instantly. The herb regained its purity and sanctity, even faintly emanating a dragon's roar. Although it was merely a secondary sprout, it remained an extremely rare and precious herb, far from ordinary. This is what a true spiritual herb should be, Subai silently thought. After tidying up, he glanced around, unwilling to leave any stone unturned. As before, he searched through the boxes and jade bottles, but as expected, the dragon blood ginseng had drained them all. The resources on the third floor. I wonder if they are still intact. He touched his chin in thought. Earlier, he realized that the dragon blood ginseng had already absorbed the energy of the spiritual crystal stones on the first floor. However, on further reflection, if it had truly consumed all the resources of the entire city, its power wouldn't nearly remain at the pseudo-realm's second layer. After all, this was a human city. Even though countless years had passed, the remaining resources should have been enough to propel a talented individual to astonishing heights. Perhaps the true treasures lay hidden on the third floor, untouched by the dragon blood ginseng's corruption. With this thought, his eyes lit up, and he immediately activated the white jade key to unlock the third floor's storage chamber. Accompanied by a humming sound, the entrance to the third floor appeared. A blue radiance shimmered, forming an ethereal, illusory doorway that stood before Subai. Just as he was about to step inside to check if the resources on the third floor were intact, he felt a powerful resistance blocking his way. His steps faltered, unable to move forward. What's going on? Could it be that my strength is still insufficient? He retracted his foot, standing before the blue light gate, muttering to himself. It seems I'll need to grow stronger before I can come back and take a look. Subai shook his head in disappointment. This time, it might be a long while before he returned. The next time he came back, it would be to obtain the second volume of the Heaven Dragon combat technique and fully master the 9 luminary cities formation. Some things cannot be forced, he silently reminded himself. Though he felt regret, he was not disheartened. After all, this time he had not only grown significantly stronger but also acquired the white jade key and a sprouting treasure herb in the process of advancing. He ceased his activation of the gate, allowing the ethereal entrance to slowly close and eventually vanish without a trace, as if it had never existed. Just as he was preparing to return to the first floor, he suddenly noticed something unusual at the spot where the dragon blood ginseng had been rooted. There were ancient carvings etched into the ground. This discovery piqued his curiosity. To his astonishment, Subai realized that the second floor of the storage chamber concealed a formation. With a flicker of movement, he instantly appeared at the central eye of the formation, where the dragon blood ginseng had previously taken root. The formation was ancient and intricate, its patterns densely interwoven, exuding profound mysteries. As he hesitated on whether to activate it with the white jade key, he suddenly felt a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. Is this formation transmitting spiritual energy? Subai raised an eyebrow, immediately channeling his consciousness into the white jade key to search for relevant information. Though these insights had already been imprinted in his mind, they were too scattered. It was more convenient to consult the key directly. After several seconds, he came to a realization, putting the white jade key away with an enlightened expression. This formation was designed to transfer spiritual energy. The establishment of a city depended on abundant resources and mineral veins. 9 luminary city, built atop spiritual veins, contained a spirit ascension pool, which Subai had used earlier for cultivation. Once depleted, the spirit ascension pool could continuously absorb the essence of the earth, converting it into spiritual energy, the foundation of 9 luminary city. Based on these characteristics, special formations were installed during the city's construction to transmit spiritual energy and ensure its sufficiency. One of these formations was hidden in the storage chamber, responsible for nourishing the city's resources. Unfortunately, the dragon blood ginseng had taken root at the core of the formation, obstructing the flow of spiritual energy and rendering the formation inactive. Furthermore, due to the previous eruption of powerful energy, the formation had sustained damage, causing other spiritual energy transmission formations to fail one after another. No wonder those beast kings said the sun had gone out. The sun referred to the core energy source sustaining the formation's operations. Its gradual weakening was likely caused by years of resource depletion and the blockage of the formation. Now that the dragon blood ginseng had been removed, the formation was beginning to recover, allowing spiritual energy to flow once more. Amazing! Subai marveled, deeply moved by what he had learned. Judging by the current situation, the sun would no longer extinguish. He could already sense the faint traces of spiritual energy beginning to spread throughout the surroundings. Though weak for now, it was undeniably present. It seemed that once the formation fully restarted, all life within this space would experience a period of rapid growth and extraordinary strengthening. Subai returned to the first floor and then left the storage chamber. After surveying the city lord's mansion, he stepped out of its gates. His next destination was the eastern side of the ancient city, where a teleportation formation was located. Just as Subai exited the city lord's mansion, a flash of purple light suddenly appeared, streaking toward him. Like a bolt of lightning, A pair of jade-white hands, imbued with an irresistible force, reached straight for him. Snap! The collision of two immense forces produced an ear-splitting boom. The blue stone ground within dozens of meters shattered, and the air churned with violent energy ripples, spreading out like waves. Subai staggered back several steps before barely stabilizing himself. Meanwhile, the purple figure stood as steady as a rock, utterly unmoved. The disparity in strength was evident. He looked up, his eyes full of alarm. His body was already covered in dragon-like scales, with the aura of the candle dragon coursing through him. At this moment, he had pushed all his energy to its peak, his strength surging to the pseudo-realm's 6th layer, 5 refinements. Having suffered a sneak attack from the dragon blood ginseng earlier, he had remained vigilant, ready to unleash his peak strength at a moment's notice. The purple figure gradually became clear, revealing an icy yet stunningly beautiful face, like a sculpture of a frost goddess. She was none other than the Violet Feather Beast King. Subai recognized her instantly. Strange, my perception indicated he was only at the pseudo-realm's 1st layer. How did he suddenly reach the 6th layer? Violet Feather Beast King had intended to capture Subai effortlessly with her initial move. She had only used a fraction of her strength, yet failed to succeed. Interesting, she murmured with a faint smile. Though she had only used a small portion of her power, it was more than enough to subdue an ordinary 6th layer pseudo-realm cultivator. Clearly, this human was stronger than she had anticipated. Even so, she remained confident in her ability to defeat him. While the city's formation suppressed her strength, limiting her to the peak of the pseudo-realm's 9th layer, just shy of the true realm, it was still more than sufficient to handle someone at the 6th layer. Let's go again, Violet Feather Beast King said coldly, her violet pupils shimmering as she prepared to launch another attack on Subai. Wait! Subai's eyes widened as he raised both hands, hastily shouting to stop. But the Violet Feather Beast King did not halt. Her hands, like iron, sliced through the air, lunging at Subai once again. Seeing that words were useless, a trace of urgency flashed in Subai's eyes. Just as those jade-like hands were barely half an inch away from him, he suddenly spoke, I can solve the problem of the sacred city's extinguished sun. Hiss! As soon as the words left his mouth, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the Violet Feather Beast King's body, instantly sending Subai flying. He crashed heavily into a nearby decrepit stone wall, leaving a large pit behind. The Violet Feather Beast King's gaze narrowed, revealing a hint of surprise, but she quickly returned to her cold demeanor. I already told you, I can solve it, Subai said with a bitter smile. This Violet Feather Beast King was far too powerful to bluff, his life depended entirely on her. Coughing a few times, he leaned against the wall to stand, patting the dust off his body, looking both disheveled and helpless. Kid, do you know what happens to someone who dares deceive a king? The Violet Feather Beast King wore a faintly polite smile, appearing gentle, yet Subai could feel the subtle but dangerous aura emanating from her. I'm telling the truth. Subai saw that she had paused and even seemed somewhat interested, so he quickly continued. Oh? Then tell me, the Violet Feather Beast King said, her violet eyes fixed intently on Subai, scrutinizing his every move. It seemed that the moment she detected any falsehood, a terrifying power would erupt without hesitation. Hearing her respond, Subai breathed a sigh of relief. Finally managed to stabilize this Beast King, he thought with a wry smile. A strong opponent of her caliber. Even if suppressed by the formation, still far outclassed him. Although he'd grown much stronger since entering the city, he was still no match for someone like her. At most, he could exert the strength of a 6-fold realm cultivator. Yet judging by her earlier display, even under suppression, her combat power was at least at the peak of the 9-fold realm, a gap he couldn't possibly bridge. Not to mention her battle experience as a king, which placed her in an entirely different league. Don't even think about running away. If you do, I'll show you what punishment means, the Violet Feather Beast King warned with a cold snort, making it clear Subai should abandon any notions of escape. I said, if I resolve this issue, can you let me go? Subai asked, his gaze involuntarily sweeping over the Violet Feather Beast King. However, as he felt the overwhelming aura radiating from her, his heart trembled. The Violet Feather Beast King seemed to notice his gaze. Her expression shifted slightly, and a glimmer of killing intent arose, but She still replied, "If you truly can solve it, I can promise to let you go and even offer you protection so no one else gives you trouble." She bit her lip lightly, a gesture that, under other circumstances, might have been utterly captivating. But for now, she restrained her anger, determined to confirm the authenticity of Subai's claims. If it turned out to be true that this man could solve the issue of the sacred city's extinguished sun, it would be a lifeline for them. However, this was a problem even the kings had no clue how to tackle. Could a minor figure at the pseudo-mastery realm really achieve such a feat? Calculations churned in the violet feather beast king's mind, her trust in Subai diminishing as her gaze grew colder. Feeling the bone-chilling cold emanating from her, Subai didn't dare hold back any longer. He urgently began to explain what he knew, though he deliberately concealed and altered key details about celestial techniques and other critical information. An incense stick's worth of time passed as Subai relayed the general situation to the violet feather beast king. "So, what you're saying is, this city is called Jiuming City, and the sun we refer to is actually the core of the city's formation. To keep the sun burning, it relies on you, a human entrusted with this mission, to activate a key point of the formation in the western part of the city?" A hint of astonishment flashed in the violet feather beast king's violet eyes. This revelation was almost too incredible to believe. Subai offered an awkward smile. While he hadn't shared every detail, the overall explanation was mostly accurate. As for whether the sun would extinguish again, he had already ensured the formation's proper functioning. The issue shouldn't arise again, and the formation's core would continue to evolve positively with or without him. However, if he were to lay everything bare, the odds of being immediately captured by the violet feather beast king would skyrocket. "Then why are you helping us?" The violet feather beast king pondered for a moment before hesitantly asking. "My assistance isn't for free. Honestly, I just want to leave this place, and activating that formation point is a necessary step," Subai replied, having long prepared this reasoning. "I can't judge the truth of your words. Do you have any proof?" "Of course," Subai answered, retrieving a white jade key from his storage ring and presenting it to the violet feather beast king. The white jade key emitted a faint, mysterious glow, clearly no ordinary item. "What is this?" the violet feather beast king asked curiously. "Senior, you can think of it as a pass that allows free passage through various formations within and outside the city," Subai explained. No sooner had he finished speaking than he felt an intense, scorching gaze fixed on him. "However, this pass has been restricted by the Jiuming city's lord. Only I can use and refine it," he quickly added, fearing the violet feather beast king might snatch it. As he finished, Subai gave the key a gentle nudge, and it immediately floated into the air. Radiant white light burst forth from the key, its formation energy rippling outward. The white jade key seemed almost sentient, autonomously flying toward the entrance of the city lord's mansion, where it embedded itself into a formation hidden in the void. Moments later, Subai and the violet feather beast king felt the formation's energy fluctuate violently before gradually dissipating, like a tide receding. Clearly, the formation guarding the city lord's mansion had been unlocked. The violet feather beast king's expression changed. She had only acted against Subai outside the city lord's mansion earlier because the mansion's formation had restricted her movements, forcing her to lie in ambush. Now, as a king-level expert, she naturally sensed that the protective restrictions around the city lord's mansion were no longer in effect. "Kid, are you serious? Can I take a closer look at this token?" The violet feather beast king's interest was piqued, though her tone carried a hint of provocation. "Please." Subai bowed politely, and with a thought, the white jade key, which had been hovering above the city lord's mansion, returned to his hand. He handed it to the violet feather beast king. He wasn't worried about her stealing or using it. After all, she couldn't. More importantly, compared to these tricks, the matter of the sacred city's sun was the real key. This violet feather beast king was probably more anxious than he was. Furthermore, Subai trusted that the strength of Jiuming City's lord was far beyond what this king-level beast king could contend with. The fact that she was so heavily suppressed already spoke volumes. The white jade key, like a firefly, floated to the violet feather beast king's side and was caught in her hand. Just as she received it, a fleeting trace of joy flashed across the face of the violet feather beast king, but in less than a few seconds, her expression turned pale, disappointment written all over her face. Clearly, she had failed. No matter how she tried, she couldn't activate the token. It was as lifeless as an ordinary stone, completely lacking the mysterious power it displayed in Subai's hands. "Senior, how is it? Didn't I tell you so?" Subai, observing the expression on the Violet Feather Beast King's face, secretly chuckled to himself but maintained a calm demeanor outwardly. "It seems you humans didn't deceive me," the Violet Feather Beast King said coldly. All signs pointed to the truth in Subai's words, and she finally dropped her suspicions. Her tone shifted sharply, becoming crisp. "And I see, the token is in my possession now. What can you do if I don't return it to you?" The Violet Feather Beast King spoke arrogantly, her violet eyes fixed firmly on Subai, eager to see what he was capable of. "Senior, isn't that inappropriate?" Subai asked cautiously. "If you solve the problem, I'll let you go. As for the token, it's better off staying with me," the Violet Feather Beast King said with a smirk, as though enjoying a thrilling drama. "Without leverage, you're nothing more than a feeble human in my hands." Her voice dropped, her tone regal, brimming with pride. As a king, her dignity wouldn't allow her to be threatened by an unknown nobody. Her aura surged violently, and the ground within dozens of meters trembled under its force. Stones floated into the air and shattered explosively. The might was so overwhelming that even Subai was startled, instinctively taking a few steps back. As expected, it was wise not to confront her head-on earlier, Subai thought to himself. A king-level powerhouse was terrifying. He was convinced that even though she had been suppressed to a semi-genuine force level, she could still overpower someone like him, who was at mid-genuine force. Even so, Subai maintained his composure, exuding confidence as he respectfully bowed with his hands clasped. "You're not afraid I'll kill you?" The Violet Feather Beast King, seeing no fear in Subai's expression, was both enraged and intrigued, questioning him coldly. "I wouldn't dare, because you still need my help," Subai replied firmly, standing tall. "Are you threatening me? The token is in my hands. I could torture you, make you wish for death over life, and force you to comply," the Violet Feather Beast King sneered, clearly disdainful of Subai's decision to hand over the token so easily. Her aura swelled further, the oppressive force bearing down on Subai, attempting to compel him to beg for mercy. "Senior!" Subai gritted his teeth under the pressure, feeling as though he were being crushed by a 1,000-pound weight, barely able to move. "What, are you ready to beg?" The Violet Feather Beast King seemed to have lost interest, her earlier curiosity now vanished. "Senior, aren't you underestimating the city lord of Jiaming City a bit too much?" Subai's voice was calm, yet filled with confidence. "What do you mean?" The Violet Feather Beast King frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. "I can be considered the entrusted caretaker of Jiaming City's city lord. Do you think such a powerful figure wouldn't have left behind any contingencies?" Subai said cheerfully. Truth be told, he had never planned to recklessly hand over the token in the first place. "Come." As soon as he spoke, Subai willed it, and the white jade key suddenly emitted a dazzling light. In the Violet Feather Beast King's astonished gaze, the key broke free from her restraints, streaking across the sky like a shooting star to land firmly back in Subai's hands. Simultaneously, a golden, mysterious formation faintly appeared before him, isolating him from all external interference. Although Subai couldn't fully control Jiaming City's formation, tapping into its power to shield himself was no problem. Through the shimmering golden formation, the Violet Feather Beast King's expression grew dark. She hadn't expected the token to completely disregard her control and return to its rightful owner. "Now, can we have a proper discussion?" Subai asked. "You little human brat, you're quite adept at dodging," the Violet Feather Beast King bit her lip, glaring at this seemingly fragile human who dared speak to her in such a manner. Her voice carried a mix of resentment and anger. "There's no choice. Facing experts like you, one small mistake could send me straight to the underworld," Subai said with a wry smile, ignoring her mockery. He genuinely held a deep respect for beings of her caliber. Their gazes locked for a moment of silence before it was the Violet Feather Beast King who spoke first. "My earlier words still stand. As long as you can solve the problem of the extinguished sun, we won't trouble you," she said firmly, crossing her arms. "Not enough." "Not enough?" The Violet Feather Beast King was momentarily stunned, her expression darkening. She couldn't believe Subai dared to push further. "Senior, you must have a short memory. That trick you pulled when I entered the city caused me quite a bit of suffering. Not to mention your earlier betrayal, how could I possibly trust you again? Subai massaged his forehead, recounting the events one by one. Though his tone seemed relaxed, he remained ready for battle at any moment. This brat! She thought to herself. She couldn't deny feeling a slight admiration for this weak human. After all, not everyone had the courage to face her with such composure. She had assumed that sparing him and offering a small benefit would make him eternally grateful. She hadn't expected him to dare set conditions. The Violet Feather Beast King fell silent, clearly deep in thought. Sharp glints occasionally flickered in her eyes. And her regal aura inadvertently leaked out, making it difficult for ordinary people to even look at her directly. Do you think you can easily control me? If not for the lack of valuable items in this city, I would have already used the teleportation array to return to the human world, Subai remarked, deliberately adding fuel to the fire. If the Violet Feather Beast King continued hesitating or delaying action, she would soon discover that although he could borrow energy from the City Lord's formation, his escape route was blocked. He couldn't access the teleportation array. What do you want, then? The Violet Feather Beast King took a deep breath, suppressing her anger and speaking with a more measured tone. Phew! Seeing her relent, Subai felt a wave of relief wash over him. The last thing he wanted was to be cornered by a Beast King level powerhouse at the final moment before his return to the surface world. However, he made sure not to reveal his relief, lest she see through him. Feigning a mix of enthusiasm and greed, he slowly spoke, Senior, as a king-level powerhouse, you must possess countless treasures and cultivation resources. I'm penniless, would it be possible for you to grant me some? You! The Violet Feather Beast King's face darkened. Never in her life had she imagined being threatened by a mere pseudo-force-level human. Yet, despite her annoyance, she relented, fine. I've accumulated many spirit crystals over my years of cultivation. Unfortunately, I can't cultivate spiritual energy myself, so I've just been storing them. You are currently at the pseudo-realm stage, so you must be in dire need of spiritual energy resources. I can provide you with some, the Violet Feather Beast King said through gritted teeth, vowing silently to teach Subai a lesson one day. Then I hope Senior keeps their word. Subai nonchalantly retracted the array's protective shield and casually walked forward, bowing respectfully to the Violet Feather Beast King. Inside, his heart was blooming with joy. With just a few words, his cultivation resources were secured. Rest assured, I always keep my promises, the Violet Feather Beast King snorted coldly, her face icy, showing no kindness to Subai. In that case, where are the spirit crystals now? Subai asked with an awkward smile, rubbing his hands together, shamelessly grinning. Kid, follow me out of the city first. My residence isn't within Sacred City. If you don't trust me, you can stay here and wait. I need to explain things to a few others, and you'll have to convince them as well. The Violet Feather Beast King was, in truth, even more anxious than Subai. The skirmish outside Sacred City was ongoing, and the longer it dragged on, the greater the losses. Once the agreement was made, she had no reason to strike Subai, making it a negotiation on equal footing. It's far from the city, it'll take half a day to get there, Subai said with some concern. He understood why she was eager to leave the city, but even with the white jade key and no array obstacles, traversing that distance would still take a considerable amount of time. You underestimate the speed of a sovereign realm, the Violet Feather Beast King said suddenly. Ha! Before Subai could finish his sentence, the Violet Feather Beast King appeared behind him in an instant, grabbed him by the collar like a chick, and lifted him into the air. The sudden movement made Subai break into a cold sweat. It seemed his earlier ability to hold his ground against her was thanks to her carelessness. Fortunately, she kept her word, or he'd be doomed. Her speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to use the white jade key to draw energy from the array to form a protective shield. Relax, I said I wouldn't harm you, and I won't, she reassured. However, whether intentional or not, as she gripped his collar, she pinched the nape of his neck. It hurts, it hurts. Subai cried out in pain, quickly shouting. It seemed she was venting her frustration and dissatisfaction from earlier, ignoring his cries and pinching even harder. She then gazed into the distance and suddenly said, "Close your eyes." Ha! Before Subai could react, the Violet Feather Beast King's figure disappeared on the spot. She broke through the sound barrier, carrying Subai at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, rushing out of the city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The endless wind pressure bore down on them like mountains. The speed was beyond any limit. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand it. Their bones would fracture, muscles would tear, and their body would explode into a mist of blood in an instant. Even with his significantly enhanced physique, Subai felt immense pressure. Zing, zing, zing. The two figures streaked through the dilapidated nine-luminary city like meteors tearing through the sky, as though they were ripping through space and piercing the darkness. Along with the howling wind came Subai's agonized screams, echoing far and wide in the desolate ancient city. Wisps of dust floated down like snowflakes. High above Sacred City, two towering figures stood firm like mountains amid the raging wind and rain, unwavering in their stance in the void. However, the auras of both were noticeably fatigued, their energy weak, as if they could collapse at any moment. Clearly, they had just endured a cataclysmic battle, exhausting their strength and leaving no reserves, each employing their most powerful techniques. Judging by the outcome, neither had gained the upper hand. Hong Yi, your brief resurgence has ended. Do you still want to fight? Qing Xiao, though breathing heavily with chaotic energy and lightning patterns flickering uncontrollably across his body, was in a visibly better state than Hong Yi. Qing Xiao, you truly are the strongest among us. Even with my forbidden secret arts, I can barely match you, said Hong Yi, his face pale, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His clothes were tattered, and his injuries severe. Even the blood flowing from his wounds carried destructive thunder energy from Qing Xiao. His eerie cold linden domain was suppressed by Qing Xiao's thunder domain. By the end of their battle, both domains had cracked, nearly unusable. The sinister aura in Hong Ye's attacks was completely obliterated by Qing Xiao's protective thunder, while Hong Yi was left with residual thunder energy that refused to dissipate, causing him intermittent paralysis and excruciating pain. You're just too rigid, Hong Yi sighed with his eyes half-closed, raising his head. Although others saw him as cold and ruthless, he deeply cared for the beast kings he had grown up with. His rationality was precisely why he sought to challenge Qing Xiao for dominance, aiming to change the current state of affairs. Sadly, he had failed. Mark my words, this world will eventually be destroyed by you, Hong Yi declared with unwavering resolve after a moment of silence, his words drenched in bitterness. He turned to leave after speaking. What nonsense are you spouting? Qing Xiao's golden eyes flickered with streaks of thunder, his chest filled with conflicting emotions. Unsure of what to say, he eventually shook his head with a sigh. After this, you're not to act on your own again. Trust me, I will protect the living beings of this world. This statement made Hong Yi, who was about to depart, tremble all over. He spun around swiftly, his long-suppressed anger erupting as he roared, "Shut up, Qing Xiao!" His voice boomed across the heavens. All you ever do is spout empty words. What else can you do? Hong Yi growled through gritted teeth, his fury so intense it left Qing Xiao feeling at a loss. The two fell into a lengthy silence, leaving Qing Xiao speechless. Perhaps it's time to tell him the truth, though I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Qing Xiao thought, stepping on lightning, his expression somber and hesitant. He tried several times to speak while looking at the desolation below and the enraged Hong Yi across from him. Forget it, it wouldn't hurt to tell him. He clenched his fist, steeling himself. Just as Qing Xiao was about to speak, a rushing sound broke through the air from afar, interrupting him. What is that? Both stopped their confrontation, drawn by the sound, and turned toward its source. From within Sacred City, two figures darted toward them at incredible speed. One appeared to be supporting the other, streaking across the sky like a shooting star. ZG! Qing Xiao and Hong Yi exclaimed, their eyes widening in astonishment. They never expected that ZG was actually inside the Sacred City, and she appeared completely unharmed. They had once considered forcibly breaking into the Sacred City, but the mysterious forces within the city operated in a self-sustaining cycle. Even if they joined forces to act, they would find it difficult to shake this power. Fearing they might damage the Sacred City and the sun, they had given up on the idea. This further illustrated the extraordinary nature of the Sacred City. And now, seeing ZG appear alone inside the city left them utterly astonished. Big sister, how did you get into the Sacred City? Below Qing Shao and Hong Yi, the Stone Beast King also wore a face full of puzzlement and asked naively. Inside the sacred city, ZG heard the voices of the three Beast Kings outside the city. For a rare moment, she revealed a faint, comforting smile. She shifted her thoughts, immediately halting her movements, and then threw Su Bai in an arc beneath her. Whoosh! Su Bai plummeted like a cannonball, the sound of the wind whistling past his ears. Compared to the loud buzzing he heard earlier while traveling, this was much milder. Feeling the impact of the fall, the dazed Su Bai let out a startled cry. He quickly activated his spiritual energy, mobilizing his body's strength, and managed to land steadily without stumbling awkwardly. The moment his feet touched the ground, the earth rumbled loudly, and a cloud of dust was kicked into the air. The spot where he landed instantly sank a few centimeters, with cracks spreading outward like vines from the point of impact. This tremor jolted Su Bai fully awake. Are we there? Su Bai instinctively asked, glancing around. He realized he was now standing atop a city wall with a wide, expansive view. Yes. ZG nodded, her voice cold. This is the outer wall of the sacred city. Are you ready to tell Qing Shao and the others the truth? Su Bai was utterly shocked. He hadn't expected that in such a short time, they had traveled all the way from the city lord's mansion in the center of Jiuming City to the protective walls at its edge. If he had been traveling on his own, it would have taken at least half a day of running at full speed. Yet for ZG, even while carrying him, it had taken less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea. The speed of a king-level powerhouse was truly terrifying. He silently warned himself inwardly, unless his strength reached that level, he must avoid provoking such figures at all costs. Seeing his silence, ZG assumed he was worried about his safety. For once, she offered a rare word of reassurance, "Don't worry. With me here, they won't harm you." "Thank you." Su Bai was momentarily stunned. He thought she must have misunderstood something but didn't bother to explain further. He simply gave a wry smile and cupped his hands in gratitude. Just as his words fell, three figures descended slowly from the skies outside the city wall, standing imposingly in midair. Their gazes, each with distinct colors, unconsciously focused on Su Bai. ZG, it's such a relief that you're unharmed. The Stone Beast King spoke, its previously tense expression gradually relaxing after seeing that ZG was completely fine. Earlier, it had been watching the battle in front of the sacred city together with ZG. Suddenly, ZG's expression had changed, and she vanished instantly. Immediately afterward, the sacred city began to tremble, and a mysterious yellow light shot up into the sky. Even it had felt a deep sense of dread at the sight of this power. In the instant ZG disappeared, it had barely managed to pinpoint her location. But the change occurred so quickly that by the time it reacted, ZG was already gone. There was nothing it could do. After all, even the two king-level entities fighting in the air above had noticed the anomaly below. How could it have failed to sense it? ZG turned and nodded toward the Stone Beast King, signaling that she was fine. At that moment, a voice came from above. The tone was firm as it questioned, "ZG, how did you come out of the sacred city? Did you find the entrance to the city?" Qing Zhao's towering figure radiated an aura of thunderous power surging within him, exuding overwhelming dominance. Although he had just been in a fierce battle with Hong Yi, he still maintained his imposing presence. ZG was just about to answer when Hong Yi's cold voice suddenly interrupted her. "That can wait. Right now, the more pressing question is, why is there a human here?" His long green hair floated in the wind, and despite his calm tone, Hong Yi's words carried an invisible pressure. This made Su Bai, who was standing on the city wall and looking up at the three Beast Kings, feel his heart tighten. The gazes of the three Beast Kings instinctively shifted to the figure behind ZG. In their eyes flashed curiosity, surprise, and a hint of cold indifference. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the oppressive feeling bore down like a mountain, causing Su Bai to break out in cold sweat. If not for the protective formations on the city wall shielding him from the Beast King's auras, he might not have even been able to stand upright at that moment. Even being stared at by king-level entities was enough to make him incredibly uneasy, though he knew they wouldn't harm him. Noticing the hostility in Hong Yi's tone, Qing Shao stepped forward, motioning for him to retreat with a raised hand. Frowning slightly, he stopped Hong Yi from continuing. "Poof!" Hong Yi snorted coldly. Under the oppressive gaze of Qing Zhao's golden thunderous pupils, he had no choice but to relent and refrain from saying more. ZG, aren't you going to introduce this human boy behind you? Qing Zhao raised an eyebrow. His golden eyes, glowing with lightning, looked past ZG and fixed on Subai. He observed the youthful, refined face, sensing a hidden determination within. His tone softened as he spoke. ZG's expression shifted slightly. She was evidently surprised by Qing Zhao's display of goodwill toward this unexpected human. Typically, a reaction like Hong Ye's cold disdain would have been more normal. Not giving it much thought, ZG felt relieved. She had anticipated having to spend considerable effort convincing everyone to stay calm but didn't expect such a positive start. Her violet eyes gleamed with a hint of joy. With a smile, she nodded, pulling Subai from behind her to stand at her side. She patted his shoulder and said, "Go ahead and tell them everything you just told me." Ahem. Perhaps ZG pulled him too forcefully, for Subai's face flushed red as he coughed several times. ZG, is there something you can't explain yourself? Why leave it to a weak human who isn't even at the king level to speak for you? Hong Yi raised his head, casting a sidelong glance at Subai. He couldn't understand why ZG didn't simply kill such a weak human. Shut up. You'll understand soon enough. He is our only hope. ZG paid little attention to Hong Yi's words, but she didn't want him to disrupt Subai. After all, she had made an agreement with Subai earlier and directly retorted. Hong Yi and ZG had a close relationship, akin to siblings in their younger years. He was very tolerant of her. Because of this, he didn't confront her as he might with Qing Zhao. Instead, he merely pursed his lips and remained silent. However, seeing Subai still left him feeling uncomfortable, and his gaze turned even more hostile. The Stone Beast King was also stunned upon hearing this. Its expression grew complicated. It hadn't expected ZG to disregard Hong Ye's feelings for the sake of a human. Qing Zhao was different. He caught onto the latter part of ZG's words, his eyes narrowing slightly as a sharp glint flashed in his golden pupils. Ahem, ahem. Subai could feel 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him, and his legs felt somewhat weak. This wasn't fear, but the natural pressure that the strong exert on the weak. Senior Masters. Subai took a deep breath and spoke resolutely. His dark and bright eyes were filled with determination as he meticulously recounted his background and the matters he had previously discussed with ZG. At the same time, he showcased the white jade key and demonstrated partial control over the formation near the city walls to prove his words. The effect was immediate. At first, the 3 Beast Kings' faces showed indifference, even suspicion. But upon seeing the white jade key and sensing Subai's ability to control the holy city's formation, the astonishment on their faces grew increasingly evident, until they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This matter was utterly inconceivable, completely overturning their understanding. However, as Beast King-level powerhouses, they were highly adaptable. After listening to Subai's explanation, the 3 Beast Kings fell silent, lowering their heads in contemplation. Then, they exchanged glances and raised their heads together, their gazes toward Subai ignited with fervent interest, much like ZG's earlier expression, full of intense curiosity. ZG, is this human kid really not deceiving us? Zhao Shan still harbored some doubt and asked. It should be true. ZG shrugged her elegant shoulders, her long lashes fluttering lightly. Qing Zhao remained silent, but the restless aura around him and the blue electrical light radiating from his body clearly indicated his inner turbulence. His gaze toward Subai was extraordinarily fervent. There was no doubt that if not for the holy city's formation as a barrier, he would have already appeared by Subai's side in an instant to thoroughly examine both him and the white jade key. Senior, is there something wrong with me? Subai, feeling chills from Qing Zhao's intense gaze, asked with an awkward smile. Qing Zhao crossed his arms, lightning coiling around his entire body, each bolt charged with immense punitive power. Since that's the case, inheritor of the holy city, what exactly do you want? Qing Zhao asked. They sought benefits and would never believe that Subai would help them unconditionally, even if the task seemed effortless for him. Subai froze for a moment before quickly understanding Qing Zhao's meaning. He nodded slightly. He realized that only by exchanging benefits could he truly gain their trust. After a brief silence, a bold idea surfaced in Subai's mind. Senior, would you be willing to go to the human world on the surface? Subai probed cautiously. The human world on the surface? Qing Xiao glanced at Hong Yi and Jiao Shan beside him. As Beast King-level powerhouses, they had some understanding of the surface world. After all, Subai was not the first human to come here, though most of the others had perished in the devouring forest at the border. Those who survived were subdued once discovered by the Beast Kings. This situation was not merely a result of living underground for extended periods, leading to mental abnormalities, but also because those humans were far too weak. Even kind-hearted humans succumbed to their short lifespans, dying early. This explained why Subai hadn't encountered other humans before. Their attitude toward humans was, at best, indifference and aversion, with Hong Yi being the prime example. However, as Beast Kings ruling the underground world, they naturally knew many secrets that ordinary beings were unaware of. Regarding the conditions of the surface and the underground, or information gleaned from their encounters with humans, they had some knowledge. Yet, without finding a path to the surface, they had abandoned the notion altogether. Nevertheless, Subai's description of the human world piqued their interest and stirred their emotions. That's right. You are all king-level powerhouses. Are you truly content to remain underground for life? Don't you want to explore the vast lands, the boundless oceans, and the infinite starry sky, to pursue even higher realms? Subai's eyes gleamed as he noticed Qing Zhao's hesitation, immediately encouraging him. Vast lands. Qing Xiao, Jiao Shan, Hong Yi, and Ziji murmured softly as they sank into thought. However, they reacted quickly, and their expressions soon returned to calmness. Human boy, what exactly are you implying? Hong Yi couldn't help but ask, her tone softening slightly. Compared to her dislike of humans, she resonated more with the yearning in Subai's words. That's right, seniors. If you're willing to take the risk, bring us along to the surface world, Subai said solemnly. This. Jiao Shan turned to Qing Xiao, trying to discern his stance, but Qing Zhao's expression was calm and unperturbed. Clearly, his earlier emotional turbulence had subsided, and he had regained his composure. Big brother, what do you think? Jiao Shan tentatively asked, his eyes showing some hesitation. Qing Xiao did not answer, falling into deep thought. Kid, you're not planning to sell us out, are you? Ziji snorted softly, her face full of suspicion. They were well aware of the desolation of the underground world, where the strongest was none other than Qing Xiao, a king-level being. In contrast, the surface world had even mightier beings. A king-level existence would not even count as first class in the human world. Take the Holy City's master, for instance. The formations they left behind were utterly indestructible to the Beast Kings. Moreover, they were uncertain about humanity's attitude toward non-human races. If they followed Subai to the surface without precaution, they might be easily eliminated. Ziji's words voiced the concerns of the group. Hong Yi gazed at Subai's youthful face with an increasingly severe expression. Noticing the Beast King's apprehension, Subai cleared his throat and said, I understand your concerns, but the surface world is vast and boundless. Humans are not the sole strong beings. There are also the wilderness, the deep seas, and the celestial realms, all teeming with life. Seniors need not worry about being trapped without a way out. Moreover, Subai paused momentarily before continuing, I don't even know where we might be teleported to, let alone set a trap to harm you. That's easy for you to say, but who can prove you're trustworthy? Hong Yi, the most skeptical of Subai, immediately retorted. Seniors, the surface world is so vast, and the sky so high. I'm just a novice cultivator. How could I dare to harm you? My own life matters more, Subai responded candidly. Furthermore, as the inheritor of Ninming City, if I grow strong in the future and wish to bring Ninming City back to light, I'll undoubtedly need your assistance. Why would I destroy my own prospects? Qing Xiao and the others did not respond immediately, falling into contemplation as they weighed the pros and cons. Even so, we cannot abandon our people. This matter requires further discussion, Qing Xiao finally said after a moment of deep thought. Even a being like Hong Yi, who regards the weak as insignificant insects, has plant life it must protect. Though cold and ruthless, its cruelty is directed solely towards beasts. For them, abandoning their own kind is absolutely unacceptable. Hearing this, Subai couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't planned on asking them to abandon the creatures here anyway. Or rather, once he was powerful enough to fully control the formation, it wouldn't be an issue to transport the entire Jiuming City to the surface world. That was the true significance of Jiuming City seeing the light of day once more. Time passed quietly, the duration of a single incense stick burning. The four Beast Kings were discussing in a soundproof space, and Subai couldn't hear what they were saying. After a long while, the discussion concluded, and Xing Xiao stepped forward. His voice, as resonant as the tolling of a bell, rang out slowly. His words represented the collective opinion of the other Beast Kings. Human boy, there's no need to rush this matter. How about first restoring the sun's radiance in the sacred city? After their deliberations, the four Beast Kings were still half convinced, but they decided to have Subai first prove himself. As for the spirit crystal issue you and ZG mentioned, I can agree to it. Though they still harbored doubts, Subai's requests had reassured them somewhat. After all, who would work for free without any benefit? I understand, Subai replied, clasping his hands in acknowledgement to Qing Xiao. Qing Xiao nodded and exchanged glances with the other three Beast Kings before taking to the skies, flying toward the distance, leaving only the sound of the wind behind. He had gone to fetch the spirit crystals they had collected over the years. 4. Creatures like them, devoid of spiritual energy, spirit crystals were of little use and merely piled up in storage. Before long, about half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the sound of the wind returned. A massive shadow appeared from the horizon, quickly landing before Subai. Here are the spirit crystals you need. Feel free to inspect them, Xing Xiao said, revealing a mysterious black iron ring emitting an unusual glow. Subai recognized it as an object left behind by a previous victim and subsequently found by the Beast Kings. Xing Xiao tossed the ring into the air, where it traced a gleaming arc before Subai caught it. He immediately used his soul power to inspect it. The ring was filled with spirit crystals, stacked like a small mountain and radiating dazzling brilliance. The abundant spiritual energy was palpable. This is an enormous amount of spirit crystals. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be enough for me to cultivate to the spirit domain realm, Subai thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement and joy. Well, how is it? Xing Xiao's voice interrupted his thoughts. Very good, esteemed elders. Please follow me, Subai replied. Stowing away the ring, he refocused his mind, cleared his throat, and activated the white jade key. The key resonated with the city's formation, releasing a surge of gentle yet powerful energy that caused no harm to him. The formidable energy trembled continuously, attracting a few curious glances from the four Beast Kings. Soon, 3 narrow passageways, just wide enough for a person to pass through, appeared in the protective barrier above the city walls. Qing Xiao, Jiao Shan, and Hong Yi stepped through the air and entered the formation's interior. The formation core is in the western part of the city, Subai said, extending his hand to guide the 3 Beast Kings. Who would have thought that the sacred city we've guarded for generations would recognize a newly arrived human as its master? Jiao Shan remarked, his large eyes scrutinizing his surroundings with curiosity. His voice was rough and booming. Faced with the massive, mountain-like Beast King, Subai merely responded with a calm smile. Though Jiuming City was ancient and dilapidated, its details still exuded an air of majesty. Many of the structures were intricately embedded with complex formations. Along the way, Subai used the white jade key to gradually unlock the formation barriers, channeling the formation's energy to guide the Beast Kings toward the city's western center. Despite their overwhelming strength, capable of subduing him with a mere gesture, Subai couldn't help but feel a sense of tension. However, this unease was soon interrupted by the sight of a giant, spire-like structure. The ancient runes engraved on all 4 sides glimmered faintly, and at its peak, a spherical object emitted a soft yellow glow. Although the light was dim and appeared fragile, its solemn and ancient aura commanded their respect. Subai knew that this was the formation core, crafted by an elder using the power of the entire city. Its strength was immeasurable. So this is the formation core? Truly extraordinary, the Beast Kings murmured in low voices behind him. The yellow sphere atop the structure was the life source they had guarded for years, the sun. They hadn't realized that this awe-inspiring sun was actually a creation of the formation. Subai exchanged glances with the 4 Beast Kings, nodded slightly, then stepped forward and raised the white jade key. He began activating the key, and with the inheritance and recognition of the city's lord, the formation core radiated dazzling golden light, seemingly responding to him. It seems this boy really can resolve the issue of the sacred city's extinguished sun. Even Hong Yi, who had been the most indifferent toward Subai, couldn't help but feel admiration. This human boy had become their savior. In truth, Subai had no idea how to restore the formation's energy. The core of Jiuming City's formation was perfectly intact. It had simply been obstructed by the dragon heart-blood ginseng in the treasury pavilion. However, to gain the trust of the Beast Kings, he pretended to solve the problem. Using the white jade key, he accelerated the formation core's absorption of spiritual energy. The Beast Kings, unaware of the truth, only saw the yellow sphere atop the core growing noticeably brighter. Though the change was small, it was undeniably real. Letting out a collective sigh of relief, their eyes filled with joy. This signified that the citizens they protected and this land would once again flourish with life. Subai exerted all his strength to manipulate the white jade key, consuming his spiritual energy and keeping up the pretense for half an hour. Only when the yellow sphere atop the formation core shone ever more brightly did he stop. Esteemed elders, I have fulfilled my mission, Subai said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead before turning to bow respectfully to the four Beast Kings. Excellent, truly excellent. Human boy, you're a born expert, remarkably lucky as well. This time, we owe you a favor, Qing Shao said, stepping forward with sparks of lightning flashing around him, his excitement evident. He gave Subai a hearty slap on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. The other three Beast Kings also wore joyful expressions, their gazes toward Subai now carrying a deeper meaning. You flatter me, elders. I merely did my best, Subai replied with a light cough, his cheeks slightly flushed. Qing Zhao's slap had been anything but gentle. The atmosphere instantly became harmonious, the earlier tension dissipating entirely. Having resolved the four Beast Kings' biggest concern, their wariness toward Subai vanished. Human boy, if you ever need anything, feel free to come to me. Though I, Jiao Shan, only have brute strength, it's formidable nonetheless, the most straightforward of the Beast Kings declared, proudly flexing his muscular shoulders. That force was enough to shatter mountains and rocks, a level of destruction that was terrifyingly powerful. Subai had no words to say, so he could only smile and respond, all right. So, when do you plan to return to the surface? If there's nothing else, I'm ready to go back now. I've been underground long enough these past days. Subai's eyes flickered with light. He had been trapped underground for so long that he no longer knew how much time had passed. His phone had long since run out of power, and he had completely lost his sense of time. It was time to return to human society. In that case, I won't hold you up any longer, Qing Shao said after hearing this, without saying much else. He originally wanted to host a banquet to thank Subai, but seeing how eager the latter was to leave, he decided not to bring it up. Oh, right, young human, about the human world you mentioned earlier, we've discussed it. Senior, what do you mean? We'll send someone to accompany you. When you come back next time, the four of us will decide whether to visit the human world together. Qing Shao crossed his arms, his expression calm, though the wild electricity in his eyes showed no signs of diminishing. All right, Subai nodded, understanding that such an arrangement was the most suitable for these Beast Kings. Then, who will accompany me? He asked, with a hint of anticipation in his heart. If it were Qing Shao, he would have a powerful guardian, allowing him to fear no threats, and even walk through the world unchallenged. After all, with the strength of someone of Qing Zhao's caliber, Subai was not yet qualified to even come into contact. Thus, when he first brought up this matter, there was a bit of selfishness in his heart, though the Beast Kings had all seen through it. You're planning to return to the human world, kid? Then I'll go take a look. Nearby, ZG parted her lips slightly, her voice carrying a charming aroma that lingered in the air. Her violet, ripple-like eyes flickered with curiosity. Ha! Subai turned his head, catching the cold indifference in ZG's gaze. He suddenly recalled the moment earlier when she had grabbed the flesh of his neck. His body shivered slightly as he subconsciously shrank his neck. This Beast King was undoubtedly a vengeful character. He dared not imagine going back to the human world with her. With her personality, she would likely stir up trouble in no time. After all, not everyone in the human world was kind, there were plenty of wicked people, and he feared ZG might not hesitate to eliminate them all. ZG, are you really going? While Subai was lost in thought, another Beast King spoke up. Jiao Shan shouted loudly, his voice so thunderous that Subai had to cover his ears to avoid being deafened. Didn't you hear me? I don't repeat myself. ZG rolled her eyes and retorted sharply at Jiao Shan. Alright then. Jiao Shan scratched the back of his head awkwardly, not understanding what he had said wrong. He could only mutter, I wanted to go too. ZG, forget it. Let me go instead. Hongyi stepped forward, looking at ZG with some concern. After all, they were going to a completely unfamiliar world. At the same time, he was also filled with curiosity about the human world. In truth, all four of the Beast Kings were without exception intrigued by the human world. Unfortunately, each of them had their own responsibilities and could not act as they pleased. The three Beast Kings argued, leaving Subai squeezed to the side. It was then that Qing Xiao spoke up, let ZG go. She oversees the largest territory, and the creatures there have already recognized your management, Hong Yi. Besides, you used your innate secret technique and need to rest. Jiao Shan, your massive size and dim-witted nature will only cause trouble if you go. Stop arguing. Qing Xiao's words silenced the scene. Both Hong Yi and Jiao Shan sighed inwardly and stopped debating. What Qing Xiao said made sense. Big brother Qing Xiao, thanks. ZG's eyes curved into crescents, her smile gentle, entirely different from her earlier sharp tone. Subai finally managed to squeeze his way closer, listening to the final decision. His face darkened slightly as he instinctively glanced at ZG. The two locked eyes, and Subai felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had interacted with ZG the most, he had also managed to provoke her the most. What? Do you have a problem? ZG smiled warmly, her violet pupils shining against her fair skin, making her look like a regal and aloof queen. But Subai couldn't shake the feeling that her smile carried a hint of threat. No problem. Subai forced a bitter smile and took a few steps back. Good, ZG said, tilting her chin slightly before ignoring him. Afterward, the three other Beast Kings and ZG discussed some details and asked Subai for more information about human society. They talked for a long time before the conversation finally ended. In the distance, the horizon was no longer pitch black. A glowing orb slowly rose above, resembling a sun at dawn, illuminating the land. Well then, if that's settled, it's time to set off. Subai stood up and stretched lazily. Big sis, remember to come back and visit me, Jiao Shan said reluctantly. He wasn't the only one, the other Beast Kings felt the same. From the moment they gained consciousness, they had looked out for each other. Now, being separated was naturally unsettling. Kid, if anything happens to ZG, I'll turn you into fertilizer for the trees, Hong Yi threatened Subai harshly, his gaze deadly serious. Alright, Subai replied with a bitter smile. ZG was a queen after all. He couldn't handle her even before leaving Nine Bright City, let alone outside it. He would have to take good care of his small pseudo-realm strength. Once everything was settled, the two began their journey. Following the guidance of his memory, ZG accompanied Subai to a special area beside the formation's core. Upon closer inspection, mysterious runes were carved into the ground. Seniors, with these, you won't be restricted by Nine Bright City's protective formations and can freely enter and exit the core area, Subai said, tossing 3 talismans imbued with formation energy to the other 3 Beast Kings. These were tokens he had discovered during his earlier explorations of Nine Bright City. With them, one could access certain areas that weren't too high level. After completing this, he skillfully activated the Jade Key. A buzzing sound filled the air as the runes on the ground seemed to come alive, glowing brilliantly and radiating mysterious spatial energy. Snap! A beam of white light shot straight into the sky from the ground, instantly enveloping Subai and ZG. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 Beast Kings, the two vanished from sight. Who knew how long it would be before they met again? When Subai opened his eyes again, he and ZG were already in a special space. Beneath their feet was a peculiar array of runes. The scenery around them blurred and faded as if retreating rapidly. He could feel that the two of them were moving forward at incredible speed. Instinctively, he reached out to touch the runes, but ZG, her face pale, stopped him. If I were you, I wouldn't mess around. The power of this formation, even I am shocked. Upon hearing this, Subai couldn't help but swallow nervously, withdrawing his hand in fear. Beast King, can you tell me your name? He dared not directly address ZG and could only feign ignorance with a foolish question. Be quiet, I feel uncomfortable. I'll tell you later, ZG retorted curtly, leaving him speechless. He shook his head, sat down cross-legged, and stopped talking. Gazing at the unpredictable scenery before him, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Reflecting on the difficult days underground, he realized that although it had been tough, the experience left him deeply moved. At the same time, a flicker of determination crossed his eyes. When I return to the human world, perhaps, there are some grudges I must personally settle. A faint, illusory membrane of light appeared around them, while the mysterious runes beneath their feet radiated power, shielding them from the unknown threats outside and protecting Subai and the others. What kind of power is this? Subai asked in confusion, staring at the mysterious glow. Host, this is the power of space, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Subai was stunned for a moment but then closed his eyes, focusing on communicating with the system. It had been a long time since he last heard the system's voice. After enduring the pressure of Zhujiuyin underground, the system had been almost completely silent, and during that time, he had nearly forgotten its existence. But now, the system had taken the initiative to respond to him. The power of space? Subai murmured softly, surprised that this energy turned out to be spatial power. When will I be able to master it, he wondered to himself. Time was key, but space was the true essence of power. Anywhere, this kind of energy was both extraordinarily powerful and incredibly mysterious. The system mechanically reminded him, Host, don't be too greedy. Don't daydream. Why? Subai asked. Do you think this would be easy for you? The system's tone carried a hint of mockery. I don't know. The system fell silent for a moment before its voice gradually returned. Host, this system may need to enter a dormant state for some time. Dormant? Weren't you already absent before? Isn't that also dormancy? Subai asked anxiously. He still remembered when he first obtained the system, it had promised to guide him. But as time passed, the system only appeared at critical moments, helping him clear the fog and providing information with minimal interference. His only mistake had been his impatience, directly attempting to break through to the traveler realm without first achieving the ultimate state. As the system had suggested. He had advanced too quickly, and before the system could warn him, he had already succeeded in his breakthrough. This caused his aperture realm progress to remain incomplete. His apertures hadn't turned golden, and he had nearly succumbed to Zhu Jiuyin's overwhelming pressure. That encounter made him realize that perhaps the cultivation system on Blue Star was incomplete. Maybe something was missing from this blue planet. Looking back, he still felt a lingering fear. If Zhu Jiuyin hadn't appeared suddenly to help him through the crisis and eliminate hidden dangers during the forging process, he might not have survived. Now, Zhu Jiuyin wasn't responding to his calls, so he speculated that the Elder had also fallen into dormancy. And now, even the system was about to sleep? The situation is different, the system explained. Host, you are currently in the interstice of space. I suppose, Subai replied thoughtfully. In truth, he wasn't entirely sure where he was, he only knew that after the teleportation formation succeeded, they were now in some rapidly moving, unknown spatial zone. I sense something familiar. Familiar? Spatial power? Subai was startled, instinctively feeling that there was a hidden secret behind this. No, it's the familiarity of a teleportation formation, the system clarified. Based on my stored knowledge, this familiarity comes from the teleportation formation, which seems to be related to the stars. The stars? Subai fell silent at the mention of this word. The system had previously hinted at fragments of information about the stars, but this time it spoke directly. The system's implication was that the teleportation formation of Zhoming City didn't belong to Blue Star. But why would it appear here? Could it be that Blue Star in that era was connected to the stars, and now it wasn't? No, perhaps the connection still existed. Maybe he was just too weak at the moment to be privy to the truth. He subconsciously recalled the time when the Major General had told him that he must place in the top 10 of the competition. At the time, he'd found it odd, given his realm, entering the top 10 should have been easy. So why had the Major General deliberately encouraged him? Looking back now, the Major General had probably known the truth. If that were the case, then those geniuses of Blue Star who had access to star-related resources and training, or even experts from beyond Blue Star, would have no trouble dealing with opponents of the same level on Blue Star. Just my luck crossing into a world with superpowers, yet there are still those with special privileges, Subai thought helplessly. Of course, this was just his speculation. He believed he would uncover the truth in time. The more he delved into it, the more chaotic it became. The information was like a tangled mess, impossible to sort out. This system needs to go dormant for analysis. This system needs to, temporarily, go offline. The system's voice grew increasingly fragmented. After saying this, it fell into a prolonged silence, utterly devoid of sound. The system had gone dormant, Subai knew this. Fortunately, some of the system's built-in functions, like the detection feature, hadn't been affected by its dormancy and still provided significant help. After contemplating for a moment, he opened his eyes and looked around. Outside the light membrane, transparent shards resembling crystal fragments shimmered and flickered in the swiftly moving space. If one had to describe it, it resembled sparkling waves under sunlight, breathtakingly beautiful. But anyone who dared to touch them would likely be reduced to dust in an instant. Such breathtaking beauty concealed immense danger. He closed his eyes again, calming his mind, and began to cultivate. Buzz, buzz. He didn't know how much time had passed, but faint sounds gradually reached him from afar, growing louder by the moment. As the humming grew more distinct, Subai immediately opened his eyes and turned to look at ZG. She wore a puzzled expression. "What's happening?" ZG asked, her face pale and her confusion evident. Subai wasn't entirely sure either. He stood up and looked toward the light membrane, silently observing the scene outside. Beyond the light membrane, the spatial energy rapidly dissipated, gradually stabilizing. Familiar greens, blues, and whites came into view, though they were shrouded in a thin mist, causing the images to distort continuously. "It seems we've arrived," Subai said just as the distorted images quickly became clear and the mist rapidly dispersed. Buzz. The runic formation beneath their feet trembled, causing the two of them to feel a sudden jolt. Moments later, the formation sank. "The power of this formation, even I am shocked," said the voice. Hearing this, Subai couldn't help but swallow nervously, retracting his hand in fear. Beast King, can you tell me your name?" he asked cautiously, not daring to directly call her ZG, pretending instead to ask a silly question. "Don't bother me. I'm not feeling well. We'll talk when we arrive," ZG snapped, leaving him speechless. He shook his head, sat cross-legged, and fell silent. As he gazed at the ever-changing scenery before him, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He thought back to the difficult days underground. Although it had been tough, the experience left a deep impression on him. At the same time, a determined light flickered in his eyes. "When I return to the human world, perhaps there are some grudges I must settle myself." A shimmering, ethereal membrane floated around them, while the mysterious runes beneath their feet emitted a power that warded off the unknown threats outside, protecting Subai and his companions. "What kind of power is this?" Subai asked in wonder, staring at the mysterious aura. "Host, this is spatial power," the system's voice echoed in his mind. Subai froze for a moment, then closed his eyes and focused on communicating with the system. It had been a long time since he'd last heard the system's voice. Ever since he'd endured the pressure of Zhujiuyin Underground, the system had been nearly silent. Over time, he had almost forgotten its existence. But now, the system had taken the initiative to respond to him. "Spatial power?" Subai murmured softly, surprised that this power was of spatial nature. "When will I be able to master it?" he thought to himself. Time was critical, but space was the true power. No matter where one was, this kind of force was immensely strong and enigmatic. The system replied mechanically, "Host, don't get too greedy. Stop daydreaming." "Why?" Subai asked in return. "Do you think this will be easy for you?" the system retorted, almost mocking him. "I don't know," Subai admitted. The system fell silent for a moment before its voice gradually returned. "Host, this system may need to enter a dormant state for some time." "Dormant? Haven't you already been dormant before? Isn't this the same thing?" Subai asked anxiously. He still remembered when he first acquired the system, it had promised to guide him. But as time passed, the system only appeared at crucial moments, lifting the fog and providing information, rarely interfering with him. His only mistake had been his impatience, breaking through to the Wanderer realm directly without first reaching the extreme state as the system had advised. That rapid progression had left the system no time to warn him before he ascended. This resulted in his aperture realm failing to reach perfection. The apertures hadn't turned golden, and he had barely survived under Zhu Jiuyin's oppressive might. That encounter made him realize that perhaps cultivation on Blue Star was incomplete. Maybe this blue planet lacked something. Reflecting on it still sent chills down his spine. If not for Zhu Jiuyin's sudden appearance to help him pass the threshold and eliminate hidden dangers during the forging process, he might not have made it. Now, even calling Zhu Jiuyin for help yielded no response. He suspected the elder had also entered a dormant state. And now, the system was going dormant too? This situation is different, the system said. Host, you are currently in the crevice of space. I suppose so, Subai replied after thinking it over. In truth, he wasn't entirely sure where he was. All he knew was that after the teleportation array successfully activated, they were now in an unknown space moving at high speed. I feel something familiar, the system suddenly said. Familiar? Spatial power? Subai was startled, his instincts telling him there was a hidden secret behind this. No, it's the teleportation formation. It feels familiar, the system explained. Based on my stored knowledge, this familiarity comes from the teleportation array. It seems to be related to the stars. The stars? Subai fell silent instinctively at the mention of this word. The system had previously leaked fragments of information about the stars, but now it was speaking directly about them. Did this mean the teleportation array in Ninming City didn't belong to Blue Star? Then why was it present on Blue Star? Could it be that in ancient times, Blue Star was connected to the stars? And now it wasn't? No, perhaps the connection still existed, and he was simply too weak to uncover the truth. He recalled how the colonel had insisted he place in the top 10 during that competition. At the time, he'd found it strange, given his cultivation level. Entering the top 10 was easy, so why had the colonel gone out of his way to encourage him? Looking back now, the colonel might have known the hidden truth. If this was true, those Blue Star talents with access to starry resources and training, or even powerhouses from beyond Blue Star, would have an overwhelming advantage over their peers on Blue Star. What rotten luck! I transmigrate to a world with superpowers, only to find others enjoying special privileges, Subai thought helplessly. Of course, this was just speculation. He believed he would uncover the truth in time. The more he explored, the more chaotic it became. Information was like a tangled web, impossible to unravel. This system needs to enter dormancy for parsing. Temporarily, going offline. The system's voice became increasingly fragmented. After saying these words, it fell silent, completely unresponsive. The system had gone dormant. Subai knew this. Fortunately, some of the system's built-in functions, such as its detection ability, hadn't been disabled by the dormancy. These functions still provided significant help. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his eyes and looked around. Beyond the light membrane, fragments of transparent crystal-like shards shimmered in the rapidly flowing space, as if they were glistening waves under sunlight. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful, yet anyone who dared touch those shards would likely be reduced to dust in an instant. Beneath this stunning view lay immense danger. Closing his eyes again, Subai calmed his mind and began to cultivate. Buzz, buzz. He didn't know how much time had passed when a faint sound came from the distance, gradually growing louder. The buzzing sound startled Subai, and he immediately opened his eyes, turning to look at ZG. She looked confused, her face pale. What's happening? She asked Subai, visibly uneasy. Subai wasn't entirely sure either. He stood up and peered beyond the light membrane, silently observing the situation outside. The spatial power beyond the membrane was rapidly dissipating, gradually stabilizing. Familiar shades of green, blue, and white came into view, though they were veiled by a thin mist, the scene constantly distorting. It seems we've arrived, Subai remarked. No sooner had he spoken than the distorted scenery quickly clarified, and the mist dispersed. Buzz! The runes of the formation beneath their feet trembled, and they felt a sudden jolt. Moments later, the formation abruptly sank, placing them steadily onto solid ground. A flash of light swept across, and their surroundings became clear. Dense green trees, towering buildings in the distance, and the crystal-clear blue ocean unmistakably signaled one thing: they had returned to the surface world. In the far distance, a massive bridge stretched across the sea, reaching into the clouds, surrounded by radiant sunlight, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. "Where exactly are we?" Purple G, standing behind, coughed up blood uncomfortably but still forced herself to remain composed. She had been feeling unwell for a while. Even someone as powerful as her, a ruler-level being, could only endure the intense turbulence of this teleportation up to this point. "I think we're in Xiong Province." "Xiong Province?" Purple G frowned, not quite understanding what Subai meant. "It's a coastal city in Long Country, very prosperous," Subai explained. Seeing that Purple G still appeared confused, he took the opportunity to share some common knowledge about human society, ensuring she wouldn't misunderstand. "So, this is a human city." Purple G accepted Subai's explanation and seemed lost in thought. "That guy, let's go in and take a look." Purple G stood for a moment, her pale face gradually regaining a healthy flush, making her appear even more stunning. "Beast King, before entering human society, could you use a veil to cover your face?" Subai scratched his head, slightly embarrassed as he asked. "What? Are there no women as beautiful as me in the human world?" Purple G raised her head and said disdainfully. "There are, but your beauty is too extraordinary, Beast King. You would definitely attract too much attention," Subai admitted honestly, expressing his concern. "Humph, at least you're considerate enough to think of that," Purple G snorted softly. Her violet eyes flashed, and a mysterious power emanated from her. Gradually, her previously breathtaking appearance transformed into something more ordinary, and her figure became less striking. Though her aura remained cool and noble, exuding an air of extraordinary status, her outward appearance was now unrecognizable compared to before. "In human society, what names do women usually go by?" Purple G asked. "Names inspired by flowers, plants, or poetic imagery like Yao, Tao, Qin, or Ing. There are many options. Also, humans don't refer to women as females, they use the term women," Subai explained carefully, still a little startled by the drastic change in her appearance. "From now on, call me Ziqi," Purple G decided after some thought. "Understood, Senior Ziqi," Subai nodded, adding the honorific senior after her name. The conversation concluded, and Subai scanned their surroundings. They appeared to be in a remote area on an island in Xiong Province, surrounded by dense woods. In the distance, a winding road stretched toward civilization. Though they were still some distance from the city and the area seemed sparsely populated, following the road would surely lead them to other people. The two exchanged a glance and began walking along the road. Half an hour later, they flagged down a car and headed toward the nearest town. Upon arriving, they rested briefly and changed into a few sets of clothes. Subai charged his phone and even bought a phone for Ziqi, making it easier for her to stay connected and gather information. While resting, Subai chatted with the locals to catch up on recent news. Apart from maritime disputes and reports of powerful exotic beasts appearing in the wilderness, matters irrelevant to them, the hottest topic was the graduation banquet of the Chui family. Word had it that Chui Minggui, son of Chui Qian from Guang Province, had made it to the finals of the September ability user exams. He ultimately secured an impressive 15th place, earning an invitation from one of Long Country's top universities, Marshall University. Chui Qian planned to host a grand banquet at the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Deguang City, inviting influential figures from all over. The event was so well publicized that even ordinary people in Xiong Province had heard about it. It was said that the Chui family had even invited leaders from both Qiong and Guang provinces, though they had politely declined, sending staff to congratulate them instead. However, astute observers understood that this signified the Chui family's immense influence and the high regard they commanded. "I can't believe the September exams are already over," Subai muttered to himself. Their journey to the underground world had spanned over 2 months. His nemesis, Chui Minggui, had not only reached the finals but also achieved 15th place. Rumor had it that Chui Minggui's strength might reach the pseudoforce realm before even starting university, a level equivalent to the average graduate. His potential was boundless, with many seniors and mentors predicting that he could achieve the true force realm after graduation. Some even speculated he might surpass the sixth stage and enter the spiritual domain, a feat once thought impossible. As for the King Realm level, that was deemed too challenging to break through. Even those with extraordinary talent couldn't guarantee success. Pseudo-Force Realm, quite impressive, Subai remarked, marveling at Chui Mingue's rapid progress. After all, Subai himself had only reached the first refinement of the Pseudo-Force first layer. The so-called 100 refinements to form force made achieving the True Force realm a daunting task. He was still at the starting line. On the surface, this was the case. In truth, with all his cards on the table, Subai's actual strength was equivalent to the fifth refinement of the Pseudo-Force sixth layer. Each of his stages had to be perfected to the extreme, making his advancements far harder than those of ordinary people. Otherwise, he would have progressed much further by now. A graduation banquet? I'm a bit intrigued, Subai mused, a faint smile playing on his lips as they traveled toward Guang province. Senior Ziqi, would you like to attend that banquet? Subai asked, turning to Ziqi, who was gazing out the window at the bustling cityscape. The one for Chui Mingue's graduation banquet? Ziqi appeared puzzled, unsure why Subai was interested. However, having just emerged from the underground world, she had no clear plans. For now, her priority was understanding and adapting to human society, so she found the idea of attending a large gathering quite intriguing. Calling him Lifetaker Ghost suits him well, Subai chuckled. No rush. Once we're back in Guang province, we'll gather more information to see how many experts will be attending. He stopped smiling, reclining in the backseat of the rental car, though his gaze had already drifted far into the distance. Guang province, is that your hometown? Are you looking for trouble? Ziqi, as a ruler-level powerhouse, immediately detected the concealed killing intent in Subai's eyes. Not exactly looking for trouble, just delivering a gift to an old acquaintance, Subai said coldly. But anyone could sense the chill in his tone. If you think you can use me as your enforcer, you're dreaming, Ziqi quickly retorted, seeing through his intentions with a sharp mind. I'll owe you a favor, Subai said, his expression turning grave and somber. Ziqi glanced at him, slightly puzzled. After all, she had never seen Subai like this during their time in the underground world. Just this once, because you gave me this white strap that can make sound, Ziqi finally replied. Ziqi raised her head, plugged in her wired earphones, and softly hummed along to the captivating melody. Senior, rest assured, you only need to step in at the critical moment. Let me make this clear, if we encounter someone stronger than me, I won't intervene. Handle it yourself, Ziqi said indifferently. Of course, I would never drag you into such trouble. The buildings outside the window kept retreating into the distance. Through the transparent car window, his stern and somber face was reflected in the glass. In Huangdong, Shijiang, within a courtyard full of ancient charm, a man and a woman stood in a misty, ethereal gazebo, engaged in conversation. The pavilion was intricately decorated, with carved beams and painted rafters. Patterns of mythical birds and exotic beasts coiled around the redwood beams, exuding luxury. The man wore a cyan cultivation robe, while the woman was dressed in a stunning white gown that accentuated her tall and elegant figure. Both emanated an extraordinary aura, making it clear they were no ordinary individuals. Fatso, what now? Has there been any news from your family? The girl in the white gown had eyes as clear as jade, showing a hint of concern. At this point, there's nothing else to do. Zhang Qingshu propped his chin on his hand, leaning against the pavilion with a helpless expression. I definitely can't win the family competition. It's such a pity, my grandfather had such high hopes for me, he said quietly, his gaze dim. His talent was mediocre, utterly incomparable to the geniuses in his family, and there was nothing he could do about it. However, I've come to terms with it. The one I can't let go of is brother Bai, Zhang Qingshu added. The two of them fell silent, the air growing heavy. They both thought of the mysterious young man who had once been their close friend. 2 months ago, brother Bai vanished suddenly in the underground city of Jinling. It's all my fault. If I hadn't taken him to that place, he wouldn't have disappeared, Zhang Qingshu said, blaming himself. In the days leading up to the September ability users examination, he and Subai had gone through many experiences, and he had come to regard Subai as a friend. Now that Subai was missing, guilt consumed him. You can't blame yourself entirely. Good deeds bring good returns. I suspect this has something to do with that one I'd noticed back then. Nie Xiaoyu shook her head, trying to comfort him. It's been 2 months, and there's still no news of Brother Bai. The ability user's examination has already ended. Perhaps he truly didn't make it. Zhang Qingshu sighed deeply, his gaze drifting toward the sky. Nie Xiaoyu fiddled with her fingers, also falling silent. Suddenly, the sound of a message notification broke the heavy atmosphere. Is it a message from your grandfather? Zhang Qingshu panicked. Though he had already resigned himself to his fate, any message from his grandfather always made his heart race. He quickly pulled out his phone, glanced at it, and instantly froze like a statue. Fatso, what did your grandfather say? Nie Xiaoyu looked up, curious about Zhang Qingshu's strange expression. It's not from my grandfather. Zhang Qingshu murmured in disbelief, his shock evident. Nie Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow and moved closer to see who was messaging at such a moment. Xian Yuan Spirit Body, Awakening, required materials. 8 grams of spirit powder, 15 drops of Tian Yuan liquid. Nie Xiaoyu read the words on the screen slowly, her voice trailing off. This is from Brother Bai. Zhang Qingshu suddenly realized, standing up so abruptly he almost tripped. Brother Bai is still alive? Nie Xiaoyu's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open as she exclaimed in surprise. He's alive. Zhang Qingshu quickly replied to the message and began chatting with the sender. After some time, he put down his phone, a faint smile of relief appearing on his face. What did you talk about? Nothing much. Xiaoyu, the Cui family in Yangchang is hosting a graduation banquet soon. We should have been invited, right? Zhang Qingshu asked thoughtfully. I'm not sure. With our Nie family being such a small clan, we probably didn't make the cut. Why do you ask? I think my grandfather still has a few spare invitations. Zhang Qingshu said with a smile, stroking his chin. Why would you want to attend a banquet in a distant city for people you barely know? Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. Wasn't Zhang Qingshu most worried about the family competition right now? If he lost, the family's assets and cultivation resources wouldn't be allocated to him. Given his status, such an outcome would be a humiliation. Brother Bai said we should go and watch a good show, Zhang Qingshu replied, his words tinged with curiosity, echoing in the pavilion. Tianhai District, Yangcheng. This was the most prosperous area in Yangcheng, where skyscrapers pierced the clouds. The steel jungle gleamed coldly under the sunlight, symbolizing modern civilization. Luxury cars roamed the streets, and the people walking about wore designer brands, each exuding wealth and status. In this Tianhai district stood the tallest and grandest building, its rooftop crowned with a dazzling white beam of light. On the front of the building, for bold characters read, Cui Clan Corporation. This was the headquarters of Cui Qian, the company he had painstakingly built over the years. Without any abilities or political backing, Cui Qian had climbed to this position as an ordinary man, a true visionary and ambitious figure. In Yangchang, he controlled nearly the entire city's economic lifeline, commanding even the mayor's respect. Inside the chairman's office on the top floor of the Cui Corporation Tower, a middle-aged man smoked a cigar, overlooking the city. His chin bore a white beard, and faint wrinkles marked his face, but his presence was commanding. Though his hair was streaked with silver, his dark eyes shone with sharpness, like those of an old lion. Mingue, how far are you from reaching the pseudo-origin realm? He asked, sitting on the sofa in a meticulously tailored suit that made him appear imposing. Father, I haven't let you down. I reached the pseudo-origin realm just yesterday, replied Cui Mingue, a tall and handsome young man standing behind him. Dressed in a pristine white suit, Cui Mingue's striking features rivaled those of movie stars, making him look like a prince straight out of a fairy tale. Good, very good. Mingue, you truly are a genius, Cui Qian said, laughing heartily, his words filled with pride for his son. At the upcoming graduation banquet, many social elites and powerful ability users will be present, he continued. I've paved the way for you to establish connections with some of them, Cui Qian said with a tone of confidence, as if everything was under his control. I will do my best. Good. You seem troubled. What's on your mind? Cui Qian turned his chair to face Cui Mingue, noticing his expression. Nothing, father. I was just recalling the time I awakened my ability at school. Oh, you mean that person? Yes, father. I've already placed a bounty on the black market, and that person didn't show up during the ability user assessment. It's very likely that he's already dead. Cui Qian stood up, walked over to Cui Mingue, and patted him on the shoulder. He's nothing more than a clown. Don't let him affect your mood. Your future is an infinite, boundless sky. I understand, father. I just hate myself for not being able to deal with him personally. A cold, fierce glint flashed in Chui Mingue's eyes, murderous intent surging within. During that awakening of abilities, he had lost face in front of the whole school because of Su Bai. Alright, focus on preparing well in the coming days. At this banquet, you must establish a good relationship with the mayor of Yang City's daughter. Chui Qian's eyes glowed as he gave the order. Chui Mingue's eyes revealed greed and excitement as he licked his lips. The mayor's daughter? I heard she's quite the beauty. A green taxi slowly drove through the old street, eventually stopping by an intersection. A man and a woman stepped out of the car and walked to the side. Where is this, kid? Ziqi's lively purple eyes sparkled with curiosity. Along the way, she had seen many fascinating things through the car window, too astonished to speak. Holding a bag of chips, she walked while munching. It was her first time tasting this kind of snack, and after the first bite, she couldn't stop. The flavor was simply too good. She had asked Su Bai to buy several more bags, but she had already finished the last one a moment ago. Senior, aren't you worried about eating so many chips? Won't your stomach bloat? Su Bai felt a bit embarrassed. The moment they got in the car, Ziqi's mouth had hardly stopped moving, and she had been eating nonstop for hours. You don't need to worry about me. What was this thing called again? Ziqi spoke while chewing, trying to recall the name. Chips, Su Bai reminded her. Right, chips. Ziqi nodded in satisfaction. She had grown up in an underground space and had never eaten such delicious snacks before. It was addictive after just one taste. Sai, come with me. I don't have a place to stay for now, so let's find a place to rent first, Su Bai said. Before awakening his abilities, he had been living in a school dormitory and had no money, which was why he could leave Yang City quickly. Now that he was back, he still didn't have much to his name. Su Bai rubbed his forehead, thinking that no matter how many chips someone like Ziqi ate, it wouldn't affect strong individuals at their level. He said no more. You're so weak that you don't even have a place to live? Ziqi asked while crunching on chips, the sound crisp and clear. Humans don't claim territory through brute force, Su Bai explained. He led Ziqi to an old, worn-down house. This is the place you said we're going to stay? Ziqi curiously examined it. Despite its dilapidated appearance, the interior was spotless, clearly cleaned regularly. The quiet atmosphere made her feel comfortable. This is where I lived as a child, Su Bai said. It used to be an orphanage, and I grew up here. His words brought his thoughts back to the past. An orphan? Ziqi softly repeated the word, staring at Su Bai in silence. Back then, my biggest wish was to awaken an ability, make a lot of money, and renovate the orphanage, Su Bai said, his eyes determined. But that was a long time ago. He sighed, his emotions slowly settling down. They stood there for nearly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before Su Bai turned to Ziqi. There's a place not far from here with houses for rent. Maybe we can stay there for now. But Ziqi didn't respond. She stopped eating chips, her gaze fixed on a fast food restaurant ahead, her expression silent. How about we go rent a place up ahead? Su Bai asked again, puzzled. Shoo. For once, Ziqi made a gesture for silence, her eyes casting a stern glance at him. Senior, are you hungry? Su Bai scratched his head and asked. Don't make a sound, Ziqi said, I sense a very strong presence. She scanned their surroundings and explained to Su Bai. Stronger than you? Su Bai was taken aback, he hadn't sensed anything at all. Perhaps only a powerhouse of Ziqi's caliber could detect such things. Not sure, but the presence is strange, fluctuating, strong one moment and weak the next. Do you know the direction? Su Bai asked urgently, his vigilance heightened, but he couldn't detect anything unusual. Didn't you see me staring at that fast food restaurant this whole time? Ziqi rolled her eyes and berated him. Following her gaze, Su Bai finally looked toward the restaurant and froze. At the entrance of the fast food restaurant, a familiar figure appeared. That's the principal, he murmured in shock. It was none other than the principal from Su Bai's high school days before awakening his abilities, the head of the province's best prestigious school. You said principal? So you know him? Zichi turned to ask. Yes, I do. Why? That old man's presence is strange, fluctuating, strong and weak. But he hasn't noticed me. Subai nodded and motioned for Zichi to stay where she was while he walked over. He was very curious why the principal would be eating at a roadside fast food restaurant. Gulp, gulp. The small table outside the fast food restaurant was filled with food. An elderly man picked up a beer and downed it in one go, as though he were drinking water. I don't know how long it's been since I last had this. The taste is still so familiar, the old man muttered to himself, his Adam's apple bobbing as he slowly savored the flavor. Principal. A familiar voice called from behind. You're Subai, aren't you? The principal recognized Subai, startled. Subai was the only S-level ability user in Young City to awaken the Zhujuin ability, and as a student of the school, he was highly renowned. Many schools had tried to recruit him. You rascal, why are you suddenly here? Wait, why didn't you participate in the ability user assessment? The principal asked, biting into a skewer, his face puzzled. Something came up, and I missed it, Subai said awkwardly. He had previously said he would attend the assessment. On his own. Being trapped underground and missing the assessment now meant he couldn't continue his studies. Something came up? Sigh, fate really plays tricks on people. If you had participated, with your talent for awakening an S-level ability, you would definitely have made it into the top 10, the principal said, sighing. The principal seemed regretful, but since it had already happened, he didn't dwell on it further. He simply advised Subai not to take it too hard. While eating, he continued to ask, Subai, do you live nearby? More or less. Principal, I used to live in the orphanage over there, Subai said with a smile, pulling out a chair to sit down. Oh, really? I didn't know that. The principal's eyes, though murky, flashed with a glimmer of light as he sighed with emotion. The two chatted for a long time, just like old friends. The solemn atmosphere of the office completely faded away. However, they tacitly avoided mentioning anything about Chui Mingue. After talking for a while, the principal suddenly said, although you didn't participate in the assessment, your talent is truly remarkable. How about I recommend you? Which martial arts academy would you like to go to? Is that really possible? Subai was stunned for a moment. Could this be considered pulling strings? Don't be silly, of course it's possible. Those old geezers owe me plenty of favors. Sending them a promising student would make them delighted. The principal, clearly drunk, had a reddish hue on his face. That would be too kind of you, principal. However, it might not be convenient with the current situation among the students. Subai clasped his hands together, bowed, and thanked him earnestly. Don't overdo it. You have great talent, but you still need to truly dedicate yourself to cultivation. With your aptitude, if you were diligent, you'd already grasp the concept of momentum by now. The principal said kindly. But before finishing his words, he abruptly stopped. He instinctively sensed Subai's inner energy, rubbed his eyes, and couldn't believe his own judgment. He even doubted if he was just too drunk. What's your current level of cultivation? The principal asked. Pseudo-momentum, first heaven, second refinement. The sky darkened, thick clouds gathered, and the heavens were shrouded in heavy black clouds. The air carried a damp sensation. Soon, raindrops began to fall one by one, splashing onto the ground and creating small bursts of water. In a fast food restaurant, Subai and ZG sat, watching the drizzling rain outside the window. What did that old man say before leaving that got you all worked up? ZG fiddled with her earphone cord out of boredom. Though her face was hidden under a hat, her icy and noble demeanor still attracted the attention of many diners, who stole glances at her. Nothing, Subai replied quietly, his gaze filled with contemplation. What level of strength do you think the principal has? Subai asked ZG. I've told you before, his aura is very obscure, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. I guess he's at the spirit domain realm or the king realm. Couldn't he be at the sovereign realm? Subai countered. Impossible. If he were in the sovereign realm, I would have been discovered long ago, and I'd also sense the threat, ZG firmly denied. Don't worry about it. Hearing this, Subai didn't argue further. He chuckled bitterly and said, the principal just checked my cultivation level and left me a few words before leaving. What did he say? Sounds a bit strange. He told me which important figures would attend the Chui family's graduation banquet. Including their strength levels? Yes. The two fell silent. After a long while, ZG spoke. That old man probably guessed what you're planning to do. Aren't you afraid he'll send someone to report you? Why not just get rid of him? Don't worry, the principal isn't that kind of person, Subai said. A glint of coldness flashed through ZG's violet pupils. Subai quickly waved his hands, smiling bitterly as he decided to drop the topic. There's someone close to Chui Qian, an enshrined protector, an A-rank ability user, and a half-step king realm. Subai continued. Abilities, those are your innate powers, right? Yes. Do you think you can take him on? Although Subai knew that ZG was a king realm expert, he wasn't sure if she was in the early, mid, or late stage of that realm. Not to mention the opponent's spirit-based abilities, which, in his past life's novels, were akin to a strong martial artist facing a cultivator, completely different leagues. ZG had never encountered such an opponent before, so she wasn't entirely confident either. I've told you before, you underestimate the king realm too much. Someone barely stepping into the king realm is still a shrimp compared to a true king. ZG frowned, rolled her eyes, and mocked Subai. Then I'll leave it to you, Subai said, relieved. The sun gradually set, and dusk enveloped the sky. After dinner, the two found a place to stay temporarily and settled in. But a problem arose, the bed situation. The rented room only had one large bed, and it was a double bed. We could draw a line down the middle, Subai suggested, sitting on a chair by the bed, eating a piece of fruit as he spoke earnestly. ZG paused her fidgeting, her face briefly flushing before turning cold again. I'll sleep on the left, you take the right, Subai said. He suddenly felt the icy gaze from ZG and stopped mid-sentence. He turned to look at her. Take a pillow and sleep on the floor, ZG said coldly. She reverted to her original appearance, tall and slender, with a graceful neck and a full figure that made ordinary clothes look like tight-fitting garments. Her long violet hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her sharp features paired with her fiery figure left Subai momentarily stunned. He didn't respond. If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out. ZG's eyelid twitched, dark lines forming in her mind as she restrained her impulse, speaking in an icy tone. Apologies, senior, I didn't mean to, Subai stammered, sweat forming on his forehead. He wanted to slap himself, how had his mind wandered again? He knew that the person before him possessed immense power and could destroy him effortlessly. Carefully observing ZG's expression, Subai walked to the bed, picked up a pillow, and prepared to sleep on the floor. You can sort out the blanket for yourself. This one's mine, ZG snorted, seeing that he understood her meaning. She then collapsed onto the soft bed. If only it were King Qingxiaobeast instead, this wouldn't be so awkward, Subai muttered as he sat on the floor, fiddling with the pillow and shaking his head helplessly. Forget it, just focus on cultivation. He adjusted his mindset, pushing aside all other thoughts. Letting his mind settle into a tranquil state, he began circulating his spiritual energy and entered a cultivation mode. Perhaps because of the excessive absorption of spirit pool liquid back in Zhoming City, his cultivation realm continued to progress even during this recent period of inactivity. The energy from the underground spirit pool still lingered within him, being gradually absorbed bit by bit. The phrase refining 100 times to form momentum refers to tempering the potential energy repeatedly until it reaches the true level of power. Currently, he had already entered the second phase of momentum. Among his peers, this was extraordinarily rare. Typically, progress with momentum was gradual, pseudo-momentum reaching the second phase, true momentum reaching the fourth phase. When an ability user stepped into the spirit domain realm, momentum would undergo a qualitative transformation, forming the embryonic shape of a domain. Although Subai had just entered pseudo-momentum, his comprehension of the concept had already reached its pinnacle, meeting the highest standards for his stage. This was truly astonishing, and the only explanation lay in the overwhelming pressure exerted by Zhu Jiuyin's power. Ordinary momentum simply couldn't compare. Reflecting on the events of recent days, he continued to adjust his state of being. In his mind, the flames burned relentlessly, growing stronger and stronger. He could feel the purity and strength of the fire within him rising. However, as he worked tirelessly to break through step by step, the pure power and might of the candle dragon flame suddenly stagnated at a certain stage. Could it be because of the candle dragon flame? Has the fire not fully acknowledged me yet? He wondered to himself. Memories surged within him, and he subconsciously recalled the system's frequent reminders about the recognition level of the candle dragon flame. But since it hadn't improved for a long time, he had already forgotten about it. He let out a light sigh, exhaling deeply. Perhaps only when I become stronger will it fully acknowledge me, he murmured, shifting his focus away from his inner body and slowly opening his eyes. What are you staring at? Suddenly, a pair of fair, jade-like hands, emanating a faint fragrance, swung rapidly toward him. Wait, Senior, please wait. Subai's pupils dilated suddenly, utterly confused about what was happening. His face was full of bewilderment. He hurriedly tried to stop her, but before he could finish his words, the slap had already landed without hesitation. Asterisk smack. Smack, asterisk. In the old and quiet little house, a figure was sent flying out of the window by the force of the slap. The figure landed on the ground below the second floor, crashing heavily and feeling dizzy and disoriented. A dull thud echoed, and one by one, the dimly lit windows of the surrounding residential buildings began to light up. What's with this beast king going crazy now? Subai gritted his teeth, standing up with a pained expression. Though his body, being at the Suda realm stage, was unharmed, the ground where he had landed had cracked several times. The sudden attack left him stunned. While he wasn't injured, his backside ached faintly. Before the neighbors could respond, he quickly looked out the window to assess the situation and hurriedly snuck back into his rented room. Not long after, he walked out from the bedroom door. Senior, are you all right? Subai asked, his brows furrowed. Though it was ZG who struck him, he could only smile bitterly. He was certain she didn't use her full strength, otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. The pain he felt now was just from falling off the building. Clearly, she had shown restraint. His face had no trace of blood, making it seem more like he had been gently pushed out by a force rather than being beaten. Feeling a bitterness he couldn't put into words, he rubbed the sore spot repeatedly. On the large bed in the center of the bedroom, ZG lay half reclined, listening to music. She was dressed in a white nightgown, her demeanor indifferent. Hearing Subai's voice, she turned her head to glance at him, her expression cold as she said, "Who told you to look around randomly?" Her voice carried both aloofness and a hint of shyness, and Subai, with his sharp senses, caught the subtle complexity of her emotions. Only then did he notice that ZG's hair was slightly damp, exuding a faint fragrance. Her skin, warmed from a recent bath, was white with a subtle flush, like a ripe apple. You just took a bath?" Subai finally realized, hurriedly asking. "What else? I just came out of the bath, and you dared to peek at me. If you weren't the inheritor of the holy city, you'd be dead by now," ZG said matter-of-factly as though she had done nothing wrong. "No, Senior, I had just finished my cultivation," Subai said with a bitter smile. He hadn't expected that right after his cultivation session, as he subconsciously opened his eyes, he would see ZG stepping out of the bathroom. It was truly the unluckiest of coincidences, leaving him feeling utterly miserable. He buried his bitterness in his heart, silently walking back to the corner of the room and clutching his pillow. "A pseudo-realm cultivator like me, and I still have to endure such humiliation," he muttered, glancing at ZG before quickly averting his gaze. Under this roof, there was no choice but to bow his head. ZG was, after all, a powerful King Realm expert, and he still needed to rely on her. Having such a formidable protector, he consoled himself that enduring some grievances was only natural. The night passed without further incident. The next morning, the sunlight was bright and the sky was clear. Rays of sunshine streamed through the window, casting their glow on Subai's handsome face. His eyes were half closed, still hazy with sleep, unwilling to rise from bed. Yet, the incessant ringing of his phone abruptly woke him. Opening his eyes, he saw ZG lying on the bed, playing with her phone. "You're awake?" ZG glanced at him briefly before lowering her head and focusing back on her phone. Senior, what are you doing?" Subai asked, noticing the seriousness in ZG's expression and feeling a bit curious. Judging by her face, her mood didn't appear great. "Ugh, lost again," ZG sighed deeply, her face full of disappointment. She tossed the phone to the side of the bed, gritting her teeth in visible frustration. "If I ever find that person in the game, I'll beat them up," she growled. "Senior, what did that person say to make you so angry?" Subai asked, surprised. Raising an eyebrow, he feigned indifference but cautiously inquired. After all, if she was truly enraged in this world, and acted on it, she'd certainly be arrested. He had to get a clear understanding of the situation. Who could possibly provoke the Beast King to this extent? He said I was jungling without smite and kept cursing at me. ZG's eyes flared with killing intent as she pounded the table furiously. Subai scratched his head, suddenly blurting out something that even he found foolish. He stammered, I think, well, junglers should probably. ZG's brow furrowed sharply, and she fixed him with a cold stare. What did you just say? She asked in a low, menacing tone. Nothing, he quickly replied. The atmosphere grew silent. The two sat in the room for some time, eventually forgetting about the matter as they prepared to head out. ZG quickly reverted to her unassuming appearance, transforming into an ordinary young woman. They walked along the bustling streets, surrounded by the flow of cars and the vibrant glow of neon advertisements that lit up the city's nighttime splendor. We're out of snacks. Go buy more, ZG said, pausing in front of a grand shopping mall and giving Subai a command. Senior, can I ask how old you are this year? Subai didn't refuse. As he followed ZG into the mall, pushing a shopping cart and watching her cheerfully place snacks into it, his curiosity got the better of him. Probably a few 100 years old. But if you convert it to human age, I'm about 18, ZG replied nonchalantly, lightly touching her snow-white neck as she thought about it. Subai felt his head spin, standing there in a daze. 18? Only now did he understand why this Beast King Senior always seemed so peculiar. Her behavior was entirely inconsistent with the strength she displayed. The difference was just too vast. Now he finally got it, she was only just reaching adulthood at this stage of her life. Moreover, it seemed she hadn't experienced the complexities of political intrigue, her thoughts remaining rather simple. Of course, that didn't mean ZG was foolish. To reach such a high realm, she was undoubtedly highly intelligent. She went all out, displaying her caution, cunning, and unpredictability when hunting him down in Nine Bright City, showcasing her exceptional combat skills and adaptability. If it weren't for his small tricks, he would have already been captured by ZG. Could it be that this Beast King's wealth of experience is only in combat? Or, has she let her guard down around me? But still, only 18 years old. That is to say, this Beast King ZG is the same age as him. The more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. An 18-year-old king? Though not human, that was still too far-fetched. He muttered to himself internally. Just as he was fretting over how to deal with this mercurial 18-year-old Beast King, suddenly, a clear yet angry female voice scolded from not far away. Subai lifted his gaze and saw a crowd gathering not far ahead, encircling some commotion. Looks lively over there. Let's go have a look. ZG's violet pupils glimmered slightly. Before Subai could react, she had already grabbed him and headed toward the commotion. Through the gaps in the crowd, Subai saw in the middle of the clearing a tall, beautiful woman glaring furiously at a white-haired man dressed in an elegant suit. I've already told you, there's no way we can be together. Stop dreaming. Nanner, are you being sincere with me? Can't you see it? The white-haired man's voice was deep and commanding, exuding an undeniable presence that hinted at his remarkable strength. Sorry, I feel nothing for you. The stunning woman sneered coldly, decisively turning away to leave. Don't go. The white-haired man froze for a moment, his expression instantly darkened. Reaching out his left hand, he grabbed her smooth, delicate wrist sharply. Let me go. The woman frowned, irritation clear on her face, as she swung her arm in an attempt to break free. Yet the white-haired man's grip was as unyielding as steel, refusing to release her wrist. I said, let me go. The beautiful woman's face turned grim as she tried her best to pry his hand off, but it was to no avail. Come back with me. Stop throwing a tantrum in front of outsiders. The white-haired man held her wrist tightly, attempting to drag her away. The woman struggled desperately. The crowd watched the drama unfold, the two locked in a standoff, neither willing to yield. Is this some sort of courtship ritual? ZG stood behind the crowd, her eyes lighting up with interest as she asked curiously. Something like that. Though this sort of thing is pretty common, the dominant side often takes the opportunity to suppress the other, Subai explained nonchalantly, trying to keep his explanation simple. Don't think I know nothing. I stayed up all night studying human society. ZG rolled her eyes at him before continuing. This looks more like someone forcibly taking a woman." As she spoke, a sly glint flashed in her eyes. "I don't like this kind of thing. You go help her." Before anyone could notice, she conjured a mysterious surge of violet energy between her hands, which struck Subai's back without warning. Before he could react, Subai found himself pushed out into the clearing beyond the crowd. The two were still locked in their standoff when Subai was suddenly thrust into the scene. The crowd immediately grew excited, buzzing with speculation about Subai's relationship to the two. Steadying himself, Subai felt all eyes turn to him. "Who are you? Get lost." The white-haired man was already irritated and furious. When he saw Subai stepping forward to intervene, his face darkened further, and he barked angrily. Subai felt helpless. He had only wanted to greet them and leave, suspecting this was all a scheme of ZG's making. Yet the white-haired man's attitude irked him. "Sir, please save me. I will reward you handsomely." The beautiful woman's eyes lit up, as though she had found her savior. She reached out and clung to Subai's free hand, refusing to let him leave. Glancing back at ZG, Subai saw her watching the scene unfold with a mischievous grin. Subai sighed internally. With the Chui family's banquet approaching, Subai didn't want to cause trouble. But with things as they were, he couldn't step away and had no choice but to steel himself and say, "It's not appropriate to pull and tug in public, is it? If the lady here is unwilling, sir, please let go." Subai spoke politely, though he felt like a fool saying it. "Who do you think you are? Playing the hero in front of me?" The white-haired man's face filled with disdain, clearly not taking Subai seriously and assuming he was just some nobody. "If you live in Young City and don't recognize me, get lost." Though the white-haired man appeared refined, his arrogance and conceit were apparent in his tone. As he spoke, a murmur of recognition rippled through the crowd, who began scrutinizing him more closely. Moments later, voices of shock rose. "That's Mr. He. What? He's the deputy mayor's son?" The crowd buzzed with astonishment and reverence. The atmosphere instantly turned fervent, with people casting admiring glances his way. The white-haired man basked in their admiration, his pride swelling. But when he saw Subai's composed and indifferent expression, a strange anger flickered within him, as though he were being ignored. Just as he was about to roar in fury, Subai's figure suddenly blurred and appeared before him in an instant. Subai's long arm, coated in red spiritual energy, moved lightly but precisely. The sound of spiritual energy rippled through the air, and the white-haired man immediately sensed danger. Subai's hand landed directly on the spot where he was gripping the woman's wrist. Feeling the threat, the man instinctively let go to avoid being struck. Freed at last, the beautiful woman rubbed her slightly reddened wrist and, without even glancing at Subai, turned and swiftly disappeared into the crowd. "I told you, don't meddle unnecessarily. Just focus on yourself," Subai muttered as he withdrew his spiritual energy, a hint of resignation in his tone. He had anticipated her departure, but it still caught him off guard. Turning back to look at ZG, he saw her face contorted with a bizarre and comical expression. The crowd, initially taken aback by Subai's intervention, now shifted their focus back. Seeing the woman leave without a second thought, they began casting sympathetic looks at Subai. "This kid saved the beauty, but she ran off, and now he's provoked Mr. He. Truly a case of losing both the lady and the battle. Ah, young people, so reckless and prone to trouble." The crowd sighed repeatedly, assuming Subai had acted out of infatuation. The white-haired man cast a sideways glance at the murmuring crowd, a smug smile curling on his lips. "See? That's what comes of playing the hero to save the damsel," he said triumphantly. Subai remained silent, and the white-haired man refrained from unnecessary words. The energy in his hands surged, his white hair fluttering in the wind, and an overwhelming aura erupted like a tiger descending the mountain. Subai raised his hand and casually struck back, their palms colliding. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the power clashed, energy scattering in all directions. The white-haired man was clearly at a disadvantage, forced several steps back by the impact. Subai, on the other hand, stood immovable, withdrawing his palm and quietly waiting for the white-haired man's next move. "Judging by your earlier technique, it's certainly exceptional. However, you're merely at the traveler realm right now, unqualified to provoke me. Just you wait." The white-haired man, having initiated the attack only to end up at a disadvantage, was visibly stunned. Among the younger generation in Young City, there weren't many individuals with such strength, and he naturally recognized this rarity. His power was at the mid-stage of the Traveler realm. The earlier casual strike would have been enough to repel those who hadn't yet reached the Traveler realm. Who could have imagined that such formidable strength was effortlessly blocked by Subai? What was even more alarming was that Subai hadn't even exerted his full power. This indicated that the gap in their abilities was minimal, if it existed at all. Where had this mysterious peer of his suddenly emerged from? Realizing he couldn't take Subai down, the white-haired man tactfully withdrew, ceasing to engage further, and left directly. Watching him get into a Lamborghini and speed away around the street corner, Subai sighed helplessly and turned to walk towards ZG. When soldiers come, we'll counter with generals. When water floods, we'll block with earth. With his current strength, the opponent couldn't harm him at all, especially with ZG, who was at the King realm, protecting him. Still, this trouble had been caused by ZG. Just as Subai was about to leave with ZG, a strange fluctuation suddenly emanated from his storage ring. Subai's heart stirred. Though his face betrayed no expression, he was eager to return to his rental apartment to investigate. Suppressing the uneasy feeling, he shrugged and said to ZG, "See? Saving the damsel in distress, and now I have trouble on my back." ZG appeared somewhat embarrassed, showing a rare moment of awkwardness. "I didn't expect such a weak human to turn the tide like that. When that woman escaped earlier, you should have just killed her outright." ZG honestly asked, "Were you too reluctant to act?" "I could have helped." Subai rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. "This isn't how things work in human society, especially in the city." "So, outside the city, it wouldn't matter?" "Maybe," Subai replied, somewhat evasively, unsure how to explain himself. After leaving the mall, he led ZG back to his rental apartment. As soon as they got home, he swiftly removed the storage ring from his finger, focusing his consciousness inside to investigate. Within the storage space, beside a small mountain of spiritual stone crystals, 2 spherical crystals were trembling incessantly. The surface of the crystals gleamed with a dense aura of life, like a mist of blood swirling around them. Inside, terrifying power churned violently, like waves crashing against a barrier, as though ready to break free at any moment. It was this intense fluctuation that Subai had sensed from outside the ring. Could it be that Xiao Bai and Xiao Cheng are about to awaken? The 2 spheres, brimming with formidable spiritual energy and blood essence, were the crystalline shells formed when Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing entered their dormant state to advance. After all this time, they were finally showing signs of change, their trembling growing more pronounced. Subai quickly retrieved the 2 crystals from the storage ring and placed them on the ground. "Huh, are these eggs?" "No, there's an immense power hidden inside." ZG, sitting on the bed, curiously observed the 2 oval-shaped crystals Subai had taken from the ring. Through the transparent crystal, one could faintly see the creatures within, eyes closed, lifelike as if frozen in wax. "You're quite lucky. Where did you find 2 creatures with such extraordinary bloodlines?" ZG, with her sharp insight, immediately recognized that the entities inside the crystals were far from ordinary. "They're my companions. I found them in the forest before I even reached the Traveler realm," Subai replied as he sat down, quietly awaiting their transformation. "Do you think I'm that easy to fool?" ZG snorted, her crisp voice carrying a hint of charm. "Did I say anything wrong?" Subai gently stroked the 2 crystals, then turned to look at ZG, puzzled after a moment. "You're telling me that before reaching the Traveler realm, you encountered and interacted with these 2 forest creatures? Do you know what level they are?" ZG's mocking gaze suggested she was watching a farce, as if Subai had overestimated himself. "What level? Xiao Bai and Xiao Chang are just unique bloodline creatures, right?" Subai's hand froze momentarily but quickly resumed its motion. "Clearly, you have no idea. You're carrying such a huge liability, and without me, you wouldn't even know how horribly you'd end up." ZG laughed like a lark, her voice melodious and clear. At their peak, these 2 creatures were undoubtedly at the heaven transformation level, likely at the early stages of the King realm. Subai stared at ZG's exquisite face, which barely suppressed amusement, his mouth slightly agape. He knew ZG never spoke lightly. Heaven transformation. Heaven transformation. Xiao Bai and Xiao Chang were actually at the King realm. He froze, his mind replaying the scene of his first encounter with Xiao Bai and Xiao Chang. ZG's words brought back countless intriguing details he had overlooked. After all, in that perilous forest, How could those two creatures have just appeared by chance? The cave had also retained a terrifying aura, one that had frightened him back then. Could they be the two heaven transformation level exotic beasts that attacked the guild that day? A chill ran down Subai's spine as he entertained the possibility, growing increasingly convinced of its likelihood. He smiled bitterly, finding it hard to believe that the seemingly adorable kitten was the same fierce tiger capable of shattering mountains and exuding murderous intent. And Xiao Qing, she was the azure serpent, cold and enchanting, looming like an overwhelming tide. Subai fell silent for a long time. ZG approached with a playful smile, patting his shoulder as if both comforting and teasing. "Kid, you're something else. Keeping two pets that turned out to be King Realm beings. One day, I'll have to gift you a pet too." "Senior, stop teasing me. I really don't know much about this," Subai replied with a bitter laugh, shaking his head in confusion. "Then, what do you plan to do now?" Subai felt at a loss. Even at the initial King Realm, these two creatures were far too formidable for him to handle. "Did you really take care of them like pets before?" "Yeah, I had no idea they were heaven-tier beasts. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to be so casual." "I don't understand. If they're so powerful, why would they hide their identity?" Subai voiced his doubts, feeling as though he was dancing on a tightrope. "Relax. They must have been gravely injured before, unable to exert their full strength. That's why they shrank their bodies and fell into a deep slumber. Now, it seems their consciousness is about to awaken." "What? What should we do then?" Subai's back was drenched in cold sweat as he recalled the scene of Taihu and Xingxi. Hovering over the guild that day, murderous intent surging from their massive forms that swept everything aside. "With me backing you up, even if these two regain their strength, they wouldn't pose a threat. Besides, don't worry. Judging by their current state, they're clearly not back to their peak yet," ZG said with a confident smile, giving a proud thumbs up. Hearing this, Subai finally felt some relief. Only then did he realize how wise it was to have recruited a king-tier protector from the underground space. As they spoke, the two crystalline orbs on the ground began to emit crisp cracking sounds. Thin fissures, like vines, slowly spread across the surface of the spheres. "It looks like these two beings are about to complete their transformation," ZG remarked, entirely unconcerned. Instead, she sat lightly at the table, resting her chin in her hands, tapping her fair cheeks with a sense of anticipation. Subai sat beside her, silently awaiting the changes in Xiao Bai and Xiao Chang. However, unlike ZGZ's, his expression was far more serious. He couldn't help but wonder if these two beast kings of heaven awakening recalled how he had treated them as mere pets, would they tear him apart in fury? Fortunately, ZG was by his side, giving him some solace. Otherwise, he might have already fled by now. Feeling a mix of apprehension, Subai continued to wait quietly. Soon, the two translucent orbs on the ground began to shatter. The previously solid shells were now riddled with fine cracks, accompanied by crisp snapping sounds. Finally, the critical moment arrived. The crystalline shells crumbled entirely, revealing their contents. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing began to tremble, their eyelids fluttering slightly as if they were regaining consciousness. A surge of powerful blood and energy erupted within the room. ZG snapped her fingers lightly, instantly suppressing the overwhelming force and isolating the room from the outside world to prevent it from being discovered. "See that? With this kind of aura, do you still dare to call them your pets? Right now, their strength is approximately at the mid-phase of the true essence realm. A mere slap could easily crush you." Subai didn't dare argue. Awkwardly, he took a sip of tea to calm his nerves. At that moment, two pairs of eyes suddenly opened. Their vertical pupils gleamed sharply as they scanned their surroundings. Memories from before their slumber flooded back, reminding them of everything that had happened. Xiao Bai and Xiao Chang, or rather, Taihu and Xingxi, exchanged a glance, then transformed into human forms. The memories of being treated as pets by Subai echoed repeatedly in their minds, causing their expressions to darken. Xingxi, at least, restrained herself somewhat. At most, she had wrapped herself around Subai's shoulders and chest. Though physically close, her gaze now brimmed with humiliation, an emotion unfamiliar to a being like her. Taihu, however, was far worse. His face turned green as he recalled Subai pulling his tail, slapping his backside, and pinching his cheeks in playful gestures. A cold shiver ran through him. The two first scanned the room, then locked their gaze onto Subai. Their eyes were cold and hostile, mixed with an indescribable emotion. Two mighty beast kings, reduced to being a mere human boy's pets, it was an unbearable humiliation. You've got some nerve, human brat. Let's see how I'll deal with you. The air turned awkwardly silent as the two roared simultaneously, their words laden with shame. This was their greatest disgrace. Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, no, I mean, esteemed seniors, this is all a misunderstanding. Please, let me explain. Subai quickly raised his hands in denial, sensing the murderous intent radiating from the beast kings. He knew very well that after such an incident, they would undoubtedly kill him to erase the shame. Otherwise, their dignity would be utterly destroyed. But Taihu and Xingxi had no interest in listening to any explanations. All they wanted was to eliminate the source of their embarrassment and wash away their disgrace. In an instant, waves of blood energy and spiritual power surged from Taihu and Xingxi. Taihu roared, slamming his massive palm towards Subai. Xingxi's eyes flashed with a cold gleam, and a beam of light shot toward him. However, both attacks were effortlessly neutralized by a mysterious force, vanishing without a trace. Ziji raised her hand, her mysterious energy surging forth to suppress Taihu and Xingxi's power, nullifying their strikes. At this moment, Ziji was enveloped in a soft glow, her presence as sharp as a blade, exuding an unparalleled dominance. Her violet eyes glimmered with an electric chill, completely unlike the mischievous 18-year-old girl she usually appeared to be. Impossible. Who are you? Taihu and Xingxi's vertical pupils flickered with astonishment, followed by a growing unease. Humph. Ziji lifted her head high, letting out a cold snort. The oppressive aura in the air rippled like water, intensifying rapidly as it pressed down on Taihu and Xingxi, leaving them gasping for breath. Peak of the King Realm. Their eyes filled with shock. They hadn't expected someone here to have reached the pinnacle of the King Realm. Senior, you're one of our kind. Why would you aid a human in committing such acts? The pressure weighed down like a 1,000-ton boulder. Powerless to resist, Taihu and Xingxi bent their knees slightly, their legs trembling. Their strength hadn't fully recovered, leaving them with no choice but to yield. At their peak, they might have been able to resist, but now it was utterly impossible. This boy is important to me. I will ensure his safety, Ziji declared coldly, a sharp glint flashing in her violet eyes, silencing Taihu and Xingxi. Kid, how do you want to deal with these two? Ziji asked Subai, turning her head slowly after subduing the two. Kill us if you dare. Flay us if you must. Our king will avenge us. Despite the cold sweat dripping from his forehead, Taihu gritted his teeth and spoke defiantly. That's right. Once our king completes his seclusion, he'll break through to that realm and avenge us. Xingxi echoed, her tone equally resolute. That realm? Seems like there are quite a few strong figures in this place. These two seem to have significant backing. Ziji said, her eyes flashing with surprise at Taihu's words. But she quickly suppressed her reaction, saying no more. Senior Ziji, there's no deep-seated hatred between me and the two beast kings. It's just a past encounter. Surely, there's no major conflict between us. Subai knew exactly what to say. He stood up and walked over to Ziji, addressing the two beast kings. Seniors, let's put an end to this matter. How about we agree not to interfere with each other? Taihu and Xingxi calmed down. Although they had endured a difficult time with Subai in the past, he had protected them, ensuring their safety during their unconscious pre-mutation phase. Moreover, the young human had a guardian who was even stronger than himself, so they decided not to overthink the situation. The earlier conflict arose merely because they found the news hard to accept. Now, it seemed to have been resolved. Agreed, Taihu and Xingxi exchanged glances and nodded. See, seniors? The matter is resolved, Subai said with a faint smile, finally feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Kid, remember, this was your decision. Fine, you two can leave now. The terrifying pressure vanished abruptly, and Taihu and Xingxi felt the weight lift off their shoulders. They immediately stood up, exchanged a glance, and clearly wanted to leave. The two opened the door and walked out. Subai and Ziji thought everything was over, but unexpectedly, the sound of footsteps came from outside, and Taihu and Xingxi walked back in. Where is this place? Xingxi asked coldly, her tone devoid of the earlier embarrassment, replaced by indifference. Outside was neither the familiar Huanggang nor the dense jungle, just a steel jungle of towering city buildings. "This is Yangcheng, one province away from the Huanlong Forbidden Zone where you were before," Subai answered honestly. He didn't know why Taihu and Xingxi had returned or what their intentions were. Six eyes silently locked onto each other as time ticked by. Slap, Ziji couldn't hold back and gave Subai a slap, which stung quite a bit. "Can't you see? These two are completely unfamiliar with Yangcheng, their strength hasn't recovered, and they don't have anyone reliable around them. They'll soon be targeted by human powerhouses," Ziji said helplessly, clearly disappointed in Subai's intelligence. Hearing Ziji's words, Subai finally understood. He glanced at the two dazed beast kings standing at the door and tentatively asked, "Seniors, why not stay with me for the time being?" Taihu and Xingxi hesitated, a strange light flashing in their eyes, before they finally sighed and nodded lightly. "Don't worry, seniors. I'll be heading to Shijiang Huanggang soon to visit some friends. You won't have to stay long," Subai said with a reassuring smile. Taihu and Xingxi returned to their room and began cultivating. A small house now hosted 3 beast kings, leaving Subai both thrilled and overwhelmed by the honor. With Ziji guarding him, he felt no fear and focused entirely on his cultivation. The spiritual energy in his body surged as the Zhu Jiuyin flames continuously tempered his physique. Meanwhile, his comprehension of the Zhu Long's power in his spiritual sea deepened. He became increasingly adept at utilizing his new abilities, and instinctively activated them. A red dragon-shaped phantom briefly appeared on his left arm, only to disappear like a reflection in water or a flower in a mirror. Time slipped by quietly. As night fell, neon lights gleamed, and the bustling night markets came alive. When Subai finished his cultivation and opened his eyes, he found Taihu and Xingxi staring at him with peculiar expressions. "Seniors, is something wrong?" he asked. He glanced over at Ziji, who was lying on the bed playing games, noticing that she hadn't moved. "Kid, the aura you emitted while cultivating was rather unusual and familiar," Taihu said after a moment of contemplation. "Boy, have you awakened? Is it a dragon-type ability? Or do you have dragon blood in your veins?" Xingxi asked sharply, her instincts as a serpent making her particularly sensitive to such auras. "Sort of," Subai admitted, recalling the aura he had unintentionally released when awakening the Zhu Jiuyin crest in the Blood Forest. That aura had attracted the attention of powerful mutant beasts. It seemed likely that Taihu and Xingxi had been drawn to him because of it. Seeing that they hadn't recognized the aura, Subai refrained from saying more. "Kid, try activating it again," they said, their expressions serious. Subai thought for a moment and did not refuse. He activated the perfect golden spiritual aperture within his body, which functioned like an undying divine furnace, constantly generating immense power and vigorous vitality. His spiritual sea transformed from deep black into a crystal-clear golden ocean. His energy channels pulsed, and the intense pressure emanating from him made him seem like an invincible war god. After a long while, the aura slowly subsided, returning to normal. When he opened his eyes again, the gazes fixed on him had increased from 2 pairs to 3. "Kid, your aura is not ordinary," Ziji said, putting down her game to stare at him curiously, her eyes brimming with interest. However, her nickname for him left Subai speechless. "You must have a powerful bloodline within you or have inherited some kind of dragon lineage," Xingxi concluded. Taihu turned to Ziji and respectfully asked, "Senior, do you sense it as well?" "Of course. Subai, there's a noble bloodline or heritage within you. Though faint, it makes my heart race," Ziji said with a smile. "It seems you harbor secrets and opportunities that are truly enticing." After sensing the anomaly in Subai's body, the 3 chose not to probe further. After all, they each had their own secrets and opportunities. The reason Taihu and Xingxi had been staring at him earlier was because of the dragon aura hidden within his pressure. After a simple dinner, the 4 of them continued cultivating inside the house. However, Taihu and Xingxi opted to stay in the first-floor living room rather than their rooms. It had to be said, 3 beast kings had astonishing appetites. Subai, who thought his food intake was already incredible after multiple rounds of physical enhancement, was utterly amazed by their eating habits. Taihu and Xingxi's voraciousness was somewhat understandable since they had transformed into human forms, but Ziji, a purple-haired woman, baffled him. He couldn't figure out where she stored so much food in her body. By the end of the meal, the delivery drivers were nearly questioning their life choices. Dozens of yellow delivery scooters crowded the front of the small rental house. Su-bai had to open the door multiple times to bring in all the food. He could still vividly remember the bewildered expressions on the delivery drivers' faces as they left. But this was merely a small episode. Su-bai and the others continued cultivating diligently. Another full day passed before they finished. When they emerged from their cultivation, the sun had already set. Outside, the buildings were illuminated by night lights. Multicolored neon signs flashed everywhere. In the heart of Yangchang, a luxurious and resplendent skyscraper stood brightly lit, its atmosphere buzzing with energy. Luxury cars arrived one after another, and elegantly dressed men and women entered the building. Not far away, an unremarkable taxi was parked in the corner. 4 people got out of the car and walked toward the building. Choi Mingue, I'm here. Kid, we don't have an invitation. Are you sure we can sneak in? Standing to the side, the 4 looked up at the towering luxury skyscraper. Ziji asked. Don't worry, this banquet has 2 layers, inner and outer. The inner layer requires an invitation, but the outer layer doesn't. We'll sneak into the outer layer first, then look for an opportunity to get into the inner layer. Su-bai pulled out 4 masks from his coat pocket, put one on himself, and handed the other 3 to Ziji and the others. So flashy. Isn't this what you humans call a masked matchmaking party? Xingxi's hair was like silk, her skin fair, and her eyes enchanting yet spirited, drawing the attention of passers-by. No choice. Those rich people love playing these tricks. Every event has to involve masks, meeting people, networking, and discussing business deals. Su-bai donned his mask, covering his delicate face to avoid being recognized by acquaintances. He shrugged, fully aware of the banquet's setup. The inner layer was for business tycoons, elites, and powerful individuals with abilities, while the outer layer was for corporate executives and female CEOs. Where did this poor boy come from? Dressed like that and thinking he can get in? A woman in a lavish gown passed by, her ears adorned with glittering gemstones. She sneered when she saw Su-bai and the others' attire. If I'd heard something like that before, I'd have slapped her already. Ziji, Taihu, and Xingxi all thought this, but now that they were in human society, they had to hide their true identities and endure. The 4 put on their masks and entered the building together. Climbing the stairs, they reached the top floor. The doors opened, revealing an extravagantly luxurious banquet scene. An endless number of elites were conversing. Handsome men and beautiful women sipped red wine, the atmosphere both relaxed and lively. Since the outer area didn't require invitations, many business figures who hadn't been formally invited still came to try and make connections. While expanding their networks, they also aimed to find opportunities to approach the powerful. The lavish woman who had mocked Su-bai earlier was also among the crowd, behaving elegantly and mingling with the surrounding elites. It was clear that these people were either business magnates or influential figures in politics. Yet, everyone wore colorful masks that made them appear both mysterious and dignified. Among the branded suits and elegant gowns, Su-bai and his group's casual attire stood out. However, with so many attendees, they managed to blend into the crowd without any issues. Crystal chandeliers sparkled, and the red carpet, embossed with gold patterns, stretched across the floor. Laughter and light banter filled the air among the elite men and women, creating a lively atmosphere. In one corner, a man wearing a white tiger mask sat alone, arms folded, lost in thought. Nearby, a man in casual clothes wearing a black mask walked by, carrying a plate of exquisite gourmet food. Senior, would you like something to eat? The food here is pretty good. Su-bai held the plate, eating as he went, quickly devouring the food on it. To be honest, the food was indeed tempting and suited his tastes. Ziji and Xingxi had disappeared somewhere amidst the crowd, saying they'd wander around and explore. That left only Taihu, sitting in the corner, lost in thought. No, thanks. I'm not too comfortable in this kind of setting. Taihu shook his head, declining. Although he wore a half-face mask, Su-bai could still see the sharpness in his tiger-like eyes. Su-bai shook his head, then walked to a quiet corner and continued enjoying the food. Although it was a graduation banquet, it felt more like a gathering for the elite and powerful. The banquet's schedule seemed complex, and judging by the timing, the main event hadn't even started yet. With nothing else to do, Subai passed the time eating. Even though his mask covered his face, others could vaguely make out the lower half of it. Subai's features were handsome, his posture upright, and his sharp demeanor resembled a finely honed blade. Having survived countless life and death scenarios, he exuded an oppressive aura. Dressed casually amidst a sea of sharply dressed elites, he stood out, drawing many curious looks. The banquet was full of beautiful women and handsome men, all exuding elegance and sophistication. With just a glance, Subai could spot several stunning women with fair skin and impeccable figures. "Hey there, handsome. Are you here alone?" A young woman approached, curiosity in her eyes as she asked. "Are you asking if I'm alone as a person?" "Yep, just one." Subai rubbed his chin, smiling as he replied. "With that tone, are you implying you might not even be human?" The young woman chuckled softly, lightly swirling the wine glass in her hand. "How did you know? Actually, those three with me aren't human at all." Subai met her gaze and smiled awkwardly. The woman frowned slightly, giving him a sidelong glance. Her expression quickly returned to normal as she smiled and asked, "What kind of work do you do here, sir?" "Me? I'm just an unemployed drifter." Subai shrugged, casually lifting his plate and picking up a piece of sea cucumber, offering it to her. The woman rolled her eyes, turned around without a word, and walked away, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Subai scratched his head, unsure of what he had done to offend her, but he didn't dwell on it and continued enjoying his food. Perhaps it was his unique behavior that drew some attention. "Hello, I'm the general manager of Jishin Commerce. Could we be friends?" A young man in a deep blue suit, handsome and polished, adjusted his collar and extended his hand toward Subai. Subai shook it with his grease-stained hand, then wiped his hand on the man's sleeve. The suited man's expression soured, and he stormed off angrily. Next, a short-haired, coldly elegant businesswoman approached and asked, "What's your take on the stock for Chongping Winery?" "My take? No clue. I don't drink alcohol, but I like sparkling water." Subai shrugged and answered honestly. She turned away without another word, leaving without looking back. After a few such exchanges, no one else approached him. A 1-meter radius of empty space formed around him. Where the heck are Yanla and Qingshu? Lu Yanla's father was the largest real estate tycoon in Yangchang, so he was bound to attend the banquet. Zhang Qingshu, due to his grandfather's status, could also enter with an invitation. Bored, Subai fiddled with a silver fork from the buffet table, finding nothing better to do. At that moment, he overheard whispers nearby. "I heard young Master Choi Mingue is just one step away from reaching the pseudo-force realm." Behind Subai, a middle-aged man in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses was holding a crystal-clear wine glass. The rich aroma of the wine wafted as he spoke slowly. "What a genius! This level of talent, I wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Even my son, at that age, had only reached the mid-stage of the abnormal aperture realm." A nearby obese real estate mogul sighed, his eyes filled with envy. For people like them, with no natural talent, even if they forcibly awakened abilities through mental potions, their potential was limited, and they could only remain in low-level realms at best. As for himself, he had been stuck in the early stage of the abnormal aperture realm for 20 years. Mental potions were classified into low-grade, high-grade, and super-grade, manufactured by high-level ability users who had awakened spiritual or soul-related powers. These potions circulated only among the wealthy. The poor could only rely on hard work to enhance their mental strength. He guessed that the potion Chui Qian used on Chui Mingue must have been a top-tier mental potion. "I heard Chui Qian held this banquet mainly to match up his son with the mayor's daughter." "Don't talk nonsense, don't cause trouble," someone nearby quickly cut in, stopping the speaker from saying more. "The mayor's daughter?" Subai, standing behind them, heard their conversation word for word. His strength at the veiled momentum realm made his hearing exceptionally sharp. Rich people sure love marriage alliances. Subai picked up his wine glass, taking a sip. The sweet aroma spread in his mouth. As he was mulling over things, a rotund man wearing a white mask walked over. He stopped in front of Subai, casually grabbed a strawberry from Subai's plate, ate it, and then gave him a thumbs up. "You! Why didn't you tell me over the phone?" Beneath the white mask, small, cunning eyes gleamed playfully, and his fair skin gave him a mischievous look. "Damn it, eating my food." Subai recognized him and immediately pinched the fat on his waist hard, making him yelp in pain. This man was none other than his close buddy, Lu Yenla. The September Ability Assessment Tournament, why didn't you participate? You stood me up. If I hadn't gotten your call a few days ago, I would have thought you'd been eaten by a mutant beast. 3 months, 3 whole months with no news. I was about to build you a memorial and burn incense for you. Lu Yenla hugged Subai, wailing. Dramatically, tears and snot smearing all over him. To onlookers, they might have seemed like brothers reunited after life and death struggles. Something came up, I'll tell you about it later, Subai said, looking at his overly emotional friend. He thought helplessly that this outfit would certainly have to be thrown away after the banquet. But you're really something, daring to show up at Chui Mingue's graduation banquet. What? Planning to stir up trouble? I've had enough of him. Go ahead, make a scene. I'm not afraid of him anymore. The chubby man grinned slyly, his face full of wicked amusement. Relax. If I dared to come, I naturally have my reasons. Subai declined his suggestion. Now that he had the power, he was no longer the fledgling ability user who could only run for his life. For revenge, he didn't need to rely on this chubby sidekick. He countered, speaking so boldly, don't tell me you've come back from your family's training without any improvement? I remember you always whining about it. Everyone thought you were a drowned rat. Subai glanced around, then grabbed Lu Yenla by the neck with a laugh. Just hearing about it gets me mad. Those days at the main family were tough, I almost couldn't hold on. Lu Yenla's face darkened as he recalled the experience, filled with bitterness. The scheming and backstabbing inside, it was so bad, even my dad couldn't help me. But luckily, I'm awesome. Though I only awakened a C-grade ability, I learned quickly from the family's teachings. I mastered every technique and skill, and the elders in the family started looking at me with new eyes. At this point, Lu Yenla's expression turned smug. The family elders recognized my talent and gave me a high position. Now, my status in the family is even higher than my dad's. The chubby man's eyes darted around as he spoke, occasionally glancing at the beautiful women passing by at the banquet. Before, when I made my dad angry, he'd hit me. Now, he avoids me like the plague whenever he sees me. Because the family elders back you up? Subai blinked. No, it's because I caught him and his secretary going to a hotel together. The chubby man's eyes shone with mischief as he answered seriously. By the way, are you sure you're okay? I heard Chui Qian has some serious backers behind this banquet, Lu Yenla said, grabbing a bright red cherry from Subai's plate. Not to mention the experts he's hired, his bodyguards are all ability users at the half-step King Realm. You know about the King Realm, right? Heaven-turning level ability users, with unimaginable strength. Are you sure you can handle this? Don't overdo it. I've got your back. The chubby man tried to persuade him not to act recklessly. When have I ever done something I wasn't confident about? Just watch. Subai waved him off. This was his personal grudge with Chui Mingue, and he didn't want to drag Lu Yenla into it. Hey, Fatso, what's your current level? Subai couldn't pinpoint Lu Yenla's strength. For one, doing so would release energy fluctuations, which might alert others. More importantly, he sensed that Lu Yenla was hiding something extraordinary, something that masked his true power. Little me? I've already broken through to the Traveler Realm. Just leveled up recently. He raised his head, full of pride. And you, Subai? You awakened an S-grade ability, you've got exceptional talent. By now, your strength should be close to matching Chui Mingue's, right? The chubby man asked. He knew well that while Subai's S-grade ability was far superior to Chui Mingue's A-grade in terms of potential, Chui Mingue had the backing of his family, with access to abundant resources and precious potions. On the other hand, Subai was on his own, without any support, so his progress couldn't compare. Still, seeing Subai so confident, Lu Yenla couldn't help but imagine that Subai's strength might really be on par with Chui Mingue's. More or less, Subai replied with a faint smile. I knew it. My brother is no ordinary person. S-grade abilities, there are so few people in the entire Dragon Nation who can awaken them, and my brother is one of them. Lu Yenla grinned proudly, playfully teasing Subai. By the way, Brother Leg, why are you still sitting out here? Aren't you going to check out the inner hall? Chui Mingue and those bigwigs are all resting there. What? This is the outer hall? I thought I'd just head in when the time came. Subai scratched his head, unfamiliar with the etiquette, only vaguely aware of the situation. I always knew my brother wasn't ordinary. S-level abilities are extremely rare in the entire Long Kingdom. My brother is one of the few who awakened them, Lu Yanla said with a proud smile, playfully tussling with Subai. By the way, brother Leg, why are you still sitting outside? Why don't you go inside? Most of the powerful figures, like Chui Minggui and the others, are already resting in the inner hall of the banquet. Ah, this is the outer hall? I thought we'd be allowed inside when the time came. Subai scratched his head, completely clueless about the protocols. Only having a vague understanding of the situation. No wonder he hadn't been able to find Zhang Qingshu and the others, they were all in the inner hall. Then why are you out here? Subai asked. Isn't it obvious? I wanted to see if there were any beauties outside. You know, even out here, it's all high-level executives from major corporations. I like the type cold and aloof female CEOs, Lu Yanla replied with a knowing expression and a suggestive tone. Subai could only hold his forehead helplessly and chuckle bitterly. The banquet is about to start. Come with me to the inner hall. Lu Yanla was just about to invite Subai when a crisp, arrogant voice rang out from behind them. The two turned their heads and saw a woman in a luxurious gown walking toward them, followed by a few tall bodyguards in black suits. Subai recognized her at a glance. She was the same woman who had mocked him with cold sarcasm when he entered the building earlier. It's him. I suspect he snuck in, the woman in the elegant gown said loudly, her commanding tone immediately drawing the attention of everyone nearby. All eyes turned to Subai. Among the crowd, Ziji, Qingxi, and Tai who subtly moved closer to Subai, their expressions calm and composed. Sir, is what this lady said true? One of the bodyguards, with a stern expression and wearing black sunglasses, stepped forward to question Subai. He glanced at Subai and noticed his outfit, clearly cheap goods from a street market. Someone like him had no right to attend this banquet, not even in the outer hall. Though the rules for the outer hall weren't as strict, the bodyguards wouldn't allow just anyone of low status to roam freely. Those in the outer hall were all industry elites. So he really did sneak in. No wonder I could tell at a glance he wasn't rich. Earlier, when I was talking to him, he said he liked drinking sparkling water. I asked him how the wine tasted, and he said it went best with sweet potatoes. I was speechless. Some of those who had interacted with Subai earlier had already harbored doubts. Hearing the woman's accusation now solidified their suspicions, and they began whispering among themselves. This poor guy, banquets like this aren't for people like you, the woman said condescendingly, her gaze cold and her tone laden with contempt as she stared at Subai. Though her demeanor remained aloof, inwardly she felt a twinge of satisfaction. She had finally found a chance to make a scene, perhaps even catch the attention of some wealthy individuals. If not for these ambitions, she wouldn't have bothered dealing with a shabby nobody like him. Even having him walk past her felt like an affront. Sir, is what this lady said true? The bodyguard asked again, his tone growing firmer as Subai continued chatting with the man in the white mask beside him, ignoring her entirely. What? Are there qualifications required just to attend a banquet? Subai sneered, raising his head to meet the gaze of the woman who looked down on him. What are you looking at? Do you think you're worthy of looking at me? Her voice grew louder in anger as she met Subai's unwavering stare, though deep down she felt a flicker of unease. Apologies, sir, but this banquet is exclusively for industry elites. Ordinary people are not permitted to attend. We hope you understand, the bodyguard said coldly. After speaking, he nodded to the other bodyguards behind him, signaling them to remove Subai. The bodyguards began advancing slowly, preparing to take control of Subai. Meanwhile, the three beast kings in the crowd also moved closer, their eyes sharp and ready to intervene. And the man in the white mask next to him, they're chatting so happily, he's probably another intruder, the woman added, seizing the moment to fan the flames. As the bodyguards were about to grab Subai, Lu Yanla suddenly stood up. Smash! The sound of a wine glass shattering on the ground echoed throughout the hall. Lu Yanla swiftly removed his white mask, revealing a face well recognized by the managers and CEOs present. This is my friend. Are you saying I'm not qualified to attend this banquet? Lu Yanla's eyes were sharp as he sternly questioned the woman. That's young Master Lu. What's going on? Isn't he the son of the leading real estate tycoon in Yanchang, Lu Yanla? Why would someone of his status be in the outer hall? The business elites at the scene were well aware of Lu Yanla's identity, though they rarely had the chance to meet him in person. Now, seeing his face, they instantly recalled who he was and were taken aback. However, the woman clearly wasn't of high enough status to recognize Lu Yanla. She instead sneered, "And who are you? What right do you have to speak to me?" "Guards, quickly throw these two troublemakers out," she ordered, waving her ring-adorned hand in anger. But unlike her, the bodyguards, accustomed to working in high-end events, quickly recognized Lu Yanla. Exchanging glances, the lead bodyguard bowed and said, "Apologies, young Master Lu. We didn't recognize you. Why are you bowing to him? Hurry up and throw them out." The woman, still clueless about what was happening, turned purple with rage as she watched the bodyguards' changing expressions. "You're disturbing young Master Lu and his friend." "Men, escort this woman out," one of the bodyguards commanded sharply. They were already irritated by the woman's behavior, and now, realizing they had almost offended Lu Yanla because of her, their tempers flared. Without hesitation, they grabbed her and began dragging her out. "What are you doing? Let go of me. I'm the finance manager of Baitian Group. How dare you treat me like this? You'll regret it." The woman's hysterical screams echoed across the outer hall, her disheveled state drawing stifled laughter from the onlookers. "So she's just a mere finance manager, truly ignorant and arrogant, daring to provoke young Master Lu," a middle-aged man in a black mask commented as he stepped forward, extending his hand to shake Lu Yanla's. But Lu Yanla ignored him, instead putting his mask back on and turning to continue his conversation with Su Bai. The middle-aged man froze, his outstretched hand lingering awkwardly in the air. Smiling stiffly, he withdrew it and reluctantly blended back into the crowd. The three Beast Kings, observing the scene, gradually approached Su Bai. "Kid, I didn't expect you to attract so much trouble," she said with a soft laugh, covering her mouth in a way that exuded charming allure. "The seniors are back? Perfect, I was just about to look for you all. Leg brother, who are these people? Those two beauties look quite charming. Should I make the first move? If you don't, then I will." Su Bai noticed the Beast Kings returning and nodded to them as a gesture of acknowledgement. However, Lu Yanla, standing beside him, only cast them a casual glance before quietly leaning close to Su Bai's ear and whispering a few words with his mouth covered. Upon hearing this, Su Bai couldn't help but get goosebumps all over. He looked at Lu Yanla in disbelief. These were two Beast Kings, top-tier warriors. If Lu Yanla spoke like this, he was bound to get himself beaten up. And sure enough, retribution came. ZG didn't react much, as she couldn't understand what was said. However, she gave Lu Yanla a cold glance. With a slight gesture of her hand, Lu Yanla immediately closed his eyes, unable to speak. "Senior, please, don't be too harsh," Su Bai quickly interjected. "Relax, I'm just letting him have a dream," she replied indifferently, signaling Su Bai not to worry. ZG and Tai, who also stared at Lu Yanla's face, which alternated between pale and flushed, watching with great interest. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lu Yanla gradually recovered. He opened his eyes, his face pale with terror. Instinctively, he glanced at the two beauties behind him and shuddered. "Fatty, these are my three seniors. Their strength is formidable," Su Bai introduced with a smile, seeing that Lu Yanla was fine. "Seniors? Leg brother, why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Yanla's eyes carried a trace of lingering fear. He had just experienced a nightmare, and if given another choice, he would never go through that moment again. "Who told you to run your mouth?" Su Bai rolled his eyes. The two king-tier powerhouses in front of him were not to be provoked, let alone teased the way Lu Yanla had done. "It's getting late. Leg brother, follow me to the inner hall, and seniors, please join us as well." Lu Yanla adjusted his demeanor, suppressing his fear, and managed to smile as he pulled Su Bai along, ready to leave the outer area. However, he kept his distance from ZG and the others, sticking close to Su Bai as though avoiding some terrifying presence, not daring to get too near the rest. ZG, Qingxi, and Tai, who exchanged glances, then followed Su Bai as they left. The remaining business moguls and dignitaries on the scene watched the four of them leave, their faces full of envy and eagerness. "If it were me, I'd definitely seize this opportunity to take my career to the next level." Who exactly are these four people to young Master Lu? They're actually allowed into the inner hall? Not sure. Judging by their demeanor, they might be powerful ability users. For us ordinary folks, this is probably as far as we'll ever get in life. The people in the outer area sighed, envious of Su Bai and his group's fortune and connections. Lu Yenla led Su Bai and the other three forward. They nodded to the guards and entered a luxurious elevator. When the elevator doors opened, an even more extravagant banquet setup than the outer hall came into view. The atmosphere here was more refined, with guests exuding a noble aura and strong energy fluctuations, clearly of considerable strength. Some individuals were rotund, but their eyes radiated intelligence and shrewdness. It was evident that these were either business tycoons or high-ranking officials. Red carpets covered the entire venue, and the air was filled with a captivating musk fragrance. At the center of the banquet hall stood a high platform with an expensive piano. A masked gentleman was elegantly playing a melody. Su Bai immediately recognized the man. His aura hadn't changed, it was Cui Mingue. It seemed he was using the piano performance to capture the attention of the mysterious mayor's daughter. "Leg brother, do you see him? That guy playing the piano is none other than that bastard Cui Mingue," Lu Yenla whispered, glaring at the stage. "I noticed," Su Bai nodded, shifting his gaze to the four beast kings. "Seniors, have you sensed any strong presences?" Currently at the pseudo-force level, Su Bai was already formidable compared to most ability users. However, among the masked guests in the hall, there were a few whose depths he couldn't discern, indicating they were not weak. If their strength exceeded his, it meant they were at least at the pseudo-force level, possibly true force or even spirit domain experts. In the inner hall, not only had the status of the attendees elevated, but their levels had significantly increased as well. I've detected several deeply concealed auras. They're decent, but none are strong enough to contend with me. They're roughly at the spirit domain or half-step king level, ZG said nonchalantly, hands on her hips. Xin Shi and Bai Hu exchanged glances, then looked toward ZG. Among the four of them, she was the strongest, and everyone addressed her as senior. She was clearly the leader of the group. That about sums it up. ZG's words reached the other three. Only then did Su Bai feel reassured. He nodded to the three beast kings and, with their approval, blended into the crowd with Lu Yenla. The three king-tier seniors dispersed, each blending into various corners of the banquet, becoming inconspicuous. In a corner of the banquet hall, a crystal lamp adorned a round table. A masked young man sat beside it, idly scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message. The young man's eyes lit up with joy as he looked up, spotting Su Bai and Lu Yenla approaching. "Brother Bai, is that you?" The young man stood up hastily, speaking tentatively. The person before him, both in demeanor and appearance, was unmistakably Su Bai. "Qingshu?" Su Bai paused for a moment before recognizing him. With a hearty laugh, he said, "I just messaged you, hoping to find you in the inner hall, and here you are." He had recognized Zhang Qingshu. Zhang, like Lu Yenla, was slightly chubby but had larger eyes than Lu Yenla. "Leg brother, be honest. Do you have a thing for me? Why is it that all your friends look like me in terms of build?" Lu Yenla asked suspiciously, giving Su Bai a peculiar look. "I like girls, you idiot." "Stop overthinking," Su Bai rolled his eyes, playfully smacking the back of Lu Yenla's head before pulling him over to Zhang Qingshu. "Where's Xiaoyu? Didn't she come with you?" After introducing them to each other, Su Bai asked. "Xiaoyu? I can't keep track of her. She's like a little troublemaker, running around everywhere." "But she should be nearby," Zhang Qingshu replied. Su Bai nodded, taking a seat. The three of them sipped red wine as they quietly waited for the banquet to begin. Before long, Su Bai excused himself, claiming he needed to use the restroom, and quietly slipped away. Only Zhang Qingshu and Lu Yenla were left, staring at each other, unsure of what to do. Little fatty, what should we do next?" "You're the little fatty. Our body shapes are practically the same, okay?" Zhang Qingshu, sipping red wine, choked for a moment before saying, "Brother Bai said we should just watch the show." "Watch the show? I quite like that." Lu Yenla chuckled. He particularly enjoyed watching Cui Mingue get humiliated. Su Bai stood up from the stage, his expression calm and slightly nonchalant, then moved to a different seat. After all, he was about to take action, and he didn't want to drag the two people beside him into trouble. With three beast kings backing him, there was no way Cui Mingue and his group could lay a hand on him. Instead, they might target the people around him. Although the two little fatties had special identities, making them unlikely targets, Subai wasn't willing to let anyone get caught in the crossfire for his sake. He picked up a glass of fine red wine, took a sip, and let the aroma linger in his mouth before swallowing. His sharp gaze swept across the room and landed on two familiar figures. No, they were two people. His eyebrows slightly raised, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Not far away, a group of young men were sitting on chairs, drinking, and discussing the stock market. Nearby, a man and a woman were pulling at each other. Though they were wearing masks, Subai immediately recognized them by their aura. He had just seen this pair in the supermarket a few days ago. The man was that arrogant young master he, and the girl by his side was the one he called Nanner. Back then, the two were arguing fiercely, but now they sat in awkward silence. The once overbearing young master he now appeared refined and gentlemanly, behaving with an unusual politeness. Yet, anyone with a keen eye could see the awkwardness between them. Subai quickly realized that young master he's harmless demeanor was just a facade. The soft sound of high heels tapping against the red carpet echoed like a melody, pleasing to the ear. A young woman in a light blue gauzy dress slowly emerged from the crowd. Her silky hair flowed smoothly, her skin was fair and luminous, like finely carved jade. A translucent green gemstone adorned her delicate earlobe, and she exuded an aura of charm, as captivating as a peacock in full display. Subai couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Her beauty rivaled that of Jiang Shui, whom he had met in Jinling Underground City a few days ago, and her temperament even surpassed Jiang Shui's. Her presence was like a spotlight, drawing the attention of every male guest in the room. Even Chui Mingue, who was playing the piano on stage, paused for a moment before resuming his performance. This confirmed Subai's suspicion. This elegant and stunning young woman was the daughter of the mayor of Young City. Young master I heard there's been some unpleasantness between you and our Nanner. The young woman's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her clear eyes meeting his, her voice soft and sweet like a singing oriole. Miss Shiyu, it was my fault for being reckless. Regarding the previous matter, I will personally visit to apologize. In the future. Young master he nodded politely, his gaze flickering as he gave a slight bow of apology to Nanner. Shiyu, let's go somewhere else. I don't really want to stay around him, Nanner said, her lips pressed in a tight line, her expression showing impatience though not overtly. Seeing Shiyu stand up for her, she was secretly delighted. With the youthful excitement of a girl, she clung to Shiyu's delicate arm and whispered softly in her ear. In that case, young master I'll take Nanner elsewhere to have a chat. Please excuse us, and we'll see you later. Of course, Miss Shiyu. It was all just a misunderstanding between Miss Nanner and me. Lu Shiyu nodded slightly and led Nanner away. The people nearby exchanged glances and snuck a look at young master Seeing his face darken, they quickly lowered their heads, saying nothing. Only after the two women had walked far away did they begin whispering among themselves. Stop pretending. Just wait until Brother Chui gets a hold of you, we'll see what you're really like then. Young master forced a smile as he greeted others, but inside, he was cursing furiously. They're walking toward me? Subai took a sip of red wine, catching a glimpse of the two women heading his way out of the corner of his eye. He felt a bit tense, not because he was shy around women, but because this would draw too much attention. He didn't want to be noticed by everyone so soon. Sure enough, before Lu Shiyu and Nanner even got close, Subai could feel several gazes directed at him. Troublesome, Subai muttered in his mind. It was too late to switch seats now. Leaving would only make him stand out more and arouse suspicion. So he decided to stay put, sitting confidently, arms crossed, and watching them with a sidelong glance without uttering a word. Hello, you seem unfamiliar. May I ask which family you're from? Lu Shiyu approached him, keeping some distance but still pulling Nanner to sit down beside her. She gently placed her wine glass on the table, clearly not planning to leave anytime soon. Everyone's wearing masks, so of course you wouldn't recognize me. That's true. Well then, would you mind telling me which family's young talent you are? I would mind. Oh. Then may I ask whose disciple or child you are? Lu Shiyu's tone faltered for a moment upon hearing Subai's cold response. Meanwhile, Nanner's face showed visible surprise even with her mask on, her astonishment was apparent. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to her best friend in such a manner. Those who tried to Strike up a conversation with her friend were either polite gentlemen or affable men from prestigious families. Yet this person, with his aloof demeanor, seemed distant and unapproachable, which left her deeply shocked. Lu Shiyu, however, didn't get angry. She merely smiled faintly and continued asking questions. She was perceptive. Though her talent was average and she was just an ordinary cultivator, she had a sharp eye for understanding people. The aura of the man before her was entirely different from that of the polite and courteous young heirs of wealthy families, or the arrogant and lustful disciples of powerful figures. Her instincts had drawn her toward him, and she had approached to initiate a conversation, only to be directly rebuffed. In the past, there were no shortage of wealthy young men who used feigned disinterest to win her favor. But no matter what, those people always had enthusiasm or flattery in their eyes, and she could see it at a glance. Yet the young man in front of her, wearing a black mask, had such indifferent eyes that it seemed he didn't care about her at all, even with a hint of disdain. This piqued her curiosity. She paused for a moment, her movements stopped, her face slightly flushed, but the mask covered it, so no one could see. Realizing she was a bit out of sorts, she quickly adjusted her mindset, but her competitive spirit made her unwilling to accept it. After all, she couldn't even remember the last time someone had ignored her like this. This disregard, however, sparked her interest in Subai. Whose children are these? Miss? If you're fine, please don't disturb me while I'm eating, okay? Subai, wearing a black mask, frowned slightly, rolled his eyes, and said helplessly. Honestly, why was the first question always about whose disciples or children they were? At events like this, weren't there any naturally gifted but background-less wild ability users? What's wrong with you? How can you be so rude? Don't you know whose sister Shiyu is? Even if you don't, how can you be so crude and disrespectful when such a beautiful lady is talking to you? Nanner, standing beside Lu Shiyu, spoke up indignantly on behalf of her friend. What, you ran off after I saved you that day? And now you dare to say this in front of me? Who's the rude one? Here? Subai didn't even look at the two of them. His mind was focused on how the banquet would proceed and how he could escape. Without paying them any attention, he retorted directly. Nanner, he saved you? Lu Shiyu's expression froze, showing curiosity as she turned to her friend, trying to understand the situation. Nanner, hearing Subai's words, was stunned, her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, as if she suddenly remembered something, her face full of surprise. You're the one who saved me that day? Subai shrugged, didn't answer, and lowered his head to continue drinking red wine. You came here because of that incident? Nanner calmed down slightly, her gaze odd as she asked. You're overthinking it. My friend brought me here. Subai, while drinking red wine, choked and spilled some, wetting his clothes. Nanner, stop messing around. Lu Shiyu stopped Nanner, her gaze soft but meaningful as she handed Subai a tissue. Thank you so much. Nanner was being harassed by young Master He, and I was almost at my wits' end. Thanks to you for helping her out. She's still young and immature, please forgive her. It's fine. Subai replied lazily, completely indifferent. Shiyu, look at her. Nanner pouted. Although the other party had saved her, she didn't feel any gratitude, only thinking her charm was too strong. Nanner, stop it. Lu Shiyu patted her hand, her tone serious. I see. That sir's aura is profound and abilities restrained. My strength is weak, so I can't perceive your level. With your mid-stage Wanderer realm cultivation, that's normal. Then I ask, sir, what impact does the Meridian Gate of the Wanderer realm have on ability users? How should it be applied in actual combat? Lu Shiyu's eyes lit up slightly, looking at Subai expectantly. Subai wiped the spilled red wine and paused for a moment when he heard her speak in such formal terms. To be honest, I'm currently facing a bottleneck, my cultivation has stagnated. Judging by your bone age, you're about the same as me, yet your strength is immeasurable, likely far surpassing mine. Your experience must be rich, could you give me some pointers? Subai was a bit puzzled. The person in front of him was the daughter of the mayor of Young City, surrounded by many powerful ability users. She kept saying she had no experience. and even wanted to ask him for advice, which seemed odd. But thinking it over, it wouldn't hurt, so he casually agreed. He roughly shared his insights, and the more he spoke, the brighter Lu Shiyu's eyes became. After he finished, the way she looked at him changed. As Subai had guessed, being the mayor's daughter, she was surrounded by countless strong individuals, and had seen plenty of guidance from others. Her questions were actually a way to test whether he truly had real skills or was just pretending. After listening, she realized Subai was not simple. Although his experience wasn't very useful to her, it at least proved he wasn't an empty shell. Yang City is truly thriving. Besides talents like Cui Mingue, who awakened the Earth Thunder ability, now I can even meet someone like you, sir. Lu Shiyu lightly flicked her finger against the wineglass inside. The first time she met Cui Mingue, she disliked him immensely, but his talent was indeed astonishing and beneficial for Yang City's development. She also knew the old fox of the Cui family wanted to tie his son to her, even through marriage. However, she had her own plans, and her father hadn't forced her. But to maintain relations with the Cui family, she kept a surface-level friendliness with Cui Mingue to avoid conflict. Shiyu, I don't understand what he's saying. Is he just talking nonsense? Isn't Uncle Wang much better than him? Why would you ask him these things? Nanner, seeing her best friend talking with Subai, felt a bit annoyed and looked at Subai with hostility. Subai curled his lips and directly ignored her, continuing to eat and daydream. Nanner, be polite, Lu. Shiyu lightly patted her shoulder to comfort her. Then she turned to Subai and said, sorry to bother you. May I ask your surname? Just Bai, Subai replied coldly, wanting to remain indifferent and drive them away. After staying by his side for a while, he already felt he had become the center of attention. Even Cui Mingue, performing on stage, would glance over when his music paused. In the corner, Lu Yanla and Zhang Qingshu also noticed. Not long after, the two of them became familiar, putting their arms around each other's shoulders like old friends, truly birds of a feather. Leg brother is truly impressive. Cui Mingue wants to woo the mayor's daughter, but who would have thought that as soon as Leg brother made a move, the mayor's daughter would be drawn to him? Lu Yanla's face flushed, slightly heated from drinking. No wonder brother Bai is so remarkable. Not only is his strength outstanding, but his skills in wooing women are top-notch. He's truly my role model, Zhang Qingshu said, slinging his arm around Lu Yanla's shoulder and letting out a drunken hiccup. Of course, the two of them weren't drunk, just slightly tipsy. Did you see that Cui Mingue guy? Don't be fooled by his calm demeanor now, he's definitely fuming inside. It's hilarious. Lu Yanla leaned close to Zhang Qingshu's ear, covering his mouth as he laughed. Hey, look, he can't hold it in anymore. Halfway through the banquet, elegant music echoed from all directions, and Cui Mingue stopped his performance. This was a segment of the banquet, where music and a social dance allowed young talents to get to know each other. Meanwhile, elders like Cui Qian were likely in some room chatting enthusiastically with the influential figures before the banquet began. Cui Mingue stood up, adjusted his clothes, and walked slowly toward Subai with obvious jealousy and dissatisfaction in his eyes. I wonder if I could invite Miss Lu for a dance. Cui Mingue stepped forward, his brows sharp as swords, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Lu Shiyu looked up, interrupting her conversation with Subai, and said politely yet firmly, sorry, I'm not in the mood to dance right now. Her tone was gentle, tinged with a hint of apology, making it impossible for anyone to be angry. No problem, another time then, Miss Lu. Cui Mingue frowned slightly, unable to hide the resentment in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling as he bowed. May I ask your name? I am Cui Mingue, from the Cui family. He smiled as he spoke, but his gaze shifted to Subai, carrying obvious hostility. Earlier, he had been sitting by the piano, paying close attention to Lu Shiyu and Subai's conversation. The two were chatting naturally, with Nanner chiming in from the side, creating a lively atmosphere. This made Cui Mingue extremely uncomfortable. Although his father had instructed him to build a good relationship with Lu Shiyu, eyeing her father's position as mayor, Cui Mingue had long been captivated by her beauty and wanted her for himself. But now, an unknown young man was chatting and laughing with her, making him seethe with anger. He had been trying hard to get close to Lu Shiyu, but she always treated him coldly and perfunctorily, without a trace of a smile. Seeing her smile at someone else now, how could he not be furious? Subai sensed the threat in Chui Mingue's words and sneered, shrugging indifferently, showing no respect. You're not worthy of knowing. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone around heard it, their faces showing surprise. Chui Mingue, Lu Shiyu, and Nana were all too shocked to speak. Who was Chui Mingue? He was the young master of the Chui group in Yangchang, a renowned genius with extraordinary abilities and a bright future ahead. Who would dare speak to him like this? Young man, whose disciple are you? Which high-level ability user taught you? Chui Mingue's face turned cold, his eyes shifting as his tone carried unwillingness and anger. I'm your father, Subai replied calmly. Chui Mingue froze for a moment, his face instantly turning ashen, his anger mixed with a mocking smile, his gaze icy and piercing. You should be grateful that tonight is my graduation banquet. Otherwise, the moment you said that, you'd be dead. After the banquet, I'll make sure you understand my power. At this point, the atmosphere grew heavy. Chui Mingue had no interest in pretending anymore, coldly sneering at Subai before turning to leave. In his heart, he had already marked this arrogant nobody as a mortal enemy. Why did you provoke him? Do you know who he is? Nana was so shocked she could hardly believe it, staring at Subai as if he were a fool. She couldn't understand how a young ability user with no background and only moderate talent dared to challenge Chui Mingue. It was pure impulsiveness and stupidity. Subai ignored her, calmly sipping his red wine. He had intended to stir things up and take revenge on Chui Mingue. He wasn't in a hurry to act, knowing he had to wait until the latter part of the banquet for the right opportunity. Others saw his silence and assumed he was afraid, unwilling to face reality, secretly looking down on him. Lu Shiyu's expression stiffened slightly, thinking this man wasn't confident but rather a bit crazy. Mr. Bai, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll be leaving now. Lu Shiyu gave Subai a meaningful glance, her tone colder than before, and turned away with Nanner. Take care. Subai raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the distance implied in her words. His lips curled slightly, it was just as well. With the two of them gone, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Off to the side, Chui Mingue's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and said to the bodyguard, who is this guy? Who let him in? Young master, this isn't our fault. Almost everyone who can enter the banquet either has an invitation or is brought in by someone influential, the bodyguard replied, bowing his head in fear. Damn it, which idiot brought this guy in? Judging by his attire, he's definitely an ability user. When I interacted with him earlier, I could sense that his abilities are far from ordinary. I don't know whose disciple he is, but he's certainly arrogant. A cold glint flashed in Chui Mingue's eyes. He was well acquainted with the powerful ability users at the banquet, as it directly impacted the Chui family's interests. Those who were insignificant ability users were not even worth his attention. Relying on family background? Once the banquet is over, let's see how long your elders can protect you. He adjusted his tie, pulled a female attendant closer, took a deep breath, and finally calmed his anger before returning to the banquet hall. The music continued to play. At the center of the stage, many masked men and women danced gracefully in the heart of the banquet. Only Subai and a few others sat quietly in the corner, sipping their drinks. About an hour passed, and after watching enough of the performances, the banquet finally reached its most important moment. The music abruptly stopped, all the lights instantly went out, and then focused entirely on the center of the stage. Cui Qian and several others slowly emerged from the large doors at the back. Welcome, everyone, to my son Chui Mingue's graduation banquet. Cui Qian, dressed in an elegant suit, spoke with a loud and hearty voice despite his age. His smile was bold, his gaze sharp, and his energy vibrant. Additionally, we welcome Miss Lu Shiyu, the daughter of the mayor of Yangyang City, as well as the deputy mayor and his son. The audience immediately erupted into thunderous applause. Lu Shiyu and the others walked forward slowly, standing beside Cui Qian, and politely bowed to the guests below. The young master of the Cui family is truly charming. I believe you will soon become a leading figure in Yangyang City, the deputy mayor said, raising his glass to toast with Cui Qian. His face full of smiles as he praised Cui Mingui. The crowd below echoed his sentiments, their voices filled with admiration and awe, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. Cui Mingui, standing Cui Qian, responded politely, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, sounding particularly abrupt. Deputy Mayor, you can't say that. My strength and talent aren't inferior. Why should he be the leading figure? As soon as the words were spoken, the previously lively scene froze instantly. The surroundings became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, eager to see who dared to say such words in this setting. Looking up, they saw a young man sitting in the corner. He wore a black mask, his expression cold, his tone arrogant, and a faintly contemptuous smile hung on his lips. You. It's him, Nanner said, somewhat stunned. What kind of courage did this man have to provoke again and again? The scene was not like the ones hosted by juniors such as Cui Mingui in the past. This banquet was presided over by a group of seasoned seniors. Lu Shiyu's gaze became complicated, as she couldn't understand the man's behavior at all. What do you mean? The deputy mayor's face carried anger, but he still maintained politeness. Su Bai, however, did not respond. The air instantly froze. Suddenly, an angry shout broke the silence. You brat, this is no place for you to speak. Cui Mingui's face twitched, and upon seeing it was this person again, his eyes widened in fury. His gaze was cold as he stepped forward and reprimanded in a harsh tone. Mingui, there are so many seniors here, don't be rude. Cui Qian's expression remained calm, showing no emotion as he pulled Cui Mingui back, cleared his throat, and loudly asked, Young friend, why do you say such things? Before he could finish speaking, an exclamation rang out. It's you? Nearby, young master he, noticing the figure and demeanor that seemed familiar, froze for a moment before finally recognizing Su Bai and speaking directly. You know him? The deputy mayor, seeing this, slightly reduced his anger, put down his wineglass, stared at the two for a while, and asked his son. Just an arrogant brat who thinks he can play hero and save the beauty. He has no background and lives near the old orphanage in the urban village. Young master he sneered, his tone filled with contempt and resentment. But his strength is decent, about the same as mine. I see. Cui Mingui sneered. With your mere mid-stage wanderer realm level, no background, and yet you dare to act presumptuously in front of me? He had initially thought the other party might have some connections. But it turned out to be just a small-time thug with no background. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but find his earlier caution laughable. Xiao He, I'll leave this matter to you. As young master he spoke, Cui Qian's expression immediately turned cold, no longer paying attention to Su Bai, and spoke coldly. It seemed that over the years, he had become more tolerant. And now even street thugs dared to cause trouble in front of him. Don't worry, leave it to me, Uncle Cui. A trace of excitement flashed in young master He's eyes as he licked his lips, revealing a ruthless expression, intending to thoroughly teach this arrogant brat a lesson. They had crossed paths in the mall before, and although they were evenly matched, neither had gone all out. However, yesterday, he had taken a stabilizing pulse pill, greatly enhancing his strength, and his realm had already reached the peak of mid-stage wanderer realm. He didn't believe he would lose to Su Bai. Moreover, this occasion was the perfect opportunity to showcase his talent and strength. You're not qualified. Su Bai put down his wineglass, glanced at young master He, and revealed a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Big talk requires your life to back it up. Young master He sneered, and three of his unique apertures began to operate within his body. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered into a vortex, surging into his body like a tide, and his aura rapidly expanded. The three apertures emitted faint mist, merging with each other to form a circulating force. This was the hallmark of a wanderer realm ability user. Black energy drifted out from his body, his eyes turned blood red, and his aura became ferocious, like a dangerous beast. Although Xiaoyi's talent doesn't match Mingui's, he has awakened three major apertures. Even against ordinary late-stage wanderer realm ability users, he can hold his ground. Cui Qian's tone carried a hint of admiration. This was not only due to young master He's own strength but also because he had awakened 3 major apertures, which was almost impossible for ordinary people. Not to mention, he had also awakened a B-level ability, Dark Spirit Beast. Ha ha ha, how could such talent compare to the young master? The deputy mayor, flattered, burst into laughter and echoed the sentiment. The black energy in Higongzi's hand gradually transformed into a black beast claw, its spiritual power flickering. With a sudden push of his toes, he lunged fiercely at Subai. The sound of the whistling wind arose, causing Subai's casual clothes to flutter wildly. He pressed down on his mask to prevent it from being blown off, then stood up, lightly tapped his toes, and instantly disappeared from his original position. At the same time, Higongzi's attack missed its target. The phantom beast claw struck the ground, blasting out a deep pit, and the shockwave of dark energy sent all the surrounding tables and chairs flying. The crowd, watching, felt their hearts tighten and quickly moved away, fearing they would be caught in the battle. You're quick to run. The beast claw landed, and Higongzi paused slightly, smiling toward the shadows before continuing his fierce assault like a tiger unleashed from its cage. Higongzi's attacks were relentless, without a moment's pause, creating an intensity that left the audience almost breathless. However, Subai's figure kept shifting throughout the banquet hall, skillfully maintaining distance and never allowing his opponent to touch even the hem of his clothes. The two were like fleeting shadows, constantly chasing and dodging in the hall. Wherever they went, walls or structures would explode, leaving the spectators marveling at their incredible speed and power. In just a dozen breaths, they had already exchanged over 100 blows. Poor boy, if you have guts, stop dodging and take my punch. Seeing his attacks being effortlessly evaded by Subai, Higongzi burned with rage, shouting furiously as if venting his anger into the air. As you wish. While dodging, Subai slightly turned his body, a flash of red light appearing in his eyes. A surge of killing intent erupted from his gaze. He revealed a faint cold smile, his body motionless, then suddenly charged toward Higongzi, who was pursuing him. Seeing Subai, who had been like a drowning dog being chased earlier, now suddenly turning the tables and rushing toward him, Higongzi was momentarily stunned. Then his heart sank, yet he felt a hint of excitement. The spiritual energy within him rapidly surged to its limit, powerful energy rippling around him. Dark Soul Beast Claw. He gritted his teeth and roared, gathering spiritual energy in his hand to form a massive beast claw of immense destructive power, which he struck out fiercely. Facing the overwhelming momentum of the beast claw, Subai showed no fear. With a thought, he gathered the red spiritual energy of Zhu Jiuyin into his arm, relying entirely on the strength of his physical body. Without any flashy moves, he threw a punch, using pure power to crush everything. Die! Subai's punch still had residual strength, and his words enraged Higongzi. He hadn't expected his opponent to dare confront him head-on with just physical strength. Burning with fury, Higongzi's spiritual energy erupted to its peak, his momentum ferocious beyond measure. Boom! The two forces collided, energy rippling, winds howling, and a deafening explosion reverberating, the sound waves spreading far and wide. As the energy dissipated, the crowd widened their eyes, eager to see the outcome, only to witness Higongzi's figure being flung away like a kite with a broken string. Another figure landed steadily on the ground, motionless, like an imposing mountain. You're not at the mid-stage of the Wanderer realm. What? The crowd was shocked, astonished both by Higongzi's defeat and by the revelation that the opponent was not at the mid-stage of the Wanderer realm. Higongzi, like a kite with a broken string, was sent flying and landed heavily at the feet of Cui Minggui and the others. They helped him up, and he staggered to his feet, a metallic taste rising in his throat before he spat out a mouthful of clotted blood. Spurt! The blood splattered like a blooming flower, dripping onto the expensive carpet. Son, are you okay? Are you hurt? The deputy mayor's heart tightened, and he asked anxiously, eager to know his son's safety. He's fine, no vital injuries, young master, he said weakly, his throat dry. Then, angrily, he added, you're not at the mid-stage of the traveler realm? Truly insidious and ruthless. He widened his eyes, his face ashen, glaring at Subai with resentment and roaring unwillingly. Ridiculous. Who told you I was? Subai stepped forward resolutely, a contemptuous smile on his face, pointing at Chui Mingue beside. Young master why don't you give it a try? As soon as the words fell, the scene erupted again. Chui Mingue was different. Not only had he awakened an A-level ability, but he was also a true genius. In the Dragon Nation's ability user assessment in September, he ranked among the top, with almost no one able to match him. As for young master when he participated in the same assessment a few years ago, he was only of average level, far from being comparable to Chui Mingue. To be honest, if young master faced Chui Mingue, he wouldn't last more than 10 moves before being defeated. This gap was not only reflected in their level of strength but also in their innate talent. Father, can you tell what realm he's in? Young master. He paused slightly, then turned to ask the deputy mayor. But the deputy mayor shook his head and said, I can't tell. He must be carrying a treasure that conceals his aura. The deputy mayor's strength was at the half-step True Force realm, stuck at this level for nearly 10 years without breaking through. For ordinary people, this was already an impressive level of strength. He couldn't see through Subai, naturally because Subai was wearing the hidden spirit pearl. Young master, he nodded, his gaze falling again on Subai's face full of disdain. He snorted coldly, this brat. He actually thinks that beating me means he can compete with brother Chui. Ha ha ha. Chui Mingue covered his mouth and chuckled lightly. What? You think you're my match? As soon as the words fell, Chui Mingue raised his eyebrows, thinking this guy must be out of his mind. Among his peers, apart from the top dozen or so, he was confident that no one could surpass him. He was a genius ranked in the top 20 of the Dragon Nation's ability user assessment finals. Now, an unknown nobody dared to challenge him? You said it yourself, don't blame me for being rude when the time comes. Chui Mingue quickly agreed, afraid the other party might back out. He strode toward Subai, stopping about tens of meters away. Of course. Subai smiled faintly, his gaze frivolous, his face full of arrogance. Mingue, since this young friend is so eager to witness your strength, grant him his wish, said the high-ranking officials standing in the center of the stage, watching the farce caused by Subai with peculiar expressions in their eyes, remaining silent. These changes were all noticed by Chui Qian, the old fox. His face turned ashen, growing increasingly unpleasant. If it weren't for the presence of so many people, he would have already taught this ignorant boy a lesson, making him regret coming into this world. Chairman Chui, rest assured. Mingue is exceptionally talented, how could he lose to an unknown nobody? Exactly, old Chui. I believe Mingue can easily defeat him. Someone nearby noticed Chui Qian's displeasure and quickly flattered him with a smile. Mingue's strength is naturally beyond question. It's just that this brat dared to disrupt Mingue's graduation banquet. After the banquet ends, I'll definitely investigate his background and see which family raised such an ill-mannered child. Chui Qian's face was grim, his hand tightly gripping the wine glass, his tone as cold as ice. Chairman, don't be angry. Young master, he said, this kid lives near the abandoned orphanage. He might not even have parents, he's an orphan, a middle-aged official at the half-step Pseudoforce realm said obsequiously, trying to curry favor with Chui Qian. Subai heard everything clearly. He raised his eyes and glanced at the man, noting him in his mind, before turning his gaze back to Chui Mingue. At this moment, Chui Mingue's expression was cold and sinister, his face twisted in a cruel smile, his aura violent, completely unlike the refined gentleman he usually appeared to be. Earthly thunder. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and pale yellow arcs of electricity danced around him. Thunder roared, as if lightning from the heavens had descended, surrounding him. Although the power wasn't particularly immense, its destructive force far exceeded the energy of the Traveler realm. Subai's expression grew serious as he sensed the extraordinary aura of his opponent. No wonder he ranked high in the ability user assessment. The crackling sound of electricity echoed. Although it couldn't compare to the thunder Subai had seen controlled by Qing Xiao before, the feeling of judgment from the lightning was eerily familiar, even if only slightly. Chui Mingue's awakened ability was the A-level Earthly Thunder, which, for some unknown reason, had upgraded to the S-level Divine Earthly Thunder, with astonishing destructive power. How does it feel, kid? Is your whole body trembling? Lightning flickered continuously around him, the pale yellow glow appearing and disappearing. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by arcs of electricity, the surging energy making him feel invincible. His aura was overwhelming, even more oppressive than the outburst from young Master He earlier. The distinguished guests present couldn't help but twitch their brows. Although many of them were stronger than Chui Mingwei, those with keen eyes could see that this guy's future achievements would certainly not be inferior to their own. I originally planned to use Divine Earthly Thunder to blast you into pieces directly, but dying so quickly would be too easy for you. Chui Mingwei toyed with the lightning in his hand with amusement. The feeling of being the center of everyone's attention, like a god descending, excited him immensely. Do you know what force is? Chui Mingwei raised his head, his eyes flashing with cold lightning, his hair flying in the wind. Although I haven't fully mastered it yet, it's more than enough to deal with you. Now, kneel before me. He shouted coldly, and a surge of thunderous power erupted from him, rushing toward Su Bai as if it could split the heavens. Suppress. He intended to use the power of Divine Earthly Thunder to completely subdue Su Bai, forcing him to kneel and beg for mercy, or even die at his feet. This young master of the Chui family is so powerful, it's terrifying. Many of the young talents present were filled with fear and awe. Although their strength couldn't compare to Chui Minggui's, they were all experts at the Traveler realm, with the weakest among them having reached the exotic Aperture realm. Their judgment was still sharp. Chui Minggui's aura had already far surpassed any ability user at the Traveler realm they had ever seen. Could this power be force? Chui Mingwei has already entered the pseudo-force realm. This mysterious power, combined with Chui Minggui's earlier words, left no room for doubt. Lu Shiyu's eyes were full of shock. She was of similar age to Chui Mingwei, yet she was still struggling to break through the late stage of the Traveler realm, while he had already stepped into the pseudo-force realm. Such a gap made her feel deeply unwilling. She was exceptionally intelligent and naturally understood that Chui Qian's intention in having Chui Mingwei approach her was far from good. The real goal was to control the entirety of Yangcheng. Chui Mingwei had already reached the pseudo-force realm and was a key disciple of Wuda University, with boundless prospects. Over time, he was highly likely to become the strongest young leader in Yangcheng. Thinking of this, a trace of despair arose in her heart, and a thought quietly emerged: she actually hoped Chui Mingwei would lose. But then she thought of Su Bai and sighed inwardly. She knew this thought was completely unrealistic and was merely deceiving herself. Facing such a powerful Chui Mingwei, unless that man in the black mask had also reached the pseudo-force realm, there was simply no chance. And the pseudo-force realm was not a level that could be easily achieved. The opponent's bone age was similar to hers, and reaching the late stage of the Traveler realm was already fortunate. How could she expect him to step into the pseudo-force realm as well? Although these thoughts flashed through her mind, they disappeared like fireworks in an instant. A nameless force, wrapped in pale yellow arcs of lightning, erupted from Chui Minggui's body and pressed straight toward Su Bai. Only those who had reached the pseudo-force realm could sense the mysterious power contained in this attack. It was precisely this mysterious power fused with the pale yellow lightning arcs that unleashed several times the destructive force. It shot out like a yellow streak of light, swiftly. This was the force formed by Chui Minggui's understanding of the lightning and his awakened ability Earth Spirit Thunderclap, characterized by its unstoppable momentum, moving forward relentlessly. Although his release was still somewhat unrefined, under the enhancement of the powerful lightning force, no one dared to underestimate its power. Clearly, this was the first stage of force, and it had already reached a fairly high level. With one strike, carrying the killing intent of thunder, he aimed to completely suppress Su Bai. Ordinary Traveler realm ability users, if they hadn't mastered this kind of power, would find it almost impossible to withstand such a strike. Most would be crushed to the point of suffocation, directly kneeling on the ground. This was the great force, a mysterious power formed by borrowing the mighty heavenly might, which no one of the same realm could possibly resist. Just as everyone's eyes were focused on Su Bai, expecting him to be suppressed by Chui Mingwei in the next second, a shocking scene unfolded. Su Bai simply smiled calmly. Facing this terrifying thunderous killing force, the corners of his mouth slightly curved, his eyes glinting coldly, his black hair flying, like a sharp heavenly blade. Candle Dragon. Force, activate. He spoke softly, his voice like the great bell of the sun, shaking the hearts of everyone present. In the next moment, red mist slowly rose from his body. Though its speed was not fast, it instantly condensed before their eyes. The red mist transformed into a majestic dragon head, flames surging, and the scorching aura made the surroundings feel like volcanic craters. The illusory dragon head had hollow, deep red eye sockets, evoking an abyss-like fear in anyone who looked at it. You actually comprehended force as well. You're not just in the late stage of the Traveler realm, you're also a pseudoforce realm ability user. Chui Mingue's pupils suddenly widened as he exclaimed in shock, but his brows quickly furrowed, and his gaze turned cold and ruthless. So what? My lightning is the strongest. He gritted his teeth and frantically unleashed the spiritual energy within his body, with 3 special apertures madly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Psychic energy formed a massive vortex, continuously pouring into his body, enhancing the power of this attack. His momentum grew even fiercer. At this moment, however, the red dragon head on Subai's body had completely enveloped him. Immediately, a deafening dragon roar erupted, colliding with Chui Mingue's thunderous strike. Boom, hiss. 2 powerful forces clashed in mid-air, unleashing blinding light and destructive energy that swept in all directions. The entire banquet hall felt the impact, and the windows upstairs shattered one after another. Since the banquet was held on the rooftop, the strike directly blasted open the ceiling, creating cracks all around. Starlight poured through the opening, resembling an open-air gathering. The other people present were shielded by powerful ability users, avoiding the impact. Yet, at this moment, they resembled frightened birds, their eyes filled with fear and apprehension. This was a battle between pseudo-realm ability users, with the impact force suppressed, otherwise, the destructive power would have been several times greater. The terrifying power of the pseudo-realm left everyone in shock. For a moment, the crowd was filled with emotion, but their focus remained on the outcome of this battle. However, to everyone's disappointment, this strike did not determine a winner. The two stood on opposite sides, their feet on the rubble and ruins, radiating psychic energy of different colors. This energy far exceeded the Traveler realm. Dust flew, and a piece of debris fell from the edge of the ceiling. The two tightened their momentum, sharp glints flashing in their eyes, and moved instantly. Lightning tore through the night sky, exploding in Chui Mingue's palm as he launched his attack with force, determined to completely annihilate Subai. Subai faced him fearlessly, charging forward. The power of the candle dragon infused every move he made, his physical strength surging wildly, his body radiating dazzling light. He resembled a deity on earth, each action accompanied by thunderous booms. Both of them shone brilliantly, like two Western gods locked in fierce combat. Zzzzz. Lightning flickered as Chui Mingue's thunderous power transformed into serpentine bolts, unleashing vast energy that surged forward. Whoosh! Subai clenched his fists, flames enveloping them. Fearless as blinding firelight spread everywhere, suppressing the surroundings. With a punch, it was as if he held a miniature sun. After several exchanges, energy surged, killing intent thickened, and a battlefield domain formed. The two locked eyes, neither willing to back down. They leapt out of the pit and continued their battle on the rooftop. Their strength was overwhelming, every move could bring a Traveler realm ability user to the ground, bleeding. Who is this kid? How can he fight Mingue for so long? Chui Qian's face was grim. No idea, but judging by his strength, he's completely on par with Mingue. Nearby, a bodyguard at the half-step king realm crossed his arms, his sharp gaze fixed on the battle between the two. As the battlefield shifted, everyone left the banquet hall and moved to the rooftop to witness this clash of top-tier experts. Watch me destroy you! Chui Mingue roared, lightning flashing. In his eyes, his fury reaching its peak as divine thunder struck repeatedly. He hadn't expected his opponent's strength to hold out for so long, leaving him both angry and astonished. I'll destroy you first. Subai coldly retorted. The soaring flames ignited his fighting spirit. Today, he would completely slay Chui Mingwei. Their battle was exceptionally fierce, and the aura they unleashed was awe-inspiring. Their bodies were strong and powerful, and even a casual strike could stir the air, producing explosive sounds. Chui Mingwei's palm glowed brightly, with the lightning runes of earthly thunder leaping in his hand. The lightning was blazing and dazzling, its power astonishing. Die for me! With a sharp crackling sound, the lightning of earthly thunder converged in his hand into a bright yellow spear. Gripping the lightning spear tightly, he hurled it with force. The spear tore through the air like a brilliant streak of light, its momentum ferocious, aiming straight at Subai to pin him down. Subai continued to condense the fire of Candle 19 into his fists, his entire body glowing red. His pores absorbing spiritual energy, and his blood surging within. He did not respond, his punches becoming even colder and more ruthless. His fists shone with light. Every time the lightning touched his fists, it was instantly blasted apart without exception. His physical body, having undergone multiple enhancements, could now easily rival ability users' one minor realm. Above him, Subai's strength was at the first level of the pseudo-realm, third refinement. When fully utilizing his physical power, his combat strength could contend with ability users at the second level of the pseudo-realm, third refinement. Coupled with his powerful abilities, this trump card made him nearly invincible within the second level of the pseudo-realm. Although Chui Mingwei appeared imposing, with lightning soaring to the sky, his strength remained within the second level of the pseudo-realm, and Subai did not fear him. The two clashed head-on the rooftop, the robust body forged by earthly thunder colliding fiercely with the physique tempered by the fire of Candle 19, unleashing an endless surge of blood energy. The blood energy within their bodies surged like a tide. The more they fought, the more invigorated they became, and their strength grew stronger. Their battle was extraordinarily intense, and the aura they unleashed was awe-inspiring. Their strong bodies caused the air to explode with every move. Chui Mingwei's palm glowed, the lightning runes in his hand flickering. The lightning dazzling and powerful. Die for me! With a sharp, piercing sound, Chui Mingwei condensed the lightning into a bright yellow spear, gripping it tightly before hurling it forcefully. The lightning spear tore through the air like a brilliant flash of lightning, ferociously charging toward Subai, aiming to pin him in place. Subai's fists burned with the fire of Candle 19, his entire body glowing red, his pores rapidly breathing in spiritual energy, and his blood surging. He did not respond, only coldly throwing punches. His fists emitted light. All the lightning that touched them was forcibly blasted apart without exception. After multiple enhancements, Subai's body had become so strong that he could easily contend with ability users one minor realm above him. His strength was originally at the first level of the pseudo-realm, third refinement. Now, fully utilizing his physical power, his combat strength could rival ability users at the second level of the pseudo-realm, third refinement. Combined with his fire-based abilities, this trump card made him fearless within the second level of the pseudo-realm. Although Chui Mingwei appeared imposing, with lightning soaring to the sky, his strength remained within the second level of the pseudo-realm, and Subai did not fear him. The two clashed head-on the rooftop, Chui Mingwei's thunderous power and Subai's fiery strength colliding, unleashing an endless surge of blood energy. The blood energy within their bodies surged like a tide. The more they fought, the more invigorated they became, and their strength grew stronger. After over 100 fierce exchanges, Chui Mingwei's movements became slightly sluggish. Subai seized the flaw, his red glowing fist thrusting forward like a spear, breaking through Chui Mingwei's defense and slamming heavily into his chest. A powerful force erupted instantly, the impact astonishing. Chui Mingwei let out a muffled groan, blood spurting from his mouth, tracing a dazzling arc in the air like a blood flower. He was sent flying dozens of meters, landing directly inside the banquet hall. Brother Chui! Gongzi's eyes widened as he hurriedly ran to the edge of the pit, shouting. However, he was interrupted by an even angrier voice from within the pit. Again! From the pitch-black pit, a surge of thunderous energy erupted once more, forcing Gongzi to retreat several steps. Stumbling to the ground, his scalp tingling. A streak of yellow light shot out from the pit, soaring into the sky and charging straight at Subai. The earthly thunder roared with terrifying, destructive power, countless pale yellow lightning arcs densely interwoven, forming arrows that seemed capable of piercing the heavens, shooting fiercely. Subai's pores opened all over his body, a faint red aura of blood spreading around him. His eyes were clear, observing Chui Mingue's moves with precision. He adjusted his breathing, absorbed spiritual energy, mastered the rhythm, and quickly counterattacked. Pa! Pa! Pa pa pa! Chui Mingue's terrifying moves were blocked one by Subai's fiery punches. This fire-based ability is used so skillfully. He's definitely not an ordinary person, the bodyguard beside Cui Qian said in a low voice. His sharp eyes, as a half-step king-level expert, naturally discerned the intricacies of Subai's techniques. Chui Mingue possesses an S-level ability, Earthly Thunder, and has mastered a combat rhythm superior to most. When he unleashes his full strength, he is enough to dominate the second level of the pseudo-force realm, the bodyguard analyzed with a serious expression. For ordinary pseudo-force realm ability users, their awakened abilities often have limited potential, and their understanding of force is shallow. For instance, He Gongzi's father, the deputy mayor, only awakened a D-level ability, Tranquil Bubble, and his comprehension of force was one of stability and serenity. Such force might be powerful at lower levels, but it posed no threat to peers of the same level, at most slightly enhancing combat power. What about that kid? How is he holding out so long against Chui Mingue? Cui Qian asked anxiously. He wasn't blind, he had clearly seen Chui Mingue being sent flying by that punch earlier, and his heart tightened. That kid is no ordinary person. His strength is in no way inferior to Chui Mingue's, and he might even be stronger. What? He has awakened a powerful fire-based ability, and his physical body is incredibly formidable. Ordinary ability users absolutely don't have such a robust physique. With just his body, he can contend with pseudo-force realm second-level ability users. Will Chui Mingue win? Cui Qian asked worriedly, clenching his hands tightly, full of doubt. He couldn't understand where this young man had suddenly appeared from, daring to cause such a commotion at the graduation banquet and engaging in an intense battle with Chui Mingue. Hard to say. From what I see, the two are at a similar level. Both in the first level of the pseudo-force realm, but their combat power is at the second level. Moreover, judging by the fight, the other side is getting fiercer as it goes on, while Chui Mingue seems to be struggling. Unless he uses his ultimate move, the chances of him losing are high, the bodyguard said thoughtfully, giving his judgment. However, as he spoke, a trace of peculiar light flashed in his eyes. A young ability user with such powerful fire control, could he be a core disciple of the Zhu family? But why would a core disciple of the Zhu family appear in Yongchang? His mind filled with questions, he turned his gaze back to the fierce battle on the rooftop. Bang! Subai threw a punch, forcefully breaking Chui Mingue's defense and heavily striking his left shoulder. The attack was swift and oppressive, forcing Chui Mingue to retreat repeatedly, exposing gaps in his defense. Flames flickered in his pupils as he twisted his body with a leg sweep, his foot crashing down like thunder. Blood splattered instantly, and the sound of bones shattering echoed across the rooftop. Chui Mingue was sent flying sideways, his left hand's bones fractured, blood dripping down. Fear filled his eyes as he clenched his teeth, his face darkening as if ink would drip from it. He hadn't expected the person before him to be so powerful, capable of matching him evenly, even surpassing him. Always arrogant and proud, his mind was completely shaken, unwilling to accept this reality. If you have no other tricks, then you truly disappoint me. I haven't even started seriously yet. Subai landed, his entire body radiating a dazzling light, his eyes flashing red, filled with bloodlust and killing intent. Not seriously yet? Ha, not seriously yet, what a joke, ha. Chui Mingue's face twisted with malice, laughing maniacally, his voice tinged with madness. Then, he spoke coldly, you insist on pushing me, so don't blame me for seeking my own death. He raised his hand, and his storage ring glowed, producing a glass bottle filled with red liquid. Without hesitation, Chui Mingue crushed the bottle forcefully, the red liquid flowing out and being completely absorbed into his body. Immediately, his aura surged dramatically, becoming several times stronger than before. As his momentum increased, the wounds on Chui Mingui's body began to heal rapidly. The fractured area of his left hand made cracking sounds, visibly restoring to its original state. This is beast blood, from the spiritual domain beast of the great wilderness, the bloodthirsty demon lion, someone recognized. The origin of the liquid in the bottle. Crackling. Chui Mingui felt the violent power flooding into his body, his bones continuously cracking. In no time, all his injuries were healed. Intense blood energy burst out from his nostrils and pores, as if he had transformed into a ferocious beast. His strength skyrocketed, reaching the third level of pseudo-force. Now. I'm serious. I will completely tear you apart. Chui Mingui's eyes turned blood-red, resembling a vicious demon. With a light tap of his toes, the air exploded violently, and arcs of lightning danced like golden snakes in his palm. In an instant, his speed and strength increased significantly. Now this is interesting. I was just playing with you earlier. Su Bai straightened his back, grinning, his body radiating dazzling light. Earlier, he had only used the power of his physical body. He still had many cards up his sleeve, such as the Heaven Scorching Flame of Zhu Jiuyin, the second stage of the Candle Dragon Force, the Perfect Variant Aperture, and Dragon Transformation. If he unleashed them all, his strength could reach the level of a 6-layer, 5 refinement ability user, and Chui Mingui wouldn't last a single move. But Su Bai wanted to give his opponent hope step by step, only to crush it, slowly shattering his martial heart. With this in mind, he decided to use another card besides his physical strength, the Zhu Jiuyin Flame. This time, the Zhu Jiuyin Flame he released was completely different from the flame previously generated by spiritual energy. It was pure natural ability flame, far more powerful than before. The flame erupted suddenly, enveloping Su Bai entirely, making him look like a war god of slaughter emerging from a volcano. Blazing fury. Su Bai shouted harshly, his killing intent surging wildly. Today, I must kill you. He took a deep breath, adjusting the energy within his body, and launched a powerful attack. Flames condensed in his hands, and a deafening roar erupted as he once again clashed fiercely with Chui Mingui. Boom! After exchanging hundreds of moves, 2 beams of light intertwined, and the exploding flames dyed the sky red. Chui Mingui was blasted backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood, yet he quickly charged forward again. Lightning shot out from his eyes, and Su Bai couldn't dodge in time, his shoulder was slashed, blood dripping down profusely. The two moved so fast they seemed to almost break the sound barrier, their momentum like 2 volcanoes on the verge of erupting, unimaginably powerful. The lightning spear in Chui Mingui's hands crackled as he hurled it one after another, but they were all forcefully deflected by Su Bai's fists. Flames and thunder intertwined, canceling each other out, making the battle even more intense. Impossible! Chui Mingui roared. I've already consumed the blood of the bloodthirsty demon lion, and my strength has reached the pseudo-third stage of the heavenly realm. How can you still keep up with my speed and power? The more he fought, the more shocked he became. He unleashed all his trump cards but still couldn't suppress Su Bai. Heh, Chui Mingui, do you remember me? Su Bai said as he exchanged blows with him. The massive energy waves created a strong shock field, rippling through the surroundings. Who are you? Do I know you? Chui Mingui roared, blood splattering everywhere. Su Bai's body was also covered in bloodstains. Do you really not remember? Su Bai sneered coldly, throwing a punch that unleashed rolling waves of fire. The fiery waves surged toward Chui Mingui like a tide. It was a technique he had learned from Zhang Qingshu's cousin, Zhang Mei, a move called stacking waves. You always called me trash, didn't you? Su Bai said coldly as the fiery waves and roaring winds blew Chui Mingui's mask off, revealing a youthful but resolute face. A fireball condensed in midair as Su Bai shot it forward. You're Su Bai. Chui Mingui's face turned grim, his eyes darting about as he suddenly shouted in astonishment. Surprised, aren't you? Who would have thought that the famous young master Chui actually remembers me? The fiery waves surged like a tsunami, with several blazing fireballs trailing closely behind. Lightning coiled like serpents in Chui Mingui's palms, and the booming thunder transformed into sharp blades, roaring as they forcibly split the fiery waves. But then, a sudden weakness overwhelmed his body. He failed to notice a fireball striking him squarely, causing him to spit out blood. His entire body was sent flying. Subai had no intention of stopping. In a flash, he appeared directly above Chui Mingue. His powerful physique, wrapped in searing flames, smashed down like a blazing sun. His fist crashed into Chui Mingue's body with a thunderous impact. The lower half of Chui Mingue's body was completely obliterated, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Ah! Chui Mingue's agonized screams pierced the heavens. His eyes turned bloodshot, and the pain nearly drove him to madness. Mingue! The onlookers cried out in shock, utterly unprepared for Subai's ruthlessness. Panic set in, and no one had the chance to intervene. Damned it! It's you, Subai. How are you still alive? Chui Mingue was thrown harshly to the ground, only his upper body remaining visible. Covered in blood, his lips continuously oozing more, his eyes burned with hatred. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. And today, I will settle this score with you. Subai strode forward with no expression on his face, his voice cold and resolute. With that, he moved in an instant, his fist gathering immense power, aiming directly at Chui Mingue's head, ready to end his life. Save me! Terror flashed in Chui Mingue's eyes. The fear of death overwhelmed him in an instant, and he cried out frantically for help. How dare you defy me? A furious shout came from the crowd. It was a middle-aged man, his sharp eyes filled with anger, his face ashen. He let out a cold snort, and a dazzling green light burst forth from his body. It was the aura of the third stage, forcefully suppressing Subai, immobilizing him. This guy was a true realm ability user. Subai felt as if a massive mountain was pressing down on him, making movement extremely difficult. But he sneered disdainfully. The perfect anomaly instantly activated. In an instant, golden waves surged within his anomaly, and golden light radiated from his entire body, as dazzling as the sun. He immediately regained his mobility, neutralizing the man's pressure. Today, I must kill him. No one can stop me. His life is doomed. Even Jesus can't save him, I guarantee it. Kid, you're way too arrogant. With just you, a pseudo-realm junior, you dare act so brazenly here. The middle-aged man stepped forward, his spiritual energy surging. A green blade wheel appeared in his left hand. Its sharp light slicing through the air, aiming directly at Subai's limbs. The blade's light was chilling. As if it could tear through space. Without wasting words, he raised his hand for a deadly strike, intending to completely suppress Subai. Just now, he was arrogant enough to want to kill me. Now the situation has changed, and you want to run? Subai shouted angrily, his eyes flashing, sneering repeatedly. Young Master Chui is of noble status. Who do you think you are? Don't compare yourself to him. You're not even worthy. The middle-aged man was filled with murderous intent, his aura domineering, wanting to kill Subai in front of Cui Qian and others to gain favor. What a bootlicker! Subai laughed loudly, golden light surging within him, enveloping his entire body like ocean waves. Clang! Clang clang! The blade light was about to strike Subai when suddenly two figures rushed out from the crowd at lightning speed. Like phantoms, they instantly blocked in front of Subai, forcibly stopping the strike. The aura of true realm burst forth from both of them simultaneously, one green and one white, their blood energy surging like volcanoes ready to erupt, radiating dazzling light. Their bodies glowed, their pores opened, absorbing and releasing spiritual energy, resembling golden statues of Buddha. Kid, looks like you need our help. Tai Hu chuckled lightly, his gaze cold like lightning. You invited us to this banquet, wasn't this your purpose? Consider this repayment for the favor when you protected us and fell unconscious. Xing Shi, wearing black high heels, stepped forward to block Subai, her cold gaze fixed on the middle-aged man. Subai nodded, thank you, seniors. His eyes flashed with a strange light, though there was a hint of regret. The middle-aged man stirred uneasily, while Chui Mingue had already been pulled away by others, hidden in the crowd for safety. I didn't expect you to be that Subai. My bounty order failed to kill you. Cui Qian stared coldly at him, his gaze sinister. Heh, I didn't expect you thought I was just that useless student in the initial awakening realm. A glint of brilliance flashed in Subai's eyes as he recalled the high-priced bounty issued by the assassination organization, targeting a mere initial awakening realm student. So the target back then was him. Fortunately, he had already left Yangcheng at that time, and his strength was far beyond the initial awakening realm, allowing him to escape the calamity. As expected of an S-class ability awakener. In just a few months, your strength already rivals that of seasoned veterans. Cui Qian's eyes were cold. Such a genius, unless they were a friend or an old enemy, must be eliminated, otherwise, they would become a hidden threat. His gaze shifted to Taihu and Xingxi. You too, do you intend to oppose the Cui family? Cui Qian squinted, his face darkened, and his tone was slow and heavy. You are both powerful True Force realm experts. Why would you intervene for a mere boy who has just entered the pseudo-force realm? If you don't interfere, I, Cui Qian, will reward you handsomely. He was confident. Ordinary people wouldn't offend him for the sake of a pseudo-force junior. Not to mention, every guest present had the power to influence the development of Yangcheng, and most of the city's strong ability users were on his side. If the other party acted this way, it would mean offending the entire ability user circle of Yangcheng. In front of me, Taihu, does an old man like you even have the right to speak? Taihu looked at Cui Qian with utter disdain and contempt. You! Cui Qian was stunned, his mouth twitching, his expression growing darker, almost dripping with malice. Chairman Cui, let's go. Let's teach them a good lesson. Beside the middle-aged man, several True Force realm ability users stepped forward, patting their chests, ready to take on the task. Boy, do you think you can cause trouble with just 2 True Force realm experts? From the crowd, an old lady slowly emerged. Her figure was hunched, but her aura was terrifying. Her hair was white, and she gave a chilling smile, exuding an icy presence. If you're ready to risk your life, then don't expect to keep it. An elderly man, over 50, also stepped forward. A white glow, like a light veil, enveloped him. Though his eyes were cloudy, they were incredibly sharp as he slowly stroked his beard and advanced. Following them, several more ability users, far stronger than the middle-aged man, appeared. Their abilities, glowing in various colors, shone brightly in the night. The atmosphere at the scene exploded, and the oppressive tension filled the entire venue. 6 or 7 imposing and majestic figures gleamed silver under the moonlight, suffocating everyone present. That's Madame Ma of the Ma family in Yangcheng, a mid-level True Force realm expert. That's Elder Qing from the Qinglong Dojo, a veteran spirit domain expert, close to breaking through to the mid-level. That's the leader of the Tiger Hunters gang. His ability is the golden-striped saber-toothed tiger, ferocious and unmatched, just a step away from the spirit domain realm. The distinguished guests at the scene, all prominent figures, were well versed in the backgrounds of these ability users. Some had even dined with them just days ago. For True Force realm, 3 spirit domain realm. Can you two hold them off? Subai asked with a serious expression, his tone filled with concern. If Taihu and Xingxi couldn't hold their ground, he would have to call Ziji to step in early. He had originally planned to wait for the opponent's half-step king-level expert to make a move before letting Ziji intervene. If that person didn't act, he naturally wouldn't let Ziji help so easily. Boy, who do you think you're underestimating? Taihu laughed loudly, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. His blood surged, and the long-suppressed ferocity within him erupted instantly. Although our current strength appears to be at the True Force level, don't forget that our true power is at the King level, Xingxi said with a faint smile, as if she didn't take Subai's concerns to heart at all. As Taihu's aura fully erupted, she removed her high heels, revealing her crystal-clear, smooth, and delicate jade-like feet. With a sharp cry, she made no effort to conceal the cold and venomous killing intent that instantly spread. Among the enemies, one wielded a silver crescent blade, exuding murderous intent, another had green mist emanating from their eyes, and yet another had eyes glowing like burning torches. Lords, I'll ask one last time, are you sure you want to oppose us? The leader of the Tiger Hunter gang spoke, his ability being the golden-striped saber-toothed tiger. His entire aura was as sharp as a blade, radiating dazzling golden light. His skin appeared as if clad in an invincible golden armor, gleaming brightly. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't waste words in front of me. I am Taihu. Responding to the Tiger Hunter gang leader. was an indomitable, massive fist. Light burst forth, seemingly tearing the space apart. Taihu and Green Snake charged at their opponents in an instant, brimming with killing intent. Kill! With a swish, the air exploded, and the sound waves were deafening. Taihu shot forward like a white cannonball, appearing before the tiger hunter gang leader in the blink of an eye. A white tiger phantom emerged around him, blood energy surging, his aura overwhelming. With a punch, a terrifying wave of energy swept across the scene, white light dazzling. Saber-toothed tiger? I am your true ancestor. The fist grew larger in the tiger hunter gang leader's eyes, carrying intense killing intent. This guy is way too fast. The terrifying wave of energy surged, causing the tiger hunter gang leader's heart to tighten in fear. He hurriedly activated the spiritual energy within him, unleashing tiger energy around him. His power surged like a tiger descending a mountain, forming a giant claw in an attempt to block Taihu's attack. Crack! However, no miracle occurred. Taihu, once a king-level powerhouse, even now at the true force level, was still an opponent the tiger hunter gang leader could not withstand. The white tiger phantom was vividly clear, its fur shimmering, and with one punch, Taihu sealed all escape routes for the tiger hunter gang leader, striking down like divine punishment. Blood energy surged, and the tiger hunter gang leader felt as if his scalp was about to explode. Smack! The tiger hunter gang leader was sent flying by Taihu's punch, blood mist scattering, not even leaving a trace of blood splatter, reduced directly to a mass of blood foam. The power of this blood energy and physical strength is terrifying. Nearby, a bodyguard at the half-step king level protecting Cui Qian and others was filled with shock. If Subai's physical strength had been steadily improving, allowing him to dominate and crush opponents in the same realm, then Taihu was naturally formidable. Not only was his strength immense, but his techniques were unfathomable, sealing all escape routes for the tiger hunter gang leader with a single punch, without hesitation. What a terrifying guy. Take this move. On a high building, the Ma family's elderly matriarch's eyes flashed coldly as she launched a fierce attack from Taihu's left rear. A brilliant light emanated from her brow, attempting to disrupt Taihu, while the blade in her hand flashed, aiming to sever Taihu's head. But Taihu roared, his throat emitting a beam of white light that fiercely struck the Ma family matriarch, sending her flying. Green Snake, of course, was not to be outdone. She engaged in fierce combat with multiple ability users, her movements agile, weaving through the multicolored light and shadows while releasing chilling killing intent that deterred her attackers from acting recklessly. In just over a dozen moves, apart from the instantly killed tiger hunter gang leader, the other true force level ability users were all defeated one by Taihu and Green Snake. Blood mist filled the air, the scent of blood pervasive. Countless lights surged, energy waves roiled like dark currents. Chaotic and violent, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach. Blood splattered everywhere. The remaining 3 spirit domain level ability users felt a metallic taste in their throats as they desperately channeled their spiritual energy, fearing that Taihu and Qingxi would exploit any openings. The intense battle left Taihu and Qingxi breathing heavily, their energy slightly unstable, their bodies covered in countless wounds and bloodied holes. Who exactly are these two ability users? How can they, with true force level strength, fight against 7 top experts and even kill all their true force level opponents? The crowd was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Such overwhelming combat power, such terrifying talent, and yet no one had ever heard of these two before. These two can cross realms to kill their enemies. Their strength is astonishingly exaggerated. Even when fighting against 3 spirit domain level experts, they show no signs of being at a disadvantage, and even seem to be gaining the upper hand. Taihu and Qingxi, originally king level experts, fought fiercely against the 3 spirit domain level human experts. Their attacks were relentless, and any slight mistake from their opponents would result in a heavy blow, instilling fear in the 3. Bang! One spirit domain level expert attempted to leap into the air to unleash a wide-range destructive skill, but Taihu shattered the rooftop beneath him, leaping up and pulling him down forcefully. Another spirit domain level expert fired a powerful blue beam from his forehead, but Qingxi swiftly dodged it and sent him flying with a single slap. The last spirit domain level expert had No time to react before being surrounded and heavily injured by Taihu and Qingxi, blood spraying as he fell heavily off the rooftop. Taihu and Qingxi fought with increasing ferocity, while the three opponents' counterattacks grew weaker and weaker. The situation quickly tilted, becoming completely one-sided. The three were relentlessly beaten, unable to even fully utilize their spirit domain level strength. Taihu's left shoulder was scorched black, blood gushing out, and injury caused by the blue beam fired by one of the ability users. It's over. Taihu's palm glowed, energy surging as he roared. A burst of radiant light exploded, and his palm strike aimed fiercely at one of the spirit domain level ability users' heads. Enough! Just as Taihu's palm was about to strike, the half-step king level bodyguard standing beside Cui Qian finally intervened. His voice boomed like thunder, instantly releasing an invisible energy wave that sent Taihu and Qingxi flying. At the same time, three beams of light shot out, shielding the three weakened spirit domain-level ability users, their gazes icy cold. This aura was entirely different from those who had been fighting earlier, exuding the oppressive presence unique to king-level experts. This is not a place for your recklessness. The voice was cold and commanding, like turbulent waves. Move again, and you will die. Here today. The bodyguard's face was grim, his gaze fierce as he stared at the fallen Taihu and Qingxi. At the same time, his eyes swept over Su Bai with a deep, unreadable expression. Just a half-step king? At my peak, I could kill you with one palm. Taihu and Qingxi, after being sent flying, adjusted their stances mid-air and landed steadily, a faint smile on their lips. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yensong. The bodyguard removed his sunglasses and took off his black suit, revealing a black training outfit. Underneath, he was young and handsome, his features chiseled like a sculpture, exuding an extraordinary aura. You two, give me a reasonable explanation, or don't even think about leaving here today. Yensong stood on the ruins, hands in his pockets, black leather shoes on his feet, looking down at Su Bai and the others with a cold tone. Kid, it's time for that senior ZG of yours to step in. Qingxi and I haven't recovered to our peak state yet. With our current strength, we can't beat this guy in front of us. Taihu slightly furrowed his brows, exchanged a glance with Qingxi, and then whispered to Su Bai. Su Bai's expression was solemn, his lips tightly pressed together. Facing Yensong, who had reached the half-step king realm, he could only feel an aura emanating from the other party that was deeply repulsive. Mr. Yensong, don't waste words with them, said Cui Mingue angrily behind him, gritting his teeth. Just deal with them directly. At this moment, although the bleeding from his lower body had stopped, his breath was weak, and the area was empty. Unless he found a miraculous medicine to reconstruct his lower body, his path of abilities was completely severed. Yensong frowned upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Mr. Cui Qian, is the item I requested ready? Ignoring Cui Mingue's furious roar, he turned to ask Cui Qian. Cui Qian was momentarily stunned but quickly responded, Mr. Yensong, the item you instructed me to prepare is ready and with me, just waiting for your command. Good, Yensong nodded slightly. Are there any elders above the Tianzhuan level from the family present today? He asked coldly. Cui Qian was puzzled, glanced around, and shook his head in denial. The surrounding people were also confused, casting puzzled looks. Xuanwu had high hopes for you, using resources to elevate your son's abilities from A level to S level, only for him to be easily defeated by an unknown junior, Yensong said coldly, his tone filled with contempt and mockery. What a waste. Mr. Yensong, what do you mean by this? Father, what is he talking about? Cui Mingue's face turned ashen, his anger uncontainable. Wasn't it said that I had outstanding talent, which is why Mr. Yensong was sent to protect us? He roared unwillingly, his eyes full of disbelief. Outstanding talent? What a joke. Yensong sneered. Which core disciple in Xuanwu doesn't have better talent than you? If it weren't for your father being useful to Xuanwu, what makes you think you could get that spot and enjoy such prestige? His eyes were full of disdain, clearly looking down on someone like Cui Mingue. Xuanwu? What kind of force is that? Su Bai narrowed his eyes, his expression serious. Muttering softly to himself. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a secret he shouldn't know, and a chill ran through his heart. Kid, your name is Subai, right? I heard you've awakened S-level abilities. You have. Good talent. Would you like to join our Xuanwu? Yensong's attitude toward Subai clearly shifted to admiration, smiling as he invited him. After all, Subai's awakening of S-level abilities meant his strength was rapidly improving, far more valuable than a waste like Chui Mingue. The entire Dragon Nation is divided into 5 regions, East, West, South, North, and Central, each guarded by a force of equal status, not interfering with one another, Yensong said proudly. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Qilin. Guarding the North is us, Xuanwu. You said the 5 forces don't interfere with each other, so why are you meddling in Yanqing's affairs now? Subai questioned. As long as no one finds out, who cares? Yensong sneered. Humans live sandwiched between the wilderness and forbidden zones, yet still engage in such scheming and power struggles? Subai's heart grew heavy, shocked. This has nothing to do with you, Yensong smirked disdainfully, his face cold. To put it bluntly, whether you join or not, with your talent, I won't hold back. He stepped forward, his aura erupting instantly, the winds and clouds shifting, and an overwhelming pressure surged toward Subai. What benefits can I get? Subai looked around, puzzled as to why G hadn't made a move yet. But he trusted ZG had her plans, so he could only stall for time and asked curiously. Join Xuanwu, and you'll receive training. With your talent, reaching the Tianju level within a few years won't be a problem. You might even have the chance to become the Xuanwu Saint's attendant and follow him to the top, Yensong explained in detail, valuing Subai's talent. Xuanwu Saint, attendant, so that's how it is. Subai's eyes sparkled. Becoming the Xuanwu Saint's attendant would be an honor for me, wouldn't it? Of course, being the attendant of the Xuanwu Saint is a great honor. Even I am striving for it, Yensong said passionately, his eyes filled with fervor. Sorry, but I don't want to be anyone's attendant. If your saint is willing to be my servant, I might consider it, Subai countered with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy within his body surged, red mist spewed from his mouth, his muscles tensed, and he remained alert for any moves from the other side. He disliked being an attendant, and was even less willing to submit to anyone. Fool, you've wasted a chance to turn your life around. Someone like you, with no background and no support, is on a dead-end path. You're worthless, no one would care. If you died, Yensong said coldly. Mr. Yensong, there's no need to say such things publicly. Chui Qian hesitated, trying to get him to restrain himself. With so many people here, it's inappropriate to talk like this. His face looked grim. After all, Yangcheng belonged to the southern region of Longwei and was theoretically under Zhu Chue's jurisdiction. He dared to take the risk of joining Xuanwu solely because Xuanwu had offered him irresistible benefits, allowing him to grow and thrive over the past few years. What's the fuss? None of these people will survive tonight, so who cares? Yensong waved dismissively. But his words carried a chilling murderous intent, making all the guests present feel a cold shiver down their spines and their hearts race. These people hold key resources across various industries in Yangchang. Won't doing this cause massive losses and chaos? Chui Qian's face turned pale, his eyes filled with panic, clearly frightened by Yensong's words. What are you afraid of? They're just a bunch of useless people. Yensong said in a low voice. Are you scared of Zhu Chue's people? Don't worry. He casually said, hands in his pockets. A brutal alien species infiltrated the tallest building in Yangchang, went on a killing spree, and left no survivors. Only a few people fought back desperately in the face of danger and were discovered and saved by passing Xuanwu clansmen, to be precise. Seeing how cruel the alien species were, I decided to execute them on the spot out of anger. Now tell me, is this reason sufficient? As he spoke, his eyes gleamed sharply, his entire body exuding a powerful aura, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and releasing energy with every move. Clearly, he was ready to act. The guests present were instantly thrown into panic upon hearing this, and the entire scene erupted like boiling water. Some questioned Chui Qian. Others hurriedly made phone calls to protest, while some had flickering eyes and began to flee. Cui Qian ignored the questioning and complaints from these people, knowing the situation was beyond redemption. He sighed deeply, tightly hugged Cui Minggui beside him, and said, "Then let's begin, Mr. Yensong." As soon as Cui Qian finished speaking, a golden light suddenly flashed in Yensong's eyes. Immediately, a powerful aura spread rapidly from his position like thunder. This shockwave rippled outward, instantly striking everyone present with such overwhelming force that even the air seemed to tremble. Everyone, whether holding their phones or preparing to flee, suddenly narrowed their eyes, as if a massive mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult to breathe. The oppressive aura was so intense it felt as though it would crush everyone into dust. "Kid, get closer." The pupils of the azure snake contracted slightly, sensing the immense power of the aura. She quickly grabbed Subai's shoulder and pulled him toward her. The blood energy within her body erupted instantly, and the phantom images of a fierce tiger and an azure snake appeared simultaneously around the two of them, letting out earth-shaking roars. They released an even stronger aura than before, desperately resisting the pressure. Subai stood smartly between the two of them. Although the tiger and azure snake shielded him from much of the semi-king level pressure, he still found it hard to breathe, his heart pounding violently. "Wait a minute, Yanle and Qingshu, Xiaoyu, where are they?" Suddenly remembering something, Subai's face showed a trace of panic. If even he was struggling to withstand this pressure, how could people like Lu Yanle and Zhang Qingshu, who were of average strength, possibly endure it? "Don't worry. I just scanned the area with my mental power and didn't detect their presence. Your friends, who knows where they ran off to," Azure Snake reassured him. Hearing this, Subai's worry eased slightly, but his expression grew even colder. This guy named Yensong was terrifyingly powerful, and his methods were extremely cruel. It was the first time Subai had witnessed a semi-king level ability user with his own eyes, and the killing intent was pressing directly onto him. Whether it was the true power realm or the spirit domain realm, they seemed utterly powerless in the face of this aura. The golden anomaly within his body flickered with dazzling light, and his entire body emitted a golden radiance, barely managing to withstand part of the pressure. But the guests on the scene were not so fortunate. Most of them were even weaker than Subai. Under the oppressive killing intent, those below the anomaly realm exploded into blood mist, flesh and blood flying everywhere, leaving the ground littered with severed limbs and broken bones. Father. Cui Minggui was stunned by the bloody scene, so terrified that he even lost control of his bladder. He clung desperately to Cui Qian, trembling all over. Although Cui Qian had seen his fair share of the world, his face also turned pale in the face of such brutality, yet he gritted his teeth and held on. "Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? Yeah, if we're doomed anyway, why not fight back?" As the pressure continued to intensify, those in the anomaly realm first found it unbearable, and soon even ability users in the true power realm felt it difficult to move. Just as everyone was gritting their teeth to endure, a roar filled with despair and defiance rang out. The remaining ability users in the true power and spirit domain realms exchanged glances, their faces filled with determination. Their spiritual energy erupted as they charged fiercely toward Yensong. "Whether you're Mr. Yen or Senior Yen, today you must die. If you want to kill us, you'll have to pay the price. Even if I die, I'll make sure to leave some blood on you." Over a dozen ability users abandoned their attempts to flee, choosing instead to join forces and fight back. Yensong sneered coldly, a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes. A dark blue blade appeared on his left arm, shimmering with light. "Insects, daring to challenge a king?" He stared expressionlessly at the dozen or so people rushing toward him. "Before a king, you are all insignificant insects." The dark blue energy veins within him hummed as the will of a king surged into his left arm. He suddenly swung his arm downward, unleashing a blade of light so sharp that it dimmed the heavens and earth. Though his motion appeared slow, it was as swift as lightning. All those attackers fell within its range. The blade light sliced through their bodies, accompanied by a piercing, shattering sound. Their flesh was as fragile as tofu, and amidst their screams, their bodies exploded in an instant. Heads tumbled to the ground like autumn wheat stalks. Despair and resentment filled their eyes, but as mere detached heads, without miraculous medicine to heal them, their lives quickly drained away, and they died within moments. Not one of the dozen attackers managed to harm Yen Song, instead, they became souls claimed by his blade. The scene was deathly silent. It was not only the astonishing attack that stunned everyone but also the fact that there were hardly any survivors left on the battlefield. You too, no wonder you managed to take down those 7 useless fools. You truly have some skill, Yen Song said, retracting his side blade, which dissolved into points of light and merged into his chest. His heart emitted a radiant glow, its heavy beats roaring like an engine. His entire presence was wild and overwhelming, like a flood breaking through a dam. The rubble and debris around him were lifted by his aura, only to shatter and disintegrate under the pressure. Every movement he made carried the weight of a king's will, as if a demon lord had descended upon the earth. He looked at Taihu and Qingxi with keen interest. Typically, ability users at the true potential realm wouldn't have lasted this long, they would have perished during the earlier assault. Yet these two had managed to hold on for so long, even while protecting a weaker companion who was only at the false potential realm. Boy, where's your senior, Ziji? Call her out now. This guy has some strange power within him. Among those at the half-step king level, he's nearly invincible, Taihu said, his face grim as he clenched his teeth. The energy and blood within him surged like a flood, shooting skyward as he fought desperately against the mounting pressure. Su Bai's expression was serious. At this moment, he had already exhausted all his trump cards to withstand the overwhelming force, dragon transformation, the fire of Zujian, and his perfected unique nodes, all activated one by one. His black hair danced in the wind, each strand shimmering with a crystalline luster. Red mist drifted from his mouth and nose, yet he still felt strained. Half-crouched on the ground, his gaze was fixed on the towering Yen Song, as well as the trembling Cui Qin and Cui Mingui behind him. His heart sank to the depths. He continuously called out to Ziji in his mind but received no response, leaving him deeply confused. This shouldn't have been possible. Could Ziji have already fled? The prolonged lack of response weighed heavily on his heart, filling him with increasing despair. Just then, Yen Song's figure paused ever so slightly before he spoke coldly. It seems there's still a fish that slipped through the net. Little mice, I almost forgot about you. A dazzling light flickered in his eyes as he squinted toward the corner, where he spotted a shadowy figure. Hey, what's your words? I was just relocating those little ones earlier, not running away from you, a familiar voice rang out. Hearing this, Su Bai's eyes lit up. Along with Taihu and the others, he turned toward the source of the voice. In the corner, a beautiful figure slowly emerged. Her cheeks were flushed, and she carried the rich scent of red wine on her body. Apologies, it seems this drink got me drunk, Ziji said with a faint smile of apology as she spoke slowly. Who exactly are you, to withstand my aura? Yen Song's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression growing heavy as he asked in a low voice. In his view, the young girl before him neither unleashed a strong spiritual energy nor exuded an oppressive presence, yet her calm demeanor inexplicably unsettled him. You don't need to know who I am. Were you just about to make a move on them? Ziji held a wineglass in her hand, the red liquid inside swirling into a small vortex without spilling. So what if I was? Yen Song suppressed the unease in his heart, his gaze sharp as a blade. A cold glint flashed as he pressed his palm directly toward Ziji. His hand radiated a dazzling blue light, a powerful force capable of shattering the earth and splitting mountains and rivers. The blinding light poured down as if to destroy everything. This strike would be fatal for any ability user below the half-step king level. Though he found the person before him strange, it didn't matter, he intended to subdue her in one blow. Don't play tricks, he snorted. Coldly, the blue radiance within him blazing like the sun, beautiful yet extremely dangerous. You're just a half-step king. I don't want to fight. So behave and answer my question, Ziji said, unfazed by Yen Song's attack. Her expression remained calm as a faint purple glow emerged from her body, flowing like a serene spring, steady and tranquil. Yet it was this tranquility that instantly dissolved Yen Song's ferocious assault, as if washed away by water. Ziji's aura erupted in an instant, blocking Yen Song's attack. Witnessing this, Yen Song was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. You actually blocked my attack. Are you, also a half-step king? His black hair whipped wildly as his astonished gaze seemed ready to spill over. He had never expected to encounter such a powerful ability user in this remote place. Yensong's entire body trembled, the blue light surrounding him dimming significantly, and his domineering presence noticeably subdued. His face turned ashen. The strength of the person before him far exceeded his expectations, effortlessly neutralizing his violent strike. She undoubtedly possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, possibly even surpassing him. His face darkened further. From the moment their attacks clashed, he knew this was not someone he could easily deal with. His previous rampage and the exposure of the Xuanwu secret had surely been overheard by her. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he tentatively said, "Your strength commands my respect. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining my Xuanwu." Since brute force wouldn't work, he decided to try a mix of persuasion and coercion, hoping to recruit her into his ranks. If successful, it would be a significant gain for him. But Ziji's attention was clearly not on Yensong. She looked toward Subai, who was half crouched on the ground, and lightly waved her right hand. A long, resonant hum echoed through the air, seemingly capable of piercing metal and shattering stone. This seemingly simple move carried the power to break mountains, instantly dispelling the oppressive aura weighing down on the three of them. "Now do you understand what true king-level power is?" Ziji asked with a smile, her brows arched playfully as she awaited Subai's reaction. Subai could only smile bitterly and admit that the gap between a king-level ability user and his own strength was as vast as the heavens and the earth. If Ziji had gone all out underground, he wouldn't have had any chance to escape. "Senior Ziji, thank you," Subai said as he stood up, his bones cracking audibly. He cupped his hands in gratitude, his eyes full of appreciation. "Your Excellency, have you considered my proposal?" Yensong, a half-step king, decisive and commanding, held a high status in the outside world, yet he had never been so belittled. Although his face darkened and his heart burned with anger, he did not show it. "Shut up! What do you think you are?" Ziji's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold and merciless expression. Her gaze was filled with killing intent, a terrifying aura spreading as purple energy flickered incessantly, like a queen who controlled life and death. "You are too arrogant." Yensong, already seething with rage, grew even angrier at her words. His entire body erupted with blue light, and the side blade on his arm gathered into a point of light as he charged fiercely at Ziji. The power of a half-step king was fully displayed, and the two survivors in the corner, Cui Qian and Cui Mingue, felt suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. "How dare you!" Ziji shouted coldly. Smack! Facing the two blades glowing with blue light, Ziji showed no fear. She gathered her energy and blood into her hand, transforming it into a purple palm wind, carrying a fragrant breeze, and struck forcefully. With a loud bang, the two blue blades shattered instantly, disintegrating into points of light that dissipated into the air. "You are not a half-step king, you are a true king." Yensong was forced back dozens of steps, a sweetness rising in his throat as he spat out several mouthfuls of spirit blood, tinged with blue light. The blood mist scattered, his face turned pale, his pupils dilated, and he looked half dead. Only then did he realize that the person before him was not a half-step king but a true king. He felt that he might not escape death today. Even if he managed to flee, the secrets he had revealed earlier would have already spread, and he would face severe punishment upon returning to Xuanwu. "Mr. Yensong, you need to step it up." Seeing Yensong severely injured, the old fox Cui Qian immediately noticed his weakening aura and panicked. Now, his only reliance was Yensong. After all, Yensong had killed so many high-ranking officials and nobles in Yangcheng. If he failed, the matter would inevitably be exposed, and Cui Qian would have no place in Yangcheng. "Old dog, shut up. Where is that thing? Give it to me now." Yensong's face twisted in pain as he frantically wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark and terrifying. The gap in strength was too great. Although he was close to stepping into the king realm, the will of the king had not fully awakened. Facing a true king was like a child fighting an adult, completely powerless, with every move potentially fatal. "Here it is. Mr. Yensong, if you need it, take it." Yelled at by Yensong, Cui Qian dared not show any anger. Their futures were entirely tied to Yen Song. He nervously reached into his clothes to retrieve something. Moments later, he pulled out a small box and tossed it to Yen Song. Yen Song's thoughts moved, and with a flash of his figure, a phantom blue hand extended and firmly caught the small box. If I'm going to die either way, I might as well join the Holy Church. The Holy Church? Mr. Yen Song, what are you talking about? Cui Qian's expression changed dramatically. Moments ago, he had been flustered and uneasy, but now his eyes were filled with shock and despair. His face showed an indescribable bitterness, making him look unusually ridiculous. Father, what is the Holy Church? Curled up in Cui Qian's arms, Cui Mingue, like Su Bai and Ziji, was full of confusion and hurriedly asked. The Holy Church is the largest organization of the other. Once you join the Holy Church, it means betraying the entire human race. You are a traitor to humanity. A trace of madness flashed in Cui Qian's eyes. His backer was Xuan Wu, but he hadn't expected that the half-step King Realm ability user sent by Xuan Wu would mention the words Holy Church, making him feel terrified. Mr. Yen Song, are you planning to betray humanity? Cui Qian asked in disbelief. Although he longed to control Yangcheng, to dominate from the pinnacle of power, and to strengthen his forces, he had never considered betraying humanity. Outsider. Su Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. This term was both unfamiliar and familiar to him. He remembered the last time he heard it was in Huanggang, when a soldier named Lu Gua had told him about it. Su Bai's eyes were heavy as he looked at Ziji, Bai Hu, and Qingxi, nodding lightly, as if expressing the gravity of the matter. Outsiders were those who possessed abilities but lacked a sense of belonging, opposing humanity and order. Su Bai explained the information he knew about outsiders clearly and concisely to everyone. The first type of outsider is parasitized by the desolate beasts, gradually turning into inhuman monsters. The second type is eroded by powerful beasts, with seeds of the beasts planted in their hearts, or ability users who surrender to the beasts. The third type has a twisted and dark nature, born inherently evil. Ziji, Bai Hu, and Qingxi's expressions grew heavy. They despised these parasitic outsiders more than anyone. After all, even among the desolate beasts, there were factions, and the most terrifying were those evil beasts capable of turning humans into outsiders. Su Bai was utterly shocked. Outsiders usually hid within human society, rarely exposing themselves. He hadn't expected to encounter an outsider this time, or rather, an ability user intending to join the outsider faction. Kid, you sure know a lot. Yen Song's face twisted as he opened the small box in his hand, taking out a bead emitting a faint, sinister glow. As soon as the bead appeared, Ziji, Su Bai, and Cui Qian felt an intense sense of repulsion and disgust. Since Xuan Wu won't accept you, how about joining my holy church? Yen Song's black hair flew wildly as he stood amidst the ruins, a trace of wickedness flashing in his eyes. His cultivation robe had been shattered by Ziji, revealing his muscular physique, with a few drops of blue blood adorning his chest. His gaze firm, he suddenly swallowed the sinister glowing bead. With a gulp, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. The aura within his body underwent drastic changes. The once radiant blue light began to turn murky and filthy. This is a divine pill gifted to me by the desolate heavenly evil beast clan, though it seems it still needs to be refined with other medicinal ingredients. His sinister gaze swept over Su Bai, making Su Bai's skin crawl. Noticing Ziji's gaze, Yen Song withdrew his eyes and turned to stare at Cui Qian and Cui Mingue. I've helped you so much, now it's time for you to repay me. He revealed a strange smile, his teeth grinding audibly. Yen Song, sir, what are you planning to do? Cui Qian's heart raced with fear at his gaze, a surge of disgust welling up inside him. Help me, Yen Song muttered. Repeatedly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, clearly targeting Cui Qian and his son. No, Mr. Yen Song, we're partners. Cui Qian frantically defended himself. In his arms, Cui Mingue's face was pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. This genius, who once ranked among the top 20 in the Dragon Kingdom's ability user assessment, was now trembling in fear under this terrifying gaze. No! Dad, save me. Chui Mingue wailed desperately. Su. I looked at Ziji, seemingly signaling whether she should intervene to stop Yensong. Ziji shook her head in refusal. She wanted to see Yensong's true strength after transforming into an aberration. Yensong moved, instantly appearing before Cui Qian and Chui Mingue. His deep blue, murky hand swiftly expanded, enveloping the area around the two. This was his spiritual domain, though not yet fully transformed. If the transformation were complete, it would no longer be a spiritual domain but a territory. In the blink of an eye, a field filled with floating black specks formed, firmly suppressing the two, rendering them immobile. Yensong sealed off the space, preventing their escape. He slightly extended his index finger, pressing it against Cui Qian's forehead. No matter how Cui Qian struggled, it was futile. With a puff, blood blossomed, and a bloody hole appeared on Cui Qian's forehead. Blood splattered, flowing into Yensong's finger. Cui Qian died instantly under this single strike. Don't kill me. Chui Mingue trembled. His eyes filled with despair. But like Cui Qian, his struggles were in vain. Yensong extended his finger again, pressing it against Chui Mingue's forehead. Blood splattered, and the blood flowed into his body. In an instant, both fell, utterly powerless to resist. Good, very good. Although Chui Mingue is a waste, his blood is truly top-notch, incredibly nourishing, Yensong said. His appearance had completely changed, his eyes turned blood red, and a deep crimson crack appeared on his forehead, seemingly harboring a malicious force ready to erupt at any moment. Ziji, Subai, and the other two watched expressionlessly, having no intention of saving Cui Qian and his people. After all, in their eyes, these two had brought trouble upon themselves. Yensong's body emitted the sound of bones breaking, as if being dismantled and reassembled, while his aura surged to an unprecedented height. Once I deal with you three, I'll go join the Holy Church. Well, it seems your dream is about to be shattered, Ziji said with a light laugh. You're quite strange. I'll kill you first, Yensong sneered, his brows furrowing. This woman had repeatedly belittled him, dealing a heavy blow to his self-esteem. He decided to eliminate Ziji first. The remaining three were insignificant in his eyes. After swallowing the dim orb, the aura within him became murky. At the same time, his strength rapidly increased, reaching its peak stronger and fiercer than before, leaving no one daring to resist. Feel my strike. Yensong moved at lightning speed, instantly appearing before Ziji. His blue hand transformed into a blade the size of a millstone, slashing down fiercely. This strike was incredibly sharp, even draining the surrounding spiritual energy, its power shocking. What was different was that within this powerful strike, his blue spiritual energy was mixed with black particles, like illusory dust falling, exuding a nauseating aura. Disgusting. Ziji's face darkened, feeling that Yensong was like filth itself, repulsive both mentally and physically. This was an aberration. After transforming into an aberration, one could no longer be considered human. When channeling power, if one deliberately used aberration energy, ordinary ability users would feel intense disgust. Ziji snorted coldly, her purple blood energy surging wildly. Gradually, a large, illusory purple bird appeared around her, letting out a cry as she clashed head-on with Yensong. Bang! This strike seemed to be evenly matched. The dim bead had significantly enhanced Yensong's strength. Previously, he was as fragile as foam in battle, unable to last long before getting injured. Now, after transforming into an anomaly, his strength was enough to fight Ziji to a draw. Power, truly astonishing. You're actually an ability user at the King Realm. Luckily, I still have a trump card, otherwise, today would truly be the end for me. The two exchanged hundreds of moves, causing even the void to tremble as if it were about to crack. Black fissures appeared around them, resembling black holes that could devour everything. Even a slight leak of this power was enough to terrify Subai and the others, making them dare not approach. Don't let them affect us. A battle between kings is no joke. If ordinary people are caught in the aftermath, they'll be done for instantly. Let's move farther away. Taihu and Qingxi looked serious, each grabbing Su Bai's shoulder and quickly moving to the side. At the same time, dazzling light emanated from their bodies, shielding Su Bai. Blue winds howled, phoenix cries shook the heavens, and the two energies continuously tangled and collided, making the space seem on the verge of exploding. Bang, 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 bang. The two fought fiercely with sheer physical strength, each punch landing solidly, producing muffled sounds. Radiant light spread around them, making them appear like blazing suns hanging in the sky, blindingly bright. Their breathing was heavy, but every punch carried the force of their internal energy, creating resonances. With one collision, the shockwave was so powerful that the entire building shook, and cracks appeared on the walls. It seemed as though the tallest building in Yang City would collapse in the next second due to their battle. Ability. Users at the King Realm were truly terrifying, decisive in their killing. In their presence, everything seemed as insignificant as ants. Even with extraordinary talent capable of defying nature, it was difficult to break through the barrier of this realm. The rooftop was too small to contain their fight any longer. They exchanged a glance, then suddenly stomped, shattering the rooftop and leaping into the air to continue their fierce battle. Su Bai and the others steadied themselves as no, judging by this aura, it's clearly not a local ability user from Yangcheng, an elderly woman spoke slowly. Where did that guy go? Why hasn't he shown up? Not sure, he's probably preparing for the upcoming desolate journey. He shouldn't be in Yangcheng right now. Several elders chatted, but none wanted to investigate the source of this battle. Then we just leave it alone? No problem. Two ability users at the King Realm fighting won't destroy Yangcheng. At most, let Juke clean up the aftermath, and elders' eyes flashed silver, exuding an imposing aura. Exactly, we can't step forward right now, another elder shook his head. Soon, the sound of their conversation gradually faded, and the mysterious fluctuation also slowly dissipated, as if nothing had happened. Above the skyline of Yangcheng's tallest building, blue and purple lights flickered continuously. Two streams of light intertwined and collided like rainbows. ZG's power was unfathomable, and after Yensong transformed into an anomaly, his strength became terrifyingly extraordinary. The collision of this immense power made Su Bai and the others watching feel as though their eyes could barely endure it. The pressure was overwhelming. I never expected that becoming an anomaly could elevate strength to this level. I guess you integrated the anomaly's power into your body, which turned you into an anomaly and gave you such immense strength. ZG continued to clash, her eyes filled with excitement. It had been a long time since she encountered an opponent who could match her. Humph, don't get too arrogant. Yensong's eyes flashed blue, absorbing spiritual energy from all directions to form a powerful aura, then suddenly unleashed a strike. Trying to kill me? This level of power is far from enough. ZG gasped softly, her palm quickly forming seals. A square purple energy block instantly took shape, and she pushed it out forcefully. Boom! The energy exploded, as if the entire sky was torn apart. Even the clouds were scattered by the powerful impact, forming an empty domain that no one could enter. Su Bai's eyes lit up. This power was incredibly sharp, leaving him astonished. Two seniors, weren't you both King Realm experts before? Who do you think will win this battle in the end? Su Bai asked. It's hard to say. We've only just stepped into the King Realm, while Senior Z, who has been honing her skills in the King Realm for years and accumulated countless experiences, is on a completely different level. Taihu and Qing Shi looked grim. This power was too overwhelming. The force seemed capable of shattering the heavens, so powerful it was unimaginable. But I remember that person from Xuanwu wasn't his true realm only half-step king? Su Bai's eyes were filled with shock. That dark, sinister glowing orb could actually allow a half-step king ability user to instantly evolve and contend with a king realm expert like ZG. This kind of power boost must come with a deadly price. No energy is gained easily, Qing Shi said coldly, his eyes flashing. Su Bai nodded, agreeing with Qing Shi's reasoning. If there were no side effects, then this orb would be truly heaven-defying. After finishing their conversation, the three turned their gaze back to the fierce battle in the sky. The two continued their intense clash in midair. Blood mist surged. The aura shook the heavens and earth, and the oppressive force belonging to the king realm weighed so heavily that even the heavens seemed unable to breathe. Boom! Like a force as fierce as a raging flood, it swept across the heavens and earth, deafening. Yen Song's strength had unexpectedly increased once again. This sudden enhancement caused his power and speed to surge significantly. For a moment, ZG found herself struggling to cope. Caught off guard, she was forced back by a single strike from Yen Song, retreating hundreds of steps in the void. At this moment, Yen Song seemed like a god descending to earth, his entire body radiating a blue, murky glow, his aura unstoppable. I am the strongest. Do you feel it? This incomparably powerful force. My strength seems inexhaustible, the more I fight, the fiercer I become. Yen Song's eyes were blood red, his expression fanatical. His entire body's meridians were taut, and the blood and spiritual energy within him surged wildly, reaching their peak. Yet, in ZG's gaze, she noticed a drop of black, foul-smelling blood slowly dripping from the corner of Yen Song's eye. Don't get cocky. I'll kill you in a moment. Yen Song's voice was icy cold as he suddenly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, he appeared above ZG's head. Raging waves overturned the sea. Yen Song shouted coldly, his voice echoing for dozens of miles in the night sky. Behind him, a vast blue ocean emerged, with every drop of water brimming with killing intent. This was a domain that only those at the king's level could master. Within this domain, everything was under his control. The power he hadn't been able to unleash before was now fully released. He intended to use this king's domain to crush ZG directly. The blue currents churned, emerging from behind him in an illusory form, surging in midair like a cascading waterfall, aiming to overwhelm ZG. If it were an ordinary king-level ability user witnessing this strike, they would undoubtedly feel fear. However, while ZG's expression was serious, she showed no fear. She was very familiar with the use of such king-level domains, having previously used it to restrain Subai. Yen Song's killing intent surged, his power capable of shattering mountains and rocks. ZG's gaze shifted slightly as she carefully sensed his strength. Then, her aura suddenly surged, her figure twisting as she swiftly fled into the distance. This was within Yang City. If she unleashed her full power and revealed her domain, her identity would likely be exposed. Moreover, the city's formation was suppressing her strength. Under such circumstances, defeating the twice-enhanced Yen Song was nearly impossible. Although the risk of exposure was small, she dared not take the chance. If her identity were leaked, she wouldn't be able to escape Yang City. Who knew how many experts and formations were hidden within the city? Thus, she decided to lure Yen Song outside the city. Don't even think about escaping. Yen Song roared furiously, his power surging like a tide. His figure flashed explosively, transforming into a streak of blue light as he pursued ZG. The two figures streaked across the sky like meteors, the sound of explosions shaking the heavens. They vanished like lightning, leaving only the echoes of blasts ringing in the air. What is Senior ZG trying to do? Why did she leave? Subai asked, in confusion, looking at Qing Shi. That guy is too strong. Unless ZG goes all out, she can't take him down. But if she goes all out, her identity will be exposed. I guess she's trying to lure him outside the city, Taihu said slowly. I see, Subai said, suddenly understanding. Let's go. We'll head out of the city too. Subai exchanged glances with Taihu and Qing Shi, then used their techniques. One of them grabbed Subai's shoulder. And like ghosts, they rushed toward the outskirts of the city. After they left, a faint light flickered amidst the ruins, isolating the rubble and dust. Lu Shiyu and Xuer staggered out of the wreckage, their faces pale, with faint traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Subai, so he's the one who didn't participate in the ability user assessment, was deemed weak and incompetent, yet turned out to be an S-level ability awakener. Lu Shiyu murmured to herself. Then her gaze turned cold, a true Xuanwu, a true anomaly. Night fell, and the light shimmered like fireworks, bursting into a dazzling array of colors in midair. Swish! A sudden purple light spread rapidly, dyeing the entire mountain forest in violet. Countless ancient pines and trees were uprooted by the intense shockwave, and the entire forest trembled violently. Roar! Yensong raised his head and roared. Furiously, his disheveled hair scattering, each strand standing upright and glimmering with a crystalline blue light. At this moment, his figure was burly, his muscles gleaming faintly like surging waves, exuding a terrifying aura. The two chased and spun through the dense forest, exchanging blows, shattering countless ancient trees. Their physical strength had reached an astonishing level, their king-level physiques as solid as mountains. Each punch and kick they delivered caused the void to emit explosive sounds. The wind howled, their attacks relentless like a tidal wave, as if tearing apart mountains and rivers. The mountains began to collapse and crumble. Numerous towering peaks were pierced through, and the terrain was continuously reshaped. Scorching magma erupted, igniting fierce fires in the forest. This intense battle seemed like the dawn of creation, threatening to destroy the entire world. Spiritual energy surged skyward, the momentum blazing, and the power of their clash spread in all directions, tearing apart and shattering the forests and mountains within hundreds of miles. By now, they had reached the desolate outskirts beyond the city. Without the restrictions of the city's formations, their powers instantly multiplied several times over. Killing intent filled the heavens and earth, as purple and blue light shot skyward. The ground trembled, mountains were leveled, and boulders scattered and flew. First move of the raging wave technique, surging tide. Second move of the raging wave technique, furious waves. Yensong shouted, his voice thunderous, shaking the sky and causing pain in the eardrums. As his words fell, the sky seemed to erupt with an endless ocean. The energy poured down like a galaxy, the seawater crystal clear and sharp as swords, arrayed across the sky. Brimming with killing intent, it surged madly towards ZG. The power is indeed immense, forcing me to take this seriously. ZG's gaze turned solemn, her figure standing amidst the boundless waves, facing the killing intent from all directions. This force was incredibly strong, icy and piercing, as if it sought to freeze her. Yet she showed no fear, as purple energy within her body erupted suddenly, transforming once again into the massive purple bird, now towering 100 meters high. I could suppress you before, and I can do it again now. Z. G raised her head and let out a long cry, the fierce bird's roar shaking the heavens and earth. The feathers of the phantom purple bird emitted crisp sounds, crystalline like metal, gleaming coldly. With a single wing strike, it seemed capable of cutting through all obstacles. This was her domain, where she was the purple divine beast that made heaven and earth tremble. The divine beast flapped its wings, stirring up a storm across 100 miles. Trees and vines were uprooted, and even massive rocks containing special metals shattered in the hurricane. Wind and waves intertwined, surging. Tides crashed against the shore, and spray flew everywhere. In the night, the two fought fiercely, unleashing their full strength without reservation. Taste my move again. Yensong roared, his eyes blood-red and growing more intense. Black blood seeped from the corners of his eyes but gradually dissipated under the immense power. Third form of the raging wave technique, overturning the sea. Yensong formed seals with his hands, a flash of light appearing between his brows as his aura surged, his strength far surpassing its previous level. The giant waves intertwined with endless hurricanes emitted a dazzling blue light, a powerful force rapidly infusing the ocean, instantly shattering countless hurricanes. His domain expanded continuously, the waves raging boundlessly. Standing on the sea, he resembled a creator controlling the storm. This is my strongest strike, I will kill you. Yensong shouted furiously, his spiritual energy converging into a 100-meter-high giant wave that surged forth from his domain, sweeping in all directions. ZG's expression turned serious. For the first time, she felt pressure. Yensong's strength seemed like a bottomless pit, endlessly increasing. At this moment, she was beginning to struggle. However, she faintly sensed that the aura within Yensong's body was overly violent, continuously erupting, like a sponge being relentlessly squeezed. In the sky, the blue ocean surged toward ZG, with Yensong commanding this force, intending to crush her in one blow. ZG's face changed drastically, and she spat out a vast purple radiance, preparing to counter this fatal strike. Ah! Suddenly, the situation took a dramatic turn. The ocean rushed toward ZG at an incredible speed but abruptly halted just before reaching her. Then, the blue waves flashed brightly, and the aura within Yensong's body became chaotic, like uncontrollable lightning. A sweetness rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson droplets blooming in the air, crystal clear. The momentum of the ocean trembled violently. Amid the rumbling and cracking sounds, the endless waves were covered in cracks, then shattered like glass, scattering specks of light across the night sky. Yensong's domain was broken. What is happening? Yensong's aura dimmed suddenly, his face darkened, and panic filled his eyes. Gurgle! Gurgle! Before he could act, the blood red in his eyes became horrifyingly vivid. Black blood slowly flowed down the corners of his eyes, filthy and impure. His body began to curl up, and his once radiant hair and skin turned dull and lifeless. Wrinkles appeared, and he aged rapidly, his aura becoming heavy and sluggish, as if all his vitality had been drained. No, no! My life essence, my power! Feeling his life force and energy rapidly slipping away, Yensong panicked, struggling frantically, his arms flailing, but he could not stop it. Indeed, such immense power must come with an enormous price that cannot be ignored. ZG stood in the distance, stepping on a purple divine bird, her gaze solemn. She clearly saw the changes in Yensong. His life force was being devoured, his essence consumed. Even the will of a king was slowly fading, this state was irreversible. Not far away, three figures rushed over like lightning, and upon seeing Yensong's current condition, they were all shocked. This bizarre transformation caused Yensong's vitality to drain continuously. His wails echoed through the night sky, and the terrifying cries sent chills down the spines of Chubai, Z, G, and the others. Gradually, the wails grew weaker. Yensong's body began to dissolve into filth, scattered by the wind into countless specks of dust. His life vanished, his essence completely depleted, and even the will of a king was utterly obliterated. In the end, not even a corpse was left behind, only powder dancing in the air. A once dominant half-step king-level ability user, a master of the Xuanwu sect, had died just like that. Subai and the other three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with vigilance and dread. This monster was truly bizarre, evoking an uncontrollable sense of fear. Kid, this anomaly is probably not simple. After this incident, you might have already been targeted by them. ZG restrained her aura, and the illusory purple bird transformed into a speck of light, dissipating in mid-air. She stepped through the void, slowly approaching Subai, landing beside him, and reminded him solemnly. Subai nodded seriously. ZG's warning weighed heavily on his mind. This time, after dealing with Yen Song, his information had surely been captured by the anomalies secretly observing, which posed a significant problem for him. Although his current strength was only at the pseudoforce level and hadn't yet drawn much attention from the anomalies, if they decided to act against him, it would undoubtedly be a fatal strike. He had never felt such urgency to improve his strength as he did now. Besides worrying about the anomalies, he was also concerned about the Xuanwu sect. Perhaps starting today, he would not only have to guard against the anomalies but also be wary of Xuanwu. This time, he had offended two powerful forces, leaving him deeply troubled. Originally, he just wanted revenge and to kill Cui Mingue, but he hadn't expected to get entangled in such a complex conflict. Don't worry too much. You mentioned before that anomalies hide in the dark corners of human society. I guess they wouldn't easily expose an anomaly just to deal with a small figure like you at the pseudo-force level. Seeing Subai's heavy expression, Z G felt slightly relieved and comforted him gently. After chatting for a while, the four headed toward the center of Yangchang. At night, Yangcheng was brightly lit, with police sirens blaring incessantly. Many ability users were paying attention to the matter, and the city patrol team had also intervened. Even more impressive, patrol teams above the red gold level had been alarmed, but after sensing the situation inside the building, they chose to remain silent. Clearly, there were secrets involved, and they suppressed the report. Many powerful official ability users flooded into the building. The entire Yangchang was under a state of alert tonight. On the streets and alleys, ability users were Northern City represents Xuanwu. I wonder if there is an Eastern City or Western City. Subai speculated that the only force capable of rivaling Xuanwu would be Zhuke, which is the Southern City. Outsiders might not understand why these two official accounts are arguing, only perceiving their mutual accusations in cryptic statements. However, Subai understood everything clearly. The information on his phone made him both sigh and feel fortunate. He sighed because, despite reaching the pseudo realm, there were still many powerful forces in this world that he did not understand. The situation was complex, far beyond what he could currently handle. He felt fortunate because Zhuke and Xuanwu were now confronting each other, and Lu Xiyu, as a survivor, had not said much, only directing her accusations at Xuanwu. The group stayed in the rental apartment for another week. Besides them, there were Zhang Qingshu, Lu Yanle, and Nie Xiaoyu in the small rental apartment. Given the current situation, they could not show themselves publicly. After all, their families knew who had attended that graduation banquet. Everyone else had died, and only they survived, which would undoubtedly lead to questioning. It might even attract the attention of Zhuke or Xuanwu. Thus, until the situation calmed down, they could only report their safety to trusted family members. The three of them stayed in the rental apartment with Subai. During this time, they closely monitored various social platforms and online intelligence. From beginning to end, there was no news about them, which puzzled Subai and made him curious about Lu Xiyu. He was certain that if Lu Xiyu had truly survived the banquet, she must know his identity and what had happened. If she wanted to, she could expose him at any time. Yet, neither Zhuke nor Xuanwu seemed aware of their existence, nor did they know about him. Subai felt conflicted, unsure of what Lu Xiyu was thinking. Still, this was a good thing. Lu Xiyu had not exposed him, which meant one less hostile force to deal with. After all, Yan Song had died at their hands. And Subai was unsure whether Xuanwu would seek revenge if they found out. Fortunately, half a month passed quickly. During this time, despite the turbulent online developments and the increasingly intense confrontation between Zhuke and Xuanwu, they did not see any news unfavorable to them. Over the past half-month, they stayed in the rental apartment, ordered takeout, and did not dare to go out. Meanwhile, Subai diligently practiced his various abilities, significantly improving his strength. Lu Yanle, Zhang Qingshu, and Nie Xiaoyu also made notable progress under the guidance of ZG and others. Over this half-month, their strength had greatly improved. The fastest progress was undoubtedly made by Zhang Qingshu. Before the graduation banquet, he had successfully awakened his Xian Yuan spirit body using the medicinal materials Subai had mentioned, which his family had collected. Now, his cultivation speed was incredibly fast, even showing potential to catch up with Lu Yanle. Seeing all this, Subai felt happy. However, he also had his worries. The extraterrestrial technique gifted to him by the Nine Ming City Lord, the Heavenly Dragon combat technique, remained difficult to master. This technique was challenging to grasp, and Subai could not discern its essence. Of course, he could not let ZG and the others know about the Heavenly Dragon combat technique, so he could only study it secretly. And so, another half-month passed. As nearly a month passed, the commotion surrounding the graduation banquet gradually subsided. In Yanchang, many ability users secretly investigated and finally discovered traces of unusual energy. Strangely, however, the remaining high-ranking officials and powerful ability users in Yangcheng quietly suppressed the matter. Subai speculated that these high-ranking individuals might have more important issues to deal with, so they temporarily chose to ignore it. For Subai, this was actually a stroke of luck. The group managed to get through this period safely. One day, while Subai was meditating with his eyes closed, he suddenly heard Lu Yanle and Zhang Qingshu knocking on the door. After the three of them explained, Subai understood that it was now the time for new students to enroll in martial schools. Naturally, they also had to go to the martial school to begin their training as ability users. After all, unlike Subai, who had reached the pseudoforce realm in just a few months, they still had a long way to go. Subai felt a bit dazed. Not long ago, he was still struggling in the blood forest, trying to sense his abilities just to secure a spot in the preliminary selection and work hard to get into a martial school. But now, he was already a pseudo-force realm expert. In major martial schools, even senior students in their third or fourth year might not be as strong as him. In an ordinary city, an ability user of his level would already be considered one of the top forces in the city. He scratched his head, feeling a bit lost. Compared to Lu Yanla and the others going to martial school, he himself hadn't even participated in the ability user examination in Longwei. In other words, he didn't have a school to attend at the moment. However, he shrugged it off, thinking it wasn't a big deal. The day before their departure, the group gathered for a farewell meal and chatted. "Lu kid, your skin is fair, but it doesn't seem as fair as Su kid's," ZG said while munching on chips, glancing at Subai and the others with a puzzled look. "Impossible." Lu Yanla took a sip of his drink, then poured a bottle of alcohol into it, stirred it, and drank it. His face turned red, and upon hearing ZG's comment, he shouted in defiance. He even grabbed Subai's hand and started rubbing it, a sly smile appearing on his face. This scene left Tai Hu and Qing Shi speechless. They couldn't understand how someone could be so shameless. "How could my skin not be as fair as Leg Bro's? Hey, Leg Bro, your skin feels even smoother than mine." The more Lu Yanla touched, the more he felt something was off. Subai's skin was as smooth as mutton fat jade, white and delicate. No way. "Leg Bro, did you secretly get laser hair removal?" Lu Yanla's eyes widened. Zhang Qingshu and Nisyayu, who were eating and drinking nearby, also looked incredulous. Seeing Subai's skin, they seemed to have discovered a treasure, their gazes making Subai feel uneasy. "By Shu Wo, Subai bro. Tell me, what skincare products do you use? How is your skin so smooth?" Nie Xiaoyu blinked mischievously, hugging Subai's shoulder and asking coyly. "Skincare products? Laser hair removal? Let me tell you, I'm naturally gifted with good skin," Subai replied nonchalantly while eating, brushing off their questions. He was determined not to reveal the secret of how, during his body forging days underground, he had lost all his hair except for the ones on his head. If Lu Yanla and the others found out, they'd laugh at him for a lifetime. "Fine, don't tell us. Just don't come back later and say you got laser hair removal to attract me," Lu Yanla teased, slinging an arm around Subai's shoulder. "Nonsense, Big Bro Su clearly did it to attract me." Zhang Qingshu refused to be outdone and interjected, "You two talk too much, get lost and go eat." Subai shot a glance at the two chubby kids, who deliberately brought up this topic, almost exposing his secret. "Kid, your friends have all gone to martial schools. What are you planning to do?" Taihu and Qing Shi, who hadn't been drinking, listened attentively to their conversation while eating large bites of food. "Well, I don't have any plans for now," Subai scratched his head, feeling conflicted. Should he repeat his old path, becoming a hunter or taking on missions? "Kid, Qing Shi and I are planning to return to Huanggang," Taihu said. Qing Shi pondered for a moment and added calmly, "We've found a safe wilderness route far from the city and plan to head back ourselves." "Oh, really?" Subai's pupils shrank. This news came too suddenly, catching him off guard. After all, Taihu and Qing Shi had been with him for a long time, and now they were leaving so abruptly. He wasn't prepared for it, but since it was already decided, he could only go with the flow and nodded slightly. "Kid, if you ever come to Huanggang and manage to avoid being discovered by our boss, I can take you out for some fun." Qing Shi seemed to be in high spirits, her slender fingers carrying a faint fragrance as she lightly tapped Su Bai's chest, making his nose feel warm. "Senior, don't tease me," Subai's mind wandered, but he quickly snapped back and scratched his head awkwardly. Smiling. "Not fun, boring." Qing Shi withdrew her finger, snorted lightly, and found Subai's reaction rather dull. "What about Senior ZG? Don't tell me you're planning to return to that place too?" Subai turned to ask ZG, who was munching on chips. "Me, go back? Don't joke around. I don't have the qualifications to return," ZG said helplessly. "I've told you before, your strength hasn't reached that level yet. I can't go back, isn't that what you told me earlier?" She extended her soft pink fist and punched Subai's left shoulder hard, causing him a sharp pain. Senior ZG, that hurts. Your strength is so great, how could I compare? It's just because you're too weak, ZG shot Subai a glance. The night was tranquil, with stars scattered and twinkling. The farewell banquet lasted until midnight. That day, Subai unusually skipped training and instead slept soundly and deeply, his light snores echoing softly. The next morning, when Subai woke up, 5 people had already left the rental house, leaving only ZG playing games. Kid Su, your friends, and those 2 little beasts set off early in the morning. They left? It's fine. The path of an ability user is ultimately a lonely one. Subai got up, stretched, and yawned. Although he felt a bit lost inside, he could only accept reality. After washing up and having breakfast, his phone rang. How's it going? Have you been busy lately? A somewhat weathered voice came from the other end of the line. Principal? How do you have time to call me? Subai was momentarily stunned. Did you forget? Didn't you say before that you wanted me to help? You find connections to get into a top martial school? The principal's voice was steady and kind, making Subai feel reassured. Principal, I almost forgot. If you hadn't mentioned it, Subai felt a bit embarrassed. If the principal hadn't reminded him, he really wouldn't have kept it in mind. Alright, enough talk. With your talent, you must go to a martial school to continue improving, or else you'll be wasting yourself. The principal's tone was firm, leaving Subai no room to refuse. Alright, which martial arts academy is it? Subai asked with a probing smile. This phone call made his goal clearer. Otherwise, he would have to either become a hunter or join the city's patrol team as a freelance ability user. Remember, you're so strong, and the trouble you've caused before has been a headache for others. Don't bully the new students at the Martial Arts Academy, the principal reminded. The graduation banquet in Yang City was something the principal had informed Subai about, although neither of them brought it up directly. He knew all of this was closely related to Subai. Principal, how could I possibly deserve that? Just tell me, which martial arts academy is it? Subai chuckled. Jiang City, Martial University. The bustling city was lively and vibrant, with streets full of traffic and crowds surging like waves. Many ability users were also weaving through the throngs. After a period of recovery, Yang City had finally regained its former tranquility. The only change was that the city's patrol team had increased the frequency of their rounds, making them more frequent than before. After receiving the principal's message, Subai didn't hesitate much and packed his belongings. Early the next morning, he took ZG with him and boarded a train heading to Jiang City. Although Jiang City was located in the central region of the Dragon Nation and wasn't too far from Yang City, it wasn't exactly close either. This train journey was estimated to take 2 or 3 days. After all, this world was much larger than the previous one, with both its history and geographical scope expanded many times over. Forget Pseudoforce realm ability users, even those in the Trueforce realm would need over a month to traverse neighboring regions. Subai, being in the Pseudoforce realm, had already broken the sound barrier in terms of speed, but even so, he would have to travel at high speed for a long time. Not to mention the wilderness and dense forests along the way, where ferocious beasts could appear at any moment. To safely traverse regions without the protection of human cities, one would need to at least reach the Wanderer realm, and it was best to travel in groups. Subai, of course, wouldn't choose to travel on foot. Not only would it waste time, but it would also be troublesome. He had considered having ZG fly him directly there, which would significantly shorten the time, but his body couldn't withstand it. After multiple discussions and considerations, he ultimately decided to take the train and bring ZG along to Jiang City. The train, like a steel dragon, sped along an unknown route under the mysterious golden rune formations, emitting waves of sound vibrations. Passing through places like Mingchuan Yiling and Linghu Dayuan, the formations mitigated the spread of sound. Although some beasts in the wilderness and deep mountains noticed it, most only observed warily for a moment before withdrawing their gaze, without any aggressive actions. Apart from a very small number of beasts that were difficult to reach peaceful agreements with, most beast species maintained a fragile peace with humans. Some friendly beasts even lived in cities, though only in specific areas. It wasn't that the Dragon Nation didn't want to completely suppress these beasts, but its territory was too vast. The bustling cities were like lighthouses, numerous, yet still scarce when placed on such an expansive land. In many places, there were no signs of human activity for dozens of miles, let alone patrols. Coupled with the strength of the beasts and the existence of forbidden zones, despite the severe destruction caused by beasts in the past, humans and beasts now mostly coexisted peacefully. After all, enemies wouldn't last forever, and survival required perseverance. By sat quietly, his gaze sweeping over the famous rivers and mountains gradually receding behind him. Even though he was now at the pseudo-force realm, considered a core strength in ordinary cities, he was still insignificant in the entirety of the Dragon Nation. Forget freely traversing the Dragon Nation, even crossing two regions was fraught with danger. No one knew when a powerful exotic beast might suddenly emerge from some uninhabited area, swamp, or deep valley. Humanity's survival in this world remained extremely challenging. Despite the large human population, very few could awaken abilities, and even fewer reached high realms. Not just in the Dragon Nation, ability users were rare in other countries as well. Although Bai usually interacted with ability users, that was because he had entered their circle. In reality, most people never even encountered an ability user. He idly scrolled through his phone, his brows slightly raised as he came across a trending news story. A governor from a certain region in the beautiful nation defected, joined the others, and slaughtered all humans within his jurisdiction. The entire region is now a river of blood, littered with bones. Bai's lips twitched slightly as he noticed the term others. Recently, he seemed to be seeing news about others more frequently. Perhaps because he hadn't paid much attention before. An entire region slaughtered, just how powerful is the force of the others summoned through such a sacrifice? The news mentioned that the defecting governor must have been extremely strong, possibly having reached an exceptionally high realm. Bai merely glanced at it casually. After all, it was a matter concerning the beautiful nation, unrelated to the Dragon Nation and unlikely to affect him. Kid, I don't seem to stand out much among humans, ZG said, wearing headphones and listening to music while munching on snacks. The number of snacks she had eaten along the way was countless. Maybe it's because you haven't cultivated spiritual energy, Bai nodded and replied. Compared to those friendly exotic beasts who transformed and blended into human territories, although they didn't cause conflicts, their identities were distinctly marked. The habits and perspectives of these powerful beings were entirely different from humans, often leading to misunderstandings or even clashes. Thus, they were secretly monitored in human cities, a rule tacitly agreed upon by both sides. ZG, however, was different. Even the station staff and patrol teams checking her hadn't discovered she was a beast. The only reasonable explanation was that ZG had only cultivated blood and energy, refining force and will, without cultivating spiritual energy, which was why she hadn't been detected. This thought sparked an idea in Bai's mind. Could he bring ZG into Jiancheng Martial University? Having a king-level powerhouse enroll as a freshman at a martial school? The thought had just flashed through Bai's mind when he couldn't help but laugh. Why are you staring at me? You brat, I know exactly what you're thinking. Stop daydreaming. ZG rolled her eyes, stuffing a chip into her mouth, its aroma wafting as she chewed. I'm a dignified king, why would I go with you to be a freshman? When the time comes, just rent me a place off campus. I'll be fine on my own, playing games and eating snacks every day. Bai listened, chuckled foolishly, scratched his head, and quickly nodded in agreement. Perhaps because it was the season for martial schools. To start, the bus was filled with far more young people than usual. Many teenage prodigies stood tall and confident, their spiritual energy flowing abundantly within them. Meanwhile, the talented young women were all graceful, dressed in brightly colored dresses that occasionally revealed fair skin, exuding a faint fragrance that dazzled Bai and lifted his spirits. If Lu Yanla and Zhang Qingshu were here, they would definitely be overjoyed. Bai coughed lightly, but his heart was brimming with happiness. What a pity, they don't have this fortune. He sighed with a smile, thinking. That such a beautiful view was his alone to enjoy. Just as his gaze lingered, he accidentally caught sight of ZG's calm, unruffled purple eyes. Is it beautiful? ZG's large eyes sparkled with a hint of curiosity, resembling purple gemstones. Ah. Subai was caught off guard by ZG's words, his face turning red as he coughed awkwardly. Well, it's all right, I guess? He composed himself, regaining his calm, and answered reluctantly. How strange. If you like it, why not pursue it? Why just look and not act? ZG muttered, ignoring him as she leaned back in her seat and continued playing on her phone. I'm just appreciating it, appreciating the scenery, you know, it lifts the mood. Subai hurriedly explained, his movements a bit flustered. ZG paid him no attention, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Ah, I forgot there's ZG, this senior, right beside me. After saying this, Subai felt embarrassed to keep admiring the scenery and instead squinted slightly, crossing his arms to rest. However, most of the passengers were incoming freshmen, lively and cheerful, whispering among themselves, making it hard for Subai to fall asleep. He had no choice but to continue gazing at the scenery outside the window. Who's heading to Earth Xuanwu Academy? I'm from Taichung in the western part of Long Country, a new student at Lingyi Martial Academy. Anyone else going there? We can help each other out. After arriving at school, I'll host a banquet at Injo Pavilion. I hope friends from the same academy can come and support. The carriage was abuzz with discussions, the atmosphere lively, with voices of people making friends rising and falling. Subai listened quietly, gathering information. Among them, a few individuals had indifferent expressions, remaining silent and aloof, their demeanor cold and distinct. One particular woman stood out. She wore a pristine white cultivation robe adorned with details resembling swan feathers. The robe emitted a faint treasure-like glow, flowing with her movements, making her appear as pure as a celestial being. Her skin was fair and radiant, her figure tall and graceful. In the carriage, occasional glances were cast her way, filled with reverence and even a hint of admiration. During the journey, several confident and handsome young men, believing themselves to be exceptionally talented, attempted to strike up a conversation with her, but she politely declined. Subai's interest wasn't in her appearance but in the aura she exuded and the hunched old woman beside her. The woman's cultivation level was hard to discern, seemingly concealed by some treasure. Meanwhile, the old woman appeared frail, yet her cloudy eyes carried a sharpness that couldn't be ignored. Is she her protector? Subai stroked his chin, carefully observing the two. The woman sat in the corner, meditating with her eyes closed, but suddenly her brows furrowed, and she opened her eyes abruptly. Granny Wang, what's wrong? Her spiritual energy flowed, her voice crisp and melodious, like the chirping of a yellow oriole. There's a remarkable junior here, whose strength seems to rival yours. Granny Wang squinted with a smile, her wrinkled face twitching slightly as she pointed with her finger. The woman followed the direction of her finger, her gaze meeting Subai's. Both their eyes sparkled with pride. Subai raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a friendly smile and nodding in greeting. The woman, however, frowned deeply, her eyes shifting. She had failed to discern Subai's strength earlier and hadn't even noticed him observing her. If it weren't for Granny Wang's reminder, she wouldn't have known at all. There were only two possibilities for this situation: the opponent was stronger than her, or the treasure he carried was of a higher level. Her surname was Liu, from the Liu family, and the treasures she carried were extraordinary. For her safety, the family had sent Granny Wang to protect her. She was highly talented, invincible since childhood, and full of pride. After a moment of contemplation, she stared at Subai again, her eyes revealing a fighting spirit. Regardless of whether the opponent's realm was higher or his treasure was stronger, she would not back down. She believed in herself. That with her talent and perseverance, she could surpass anyone. With a cold snort, she adjusted her mood and withdrew her gaze. Why does this woman look at me with hostility? Subai was a bit stunned, scratching his head in confusion. He had only glanced at her, and now he was being resented? No way. Senior ZG, What level is that old lady? My strength is too low to discern it at all. He asked Ziji softly, while casually reaching out to take a chip from the large bag in Ziji's hand and putting it in his mouth. Don't steal my food. If you want to eat, buy your own. Ziji helplessly patted Subai's hand lightly to stop his little action, then asked, why? Does that old lady have hostility toward you? I didn't notice anything. Although her attention was mainly on her phone, with her king-level strength, she was particularly sensitive to changes in gazes and naturally noticed the exchange of looks between Subai and the two. No, I was just curious and asked. Subai rubbed his nose and replied with a hum. Poof. I don't know the strength of that little beauty. She has a treasure inside her, but I can't be bothered to investigate. As for that old lady, she's definitely an experienced true force realm ability user. Ziji said slowly, glancing sideways at Subai while eating chips. A true force realm ability user, truly extraordinary. Subai nodded lightly. In the carriage, she wasn't the only protector, about a quarter of the young people had one or two protectors accompanying them. However, Subai's current realm allowed him to clearly sense the strength of other protectors. Unknowingly, his strength had already far surpassed most of his peers. Except for those geniuses, almost no one could stand on the same level as him. Therefore, this true Force Realm old lady particularly caught his attention. Ability users of this level were extremely rare in the vast and populous Dragon Country. In this carriage, Subai only saw this one true Force Realm protector. Although he still had some questions in his mind, it was just a chance encounter. So he didn't think much about it. He continued listening to the students' discussions, treating it as entertainment, and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed quietly, day and night alternated, and the wilderness outside the window transformed from bright daylight to a moonlit night. The roars of tigers and cries of apes echoed one after another, the air filled with the intense scent of wild beasts, and many exotic beasts began to become active. In the darkness, the steel dragon sped forward through a mysterious and unpredictable formation, like a flash of lightning weaving through the wild forest. This formation was very peculiar, seemingly not belonging to this space. It passed through dense forests without any sense of collision, as if it appeared and disappeared out of thin air, yet the people inside could clearly see the scenery outside. This clearly involves the power of space, which Subai currently cannot comprehend. This formation does not directly absorb spatial power but instead activates the formation by utilizing the spatial energy in certain locations along the way. The benefits of this approach are obvious. Setting up spatial formations at every point along the route would be both extremely costly and difficult to achieve. After all, those who can truly manipulate spatial power are exceedingly rare throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Those who can harness spatial power have already reached the pinnacle of ability users. During the time spent waiting in, Yangchang, Subai, and Ziji discussed many topics, especially regarding spatial power. Ziji shared everything she knew with him, greatly benefiting him. Mastering spatial power proficiently is the key threshold to ascending to a higher realm as a king. This marks a clear dividing line. Kings can create their own domains and control heaven and earth, while the path of kingship involves realizing one's will through the power of heaven and earth. Carving out one's own path. Ability users who reach the realm of kingship naturally gain control over spatial power within their domains, enabling them to communicate with the spatial power between heaven and earth. The difference between kings and kingship lies in the understanding of spatial power. Those who comprehend spatial power can almost effortlessly suppress opponents who have not only because they can use spatial power in combat, but also because spatial power has tempered their bodies, making their strength far surpass that of ordinary kings. When striking with full force, they can even easily defeat ordinary kings. This formation is truly mysterious. Ziji gazed outside, her eyes shimmering as if deep in thought. She had been studying the spatial aura outside the formation, and when the formation suddenly underwent subtle changes, she immediately noticed. The night was as dark as ink, the bright moon like a silver disk casting its glow, draping the earth in a thin veil. Ziji suddenly squinted, her expression changed, and she woke Subai, who was meditating. Senior Ziji, what's wrong? Have we reached our destination? Subai opened his eyes, red light flickering, his spirit energized. The formation just trembled, and the source of the tremor is 100 miles away, ZG said solemnly, sharing her perception with Subai. What do you mean? Subai was somewhat puzzled. It could be spatial turbulence or some kind of disaster occurring, ZG speculated. Impossible, right? We've been traveling for so long without encountering any issues, and this formation is very sturdy, Subai said. Surprised. Do you trust me or the formation? ZG gave him a sidelong glance and knocked on his head, causing Subai to cry out in pain. I'm telling you, a powerful force erupted 100 miles away, causing spatial vibrations that affected the formation. Powerful force? Subai repeated softly. Then what should we do? Leave the train or inform others? He held his head and turned to ZG, looking uneasy. Don't panic, I might be overthinking. Let's wait until we get closer to see. If there really is danger, I'll take you away. ZG shook her head, uncertain herself. After all, this is a spatial formation. Although it appears simple, the spatial power contained within this steel dragon formation that spans the entire line far exceeds what she, as a king-level ability user, can imagine. Understood, Subai agreed. With ZG's reassurance, he felt slightly more at ease. However, his mood was no longer relaxed, his spiritual energy continued to circulate within him, his nerves tense, and his blood surged. Time passed slowly as the steel dragon sped forward, covering 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, breaking the sound barrier, with the wind howling fiercely. Before long, to verify ZG's words, the vigilant Subai furrowed his brows and noticed something unusual outside the window. On the distant horizon, a massive figure suddenly appeared. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a scene so shocking it was unforgettable. A colossal beast, its entire body covered in sharp bone spikes, loomed over the land, blocking out the sky and stepping on mountain ranges. The blood energy emanating from its body was overwhelmingly strong, creating a suffocating sense of oppression that made hearts race and breathing difficult. It felt as though a single breath from it could crush mountains. The beast roared and bellowed, and with every step it took, the ground trembled and the air quaked. At this moment, the giant beast stood proudly on the earth, towering into the clouds, its figure boundless. Its eyes glowed with a red light, dazzling like stars, piercing straight into the soul and radiating brilliance. What kind of monster is this? Subai was stunned. Such a massive and terrifying creature had actually appeared on the train's path. It resembled a wild beast from ancient times that had survived to the present day. The bone spikes on its body were as hard as divine forged silver, exuding a mysterious power that sent powerful ripples through the space around. It even gave the impression that it could collapse the surrounding space. This was an ultimate force, and it was no wonder ZG could sense the vibrations in the spatial formation. In the face of such a powerful existence, the energy it released was enough to affect the formations in the space around it. The entire body of this giant beast radiated an aura of destruction. Its massive claws, like iron-forged weapons, struck down heavily, causing the space to rumble and its imposing presence to shake the hearts of all who saw it. It seems I was wrong. This isn't spatial turbulence or a natural disaster, but a powerful monster. The energy it releases has disrupted the spatial formations, ZG said, her face filled with anxiety and unease as she too saw the terrifying beast. The oppressive feeling brought by this monster was even more terrifying than Qingxiao. Before long, others on the train also witnessed this astonishing scene. Subai and the others were in the front carriage of the train, so they were naturally the first to see it. Besides him, the others in the front were also stunned. The Sky Fiend Beast King. At the front of the train, several middle-aged men with deep auras and strong spiritual energy fluctuations turned pale, their faces ashen. Damn it, how did this guy show up here? One of them said in a panic, his face full of worry. I remember this guy has always been in a deep slumber in Tianheng of Nanyue. How could it have wandered to such a remote place? Another said in disbelief. The beast before them was called the Sky Fiend Beast King. During the Great Wilderness Migration years ago, it had entered human territory. It had stationed itself in Tianheng of Nanyue, single-handedly suppressing all other beast kings with its unparalleled strength. The upper echelons of the Dragon Nation had reached an agreement with it. The Sky Fiend Beast King would provide its might, and in return, the Dragon Nation would ensure its peaceful existence in the Tianheng region of Hannan. The two sides coexisted peacefully. The Sky Fiend Beast King was extraordinarily powerful, its body covered in bone spikes as hard as ancient divine iron, capable of tearing through space and killing countless enemies. It not only deterred external threats but also played a significant role on the desolate battlefield. Its only weakness was that it occasionally sleepwalked while in slumber. The vast and rugged terrain of Tianheng and Nanyue usually ensured that its sleepwalking caused no major issues. The Sky Fiend Beast King actually sleepwalked all the way to Hanbei, one middle-aged man said, his face dark and filled with worry. In the past, its sleepwalking never took it beyond the edges of Tianheng. This time, it has wandered so far. It really makes one wonder if something is wrong with it. Another person was also full of confusion, finding it hard to accept the reality before them. What do we do now? It's blocking our way, and the power emanating from its body is unintentionally causing turbulence, even making the spatial formation tremble. If we force our way through, the train's spatial imprint will trigger the formation's vibrations, which could very likely cause the formation to collapse, sucking the entire carriage into an unknown space. A middle-aged elegant woman walked over lightly, her expression filled with worry. If the formation breaks, we will all die. Without exception. Even the most advanced ability users among us fear this kind of spatial power, let alone the newcomers on the train. The train was carrying a large number of new students about to enroll in martial schools. Their strength was low, and they wouldn't be able to withstand the dangers of facing exotic beasts or enduring a perilous journey. The middle-aged man leading the group remained silent for a long time, his face alternating between pale and flushed as he fell into deep thought. Finally, he made up his mind. We are already in Hanbei, only a few thousand miles from the human activity zone. Stop the formation, everyone disembark, bypass the Sky Fiend Beast King, and walk to Yichang. Will that really work? The road is fraught with dangers, and low-level ability users won't be able to handle it. What if we attract even stronger exotic beasts? The middle-aged elegant woman asked worriedly. There's no other way. Go and count the number of Pseudoforce realm ability users on the train. Those who have reached this level are experienced. We'll divide into 10 groups to form escort teams to protect the passengers. This will minimize the risk of exotic beast attacks as much as possible, the middle-aged man said decisively, quickly organizing the plan. Understood. At the front of the train, the high-level ability users nodded in agreement. They were all employees of Longtai Company, responsible for the safety of the entire route, and they would not take this lightly. Over a dozen ability users, their eyes gleaming, quickly moved to their assigned carriages after completing the count. Inside the carriages, discussions broke out as passengers had witnessed the scene of the ability users being summoned, leaving them tense and uneasy. Su Bai, however, appeared relatively calm because ZG was by his side. He squinted slightly, a faint red light flickering in his eyes. Senior ZG, what are they planning to do? It looks like they're gathering powerful ability users. Are they planning to deal with that strong beast? Su Bai asked in a low voice. You're overthinking it. Forget them, even if I joined forces with a few others, we wouldn't be able to take that thing down, ZG said with a helpless smile, thinking Su Bai was a bit naive. A being of that level would be difficult to handle even if Qing Xiao and Hong Yi joined forces, let alone just her. Oh, I see. Su Bai smiled awkwardly, his face slightly red. Beings of this level are almost impossible to defeat, ZG said slowly. It's blocking the way and has already affected the spatial formation. If we force our way through, the formation will collapse, spatial turbulence will erupt, and we will all die. Even with your strength, you'd die? Su Bai asked in surprise. I wouldn't, but dragging someone like you along would definitely result in injuries. So, the only solution is to take a detour, ZG said firmly, her purple eyes shining brightly. Take a detour and walk. There's only one road here. To bypass it, we can only rely on walking, she added. No wonder, Subai nodded. Hearing G's explanation, he understood why the staff were looking for powerful ability users among the passengers. Then, Senior, aren't you going? I asked, noting that even the elderly woman had been called away. If I go, who will protect you? Moreover, I'm not familiar with those people. Dealing with them, I'm afraid I might reveal a flaw. ZG shrugged helplessly. Knock, knock. Just as the two were talking, there was a knock on the door outside the carriage. The door opened, and two young men with extraordinary auras slowly walked in. They seemed to emit a faint glow, and the energy within them surged like ocean waves. Behind the two men, a middle-aged, elegant woman slowly stepped in. Dear passengers, due to unforeseen circumstances, we regret to announce that this train's journey will be cancelled. Her voice was calm, as serene as flowing water, soothing the passengers. In the carriage. No one was angry anymore. Please follow us on foot to the destination. Along the way, we will do our utmost to ensure everyone's safety. Her expression was serious, and though her voice was not loud, every passenger heard her clearly. The people in the carriage exchanged glances. Although they had already seen the towering beast standing on the distant horizon, they still harbored a sliver of hope. Her words completely shattered their illusions. The young men and women who had protectors accompanying them felt even more lost now that their protectors had left. In this carriage, aside from the ability users, nearly half were ordinary people. The ordinary passengers looked pale. The journey on foot was long, requiring them to traverse dense forests and mountain streams, filled with various beasts and dangers. For ordinary people, the risks were immense. Sir, I am the wealthiest man in Zita City. I'll pay you money, forget about the others and come protect me. A middle-aged man with a large belly, his face covered in sweat, stood up in panic, extending his chubby arm as he shouted at the elegant woman. Apologies, sir. Our mission is to protect everyone. Regardless of the reason, we will fulfill our duty. The middle-aged woman's eyes were as clear as the deep sea, but a trace of disdain flashed through them, her tone icy. You. The large-bellied man hadn't finished speaking when a few teenagers at the back of the carriage stood up and questioned, if we get injured, will Long Tai Company compensate us? Can you protect us a bit more? We're willing to pay a lot of money. Their voices grew louder, and the carriage became somewhat noisy. Subai sat quietly, saying nothing, watching as the situation unfolded. Useless. A young man beside him suddenly shouted. His blue eyes shone brightly, exuding an imposing aura. If you're afraid of death, don't become ability users. Don't even think about mixing in martial schools, he said coldly, his tone full of disdain. In his eyes, all the teenagers in this carriage were weaklings. Who are you to insult us? A hot-headed teenager stood up, angrily retorting. Hoof. A cold glint flashed in the blue-eyed man's eyes, as sharp as a blade. He let out a light snort, and his entire aura erupted. 3 beams of light flickered within him, like 3 blazing divine furnaces. His spiritual energy surged like the wind, and the pressure instantly enveloped the entire carriage. The overwhelming force fell upon the hot-headed teenager, causing his face to change drastically. He felt as if his body had fallen into an abyss, unable to move. His face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Peak of the Traveler Realm? How is that possible? You're the same age as me, why are you so strong? The teenager was so shocked he couldn't believe it. This seemingly ordinary peer had already reached the peak of the Wanderer Realm. As for himself, he had just entered the Wanderer Realm there, yet was called a genius. You're wrong, my strength is at the half-step pseudo-force level, the blue-eyed youth sneered. Don't use your narrow perspective from that small place to view the world. A mere peak of the exotic aperture realm, who gave you the courage to speak like this? The blue-eyed youth sneered, stepped forward, and the pressure intensified. The boy coughed up another mouthful of blood. Chen Xiao. That's enough. The middle-aged beautiful woman sighed, gently waved her hand, and neutralized the pressure the blue-eyed youth had placed on the boy. Everyone immediately felt a breeze brushing their faces, their breathing eased, and the boy's condition improved significantly. Out of respect for you, I won't teach these arrogant and ignorant rural ability users a lesson anymore, the blue-eyed man sneered disdainfully. What he despised most were those from remote areas, narrow-minded, weak in strength, yet thinking of themselves as geniuses. He himself came from a distinguished background and had decent talent, but not long ago, he was completely crushed by a young man from a noble family. That defeat left him disheartened, and now, facing these weaklings, he felt a sense of revenge. Of course, his actions were somewhat excessive, which made the middle-aged beautiful woman feel uneasy. Listen up, don't think your little local talent means anything. When you get to the major martial schools, your strength will be utterly insignificant. Don't end up only talking tough, but when real danger comes, you won't even know how you died. Another red-haired youth sneered, his face full of contempt. Although his family background wasn't as good as the blue-eyed man's, he also came from a distinguished lineage. Like the blue-eyed youth, he was at the half-step pseudo-force level, which qualified him to be sent on this escort mission. The teenagers in the carriage exchanged glances, speechless. Their strength was at most comparable to the boy who had been suppressed. Previously, they were full of confidence, thinking their talent was outstanding and that they would achieve great things in the future. But after the two's remarks, they finally realized that the outside world was far more complex than they had imagined. The talent and abilities they had once been proud of might be utterly insignificant in the eyes of others. These newcomers suddenly fell silent. Subai continued sitting there, leisurely eating chips with ZG. He didn't refute, as the calm and resolute aura of the two contrasted sharply with the panic in the eyes of these teenagers. Not to mention strength, this kind of composure and confidence had already left these rookies far behind. To be honest, the path of abilities for these two was destined to go much further. The carriage fell into silence. This was exactly the effect the three wanted to see. The beautiful woman glanced around the carriage, confirmed there were no abnormalities, exchanged a look with the two youths, and nodded slightly. The train has stopped. Now, please follow me off the train, the middle-aged beautiful woman said solemnly, speaking slowly. As soon as she finished, the two young geniuses also became serious, standing beside her and leading the passengers in the carriage to disembark. Don't wander off. If you go too far, I won't be able to protect you, said the blue-eyed youth named Chen Jia, known as Chen Xiao. He stood by the train door, looking at the passengers disembarking one by one with disdain. However, their previous display of power could only intimidate those simple, inexperienced, and weak students. In Subai's view, those young geniuses with extraordinary and aloof temperaments were completely unaffected. Among them, the girl in the white cultivation robe was one of them. When she got off the vehicle and passed by Subai's seat, her emerald green eyes flashed with a fighting spirit. She glanced at him before slowly stepping off the vehicle. Could this girl really be holding a grudge against me? Subai scratched his nose, feeling rather innocent. As the passengers in the carriage disembarked one by one, it was soon Subai and ZG's turn. He glanced around, lightly nudged ZG with his elbow, signaling her, and the two got off together. Just as they were about to step off, Chen Jie fixed his gaze on ZG. Although ZG hadn't revealed her true appearance and had transformed into an ordinary look, her cold and proud aura still made her stand out. Compared to the girl in white, she exuded a touch more nobility and aloofness, drawing many eyes. Miss, stay close to me when the time comes. I can protect you. Chen Jie's eyes lit up. Although ZG's appearance wasn't stunning, her unique temperament, combined with her youthful face and gentle gaze, gave off a graceful charm that made Chen Jie feel a twinge of excitement. ZG frowned slightly, feeling a bit repulsed. Not everyone was like Subai, who could act so presumptuously in front of her. If it were any other time, a young man daring to speak to her like this would have been slapped to death. But now, that was clearly not an option. She turned her head, her gaze coldly landing on Subai. Subai gave a helpless smile and made a reassuring gesture. Then, he stepped forward, positioning himself between Chen Jie and ZG, his left hand resting on the doorframe. Sorry, but this is my junior sister, Subai said politely to Chinjie with a smile. Why call her junior? Sister? Ziji's youthful demeanor made junior sister the most fitting term. He couldn't possibly say she was his fiancée or girlfriend, otherwise he'd definitely get beaten up by Ziji. Kid, so what? Only the strong can protect beauties, Chinjie sneered disdainfully. He sensed Subai's weak aura and lack of strong spiritual energy fluctuations, seeing him as no different from those useless students. I can protect my junior sister just fine. You should focus on the other passengers, Subai replied, unfazed by Chinjie's provocation. He scratched his head with a simple smile and led Ziji off the vehicle. The two gradually disappeared into the crowd. Chinjie and another genius, Yili, exchanged glances, a cold glint flashing in their eyes. Young Master Chen, it's rare to see someone look down on you like that, Yili teased with a smirk. Young Master Yi, don't provoke me. I'm not that foolish, Chinjie shrugged indifferently. But the coldness in his eyes revealed his determination. As Yili had said, aside from the holy son of his clan, no one dared to speak to him like that. He was the core disciple of his family, ranked first, and his cultivation level was at the half-step pseudo-realm. Protect your junior sister? With your level of strength, who can you protect? He had already made up his mind. During the escort mission, he would definitely win over ZG. He had never encountered a girl with such a unique temperament and beauty. ZG's cold and disdainful gaze earlier had only fueled his desire to conquer her. In his clan, which beautiful genius wasn't the object of pursuit? ZG's attitude was a refreshing change for him. When danger strikes, you'll see just how far your weak senior brother is from me, Chinjie sneered. As the last passenger disembarked, Chinjie and Yili followed closely behind. The carriage was now empty. The dense forest intertwined, roots and branches tangled. After getting off, they were greeted by a nearly impassable wilderness. There was no path, so they had to create one. Low-level ability users played their part. Using their faint spiritual energy, they neither disturbed the exotic beasts in the forest nor lost control of their bodies and the energy in their hands. Various colors of energy and abilities flickered. They cleared the obstacles ahead, carving out a narrow path wide enough for dozens of people to walk side by side. The forest echoed with the roars of tigers and cries of apes, and the stench of exotic beasts filled the air. The passengers advanced silently along the path, fearing to alarm the powerful beasts. Strange rocks and rugged ridges made the terrain complex, and some ordinary people could not pass at all. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with panic. Soon, a bottomless mountain chasm appeared ahead, blocking their way. The group came to a halt. Do we have to abandon some people? Let the ability users cross directly first, someone whispered. In the crowd. How can we let them go first? They should carry us across, another person muttered. Even the last person, make sure to follow, said two young geniuses standing at the edge of the chasm, their faces as cold as ice. Suddenly, rhythmic footsteps slowly echoed through the quiet forest. They turned to look. It was the middle-aged, elegant woman who had been guarding the rear. Her face was resolute, and only then did the two relax. Does your Long Iron Company have no preparations for emergencies? Of course we do, the middle-aged woman replied with a faint smile, her eyes sparkling like starlight. She retrieved a piece of mottled parchment from her storage ring. As she brought out the parchment, all eyes, including those of the two young geniuses, Subai and ZG, focused on it. The parchment exuded an aura that made hearts race, engraved with mysterious runes that shimmered faintly, giving it an extraordinary appearance. Clearly, this was the hide of an exotic beast, refined and crafted into a special tool by a certain ability user. This is the hide of a Qingjin ox. It's said that its bloodline carries traces of the ancient Kuei ox, the middle-aged woman explained slowly. It possesses immense strength, with sharp horns that strike like iron hammers, indestructible. A single step can collapse mountains and sever rivers, and it only lives in the great wilderness. A mature Qingjin ox has strength equivalent to an ability user at the spirit domain level, she continued, her eyes gleaming as she spoke. While explaining, she placed the parchment in her hand and began forming seals with her left hand, seemingly activating the item. As she moved, the parchment suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and pale yellow energy surged from it. Under her control, the parchment gradually expanded, and ancient runes emerged. It seemed as if one could see the phantom of a colossal Kuei ox, powerful enough to split the heavens and earth, its hooves trampling the four corners as it galloped across the world. The parchment radiated light, covering the sky and enveloping all the ordinary people. This tool was extraordinary, functioning like a storage ring capable of holding living beings, directly absorbing all the ordinary people into it. The ability users, however, were completely unaffected. Some of your relatives and friends might be inside. Don't worry, the space is vast, and they're fine. Once we reach our destination, I'll release them, the middle-aged woman reassured the ability users. With a smile. Hearing this, everyone felt at ease. They had previously suspected she might harm them. Your Long Iron Company is really wealthy. To have something like this, Chen Jie remarked, stroking his chin with curiosity. I guess each of you in charge has one, right? This kind of thing is quite expensive on the market. As a core disciple of a prominent family, his sharp eyes immediately recognized that this craft paper was no ordinary item. Of course, he only thought this to himself, not daring to snatch the item from the middle-aged woman. All right, there will be no more ordinary people disturbing us on the road. We need to speed up our pace. In this desolate wilderness, there are many exotic beasts. A single careless move could lead to encountering a terrifying monster. The middle-aged woman gently put away the craft paper, her gaze firm, and took a big step forward, leading the group as she crossed the bottomless mountain ravine. The other ability users said nothing and followed closely behind. The howls of wild beasts echoed occasionally around the wilderness. The dense forest was dimly lit, covered by thick foliage, and the ground appeared gloomy. Not long after they started walking, an unexpected situation arose. Two young prodigies stopped in their tracks, raising their hands to block the ability users behind them, their expressions grave. Not far ahead, there's a sleeping gold-devouring beast, Chen Jie warned. The gold-devouring beast was ferocious and savage. If so many people passed by, it would surely wake up and launch a frenzied attack. Instead of confronting it head-on, it was better to plan ahead and deal with it first. Should we take a detour? Yi Li asked. No need. Chen Jie glanced at Yi Li beside him. This gold-devouring beast's strength is roughly at the peak of the Walker realm. None of those weaklings can defeat it. We can handle it. Charge. Yi Li nodded. Then turned to the people behind him and said coldly, Who among you has the guts to come help us hold the line? Don't mess up the formation and get killed by the gold-devouring beast. If that happens, don't blame us. Yi Li didn't have much hope for this group of students. As long as they didn't cause trouble, that was enough. He wasn't too worried about the gold-devouring beast's attack power. After all, the middle-aged woman was guarding the rear, and her strength far surpassed theirs. She would handle the rear, leaving the front to the two of them. Just as Yi Li was about to pick someone, Chen Jie stopped him and said calmly, I'll do it. The two exchanged a glance, and Yi Li saw something unusual in Chen Jie's eyes. He shrugged, smiled helplessly, and let Chen Jie take the lead. You, and you, come help us hold the line, Chen Jie casually pointed at a few young men, but his gaze lingered on Su Bai, who was deep within the crowd. With a sly smile, it was clear he had a little scheme in mind. Su Bai was slightly stunned but then stepped forward. This young prodigy was clearly targeting him, likely because of something that had happened earlier. However, after experiencing so many life and death trials, being hunted, traveling underground, and battling the Beast King, his heart was as calm as still water. Faced with such petty tricks, he felt no anger at all. Instead, he found these people rather childish. He gave a helpless smile to ZG and slowly stepped out. As he did, he was surprised to notice that among the three prodigies who stepped out with him, there was a woman in a white training outfit from earlier. Their eyes met briefly, and they said no more. Chen Jie and Yi Li discussed for a moment before assigning tasks to Su Bai and the others. However, Chen Jie kept sneaking glances in Subai's direction, his eyes full of cold sneers, clearly harboring ill intentions. Sure enough. After a short discussion, Chen Jie walked straight up to Subai, patted him on the shoulder, and with a strange glint in his eyes, smiled and said, "Little brother, you seem to have an extraordinary aura. How about you take the lead and be the vanguard? This is obviously the most dangerous task." And he deliberately wanted to embarrass Subai. He intended to use this opportunity to show off his bravery in front of ZG while making Subai, the coward, look utterly useless. Only in this way could he win the heart of the cool and elegant little junior sister, who was as delicate as a jade. Subai said nothing, his eyes shifting slightly. As soon as the other party spoke, Subai understood his intentions. Just as Chen Jie smirked smugly. Thinking Subai would back down, Subai suddenly spoke, "All right." Subai's agreement took Chen Jie by surprise. He hadn't expected Subai to agree so readily. He thought Subai would at least argue for a safer position. Unexpectedly, Subai directly accepted the task. "Oomph, a useless weakling. Without any strength, still trying to act tough in front of your little junior sister? Just wait and see how you embarrass yourself," Chen Jie muttered to himself, looking down on Subai's decision even more. He patted Subai's shoulder again and sneered, "Then I'll thank you in advance." After the conversation ended, Chen Jie slowly walked to the center and stood side by side with Yili Subai, the girl in the white training outfit, and the other two spread out around them, ready for action. "Buddy, you go scout the situation first," Chen Jie said to Subai with a complicated expression. Subai nodded, channeling his spiritual energy. His steps became light and soundless as he quietly approached the sleeping gold-eating beast. He wanted to scout the surroundings of the gold-eating beast to see if there were any other beasts nearby, avoiding the risk of alerting more danger. The process went smoothly. Within a few hundred meters, Subai quickly covered most of the distance. He carefully stepped over dry leaves and avoided anything that might make a sound. The dense forest was dimly lit, the atmosphere eerie and chilling. As he got closer, Subai saw the gold-eating beast clearly. Its entire body gleamed with a metallic luster, its armor-like exterior as hard as iron. It was about 3 meters in size, with sharp fangs and scales that looked like they were forged from refined steel, emitting a clanging sound as it shifted. Its snores while sleeping carried a strong stench, permeating the surroundings. This was an adult gold-eating beast, its strength equivalent to the peak of the Walker realm. To subdue it, at least 3 peak Walker-level ability users would need to join forces. Subai kept his eyes and ears alert, using his system's detection function to carefully scan the area. Finding no abnormalities, he confirmed it was safe. He then activated his spiritual energy again, enhancing his speed and physical control, and quietly retreated. At that moment, Chen Jie moved slightly. While everyone's attention was focused on Subai, he quietly stepped back. He curved his palm and absorbed a small stone from the ground into his hand. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile, his eyes narrowing. Using a secret technique, he manipulated the stone, taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, and suddenly flicked it. The stone traced a strange arc through the air, flying into a blind spot in the forest and striking the gold-eating beast's forehead with force. Roar! The gold-eating beast suddenly woke up, letting out a deafening roar of rage. The roar carried intense killing intent, causing the faces of the gold-devouring beast was startled awake, feeling a slight pain on its forehead, and opened its fist-sized eyes. It saw Subai not far away in the dense crowd in the forest, immediately going berserk. Its whole body trembled, metallic scales clinking crisply and intensively. Roar! It let out a deep growl, its gaze locking onto Subai's back, and charged forward fiercely. The wind howled, and the leaves rustled. The gold-devouring beast was incredibly fast, even among ability users at the Walker level, it was top tier. In the blink of an eye, it was right behind Subai. Chen Jie's lips curled into a smug smile as spiritual energy surged within him, blue energy bursting forth. He glanced proudly at ZG in the crowd, hoping to see worry and fear in her eyes. He wanted her to understand that he was the true genius, while his senior brother was nothing but a waste. Being noticed by him was her fortune. However, ZG's gaze remained calm as still water, without the slightest ripple. She wasn't worried about Su-bai's safety at all. Fine, so confident, a trace of complexity flashed in Chen Jie's eyes. He initially intended to make a move but stopped. He decided to observe first, to see if his senior brother could remain composed after being severely injured by the gold-devouring beast. When Su-bai was on the brink of death and ZG begged him for help, he would then step in. At this moment, something unexpected happened. A woman in a white cultivation robe suddenly shouted, her figure flashing as she rushed out in an instant. Several figures moved swiftly, heading toward Su-bai. A cold gleam sliced through the air. It was a long sword, silver white, exuding a strong aura and killing intent. Clearly, this woman was also an ability user. At the half-step pseudo-force level. Her sudden action even caught Su-bai by surprise. Clang! The long sword collided with the gold-devouring beasts. Sharp claws, sparks flying everywhere. The shockwave scattered the fallen branches and leaves on the ground, forming an invisible energy field. The gold-devouring beast was sent flying, crashing into several ancient trees. The woman's face turned slightly red, looking strained. Clearly, she wasn't adept at direct confrontations. Even as a pseudo-force level ability user, she felt pain from the impact of the gold-devouring beast's strength. Su-bai had intended to dodge with his speed but hadn't expected this unfamiliar woman to block the attack. His left hand emitted a radiant glow. Seeing that Su-bai didn't react, she shouted coquettishly again. At the same time, with a single push, she directly shoved Su-bai aside. With a light tap of her toes, her entire figure shot forward instantly, the silver sword in her hand gleaming brightly. Like a celestial maiden, she charged straight at the gold-devouring beast. Su-bai was stunned, a bit bewildered by her words. After being pushed, he instinctively stepped back. Behind him, Chen Jie and Yili, seeing the woman make her move, hesitated no longer. They shouted loudly, activating the spiritual energy within their bodies. Their powers surged, and multicolored radiance churned within them. The four of them gave it their all, leaping forward fiercely and rushing past Su-bai, heading straight for the gold-devouring beast. Kid, don't try to show off if you don't have the skills. With what he thought was a cool smile. He glanced at ZG in the crowd and, like a tiger descending the mountain, charged at the gold-devouring beast. The four joined forces to attack. With two of them even being strong enough to have reached the half-step pseudo-domain level. With no interference around, the battle was almost effortlessly won. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the gold-devouring beast was subdued by them. As the beast fell, the crowd cast envious glances, except for Su-bai, who remained indifferent. He showed no emotion, merely curling his lips and casually blending into the crowd. Walking over to ZG's side. To him, such petty displays of rivalry were nothing new. It was nothing more than a childish farce. Moreover, he didn't care about others' opinions at all. His strength was simply on a completely different level. It's just a gold-devouring beast, not worth mentioning at all. Chen Jie raised his head proudly, his gaze falling on ZG in the crowd. But when he saw ZG chatting and laughing with Su-bai, completely ignoring him, his brows furrowed, and a surge of anger rose within him. He immediately stepped into the crowd, forcing a fake smile onto his face. Little brother, hiding in the crowd isn't a good idea, he said lightly, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness. And earlier, you startled the gold-devouring beast. If it had gone berserk and charged into the crowd, without us here, someone might have gotten hurt. As his voice slowly spread, all the blame was directed at Su-bai. Following his words, the crowd's gazes all focused on Su-bai, standing idly by and watching the commotion. Like that, is that appropriate? Clearly, all these excuses were deliberately fabricated by Chen Jie to shift the blame and pin all the faults on Su-bai. He just wanted to tarnish Su-bai's reputation. That's right. Although this young man is a bit impulsive, his strength is indeed impressive. He's really protecting us. What he said makes sense. On the other hand, that guy hiding in the crowd, what kind of man is that? Some ability users looked conflicted, whispering among themselves. Yeah, I think the girl next to him was probably completely fooled by this guy. What a pity. I wonder if young Master Chen has a girlfriend. A young girl's eyes sparkled, as if secretly infatuated. In the crowd, listening to Chen Jie's words, most people's attitudes towards Su Bai turned hostile, and they began to criticize him. Some older ability users, relying on their seniority, started lecturing Su Bai. For a moment, Su Bai became the center of attention, pushed into the eye of the storm. Chen Jie's goal was achieved. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he secretly felt pleased with himself. Kid, let's see how you handle this. Faced with the crowd's accusations, he didn't believe Su Bai could withstand it. Thinking about it, the junior sister by his side should have already seen Su Bai's true colors by now. With this thought, he put on a disgusted expression, full of regret, and slowly walked over to Su Bai. Everyone, quiet down. We're all in the same boat, no need for infighting. He waved his hand to signal the crowd to quiet down, feigning a righteous demeanor, as if he were speaking up for Su Bai. Miss, why not? Come with me? Although your senior brother will protect you, his strength is truly a weakness. I'm a freshman at Wuda this year, and my strength is evident to all. You'll be safer with me. Chen Jie put on what he thought was a gentle and considerate smile, acting like a gentleman. Don't you agree, little brother? After speaking, he turned around, his gaze filled with pride and provocation, staring at Su Bai. Wow, young Master Chen is actually from Wuda, a prestigious school. A freshman at Wuda, no wonder he's so strong. His future is limitless. Among the crowd, most of the freshmen came from ordinary martial arts schools. Hearing the name Wuda, their eyes instantly lit up with admiration. Even the few indifferent individuals and the woman in white couldn't help but glance at Chen Jie a few more times. If only I were that girl. Young Master Chen is strong and handsome, he's practically my Prince Charming. A woman's eyes sparkled with jealousy as she looked at ZG with a cold gaze. This person wasn't any less attractive than herself, yet so impolite. If he could do it, why couldn't she? Enjoying the attention of the crowd, Chen Jie was secretly pleased with his back to everyone. He looked at Su Bai smugly. Su Bai smiled helplessly, finding this childish display of rivalry ridiculous. What are you laughing at? Chen Jie was somewhat annoyed, feeling that Su Bai was looking down on him. Then what do you suggest? Su Bai's gaze remained calm, unaffected by Chen Jie's words. He spoke indifferently, as if it had nothing to do with him, leaving Chen Jie momentarily stunned. But soon, Chen Jie regained his composure, smirking maliciously. We won't deliberately make things difficult for you, but public anger is hard to quell. How about this? I suggest you apologize to everyone. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. This suggestion was extremely insidious, forcing Su Bai to apologize to the crowd and completely lose face. Not to mention a young man, even an adult would find it hard to bow their head. Apologize? No way. Su Bai refused outright, without hesitation. Then don't blame me. Chen Jie raised an eyebrow mockingly, seemingly ready to make a move against Su Bai. His spiritual energy surged within him, his aura oppressive, as if he were about to teach Su Bai a lesson. Miss, your senior brother seems to care a lot about his pride. Can he really guarantee your safety? He sneered provocatively. Scram. ZG replied indifferently. Ha ha ha, good, good. Good. Chen Jie laughed angrily, repeating the word good several times. Without hesitation, his entire body began to shine with a crystalline light. The three unique apertures within him burned fiercely like furnaces, his pulse gates surging, and the surrounding energy circulating continuously. His body emitted a dazzling brilliance, his aura surging like waves. The power of a half-step pseudo-realm erupted completely, without any reservation. His eyes focused, and he extended his left hand, radiating a glowing light, pressing directly toward Su Bai. He wanted to suppress Su Bai's aura, just as he had done to that overconfident person before, making it clear to him that in the outside world, strength is what truly matters. A sudden burst of brilliance erupted, surging forth violently. A faint blue mist appeared in his eyes, slowly dispersing. Hidden within it was a mysterious and powerful force. This power was not ordinary spiritual energy but carried the aura of a bloodline talent. Clearly, this blue-eyed young man named Chen Jia was a descendant within 3 generations of a top-tier psychic. Thus, he had inherited the power of that top-tier psychic. This also proved that his identity was extraordinary, with an extremely powerful background. Top-tier psychics were as rare as phoenix feathers in the entire Dragon Nation. Let alone top-tier psychics, even psychics at the spirit domain level were incredibly rare talents. In most second and third-tier cities, apart from reclusive elders, spirit domain level psychics were the strongest combat force in the city. A bloodline talent. Among the crowd, some individuals with notable backgrounds couldn't help but exclaim in shock upon seeing the phenomenon Chen Jie displayed. This means that within 3 generations of his family, there must be a top-tier psychic. If we can establish a connection with him, the future will undoubtedly be boundless. Someone's eyes sparkled as they stared at Chen Jie, their gaze burning with intensity. A bloodline talent, truly a rare sight. Seeing that Chen Jie possessed a bloodline talent, Su Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. Reflecting on his recent experiences, apart from Han Lingtian, the guy who competed with him for a preliminary spot in Huanggang, he had hardly encountered anyone with a bloodline talent. Unexpectedly, he encountered another one on this very vehicle. However, as a psychic at the pseudoforce first level, 4th refinement, Su Bai felt no fear in the face of Chen Jie's half-step pseudoforce strength. As Chen Jie was about to make a move, Su Bai let out a cold snort. Even a clay figure has its temper. His eyes unconsciously glowed red. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a crisp voice interrupted the conflict. Enough. His strength may be lacking, but at least he did what he was supposed to do. A woman in white slowly approached, her water-like eyes gleaming sharply, clearly displeased with Chen Jie's bullying behavior. She spoke coldly. Are you trying to help him? Chen Jie paused his action and turned to look at the woman. He frowned slightly, puzzled. What was so special about this guy? Why did every girl seem to protect him? This only fueled his anger further. He was a genius from a prominent family, far surpassing Su Bai in both background and strength. Faced with such unfair treatment, his heart was filled with resentment. I'm not helping him, I just can't stand your behavior. His strength may be weak, but at least he tried his best. What you're doing is too much. The woman in white sheathed her silver-white longsword into her storage ring, the blade shimmering with starlight. These specks of light merged into her body. She looked coldly at Chen Jie, her gaze filled with hostility. By the way, I'm also a new student at Wuda. Don't try to use your family background to intimidate me. The woman in her pristine training attire spoke each word with resolute force, leaving Chen Jie visibly embarrassed, his face alternating between shades of green and white. So, you're a new student at Wuda. No wonder your strength just now far surpassed the others here. The woman openly revealed her identity as a new student at Wuda and fearlessly countered Chen Jie's reliance on his family background. Chen Jie dared not act recklessly, forcing a faint, insincere smile as he slowly responded. Then, he turned around and glanced at Su Bai, who had a cold expression and deep eyes. You're lucky to have this young lady helping you. But guess, how long can she protect you? Faced with Chen Jie's threat, Su Bai merely shrugged and ignored him. After Chen Jie walked away and returned to the crowd, Su Bai touched his nose and said somewhat awkwardly to the woman in white, "Thank you. No need to thank me, I just couldn't stand his behavior. Honestly, you're not strong enough, don't overestimate yourself. In a different place, you wouldn't be so lucky, no one would come to save you." The woman in white dismissed Su Bai's gratitude indifferently, her tone cold, as if she regarded him as a useless waste. Su Bai's face turned red, he touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He didn't bother to explain her misunderstanding. Feeling unlucky, he followed ZG deeper into the crowd. The woman stood in place, arms crossed, her pristine cultivation attire radiating a dazzling glow, a faint fragrance lingering around her, resembling a celestial being. Coupled with the heroic demeanor she displayed earlier when battling the gold-devouring beast, her silver sword like an immortal's, her jet-black hair flowing, her charm was even more captivating. In the crowd, several pairs of eyes swept over her with both fervor and reverence. However, she was still puzzled in her heart as to why her guardian Wang Granny had misjudged. Could it be that this person was hiding some powerful artifact? Otherwise, why would Wang Granny lower her guard and let him act so arrogantly? With this doubt in mind, she called out to Subai, her tone carrying a kind reminder, "Don't think that just because you have a powerful artifact, you can do whatever you want. Don't underestimate others. There are many strong ability users out there whose methods you can't comprehend. You'd better be careful. Don't just harm yourself, but also drag your junior sister down with you." Her gaze swept back and forth between Subai and ZG. "Got it. Thanks for the reminder." The woman's suggestion made Subai feel a bit uncomfortable, but he still agreed readily. After all, she had just saved him, and her intentions were good, even if her tone wasn't very friendly. He waved his hand behind him as a response, appearing very casual. His attitude caused a trace of dissatisfaction to flash in the woman's eyes. "Forget it, I've already warned him. If something happens to him, it's his own fault." She exhaled deeply, suppressing her frustration, snorted coldly, and no longer paid attention to Subai. The journey ahead was mostly uneventful. Apart from encountering that troublesome gold-devouring beast, the rest of the trip went smoothly. The beasts they encountered along the way weren't strong, and everyone easily dealt with them. They traveled 100 miles like this. But when they passed through an endless marshland, ZG frowned and suddenly pushed Subai beside her. "Something big is watching us." Subai walked on the surface of the marsh, creating ripples. Everyone emitted waves of spiritual energy, an invisible force that kept the mud and sludge off their legs, maintaining cleanliness. As ability users, ordinary people wouldn't have been able to withstand this harsh environment and would have long been packed into parchment by that middle-aged woman. Otherwise, trying to cross this murky marsh filled with green mist would have been impossible for ordinary people. Even so, everyone still felt stifling heat and humidity, and the thin oxygen in the air left many weaker ability users feeling powerless. Subai's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly a bit surprised. Anything that ZG referred to as a big guy was definitely not an ordinary opponent. "It's just a mud-dwelling earth flood dragon," ZG said indifferently. "I'll handle it. Otherwise, if it gets close, most of you will die." After speaking, ZG exchanged a few words with Subai in a low voice, then quietly retreated to the back of the group. The passengers, supported by their spiritual energy, struggled to move forward on the water's surface. The harsh environment left everyone visibly fatigued, and no one noticed ZG's departure. A faint purple glow appeared around ZG, rippling through the surrounding swamp, though she skillfully concealed her movements. A flash of purple light, and she vanished instantly. With her strength, leaving without a trace was something no one could detect. Seeing ZG leave, Subai pursed his lips, pretending nothing had happened, and continued following the main group. However, his vigilance clearly heightened, his eyes shimmering with radiance as he constantly observed his surroundings. At the front of the group, two young prodigies, though not appearing overly strained, had unpleasant expressions. The vast, boundless marshland significantly slowed their progress. The filthy, foul-smelling environment, combined with the miasma in the air, made them uncomfortable. In their families, their diets and lifestyles were meticulously cared for. Though experienced, they couldn't help but feel disdain for such harsh conditions. Their spiritual energy circulated rapidly within, forcibly keeping the mud half a meter away. They had to continuously use their energy to clear a path, as there was nowhere to step in the swamp. The muddy water constantly released foul-smelling bubbles, consuming a large amount of their energy. If a beast were to appear here, the situation would worsen. As the saying goes, what you fear is what comes. Danger could strike at any moment. In this vast marshland, the only trees that could grow were water cypresses and marshwoods. Scattered across the swamp, they added a touch of green to the monotonous mire. Plop, plop. Bubbles continuously surfaced in the swamp, bursting with a stench. At first, there were only a few, but as time passed, more and more appeared, bubbling like boiling springs. "Something's wrong." Someone in the group noticed the anomaly, their expression turning serious. Ahead, Chen Jie and Yili also stopped, cautiously observing their surroundings. They halted their advance, their eyes glowing with radiance, spiritual energy surging as they prepared for battle. The bubbles were surfacing too quickly, unnaturally so. It seemed as if something beneath the mud was stirring frantically, pushing all the miasma from underground to the surface. Everyone, stay alert and watch your surroundings. In this environment, movement was extremely difficult, and the activity beneath the mud was obscured, with danger potentially striking at any moment. Even within the group, safety was not guaranteed. Don't panic. Stay observant. If anything unusual happens, retreat immediately. A middle-aged woman stepped forward from the back of the group, walking on the muddy ground with a stern expression. She had reached the mid-stage of the true momentum realm, capable of briefly levitating. As she often said, as long as one understood how to align with the forces of heaven and earth, they could hover momentarily. However, Subai had not yet reached that level. Underneath the swamp, hidden currents surged, and the bubbles surfaced faster and faster. The tense atmosphere made everyone uneasy. The woman in white cultivation robes maintained a serious expression, showing no complaints about the harsh environment. After all, Granny Wang had long told her that in the great wilderness, such challenging conditions were commonplace. If one couldn't endure them, they could never become truly strong. Her body surged with energy and blood as she coldly shouted, forming a seal with her right hand. A cyan ripple quickly spread from her body, creating a protective circle. Her power, the Qingtan force, was used to protect and enhance everyone. But just as she was about to shield the group, the mud below suddenly churned violently, as if a vortex was about to swallow them. Poof! At the moment everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a brown-black shadow suddenly broke through the swamp, gleaming coldly as it sped toward an ability user. Watch out! The middle-aged woman and several powerful ability users instantly sensed the anomaly, their expressions turning serious. But before they could react, the brown-black shadow pierced through the chest of one person above, blood splattering everywhere. The shadow quickly retracted and disappeared into the mud. The person died on the spot, collapsing into the muddy water, their blood mixing with the sludge to form a strange color. The others quickly reacted, moving away from the scene in fear, their faces filled with terror. An ability user, though not very strong, had been killed right in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone's expressions became unusually grave. The corpse slowly sank into the swamp, as if nothing had ever happened. Not even bones were left behind. Did you see clearly? What was that shadow just now? It seemed like a tail spike. Someone replied, still shaken, their chest heaving violently. Someone had been killed in public, completely shattering their sense of security. They were neither geniuses nor seasoned veterans, most of them were ordinary ability users with mediocre talent and weak strength. After wasting decades, their cultivation remained at the beginner stage, with no hope of advancement. Even their fighting spirit had been completely eroded by time. Now, seeing blood, their hearts were even more chaotic. Tail spike? Could it be a mud dragon beast? Chen Jie's eyes lit up, his pulse gates surging, powerful energy fluctuating. As he focused intensely. Could it really be a mud dragon beast? He suddenly looked up, seeking confirmation from the middle-aged woman. Yes, I think so too. The middle-aged woman nodded, agreeing with his assessment. The three of them immediately looked grim, their expressions dark and heavy with worry. Mud dragon beasts lived in swamps and mud, a type of aquatic exotic beast resembling a scorpion. However, they were more ferocious, dwelling in foul sludge. Their bodies were pitch black, their surface gleaming like black iron, extremely hard, even tougher than some rare treasures of heaven and earth. Their shells were excellent materials for crafting weapons and armor for low-level ability users. But the mud dragon beast's strength wasn't actually high, at most reaching the Wanderer realm. What the three were worried about was something else. Mud dragon beasts were social creatures and rarely acted alone. The appearance of a single mud dragon beast now suggested the worst-case scenario: they had already entered the mud dragon beast's nest. Thinking of this, the middle-aged woman furrowed her brows tightly, gazing down at the boundless, bubbling mud below, her heart heavy. Her expression affected those around her, and the other ability users exchanged glances, seeing the shock and worry in each other's eyes. Everyone, don't move recklessly. Slowly come closer to us. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman spoke, her voice gentle yet firm. There may be many sleeping mud dragon beasts beneath the mud. Don't disturb them. Follow this senior's instructions, Yili added, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, his entire body exuding the aura of a half-step pseudopower, gently stirring ripples on the foul-smelling, bubbling mud. The crowd exchanged glances and silently complied, each person feeling extremely tense as they quietly approached the middle-aged beautiful woman, Chenjie, and Yili. They had all heard of the ferocity of the mud dragon beasts and were aware of their pack behavior. Just the thought of countless mud dragon beasts hidden beneath the murky, foul-smelling mud, bubbling with multicolored gases, ready to awaken at any moment, sent chills down their spines. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat, their legs weak, and even the flow of their internal spiritual energy felt chaotic. Subai blended into the crowd, his expression becoming grave. A single mud dragon beast was not much of a threat, but a swarm of them was not to be underestimated. There was once a half-step king-level ability user who lost his way in the wilderness marshes and stumbled into a mud dragon beast nest. He was eventually surrounded and devoured by countless mud dragon beasts. Even his powerful spiritual body and kingly will were completely consumed, leaving nothing behind. The group began to slowly gather, attempting to form a defensive circle to reduce the danger. The middle-aged beautiful woman released her aura, her entire body glowing with radiant light, emitting a fresh yet slightly cool energy that spread out gently. This was a skill exclusive to ability users. She lightly raised her jade-like finger, and brilliance appeared in her palm. With a single hand, she formed a seal, and a mysterious force surged from within her body. A cyan light seal emerged, spreading outward like a spring breeze, attempting to probe everything beneath the muddy surface. Just as the cyan light seal was expanding, a sudden mutation occurred. Boom! 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 The mud below erupted like a volcano, and countless dark shadows suddenly broke through the surface. They were sharp tail spikes. Everyone, be careful! The middle-aged beautiful woman suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold, as if a pair of cold, merciless, and murderous eyes were staring at her from the depths of the mud. Thud! 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 Tail spikes shot out from the mud like cannonballs, splashing mud everywhere. The sound of water echoed continuously as venom mixed with black, metallic gloss tail spikes fiercely attacked the crowd. Retreat quickly! Explode! Flame fist! Wind blade attack! In an instant, the spiritual energy within the ability users erupted, absorbing the surrounding spiritual power of heaven and earth to form a powerful offensive. Whistling winds roared, mud splattered everywhere. And invisible ripples instantly dispersed the covering mud, revealing several meters of decayed soil beneath. Although the mud quickly spread again, the group clearly saw the intertwined black tail spikes resembling veins, the mud dragon beasts. Slash! Despite everyone's heightened vigilance, the attack was too fast and fierce. About half of the ability users in the crowd turned pale, frozen, and unable to move. The tail spikes rained down like arrows, piercing through their bodies. Ah! Help! Don't kill me! The wails and cries for help swept across the marshes like a storm. Blood mist filled the air, flesh and bones splattered, and the sound of piercing was incessant. The thick stench of blood was almost visible to the naked eye. Drip, drip. Fresh blood dripped into the blaboom. A fiery fist, tinged with faint golden light, directly shattered the incoming black iron-colored tail spike. Peak of the anomaly aperture realm. In the instant of the clash, Subai discerned the true strength of this mud dragon beast, causing his heart to tighten. This mud dragon beast was merely at the peak of the anomaly aperture realm. The ferocity of its earlier ambush was overwhelming. Even an ability user who had just entered the traveler realm would suffer severe injuries or even death if caught off guard. And among this group of people, how many had reached the traveler realm? the survivors would be no more than 20%. Not to mention, there were even stronger mud dragon beasts among them. Crack! The tail spike broke, green foul liquid splattered, emitting white smoke as it corroded the surroundings. With a flick of his curved hand, spiritual energy erupted, and a mud dragon beast, half a meter in size and resembling a scorpion, was pulled out of the mud. Subai appeared instantly, radiance flickering, his punches sharp and fierce, directly shattering it. Green blood splattered, the stench overwhelming. An unusual mud dragon beast, its blood is corrosive. Subai frowned, his gaze fixed on the green bloodstains on his fist, sensing the liquid attempting to corrode his hand. Fortunately, his powerful physical strength and high-quality flame ability completely resisted and burned away the corrosion. But the situation for others was dire. Most low-level ability users failed to react in time, their chests or heads pierced by tail spikes, blood gushing out. Among those who did react, 20% couldn't evade in time and were instantly killed. Of the remaining survivors, 10% were contaminated by the green blood while breaking the tail spikes. White smoke rose, the stench of acid filled the air, flesh rotted, and they collapsed into the mud. Be careful. The blood of these creatures is highly corrosive, don't let it touch you, someone shouted urgently, using powerful spiritual energy to protect themselves from the splattering corrosive liquid. They scrambled in disarray, and the already difficult to resist mud dragon beasts forced them to retreat step by step. Before long, the mud dragon beasts had killed several more people. In the blink of an eye, as the tail spikes launched surprise attacks, 80% of the once dense group of ability users had fallen. The survivors were few and far between. Those who managed to survive were either exceptionally strong or possessed protective treasures. Out of the corner of his eye, Subai noticed the young ability users who had been laughing and joking in the carriage earlier now lying in pools of blood and mud. The boy who had been reprimanded by Shinjie fared even worse, caught between two mud dragon beasts and unable to resist. His lower body was torn apart, blood and bones flying, while his upper body was swallowed by the mud, leaving only his head. His eyes had lost their light, dull and lifeless, clearly dead. The bloody scene was chilling, and wherever Subai's eyes landed, it felt as if he were in a hellish nightmare. But compared to those suffering, the middle-aged woman had no strength to care for or help them. A colossal creature, several times larger than the other mud dragon beasts and standing several meters tall, slowly emerged from the muddy water, the surrounding filthy water splashing and flowing. Its entire body was covered in armor as hard as silver metal, gleaming with a cold light, exuding a fierce aura. Its body resembled a small mountain, seemingly capable of shaking the earth and rivers. Its scarlet eyes, larger than watermelons, locked onto the middle-aged woman, emanating an oppressive force that was impossible to ignore. Without a doubt, it was the leader of this group of mud dragon beasts. Its silver-white shell and massive size made it stand out among the black mud dragon beasts, like a towering giant. Damn beast! The middle-aged beautiful woman's face was pale, her teeth clenched tightly against her red lips in anger. Her eyes were fixed on the silver mud dragon beast, as if an invisible current was surging between them. However, in the corner of her eye, she could still see the bloody scene, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Ephemeral flower petals. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. With a low shout, mysterious power erupted, and spiritual energy surged. A faintly illusory ephemeral flower appeared before her, its pink radiance dazzling and emitting sharp brilliance. Hundreds of crystalline ephemeral flower petals, like blades, swiftly sliced through the air, carrying a piercing cold light. As they shot toward the silver mud dragon beast. This was her ability, sea-level ephemeral flower. With her current true force realm strength, she had fully mastered this ability, wielding it with precision and astonishing power. She transformed the ephemeral flower petals into concealed weapons. Versatile and formidable. Even more impressive, she integrated the flower's form into her techniques, unleashing even greater power. Among ability users of the same realm, her strength was undoubtedly formidable, earning her a key position in the Dragon Iron Company. The ephemeral flower petals sliced through the air like flying knives, their silver light flashing as they pierced the tough body of the silver mud dragon beast. but its shell, as hard as silver refined essence, sparked brilliantly upon impact, scattering sparks everywhere. Hundreds of petals were fired in an instant, leaving only small dents on the tough shell, without a single drop of blood. What? The middle-aged beautiful woman was stunned, unable to believe it. These petals were capable of carving pits into century-old volcanic rock, and no ability user of the same realm would dare take the full brunt of the attack. Yet now, they could only leave a few small dents on the armor of this silver mud dragon beast. The contrast was shocking. Hiss hiss hiss. The silver mud dragon beast opened its mouth, spewing foul-smelling foam and emitting a piercing hissing sound. Clearly enraged by the attack, it launched a sudden counterattack. Its silver tail spike, several times larger and faster than that of ordinary mud dragon beasts, seemed capable of tearing through the air. With a single thrust, the tail spike caused the air to tremble, as if breaking the sound barrier, aiming straight for the middle-aged beautiful woman. She turned her head and shouted to Qinjie and Yili, "Lead everyone along the route to retreat. I'll cover the rear." As she finished speaking, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes, and her inner energy surged, as if ready to unleash immense power at any moment. Got it! Qinjie punched a ferocious mud dragon beast, his energy bursting forth and shattering it into pieces. His face was covered in dirt, his clothes tattered and riddled with small corrosive holes, yet his strong physique showed no fear of the green blood's erosion. Yili's body emitted a faint glow as he wielded a light blade, effortlessly slaying the mud dragon beast before him. Both of them, as young prodigies, possessed combat strength and adaptability far beyond ordinary people. Despite the intense battle, they remained steady and composed, not easily overwhelmed by the common mud dragon beasts. The battlefield was ever-changing, and they were well aware of this. Hearing the words of the middle-aged woman, the two exchanged a glance, quickly dealt with the enemies in front of them, and immediately sprinted into the distance. "Everyone still alive, follow us!" Chen Jie shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the air like a resonating bell. Buzz! Just as the survivors reacted, the middle-aged woman radiated a strange light. And an illusory night-blooming Sirius appeared behind her, exuding a mysterious aura and a fragrant scent. "Hurry forward! I'll hold off these mud dragon beasts!" Her face was pale, clearly indicating the immense energy consumption of this move, but she gritted her teeth and insisted on using it. Upon hearing her words, everyone, including Su Bai, did not hesitate and rushed forward at their fastest speed, following closely behind Qinjie and Yili. Streaks of light flashed by, enraging the mud dragon beasts in the mire. Black tail spikes emerged from the mud, attacking frantically. A few unlucky low-level energy users, already struggling and exhausted from pushing themselves to their limits, were unable to resist under the fierce assault and were dragged into the depths of the marsh. Boom! At that moment, the middle-aged woman launched her attack. A wave of energy carrying immense pressure rippled outward like a sea of flowers swept up by ocean waves, surging in all directions. The weaker mud dragon beasts were instantly blasted apart, their foul-smelling blood splattering everywhere, clearing the scene in an instant. The remaining energy users breathed a sigh of relief, now unobstructed, and quickly retreated to safety. This was a marshland, but the surroundings were filled with flying sand and rocks, the ground dry like sand. This sand was unusual, shimmering with a dazzling light, a special sandy soil known as waterstone. From a distance, it appeared as if there was nothing but endless flying sand, with no sign of water sources. However, this was merely surface level. Stepping into it, one would hear a squelch sound as countless puddles emerged. This terrain was peculiar. In Subai's previous world, only two places far apart exhibited such a landscape. Entirely different from the marsh. But this was a world of supernatural powers, filled with mystical forces, where the energy of heaven and earth shaped such extraordinary scenes. Moreover, the size of this world was dozens or even hundreds of times larger than before, with various factors influencing its climate and terrain. Thus, the appearance of an endless waterstone marsh at the edge of the marsh was not surprising. The group ran in disarray through the waterstone marsh, their breaths chaotic, their energy depleted, and their entire demeanor drained. After quite some time, they finally stopped their desperate escape. finally escaped that vast marsh. Someone collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, breathing in the hot and humid air that felt suffocating, their hearts still trembling. Among the people in this carriage, a large group, apart from the ordinary people. Controlled by the middle-aged woman with craft paper, there were nearly 100 ability users. Now, looking around, the number of ability users who managed to escape alive could be counted on two hands. Such heavy losses. Don't relax. Although this place is much safer than the marsh, it's not completely without danger. Someone gasped heavily, their body weak. After the frantic escape, their spiritual energy was almost depleted, and even moving. Their body was a struggle. The person who had collapsed shuddered upon hearing this, quickly scrambling to their feet, not daring to sit any longer. Everyone, be cautious. First, carefully check the surroundings and stay vigilant. Chen Jie stood among the crowd, his body glowing with radiant light. His iron-blooded demeanor made him stand out among this group of escapees, who seemed like fish that slipped through the net. Similar to him was Yili also glowed with radiant light, resembling a seasoned warrior who remained calm no matter the storms he faced. The two of them had slain countless mud dragon beasts, fully deserving the title of geniuses. This sudden attack vividly highlighted the gap between them and the other newcomers. No one refuted their words, and they began carefully inspecting the surroundings for safety as instructed. Silently, everyone regarded the two as their pillars of support, not daring to argue. After all, during the earlier ambush, their performance had been outstanding, leaving no room for underestimation. They checked the surroundings repeatedly, and only after confirming there was no danger did they sit cross-legged to begin recovering their state. Don't panic. There's only this lowland left to cross. If we run on foot, we'll reach the human city in half a day, Chen Jie said. Sitting cross-legged, the radiant light on his body trembling slightly. His spiritual energy circulated within him, forming whirlpools that greedily absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like a whale gulping down water. Young Master Chen is right. Once that senior joins us, we can set off again. Yili nodded slightly, agreeing with Chen Jie's words and echoing his sentiment. That woman won't die at the hands of those mud dragon beasts, will she? The craft paper in her possession still holds our relatives, someone said anxiously, not worried about the middle-aged woman but rather the safety of their relatives trapped in the craft paper. Do you think Long Iron Company didn't prepare measures? That craft paper must have a tracking function. Our relatives are safe. Long Iron Company won't sit idly by. Even if that woman dies, our relatives will remain unharmed. It's all that woman's fault, causing such a commotion. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have lost so many people. The route she chose was problematic. 2. If we had taken another path, the losses wouldn't have been so severe. My brother was surrounded by 3 mud dragon beasts and couldn't even fight back before he was killed. Gradually, aside from worrying about their relatives, some people began maliciously blaming the middle-aged woman. Some muttered under their breath, while others whispered, full of complaints. Subai stood in the middle, listening to their conversation, shaking his head with a bitter smile. These people were clearly not the middle-aged woman's allies and couldn't possibly escape. Yet now, they completely disregarded the woman's life, instead seizing the opportunity to slander her. Human nature was truly chilling. Chen Jie and Yili exchanged a glance, a glimmer of light flashing in their eyes, understanding each other without words, but they didn't speak. Although disdainful, it wasn't their business. Since it didn't concern them, they couldn't be bothered to intervene. Time passed bit by bit, and everyone was desperately recovering their spiritual energy and physical strength. Suddenly, Chen Jie abruptly opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. His gaze finally landed on Subai. You're actually not dead. His eyes widened in slight surprise, blurting out the words. Out of their group of nearly 100 people, fewer than 10 survivors remained. He had thought this seemingly weak and arrogant guy would have perished in the attack. Unexpectedly, his luck was so good that he survived. As soon as Chen Jie spoke, the others who were recovering also turned to look at Subai. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, especially the girl in white. She was even more convinced that Subai must have some powerful life-saving treasure on him, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to return alive. At this moment, her condition was similar to that of Chenjie and Yili. Her clothes were in tatters, riddled with corroded holes. Unintentionally, her snow-white skin was exposed, revealing a fleeting glimpse of beauty that drew heated, greedy gazes from those around her, causing them to swallow hard. This situation only subsided after the girl took out a brand new outfit from her storage ring and changed into it. If you didn't die, then of course I wouldn't either. Subai didn't hold back and retorted directly. Her gaze met Chenjie's, as if sparks were flying between them. Your mouth is sharp, but your strength is far from it. Chenjie sneered, his eyes sweeping the surroundings again. What's this? Among this group, I don't see your dear little junior sister? After repeatedly confirming his suspicion, he slowly stood up. His face darkened, full of disgust, and he said coldly, "You survived because you used your junior sister as a scapegoat, didn't you?" As soon as these words were spoken, a commotion broke out. Everyone turned their heads, their eyes filled with disdain. He would actually do something like that. Just look at him. He doesn't seem like a good person at all. Turns out we were right. Someone like him still has the nerve to talk back? Truly shameless. Everyone had already taken Chenjie's words to heart, forming a terrible impression of Subai, thinking he was just putting on airs and acting self-important. So when Chenjie spoke now, no one doubted him, they all chose to believe him. After all, out of over 100 people, fewer than 10 survived. Why was it him who survived? Meanwhile, their friends and brothers had been brutally killed by the mud dragon beast. Get out. Yeah, that's right. You don't deserve to stay with us. We don't want to travel with someone like you. At first, the voices were scattered, but they gradually grew deafening. They wanted to drive Subai away. Ha! A glint flashed in Chenjie's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile. Everyone, stop arguing. We've all been through life and death together, how can we start fighting among ourselves now? The girl in the white dress looked around, her brows furrowed. He survived the mud dragon beast's attack by sheer luck. Are you trying to push him into the fire pit now? She didn't understand why everyone thought this way. She was kind-hearted and only hoped everyone could calm down and talk things through. Besides, whether what Chenjie said was true or not was still uncertain. After all, they had conflicts before, so his words couldn't be fully trusted. She wasn't particularly partial to Subai, just thought that taking him along wouldn't hurt and might even help a bit, why not? But she clearly underestimated the jealousy of these people. They had long been dissatisfied with Subai because, despite his lack of strength, he had the protection of such a beautiful woman. Now, so many people had died, yet Subai was perfectly fine, while their brothers and friends had perished in the mire. This stark contrast was something they couldn't accept, let alone remain calm about. They didn't care whether Subai had used the junior sister as a scapegoat, as long as they had this excuse, they could justifiably hate him. Thus, they completely ignored the words of the woman in the white dress. Get out. Leave now, we don't want to stick with you. A useless coward who uses a junior sister as a shield, disgusting. The voices grew louder, like thunder, and everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Subai, as if danger lurked around him. Subai's expression remained indifferent, he hadn't said a word about any of this from beginning to end. He didn't explain, not out of disdain, but because it wasn't necessary. His eyes flickered. As he stared at Chenjie, his thoughts unreadable. Why are you looking at me? Are you still trying to argue about what you did? Chenjie felt a chill. Under Subai's dark gaze, a wave of unease washing over him. Am I actually afraid of him? His expression changed, and he shouted loudly in shame and anger. It's nothing. Subai's lips curled into a faint smile. He seemed utterly calm, as if the one being scolded was Chenjie, not himself. Explain yourself, the woman in the white dress suddenly spoke, signaling Subai to clarify the situation. If you don't want to die here, you'd better start talking. With your strength, you won't last long alone in a place like this. She spoke objectively, trying to make Subai understand the gravity of the situation. But Subai merely shrugged and smirked. Not necessarily. Just don't come begging me to save you later, he said slowly. Among this group, the strongest were two young geniuses at the half-step pseudo-realm level, along with the woman in white. With the help of his system, Subai's perception also detected a boy in a black robe. Though unassuming, this boy gave Subai a sense of threat. It was likely just a coincidence that he had encountered them, and since there was no conflict, Subai didn't dwell on it. His gaze shifted slightly, and a cold smile appeared. If that middle-aged woman dies, with their strength, they'll lose quite a few people trying to make it back to the human city's safe zone. After all, there are too many low-level ability users dragging them down along the way. Want me to leave? I'd be more than happy to. Ha, you don't need to worry about that, someone sneered in retort. Dream on. Who knows who'll be begging whom by then, a sullen middle-aged man in the crowd said. With a contemptuous smile, his eyes full of disdain but fawning over Chinjie. Fine. If we meet again, I hope you're all still alive. Subai gave a polite smile, then turned and walked toward another path leading to the human city's safe zone. Aren't you going to explain? The woman in white instinctively took a step forward, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She was annoyed by Subai's inexplicable confidence, but out of courtesy, she didn't show it, remaining calm and distant. So naive. Subai shook his head with a bitter smile. His figure flickered and disappeared into the forest. On the left without hesitation, completely separating himself from the group. His safety was far superior to theirs. This guy is hiding his strength. He does have some skills. Yili saw Subai's strange steps and then disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving him somewhat bewildered. The crowd, seeing this, was also confused. Could they have misunderstood him? The noisy crowd felt uneasy, fearing retribution later. Just a mere clown. This movement technique is at most an ordinary skill from my family, Chinjie said disdainfully, crossing his arms and raising his eyebrows with a cold sneer. His words reassured the people around him, bringing smiles back to their faces. However, Chinjie might not have realized that the so-called ordinary movement technique he referred to was merely Subai's instinctive reaction when he first started moving. Shueisher Wadi, a place with water in its name, was instead filled with flying sand and rocks, presenting a peculiar scene. Most believed it was a natural phenomenon, while a few thought it was the residual energy from a battle between powerful beings. No one could clearly explain how Shueisher Wadi was formed. In the area where yellow sand intertwined with marshes, a figure flashed quickly, moving with agility like a ghost, its speed dazzling to the eye. There are traces of battle here, Subai said as he stepped over the sand and marsh, causing faint ripples. His steps were light, his movements concealed. He gently pinched a strand of blood-red light from a charred, broken tree nearby and absorbed it into his palm. This blood-red light carried a misty aura, mixed with the frenzied energy of a strange beast and a strong stench. Most importantly, the blood aura faintly contained traces of Ziji's presence. It seemed Ziji had been here not long ago. Unfortunately, apart from this bloodstain, no other traces were left. Subai speculated that Ziji must have used overwhelming power to kill in one strike, leaving no obvious signs of battle. His expression grew serious. Ziji was very strong, and if the opponent was truly so weak, he wouldn't be this solemn, nor would he use the term big one. Thus, there was only one conclusion: this was not the big one Ziji had mentioned. In this dangerous marshland in Shueisher Wadi, there were certainly other hidden enemies, not just one. Thinking of this, he became even more cautious, suppressing his spiritual energy and slowing down. He proceeded carefully, fearing detection by lurking strange beasts. With his nerves tightly wound, he traveled dozens more miles. The marshland's mud gradually diminished, replaced by black, sticky soil and a maze of withered trees. He discovered Ziji's traces again, this time left casually, seemingly intentional. The only reasonable explanation was that Ziji had left him a guide. His eyes flashed, and he adjusted his direction according to the guide. Although the route wasn't identical, the general direction was similar to that of the group. Time flew by, and the sky darkened. Under the night sky, the marshland was bathed in moonlight, shimmering with soft blue hues, draping the earth in a silver cloak. At this moment, hidden atop an ancient tree, Subai was well aware that this seemingly tranquil marshland concealed dangers capable of claiming the lives of ordinary ability users. Sparse insect chirps mingled with faint roars, creating an eerie desolation. At midnight, flames suddenly ignited in the direction the group was heading, illuminating half the sky and accompanied by continuous sounds. Did they run into trouble? Subai was slightly startled but didn't dwell on it. The group was large, with many low-level ability users, so encountering monsters was quite normal. Without the protection of that middle-aged woman in the True Force realm, their survival rate was extremely low. No, perhaps they had already regrouped. He speculated in his mind. Without thinking further, Subai held his breath and pretended to be asleep. He did not completely relax but remained alert, monitoring the surroundings. The sun rose, and golden sunlight scattered across the earth like fragments of gold. He set off again, moving forward in the indicated direction. Suppressing his spiritual energy, he walked cautiously. The concealment effect of the hidden spirit pearl ensured he would not be discovered by dangerous beasts. Along the way, signs of destruction became increasingly evident, with white bones scattered everywhere. The skeletal remains were peculiar in shape, some even emitting eerie blue and green glows. These were the bones of unknown beasts, not human remains. He carefully traversed a bubbling mire, where deathly silence reigned. The mud was mixed with black-green liquid. Without stopping, he continued onward. The mud gradually lessened, replaced by dry black soil. Who would have thought that deep within the marshland, there would be a stretch of dry black earth? Not far ahead, Subai saw a massive pile of white bones suddenly appear. It was a nest, constructed from countless bones, reeking of a stench so foul and bloody that it was nauseating. Ordinary ability users would not be able to withstand the stench and would have already vomited. The aura emanating from the nest made his hair stand on end. From head to toe, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him chilled to the bone. This was a beast in the spirit domain realm. Its strength had already reached the spirit domain level. He had encountered many powerful ability users before, and upon sensing the aura, he immediately understood the danger. Here, just as he was about to leave immediately, he was stunned by the scene before him. The nest had been destroyed, lifeless and desolate. This shocked him greatly. Could it be that the nest's owner was already dead? No, perhaps it has just temporarily left. He calmed himself and carefully examined the bone nest. He found that the nest had already collapsed and shattered. The beast bones, towering like small mountains, still bore dried bloodstains. The bloodstains were everywhere, exuding a murderous aura that suppressed the stench. At the center of the nest, there was a palm print, several dozen meters in size, clearly visible. This palm print had destroyed the nest cleanly and decisively, without any resistance. Senior ZG has been here? It seems the route is correct. This palm print was clearly left by ZG. Trusting ZG, he did not worry too much and, after a simple search, continued on his way. A strong spirit domain expert, when will I ever be able to contend with one? At his current level, he was not even a match for ability users in the True Force realm, let alone those in the spirit domain realm. Although his combat power was unmatched, and he had many trump cards up his sleeve with his strength constantly improving, his current realm was only at the first level of the pseudo-force realm, 5 refinements. Even with all his trump cards combined, he could not deal with a true ability user in the True Force realm. He quickened his pace, starting to move faster. Now he understood why he had not encountered any mud dragon beasts or other beasts blocking or attacking him along the way. Apart from his own concealment and the effect of the hidden spirit pearl, the more important reason was that ZG had already cleared most of the dangers here. For him, the black-green liquid in the mud earlier was the blood of beasts killed by ZG. About half an incense stick's time later, a ripple appeared in his eyes, and he stopped. Ahead, he suddenly noticed something. A tall, graceful woman had fainted on the black soil. Could it really be her?